This young man fell from the sky, somehow landing on the back of a three-headed wolf. Enraging its mother, realizing the danger, he ran like the wind, but still turned back to curse. Your leftover time. I just accidentally crossed over into a wolf den to scare you off once. Is there really a need for such hatred? His name is Liao Feng, and as soon as he crossed over, he was so unlucky that a three-headed wolf started hunting him down. Facing their relentless, storm-like attacks, you realize that running endlessly won't save you. But you refuse to accept dying so unfairly right after just arriving in this world. Lost in the rush, Liu Feng did not watch his step and stumbled. His pale face hit the ground hard, almost disfigured by the blood. Meanwhile, the wolf stood still. Then, all three of its heads rose high and let out a piercing howl. In the next moment, a massive sphere of power formed in the wolf's mouth, hurtling straight toward the young man. Terrified, he nearly soiled himself and fled without a second thought. Right now, a secret mantra suddenly flashed through Liu Feng's mind. Huxi's inner power, boundless in its wonders, moving like a fierce wind. Sword strikes like a rainbow. Strength tripled. Speed tripled. He immediately recognized this as the secret mantra of the Huoxia internal skill he had practiced since childhood, called the Wind Disorder Step, but he did not understand why it suddenly surfaced in his subconscious. Suddenly, a surge of power rose within him. Liu Feng had no time to think, he had to take the risk. So, instinctively, you successfully activated that power and vanished just before the wolf's strike could hit you. When you reappeared, it was in a different place. That is the power of the wind tactic that helped him escape the fierce pursuit of his enemies. Liu Feng, panting heavily, felt both lucky and puzzled. The internal martial arts of Ho that you have practiced since you were a kid never worked, so why have they become so powerful after crossing over here? But before the young man could even steady his breathing, he suddenly saw a shadow engulfing him. This feeling is so familiar, almost the same as before. The only difference is this time, you poked a one-headed monster instead of a three-headed one. But the thing standing behind you right now looks even scarier than that three-headed wolf earlier. It only growled once, and this guy was already trembling all over. With every ounce of will to survive, he had to run and run once more. If only they could communicate. He would curse that he could not kneel and pled with the monster to spare him, but since he could not, he had no choice but to run with all his life force. Unfortunately, this time he could not activate the wind technique, relying solely on his own strength. Then, Liu Feng ran through the bushes and fell off the cliff. By coincidence, right where he was about to fall, there was a girl. Though she shouted loudly to move away, his falling speed was still faster than her reaction time, causing Liu Feng to land headfirst onto the other person, creating an awkward position. He got a nosebleed from the other guy's physique. As for this girl, being so close to a strange guy, she could not hide her embarrassment and panic. The result, Liu Feng got slapped, accompanied by a sharp curse. You brute Liu. I was about to strike you again, but that terrifying monster was already charging over. Seeing it rush down so fiercely, Liu Feng did not hesitate and quickly pushed the girl away, not wanting her to get caught up because of him. But it was because of this that you were attacked by this monster. When its huge claws scratched my back, Liu Feng felt his eyes blur. You pierced through your entire body to get here. I wonder if you could still return to Earth if it had devoured you. Luckily, Liu Feng was not eaten by that monster, because right after that, a third person appeared, striking it fiercely with a mighty sword, while the girl Liu Feng had just pushed away ran over joyfully, calling out, "Grandpa! Vinai, are you okay?" The elderly man asked again. "Hi, hey, you are so resilient. Of course nothing will happen, but it seems there was someone else just now," Vinai replied, finally noticing Liu Feng lying flat on the ground, covered in blood, in a very bad state. Her grandfather said he would handle the Black Panther. Liu Feng left it to her, but Vinai, clumsy and unsure, could only lift him as the urgent calls kept coming. "Hey, are you okay? Can you open your eyes?" Liu Feng was half conscious, but she could still feel her cheek pressed against the soft chest of the young girl, unable to resist smiling faintly. "It hurts like hell, but if I die protecting a cute girl like you, it is worth it," he said, before Liu Feng quickly lost consciousness. In the rain by the lake, he felt his body lighten, drifting among countless lights. Then, Liu Feng saw the memories of his little sister breathe. Back then, he had just begun training in the Hanoi flower technique, mocked by other kids who said he was crazy from reading too many martial arts novels. Growing up a bit more, Liu Feng witnessed himself being rudely rejected by a girl he liked. The beautiful rose you gave her was coldly thrown back, its sharp thorns tearing her face, while she endured countless insults. With no friends or love, Liu Feng began to drown in online games. After all, only online can you find someone to talk to. At the net cafe, the guys often whisper about Liu Feng, the so-called fairy who has lived in the game room for a whole month. Put more harshly, he is just a loser hiding here, becoming a waste. These rumors eventually reached Liu Feng. In truth, you realize living like this is just pathetic. Then, Liu Feng hears someone calling her relentlessly, shaking her awake. "Hey, lazy bones, get up now, or I will have to take action, you lazy bum." Are you getting up or not? Lu Fang recognized the voice as both familiar and strange. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a figure standing before him through the haze. Still not fully awake, Lu Fang instinctively reached out and grabbed him, like clutching a lifeline. His action threw the girl off balance, and she ended up falling right onto him. The two bespectacled souls locked eyes once more, caught in this awkward moment. This time, Lu Fang blushed first, hastily pushing Vinay away, apologizing and explaining that unsettling dreams from the past had stirred her emotions. Their faces still flushed, they suddenly heard a loud shout. Lu Fang, you little Mao brat, come down here and work for me. As soon as Vinay heard that, she anxiously pushed Liu Fang off the bed. We are doomed. Grandpa's about to get really angry. Oh. Clean up and come downstairs now. I even bought you new clothes. Oh. Wash your face. Lu Fang kept saying okay, okay, then hurriedly got out of bed. Time flies like a dog running through the fields. In the blink of an eye, he has been in this world for half a month, yet still can't get used to the pace of life here. No wonder Liu Fang was just a teenage gamer at an internet cafe, then unlucky enough to get caught in an electrical fire that blew up his computer, turn him into a member of the male protagonist Transmigration Association, transported to the Dalan continent. As you all saw, you were chased by a beast as soon as you arrived, but luckily Vinay and the others saved you and brought you home. In the past half month, Lu Fang has learned a bit about the new world he now lives in. On the continent of Dalan, anyone can cultivate battle kai and magic, ranked across 11 levels based on strength. From level 9 onward, one can be called a grandmaster. Level 10 is the saint tier, and the highest is the supreme sage. Legend says there are even higher levels, but no one has ever reached them. Most human skills here are level 3 to 4, but my grandpa is a level 5 grand swordsman. Vinay is even more exceptional, a saint born, meaning a student with talent who can reach saint level within 40 years and get directly admitted to one of the 4 saint schools. As for Liu Feng, in his old world, he was useless since childhood. He blindly chased the so-called Ashai internal skill, a scam anyone could see, yet he believed it was a divine power and trained hard with no results. Who would have thought that heaven would show mercy after Liu Feng died on earth and crossed worlds? He could still use his inner strength, but the inner power of Ho Ha and the strength in this world are completely different. That made Liu Feng doubt whether he could continue using it to cultivate. The earth he once lived on was full of suffering, so after traveling to this world, Liu Feng felt no regrets at all. Besides, he now had another concern here. Just as he thought about it, Liu Feng's new worry emerged, clutching the new clothes tightly against his feverish body. Hey, what are you staring at? Hurry up and change into your new clothes. After changing clothes, Liu Feng could not stop striking poses. Whoa, he really looks handsome in this outfit. Even someone like you can pull off a bit of flair wearing that. So, am I complimenting or teasing you? Liu Feng asked grumpily, but all he got was a mischievous giggle. Seeing him struggle with the buttons, she gently helped him fix his clothes. Though he constantly grumbled that Liu Feng was a fool, his actions told a different story. How could a boy starved for love since childhood not be moved by her beauty and kindness? Vinay and her grandfather's tavern was bustling with customers, and like every morning, they were already downstairs lending a hand. Vinay handles the orders, while Liu Feng clears the tables of guests who have finished drinking. Seeing him carry a heavy stack of cups each time, Vinay feels deeply worried. Be careful. Do not carry so many glasses at once. What if you spill? The place is packed, so hurry up and take these dirty glasses outside, or I will beat you to death, Liu Feng said with a laugh. From afar, Kapkak watched the two intently, sensing the air between them was charged with affection. Niu's brows furrowed tightly, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Hemph, that rotten brat. After the guests promised to leave and some time had passed, Liu Feng finally finished cleaning up. You could not help but stretch. With this workload and pace, I am afraid Liu Feng will suffer a slip disc before mastering his skills. Vinay stepped out of the house, flicked him sharply on the forehead, then scolded. Are you out of your mind? Why are you carrying so many cups at once? Aren't you afraid you will drop them all and end up with a pig's head? Ease. It hurts. Liu Feng rubbed his forehead. Is not it better to get it all out at once to save time? The wound from the beast's scratch had not healed long, yet he is already neglecting his health again. How could my brother be so foolish? Vinay grumbled repeatedly, then brought up old memories. At first, I was just as foolish in the forest. Clearly, I did not even know you, yet I saved you. Weren't you afraid of losing your life? At that moment, I just wanted to save someone. I did not think much beyond that. Anyway, compared to you, my life is definitely more important. Liu Feng sniffed back. After all, someone like you, with no family and a lowly fate, no one would care even if you died. Your words sound so tragic. But after hearing them, Vina's eyes welled up with tears, and she shouted back, you must not say that. From today on, I will care for you. I am officially part of your family. Vinhai declared firmly. These words may sound easy to say, but for Liu Feng, hearing them was anything but simple. It was the first time in his long life that he had a family. This feeling is pure joy, happiness so intense it feels like flying. Liu Feng could not hide his smile. All right. Thank you. But the cheerful atmosphere between them was abruptly shattered by a dwarf who looked every bit the noble-born. Han. frowning, points at Liu Feng's face and shouts, "Hey, you rotten brat. Where the hell did you come from? If you are wise, stay away from my fiancé Vinai." Liu Feng felt like he would been slapped hard in the face, quickly turning to ask the person beside him, "Hey, Vinai," and says you are his fiancé, is that true? Vinai immediately denies it, then tells Liu Feng to go back so she can handle this herself. However, that short, stubborn guy was not about to let things pass so easily. Before Liu Feng could leave, Han spoke up to provoke him. "Vinai, who is this? Is this the janitor the boss just hired? You are the outstanding prodigy personally recognized by Dean Lam Ditch of Lam 10 Academy. Stay away from people like this, or it will affect your status. This is my guest, not your concern. I will say it again, step back. I won't stand here and kiss you." Vinai is towering with anger. It seems this sneaky troublemaker is not visiting her for the first time. With Liu Feng here, Vinai's public refusal cuts even deeper. Luinak was furious, as his subordinates hurriedly urged him to calm down. "Young master, do not lose your temper. Remember the old man's warning." Reluctantly, I swallowed my anger, forced a smile, and continued, "Vinai, do not get mad. I am just afraid you will be deceived by someone with a shady past. But tell me, why do you still refuse to get engaged? After all, the lord of this city is still my father." The moment these words were spoken, it was Liu Feng who was stunned. He never expected the dwarf before him to be the city lord's son, a noble identity completely opposite to that of an orphan like himself. But Vinai seemed used to the other's showness and did not bother to pay attention. She pulled Liu Feng, wanting to take him inside. Seeing that, he stepped back and continued, "Vinai, do not forget, as long as you marry me, you will have my father's support, and studying at Lam 10 Academy will be within your reach. Lam 10 Academy gathers many elites, all from noble families. Ordinary people like you can't compare. I do not want to stand before rich hares, forced to live a poor, mundane life." Harsh words were spoken, but they were all true. Vinai was so furious she could not utter a word, and this time, Liu Feng's sharp tongue must take the stage. "Don't block Vinai's way," boldly scold the opponent. "A despicable murderer like you dares to use your family status to force Vinai into marriage. You are just trying to humiliate her." This time, Lunak's subordinates drew their swords, claiming Liu Feng was not worth their trouble. Their reflex pleased Lunak greatly, and even carefully warned them not to take Liu Feng's life too quickly, because Han wanted him to understand the cost of defying him. Then, under this short man's command, the cavalry charged forward all at once. Seeing the enemy completely outnumber him, Liu Feng never intended to fight head-on. Instead, he grabbed Vinai's hand tightly and used a swift move to break through the knight's encirclement. "In the blink of an eye, you appeared before me," then boldly provoked Han. "You think you can challenge me with just your kind? People like you, who spend all day just oppressing others, what skills do you really have besides having many lackeys? You are nothing but a foolish, worthless scoundrel." Furious, Lunak raised his sword high, determined to defeat Liu Feng himself. At that moment, he released Valle and swiftly lunged at his opponent. The wind technique is Liu Feng's versatile move. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the short guy, now suddenly behind Han. "So when I said that, you should be ashamed to the point of madness." Liu Feng kept provoking, and Lunak grew even more furious. He dodged Lunak's attacks while mocking Han's swordsmanship as pathetic, claiming even a single hair of his own was beyond Han's reach. After provoking his opponent enough, Liu Feng suddenly turned to counterattack. His punch was so fast that the knights of the retreating army could only watch in stunned silence. Not stopping there, after settling with that dwarf, Liu Feng turned to deal with Han's men. Compared to his useless young master, these guys were skilled, yet none could avoid being knocked down by Liu Feng. Lying sprawled on the ground, even after wiping out the enemy, Liu Feng still found it hard to believe Tatty Feng's power and speed tripled. Truly unstoppable. Right after, he felt a surge of power rising within him undeniably. The inner strength of Huaxia martial arts. You have inner strength now. It means you have officially entered the path of this martial art. Indeed, real combat is the fastest way to become strong. It is just that Liu Feng does not know what power level he currently matches on the Yalan continent. Liu Feng. Not bad. I did not realize you were this formidable. At that moment, Vinai stepped forward, teasing with a smile. Liu Feng laughed awkwardly, realizing he might have gone a bit too far. The father of Loinak is the city lord. He would not come to trouble us. Vinai shows no sign of fear at all. Moreover, it was the Thunder Gang who came looking for trouble first. She said that if his father dared to come bother her, then she would not hesitate to tell Director Lambdai. Hearing Vinai speak, Liu Feng finally felt at ease, then pulled her hand gently. Otherwise, seeing so many people fainting outside the tavern soon would have made him furious. The moment you took my hand and pulled me along, Vinai felt a strange kind of warmth inside. Liu Feng had no battle aura or magic, yet he made her feel so safe. But just now, Vinai sensed something was off. Liu Feng does not practice battle kai or magic, yet he moves naturally under the blades of level 4 warriors and even repels them. Just the way he moved in the blink of an eye was already extraordinary. This made Vinai wonder deeply who exactly is Liu Feng. But anyway, She could feel that Liu Feng meant no harm, so his true identity really did not matter much. Just then, Vinay had a thought, grabbed Liu Feng's hand tightly, and spoke. Let us go to the market fair. I heard there are many new things today. Orders. Miss Vinay. On the way, Vinay noticed Liu Feng kept smiling and asked curiously, Liu Feng, why do you look so happy today? Liu Feng still smiled, but had no intention of revealing his joy at mastering the new internal force technique in the Gong Hexia formation. After all, even if he told her, Vinay might not understand. You just need to know that from now on, Liu Feng can protect you better. As he said this, Liu Feng unknowingly or perhaps intentionally moved closer to Vinay. The closeness was too much, making the girl blush uncontrollably. In the end, Liu Feng got slapped again, turning his face upside down. Though struck by the beauty, Liu Feng's spirit remained strong. After all, harnessing inner strength lays the foundation for his power to grow a reason to rejoice. After returning from the market, Liu Feng rushed to the tavern, flung open the door, and shouted, "The Cap, we are back." But the scene in the tavern now froze him in terror. Cap was covered in wounds, his face smeared with blood, and worst of all, a man was choking him, lifting him off the ground. In this tavern lie the fallen, victims of a fierce and brutal brawl. Vina chased right after Liu Feng, but seeing this scene, she trembled uncontrollably. Cap saw her and shakily urged, "Run quickly, because that man is Lei Ding, Lainak's father and the city lord of Ma City." Vinay, it has been a long time, Li Ding said, looking toward the main gate with a provocative smile. At this moment, Lena stood behind him, lips curling, then fiercely pointed at Liao Feng. "Father, it was him. He humiliated me and said our family was worthless. Next time, let him be the city lord. That guy Luan sure knows how to exaggerate and blow things out of proportion. But the truth is, Liu Feng did offend him, so it is not impossible for the Lena family to come here seeking revenge. It is just that you can't handle it. Loinak is a man, yet shamelessly humiliated like this. Anyone who dares disgrace my people will not escape unscathed," Loinak said through gritted teeth. Liu Feng barely had time to think, shouting for Li Ding to release the cable immediately, while his fists clenched as he charged forward. Seeing this, Lena quickly ducked behind his father. Li Ding had never seen Liao Feng's techniques before, but to him, this speed was still too slow. Casually, Li Ding raised a finger and pointed it right at the center of Liao Feng's forehead. "You are amazed, confused, then panicked. Why? How could the lightning-fast moves of the Tet Feng be seen through? Clearly, you used it earlier to face the Thunder Knight squad. And it was still pretty good. Could Li Ding really be that strong?" His right hand still gripped the cable tightly, refusing to let go, while his left index finger effortlessly flicked Liao Feng away. He was immediately buried alive under a pile of dirt and rocks. Seeing this scene made her so angry she gritted her teeth, vowing to report the Lei family's crimes to her teacher. Yet Li Ding only smiled mockingly after hearing it. "What a pity. I am afraid you won't have another chance to see your teacher again. I initially thought I could use you to establish a connection with one of the four saints, but if you can't read the times, then I will just take your little life. After all, the dead can't speak out." Li Ding's next target is Vi. Even from afar, he can strike her like a thunderbolt. Vinay is struck by the blinding power of thunderfire. Lifted high into the air, her throat is crushed, unable to breathe, let alone chant a spell to resist. Witnessing Vaihe being brutally beaten right before his eyes, how could Liu Feng stand by? Despite his battered body, he charged straight at Loi Din. "Damn you, stop right there." After Liu Feng's shout, the bastard truly stopped. He threw the engraved cable in his hand toward him. Liu Feng caught it. But before he could react, suddenly a sword appeared in Loi Din's hand. A grotesquely fake smile spread across his face. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Li Ding sent the sword flying. "Kid, let go of me." The cable's making a loud noise. Then Liu Feng felt a hot liquid splatter onto his face. "That is the blood of the old man who called for you when you traveled through time to this place." Li Ding's sword has pierced through Kapkak's chest. His eyes rolled back, his whole body trembling. No need to guess. He was in terrible pain. Yet, Kapkak still struggled to stand. "Go. I will try to hold him back. Someone, take Vigny and run. You can't match him." He spoke, and then turned his back to Liao Feng, facing Lei Ding, with his sword still lodged deep in his chest. In Lei Ding's eyes, this reckless act only fueled his fury. Liao Feng stared tensely at his hand, only to see Lei Ding's fingers suddenly clench tightly, as if squeezing his heart. Fresh blood spurted out again, this time soaking the ground. The massive body of Kapkak shattered into countless fragments by Loi Din's sword. Liu Feng, standing very close, witnessed this terrifying scene firsthand, his eyes rolling back, unable to endure even a single glance. Though Vinay was farther away, she had to witness her grandfather's life being ended by Loi Din herself. "No!" she screamed, filled with unbearable hatred and pain, as Vinay soared upward, breaking free from Loi Din's control. However, it was just a brief shock. Li Ding's face showed no sign of panic, proving he still had the situation under control. True to the birth month, but that is all there is. Speaking of bullets, Li Ding continues to grow stronger, once again breaking Vinai's control. Meanwhile, Liu Feng planned to ambush him from behind, but Lan Loinak saw it and warned his father. Once again, Liu Feng was thrown aside by Loi Din. Your whole body slammed against the wall. Then he tightly bound both your hands and feet. Li Ding sneered coldly. Fine. But do not rush to reincarnate just yet, you still have to watch the grand finale. Speaking of bullets, Loi Den turned back to his son and said, Loinak, have not you always wanted her? Only a fool would not catch the meaning behind these words. Moreover, as Loinak finished hearing this, his face flushed, eyes blazing brightly, staring at Vinay like a hungry wolf eyeing raw meat. Loi Den had now set her down on the ground, right in front of his son. All right, now she belongs to you. Loinak was so excited he could not stop clapping. That same hunger in him, nothing could hide it. Lu Feng's fury reached its peak, and he shouted aloud, Loinef, if you dare lay a hand on Vinay, I swear I will turn you to dust. If it were the Lultu Feng from a few hours ago, who single-handedly wiped out the entire night squad, even Lucky Nancy might be afraid. But now, you are bound tight. Unable to move, how can you still have the strength to threaten him? Loinak stepped forward, pinning Vinay, who bit her lip, crying silently beneath him, then shot a defiant glare at Lu Feng. Useless trash? What good is just shouting? If you have the guts, try stopping me. Vinay had no strength left to resist. Despite giving it her all, that bastard started tearing her clothes apart violently. Ha! Do not pretend to be pure. Do you think I can't have you just because you are a virgin? Damn it, do not touch me. Get lost. Vinay is grown up now. Lu Feng's anger reached its peak. Yet you actually managed to escape Li Ding's control. However, just as Li Feng lunged forward, his finger shot up, pressing firmly into the center of his forehead, unleashing an overwhelming force of suppression. It was somewhat impressive, but still too weak. Li Ding declares, you see, having a natural talent for the spirit is nothing. Before becoming a true spirit rank, you are just meat torn apart by ants. As for the teacher Vinay wanted to cozy up to earlier, I will say a mysterious brat came to harm her, then handed his head over. Makes sense. Right. Li Ding laughed as he spoke, and Li Feng finally understood why Lei Na could be so shameless and despicable. This trait was completely inherited from his father. He was so furious he was speechless. Right now, it seems Li Ding has truly taken a liking to you. But just as he was about to kill Liu Feng, he suddenly hears his son's desperate cries. Turning back, I saw Loinak swept aside by Vi. Lying motionless, Viney stood up, a crystal glowing with blinding blue light before her. Her face was drenched in tears, her expression one of utter despair and agony. Lu Feng, do not worry, Vinay reassured him through her flood of tears. Li Ding hurriedly released Liu Feng. Sensing a more urgent matter, Vinay was about to harm herself. He shouted to stop her, but who else could stop Vinay if not his useless son? Lainak does not have this ability, so only Li Den rushes towards her. But now, it seems Vinay's self-destruction has begun. Her whole body curled up, like when she was still in her mother's womb, surrounded by dazzling halos. Lu Feng did not know exactly what would happen next, only that it definitely would not be good. He reached out, trying to grasp Vinay but could not, yet he kept calling her name. Lu Feng, it was truly a pleasure knowing you. Please keep living. Vinay gave a desperate smile, warning him to stop. Lu Feng shouted her name loudly and rushed forward, but he only managed to grab a strand of Vinay's collar. With a single sound, a massive explosion erupted. Li Ding swiftly seized the thunder flesh. Father and son were safely shielded within a sturdy barrier, while the tavern was reduced to a heap of ruins by the blast. Lu Feng, waking to clarity, found himself clutching Vinay's hair tie in the heart of a forest. His survival instinct had triggered his latent powers, saving him from the blast. Lu Feng clutched the rope tightly, tears streaming down his face. Vinay and the others were the ones who saved him and gave him refuge when he arrived here. But today, both of them have perished, along with overwhelming sorrow. Boundless hatred grew within Lu Feng's heart. You swore you would tear that father and son do apart to avenge the others and Vinay today. Lu Feng only knew he was in a forest, but had no idea exactly where. You want to immediately turn back to defend, but as you do, the world suddenly shakes. A fireball hurled from the sky reduces the entire field to ashes. Lu Feng looked up and saw a massive black dragon being chased by several men. They attacked together, but the dragon's power was terrifying. After knocking down a man in a red shirt, the dragon suddenly stared at Liu Feng, thinking he was an ambush soldier and planning to crush him in an instant. However, as it drew closer, the black dragon sensed something was off. From Liu Feng's scent, Haklong realized he was from Earth and immediately ceased its attack. Not stopping there, the dragon turned back to shield Lu Feng from the attackers, even taking a deadly golden arrow to the side fired from a dragon bow with devastating power. Lu Feng was covered in the red blood of the dragon, but he did not care. Instead, Lu Feng only wondered why this black dragon saved him. Haklong probably wanted to explain too, but right now he is under continuous attack from those people, so he has not had a moment to spare. Now that they see Liu Feng with this dragon, they immediately assume he and the beast are on the same side, so they launch an attack on both, aiming to seize the dragon's proof. Dozens rush in at once, each wielding a unique skill, their simultaneous assault leaving Liu Feng dizzy and overwhelmed. Despite facing such overwhelming firepower, the dragon stubbornly spread its wings wide, shielding Liu Feng completely, not letting him get hurt even a bit. Liu Feng grew more and more astonished, especially seeing the fierce assault from those attackers. You could not understand why Hak Long wanted to protect you. Then, suddenly, Liu Feng heard the dragon speak. Little one, listen to me, I will stop them. You go ahead. These words stunned Liu Feng, for they reminded him of the last moments before death. Liu Feng's head exploded with a single, haunting question. Why is it always you who must be protected? Why must those who protect you sacrifice their friendship? Just as the other was about to strike again and Hak Long stood ready to fight, suddenly something snapped inside Liu Feng's mind. It seemed like the unraveling of his reason. Liu Feng let out a loud scream. No! His scream was the desperate roar of a wild beast cornered. Then, Liu Feng's entire body suddenly soared, unleashing a terrifying power that surged skyward. At this moment, he seemed to have completely lost his mind. His eyes glazed over, veins surfaced on his face and neck. Now, dragon blood enters his body. Meridians open, energy surges like the sea, his body unbreakable. Even the black dragon was utterly stunned by the scene. Before it could react, Liu Feng charged straight at its attackers. You bastards, give up your lives. Look at Liu Feng, bloodied and fierce. Yet those guys show no fear, because they simply thought your fighting moves were all over the place. At best just trash. Then suddenly, a girl appeared in the middle of the road, wielding a large axe. Don't be foolish enough to block us here, kid. Huh. As he spoke, he swung the axe blade down, and Li Feng instinctively raised his hand to block. The moment your hand met the enemy's weapon, a massive explosion erupted, throwing both of you apart. Liu Feng fell toward the black dragon, which carefully shielded him with its wings. Then the dragon said, don't get agitated, they are all pack-level masters, and they are armed. At the same moment, the girl who attacked Liu Feng was also stunned. How can one not be amazed when a seemingly useless kid can block her attack? And that is not all. Liu Feng suddenly jumps up and rushes forward to strike again. Your speed was so fast that the black dragon wanted to bite but could not. Yet clearly, the girl holding the crutch saw you come running right past her. Yet somehow, Liu Feng appeared like a ghost from behind her. If not for someone rushing in to interrupt, she would have been struck by Liu Feng's blow. You were knocked back once again. Luckily unharmed, the man wielding the large hammer charged out, seething with rage, shouting fiercely, what a reckless brat, surrender your life. Then, the man seemed to unleash his full strength in a blazing strike. Perhaps this strike is incredibly powerful, so much so that even Hak Long had to roar loudly in caution. With their energy weapons, these people's strength rivals that of the elite. Hak Long did not know exactly what had just happened to Liu Feng, but he was sure the boy was no match for these enemies. Hearing the dragon say that, Liu Feng was utterly astonished. The strength of these people, combined with the sword energy, rivals that of a true sword master. But after 2 battles, it is clear they are still not as strong as the Thunder Peak. If this is already a high rank, just how powerful must that bastard be? And right now, another tough problem arises. Liu Feng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body instantly losing most of its strength, his inner power completely drained. The effect of the indestructible diamond shattered. You quickly collapsed to the ground, leaving the black dragon in confusion. Moreover, Liu Feng's sudden fall distracts the dragon, and at that moment, the others launched a surprise attack, inflicting a severe wound right on his face. Seizing the chance, they began tactical maneuvers to restrict Black Dragon's movement. The situation was worsening, and even the dragon sensed it, so it stopped fighting stubbornly. It spread its wings wide, grabbed Liu Feng with its claws, and soared upward. Of course, the group drawn by the dragon's curse had no intention of letting Black Dragon escape, so they attacked from all sides. Black Dragon was pierced in the chest by a sword, agony overwhelming him, but by now, it had successfully activated the demonic space. After soaring into the magic formation, both the dragon and Liu Feng vanished without a trace. Damn it, they got away. The others gritted their teeth and said, why panic? My essence has been taken, yet I remain calm. The man who just stabbed Black Dragon with the sword said, don't worry, they won't escape, but our French trackers have been tailing them. This time, it is the purple-haired girl with the giant axe who speaks up. When Liu Feng woke up, his head throbbed like a hammer blow, the surroundings pitch dark, as if trapped inside a cave. Then, a voice echoed right beside him. You are quick to wake up. Liu Feng jolted, turned around, and saw a handsome man with white hair, a sword piercing through his chest. Before you could ask, he spoke first. I am Adak, the one who saved your life. Seeing the opponent introduce himself as his savior, and that sword looking oddly familiar, Liu Feng realized that Ade was the black dragon from earlier. Growing anxious, you stepped closer to him, eyes fixed on the wound on Adak's chest. Thank you for saving my life, but the sword is stuck so deep, do not you feel any pain? Want me to help pull it out? As Liu Feng reached for the sword, Adak shouted sharply, making him freeze. Stop, this sword can't be pulled out, or it will bleed a lot. Everyone knows this. Are you trying to rush me to sell salt faster? Lu Feng was so scared he immediately stepped back 2 paces, growing more and more flustered, constantly apologizing, only to see Adak burst out laughing. All right, just a little for you. Then, he grabbed the sword and swiftly drew it out. After drawing the sword, he only coughed up a mouthful of blood, no massive bleeding like he claimed. Avi's condition was not too dire, but Lu Feng remained deeply worried. It was only when Adak said this wound would take just a month to heal that you could finally relax a bit. He also said this cave was his stronghold. The others would not be able to find it, so you can rest easy. But how could Lu Feng relax after going through such fiery trials? Who are those people? Why would you want to attack people? You ask. Adak said those people were from the 4 great empires and a mercenary army, here to steal his dragon eggs. Then, he started rummaging through the trash to find the dragon eggs for Liu Feng to see. You are speechless too. How could anyone hide their own child in a pile of trash? Here it is. After some digging, Adak pulled out a large, shiny egg. Lu Feng felt skeptical. This thing was supposedly a dragon egg, but it just looked like an oversized chicken egg. Yet, Adu was adamant that this was his precious daughter. Seeing that, Lu Feng grew even more curious. How could the person know it was a girl? Isn't it still unborn? If it is a brat, what is good about it? It must be a girl. Moreover, I created this egg myself, so I must know. Lu Feng stared intently. With that look, is not Adi actually a man? How could an egg possibly be born? And so, he began to tell the story that started 6 months ago. As Ai just woke up, she realized she had turned into a black dragon, with something stuck in her throat. Then she spat out this egg, which from her mouth hatched her daughter. Aren't all the documents that fall down basically the same? Lu Feng is truly at a loss for words. Day's words sounded wise, but something about them felt off. Then he placed the egg in Lu Feng's hands, saying that if he warmed it, his fear would lessen. You have crossed worlds and still dare to run wild in the mortal realm. Your courage is no small thing. This place is not Earth, after all, Adi said. Hearing the words Earth, Lu Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Then, from Adi's mouth, he learned an even more shocking truth. He was also a time traveler from Earth. The moment was 6 months ago, after he woke up and transformed into a black dragon. As the two spoke, Adak suddenly shifted into a pain so intense he could barely stand. Seeing this, Lu Feng grew anxious. How is his injury holding up? Can the drum really hold out? Probably won't die. After all, I am a dragon. In web novels, is not it often said that dragons are the most ferocious beings? Lu Feng could not stop feeling annoyed, seeing Adi injured like this yet still in the mood to joke. But aside from the pain tormenting your back, it seems you are still holding up pretty well. Judging by your expression, you must have a lot of questions for me. Right? Adak saw Lu Feng staying silent, so he spoke up first. He nodded slightly, because according to the information Lu Feng had gathered after arriving here, the Dragon Clan had fewer than 100 members in this world, so they were very united. How dare the 4 great empires join forces to steal the dragon egg? Don't they fear the entire Dragon Clan rising up to defend it? Adak smiled wryly. The Dragon Clan is truly united, but many years ago, because a black dragon stole the dragon god's egg, it was expelled from the clan and lost its protection, because an empire only needs to possess one powerful dragon to dominate the entire continent. However, a mature dragon will, of course, not obey their commands, so the black dragon's egg became the prime target. You see, the one who suffers the henchman's wrath is me. Adak shrugged, saying, all day long, someone keeps staring at my eggs. It is really miserable. If I had a way to return to Earth, why would I stay here and endure this? A place where even games can't be played. How could someone like me want to stay? Liu Feng seems to have a rough understanding of Adak's situation now. Then, you have one more question. Besides magic and combat energy, is there any other kind of power in this place? Because the power you possess clearly does not belong to either of these types. As far as we know, it does not exist. Your power is truly strange. No magic waves from the battle key could be sensed on him. So how did he unleash his power? As Adak landed, he took the chance to ask again. Truth be told, Liu Feng still had not mastered his own power. You replied that you only guessed that power came from a type of internal energy you had trained since childhood. Adak nodded and then continued speaking. It might be because you traveled through worlds to get here, so your power does not match this world's. But it seems you have already lived in this world for some time. How did he manage to run alone into such a dense forest, almost getting me hurt? Alishki's question made Liu Feng recall that miserable day, blaming himself for his own innocence that endangered them both. But after hearing Liu Feng recount the whole story, Adak suddenly sparked a glimmer of hope for him. Hearing this, maybe your child can still be saved, because in this world, there exists something called the goddess of life. According to legend, a goddess's life can be revived from the dead in just minutes if, of course, one can find her first. Liu Feng was both amazed and skeptical, never having heard of such a thing. But just as he asked Adi where he should look for her, the cave suddenly rumbled violently. Liu Feng suddenly lost his footing and fell backward, while Adi's expression turned grim, for he could sense from the surge of spiritual energy that the uninvited guests were none other than those very men from before. But how could they have found this place? Just then, a blue butterfly flew by, and without a word, a Dak crushed it instantly, only now realizing it is a tracking spell. But it is too late, the enemy is right before us. Adi has no choice but to open the teleportation array once more, urging Liao Feng to flee quickly with his daughter. What about you? Liu Feng asked anxiously. I have to stay and hold them back. Do not worry. If I want to run, no one can stop me. Honestly, Liu Feng is uneasy leaving a Dak alone, but judging by the situation earlier, even if you stayed, you would not gain anything for him. In fact, you would only hold him back. Then, a Dak threw you a new weapon, the long sword that was stuck in his back, and gave you some advice. Whoever carries this, it is still a weapon. Just remember, do not use it too much, or you will get bitten. My daughter is counting on you. Liu Feng gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. You can't deny it, you are too weak now and always need someone to protect you. Before it was Cap, Kak and Vi. Now it is a Dak. But to resurrect Vinai and protect this dragon fruit, you must become stronger at any cost. Only then will it be your turn to protect others. As Liu Feng thought this, the teleportation array had already been activated. But then, the cave's energy surged even more violently. ZC panicked as he realized the spiritual waves from those people had struck the formation he just created, causing the teleportation coordinates to shift. He was utterly devastated. Liao Feng, do not go in there anymore. But their voices were drowned out by the roar of falling rocks. Liao Feng could not hear what Adi was saying clearly. His face, just hit by a flying kick, was starting to bleed. A drop of blood dripped onto the talisman he held, instantly making it glow and blaze with heat. The other end of the teleportation array opened, hurling Liao Feng and the dragon talisman to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Liao Feng landed safely with his dragon, and Than Kim was lucky to follow him to this vast grassland filled with wild beasts. Just now, I think I heard Adi say the location was tracked. Right? The mark. As soon as you spoke, the creature suddenly leapt up, startling Liu Feng, who had to shield himself and fell hard to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as the creature's shell began to crack with water stains. Liao Feng sat up, carefully holding the egg at a distance, then panicked and shouted, "Oh no, did it crack?" Just as he thought the egg had broken, it suddenly glowed brightly, blinding him and turning Liao Feng into a comically stunned figure. Clenching his teeth, he gripped the grenade tightly, eyes darting down to see what was happening, hoping it would not explode. The moment the thought left Liu Feng's mouth, the grenade detonated, the blast shaking the entire area and sending him soaring into the sky. Liao Feng struggled toward the proof, trying to protect it while trembling at the energy enveloping it. Was this hatching a nuclear bomb? Time passed. The shell cracked open, revealing a tiny golden boy sleeping soundly inside. The little cicada finished shedding its shell, stopped its shiny head, and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Chirping softly, Liu Feng held the golden cicada gently in his hand, his loving gaze longing to caress the little cicada. Chinese cicada. A girl. So adorable. But suddenly, the golden child vanished into a misty white smoke, reappearing as a boy with golden horns, angrily shouting as he kicked Liao Feng in the face, slapping his cheek and scolding him for not being a real man. Liao Feng sat down with a crack, left hand holding his cheek, eyes fixed on the naked kid beside him. No one taught him to be like this, and just one look sent a shock through him. What hit his eyes made him think of a mini cannon. Oh no, you can't keep your mouth shut, and just had to say something that made the little dong add another stone. Fully equipped, the little dong did not want Liu Feng to have another chance to sneak a peek at his soft, pale body, so he quickly conjured up a green outfit to cover himself, much to Liu Feng's indignation. You mistook my gender, I am a Dak. Your father. I have shed so much blood to bring you forth, yet you strike me, a Lunkiam Hugh. Has your father eaten you up? If you are tired, then stop, he sighed, ignoring the little child clinging to him. Why did I bring along this little ancestor? Still caught in surprise, a small hand reached up, grabbing a handful of hair by his temple, making Liao Feng flinch in pain. The proud little boy then leapt onto his head, comfortably settling his bottom into his hair. Liao Feng clutched his left chest, trembling as he sighed once more. His fragile heart could not take the strain. All right. I will find you something to eat. The little dong crossed his arms, a sly look on his face, and said something that startled Liao Feng. Not hungry anymore. What do you want to eat? You do not want meat, and surely you do not drink milk. Right? Stunned, he bent down to lift the not Than sword that IC had entrusted to him. Liu Feng lowered his stance, carrying the little boy on his head, ready to set out in search of food, energy enveloping them both. Then with a swift move, you ran so fast, leaving only a streak of light and a little dust rising. As Liu Feng and the little boy walked away, a gentle footstep touched the ground. An elderly man with a golden crown appeared, surveying the place before slowly saying, "Too late." There is no longer any response. Behind him were two strange figures, one with a long scar across his left eye, the other shorter, clad head to toe in a tight suit. Nearly 100 years gone by in the human realm. A supreme intellect has finally emerged, truly no easy feat, but it seems this place still carries the breath of the Dragon Clan. I wonder if this intellect belongs to the two realms. The three of them gazed toward where Liao Feng had just departed. Where a trace of his magic lingered, could this be a sign that the continent is about to welcome a new tradition? 1 hour later. Elsewhere, Lu Feng beamed with pride, laughing so hard it was almost ugly, inhaling the rising fragrance. The little dong, adorable with eyes like stars, sparkled as he sniffed the scent. Drooling uncontrollably, both sit in a corner. The elder turns the roasting stick over the fierce flames, while the younger waits eagerly, tail wagging with joy. After a while, Lu Feng pulls the sizzling, golden game meat from the fire. It is ready. As soon as you placed it in front of the little one, he could not help but take a bite, as if he would been starving for ages. Lu Feng watched you and laughed, kindly reminding the kid to be careful not to burn himself, and promised to get more if it was not enough. But his kindness was met with a sharp rebuke. The little boy chewed his meat while trying to shield his food from Lu Feng's gaze. So he had to speak up again. What is wrong? I am not hungry yet. You eat first. The boy lowered his head, eyes fixed on the grilled meat in his hand, still chewing with cheeks puffed, yet he uttered words worthy of a beating ordinary taste. Not satisfied, Lu Feng forced a smile to hide his irritation, wanting to smack the kid so hard to please. Then you look up at the stars. One big, one small, leaning on each other whispering. Right, I have not asked your name yet, or should I give you one first? Lu Feng looked down at the little boy, his eyes full of affection as he asked if the golden, shining child should be called Little Gold. The little boy's expression was blank as he let out a puff, scattering a tiny mist without a word. What did this feeling mean? Was he mocking my level of culture? Little Jin, full in content, used Li Feng's leg as a bed, obediently lying down under his indifferent gaze. Full now. Not sleepy. Do not bother me. Waiting for him to fall into a deep sleep, Lu Feng gazed at that small, adorable face, silently thinking, it must have really escaped. If a dak had handed you over to me, I would definitely take good care of you. Frowning and pressing my lips tight, I silently make my decision in my heart. I will become stronger, protect little Jin well, and revive Vi and the others. Next time, I will never just run away again. Lu Feng lifts his head to the shimmering sky, lost in thought. Surrounded by many beasts, he decides to train his skills first. Once he finds a safe spot in the forest, he will continue gathering clues about the goddess, then devise a special plan with a D. Cut to a grand hall with towering, intricately carved walls. A lone figure stands at the center, intently examining something. Suddenly, he turns, panic in his eyes, and urgently asks someone behind him, a D. Them Tung. What did you say? Them Tung's subordinate, dressed in a tight round collar, knelt on one knee and respectfully reported. Your Majesty, the dragon messenger raiding team has arrived. His face was pale and anxious as he looked at Emperor saying, the mission failed. The dragon has escaped. Them Tung angrily pointed at him, the Emperor's fury rising. These useless fools wielding weapons could not even handle a weakened dragon. Fukoong, grim-faced, struggled to report all he knew, revealing another human traitor among the dragon's ranks. Them Tung's grip tightened as he heard this, his cold eyes fixed on my carrier. How could he be in the same place as the dragon? Who was this person? Fukoong recalled the figure, tall, thin, black-haired, fighting alongside a imperfect tandem. He bowed his head low, sweat pouring down like a shower, his voice thick with each breath. A black-haired, black-eyed youth. His men will be sent to hunt him down. Them Tung snorted, his fierce, proud face darkening with anger, eyes glancing down at Vaquan. No need. This matter, I have another plan. The scene returns to the vast, lush green plain beneath a clear blue sky, flocks of birds soaring peacefully above. 10 days later. At every corner of this vibrant plain, rows of wooden arrow-shaped signs with mismatched writing are stuck into the ground. Food lies ahead, 50 meters away. There is meat. The wind howled through the wooden signs. On the ground, one large and one small lay side by side with some soil and fresh flowers atop their heads. Right among the arrow signs pointing to delicious meat. Come eat here. A strong gust blew, scattering the delicate petals from the flowers on both their heads. Both little flowers withered quickly, bowing their heads, lifeless and unable to bloom or scent. One lay still on the ground, feigning motionlessness to hunt, his tiny needles barely holding on, his face pale, weakly reaching out for Lu Feng. Lu Feng. Starving, the translator moved closer to the little gold, his face as withered as the others, yet he encouraged. Don't rush, hold on a little longer. No sooner had Lu Feng spoken than a beast slowly stepped onto the green grass nearby. The red-eyed hound accidentally wandered here, staring intently at Lu Feng's head adorned with a flower. Seeing its prey caught, the trap glowed. Smiling darkly, thinking, finally, the bait is taken. Little Kim tried to lie still, but saliva was starting to drip out. My dinner. Just as the pink wolf was within their reach, suddenly cheers erupted. It startled him to turn his head toward the sound. Captain. There is someone over there. Broken-spirited man holds binoculars, watching intently in one direction. Lu Feng and Xiao Jin lie close to the ground, eyes fixed on him, silently observing. The red wolf also saw them, turning its head to growl at the strangers. Through the binoculars, the man's spyglass aligned with Lu Feng and Tiu Kim, and he saw the boy trying to wave at him. Go, go. And right beside them stood a towering crimson wolf, its fangs gleaming like sharpened blades. He lowered the binoculars, sweat pouring down his forehead. his face grim as he muttered under his breath. The teenager looked toward us for help. They were being watched by the Crimson Wolves and dared not move. He stared intently in that direction, quickly deciding and telling his 3 teammates, "Let us go save him." The teammate next to him seemed more cautious, turning to warn their leader. "Wait, Captain, something about this feels off." Hearing this, he glanced at him with tearful eyes and asked, "Why do you say that?" "Boy, that." The man bowed his head, then explained his thoughts. "Captain, this place is usually teeming with beasts, yet we have traveled far without spotting a single one. Does not that strike you as strange?" He was sharp, carefully observing the surroundings where Lu Feng lay, a series of arrows pointing straight at them. But the area around the young man was arranged strangely. "I fear there is something wrong here." But his captain closed his eyes, waved him off firmly, saying, "Boy, that, I know you are cautious, but now it is a matter of life and death. The mercenaries of Axiri absolutely won't abandon someone in danger." Then he quickly pointed directly at the red wolf opposite, leading everyone to start the rescue mission. "Anihi! Cover fire, take hatch, follow me up." The 4 quickly formed a formation, Nifap leading, supporting Song Len. Right behind, the squad leader drew his sword under the cover of Chuai Kachmai and Boythap. The squad leader drew his sword behind, gritting his teeth with a stern face as he charged to the front line. The cavalry behind knocked an arrow onto his bow, channeled energy into it, then released, sending the arrow flying. The ear trumpet has grown too. Wielding his iron crutch, he charges fiercely, shoulder to shoulder with the squad leader. Behind them, the support of the tower bolsters their strength, standing firm as he channels his magic, firing energy straight at the Crimson Wolf. The arrows and fireballs from the 2 approached the Crimson Wolf first. It was ready to confront their group of 4, lowering its center of gravity. It took a leap, soaring high enough to send blades of grass flying in the wind. Its massive body loomed above, fiercely sweeping through the mercenary squad. Captain Kang Tu saw the Crimson Wolf's actions and was filled with awe. The Crimson Wolf was truly alive. The whole iPhone group barely had time to catch their breath before King Tu took off at full speed. Then he turned back, shouting to the LDU phone group, "We are under attack by the Red Wolves. Tai Yu Hien, you all run fast." Little Kim woke up, his hungry stomach growling loudly as he watched the others flee like red wolves, leaving only shadows behind. His eyes welled up, his small, adorable face watching his meal slip away. Little Kim Ho cried, tears streaming like a river as she wailed and sobbed. "Dinner. They took my dinner away." Lu Feng slammed his sword to the ground, stood up, and watched the group leading the Red Wolf away, saying, "They got into trouble saving us. We can't just sit and do nothing." The moment those words left his lips, he darted away, leaving only an empty spot beside Xiaojun. No trace of Liu Feng remained. Seeing this, Xijun resolutely gave chase, calling out, "Hey, do not abandon me." Meanwhile, Onglang pursued the Kangsai group closely, forcing them all to scramble away in panic. King Tu and Nafap gave their all, one carrying the other on his shoulders as they ran. The other, with longer legs, sprinted at full speed, but looking back, he could not understand how they stayed so close, never falling behind. Ify the Peep, trembling and tearless, his age face multiplied into a crowd. "You clearly can't defeat the 7th rank Red Wolf, so why still seek heroism? I have not even drawn blood yet, but already poor, and now this running for dear life, only to be tripped by a stone." King Tu ran so fast, he stumbled and fell flat, flying forward, shocking the whole group. The Red Wolf did not stop despite seeing this. Provoked by the group, it leapt to attack Kang Tu, who had fallen. But just as it was about to strike, a fatal blow struck its body. Bright red blood spurted from its body, splattering Kang Tu below, who gasped in shock. The sword still gleamed with a blue glow of magical energy, crackling with tiny streaks of lightning. The other's feet touched the ground, feeling incredibly light and graceful. Liu Feng carried his sword on his shoulder, standing firm atop the massive Crimson Wolf. "You bowed your head close to Kang Tu." I smiled and talked to him while he was too stunned to speak. "Big brother, thank you for saving my life earlier." Just as I was expressing my gratitude, the little golden one jumped onto Liu Feng's head, screaming for perfume, dinner, and meat. The 4 mercenaries stared in confusion at the strange actions of the 2, wondering what was happening. Night fell, and a fire was lit, illuminating the vast expanse of the plain. The 6 of them sat around the fire, roasting the hound's meat, savoring the hot, fragrant barbecue together. Kang Tu chewed the meat, smiling at Liu Feng, praising the young man's skill, and thought of using himself as bait to lure the beast for hunting. "You blush at the praise," scratching your head shyly, "and honestly confess to Kang Tu that you have already fed the nearby magical beasts to the little gold. The living beasts flee at your sight, so you can only play dead, using yourself as bait to trap them." I heard that and finally paid attention to the kid beside me. Turning my head, I saw little Kim struggling to bite into a piece of meat bigger than his own body. So that is why no wonder we did not see any monsters along the way. Keen Ed looked at Liu Feng, propped one knee up, rested his arm on it, and said, "If that is the case, little brother, why have not you considered leaving this place?" Liu Feng lowered his head, hiding his eyes beneath the shadow of his bangs, and smiled. I do not know where I could go. Hearing that, he scratched his head, eyes wide with surprise, and asked, "There is nowhere to go." Liu Feng did not hide it. He slowly spoke his honest truth. "We are unfamiliar with life here. We simply do not know where to go." Hearing you say that, I rushed over, slapped Liu Feng's shoulder with a sudden move that startled him. Life's full of surprises. Liu Haiyan, the local lord. Rest assured, I have been all over the south and north, across the whole continent. I know it well. Wherever you want to go, just ask me. Seeing Ki it so confidently happy, his eyes sparkling with hope as he looked at me. Is it true? Ki. Then, Hyven, do you know where the goddess of life is? Liu Feng's question caught everyone's attention, but Kang Tu, honest and scratching his head awkwardly, admitted to the boy, "The goddess of life. This is something even the earth has asked about my limited knowledge." At that moment, Boy Thap, who had been silently listening, suddenly spoke up. Many years ago, after the War of the Gods ended, the deities of the world ceased their activity, and since then, no one has seen the goddess of life again. Liu Feng felt as if he would been slapped, his eyes wide and stunned. He hung his head sadly, murmuring to himself, "What should I do now?" Your trembling hand clutches your knee as your slender body slowly collapses. Liu Feng stands guard, despondent. You kneel beside your sword, wondering could it be that the dead cannot be revived. Seeing your spirits drop, I stepped forward to encourage you, placing my hand on your shoulder and saying, "Hoyan D, no one has seen the goddess's life, but that does not mean it does not exist." Seizing the moment, a faint, sincere smile crossed my lips. Perhaps little Kim noticed before I added, "Why not consider joining our mercenary band?" Kini and his 3 comrades eagerly awaited his introduction. After becoming mercenaries, they could join the mercenary guild, where all kinds of intelligence could be bought, perhaps clues to the goddess's whereabouts. He painted a scene of gold coins raining from the sky, golden light dazzling and mesmerizing, with mission rewards ensuring no worries about food. Big fish, big meat. Liu Feng asked him with astonished eyes, "The whereabouts of the goddess's life?" Meanwhile, Cao Jin dreamily thought of filling his ever-hungry belly with big fish and meat. They looked at each other, smiled knowingly, and answered Kang Tu in unison. "I agree." Liu Feng, representing the 2 of them, stood up to speak to you. "All right, brother Kangxi, we will join." Kangxi was delighted to receive your agreement, clasping your shoulder in a warm welcome. "With masters like these joining us, our mercenary group will surely rise to the top." Kama and Nifa welcomed 2 new members. "Let us strive together to become the elite mercenaries." Though the tower said nothing, his eyes secretly watched the 2 of them. Meanwhile, Liu Feng gleefully rubbed his head, grinning slyly, while little Kim beside him danced with unending joy. Just as they were both excited, Kang Tu slammed a stack of papers down, grabbing their full attention. Liu Feng and Tiu Kim glanced at the towering pile on the ground, nearly dropping their hands in shock. "Come on, sign this contract." Once signed, "The mercenary squad is ours." The girl took the first page of the contract, examined it, then asked him, "Where did you hide this contract before? It is so thick, and what is written on the top?" He slammed his hand on the contract table with a thud, seeing their confusion. He explained, "If you do not understand now, I will explain slowly. It is not too late to sign once you do." Kang Tu began his explanation, listing benefits like various insurances, welfare, travel, salary, holidays, year-end bonuses, housing, supplies, work support, meals, accident insurance, and death benefits. Liu Feng listened, dizzy and overwhelmed, then quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Stop, stop, stop. Just sign me up already." You take a hesitant step forward. Awe in your voice. It is massive. Cut to a small town, streets still rough around the edges. A bar at the corner echoes with the call. Next, inside, King Tu led Liu Feng, who sat in the front seat by the hometown tavern. Liu brothers. This was the base of the mercenary squad of Outpost 1 Lost. Though small, it offered many kinds of liquor, and nearby mercenaries often came here for a drink. Just as Kang Tu introduced, this small tavern is bustling with life. The whole mercenary crew is joyfully indulging in fine beer and snacks. Liu Feng turns to see everyone happy, and little Dong Tiu Kim's eyes sparkle. It is truly lovely here, with so many beautiful ladies. I really like it. At that moment, the tavern owner placed 2 frosty mugs of beer, foam spilling over, before them and smiled. "Gentlemen, this is your dragon blood owl." She also carefully prepared a separate glass of fruit juice for little Kim, pushing it toward him and sweetly saying, "Little brother, this is your juice." But the little guy squeezed over to Liu Feng, eyeing the beer in his hand, folding his arms and demanding why they all had beer. Then he turned to the bar owner, his eyes sparkling like stars, trying his best to look adorable to win her favor. "Little sister, give me a glass of your strongest drink here." The innkeeper, seeing your request, folded her arms on the table, approached little Kim, and asked, "Little brother, how old are you?" Young men who drink little often lack ambition. Sao Kim looked confident when asked about his age, crossing his arms arrogantly as he told the shop owner, "If you count the time spent in the realm, I am already hundreds of years old." The shop owner was startled, leaning in close with wide eyes, staring at the tiny figure before her hundreds of years old. After all that time in the realm, then she seemed to hear a hilarious joke she could not hold back, bursting into laughter, forcing Lu Feng to rush over and cover Tiu Kim's mouth. Could it be that you want to say you are from the Dragon Clan? No way, I tend to brag. Do not listen to his nonsense. She bent down, gently touching Xiao Jin's nose tip with her fingertip. So cute. Then she stood up, blew a kiss, winked at Xiao Jin, said goodbye, and prepared to leave. Little one, big sister has to work first. I will play with you later. He panicked when he saw her leave, frantically jumping on the table, waving his hands. Wait, do not go. Are kids these days really this quick? Little Kim wanted to drink but was denied. Labeled as the quiet type, he stayed up late, grabbing Liu Feng by the collar and pulling him. Why not let me reveal my identity? If the little miss knew I was of the Dragon Clan, she would like me even more. Liu Feng turned around, carefully looking left and right to check the surroundings. Then he lowered his voice to little Kim, who was sulking, arms crossed and eyes shut on the table. There are many dangerous people here. If you admit you are from the Dragon Clan, we will surely be hunted down. Pointing at little Kim, his threatening tone made him tremble in fear. Do you want to die? The little one no longer caused a fuss. Upon hearing life and death, he obediently touched his little head and sighed. Fine. I won't say that anymore. Just the two finished their secret conversation. Kang Sai approached. He warmly invited the two of them. You can sit here all you want. Are not you hungry? Just order whatever you want. It is on me. Little Kim's eyes lit up at the mention of food, her little hands waving uncontrollably. Really? Just order anything. No need to be polite with Big Brother. With confirmation received, he stopped hesitating, grinning widely, and loudly called out, Hey, sister, bring me the menu. I want to order. The innkeeper quickly brought out a large plate of meat, and Xiao Jin immediately forgot everything else. Diving into his dinner, Liu Feng turned to ask Kang's big brother Kang Si, will there really be merchant spies here who know the secrets of the goddess's life? He paused his beer and confidently assured him, in this outpost, nothing escapes notice. This is where the most intelligence traders gather. If you want news, the mercenary tavern is the place to go. The two followed his direction, eyeing the growing crowd behind them. So, how many intelligence traders are inside? Let us go ask. Time swiftly passes. Dawn breaks outside with birds singing to greet the new day. Kaingtu pats his shoulder, encouraging the boy lying face down on the table. A bit disheartened, Leon did it. It seems the trail of the goddess's life is truly hard to trace. But I won't give up. Only now do you seriously ask again. Li Yudip, why rush to investigate the goddess's whereabouts? Is it 'cause you want eternal life? Liu Feng was silent for a moment, recalling the images of Jia Kap Kak and Vai. I lost someone precious. I hope the goddess's life can bring them back. Hearing your heartfelt words pleases me greatly, Kangtu said, slapping your shoulder and raising his beer. Leon did it. Your loyalty is truly priceless. Liu Feng turned to him, smiled at his sincere face, and said, Thank you. Kind too. Before Liu Feng could finish his thanks, they were drawn by a noise behind. How could a child be like that? Wait, I invited you to eat, not to finish it all. Not even a bite left for me. Is this child alright? Liu Feng was startled by what the others said. Quickly turning to search his table, could the child they mentioned be Xiao Jin? Indeed. Xiao Jin, who was just eating meat at his table, was nowhere to be seen. Was not he here just now? Let us go check it out quickly. You followed Kang Tu and the others, rushing to where those who just charged were, everyone looking quite surprised. It turned out Xiao Jin was not full, so he ran over to someone else's table to eat. Now sitting there, fiercely battling a huge chunk of meat under the admiring and excited gazes of those around. Kang Tu turned pale seeing Xiao Jin's appetite, nearly losing his mind, while Liu Feng helplessly rubbed his belly, trying to come up with an excuse. Oh my god, Xiao Jin can actually eat that much, his body is growing, so he needs to eat a bit more. The entire mercenary group stirred as the shop owner kept bringing meat to Xiao Jin. Kang Si glanced at the meat and asked Liu Feng to confirm it was just a bit too much. At that moment, the shop door was pushed open from outside, causing the small bell hanging on the nail to jingle. Seeing the group just enter, Kang Tu grabbed Liu Feng's collar and spun him around. Luckily, he also pulled little Tu Kim along. Let us get out of here first. Hey, what is going on? En Len glanced toward the other side of the bar, where the newcomers were fawning over the black Gaia. Even the beautiful bar owner respectfully handed him the menu with both hands. Liu Feng watches the group anxiously. Xiao Gong explains, those guys outside are delusional mercenaries. We have clashed with them before. They always want to start trouble. They are many today. We should not confront them. He turned back, his face losing confidence and joy, slightly bowing his head to whisper, it should be fine now. But just as Kind Tu finished speaking, a group of people approached cheerfully, saying, Kind Tu, long time no see. Brothers, let me introduce you to my new friend. Jia Den, the delusional gang leader, held the beauty close, lustful and tender, asking, Sweetheart, the grilled beef here is amazing. Want to try some? Yes, darling, she replied, and he snapped his fingers loudly in response. Says, my line, the restaurant owner, quickly appeared, holding the menu and bowing slightly to the customer. What would you like? The man ordered. 3 portions of grilled beef. Exactly 3. Hearing this, my line lowered her head further and replied softly, I am very sorry. The grilled beef is sold out. He heard they sold out of grilled beef and lost it, eyes narrowing sharply at my line. Then he turned around, his expression shifting completely as he said to the girl in his heart, Sweetheart, how about we go for the big steamed dragon feet? My line tried to keep a professional smile, but sweat began to seep onto her beautiful face. How embarrassing. Even the big dragon footnotes are gone. Nungoku glanced at her, his attitude clearly growing more irritated with every word she spoke. He tried to hold back, asking Emlyn as politely as possible, So, what do you have now? But she could only glance at Nench Kai and reply, The meat's all gone. Only vegetables left. He pulled his companion close, sneaking up to Mem Lin, their faces cold and unfriendly. Sold everything already. How is that possible? The mistress, fearful of him, stepped aside and timidly pointed toward the village where the Kangtu group stood. All the meat had already been claimed by the guests there. Ingokai looked over and saw Kangtu and his familiar brothers laughing and enjoying themselves. The guy frowned, smiled like he was singing, then stood up, eyes fixed on Kangtu, saying, I have met someone I know. Meanwhile, Kangtu, unaware he has been recognized, was still excitedly introducing Lu Feng to his friends. The Honglang that day. My buddy here solved it with a single strike. Kang Si must be bluffing. That is right, 1 strike killed the Scarlet Wolf 7 day. Could it be your brother is about to become a saint? Liu Feng sat there, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment, scratching his head, trying to chime in. Actually, but once again, before he could finish speaking, Ingigi embraced his woman from behind and said, Isn't this Kati? Why did not you die at the great Thuroum Hung? You deserved it. Shouldn't this pig have sat down and started eating? So why are you here now? He started clicking his tongue in disdain at Kangtu, gesturing dismissively while throwing out some provoking words. Our delusional mercenary Don Lun was ready to pay respects to you, but you ruined it a perfect tribute. Gone. Hearing the man's cruel words, Kinigihi slammed his hand on the table and stood up, glaring fiercely. Infi Kai, do not push it. But this guy, with his meaty feet and small ears, did not bother to listen to a word I said. He glared at me, utterly rude. What is ruder than calling someone a coward? Then he turned to the skinny Liu Feng beside him and, without manners, pointed right at his face, saying, Just now you said this guy could single-handedly take down the Honglang 7 long. This person does not have a trace of battle energy or magic. What does he rely on to claim he killed Honglang? His own delusion. Saying that, he and his group stood there, looking up at the sky, laughing loudly to mock Kangs, saying, I am telling the truth. Lu brothers took down Honglang with a single sword. Ingo Kai did not believe it. He retorted loudly to drown out what he said. Fine. I am indeed lacking strength. Tell your brothers to deal with me. And if they can't, prove that you are lying. He disrespected everyone, rudely pointing at his face and continuing to insult him. Then you must tell everyone here. Kangtu is a liar. Ingo Kai heard him challenge, immediately took a stance, ready to unleash his fighting spirit to intimidate Lu Feng. Fine. Then let us see who is truly the pathetic one, defeated one-sidedly. Kangtu blocks the gust, while Tu points at Ingo Kai's foot, saying, Wait, you are lying. You clearly stretched it. Ningo Kai, vines bulging, swoops down on them, thinking, So what? It is too late to regret now. Kangtu knew he could not reason with this guy, so he turned to Lu Feng, who was searching around, and said, Lu Hoyan, listen to me and go ahead quickly. As he spoke, he reached for the straw and the glass of orange juice on my line's desk. It is okay, brother Kangtu. Do you not trust my true strength? Sister, may I borrow a straw for a moment? The tavern suddenly turned into an arena. Kangtu stood beside Lu Feng, still worried as he watched the magic unleashed by Wu Kai. But Lu Feng casually sipped his drink, raising a cute yellow straw with a mocking smile, saying, No need for a sword against someone like you. A straw will do. His words made Gokai furious, grinding his teeth in rage at the taunt. But Ingye, confident in his top-tier skills, smirked as he brushed past Lu Feng. Kid, you have really made me angry now. I will make you regret ever crossing me. Lu Feng waited for him to finish, then unleashed his own fighting spirit, a cool blue washing over Enshai's blazing red. Then without a sound, you pointed the tiny straw straight at the guy's face. With a resolute expression, Lu Feng also aimed the straw directly at Gokai. If anyone should regret, it should be him. Ignoring the fighting across the way, Little Kim eagerly devours his delicious grilled meat. Everyone in the tavern stops in astonishment, all eyes turning this way. Look, yet someone dares to challenge Kai, who has just broken through the 8th stage. One wrong move and it is death. Yu Kim Nahai took a bite, then turned with a childish tone, saying, What is so great about fighting? Eating is better. On this side, Lu Feng still pointed directly at Ngokai, who took a step back before fiercely stomping to assert dominance. Both faced their opponent, one tall and armored with spiked defense, the other pale and small, wielding only a single juice straw as a weapon. Jia Tuan stood behind, touching his chin and whispering to Kangtu, who was quite tense. Kind 2, is your friend okay? Ngokai seems really angry. Seeing your friend so small, will he fight back against Ngokai? I am worried about this new brother, but I respect him enough to stand aside, though Lu Hyundi seems fine. Ngokai's strength is beyond imagination. I am just afraid for Lu Hyundi. Kind 2 clenched his fist as he watched Lu Feng twirling the straw in his hand. Lu Hyundi is my friend. He clashed with Ngokai because of me. If I can't trust him, then who can I trust? He trusted his brother, and thinking about what he needed to do, Kind 2 grew confident, smiling as he spoke to those around him. I saw with my own eyes Lu Hyundi kill Hong Lang with a single strike. Even though Ngokai was stronger than Hong Lang, he was no match for Lu Hyundi. He turned to Thun V and Neni Fiup, hands on hips. Speaking seriously, if you do not believe us, we will take on Effendi. The Siu family has bet. If they want to pay up, we have to accept, but this time, I fear they will lose both money and honor. Over here, Ingi cracks his knuckles to show off to Lo Du Feng. The kid, ready to die yet? All set. He channels energy into the straw, making it rigid, his face smiling, ready to fight, telling Yi to tie, but not ready to die. Without hesitation, Ingia crushed the wooden crate and charged like a tiger with a fierce roar. In this world, if you do not strike first, you lose. Lu Feng calmly watched him approach, swinging his arm sideways, silently calculating, ready to test the new technique he had just mastered days ago at Hawaii. You close your eyes, calm your spirit and martial energy, focus your mind on the technique, embody dual thoughts and dual identities, ascend and divide your soul. Then, in a flash, one becomes two, splitting apart just as Engyesai strikes. The two Lu Fengs appeared, confusing the man as he looked around, wondering what was happening. What the hell? Two of them. While he was distracted, Lu Feng grabbed a straw, pointed its sharp end forward, and swiftly stabbed straight ahead. Ing Kai froze in place, his gaze sliding downward as his own screams pierced the air. Two fierce strikes, one left and one right, landed on the most vulnerable spot of his battered body, tearing through his belt. Gokai takes the hit, blood spurting from his nose, pain in his eyes as they turn ghostly white. His massive body is hurled with terrifying force, crashing through the tavern's wooden wall, splintering it. Yet nothing can stop him from being thrown out. Lu Feng re-entered as a man, standing by the broken shop door, watching the guy lying knocked out. Looks like no need to throw him out himself. He lifted the battered cigarette, feeling at a loss for words. Almost failed. Using the cigarette was truly a reluctant move, and Gokai's whole group rushed outside to check on him, with Kangtu also stepping out amid the crowd's whispers. And Gokai was struck and sent flying. Could he really be an imposter? After confirming the situation with the guy, he returned to Lu Feng's side, patted his shoulder with excitement, praising, "Brother Lu, you are amazing." Then he turned away, proud smile like a certificate of exploitation, looking at his two brothers as they parted ways. "Please, give the money, give the money. That person must be the one colluding with Nguvia to cheat us out of our money." Ngi Kai's henchmen struggled to pull their boss up, their faces pale and terrified, yet they still forced out threats. "You there. Wait up, our captain will settle the score." Then everyone quickly scrambles, splitting up and running for their lives. When Li Feng steps forward, seems like no matter where, the villain's lines are always the same, showing off the 2 big bags of money he just earned. "Brother Lu said, you are strong, so you share the blessings. I made a lot of money. I will give you half. Brother Kang, keep this money as funds for the mercenary group." But then he carefully leaned close to Lu Feng's ear and whispered an important matter. "Brother Lu, this time Nugokai will suffer disgrace. The leader of the most delusional mercenary group will never let it slide. We should leave this place now." "Yeah, I will go get to you, Kim. Let us go right away." Then he turned to my lens counter, placed a bag of money on the table under her slightly surprised gaze. Proudly standing beside 2 large bags of money, he smiled and said to her, "Think of it as payment. I will compensate for the damaged goods." My line nervously checked her wallet, hesitating as she asked, "Kang, the change? It is just a little. You do not need to return it." But his pride was shattered in seconds by her words. She felt awkward but needed clarity. "Kang too, I want to ask, how will you pay the remaining amount? Your meals plus the repair costs for the damaged items. This is not enough." He frowned, parted ways with her, and Meng started to grimace, saying, "What? Not enough? Show me the bill." The bill stretched out like a long hand sweeping the floor, leaving Kang Tu speechless, while Lu Feng beside him could only hide his face. Meanwhile, the troublemaker had a comfortable nap after just one shout. "Little Kim Hyun D, how much have you eaten?" "I have only eaten 9 parts full." Truly embarrassing. Inside the noisy tavern, new waves of customers keep coming despite the recent deadly brawl. Ki and Lu Feng walk down the street, and he shyly turns to apologize to his brother. "Keen T, I am really sorry for making you lose all your winnings and even have to pawn your clothes." But Kang Tu is straightforward and chivalrous. He did not mind at all and just laughed, pointing at me, saying, "It is nothing. We are brothers. This little thing means nothing." But thinking about the debt to the tavern, his face could not hide the worry. Muttering, "The tavern debt is no small sum. We must find a way." The two continued through the silent forest, the strong wind howling through the tall trees. Right now, A person in a purple cloak with a covered face appears behind Kang Tu and Lu Feng, blocking their path and saying, "I have a task to entrust. Are you willing to accept it?" Cut to a vast, imposing mansion. But the front looks like a muddy swamp with 3 shadows beneath, the rear yard filled with paranoid soldiers. Their leader singing a lament. "We know we were wrong, please spare us." They struggle in the mud, trying to escape but sinking deeper. "Next time, even if we die, we will complete the mission." Then slowly, the person's whole body sank, leaving only a hand raised above the bubbling mud. "No!" At that moment, several people ran in together, their footsteps thudding on the polished wooden floor, the team leader singing a folk song. It turns out the henchman of the mad leader just returned to report Deputy Chief Eng Yuklai is injured. Bubbles rise beneath the mud. A voice echoes from the swamp. "Eng Yuklai is hurt." Who did this? 3 henchmen on the shore quickly reported the escalating chaos, unfamiliar and intense. It seemed to be the new market of Kang Tu. Everyone in the tavern saw it. He defeated Deputy Captain Gokai with just one move. Head slowly rises from the dark mud, revealing a shiny forehead marked with a third eye. A move. The other person shows his upper body from the muddy ground, his small eyes with dark circles staring at them. Though his enlightenment was just broken, his realms unstable. With a single move, he defeated him. Where could a worthless brat like him find such a master? Now, where are they? I want to see who dares face my delusional army. Tran Trung stepped out of the mud, placing his still muddy foot on the step. According to the news, they were taken down by the guild mercenaries. That looked at Vu Hian reporting, then fearfully averted his eyes from his captain. The mercenary guild, what are they doing there? No, I do not know. Cut to a large house bustling with mercenary guild members coming and going. In the mercenary guild hallway, Lu Feng and Tu Kim followed Kang Tu closely. Curious, Tu Kim asked, "Brother Kang Tu, how did our clothes change back?" Kang Tu replied, "Of course, I sacrificed my looks to get them from the tavern owner, Liar," said Tu Kim. "I do not believe it. But is it true that just by obtaining the 7th rank mercenary status, we can accept a C rank commission like that person said?" "Yeah. The mercenary squad can't take on contracts above their rank. Our squad is only level D. I am happy to share what I know with you. One thing I won't hide. To get a C-level commission, the squad needs a master of at least 7th rank. If you test as 7th rank or higher, our squad also upgrades to C-level." In Kang Tu's mind, the cash reward made him smile even wider. Completing the C-level mission means we get the owner's compensation money. But contrary to Kang Tu's optimism, Lu Feng remained wary of the masked messenger who entrusted them with the letter. Something about it felt off. How could a mission coincidentally be delivered right to their doorstep when the invitation arrives at the mansion? What is the true identity of that mysterious figure? King T pats him on the shoulder, pulling him out of his tangled thoughts. "What are you thinking?" Look ahead. Right before them stood a large stone slab carved with a sun, encircled by chains. Kang Tu looked at the stone and said to Lu Feng, "We are here, using the test stone. We can check our strength." The two stood behind, watching carefully as the man in front struck the test stone hard 5 hits. Then the next person. Lu Feng stepped forward at the call, turning back to say a word to Kang Tu and Tu Kim before leaving, quickly receiving their fierce cheers. "I will check it out quickly and come right back." "Keep going. Keep going. Keep going." Lu Feng approached the examiner, scratched his head with a smile, and said, "Hello, this is my first time applying to be a mercenary. I want to test my strength. Stand in the middle and give it your all with one punch." He stepped closer to the test stone and, following the other's instructions, took his place right in the center. Then Li Feng threw a powerful punch with all his strength. Everyone watched the whole process in silence. But when the punch ended, Lu Feng grabbed his right shoulder, rotating his arm to relax. The inspector behind was sweating nervously, watching the stone test with no reaction. Growing impatient, why no response? Song Tin stepped forward, leaning in to assess Lu Feng, who was slightly startled. "Wait, no battle aura. Do you know magic?" "No, he does not." He snapped his brush in anger at Liu Feng's calm reply, while the crowd behind laughed mockingly. "No battle kai or magic. What are you even testing? You are just playing games with me. No battle energy. No magic. Are not you a useless mage warrior? A useless mage warrior wanting to be a mercenary? Ridiculous." At that moment, a man with thick dreadlocks and a scarred face let out a cold laugh. He stepped closer, reaching out to Lu Feng, grabbing his collar, yanking him away from Song Tin to face him, shouting fiercely, "Little one, if you are useless, stay home quietly. Do not go outside and ruin our eyes." Lu Feng did not get angry when grabbed by the collar. He calmly and gently said to the guy, "Let go." Tuan Kong let go for real, but with a rude grin and tears of laughter. He said, "He told me to let go. Did you all hear that? This loser told me to let go." Lu Feng said nothing, waited for the guy to finish talking, then suddenly grabbed his hand and punched him hard. One punch straight to the face. He immediately went down on the floor, his face completely distorted from the blow. Tuan Kong lay there, unconscious, with no chance to sneer or insult anyone. As the onlookers watched in stunned disbelief, Lu Feng stayed at Suong Then's place, raised a finger, and said, "Let me check one more time." Kang Tu and Tu Kim behind, seeing him so determined, jumped up together, cheering for Lu Feng. Well played. Just as excitement peaked, slender legs appeared, stepping in silver high heels toward the testing area. A girl with a fiery red mane and a slender figure waved her arms, shouting, "What is all this noise? Did someone just fight? Have the guild hall's no fighting rules been forgotten?" Tofi stepped forward, beautiful and powerful, eyeing the clueless men causing a scene, and asked, "You guys itching for a fight?" Their faces changed instantly upon seeing her, each looking like they would just spotted fine wine and delicious meat. Full of lust, Kennedy saw the approaching figure with admiration. The little golden bird on his shoulder perked up to gaze at her Miss Toffee. Li Yufeng looked at her with infatuation, eyes fixed, silently thinking, so captivating. Just then, Tofi crossed her arms, standing there with an air of elegance, looking towards Li Yufeng and asking, "Are you the ones causing trouble?" He closed his eyes, pointed at Tuan Kuang lying unconscious on the ground, and said, "He is the one who started it. We were only defending ourselves." But Xing Then quickly approached, whispering something into Tofi's ear. Tofi looked at the man lying on the ground, his teeth broken and foaming at the mouth from the punch. "There is no such thing as magic, and wanting to join as a mercenary. I have never heard of that before." Hearing this, Liu Feng stayed calm, raised a finger, and told Tofi, "To become a mercenary, strength is key. I believe I have proven myself a bit already." Hearing you speak with such confidence made her eyes gleam with a hint of intoxication. Tofi raised her pinky to her lips seductively and said, "You are right. Strength is everything. Having power means having it all." Then, she gently turned to face Liu Feng, ready to say, "If the test stone could not measure your strength, then let me be the judge." Liu Feng stared at the beautiful girl opposite him, frowning as Tofi, the examiner, waved her hand, tossing her long red hair aside. She said confidently, "Where you win, I will grant you the status of mercenary. If you lose, then get out immediately. I despise those who are useless and only speak sweet words without any real strength." Hearing Tofi's somewhat disrespectful words, Liu Feng stepped back slightly and said, "Fine. After all, you are in charge." You look straight into the girl opposite you, unwavering eyes as you ask, "Didn't you just say fighting is forbidden here?" Tofi lowers herself slightly, frowning with a hint of annoyance, reminding you, "Here, I am the rule." They quickly pulled Tun Kuang back. Kang Tu was nosebleeding and stunned. Lady Toffee is so cool. What now? Whether for love or reason, we should support Liu Hyundi, but as a loyal fan of Lady Toffee, I do not want her to lose. It is a tough choice. Little Kim on his shoulder immediately spoke fiercely, telling Kang Tu that a man can't be hesitant or confused like this. A man must follow his original will. But in his eyes, a flicker of absolute admiration for Toffee startled Kang Tu. "Miss Toffee wins." "Miss Toffee. Keep going. So, who is the final winner?" Tofi gave Liu Feng time to prepare, and just as he was about to sneak up from behind, she asked, "Are you ready?" Got the answer. Tofi swiftly launches the attack, aiming to seize the initiative. She gripped the small dagger tightly, swiftly closing in on Liao Feng's man, aiming precisely at the figure still standing tall, and struck. Kang Si panicked with worry, while Xiujin covered both eyes, unable to watch the bloody scene unfold. Careful. This is Lady Tofi's signature trick. She darts through, slicing into something resembling Liao Feng's body. But sadly, it splits into 3 parts, looking more like a shadow than a real person. Tofi glanced back in shock, realizing too late that the strike had missed. Her opponent calmly leapt aside. How could he dodge again? She swiftly changed direction, eyes blazing as she slashed, only to cut through Liao Feng's shadow once more. Tofi watched him, glowing with a blue aura, moving with astonishing speed. Biting her lip, how could he muster such strength to evade her attacks? She calmed herself, magic swirling around her body, her hair lifting into the air. She had to use her ultimate move to defeat him. Liao Feng grimaced, dodging a strike from Tofi, thinking deeply in illusion. Her speed suddenly surged. In a flash, she was back where she started, eyes fixed on him, but her fighting aura had changed drastically. Liao Feng carefully watches Tofi, sensing a powerful aura around her as if she is using a secret technique to speed up. He won't back down or be blinded by her seductive charm. This crazy woman will stop at nothing to win, and he must stop her. At this moment, she began channeling more magic, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light, then suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a dangerous magical attack. But Liu Feng blocked her, sliding close to Tofi and spinning his sword's hilt away from her. Tofi froze, lowering her head to the sword's hilt just inches from her body. Liu Feng frowned, his serious gaze fixed on her. "Stop. Do you really have to harm yourself like this?" Tofi, surprised, stared at Liu Feng with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Did you see everything?" He stood up, faced Tofi, and calmly, cheerfully accepted defeat. "I lost." Liu Feng sheathed his sword behind his back, tilted his head slightly, and said to Tofi, "Looks like I can become a mercenary now." At that moment, Tofi leaned in closer, seductively whispering the answer to Liu Feng. Of course, but beyond being a mercenary, did he want anything else? The scene shifts to Tofi's room, where she sits on a grand chair, legs crossed on the table beside a golden statue, and asks, "Liu, It is just the two of us here. Whatever you desire, just say it. Liu Feng did not understand what she meant. He crossed his arms, staring at Tuffy, demanding what? Then he tried to be serious, carefully reconsidering her words from start to finish. That woman was fierce just now, but now she is striking a seductive pose. There must be something going on. Liu Feng tilted his head, glanced at her, then waved calmly. Today I come only as a mercenary. Nothing else interests me. Tofi lightly touched her lips with her finger. Her beautiful, moist eyes meeting his. Nothing interests you about me either. Liu Feng pressed both hands on the table, his eyes smiling but not teasing her. How could a stranger like me have any charm for you? Enough joking. He straightened his face and returned to his main point, inviting Miss Tofi to keep her word and grant me the status of mercenary. Tofi did not expect him to be so serious. Her eyes showed some discomfort but gradually grew serious. All right, the person has passed the test. Liu Feng was quite surprised when she announced it. He stepped back and looked at Tofi. What kind of test is this? She slammed her hand on the table with a loud bang, making Liu Feng's fragile heart race. She stood up, leaned forward, staring intently at Liu Feng across from her. I want to invite you to join our night squad. Your night squad? What does that mean? Tofi raised her hand, her voice confident, beginning to explain from the start. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Tuffy, one of the hairs of the Mercenary Guild. Each hair commands their own mercenary troop, and the Engineer Corps is the mercenary troop I founded myself. I need a strong ally like you. She made her stance on Liu Feng very clear, surprising him enough to pause and ask again. But her methods and skills were impressive. Just join. If you have any conditions, speak up. Are all the others in the Knights group recruited by her like this? Hearing your question, Tofi showed a look of displeasure, with a single command. Those others just a bunch of scoundrels craving my beauty refused to obey me, so I dismissed them all. She places her hands on her hips, her body curving with power, her voice commanding. If you join, the squad leader position is yours, with a fixed monthly salary plus priority in choosing missions and rewards. But as soon as Tofi finished listing the privileges of that position, Liu Feng awkwardly scratched his head and said, Sorry, I am not interested. Why? The terms I offered were very generous. He secretly pondered the position Tofi proposed but kept silent to avoid upsetting her. A night squad leader. Only a fool would want that. And besides, I have more important matters to attend to. Liu Feng cleared his throat, smiled, glanced at her reaction, then found an excuse to decline. Sorry, I have already joined the Heat Squad, and I am not ready to transfer yet. Tofi clenched her teeth in anger but could not say a word. Knowing she could not convince him, she slammed the mercenary badge on the table and said, Fine. I won't stop you anymore. Here's your 7th rank mercenary badge. Tofi clenched his fists beside the badge, his expression still tense as he explained one's true strength can't be measured by the testing stone. By regulation, only the examiner's rank can assess ability. Checking the badge, I am only 7th rank now, so I can only grant it to a 7th rank. Liu Feng held up the badge, examined it carefully, then smiled happily and said to Tofi, 7th grade is enough. With that, he turned and left without hesitation, waving to Tofi near the door. Thanks. I will be going now. Left alone in the room, Tofi clenched her fists in anger as she watched him leave. Liu Feng, I will remember you. Just wait. I will make sure you join the Knights. Cut to a stately house, nestled quietly in a forest. Kangtu stood pounding on the door, shouting loudly inside, while Li Feng silently stood behind him, smirking, on knee. Boy that, where are you? Come out quickly. We have become C-rank mercenaries, come celebrate. But his reply was silence, thoughts running dry. Tension peaking, he left without closing the door. Unbelievable. Yet when they entered, both were stunned by the scene inside. This was bad. The house was filled with treasures, grand and imposing, with a clear message on the wall. They are in our hands. Hoteti. Liu Feng and Qi Gixt glanced back at the last 2 words of the message on the wall. Hoteti. You repeat it. Gripping tighter, then Liu Feng bites his lip in frustration, cursing, these guys are so damn stubborn. Your hand clenches so hard, the joints crack loudly. Liu Feng turned around, his stance surprising both Kangtu and Tiu Kim, and said, I am going to confront that traitor. At that moment, a hand slammed against the door, blocking the way out. Kangtu blocked Li Feng's path, trying to stop him and warn him of the danger. Liu Hong, do not go. The mercenary group's strength is formidable. Hatho is a top-tier expert, and they surely have an ambush. Despite his worry for his comrades, En tried to calm him down, saying, the captives have already been taken away. I can't let Liu Haiyan go looking for death. I have to stop him. Going like that is just walking into a trap. Hearing Kangtu say that, Liu Feng's grip tightened even more, his anger clearly showing. Liu Feng looked at him, perched on his shoulder with Xiao Jin, asking Kangtu a question. Should we just leave the Baoboi Tower people? No, we must save them. Kangtu tried to stop him, his voice more urgent than ever. I will find the law enforcement team. They will surely uphold justice for us. Liu Feng and Tiu Kim fell silent together. He bit his lip, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment. Then, calming down, he looked at him and To Tu Kim's surprise, agreed with what King had said. I listened to Brother Kang too. It is no longer early. We will wait until tomorrow to find the law enforcement team. Just give up like that. He heard you agree, then patted your shoulder to encourage you. But his eyes were no better than Liu Fang's mood. In Japan, even in dire situations, killing is strictly forbidden. Even if they catch the culprits, they dare not kill them hopefully. Advising calm, offering encouragement, yet deep inside, King Tu is deeply worried. He lowers his eyes sadly and says, "Yes, let us hope so." Then Kang Tu pulled Liu Fang and Tu Kim away from their house into town, saying, "Let us grab something to eat. After a day like this, everyone's exhausted." The little boy's eyes lit up at the mention of food, instantly forgetting everything that had happened before. What are we eating? What are we eating? King Zi looked at Tu Kim's drooling, sparkling eyes and asked, "Liu brother, what do you want to eat?" "Meat, meat." Quickly changing the subject, he smiled at Tu Kim excited on his shoulder and said, "All right, let me show you my skills." But only Liu Fang noticed something strange. He silently watched him without a word. Night fell. The moon rose high, bringing twilight in place of the sun for 3 days. Liu Fang stood second to Kang Tu, while Tu Kim leaned against the wall, fast asleep after feasting on naan. Boy that, and an efap, do not cause any trouble. Then, alone with his sword, he quietly left the small house of the Kang Tu group. You approach the grand mansion of the Hong Tong Mercenary Corps headquarters, where someone is already waiting at the gate. As Liu Fang arrives, 2 shadows drop down from above, attacking him instantly. You walked right into their ambush. They shouted and aimed their weapons at Liu Fang. But you anticipated this, calmly fighting them off barehanded just like Kang Tu said. They had an ambush. Alone, you took down the entire ambush squad here, each strike landing near the neck. No extra moves needed. 3 ambushers, 3 swift cuts, and they all fell. Sprawled out on the ground, Liu Fang looked around, about to take another step when he noticed something sticky on his shoe. He looked down at the ground beneath his feet, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Right on the ground, a glowing formation flares up, and he accidentally stands right in its center. From within the formation, waves of energy surge forth, attacking Liu Fang, who swiftly leaps up just in time to evade. Liu Fang soared through the air, furrowing his brow as he glanced below, thinking that this sudden magic must mean a sorcerer is hiding nearby. Scanning the sky, he quickly spotted the sorcerer's hiding place. Liu Fang above, reaches behind and draws his sword with cold eyes. He slashes down at the tree where the mage hides, splitting it in 2, sending the mage flying. Liu Fang landed, feet firm on the ground, sword in hand, eyes scanning before taunting. Only cowards come to die. Liu Fang reached behind his back, smiling mockingly toward a deep part of the forest. This was the advantage of the underdog. Holding his blade, he stood alone in the clearing, while everyone else fell back. He fixed his gaze on the wide iron gate, the eerie creaking sound filling the air. The enemy's target is me, so let us settle this honorably. Liu Fang gripped his weapon and resolutely stepped forward alone into the swirling wind. He walked while looking around, but all he saw was empty space. Liu Fang was quite annoyed this cowardly handap though did not dare show himself or shout out. "Hendo, I am here. Where did you run off to?" No sooner had the words left his lips than, from afar beneath the rotten tree, a familiar voice slowly spoke. "I never hide. I am always before your eyes." Suddenly, beneath him, a pool of slime-like muck appeared. Lifting one foot slightly, Liu Fang's expression darkened, eyes filled with anger. From the slimy mud, a mocking voice rang out at him, clearly inexperienced, yet daring to intrude so boldly, without a shred of caution. From one shock to another, above, a group armed and heading straight for me. I know they are deadly, but now all they can do is watch me die. The crowd laughs at Liu Fang's misery, while I grit my teeth and hold back, not wanting to be buried in this swamp. Liu Fang slashes wildly. Damn it. This marsh must be the work of the dark earth. I have to escape quickly. It is useless. No matter how you attack, you can't harm my true form. The slashes skimmed across the muddy surface. He was searching for something. After a thorough search, Liu Fang gritted his teeth in frustration. Where on earth was the target hiding? Suddenly, the group on the wall erupted, launching a fierce arrow attack. Liu Fang had no time to react, only raising his blade to shield himself as best he could. Like a sixth sense, sensing complete silence around, he gently withdrew his hand and opened his eyes to look around. The wall that was once crowded was now empty. Liu Fang looked on in confusion. Where did everyone go? Seeing no one attacking anymore, a voice from the mud angrily orders, "Where are the men?" "Shoot the archer." From afar, a long, sturdy whip lashes out, striking as fast as the wind. Above, the wielder of the whip is Defy. Liu Fang, ready to catch it. A familiar voice made him widen his eyes and look up. It sounded so familiar. Liu Fang quickly grabbed the rope tightly, not letting go even an inch. You relied on her devoted support to pull your etching legs out of the mud. Seeing Liu Fang losing control, the mud transformed into a mud creature, opening its mouth wide and running away. Then, the mud creature sprang up, palm wide open, aiming straight at him. Seeing its hand coming closer, Liu Fang braced himself, ready to defend. Who said I wanted to run? No sooner had the words left his mouth than his sharp, painful tongue sliced down, tearing the mud figure into pieces. but it seemed to make no difference. Within seconds, the mud body reformed. Hovering midair, Lu Fong itched, bewildered for a moment by the unexpected, then quickly recovered. In an instant, his foot touched the ground, supported by Defy. Still a bit dazed, gripping the leather whip tightly, he lifted his head to look at the girl standing there. Then Li Fong glanced back at the group who tried to attack him earlier. Now lying flat on the ground, they were all his men. Seeing you stop your cruelty, Tafi placed his hands on his hips, bowed his head to explain to Liu Fong, his powerful magic causing his eyes to crack. Below the city wall, the mud people charged with fists raised, ready to attack him. Below, it unleashes its full power, propelling itself high into the air. The mud fragments forming the mud figure relentlessly attack both opposing sides, but it did not affect the two of them. Though shattered into pieces, it quickly reassembled. Seeing the mud man was hard to deal with, Lu Fong grew furious, gritting his teeth as he interrogated it, each break instantly healing. This mud creature seems to be just a summoner. Where exactly is the Earth Singer hiding, and how should we deal with him? Upon hearing his name, Tafai here subtly suggests that the Earth Singer is hiding in the swamp, where he is nearly invincible, but if we destroy the swamp, he will be helpless. Hearing her plan, he widened his eyes and asked again, destroy the swamp. Standing on the wall, Tafai raised his arm. Ice spheres streaked past Liu Fong and plunged down, instantly turning into sharp ice shards piercing the mud creature's bodies. In just seconds, it stood still, frozen like an ice sculpture for them to admire. Amazed by her skill, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "That was incredible. What was that?" With a fond gaze, Tufi looked at Liu Fong and said with a teasing tone, "Of course, it is a little gift I specially prepared for the enemy." Without further ado, standing atop the city wall, Tu spread her arms wide and commanded, "Enemy, if you do not show yourself, you will turn into an ice statue." Just as the plea was withdrawn, beneath the ice, a hand emerged. The thick ice had been shattered by the earth itself, and he appeared from below. Slowly, the frost demon moves its body away from the ice, advancing step by step, with breath full of icy smoke, cold face, and a probing voice. It asks, "Who are you?" Really, Tafai did not want to waste time with scoundrels. She answered briefly, "Who I am does not matter. And besides, your opponent is not me." As she finished, Lu Fong swooped down from above, blade aimed straight at him below. Now, Hakto still knows no fear, his voice confident and challenging. "Do you think freezing the swamp will scare me? With that attitude, I won't say much." Two hands clenched. Rushing in, no more words, prepare to die. An unexpected scene unfolds. The tough guy from before now kneels on the ground, head bowed, pleading desperately before Liu Fong's sharp blade, "Spare my life. My friend, anything can be negotiated." His swift move left him stunned for a moment. Wait, he even knows the skill of flipping the script. Hakto raised his head high, holding the blade near his neck, eyes filled with affection. "Today, I was wrong. I apologize." He spoke as he spread his palm, golden coins pouring out. "If you need money or women, just say the word, I will give you what I have." Lu Fong knew he held the advantage. Boldly demanding the release of the captured group, dodging Liu Fong's sharp blade, he stood up with a nod. "No problem. No problem. There is something even more valuable here." From behind, he pulled out a red scroll, revealing a faintly glowing blue magic circle. "Go to hell." Betrayed and counterattacked, his eyes widened in shock, face twisted in displeasure. Ignoring the earth-shattering move, Lu Fong slipped past him like a gust of wind. As if sensing a third eye, he glanced back lightly, panicking upon seeing you came up behind me when... Charging forward, he thrust his blade hard through the inverted cage. Lu Fong replied curtly, "You do not need to know." And so, he ended his own life for breaking his promise, his body lying cold and lifeless on the frost. Farewell. Standing atop the city wall, Tafi watched his every move, endlessly complaining. Well played. Indeed. Looking up, Lu Fong still kept an eye on Lilac, wondering who he really was. Seeing him keep asking, Tafai lipped down from above. "Don't be so tense. It is me." Removing the half mask, she scolded Liu Fong. "Luckily I arrived just in time, or you would be in big trouble." Lilac understood clearly. Tafai dashed like an arrow, binding his hands as he ran toward him. "Brother, sister saved your life, how can you ever repay me?" Gripping the sword tightly, Lu Fong remained guarded, puzzled as she asked, "Why are you here? Why help me?" Without hesitation, he pointed at her and smiled. "Because I like you. I won't let the captain, who worked so hard to find you, die unjustly." Facing Tafai, Lu Fong now blocks the way with her sword. Questioning, "I have not agreed to join your knights yet." Seeing his resistance, she pauses, then says, "Fine, since he is unconscious, we will handle this ourselves." A long list of items Tafai has used to support Li Fong is clearly detailed. 200 gold coins per vial of the special potion, and we have used 5 vials. The freezing spells cost 100 gold coins each, with 30 cast, plus our arena fees of 2,000 gold coins. Please settle the payment. Her move was so unexpected, it left him wide-eyed and speechless. "Wait, that is the mercenary guild fee." Hearing this, Tafi leaned close to Li Fong and recalled. That is right, I am a 7th rank mercenary and the guild master. The fee is steep 8,000 in total, but I can offer you a discount. 7,000. With a swift motion, she handed him the receipt roll, saying, here's the bill, figure it out yourself. Holding the receipt, Lu Fong bent slightly, sighing softly. I do not have that much money. Knowing you were unintentionally cornered, Tafi, as if prepared in advance, took out a piece of paper and said, then work for me to repay your debt, be the captain of my engineer squad. Seeing her trap herself in a dilemma, he sighed deeply, full of exhaustion. However, unwilling to be shackled, Lu Fong held his head high and declared, I will find a way to get the money, but I have no desire to join the knight's order. Tafi smiled softly, brushed a strand of hair aside, and said, no worries. There is still plenty of time. The carriage driver stopped before a building. Lu Fong and Tafi stood there talking. Your mercenary friends have all been hypnotized by the Hathos magic. They know nothing now. Just bring them back. She faced him, palm open, gently reminding him of what happened. I will handle the aftermath here. Of course, the fee will be on your bill. Hearing this, Lu Fong looked at her fondly and said gratefully, thank you this time. I used to think you were just a rich girl, but turns out, you are not bad at all. Hearing that, Tafi immediately crossed his arms and demanded, what kind of rich woman is that? Lu Fong, caught off guard, scratched her head nervously and replied calmly, that is exactly the type. It is okay. Many people think that of me. Not stopping there, exuding full confidence, Tafi stood with hands on hips and declared, to stand firm in the world of mercenary spirits. All men. Of course, you have to face such ridicule. I have endured it. Seeing her attitude, he admired her deeply and comforted. In my hometown, there is a saying, the greater the ridicule you endure, the greater the praise you will receive. Mystify, you are truly admirable. Tafi's eyes widened in surprise at Liao Feng's praise. Enduring great trials brings great recognition. Her face flushed as she shyly thanked him, saying, you are the first to truly understand me. Seeing Tafi's expression, he reached out to gently touch her head with a soft smile. Don't be so formal. Returning her sincere gesture, she offered Liu Feng a special favor. Then I will give you a deal. I can reduce your bill by 1,000 gold coins. Hearing money mentioned, his eyes lit up like headlights, brighter than stars in the sky. Really, my hometown still has many sayings like that. Can I say a few more to get a discount? Standing nearby, Tafi warned, stop talking. Even if you say more, the price won't go down. And so, the pleading mode was triggered by Liu Feng, his voice echoing loud enough to disturb even the grazing horses. Lower it once more. Please. I really can't go any lower. After a while of teasing, they both fell silent, then burst into laughter, the atmosphere filled with joy. Suddenly, Liu Feng extended his arm forward, his hand reaching out to Tafi. Pleased to meet him, his unexpected gesture flushed her cheeks with a rosy glow. Without hesitation, Tafi skillfully offered a handshake as a sign of respect, saying, I am also very pleased to meet you. Liu Feng, after a few seconds of silence, a question arose in her mind. So, now, we are friends, right? Liu Feng nodded without hesitation. That is right, we are friends. The next morning, sunlight flooded the rooftop of a familiar building, with thousands of eyes watching. Standing beside him is the code, Nifap and Boy that were deeply intoxicated. Liu brothers, tell me honestly, did you go to the mercenary camp of delusions? Liu Feng stood by the door, shaking his left hand repeatedly. No, I did not go anywhere last night. The Boy that group was brought here by carriage this morning. His eyes, full of cunning, fixed on the unconscious group of Bi-Thup. No matter what they would return, he hoped to find a way to wake them. He decided to leave Liu Feng to watch over them, then turned and left the door. Yes, they must have been under a deep magic spell. He would go find a mage to dispel the magic and return soon. Standing alone in the room, he recalled being trampled by the Dark Earth's sad man. As Dark Earth said, his combat experience was still lacking and needed more real battles. Sweating profusely, Liu Feng touched his chin, wondering where to find a sparring partner who would not cost money and could take hits. An idea sparked in his mind, and Liu Feng immediately dashed off to begin executing it. Perfect timing to test this out. Using his power and learned skills, a flawless clone of Liu Feng appeared in an instant, a mirror image doppelganger facing his own clone. After a moment of observation, he was stunned. It was exactly like him. Across the street, someone was already training, so Liu Feng immediately ordered the clone to attack him. The order was executed immediately. The clone's hand shot straight toward his face, but with his current inner strength, the clone could only last 3 minutes, usable only in critical moments to catch the enemy off guard. As Liu Feng thought this, he grabbed the clone's arm tightly. The clone had about a third of his power, but was obedient and unafraid of injury like a training partner. Then, with his arm, he aimed his elbow at the clone's face, landing a punch. While training intensely, suddenly outside the door, Kang Tu rushed in shouting, Liu Feng, Liu Dim. Something's happened. The royal mercenary squad vanished overnight. All lost. Now the entire city is buzzing, seeing two identical people before him. His eyes widened in panic. Tulia Hyandi. Kangtu quickly rubbed his eyes with both hands, trying to calm himself. Could it be he was still drunk? As he opened his eyes, he saw Liu Feng standing beside him. Kangtu. Big brother, what is wrong? Once again, he was stunned. It was true. He was still not sober, recalling the earlier issue without hesitation. Kangtu loudly announced that the entire royal mercenary troop was wiped out overnight. As he finished, slow footsteps echoed all around. Drawn by the sound, he instinctively turned around, voice sharp with interrogation. Who? A figure in a black cloak approached them both, their intense presence weighing heavily. This person was truly powerful. No more words. Black Robe commands Liu Feng to face him. Liu Feng, I know what you have done. Follow me. Hearing this stranger's demand, the boy hesitates for a few seconds. Seeing the black-clad figure appear, Kangtu frowned in confusion and asked loudly, Who are you? What business do you have here? The figure, annoyed by Kangtu's nosiness, bluntly warned. Kangtu, this does not concern you. If you do not want the mercenary squad to turn hostile from now on, stay out of it. Offended by the Black Robe's attitude, he frowned and clenched his teeth in frustration. To calm him down, Lu Fengtuso slapped his shoulder hard, saying, Since they came for me, let me handle this. The unexpected request left Kangtu stunned. Not stopping there, Lu Feng leaned close to his mouth and whispered a few words. The other party had no good intentions. If a conflict broke out here, it would affect the tower group. The conversation among the three was observed by a bird in the tree. I was with him, and even if he wanted to deceive, with my strength, escaping is not hard. All right. The man in the black robe, not wanting to waste time, urged quickly, Are you done talking? After a moment of sharing, he sheathed his blade behind his back and instructed the two. I will go ahead. You two wait here for my return. Little Kim, with his petite and ever-changing form, scrambled about calling out. Lu Feng, you have to come back early. You promised to take me to the market today. Lu Feng smiled softly, gently stroking little Kim's head. No problem. On this side, Kangtu struggled to hold back his emotions, gently patting his shoulder with a warning. Brother Lu, you must be careful. Lu Feng was deeply moved. I will. Definitely. After a while, he and the man in the black robe arrived at a vast plain where the wind blew relentlessly. Lu Feng slid his foot hard on the green grass, struggling to keep his balance. Then, the man in the black shirt turned his head to look at Lu Feng running behind him, saying, This way, just a bit further ahead is the territory of the beastmen. Hearing this, driven by intense curiosity, he stood behind and loudly asked the identity of the person opposite him. Who exactly are you guys? Without hiding anything, the man in the black tank top slowly smiled and removed the tank top he had been wearing. No one else behind that mysterious black mask. It was him. Someone familiar. I am the captain of the enforcement squad of Natbatlak Utak. Ohach. Each word from Ohach's introduction stunned Lu Feng for a moment. Captain of the enforcement squad. What exactly did he want with me? Without a hint of concealment, he smiled softly, revealing his purpose for coming to you. A minor figure with extraordinary strength, unknown disciple of some great master on the continent. Let us settle this. Lu Feng remained calm, silently bowing his head in thought. Nothing is ever simple. No good intentions here. Could he be trying to uncover my secrets? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng smiled softly and replied to Ohach. I'm sorry. The tutor dislikes me for lacking skill and won't allow me to reveal his great name outside. Seeing it was hard to extract information from the cunning Lu Feng, he lowered his tone immediately. If you do not want to speak, I won't force it. Let us talk about something else. A face, filled with the fierce anger of a commander, appeared. Who is this Hong Tong mercenary leader? The unexpected question left him utterly bewildered. Frozen for a few seconds, trying to rally his spirit, Lu Feng glared angrily and retorted, Captain Ohach, why would you say that? On the grass, Ohach Thogan began to analyze. The mercenary group Hong Tong vanished overnight. Except for those wiped out, I can't think of a more reasonable suspect than the one recently clashing with the Royal Mercenary Corps. You caught on immediately. Master Liu Feng asked the key question. Captain Ohach, everything needs proof. You say I am the culprit. So where's the evidence? He barely cared about the question, gripping the sword hilt, gently drawing it out. Within seconds, a sharp blade was unsheathed, slicing past him. Proof of swift, precise action. Indeed, I found no clues at the scene, but no evidence does not mean no guilt. So, each sword strikes decisively at Lu Feng. Kill him, and whether he is truly the culprit or not, all the blame falls on him. Witnessing the arrogance, he spoke with disdain. The mercenary captain, the leader of the law enforcement squad, all uphold justice like this. Then, with a faint nod and a broad sigh, Lu Feng reproached, no wonder the mercenary troops have been recklessly causing chaos in Rybat Lexiu for so many years. He listens but seems to ignore, smirking with self-satisfaction, holding on to his righteousness. The one with the bigger pile is the righteous side. If the opponent can't beat me, then of course I am the righteous one. Facing the sharp blade, he remained calm and made an offer. Before we fight, I want to confirm, are you truly a ninth peak master? Without hiding anything, Hatch stepped forward with his sword and smiled confidently. Yes, I am indeed a ninth peak master. Are you afraid now? Drawing the sword from his back, Lu Feng's face darkened. Good, if I can win, I can go report the revenge. He did not want to waste time. Gripping the sword tightly as he dashed toward you, silent but ready to strike, swift slash swept across Lu Feng's body, but he reflexively dodged with style. Lightning fast, he suddenly appeared behind Hatch, raising his blade high. Hatch reacts swiftly, sword in hand, spinning toward the spear's tip. A fierce force like a fiery comet lights up Lu Feng's battle-worn face. Knowing he was in danger, he swung his sword fiercely forward to block Hatch's attack, though he struck with all his might. When Liu Feng countered, his legs still felt the force. Gripping the sword, he looked toward the officer, his face slightly sweaty, a truly formidable force. He, too, bowed his head in frustration, chanting praises to the flowing wind. Able to withstand my full power strike, his strength surpasses my imagination. No sooner had he spoken than Hatch glanced nervously at the weapon in his hand. Moreover, the sword was no ordinary blade, yet it seemed he still could not unleash its true power. What a pity. Then, he glanced at the mysterious black blade of Lu Feng opposite him. Truly strange. The user's power was neither battle kind nor magic. Without hesitation, Hatch gripped his sword and advanced swiftly, laughing with delight. The sudden disappearance of the previous person's movement was also extraordinary. I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. Without hesitation, he slid his sword lightly across the boy's face with swift precision. But unexpectedly, Lu Feng, seemingly powerless, leapt up to stand back to back with Hatch. Furious, he swung his sword fiercely down onto the lush green ground. The slash came straight at him, forcing Lu Feng to lean back and dodge the attack. Watching the situation unfold, he gasped in worry. Attacking swiftly, he had to conserve his remaining energy. This afternoon, only brute force could meet brute force. Lu Feng quickly raised his blade to guard his body, gritting his teeth in defense. Suddenly, the sword of the armored man stopped mid-attack and slammed hard into the ground. He stood facing you, the wind rustling as he spoke with emphasis. I understand now. With eyes wide open, Hatch stared at Lu Feng, analyzing how he executed it. Just now, the person could block my sword because they found a way to increase their strength in an instant. His words made Lu Feng break out in a cold sweat. Utterly shocked, how could he see through it? Not stopping there, with a slight bow, he further analyzed the strange body technique. Although effective, it seems it can't be used at will, perhaps limited in number or requiring great energy expenditure. No sooner had the words left my mouth than my entire body was engulfed in a blazing red aura. I knew I had not misjudged your power. Though strange, you are not hard to find, and your fighting style is nothing like mine. A suit of blazing red fire armor enveloped his body. Burning fiercely, heating him to the limit. It is time to unleash my full power. Across the way, Duong watched the scene, bewildered, mouth agape, stopping his song, this wearing the ancient armor on his body. Hatch introduced this as the ultimate technique only top-tier warriors possess, the prime armor. He glanced at Liu Feng across from him, reminding him to go all out, otherwise you would really die. Now wielding the sharp Go-Than blade, Liu Feng stepped forward without fear, declaring, "All right, let us have a real fight." Back at the group where Boy Thap lies unconscious, Tiu Kim sighs beside the pile of chicken bones. The last drumstick gone, he stares at the roasted chicken leg in front of him, struggling almost finished the chicken. But where is Liu Feng? Suddenly outside the door, a shadowy figure peeks inside. Ingyiki appears, his body wrapped in white bandages hiding his wounds. Terrifying. The captain and everyone else have vanished without a trace. It must be connected to that mercenary squad. If I had not hidden outside last night, I would be dead by now. The man still clutched a sharp knife, with a plan already stacked in his mind. As Ingzai slowly opened the door and approached Tiu Kim, he thought, with Kiid and Liu Feng gone, I will kill this brat and the Bleithup clan to avenge the captain. Unaware of the danger behind him, Tiu Kim remained focused on the food below the last chicken feet, needing to eat sparingly. But it seems the food is so tempting that little Kim eagerly stuffs it into his mouth, just as Ngokai raises his knife to strike. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes from inside the room. Ngokai lay lifeless on the cold ground, blood streaming from his head. Beside him, little Kim sobbed uncontrollably. What happened? Where is Liu Feng? Seen Defy at the door, his eyes lit up. So beautiful. Sister. She just stood there, staring at the scene before her. Xiao Jin shyly explained, I did not know. I was eating meat when he appeared and stabbed me with a knife. Seeing Insi's eyes bloodied, miserable state on the ground, Tufi touched his chin. Puzzled. Then what happened? Who beat him? Was it Liu Feng? He shook his head gently, hands clasped together, voice filled with guilt as he recounted the story. It was not Liu Feng. He was called away by someone else. This bastard is the one I hit. I raised my hand to block a few strikes and he ended up like this. Hearing that answer, she looked skeptical, glancing at Xiao Jin for a long time. How could a kid possibly beat Wu Kai? He looked like a child with zero fighting power. Suddenly, beneath the floor, an empty wine bottle lay rolling. Tofi suddenly realized maybe Yi Kai bruised and having knocked over the jar, fell. So the kid thought he hit him. Setting that aside, she looked at him, curious about Liu Feng's situation. Tell me, just now you said Liu Feng was called away. Who called him? Without hesitation, Tu Kim recounted the presence of the man earlier, a figure in a black shirt, with a sun and scales on his back. Hearing this, Tofi's eyes widened in fear. Could it really be him? Back at the meadow, where the green grass stretches wide, the boy and the armored man clash fiercely. After a while, neither can withstand the other's strength, and they part ways. Tay grasped the sharp blade. Liu Feng clenched his teeth, exhaustion showing too strong. Is this the power of a peak-level warrior? Now, I can barely hold my ground against one. Though his body was wary, he steadfastly opened his eyes wide and declared, "But I will not accept enmity." As he spoke, Liu Feng grasped his sword and swiftly lunged toward him. With every step forward, he poured all his strength into it, fierce and unyielding. Moments later, Liu Feng's entire body began to transform, creating an identical clone of himself, a mirror image. The protagonist, bewildered by the unfolding scene, with a faintly sweaty face, illusion magic creating clones. Meanwhile, Liu Feng launches his attack. You left your own clone behind, kid. Pretty clever, knowing a lot, even using magic to create a double. He wielded his sword, blocking Liu Feng's attack while silently wondering if not attacking with both clones at once. Were the clones summoned just to distract the enemy? I thought your strength was only this much. As soon as you held the sword, your shirt fluttered with a smug, amused smile. It is the first time I have seen a fool throw a clone behind and then step forward to take the attack himself. His tone now turned more provocative than ever. Come on, it seems you are completely exhausted. A surprise unfolds. All this time, it was your clone attacking while you just stood there watching. Fooled you. In a flash, from outside, Liu Feng rushed like a gust of wind toward the unsuspecting Hatch, striking with style. What? He vanished and reappeared behind him, hand raised high. What move is this? Like a third sense, the armor defended well, spinning alone to block both sword strikes. But Liu Feng's fierce blade tore a piece off the armor on his arm. You are not doing much better according to calculations. The armor lightly threw you back. Liu Feng, known for his great strength, barely staggered, standing firm, and even possessed the ability to create a truly powerful clone. I have never heard of that before. Back in another place, high-heeled footsteps echo above the machine room. None other than Defy, investigating Liu Feng's trail, following Xiujin's tip that Liu Feng might have gone this way. Leaping forward, gliding past each machine house, she could not stop thinking the one who took Liu Feng was likely the captain of the enforcement team from Arbitlek Yu Taik. Oha, that Oha. Was he really here because of the mercenary group's delusions? Suddenly, Tafi turned her head back, her face filled with panic. How could this be? She had cleaned everything thoroughly. Behind her, beneath the walkway, stood a group of people dressed in black coats. Why is the law enforcement heading that way? Ignore it. Someone has a plan there. The law won't dare touch Xiujin. Not wanting to waste time on trivial matters, Tafi channels inner energy and leaps into the air. Liu Feng is incredibly powerful. It is rare to find a powerful warrior willing to be my guardian. I can't let anything happen to him. I must quickly reclaim the armor. With a serious gaze and expression, she moved forward, silently praying. Liu Feng, wait for me. Back on the prairie, the battle between the two has dragged on endlessly. It seems Liu Feng is exhausted, his breath heavier than ever, his remaining strength nearly spent, unable to wield it at will. Over here, the armor is not holding up well. He is sweating profusely, breathing heavily with each gasp. The vehicle's endurance is nearly at its limit. Have to admit, without this battle armor protecting me, I might have lost already. Gathering his spirit, Hatch raised his sharp sword high, declaring boldly, from now on, the loser is the one. Seeing his resolve, Liu Feng refused to give up. Eyes wide open. All right, one final all-out fight. Clutching the blade tightly, he lunged forward, straight and true like an arrow aimed at the bullseye. Not stopping there, Liu Feng began to lift off the ground, his feet rising into the air. With just a bit of inner power, you sent the claw soaring into the sky, several meters away from him. It seems the arrogant man is not afraid of Liu Feng's attack and even smirks lightly. Kid, take this next move of mine. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his sword high, delivering a powerful slash forward. They, with his agile body, swiftly bent aside, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. Though he stayed safe, Liu Feng gritted his teeth, worry etched on his face. Too strong, too vast a range. His curse could only speed up. Surrounded by a blue spiritual aura, he grew more desperate than ever. Unable to escape, was there truly no other way? Liu Feng's eyes widened, his mind racing for a solution. Was there another way within his inner power? Suddenly, his legs regained movement, lifting gently upward, regaining control of the game. Liu Feng charged forward from above, gripping the peach blade. He raised the sharp peach sword, aiming straight at the still frozen Hatch below. What was that? In mere seconds, Liu Feng faced him, the slash grazing the blazing armor, a critical strike 4 times stronger. As the blade met his armor, the seemingly gentle clash ignited a thunderous explosion, smoke and flames soaring skyward. Minutes pass. The smoke village fades away. Bloodied lips and shattered armor reveal a man now ordinary. Bent over, struggling to breathe, you overused your energy and collapsed to the ground, your heavy breaths turning into smoke escaping your mouth. Despite severe wounds, Ohatch struggled to stand, his voice full of interrogation. How could you do it? How could you shatter my battle armor? Liu Feng, with a bleeding wound on his face, explained to him that in this world, there is no perfect defense. Offense is the best defense. His unexpected answer made the armor-like shell seem to awaken, eyes wide open. No perfect defense. Offense is the best defense. In a flash, he understood Liu Feng's words, bloodied mouth grinning wildly. Well said. Since the long gate opened, I have just grasped the armor battle technique. I have not trained other skills for ages. No wonder I have not improved despite years of practice. So that is how it is. Ohatch wiped the blood from his mouth, thanking the young brother sincerely. Liu Feng appeared calm, saying no thanks needed. But when he turned away, his face showed confusion. Did I hear that right? I just spoke once, and he is already enlightened. Brother, seeing Liu Feng still standing there, to save time he said, go, quickly return and check on your friend. Hearing the mention of his friend, he grew anxious, raising his injured hand. My friend, what have you done to my friend? Seeing Liu Feng's expression, he felt no blame, only the need to explain clearly to the reckless kid. If it were not for my people saving your friend, they might have been dead by now. Hearing every word spoken by Ohatch, you were left speechless with amazement. You saved them, but it did not stop there. He continued, we must uproot the weeds completely. And yet you made this basic mistake. You speak the truth. Ohatch nodded. Kai smiled in agreement. It seems you still remember a little, carrying the sharp sword lightly on his shoulder. Liu Feng shrugged and continued. Did you think I had no precautions about this? His unexpected words puzzled him. What did he mean? Not letting Ohatch wait long, Liu Feng declared firmly, don't say it isn't Gokai. Even if it were a person, they can't lay a hand on the Kangtu group. Do you believe that? Yet, doubt still lingered. I do not believe it. The master's attitude toward the question he just asked was indifferent. He did not want to explain much. If you do not believe it, fine, I won't reveal the reason to anyone. Little Kim is at home. I do not think anyone can capture Kangtu, although the little one does not know how strong he truly is. Based on that strength alone, no one could be his match. Master Liu Feng had no intention to explain in detail. Ohatch lightly tapped his shoulder and said, fine. I will help you cover up the mercenary's delusions. You may go now. Seeing how easily he spared me, I was shocked. What? Weren't you here to arrest me? So you are letting me go already? Ohatch listened quietly, faint smile playing on his lips, his voice dripping with mockery. Those delusional mercenaries are not worth my time. Liu Feng scratched his head in confusion and asked, then why bother fighting me at all? Without any attempt to hide, with a face full of mischief and an open collar. It was obvious I have feelings for you. Those words from the open collar made Liu Feng's face suddenly darken. Someone has feelings for me. He quickly dodged aside, shaking his head repeatedly. Apologizing. I do not blame you. He seemed to realize his mistake and hurried to explain. No, I admire your strength. Returning to a calm expression, with a slight bow, he praised Liu Feng, saying he initially wanted to provoke him to truly test his strength against me. I never expected you to be so strong, fighting me without ever losing the upper hand. The sun grows brighter, casting its light over the vast, open meadow ahead. Sitting on the ground, he confided in him without any guard. But that was not enough. Drawing even was just luck because I still have not awakened fully. Unable to hold back his emotions, Liu Feng clenched his fists tightly and said, I am still not strong enough. I need to train harder. Become stronger. Only then can I kill that bastard. As the thought crossed my mind, I turned to look at Ohatch. Are you testing my strength because you want me to help you with something? His leg is still slightly injured. The horse and rider rise, questioning. Perhaps they know, the natural enemy of mankind. Hearing this, Liu Feng stopped speculating. You mean the beastmen? Just as the answer came, both hands clenched tightly, nodding continuously. Yes. Liu Feng, in a few days, the battle between humans and beasts will begin. I hope you can represent humanity and stand against the beast tribe. A sudden request left him frozen for a moment, forcing him to repeat the question. The battle between humans and beast tribes. The cruel image of the beast tribes flooded his mind. Many races of beastmen with strong reproductive power. Yet the barren northern lands lacked enough food. With a serious gaze, he continued explaining that they always covet humanity's fertile lands. Every 3 years, humans and beasts hold a battle. If the beasts win, they invade and plunder humanity. After listening intently for a moment, Liu Feng asked, what if the humans win? Ohatch replied immediately, if the humans win, the beast tribe will retreat and wait peacefully for 3 years until the next battle. After getting a clear answer from him, he reached out to analyze, using a duel to test the beast tribe's strength. Truly foolish. Suddenly, another question flashed in Liu Feng's mind. If the humans won, why did not they strike first to wipe out the beast tribe? The answer remained elusive. Let me explain so you understand. The northern plains are vast and sparsely populated, with beasts and humans hiding within. The human army finds it nearly impossible to locate them, let alone destroy them. Liu Feng immediately grasped the issue and said, "For the humans, it is truly frustrating if they lose. They are plundered. If they win, they only maintain peace." He continued, "For the humans, being able to protect peace is enough." Hatch was lost in thought, clutching his head. Teeth clenched. In the upcoming grand duel, both humans and beasts will send their strongest warriors. Unfortunately, we lost last time, and the beasts took the chance to invade, causing heavy losses to our people. This time, we cannot afford any casualties. With a steadfast posture and distant gaze, his furrowed brows continued, "The 4 great academies of humanity will choose their kin. Years ago, the beast tribe sent 2 champions. This time, they are likely to fight again. In the land of no falling, only you and I remain as champions, so I hope Lu Hyundi can fight alongside me. Together we stand against them, and humanity's chance of victory grows." Each word spoken was met only with a sigh and silence from the one across. But in the end, after a few seconds of thought, Lu Feng gave his answer. "All right, I am human, and if I can fight for humanity, I will never refuse." Receiving his agreement, he was overjoyed, running to the wide room with open arms, holding him tightly. "Brother. Thank you." Returning to another spot on the grassland, pair of feet with a national emblem glided over the grass surface. No one else after some time moving to Fi finally arrived near Liu Fang's location. But why is Liu Fang still nowhere to be seen in his armor? If he keeps going forward, he will reach the beastman's grasslands. She kept casting greedy glances around until she finally spotted him. Lu Feng. Without hesitation, Tafai moved closer, her tone sharp and probing. "Lu Feng, are you alright?" Tafai's sudden presence startled Liu Fang, who asked in return, "Tafai, why have you come?" She did not answer, only turning her head repeatedly, searching for Ohatch's figure. "Where is Ohatch? You have not killed him, have you?" Lu Fang asked angrily. Tafai did not let him explain, raising his hand to stop him, saying, "If you kill Ohatch, you will definitely be hunted down. Or should I take you away?" "But where could I take you?" Lu Fang did not want her to worry about herself and calmly explained. "Tafai, Ohatch is fine. He went to the great grassland of the beastmen to investigate the enemy's situation." Recalling the past, just now the two stood together on the grassland, a distant plume of black smoke rising. "Lady, something seems off over there. I must go check it out. Can you find your own way back?" he urged hastily. But the elder brother said, "Go ahead. Do not worry about me." Hearing this, the way both of them used the spell name startled Tafai. "What? Isn't Ohatch the spell to summon people? So why did you call each other like that?" After a long day filled with battles, Lu Fang was tired and suggested, "Anyway, let me rest a bit before we talk. You invite me to dinner, and I will tell you everything." The woman beside him immediately nodded in agreement. "All right. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." That evening, in front of a luxurious multi-story house, the Defy residence, on the table now. Steaming, enticing dishes are laid out after such a fierce battle. "My strength is drained. I am starving." Defy rests his cheek on his hand, watching Liu Feng devour his food. "So that is how it is. But who would have thought you would defeat Ohatch? Truly impressive. Right now, you are chewing on a delicious piece of chicken while analyzing this can only be seen as my winning trick. Otherwise, relying solely on my strength and combat skills, I probably could not have defeated Big Brother Ohatch." She took the glass in her hand, shrugged off Li Feng's words, and insisted, "As long as you win, that proves your skill." But agreeing to join the grand duel so casually, are not you taking it too lightly? Just after taking a big bite of chicken, he asked, puzzled, "Why say it like that?" Tu gently set down his glass and sighed. "Seems like Ohatch is hiding a lot from you." Her sudden words caught Liu Fang off guard, his eyes wide with confusion. Su Fei held her glass, gently swirling the amber liquid inside. "Did your clan ever tell you about the beast tribe's frenzy?" Lu Feng listened, then shook his head decisively. "No. One of the beast tribe, using their power, could shatter the surface stone with a single skill. Berserk is a skill all beast tribes possess, boosting attack power by 50% in the blink of an eye. This skill makes the beast empire's combat power formidable, but it has a fatal flaw. When using it, they can lose control of themselves. With this skill alone, the beast tribe will fall into a berserk frenzy, slaughtering until their strength is utterly drained." Tay grabbed the delicious drumstick, his eyes filled with deep contemplation. There was something dangerously intense about him. Sitting at the dining table opposite the silent Lu Feng, she began to reason more thoroughly about the cause why only the 4 great academies and Nat Batlak's weak elements required masters to join the battle. The 4 great empires and other forces hesitate to sacrifice their elite masters. Even recently, only Ohatch has participated alone in duels. After sharing his thoughts, Tafitai raised his glass and suggested, "I think you should consider seeking out Ohatch tomorrow to refuse this offer. You seem incredibly resolute, making the final decision without hesitation. Once agreed, there is no regret. Besides, I do not believe you can't defeat them." Seeing this, she no longer forced Liu Feng, her face flushed. Alright. Very brave. Now, let me toast to the hero of our people. They raised their glasses together, clinking them hard clink. Clink. An hour later, empty bottles and opened wine lay scattered across the table. Borrowing a bit of courage from the drink, Tafai began to reveal his true feelings. If only I were as strong as others, then those old men at the mercenary union headquarters would stop mocking me for being a woman. She spoke with dissatisfaction, resting her hand on the harp. Looking up, I never found myself in such a situation. The matter between Tafai and you echoed through the building, your tone full of heartfelt comfort. Women are not men supposed to cherish women like princesses in many places. She understood Liu Feng's feelings for her, but she just shrugged and smiled warily. What princess? All descendants of the mercenary king. Tikian, the old men in the mercenary guild believe women are unfit to inherit. Tufi bowed his head slightly, eyes filled with sorrow, endlessly recalling the harsh days of struggle born into the glory and burdens of his ancestors. Raised in swordsmanship and combat energy, my father was strict with me from a young age, hoping I would inherit his position as mercenary guild leader. But in our clan, I am not the only one qualified to inherit the guild. I have 2 cousins, and because they are men, they receive more support than I do. To stop them from surpassing me, I have never dared to be lazy. But after they got a master appointed to headquarters, the fake officials rushed me to the border. Speaking with a heart full of resentment, she could not hold back her emotions, downing her drink without leaving a drop. Now they even want to erase my name from the list of heirs. Liafeng finally understood Tafi's situation. Back then, I refused because I did not know her circumstances. Without hesitation, he slammed both hands on the table, stood up, and declared, now, whether I can still help you or not, even if you do not join the mercenary knights, I can still help you. She heard every word he spoke, her face flushed with happiness. You agree to help me? Without hesitation, standing before Tafai, he reminded her of his promise. I am your friend, let me help you. She quickly stood up, pushing the chair she had been sitting on aside. Tafi's face changed, no longer sad, but filled with excitement. Yes, with full support, I will definitely reclaim the president's position. Just as she finished speaking, her brows furrowed suddenly, her face turning pale with unbearable pain. Tafi gently supported her trembling shoulder as blood kept pouring from her mouth. Tafi's sudden action left him bewildered, eyes wide as he shouted, no way. I agreed to help you and now you are coughing up blood. Liu Feng quickly reached out, sweat dripping, trying to reassure him. It is nothing. I can hold on a little longer. Liu Feng, worried seeing his friends injured, suddenly had an idea. Internal injuries. Could Hoxia's inner power help her? Without hesitation, he grasped Su Fei's hand, and Ho's inner power emerged. One after another, the internal energy flowed straight into her body. Just try channeling your internal energy into Tafai's body. He even carefully watched Tafi's changing expression and asked Han, does this feel any better? In just seconds, her body returned to normal. She looked up and asked, what did you do? My internal injuries hurt less. Was it just my imagination? Seeing Tafai recovered, she clenched her fist opposite, overwhelmed with joy. It really worked. I'm so smart. Watching Liu Feng treat internal injuries, she recalled her master's past words. The elder once said there was a way to cure wounds caused by the broken seal. Is it true? The elder spoke of it. But no one has known the method all these years. Perhaps the elder was wrong. Tafi could not hide his shock, eyes wide open. It turned out what the team leader said was true. Seeing her strange expression across from him, he asked loudly, worried, what do you mean is true? Tafai, caught off guard, quickly pulled his hand from Liu Feng and stood up. All right, I am fine now. Thank you. Seeing her leave, he stood and asked again, are you really okay? Tafai slowly nodded. Yeah, I have something important to tell you. Her serious tone puzzled Liu Feng. What could be so important? From the table, Su Fei held out a letter, stamped with the emblem of the Flower Gold Trade Association, saying, here, see for yourself. Seeing the letter with that familiar symbol, he still stood frozen, unable to grasp what was happening. It was late at night, and the light inside her house shone so brightly it spilled through the open door, casting directly onto the hidden flowers. After a moment of searching his memory, Liu Feng realized that before he could say anything about the entrustment, she interrupted. Sounds familiar, does not it? Without hiding anything, he recounted the image of the masked figure who once held an identical entrustment and came to deliver it. A mysterious figure once came to me and claimed that if we became mercenaries, we would be rewarded handsomely with this entrusted payment. And he showed us the symbol on this letter, the red symbol on the commission letter, along with the masked figures appearing. Prompts Tafai to speak. This is the mark of the Golden Flower Guild. The commission letter in their hands was secretly sent to the mercenary guild by them, but that is not all. She emphasized that the trust's content resembled handing over a form to someone. Liu Feng listened carefully to the name, only scratching his head in confusion. What kind of organization is the Golden Flower Society? It sounds formidable. Knowing you still do not quite understand that symbol, she closed her eyes and said, Sit down. I will explain it to you slowly. Tafi began introducing the powerful organization of masked figures and financial power. The Golden Flower Guild is one of the 3 largest guilds on the continent, strictly organized, vast in scale, and immensely powerful. The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became, lightly touching her chin. Deeply conflicted, they even have their own transport fleet, so the contracts they send to the Mercenary Guild are usually A or even S-Rank, yet this time it is just a fee-rank escort mission with such a generous reward. Unlike Tafi, Liu Feng munched on his food, thinking in a completely different way. Maybe they just have money with nowhere to spend it. After all, the world of the rich is hard to understand. She still ignored his words, raising her head high to stand by her own beliefs. No, it is not that simple this time. The Golden Flower Guild even went through the Mercenary Union to specifically add 3 more BA-rank mercenary squads, a C-rank mission calling for 4 mercenary squads. This is highly unusual, judging by Tafi's tone and attitude. Liu Feng seems to grasp the gravity of the situation. Her words hint that something is truly amiss. As you interrupted, she cut in again, saying, I told you to secretly question those 3 mercenary squads. They know little about this commission. The Golden Flower Guild is hiding something. This job definitely has issues. Finally, after thorough analysis and pointing out the clear dangers, Tafi requested that, for the sake of peace, they hope you will not accept this mission. But only refusal came from Liu Feng sitting by the table. No, we must accept it. His answer surprised her. Why? Liu Feng seemed to abandon his pride, spreading his arms wide in helplessness. Because we are poor, still owing the tavern money, and we forgot to collect the singing fee before. You took the commission letter. After hearing Su Fei, you somewhat agreed, but she made a point the team should best avoid this mission. Seeing Liu Feng's firm resolve, she did not press, instead leaning forward with hands on the table to propose. Yet if he insists on accepting, she has a condition. Back at the castle, outside the gate, carts and people bustled with heavy loads. Where did Liu Feng come from? He always slipped through the dense crowd, avoiding the shouting. But barely. After a while, he finally reached the clerk, handing over the commission paper. Uncle, Liu Feng from the mercenary squad is here to register. Holding the paper and skimming through it, he was utterly confused and asked aloud, isn't the mercenary captain Kang Su? Last time he bought weapons from Tamada, so why is not he here? You and Tafi stood side by side, beginning the act, earnestly explaining, Captain Kang Su is tied up with urgent matters and could only send me ahead. Judging by the number of people before us, the clerk pointed sharply, these are not just 2 mercenaries, but you all. Liu Feng found his expression amusing and said flatly, it is the quality, not the quantity. The 2 of us are enough. Seeing your fierce attitude, Van Ban agreed, fine. For the sake of our acquaintance with Kang Tu, I will give you a warning. Standing beside the transport horses, he carefully instructed the 2 of you, there are only 2 of you. Be careful when dealing with other mercenary groups. Do not provoke them. Their temperaments are not the best. Although Liu Feng's skills are top tier, he smiled slightly and nodded, thanking Uncle for the reminder. We will stay alert. After the agreement and thorough instructions, Van Ban bid farewell to the 2 and moved forward. The master has left. Tafi began to speak, full of pride. So, my opinion is not wrong. The 2 of us represent the mercenary squad entrusted with the mission. Even if something happens, with our strength, escaping won't be difficult. Hearing that, standing behind her, Lian questioned, then why do you have to come with me? I can go alone. Tafi, slightly angry, glanced at Liu Feng and replied, before you, who never took a commission, of course you need someone like me to guide you. Seeing her enthusiasm, he felt deeply grateful and said, all right, consider me indebted to you. Tafi listened closely, then pressed close, face to face with Liu Feng, vowing, my debt to you is not easily repaid. After a long while, the caravan led by Van Ban advanced toward the vast Thoangayan, where green grass grew thick. He sat inside the car, beginning to enter a state of internal energy cultivation, while she watched him intently from across. Behind Li Feng, along his spine from head to waist, distinct round energy points appeared. Mouth gate, tendon contraction, spirit platform, divine courtyard, and strong pillar. After a moment of feeling his power was enough, he gently pressed 2 fingers together. Thanks to his inner strength, the round energy spheres within Liu Feng's acupoints shifted, endlessly linking one after another. Tafi sat beside the chair, resting his face on his hand, watching the training process intently with a tender gaze. Liu Feng seemed to lack internal strength. After just a few seconds, he left the state, opened his eyes wide, relaxed his hands, yet still could not open the meridians. She heard your complaints, pointed her finger to guess. Is this the internal skill you practice? It truly differs from the mainland's martial arts. Liu Feng rubbed his left arm, stretching his joints as he spoke. The martial art I practice is called Hashi internal skill. Though simple, it forms the foundation of all internal skills. Your voice echoes across the grasslands as the group advances. The core of Huoxia internal skill lies in the acupoints. Opening the body's 7 greatest acupoints marks true mastery. Though I strive endlessly, I have only opened 5 so far, with 2 still sealed. Seeing Li Feng blame himself, Su Fei immediately offers comfort, thinking, Though I do not understand his words, if opening 5 IQ points makes one so formidable, opening all 7 must make him a saint. Knowing she was calming herself, he still sighed in helplessness. It is not that simple. Every time Huaxia's internal skill opens a meridian, strength rises a level, but it gets harder later on. I am afraid in a few years, opening the last 2 meridians will be tough. Tafei did not want to see Liu Feng's discouragement, so he pinched his cheek hard, saying, "Then do not force it anymore. You are already formidable now." After hearing her words, he fell silent, eyes wide as he stared into the distance. Viney's image kept flickering in Lu Feng's mind, fueling his resolve. No, he had to become strong and fast. Seeing Lu Feng frozen in place, Tafei quickly shook his hand, waiting for a response. "Lu Feng, what are you doing?" Regaining his composure, he looked at her, gently touched her face, and smiled awkwardly. "I was not paying much attention just now. Sorry. Where were we?" "Outside. The sky blazes fiercely under the scorching sun, soon entering the great Beastman Prairie." Hearing Tafei's announcement, Lu Feng swiftly pulls aside the curtain to look out. Outside now, beside the horse-drawn wagons, other mercenary squads are pouring in. Seeing their aura and the way they carry themselves makes him dizzy. No wonder they are B-rank mercenaries, far more imposing than the F-rank ones. She sat beside him, nodding firmly. Of course, these mercenary troops only take on war missions. Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes widened as he repeated, "Only war missions. What does that mean exactly?" From his expression, it was clear he did not understand. Tafei struggled to control his emotions as he explained, "They are mercenaries hired by 2 countries to take bullets during war, selling their lives for money." Hearing this, Lu Feng fell into deep thought, lightly touching his chin as he pondered carefully on the surface. It seemed like a routine escort mission rated C. Yet they invited 3 B-level mercenary squads who specialize in war missions. This contract was definitely unusual. Without hesitation, he turned to her and asked loudly, "Do you really understand these 3 mercenary squads?" Once again, Tafei's face showed clear signs of frustration. "I am the guild leader of the Japanese Mercenary Guild of Lost Strength. Is there any mercenary group I do not know well?" A full list of captains is meticulously recorded. The bloodthirsty mercenaries led by an 8th rank swordsman, the death row mercenaries led by a 7th rank executioner. Not stopping there, Tafei lightly held the drumstick close. The mercenary rebels, led by the B-guy ranked quartz engineer, rode a beast with major acupoints, delivering devastating attacks. These 3 were close brothers, even sharing a beloved sister back home. Lu Feng was shocked by the info she provided. No way. How could she know this too? And so, their conversation echoed across the vast plains, demanding such fierce strength. After all, what exactly is the Ho Kim Trade Association escorting? No matter how hard I try, I can't figure it out. I am truly curious. Suddenly, the carriage slammed on the brakes, jolting both inside. Van Ban stepped out quietly, softly announcing the mercenary captain's arrival. "Our manager wants to invite you over for a discussion." Kim, holding back his emotions, nodded in agreement. "All right, I am coming right away." Meanwhile, Tophanet whispered to herself, "I will go check what is really going on. They might be about to reveal their true colors." Though worried, she let him go, saying, "Be careful." Guided by him, Liu Feng stepped into a tavern in the grasslands, where 3 mercenary leaders and a manager gathered, savoring fine wine and meet the death squad. Blood Wolf and Riot mercenary captains, true gems of the Hoa Jin Trade Guild, unmatched outside these lands. He sat among the 3, beginning to introduce himself. "I am Ho, the manager of the Ho Kim Trade Association this time. These 3 are the remaining captains of the Ho Kim Trade Association who have just arrived." Hoenn saw Liu Feng appear and introduced him to the 3 captains as the representative of the mercenary troop. Liu Feng. The moment they heard his name, all 3 men beside him jumped up, their faces tense with anxiety. Liu Feng's face darkened, yet he forced a cheerful greeting. "Hello, everyone." But inside, his mind raced. These 4 had no good intentions toward him. Seeing Liu Feng's calm before him, even Hoenn, drenched in sweat, feared the boy. What kind of power did he possess? Yet he dared to disdain the fierce aura of the 3 captains. Where on earth did Kind to find such a master? Seeing the tense atmosphere, he pretended to cover his mouth and cough a few times. Hoenn began to speak, breaking the silence. "There is no need to be so tense. Today, I invited you here to discuss the next route for the march." Hearing this, his face darkened, eyes flashing with irritation as he said, "The route has already been decided. So what is there to discuss? Are you hiding something from us?" A sudden question and attitude from Liu Feng made Hoenn break out in a cold sweat. Liu Hyun was just joking. "The matter concerns the mission. I have told everyone. Nothing is hidden." Tang sat by the table, looking at the boy standing opposite him, explaining that he gathered everyone to negotiate and discuss the situation a bit. "After all, we have 4 mercenary squads. Laying everything out first makes cooperation easier. I am glad you all came. Sit down and let us talk." Liu Feng observed the situation and listened silently for a long moment. Finally, he sat down at the table and, with a somewhat annoyed tone, said, "All right. Go ahead." Master Liu Feng has agreed to negotiate. From his hand, Hoenn takes a scroll and spreads it across the table. Suddenly, Chuck appears before the five of them, presenting a detailed map. Please take a look, this is the route we plan to take this time. He pointed firmly at the darkest red mark on the map, saying, you must be very careful here. Hyatt Lang, still holding his unfinished drink, frowned and asked, isn't this just a usual path through the wild beasts? Could something have happened here? Hoenn smiled faintly at the question, then slowly explained some issues unknown to you. Besides inviting you, our Hokim Trade Association also sent a team to escort. But once there, they will return. The situation among the great Tuon beastmen is complex. Ambushes lurk everywhere. I merely remind you. Nothing more. Bloodwolf grew irritated by Hoenn's long-winded words. Did he really need to waste breath, passing through our beastman territory? We naturally stay alert. Even the assassin opposite agrees. Enough with the babble. Seeing the attitude and behavior of all three made Liao Feng silently admire them. They were truly a trio of scoundrels, so confident in their own strength. They paid no attention to the suspicious nature of this mission. Sitting at the banquet table, Lion raised his doubts. What else besides ordinary goods is in this shipment? Inviting so many people, such a large blockade. The man frowned, irritated by Lion's unexpected question, and replied, this is the guild's secret. We truly cannot disclose it. The moment he heard the word secret, he scrambled to object. How could a simple escort mission require so many mercenaries? Even your own guards. Yet you won't even tell us what we are escorting. Hearing Liao Feng's very reasonable analysis, the three exchanged glances, silently agreeing this kid made a fair point. Without hesitation, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring that if things were unclear, his mercenary group would not risk it and would withdraw. Before losing Liu Feng himself, Hoenn slammed the table, raised 3 fingers, and said, wait, if you complete this mission, our trade guild will pay triple the fee, divided equally among your 4 mercenary groups. In an instant, at the mention of money, his expression changed. Even Bao Kang was stunned. So, negotiation is possible, boss. Do you have any other requests? With money, anything can be negotiated. Seeing they have finally been bought off, Hoenn wiped sweat and said, if no one objects, then it is settled. The increased payment will be delivered shortly. After a while, the feast finally ended. Bottles scattered over the map. Outside, the blood wolf was drunk and limp, carried out of the tent by 2 fellow prisoners, Sad and Bao Kong. Liao Feng walked behind the 3, his mind racing over the strange mission. If not for the generous reward, he would not risk it. With only him and Tafai, falling into danger is not hard, so better to watch carefully. As a courtesy, from inside the tent, Hoenn appeared, bowing to bid farewell to the 4. The old shaman excused himself, too old to see them off. T-Cent heard his voice and felt extremely annoyed. No need. No need. The blood wolf also snapped. Always pretending. Those with money are truly despicable. Only you were polite enough to turn and say goodbye to Hoenn, so Liu Mo will say farewell here. Seeing how Liu Feng treated him, he gritted his teeth in anger. You rotten brat. Tu-Sat's fierce expression would scare anyone. Lian gently tugged his hand, reminding him, don't scare him off. Let us talk somewhere else. Following the blood wolf's plan, he turned back and said to Liu Feng, Brother Liu, we have a big secret to share with you. Shall we talk somewhere else? Without hesitation, he opened his eyes wide and agreed. All right. No problem. I want to get to know you captains better. Following their footsteps, Liu Feng was led to a spot far from the tent on the grassland. This would do. Standing amid the swaying green grass, he looked at the 3 and asked, curious about what they intended to say. With nothing left to hold them back, the 3 revealed their true selves. Though the pay was generous, splitting 4 ways could never match the satisfaction of 3. Be wise and step aside. Make a new ally, or face death. Just from hearing their words, Liu Feng immediately understood the issue. So, you have formed an alliance, aiming to kick me out. Blood Wolf saw you learned quickly, so he threw his arms around the shoulders of the 2 brothers beside him. Of course, the 3 of us are as close as brothers. If you are not worthy, who else would we stand by? Still with an innocent look, he scratched his head awkwardly. Captain Blood Wolf said it made sense. The fewer people splitting the money, the easier it is. Hearing Liao Feng's words, Blood Wolf smiled smugly, asking, so, you are agreeing to back out? The prisoners were overjoyed to see this, truly understanding. Suddenly, Liao Feng's expression darkened, his voice low and grave. Shall we discuss this further and have you withdraw? What do you say? A single request from you startled the 3 captains. Our 3 squads withdrew. Blood Wolf was furious, sternly warning one last time. Liu, you have the face but no need for it. Liao Feng no longer cares about the threats from the 3. He quickly draws his sword. Let us settle this with strength. Who will step up first? Seeing your defiant attitude, Blood Wolf clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Fine. If you want to die, we will make it happen. Standing not far ahead, Bao Kang smiled smugly, determined to teach you a lesson for underestimating us. Swiftly, Blood Wolf spread his palm, summoning something from within the green ring on his finger. In an instant, a long, sharp sword appeared in his hand, startling Liu Feng. These are the legendary spaces. A giant sword without foundation. Someone unaware might think it is a magical transformation. Over here, The prisoner has finished transforming too, becoming a half-human, half-beast form. This is even more outrageous, turning into an ugly fake warrior in a blink. Finally, on the side of brute force, he summoned a magic circle. In seconds, the beast mount appeared behind him, the legendary guardian of the distant gate. Listen to the servant's plea. Allow a blood pact with me, such a rustic spell. Yet some still use it. Should not it be all like Bala Bala, great demon lord or something? Seeing all his brothers armed and ready, the blood wolf gripped his sword on his shoulder. Smirking, kid, you can still retreat now, but he was wrong. Liu Feng, fearless, smirked defiantly, daring them to make him unleash his full power first. Seeing your attitude, the blood wolf is both worried and delighted. The kid's arrogant too. Keep it up. Just as he withdrew his words, he used internal energy to lift his leg high into the air. Gripping the sharp sword, the blood wolf lunged straight down at Lu Feng below. Nay. Seemingly prepared, swiftly dodged the blade. Watching how Liu Feng dodged the attack, he sneered with a cold smile. Using part of his strength, the blood wolf forcefully pulled the sword embedded deep in the ground. As the sword was drawn, shattered stones exploded around him, all striking straight at the boy, shielding himself with the blade. But there was a third sense. Lu Feng let his eyes glance back. Behind him, Tusat was attaching two sharp spike weapons to his hands, attacking his back. Lu Feng did not hesitate, instantly blocking his weapon with his blade. Neither gave ground, clashing fiercely before pushing each other apart. Another surprise unfolds. A stone swirl mysteriously around him. Then suddenly, Bao Kong appears, riding Van Long, charging straight ahead. Without hesitation, Lu Feng harnessed his inner strength, lightly springing up the hill, gliding past Bao Kong to stand right behind him in an instant. But in the end, Lu Feng did not choose to attack. Instead, he moved away from the three of them. With a respectful attitude, he smiled softly and said to them, "Three captains, the heated battle is over now. Truly make your move." Lu Feng's words earned high praise from all three sides indeed. Brother Lu's true strength is no joke. It is hard to believe he dared to fight all three of us alone. Looks like if we do not step up our own skills, we are doomed. Neither side willing to yield, the three leaders and Liu Feng stood amid the green plains, the wind whispering as they faced off. Nearby, a group concealed behind branches and barrels watched the battle. Were not those the three leaders? So the captains we are fighting are from that mercenary troop. Huh. Be careful. Captains hate being disturbed during a fight. Suddenly, on the grassland above, a pair of feet clad in red appeared. No one else but Tafai, masked and standing tall, screaming wildly, too noisy. Quickly, her lateness must have annoyed those around, signaling a warning, but it seemed Tafai did not care about their words. She kept screaming wildly. Lu Feng. Keep going, kill them all, a familiar voice made Lu Feng. Standing here, turn around sharply. Startled by Tafai's sudden presence, he jumped back. Why was she kneeling like that? She hurriedly explained, "This is a premium mask, protects and beautifies the skin. Very expensive." Seeing everyone arrive, Lu Feng pointed behind him. "The institute calls off the fight. The guards can't handle it. Maybe we should stop here and pretend today never happened." Blood Wolf refused at once when the master asked, saying it can't be. If they do not lose, we can't win. Today's battle can't end like this. Seeing everyone as the reason to stop the fight, he glanced and muttered, "As for those blockers, they are easy to deal with." Blood Wolf raises the sword high, threatening with wages 10 seconds to clear out, or do not blame me for taking a year's pay. Hearing money mentioned, the group vanished, leaving only Tafai behind. "We saw nothing. Captain, we were wrong." Blood Wolf saw she sided with him and spoke up. "She is with this guy. Right, 3 against 1 is already unfair. If you want to stay and cover him, fine." But Tafai seemed indifferent, boldly declaring, "I alone am enough to deal with you." Gently touching the masked face, she worriedly said, "My mask is drying up. It is too harsh outside. I will head back. You all keep going." Hearing Tafai's reply, Liu Feng did not know whether to feel happy or sad. Was she showing faith in him or accusing him of having no conscience? She just left, blowing kisses to encourage Liao Feng. "Keep going. I am counting on you." Seeing the obstacles gone, the blood wolf hoisted his blade on his shoulder and smiled. "The obstacles are all gone. Let us move on. No reason to stop the fight anymore." Liu Feng sighed and accepted to continue. "Fine. Then let us go on." As soon as he made the decision, all three charged forward with their weapons. Liu Feng, gripping his blade tightly, watched the 3 mercenary captains with a faint smile. Truly formidable, but still far from the 9 greats. The fierce wolf lunged forward with his sword, while Blow Sicking pressed the attack. "Watch closely. This is our combined skill, the savage wolf strike." All 3 leaders charged forward with their weapons, confronting Liu Feng, who stood alone. Bao Kang rode the cloud dragon, unleashing sharp spiritual energy beams straight at him. Lucky with a flexible body and swift agility, Liu Feng twisted away from the attack. Standing on the ground, he stared at all 3. Bewildered, unsure of their next move or what their combined skills might be, Blood Wolf saw the worry flickering on his face, gripping his sword with a triumphant smile. Without hesitation, he leapt from the grassy plain, soaring toward the hill. Then, the blood wolf leapt high, raising his sword straight toward Liu Feng below. But prepared, he quickly lifted his blade and bamboo shield to guard himself carefully. Seeing the opportunity, Blood Wolf shouted loudly, calling his two mysterious brothers behind him to continue. From then on, the prisoners listened to his orders and advanced swiftly forward. He threw powerful punches straight at Liu Feng, who quickly raised his blade to block and defend himself. A surprise unfolds as Liu Feng casts his gaze toward the Blood Wolf and Bao Kang, both casually feasting and chatting. His fury boils over, the truth of their reckless, lopsided battle glaringly clear. Taking a bite of the fragrant grilled meat, he laughed until tears came. Amused by your innocence, how could skills possibly combine like that? The man here continued the wolf's words. He is right, we do outnumber and overpower. But living late drains one's strength. Bao Kuang's words kept Liu Feng deep in thought. Can many oppress the few? Without a word, he used his seal skill to create a clone, a mirror image. The clones appeared. Liu Feng swiftly dashed across the grass, his copies taking turns attacking the three squad leaders, many on their side, and many on ours. Bao Kuang and Blood Wolf's faces went blank as they saw the skill unleashed by Liu Feng. What magic mirror? He is a magic user. Refusing to lose, he raised his sword high, gripping it tightly, and attacked him. But in the end, Liu Feng's power was too great for the Blood Wolf to withstand. Seeing his agonized expression, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Blood Wolf refused to lose quickly, roaring his brother's name, Bao Kang, to join him. Obeying Blood Wolf's command, from afar Bao Kang rode the dragon, weapon in hand, charging forward, no longer wanting to waste words with these people. Liu Feng declared, "This deadly game ends here." No sooner had he spoken than his strongest strike launched, doubling his power as it surged toward all three. His immense strength shattered the Blood Wolf blade, blood spilling from his mouth. Even Bao Kong could not escape tragedy, slammed so hard he was thrown far away. His weapon like a staff shattered in two, but it did not stop there. Liu Feng now wielded a sword, channeling inner power, unleashing a barrage of strikes straight at the shielded assassin. After attacking him, you sheathe your sword, exhaling deeply with a cold gaze. In an instant, just seconds later, the weapons in the executioner's hands are soaked and shattered to pieces. Seeing everything resolved, Liu Feng immediately withdrew the copy, returning to the sole original. On this side, attacked with no chance to fight back, the Blood Wolf sighed in confusion. Could it be a stranger, a long blade, with an innocent face? He spoke calmly. How could it be? I am just a ninth elder. Hearing Liu Feng's rank, all three were startled and terrified. Just a ninth elder, those words only fueled their anger. From behind Liu Feng, a familiar voice called out, making him turn around. It was none other than Hoenn, hands clasped behind his back. Approaching, the three captains were not resting but surrounding and attacking the Liu brothers. Could it be a joint effort to intimidate them? Looking at the four before him, he warned one last time. If this leaks, it could tarnish the reputations of the three second-in-command leaders. Huetlan forced a smile, saying, "Why so serious? We and Brother Liu just met but felt like old friends. Deeply admiring hand strength, that is why we sparred intensely." Not stopping there, he stepped closer, grabbing Liu Feng's collar. "Speak up. Brother Liu, show some respect." To save Blood Orchid's face, "I will play along, Elder Ho. Do not worry. We are just sparring for fun." Hearing Liu Feng's assurance, Hoenn felt somewhat relieved. "Good. This mission is crucial. We will be relying on you all heavily." Once his doubts were cleared, everyone here became restless. No problem. Let us head back and rest." Back at the tent from earlier, the party was underway, the wind blowing sharply. He raised his arm, drew the sword from behind his back, and asked, "The outcome is clear. Who is the one to retreat?" Huetlan was startled by Liu Feng's sudden question. Big brother. It was my slip of the tongue. Blame me for today's trouble. Please forgive this humble one." Then he turned to remind Bao Kong. Sorry. There is a prisoner right next to us." Yes. We must be more careful." "But forgiveness is not so easy," Liu Feng demanded. "Words alone won't do. You all need to show sincerity." The three captains heard this and immediately gathered, discussing earnestly for a long while. Finally, on behalf of the other two, Huetlan made a decision. "Let us take a portion of our three families' earnings for Liu brother to manage." But unexpectedly, this time money was no longer the deciding factor. Liu Feng clenched his hand tightly and refused, saying, "Money? I do not need that stuff." You casually rest the sword on your shoulder and lay down the terms. "From today on, I take command of your mercenary group, all three of you, and you will go wherever I say." "Got it." Liu Feng's unexpected request left all three of them speechless. Without any objection, Huetlan nodded repeatedly. All right. Starting today, he is our boss. When he says go east, we do not go west. Who would have thought we would even get to warm the big boss's thigh? The actions of all three completely defy your expectations. Leaving Liu Feng, the innocent girl, confused, wise nodded as she thought. Not far away, Hoenn glanced at the four across the shack and spoke. "Liu Feng, what do you think?" From behind him, Yingnai appeared, acknowledging the order. "He is very strong. Even the 3 blood orchids combined can't make him go all out. Hearing her assessment, Hoenn, sweat pouring down his face, anxiously asked, "Is he really that powerful? Then who is stronger than him?" The boy bowed slightly and continued, "Liu Feng's skills are strange. I do not fully understand them." Without hesitation, he made his request, then shake hands with him. With his help, the chances of success grow greater. Together, they walked across the grasslands, the wind rustling approaching the great Beastman Plains, where life and death hang by a thread. Fate uncertain, sitting at the table, King Yi diligently wrote with a quill, calculating payments entrusted by the servants. Adding this to that, night had fallen, and around the city walls echoed his murmurs of debts owed for lodging and fees entrusted by the Liao brothers. Long after, exhausted by money troubles, King Tu sighed deeply, hoping only that Liu brothers and the gang could smoothly complete the mission to pay off the inn's debt. His gaze drifted to the window where little Kim sat alone, sorrowful. Seeing this, King Yi left his desk and stood beside him, guessing Tu Kim was still worried about the Liu brothers. Without hiding it at all, Tu Kim lightly wiped the morning mist from his mouth and complained, "Why won't Liu's squad take me on the mission? Do they think I am just a kid?" Seeing him like that, the man beside him quickly reassured, "How could that be? Liu is like a brother who cares, afraid you will be in danger, so he keeps you safe here." Hearing this, a question flashed in Xiaojin's mind. Why did not the servants take me along? Kang Si remained calm and explained the reason clearly. Their task was even harder now. "For now, we are moving to the house arranged by the captain in the leather jacket. Won't the chicken drumsticks here taste better?" To lighten the mood, he laughed and looked at Tu Kim, saying, "Brother Liu entrusted you to my care. I won't let you suffer or tire." But Qin Yi's attitude made him think otherwise. "I see you doubt me, but it is clear I am strong and well loved," he said with a sigh. "Yes, yes." Tu Kim is the most formidable. Once again, King T's behavior infuriated Tu Kim, who pointed sharply and declared, "You look down on me, but I am truly formidable." Then he opened his mouth wide, inhaling deeply as sparks flickered at the corners of his lips. After a few seconds of focusing his energy, Xiaojin only managed to produce a small puff of white smoke. He looked unhappy, hands on his hips, staring out the window. Seeing this, I brought him a fragrant chicken drumstick. "All right, do not be upset anymore. Have some food and calm down." Suddenly, Xiaojin's cheeks puffed up, shining brightly. Then without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of fire that left Kang Si bewildered. He looked across with wide eyes and an agape mouth. "Look at that. Impressive." Turns out, beneath where they stood, the villagers' machines were set ablaze by Xiaojin. "Hurry! Fire brigade, it is burning." 2 villagers looked around and spotted Kang Tu, who confidently declared, "I saw it, the firebrand fell from the upper floor. They set the fire." Hearing this, the 2 quickly ran inside, coughing as they hid, fearing they had been discovered. But the voices of people trying to put out the fire outside echoed, making Kang Tu and Tu Kim scared. The flames were growing bigger. "Hurry, call the fire brigade. The neighbor's house is on fire too." Trying to calm down, he peeked over the window wall, watching the raging flames ahead, and suddenly tears fell from Kang Tu's eyes. "It is over. Now we have to pay again." Back on the prairie, the caravan presses forward, following Liu Feng's group. Suddenly, he jolts awake, eyes wide with shock. Beside him, Tutufei held a piece of fruit, puzzled by Liu Feng's actions. "What is going on?" He reached out hesitantly, eyes fixed on the ground, sensing an ominous feeling. She took a big bite of the fruit, her eyes revealing exhaustion and unease. Could the money really slip through her fingers after all? Without hesitation, as if by instinct, Liu Feng's gaze grew more serious than ever. "You raise your arm." The ticket lightly fluttering beside the window, gazing out over the vast grasslands of the prairie. Not far from the Liu Feng carriage, a pack of wild wolves emerges. A group of them followed one after another, slowly moving toward the nearest carriage. Not wanting to waste time, he quickly decided, "Something feels off. I will go out and check." She stays inside the carriage. Tutufei obeyed the order, smiling faintly as she agreed. "All right, you go ahead." Seeing her strange expression, Liu Feng grew puzzled, reaching out to touch his face. "Why are you smiling so oddly? Is there something on my face?" Tutufei shook his head, explaining, "No, it is just a feeling." She tried to suppress her laughter, then remarked, "Though you do not look like much, you are still worth trusting." Hearing Tutufei's words, "You hesitate, are they praising or scolding you?" Tutufei waves their right hand lightly, saying, "Life's easier when you do not worry alone. You should go now." With her consent, Liu Feng swiftly mounted his horse, riding alongside the caravan, reins in hand, head raised high, searching for him. The blood wolf. After a long search, Liu Feng finally came face to face with the blood wolf. Seeing him outside, he was utterly shocked and spoke harshly. "Why worry? If the loyal wolf is inside, why would the blood wolf come out?" Laughing, "I say I came to check the situation." Hearing this, the blood wolf smiled confidently, saying, "With me here, the loyal wolf has nothing to fear." After a while, the 2 arrived at the Beastman's Grand Chancellor's location. He reminded, Ahead is the place Mahoan mentioned. Any anomalies? Seeing his worried tone, he reassured, nothing unusual for now. The Hujin Merchant Guild's guards have left as planned. I have stationed people to watch the perimeter. As if sensing something, Liu Feng grasped the reins and glanced back. With boundless curiosity, the Blood Wolf asked, Brother Lao, what are you looking at? He raised his hand, pointing toward the brutal wolves not far away, fading behind our growing convoy. Knowing Liu Feng's worry, he reassured him. Don't worry, they are just third-level savage blood wolves. Maybe they are following us to gauge our food supplies. With so many in our team, they would not dare come here. Seeing their numbers grow significantly, you voice your doubts. It is probably not that simple. Before, I observed they have been following us for a long time, yet never eating the food we discard. What Liu Feng said next fell into a strange silence, as if they were not after scraps, but watching us. Your next words echoed across the plains in the dead of night. Fearing this mission of ours involves the brutal blood wolf, the blood wolf had just listened, his face turning utterly panicked. No way. Suddenly from behind, the bears ridden by his soldiers charged forward. With urgent faces, they reported to the blood wolf. The captain spotted many brutal blood wolves on the rear right. The squad leader spotted many brutal blood wolves ahead on the left, and many more on the right flank. After receiving the news, the whole team decided to stop. The commander ordered, set up camp. Quickly. Move fast. Hoenn saw the blood wolf had broken the plan and shouted, Why did you stop? This is not the route we agreed on. Liu Feng stepped forward to explain hurriedly. There are many fierce blood wolves nearby, and night is falling. He panted heavily, puzzled. So should not we speed up to the camp? You then explained, fearing we might be attacked before reaching the camp. So to be safe, we can only set up camp here. Hearing this, Hoenn's face turned pale as he looked toward the vast expanse. The savage blood wolf has arrived. Liu Feng seized the moment, relentlessly interrogating him. Now, tell me, what exactly are you transporting? Caught off guard, Hoenn's face was filled with hesitation. He could not speak. This was a top secret of the Ho Kim Boda Trade Guild. He could only clasp his hands and bow his head, pleading with Liu Feng and the three captains. Since you have accepted payment, please do your best to protect this shipment. No sooner had he finished begging than Ho and immediately pointed and ordered the soldiers, Men, guard the first cart. Following his command, each cart was surrounded by a group of guards on duty. After a while guiding the men to set up tents, Blood Wolf approached you. The old man still refused to reveal what this place was. Liu Feng sighed deeply, fearing the man would never speak. Controlling his emotions, he lowered his tone. Irritation clear. If it were not for not wanting to offend the Huajin Guild, he would leave them behind, despite this complicated mission. Seeing Hyatt Lang agitated, Bao Kong gently touched Yi's shoulder. Don't be angry. The important thing now is to find a way to survive the night. And I nodded in agreement. Right, we must defend our camp first. There they stood, a crowd among the guarded tents, unwilling to sleep. Midnight had come, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, upon seeing the full moon's round shape, all three captains grew uneasy. What bad luck. Tonight of all nights is a full moon. Their attitude left Liu Feng and Tafai standing nearby puzzled. So what if it is a full moon? Seeing you clueless, among the three, I hurried to explain. The fierce blood wolves possess a skill called laughing with violence, and on full moon nights, their attack power surges. Their sharp fangs drip endlessly with saliva, as if craving something. Tireless. Relentless. Neither dying nor resting. Standing here looking into the distance, the number of fierce wolves grows. She quickly reports, and the crowd watching is increasing too. Liu Feng hears this, slightly bows his head, eyes gazing afar as if lost in thought. Strong blood wolves, stay sharp and regain your spirit. These brutal blood wolves are only level 3. It is just their numbers that are a bit high. We have been to the battlefield countless times. Are we afraid of a pack of dogs? After this mission is complete, everyone will get a 30% salary increase. I will invite you all to the best tavern in town, ladies, with good wine for everyone to enjoy. Hearing this, the henchmen shout and raise their weapons, killing them all. Liu Feng smirked coldly. The Blood Wolf group truly had skill. They had already deployed all their mercenary fighters. Tafi gently lifted him up, swearing, do I need to call upon your fighters as well? Her flushed face and frantic hand gestures were awkwardly endearing. No need at all. Seeing this, she burst into laughter, finding his shy act truly amusing. The night sky held its breath, then suddenly a long howl shattered the silence. The mercenaries froze in terror. The savage wolves lurk in the night, their blood-red eyes piercing the dark. It is an ambush. The blood wolf reacts instantly. Sword flashing, cold gaze alert, growls echo from all sides. We are surrounded. Liu Feng reached back for his sword. Warning, don't keep your distance from me. Tafai braced himself. Don't underestimate me. But this third-level beast could not harm him. A killing cry echoed, and from the shadows, the savage wolf lunged like a nightmare unleashed from hell. Mirror in hand, the mercenaries swiftly formed a defensive line, eyes fixed on the charging blood wolves. Blood wolves raised their claws high. Archers readied their arrows. Mages prepared their spells. Swordsmen held the front obeying my harsh command. The savage wolves roar wildly, their eyes blazing red, charging forward unstoppable. He raises his hand, points straight at them. His commanding voice orders. Shoot arrows. Cast spells. In the blink of an eye, the men raised their bows. Arrows aimed at the savage pack. The arrows flew fast, swirling through the night wind, piercing the darkness. Arrows rained down like a storm, piercing deep into the savage wolves, felling them one by one. The leader, a hulking beast, rode and charged like a fierce storm. Someone shouted, "Kill that savage leader." Kill it. With a solid run up, it soared into the air, charging straight at the crowd as if nothing could stop it. Arrows pierced its body but could not slow it down. It still lunged madly toward the mercenaries. They are coming here. They are coming here. Suddenly channeling his magic into his legs, Liu Feng leapt with overwhelming strength toward the central hill. With determined eyes, he raised his sword and charged straight at the fierce wolf leader. Under the bright moonlight, their shadows collided, creating a breathless moment of tension. Their eyes gleamed with intense focus, each breath steady, ready for an unforgiving strike. Your sword was stopped as the wolf leader bit down, eyes fierce and defiant. Your eyes widened in stunned surprise so strong. The wolf leader spoke, dropped his sword, and Liu Feng lost balance. Falling freely, the pack of savage wolves circles, eyes tracking every move, waiting for the moment he falls to strike. The blood wolves start shouting, "This is bad." If Li Hyunde falls into the savage wolves, trouble is coming. Think of a way to save him. Tafi quickly wiped away. "Let me go save him." Liu Feng smiled softly, breathing a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I rushed out in time." He immediately uses the mirror clone technique. And instantly, a clone of Liu Feng appears. He then springs off his clone's shoulder with a powerful, graceful leap. The fierce wolf leader lunged beside him, eyes blazing with savage intent. He shouted, "Big dog. Luckily you turned back." The sharp sword gleamed with a mystical aura, as if holding boundless power. Liu Feng lunged forward, slicing through the sword, decisively ending the defeated fierce wolf. He calmly planted his feet on the ground, his gaze unwavering despite the intense battle just fought. As Tufai rushed over, she saw the fierce wolf leader's head lying there. She quickly called out his name. Liu Feng, seeing her worry, he spoke up to reassure her, apologizing for making her anxious. Tafi crossed his arms, blushing as he replied, "Who is worried? I am just passing by." She shyly turned away. "I have changed my mind. I am heading back." Liu Feng smiled awkwardly. "Then just keep going that way." From afar, a pack of fierce wolves charges forward at a terrifying speed, their growls echoing through the air. Without hesitation, Liu Feng and Tafai ready themselves. Here they come again. Suddenly, they halted, as if stopped by an invisible force. Instantly, the pack of wolves retreated, leaving behind a tense silence. He was puzzled. Why did they withdraw? "Liao Haiyan, that move you just used was incredible. Can you teach me? I am an all your clone can attack and vanish in the blink of an eye. Where did you learn that?" Liu Feng rubbed his head. "Just a little trick." Yet it made the captain scoff. Tafi teased from the side. "I tell you, eavesdropping on others' secrets is the mercenary's greatest hate." Blood Wolf nodded. "If Brother Liu Huan does not want to speak, then I won't ask any more." Tusat nodded repeatedly. "No more questions." The fierce one gave a thumbs up. Thanks to Brother Liu Huan killing the wolf pack leader, the pack finally retreated. You laugh and say, "This time is just a probe. The real danger lies ahead. The battle is only beginning." Blood Wolf, Prison Executioner, and the fierce all speak in unison. "So Lian, what do you intend to do?" We all follow Hian. In the suffocating silence, a chilling howl suddenly pierced the air, freezing everything in place. He spun around instantly, eyes sharp, scanning every shadow. Liu Feng whispered softly to everyone, his voice gentle yet serious. Blood Wolf was stunned. "Liao Haiyan, is not arranging it like this too risky? Even the mighty worry." "Liu Haiyan, we know your strength is great, but it is only you alone." You smile and gesture toward Tafai. "Who says it is just me? I have teammates too." Blood Wolf remains uneasy, but Liu Feng raised his hand, signaling no more words. "Our manpower is limited." You speak seriously, yet the Blood Wolf's numbers are vast, spread in all directions. The other 3 defensive fronts must rely on the 3 squad leaders. Your face shows determination, your hand clenched tight. "Leave the defense on me." Seeing Liu Feng so resolute, they agreed. "All right. Liao Haiyan, everything will be settled as you said." "Be careful." Flames burst forth wildly, as if trying to incinerate everything around with fierce heat. The 3 squad leaders had already thrown in their spells. There was nothing to throw, just magic altering the terrain. "Liao Haiyan, you truly are cunning. So magic can be used like this. Time is limited, though. Otherwise, we will turn all 4 sides into this and see what those beasts can do." From afar, the Blood Wolf's minions rushed in, reporting to the squad leader. A large pack of berserk wolves is approaching from the east of the camp. Another report came in. An equally large pack is advancing from the west. The Blood Wolf's eyes widened in surprise. The brutal Blood Wolf was launching a full-scale attack, fierce and strong. It came swiftly. The 3 hurriedly bid farewell to Liao Feng and Liao Huan, saying, "Let us head back to our shelter. If things get critical, remember to send a distress signal." You wave goodbye. Got it. The 3 squad leaders must be careful too. With a heavy step, Liu Feng has already left his protective gear behind. On Liu Feng's face, a fierce resolve is clear. The pack of wild wolves attacking us is probably close. The moonlight cuts through the midnight, reflecting the bloodshot eyes of the charging wolves. Liu Feng instructed Fei to stay and handle the escaped fish. She hesitated, asking, "Do you really want to do this?" At his feet, blue magical energy swirled like spiritual force. The savage wolf had abandoned his savage path. "Do you truly wish to do this?" Beneath your feet, streams of blue magic swirl like the very essence of heaven and earth converging. The silhouette of Liu Feng strides boldly. In our homeland, a hero bearing that name stood against countless heavenly soldiers, becoming an eternal legend. From the distant horizon, the blood dragons surged like a flood of blood, blotting out the moonlight and the night wind. The magical force subtly fluctuated as he gripped the banana sword. "Today, I too shall be a hero." Energy gently swirled around him as Liu Feng took a battle stance, one sword against 10,000 wolves. From every direction, the fierce wolves surged forward, surrounding Liu Feng as if to trap him. Yet, he simply raised his hand with a slight flick, a confident smile curling on his lips. The pack of wolves surged forward like a storm, the ground trembling beneath their furious steps. Liu Feng's cold face hardened as his entire body shifted into a defensive stance. A sword flashed like a sharp spark. He spun decisively, swiftly dispatching the nearest savage wolf. Its head fell into the glowing red volcano, instantly sealed by the scorching heat within. Witnessing their kin slaughtered, the savage wolves roar fiercely, eyes blazing with fiery rage. His gaze shines with resolve. "With me here, you mortals can take one more step forward." Enraged, the savage beasts roared and lunged at Liu Feng as if they wanted to tear him apart piece by piece. With every step, they crushed the ground, releasing a suffocating aura of death. The sword blazed in the air as he swiftly and decisively took down each savage wolf. Fei stood there, eyes fixed, unable to hide his admiration so powerful. On the other side, Liu Feng grips his sword, taking down each savage wolf with a solemn thought. Truly, they seem endless. But luckily, these are only third-tier beasts. He clenches his jaw, the sound of metal scraping echoing in the silent air. Liu Feng is determined. Lacking grappling skills is truly troublesome. He must quickly delve into Hoaxia's internal martial arts and learn new grappling techniques. From behind, Su Fei calls out, "Liu Feng, let me take over. You should rest a while, or you will exhaust yourself to death." Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the mirror statue clone and reinforcement technique. Holding his ground here, in an instant, his clone charged into the pack of savage wolves, striking to distract and support Liu Feng. Then he immediately retreated, breathing a sigh of relief after an exhausting, deadly battle. Seeing this, Fei could not help but worry, saying, "Liu Feng, your afternoon has been way too intense." Liu Feng gulped down the water, then said to her, "I can only hold on for a little while longer. Soon, you will have to make your move." Under the starry night, his voice echoed, "The number of wolves keeps growing. If this continues, it won't end well." Once feeling stronger, Liu Feng said angrily, "You keep holding a grudge here. Let me go check on the Blood Wolf clan." Fei asked, worried they might not be able to hold them off. "You gently respond." Changing direction, "I underestimate the power of the fierce wolf. If we keep fighting like this, the hired spirits will suffer even more casualties." Her eyes light up, showing she understands everything. "Don't worry, I am here on this side." Over there, the blood wolves fought fiercely, struggling to deal with the savage wolves. Suddenly, one savage wolf attacked his subordinate, wounding him. "Kill all these dogs." The blood wolf charged to save him, unaware that another savage wolf was lurking behind. Ready to strike, he was doomed, his eyes froze in shock as he saw it, his face pale with horror. Flash of a sword streaked across, slaying the savage wolf attacking the blood wolf. He opened his eyes wide, overwhelmed by shock and confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Liu Feng appears, blood wolf leader. "You owe me a debt of love." Blood wolf guards respond. "Liu brothers, why have you come here? Has your side fallen? Did you flee here?" You provoke gently. "This side of mine has not fallen yet. How could I be worse than you?" The blood wolf watched his men fighting 7 savage wolves. Though this side had not fallen, the casualties were severe, and the other side, fierce and brutal, was surely the same. Liu Feng said anxiously, "The brutal blood wolves are relentless. At this rate, we are bound to fall soon. The blood wolves are fiercely cutting down everything. What did we provoke to make them this mad?" You worry about the plan. But if things get desperate, we can only force Ho and to spill the truth. Without hesitation, Liu Feng thrust his sword deep into the head of a savage wolf. "They offer money, but we cannot surrender our lives." You and the blood wolves advanced to the stronghold. "What is the situation?" He urgently pointed. "Clear the battlefield quickly." But when the brutal blood wolves temporarily retreated, everyone had to rest and regroup. Bao Kuang, with a worried look, replied. Casualties have reached 1/3 already. I am afraid we can't withstand the next brutal attack of the blood wolves. His subordinates lie bandaging their wounds. Exhaustion etched on their faces over there. Hearing those words, Lu Feng fell silent, deep in thought, his expression calculating. His steps were cold and resolute as he moved toward the chief's tent. The moment he stepped forward, the guards immediately blocked Liu Feng, forbidding him entry. His eyes turned icy, radiating unwavering determination. You forcefully push the guards aside and step inside. Making way, Hoenn is deeply engrossed in reading, his expression turning pale as he realizes Lu Feng is approaching him. He shouted in anger, "Who let you in? Weren't you supposed to guard the barracks?" Hoenn hurriedly closed the book, her eyes flickering with a hint of nervousness, as if hiding something. "You question, Master Ho. What exactly are we escorting, and why provoke the savage blood wolf to madness?" He commands firmly. "I have said all that should be said. What should not be said, I won't speak." Bao Kuang believes that the Spirit Mercenary Association rules state if the mission giver hides any information, the mercenaries have the right to refuse the task cutting off the blood wolf's hand. He warns, "If you keep hiding things from us, do not blame us for being ruthless." Hoenn slammed the table hard. "I am not hiding anything. If you break the treaty, we will report you to the Spirit Mercenaries Guild and have you expelled." Unwilling to back down, Lu Feng slammed the table back. "Nothing to hide here either. So, it is because we are too unlucky, chased by so many brutal blood wolves attacking the border armor of the great Tanjuan beastmen." The words stuck in his throat. He fell silent, unable to argue. "Fold your arms. If that is the case, the Line Mercenary Group wants to withdraw from this mission." Bao Kong and Tusat agree. "I will withdraw too," Huet Lang commands, and the Line Mercenary Group the Hyatt also pulls out. Hoenn Dunri looks at the four before him, his voice filled with righteous anger. "You all," he pointed out, "even if you retreat now, you won't escape the brutal blood wolves' ambush." The blood wolves immediately retorted, "Better to fight than die here. More brutal blood wolves are gathering all around. Our men won't hold out much longer." Bao Kong agrees, "Right. We do not want my sworn brothers to die here in vain." Tusat also agrees, "Right." Liu Feng analyzes. "The brutal blood wolves' target is what we are transporting. If we leave the goods and leave, I believe they won't stop us." Blood wolf clenched his fists tightly. "Old man. So you just keep protecting the treasure and wait for the wolves to come?" Hoenn furrowed her brow and asked cautiously, "Do you really want to withdraw?" Suddenly, he spun around, his face tense and wary. Then, with a graceful move, he vanished from sight. Blood wolf is mysterious. What is going on? Stealth technique. Fierce admiration. This is even more formidable than stealth. It seems Lia Hoenn has completely vanished. Then Lia Fengtrat appears, swiftly slamming the second shadow to the ground. You cautiously draw your sword, aiming it at her with wary eyes. Liu Feng demands, "Hoenn, can you tell us what is going on?" Stunned, he stood there with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. After a moment of silence, Hoenn slammed her hand on the table with a resounding bang. Blood wolf does not understand what is going on. "Liao Hoenn. Brother. What exactly is happening? Who is this person?" You aimed your sword at her. The assassin is relentless, with incredibly advanced stealth skills, always hiding in the tent. Blood wolf is surprised an assassin caught off guard. This old man has such tricks. Fierce Kang is stunned. Did that woman just try to kill us? Lia Feng coldly glances at Hoenn. Hoenn. The leader. Do you have anything to say? His eyes were full of hesitation, as if hiding something. Each time he struck, he withdrew coldly, his gaze unwavering. Lia Feng turned to Blood wolf. "Let us go. Take him away immediately." The child watched intently as the group turned their backs and left, their footsteps echoing on the cold ground. Lia Feng sensed something unusual, his eyes darting around with heightened alertness. Instantly, he reached out and firmly grasped the arm holding the weapon. The cold wind blows fiercely. 3 strikes and no mercy next time. Kick her far away, or there won't be a next time once we leave. The savage blood wolves will tear you apart. After a heavy sigh, Hoenn straightened up and said, "Wait a moment." His face darkened, showing exhaustion and tension. "All right. I will tell you." Work done. The four strode out of the tent decisively, leaving behind a silent space for Hoa. Tizit glanced around. The assassin had vanished. The blood wolf was alert. "But I can sense she is lurking nearby. We must be careful." Lia Feng spoke up to reassure. "No need to worry. With me here, she won't be able to do anything." You suggest to Huan, the master of Huan, if he does not want to lose his bodyguard, he should advise her to come out and not act rashly. He sternly ordered her to stop causing trouble. In an instant, she stood frozen before the crowd, no longer making a scene. However, his eyes flickered, revealing a hidden resentment he could not hide. Liu Feng reminded, "Master Ho, let us go quickly. We do not have much time left." Before you stands a large carriage, draped in a thick cloth. Liu Feng places his hand on the reins. Sensing something strange, he can't tell what is hidden inside. Hoenn pointed at it. "That is right. No secrets here." The carriage looks ordinary, but it is actually made entirely of spirit silver. Huet Lang's eyes widened in surprise. "What? You mean this carriage is crafted from precious spirit silver, with special powers that attract demons, making it a favorite among mages?" He glanced up at the carriage. Such a precious breed used as a mere coach. Truly extravagant. Calmly, he turned and replied, if you knew what was hidden inside this carriage, you would not call it extravagant anymore. After speaking, Hoenn turned and strode straight to the large carriage door, his hand reaching out to grasp the worn lock, carefully opening the door before him. After opening the door, he turned back and gestured for the four to enter. Please, follow me inside. One by one, their footsteps echoed softly on the floor. Inside, Hoenn slowly pulled back the brown cloth to reveal the secret beneath, leaving everyone stunned to find little Guyet Lang lying silently in the iron cage. It lies in peace, unaware of what is happening outside. The blood wolf points at it. This is what we have risked our lives to protect. What is this, Pepetta? Hoenn smiled and asked, what do you think could drive the bloodthirsty wolves into madness? The blood wolf realized something and howled uncontrollably. Could this be the child of the moon wolf king? Lel Du Feng, with a hazy gaze, asked, in Guyet Lang Vong, what is that? He explained, the hierarchy among the brutal blood wolves is strict, and the one who commands all the blood wolves on the Great Prairie is the Moon Wolf King. You finally understand. No wonder those savage blood wolves went mad. They wanted to save their royal clan. They slaughtered everyone. No wonder your guards withdrew. It was all to take our lives and strike at the core. Whether we can transport them or not, the dead are still ours. The blood wolf stomped hard on Hoenn, cursing, you are done for. Damn it. Go die. He lost his balance and fell. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind. The young warrior grips his weapon with a gleam, standing like a rock blocking Hoenn, his aura towering. Lu Feng's hands blaze, inner energy swirling like a silent fire raging within. You grab her neck tighter and tighter, making her struggle. Lu Feng's voice is cold. I have told you, 3 strikes and you are out. If you do not want to die, stay quiet and wait for me. Hoenn breaks the silence with a sharp remark. Now you know what the cargo is. He clutches his stomach and gently asks, can the mission continue? Bloodwolf roars. You bastard, are you crazy? Continuing the mission like this will get us all killed. Fierce Steel replies, now I will take you out of here. No need for the reward. A sudden howl echoed, startling everyone. It was the blood silver wolf. Hearing this, Lu Feng cautiously asked again, his voice serious, blood silver wolf. The blood wolf explains to you. The blood silver wolves are the Moon Wolf King's guards, each a level 7 day, with the blood silver wolves manifesting. It means the Moon Wolf King has appeared as well. His voice choked, but he kept speaking in panic. They won't let us go. Lu Feng and his team stood behind the wooden fence, eyes fixed on the thunderous steps of the blood wolves charging at a terrifying speed. You turn to Tu Fai and say, let us assess the situation first. The moonlight and the blood silver wolves approach, each step brimming with deadly intent. Moonlight rushes in slowly, eyes sharp as a powerful sword. Moon Wolf is stunned. Feverish Moon Wolf King has truly arrived. Lu Feng spoke coldly, his face stern. This is their king. Nugayat Sak steps carried a sharpness, as if cutting through everything in their path. Seeing this, Blood Wolf's eyes filled with curiosity. Why was Moon Wolf King passing through alone? He sneered coldly. Why care? If that is the case, let us take this chance to finish it off. He dreams to himself, the great Moon Wolf King is dead. The little Moon Wolf King is in our hands, so the pack will only obey us. Bao Kang, Tuset, and Hoenn agree too. Yes. Brilliant idea. Let us do it. To Fai sighed. You think you are clever, but Nugayat Lang Vong is a powerful warrior. Even if you join forces, it is just a death sentence. Hoyat Lang pointed to Lu Feng's place, saying we can't go, but we still have Lede. Moon Prince, do not get agitated. If you dared to come here yourself, it means you have a plan. Let us see what you want to do. Your eyes are as cold as ice. Carrying an icy authority, she coldly warned humanity. Hand over little Moon Wolf, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, the rogue group grew uneasy. Moon Wolf King spoke, his tone sharp. Hearing animals speak human words felt deeply unnatural. Humanity, who gave you the right to decide? The king. Want to speak with him? Everyone pointed at him at once. Him. Lu Feng began to worry, wondering why he felt targeted by them. If this went wrong, someone could die, he said. Tu Fai disagreed, asking why Lu Feng had to handle such a dangerous matter. She pointed at Ngai at Sak. If you have something to say, just say it. We can hear you. She was tall and fierce, her face showing clear impatience. You humans are really slow. A wisp of white smoke, a gentle mist envelopes her, shrouding her in an elusive mystery. She emerges like a shadowy figure from the fog, haunting and enigmatic. Hulan is stunned. Was that really the Lang King just now? Bao Kang blushes, turning human and looking stunning. Tu Fai Ling warns sharply. Hey, she is the Moon Lang King. Can you show some respect for humanity? Bao Kong instantly regained his imposing aura today. The Moon Wolf King is truly beautiful. Huet Lan placed a hand on him, whispering, Liao Hein, this Moon Wolf King is extremely cunning. Negotiating with him is very dangerous. Let me handle this instead of Hein, Liu Feng said helplessly. Hoenn did not say that just now, and Guyat Lang grew uneasy. I have taken human form, yet you still won't negotiate with me. Humans are deceitful and despicable creatures, Lia Feng suggested. Let me negotiate with her. If she suddenly turns hostile, I am afraid the Hein brothers won't escape in time. Without waiting, Tafi quickly proposed, I will go with you. She is manipulative. The more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving. I can't trust you to meet her alone. Maybe you have fallen for her charm. You immediately wave your hand, protesting, no, no, no. We will go together. Watching her walk with strength, Liu Feng wondered, Tafi, are not you afraid? The opponent is the Moon Wolf King. Tafi turned back, eyes shining. Afraid? Isn't someone here with me? Confident smile graced his lips, exuding a strong aura. I am here. Liu Feng stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, I represent the Trade Guild. May I ask what the Moon Wolf King wishes to say? The moonlight chills the air. Interesting. Sending a weakling to negotiate. Those people are shameless. My demand is simple. Hand over little Moon Wolf and the thief, or face the consequences. A gentle breeze stirs her hair, soft and flowing, making him blush. She is stunning. Suddenly, a soft but deliberate cough from Tafi snapped him out of his daze. Liu Feng scratched his face awkwardly. Little Ngayat Lang, we are just transporting ordinary goods. The cold-hearted one clasps his hands. Humanity, the fiery path can't deceive me. The wanderer has a unique secret art. She glances at the large carriage. We can be sure little Moon Wolf is inside. Liu Feng could not hide his surprise. His mouth agape in shock. With a cold glare, he handed over Xiao Yu Lang and the thief, saying, I will let you go and forget the past. She is powerful and commanding. If you do not surrender, this place will be your grave. A heavy silence envelops him, turning the surroundings eerily still. After a moment of thought, Liu Feng spoke. Her request cannot be decided, but I have an idea. The sharp one waved his hand. Enough. I do not care what you think. Bring out Xiao Yu Lang and the thief at once, she coldly warned. Otherwise I would not hesitate to attack the human lands. Tafi clenched his fist. If the Lang clan invades human territory, the human saints will wipe you all out. She smiled smugly, as if to say, do you really think only humans can have powerful saints? Our wolf clan has survived for hundreds, even thousands of years. You think it is just luck? Liu Feng spoke coldly. Don't talk so arrogantly. Though you are strong, we have something that will make you respect us. The sharp-eyed man asked again. What do you mean? You immediately reply. What you want is the living little Moon Wolf, not the dead one. In a fit of rage, she snarls fiercely. Who dares threaten me? You shrugged. Using a small wolf to threaten her was a bit shameless. But for the sake of my comrades, I had no choice. Tafi's eyes lit up immediately. Liu Feng. Well done. You were right. The sharp one returns. Humanity truly is shameless. Even as years change, you remain just as brazen. Liu Feng shows reluctance. Forced by circumstance, it is not what I want to do. She spoke up. Fine. Speak your mind. King Bong will consider it. Remember clearly, King Bong acts for the safety of Little Moon, not for your humanity. Liu Feng smiled and replied. Wouldn't it have been better from the start? We can negotiate everything. You make the proposal. Let us go. And we will release the Little Moon Wolf at the Great Grassland border. How about that? The sharp one immediately refused, saying humanity is deceitful. The Duke won't believe it, Tafi retorted. Everyone knows the Wolf clan is not ruthless. And we can't trust you either. Their eyes met, tense like a drawn bow, ready to snap at any moment. Unable to hide his helplessness, Liu Feng asked, So, what do you want? She crossed her arms, handing over Little Moon Wolf and the thief, saying, King Bong, you can let them go. He immediately objected. Mung is untrustworthy. We can return Little Moon Wolf to you, but we must wait until we leave the Great Grassland first, or else who can guarantee we won't be ambushed later? The sharp one turned away, saying if no one yields, then there is nothing left to discuss. Let us rely on our own strength and see how long you can stand against us, she warned coldly. But if you dare harm the Little Moon Wolf, the King of Staff will not only kill you all but also destroy the key element of the sun's power. In the silent void, the moonlit figure departed with a proud grace. Tafi immediately gave chase, refusing to let her go. Negotiation failed, so he had no choice but to capture the thief and their leader first. A blue aura swirls around his feet as he leaps onto the centipede. He lunges behind her, aiming for a surprise attack. Sorry about this. Her moonlit eyes darkened with hatred, revealing the deceit of humanity. He lunged forward, his sword slicing sharply toward the moonlight. She remained unshaken, coldly flicking the scarf. Each sword strike instantly deflected aside. Liu Feng slipped back, sword still in defense. This ancient scarf was too formidable. The proud warrior boasts, this Quanko scarf was forged by my own hands. Naturally powerful. Silently, Tofi grips her weapon from behind, ready to strike unexpectedly. With a disdainful glance, she sneered, a loser dares to ambush me. Her leg snapped up, delivering a devastating kick straight to Tofi's stomach. The terrifying kick threw her off balance, sending her flying like a falling leaf. She showed no emotion, coldly ordering the Blood Silver Wolf pack to kill her. Your voice echoed with worry, calling her name through the chaos. Tofi. In a fleeting moment, Tofi turned back, whispering your name with fragile hope. Liu Feng. Memories of VE. Tears streaming as they call your name, flood your mind. Liu Feng. Liu Feng gathers all his inner strength, his magic erupting fiercely, shaking the very air around him. The corpse is mysterious. What is going on? How did this brat's power suddenly surge? Tofi loses balance, falling straight into the blood wolf pack's trap. Sharp teeth gleam in the light as they charge, intent on tearing her apart. A cold, crisp clang of the sword rings out, freezing the air. Liu Feng gently embraced her, bringing a sense of peace amidst the storm. His eyes burned with passion as he watched the silver wolf's head roll to the ground. Falling far from its body, she lost control, descending into chaos. The king will tear her to shreds, the sharp scream of the undead echoed, accompanied by a relentless surge of fierce magic like a violent crescent moon. Each of her teeth was sharp as blades, ready to tear apart the two before her. Liu Feng was stunned. No way. She transformed into human form yet could still use the crescent moon strike. Tafai said anxiously. This is bad. Her power is increasing rapidly. She has almost reached the saint level now. His face suddenly darkened. Teeth clenched tightly. Looks like we really have to fight to the end. The corpse's fingernails began to grow, cold silver gleaming in the darkness. Her eyes blazed with fury as she snarled, lunging at Liu Feng like she wanted to tear everything apart. You push Tufai away and retreat to the camp. I can't unleash my full power here. Then, Liu Feng charges at her. Tufi rushes off Liu Feng. Be careful. Bloodwolf saw the two fighting and asked confusedly, why did they suddenly start fighting? Bao Gong also wondered, wasn't it supposed to be a negotiation? Tufai Ling coldly replied, Ngai Lang Vong's demands are too harsh. Negotiation is impossible. Hoen suddenly spoke up. Liu Han is still young and does not understand negotiation tactics yet. Even if the other's demands are harsh, we can still talk it through. Tufi angrily retorted, that is easy to say. But the Moon Wolf King demands the immediate surrender of Little Moon Wolf, and the thief. Should we just hand them over now? He immediately turned hostile. The Moon Wolf King is outrageous. This is clearly not a negotiation. We must coax her gently. Blood Wolf sighed helplessly. This fake lord flips sides faster than flipping rice paper. Tafi gazed into the distance. Liu Feng and Ngayat Sak were locked in a fierce battle, with Liu Feng now relying solely on his essence. Ngayat Sak's hair suddenly unfurled, swirling like living silk, ready to strike at any moment. Her hair wrapped tightly around the Liu Feng sword, stiff as an immovable object, no matter how hard she tried. He could not untangle the strands gripping the blade. Why were they so strong? Moonlight cold and vast. My hair is strong as steel. Let us see what you can do. She pressed her weapon close to Liao Feng, her sharp voice filled with vengeful will. Go to hell. Without hesitation, he remained resolute, summoning a shadow clone instead of sitting idle to die. In an instant, a clone of Liao Feng appeared, sword drawn and ready to fight. That clone swiftly blocked her relentless attack. What? Immediately after, Liao Feng ordered his clone, finish her off for me. The clone instantly slashed, decisively cutting off Ngayat Sak's hair. This is bad. Liu Feng and the clone charged at her together. Like an unstoppable storm, two swords pressed close to Ngayat Sak's face. She could only defend with a weapon in her hand. She quickly stepped back, preparing for the next counterattack. Her eyes burning with anger, she scowled in anger. Snapping, what is this? Not awake yet, the commander replied coldly. Respectfully, it is a clone. Ngayat Sak gritted her teeth, raising her brow and voice. Do you think I am a fool? How can a clone have offensive power? Luck Feng explained bluntly, not caring whether she believed or not. His face grew serious as he said loudly, when men lie, women are gullible. But when men tell the truth, women do not believe. How ironic. He laughed scornfully, eyes gleaming with twisted delight. I think I like you already. What is your name? You answered seriously. Her cunning smile deepened. All right, I have got it memorized. I am very curious, what kind of master do you serve? Luck Feng fell silent, his face showing confusion. So you want to uncover my origins before deciding whether to strike? Without hesitation, he confidently declared, I am my master's most foolish disciple, cast aside and forbidden to mention his name outside. If you kill me today, more than a dozen senior brothers will come after you. With a smug grin, Luck Feng taunted, if you kill them all, of course master will come looking for you. Moon's serious face was lost in thought. His words are hard to decipher. I am afraid we truly can't kill him. But if not, we must at least find a way to sway him. She unleashes a fierce power, shaking the very air around her. Lu Feng began to worry. Why had this woman gone mad? Her power had reached saintly levels. Tafai spoke solemnly. Can the Moon Wolf King still increase his strength? The Blood Wolf panicked, his voice thick with worry. I say, let us return Little Moon Wolf quickly. Tafei's gaze shifted to Hoen, frustration boiling inside him. Damn it. It is all this old man's fault. In an instant, she drew her weapon and lunged straight at him. Hoen's face filled with fear. Suddenly, the second brother appeared to protect Hoen, his eyes cold and body agile. Without hesitation, Hyatt Lang and Bao Kong swiftly blocked the attack with their swords. With cold eyes, Tafei now pointed the spear at him, sternly issuing a warning. If Lu Feng is in danger, I will immediately hand over you and little Hyatt Lang. Hoen broke out in a cold sweat. Hoen, drenched in sweat and powerless, stands silently, fervently praying. Brother Lu, you must win. Across the way, an explosion roars, shaking the vast expanse. She tilted her head back to the sky. Screaming echoes through the air, the wind rustling, her eyes cold and fierce, a sly smile playing on her lips as she spoke. Humanity, have you truly tasted the full power of the sacred realm? Lu Feng's cold voice warned. Don't bully me. You only reached the saint realm temporarily by borrowing external power. The other sneered. So you think I can tell you borrowed the power of the heavenly palace to reach the saint realm? His cold gaze, casually uttering a sentence that hit the mark just enough to scare her. Lu Feng smiled faintly, smile hiding 1,000 thoughts. Oh, the anger boils over. With humans among us, our race will surely face catastrophe today. I must destroy them. Fiery rage erupts as she charges at Liu Feng. You stop freaking out. Your face betraying your shock. It is not good. Showing off backfired. In an instant, the sharp figure closes in, a shadow flickering past your sight. Then, Lu Feng immediately unleashed his move at lightning speed, shattering the mirror image. She countered, but the one struck was only a mere clone. The agile figure swiftly retreats. As the shadowy clone fades and vanishes, he lands firmly amidst the dust. She is quite skilled at ambushes. The sharp one smirks, blood on her finger. Watch closely as she teaches how to strike without wasting energy. She gathers all her strength, ready to unleash the final blow. This time distraction saved a life. Next time there won't be a chance. Lu Feng hesitated, choosing to survive at all costs. With things as they are, he must fight with all his might. He gathered his magic power, thickening the air around him, his stance resolute. Lu Feng suddenly vanished, leaving her in utter shock. Gone again. For a moment, the sharp one suddenly straightened up, eyes wide, staring straight ahead. From above, he plunged down like a lightning bolt, aiming straight at her. She quickly raised her hand to block, while Lu Feng surged with determination, launching a 4-hit combo. The ground shook like an earthquake, then shattered into pieces. She unleashed her full power, flinging him away with terrifying force. Before you could even gather your thoughts, the sharp figure lunged swiftly toward Lu Feng. Trouble was brewing. Claws like gleaming blades aimed straight at him, ready to strike. A thick sound echoes in the silent space, followed by a slow flow of dark red blood. Lu Feng collapses to the ground, breathing heavily, each breath forcefully expelling thick, dark red blood. The assassin turned and walked away. Humanity is over. Your comrades will soon follow you into the abyss. In the silent moment, Lu Feng's eyes suddenly widen, strange veins flashing in his pupils. The assassin suddenly halts, eyes turning cold and wary, as if sensing something amiss. She spins around, her hair brushing the air, gaze filled with suspicion. Lu Feng, though torn and battered, slowly forced himself to stand. Who else can stand when I still can? He roared, his voice shaking the very air. No one is allowed to harm my people. No one. The atmosphere around him ignited as Lu Feng charged like a fiery arrow, his bloodshot eyes burning with deadly intent. If you want to kill them, kill me first, the sharp-voiced woman spoke plainly. Emotionless. That fast, the sword in Liu Feng's hand blazed brilliantly, attacking 8 times faster. Unfazed, she countered with a steady move, the moonlight shield. 2 forces clashed and collided, the strikes of Lu Feng and Goi Sak smashing together, creating an explosion that shook the entire space. Summoning all his strength, he roared, gripping the sword tightly with both hands, then slammed it down with great force. The sharp-eyed man stood frozen, eyes wide as the sword glowing with fierce blue light hurtled straight at him. In that brief moment, she turned to stone, her gaze stunned. Bewildered. Why? Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. Young one, why resort to such cruelty? Yungiant Bak stepped forward, his imposing aura filling the entire space. He calmly raised his hand, blocking the rushing sword of the wind blade, his gaze unwavering and resolute. The sword's edge lightly touched the crescent guard, sending a chilling cold through every fiber of flesh. Yungiant Bak stood tall, her stern gaze sweeping over the crowd, casting a heavy silence. Tafai asked anxiously, does the Wolf Clan really have a saint? Hoenn was shocked. You are doomed. Truly doomed. As chaos erupts, Yungiant Bak clutches Lu Feng's sword tightly, eyes resolute. He grits his teeth, his bloodshot gaze burning with unstoppable determination. At a glance, Lu Feng, Yungiant Bak said coldly, truly a power both strange and strong. I wonder which master's disciple they are. But their youthful will is weak, easily manipulated by this force. 2 fingers gently touched his face, eyes intensely focused as his power surged. Then he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and instantly a burst of chaotic light flared. He gritted his teeth, enduring it. Suddenly waking up, he immediately shouted, breath ragged and uncontrollable. Suspiciously, Lu Feng asked, as if seeking an answer, what just happened to me? Yungiant Bak slowly stroked the mulberry, eyes deep as he softly said, one who cannot control their own power has already made a grave mistake. Yungiant Sak shouted in anger, voice echoing, no, the grave mistake was made by him. He dared to challenge my strength. I want to kill him. Then Yungiant Bak slowly approached, still growling intense. Stay calm. Stay calm. Just let Bak handle everything. The first girl, puzzled, thought. She was so arrogant just now. Now she seems like a different person. No, a completely different creature. She turned around, looked at him, and asked, Uncle Bak, why have you come already? He calmly replied, I sensed you using the laughing moon technique with violence, so I came to check. His gaze flicked behind her, suspicion in his eyes as he quietly asked, "Why have you mobilized so many wolf clans?" She screamed, pointing at the mercenaries, her eyes blazing with fiery rage. "Uncle, they have captured little Nugayat Lang. Hurry. Save him." The Ningayat Baksh turned to Lu Feng, her gaze stern, asking, "Did you capture little Ningayat Lang?" Lu Feng calls for peace. No, I did not know they captured little Ningayat Lang. I am innocent. I only wish to hand over little Gayat Lang, hoping you will let me and my comrades leave the grasslands safely. Gayat Bak agrees. As long as you hand over little Gayat Lang, I can guarantee your safety. The vigilant man shouted. Uncle Bak, hand over the one who captured little Gayat Lang. He must not be spared. Then he turned to her. Now I am the one who decides. If you have any objections, save them for later. She sat down, turning away in a mock sulk clearly. I am the king, yet she treats me like a child. Moonlight gently caressed the mulberry branch, her eyes full of tender affection for this little one. Then he looked straight into Lu Feng's eyes and said, "Now, hand over little Ngayat Lang." Lu Feng respectfully proposed, "Senior, can the bandits retreat first? Half an hour after they withdraw, I will hand over little Ngayat Lang to you." His gentle voice echoed softly yet powerfully. "This is easy." With solemn grace, Nungayat Baksh slowly raised his hand to his mouth and let out a sharp cry, the sound ringing out like a signal. The wild wolves whistled urgently at the sound of the command, bodies tense like drawn bows awaiting the next order. Instantly, they abandoned their prey, turning to retreat, packs streaming away in droves. Ngayat Baksh stopped, looked straight at Lu Feng, and asked seriously, "Is this acceptable now?" He immediately replied, "Thank you, Senior. In half an hour, I will hand over little Gayat Lang." You rushed swiftly across the lush green grass, each step light yet full of urgency. Tufi saw you running over and stepped forward. Worried. Leldu Foam, are you alright? Hoenn stepped closer to the hut. Brother Lu, can we leave now? Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Half an hour later, Xiong Gaiat came out, saying we could go. He is panicking, but he still has to hand over little Gayat Lang. Can he refuse? You sound cold. It is fine if you do not hand it over. Just stay here with little Ngayat. We do not need payment for this trip anymore. Then, Lu Feng rubbed his hands to signal everyone to quickly gather their things and leave this place in half an hour. Hoenn sighed quietly, her face twisted as if burdened by something deep inside. He reached out, pleading, "Brother Lu, I agree to hand over little Ngayat Lang. Please do not abandon me." Then, Lu Feng gently held little Gayat in his arms. Slowly stepping forward, he handed her to Ngayat Sak and announced, "Senior, little Gayat Lang is safe and sound." She held little Gayat Lang tightly, unwilling to part for even a moment. After all the troubles, Lu Feng let out a soft sigh of relief finally. It was all settled. Nungayat Bak quietly pulled something from his pocket, creating a tense silence. He handed the jade piece to him, saying, "This is a token from me. Carrying it will make your travels in Tho Ian much easier." You quickly accept it and sincerely bow your head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior." He greets Liu Feng. We part ways here. Lu Feng, if you get the chance, you must come visit our clan. If you dare come, I will kill you. Lu Feng smiled softly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This grudge runs deep. Blood Wolf raised his hand to the family emblem. All settled. Let us get ready to move out. He laughed, shaking hands with the prisoner. Today was truly thrilling. He smiled smugly. The werewolves are just like this. I can spin tales to survive after being mauled by them. Lu Feng sighed softly, overwhelmed by helplessness. This group, they are just too much. Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared, spinning like a giant propeller in the air. Numian Baksh stepped out, old age dulling his mind. Muttering, I almost forgot, there is still one matter I have not settled. Seeing that, Lu Feng gritted his teeth, thinking, isn't he the one talking, deserves to die. Before he could react, a sharp, silver blade-like light flashed past beside him. The beam of light surged like a storm, striking straight at Hoenn, but Yingzi leapt forward to shield her, the force flinging her aside. The air round suddenly fell into an eerie silence as Liu Feng straightened and turned back. A gush of fresh blood spurted from her mouth, the red mist filling the air before her. Hoenn cried out in panic, calling her name. Enhai. Enhai. His eyes widened, moving so fast he could not track the attack. This was the power of the Saint Gso. Union stepped into the vortex of space. This is the Wolf Clan's warning, sent to the masters of your trade guild. Watch closely. The entire space suddenly fell into absolute silence, as if time itself paused in that moment. Without hesitation, Lu Feng immediately signaled, what are you waiting for? Let us go. The mercenaries hurriedly fled. Come on. Move quickly. I do not dare stay here any longer. Who knows if the Wolf Clan will suddenly turn on us. Let us go. Now, at dawn, under gentle sunlight, the mercenaries and Lu Feng moved together to a new place, sitting cross-legged. Eyes closed. I realize my strength still falls short of Thanji's. Though the attack's force was 8 times stronger, we still could not fully control it. We must resolve this quickly. From above, an electric bird swooped down, flying right before Toffee's eyes. He leaned in, whispering something urgent right next to her, information that hit Toffee like a thunderclap, freezing her completely in place. Lu Feng hurriedly asked, Did something happen? She replied, there has been a family crisis. I must return immediately. He asked, do you need my help? Tofi gently declined. I can handle it. For now, I do not need assistance. She immediately stood up. I have to leave right now. I am going ahead. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed Tofi's hand. Wait, are we really leaving right now? She turned back, smiling bright as morning sun. You will hear from me soon. Then she gently leaned in, placing a soft kiss on Lu Feng's cheek. Remember me well. In a flash, Tofi spun around, her body light as if flying, claws striking like the wind. She left, leaving Lu Feng standing there, his face flushed with embarrassment. On a bright moonlit night, distant stars shimmered like sparks dancing on the pitch-black sky. Lu Feng sat cross-legged within a glowing magic circle, a strange light enveloping him like an invisible shield. You close your eyes tight. Breathe deeply, focusing all your will to awaken the inner power. Right in the center of your abdomen, a white vortex erupts, spinning like a whirlwind of faint, powerful light. Slowly, you open your eyes, gazing at the outside world with a fresh awareness. Seeing the tiny drifting lights, you think to yourself, how strange it is that for the people of this continent, elements without white attributes are the most useless. But for me, I can directly absorb these elements, though I can also convert battle energy and magic elements to use, but it takes considerable effort. Lu Feng reached out his hand, as if these elements without attributes were like the primal energy described by Huaxia's internal arts. You ponder deeply. My meridians differ from those in this world, and the cultivation method taught by the blood wolf is utterly ineffective. Neither magic nor battle key can be cultivated. I can only master the Huaxia internal skill. Lu Feng analyzed in his mind. Now with Tet Feng De, Thon Bz, Kind Tian Fian Thin, and a deadly strike, all mastered from Ho has inner power. Gripping the sword tightly, if I can perfect this inner power, I might become the strongest in the world. Lu Feng moves slowly, channeling his power before striking. His mirror clone appears instantly, their swords clashing with a familiar ring from countless days training with the Blood Wolf clan. I feel my combat experience has grown richer, and a breakthrough seems near. You see, only real battle can truly sharpen strength. I must become even stronger. In a flash, Lu Feng's clone erupted in fury. But not only did he fail to protect Cap Cac, he could not even shield Vinai. Lu Feng swung his sword, a sharp slash cutting clean through, and the image of rage vanished instantly. He silently vowed, I will personally kill to avenge Vinai. The scene shifted. A figure in a dark cloak stood silently at the foot of a towering skyscraper, shadows blending into the darkness. Furious, he pulled his shirt aside, revealing half his face. Humanity's world. I am Bat, and it is all the fault of those cowards. In his mind, the scene of Tyat holding Vinai in her arms appeared, her serene and steadfast aura radiating from every gesture. She made me ask, who the hell dares lay a hand on the sacred student of the Greedy Academy? Furious, I cut off the hand, shouting with resentment. Greedy Academy? Nicholas, this time I will make you pay. 10 days later, after the small peaceful battle, the Blood Wolf, hand stained with dust, was exhilarated, finally out of the trap safely. Mission accomplished. Alive at last, Brother Tung took Hoen's shirt. The old man hurried to the mercenary guild to deliver the mission. He was still waiting to get paid and go have fun. Smiling awkwardly. Alright. Cut to the Mercenary Association, a stunning house belonging to Ai. Amidst the silence, Tran Vong drifts into a deep sleep after a strong drink. The Mercenary Association's men handed the documents to Blood Wolf. Everything's done. You may leave, Hoen suggested. Captains, let us head to the Mercenary Guild. Blood Wolf laughed heartily. Now we have got the money. In the whirlwind of evasion, Tran Vong suddenly glanced toward the swirling wind and Blood Wolf. His eyes flared up, his whole body froze as if turned to stone. Black hair. Tran Vong's gaze locked onto him with suspicion, gripping him tightly as if trying to scrutinize something. A vague feeling crept into his subconscious. Lu Feng slowly turned around, eyes sharp and probing. Lu Feng paused, as if a fragment of memory suddenly flashed in his mind. This man was a master of the 8-section staff. Tran Vong shook the bottle, the liquor swirling inside. Hey, kid, want a drink? He tilted his face half-turned, a gentle smile appearing. No need, you keep it and drink. Then suddenly, the old man spoke. This glass of wine is from that new guy. Tukofi. Hearing her name, the breeze seemed to freeze instantly, and he stumbled mid-air. Without hesitation, he turned back. An old man, the one who knew news of Tafai. He calmly shakes the bottle. My wine is almost gone, yet no one drinks with me. He pretends I am truly pitiful. You slam the table, saying if someone can tell me about Tafi's situation, I will drink with them, no matter how much. Right after, they kept dodging from one bottle to another without a moment's rest. Lu Feng looked up and asked, Old man, can you speak now? How is Tafai doing? The old man slammed his glass down hard on the table. The young man was indeed impatient, having only had a few drinks. Then, Tran Vong lowered his voice. Alright, I see you are also someone dear to Tafai, so I will let it slide. Lu Feng blushed, eyes avoiding Tran Vong. My dear, if it is not you, then who? You stirred up trouble for Tafai and now refuse to own it. Lu Feng blushed, eyes avoiding Tran Vong. I did not provoke him. Suddenly, Tran Vong lowered his voice. At the clan meeting days ago, Tafi schemed against his cousin and took control of all branch powers. The old man continued the story, declaring before everyone that she already had someone she liked, a young black-haired master of martial arts. Hearing this, Lu Feng worriedly asked if hurting her elder brother, Tafi, would bring punishment from the clan. Tran Vong lifted his hazy, drunken eyes to look at him. The elders were indeed ready to punish him, but Tafi revealed a royal token that could change the entire situation. Lu Feng was surprised and asked what token it was. Tafi explained she had found a way to heal internal injuries, and the clan chief had examined Tafi's body, proving her words true. You barely remember, never expecting that what started as a coincidence could help her so much. Seeing Liu Feng's expression, Tran Vong raised his glass toward you. What Tafi said came straight from the stars. You hesitated. Though I can only help Tafi and reduce internal injuries, if it helps Tafi, Lu Feng replied decisively. Yes, I have a way to cure her internal injuries. He began gulping down wine. Indeed, this Tafi family is formidable. Now aided by a saint from the future, Tran Vong suddenly slammed the table. Well done. Well done. Looks like this old man needs to make some preparations. Confused, Lu Feng asked again with a puzzled look. What? The old man, drunk and mumbling, said. Of course, if you can still drink more, just keep going. You watch Tran Vong collapse, too drunk to stand. Wait, where is Tafi now? The old man suddenly said. The capital, Tinlam City. In the Tinlam Empire now she is the head of the clan and must stay in Tinlam City. As Tran Vong finished speaking, he leaned against the door, as if trying to support himself. The old man returns cautiously, warning the young man, don't betray her. With that, Tran Vong gently waves goodbye and leaves. His stern face showed unwavering determination. I will find her. At night, streetlights spilled into the bar, casting a hazy, mysterious glow. Lu Feng spoke up, asking the Blood Wolf Pack what business called me here. Tusat placed a hand on his back. Come now. Brother Lu, have a seat, have a seat. The Blood Wolf began. I have a big deal here. His excited smile lit up his face. Brother, do you want to work with me? Hearing this, he crossed his arms and stopped, asking seriously, business deal. Without blinking, he stared straight at the Blood Wolf and asked, tell me, what business do you have? He moved swiftly toward Bao Kong, and with just a slight glance, Bao Kong understood his intent. He is eating right at your place. Come on, let us eat and talk. Savor every drop of this special wine we prepared. Blood Wolf bows respectfully. Brother Lu, this matter is settled. The three of us plan to unite our mercenary bands. Would you join us? Lu Feng asked again. United, he smiled with hope. Now we are B-rank mercenaries. After unification, we have a chance to be promoted to a rank. Oit Lang laughed excitedly. The 4 rank mercenary captains are called the 4 elite mercenaries, and with us, we will become the 5 elite mercenaries. Hearing that, he firmly refused. No thanks, I have no intention of switching teams for now. The 3 immediately froze, exclaiming in unison. How can he reject so decisively? Lu Feng asked again. Didn't you say there was hope for promotion? Could it be that without me, you can't advance? The Blood Wolf sighed. To reach level up, relying on talent and strength is not enough. Then what must we rely on? He whispered. We need to check if there are traitors in the mercenary guild. You would not believe it, this world runs on connections too. Then he began to recount. All 4 top-tier mercenary squads in the guild have traitors. You could even say they are the mercenary guild's peripheral forces. Bao Kang covers his face in disappointment. Relying on the mercenary guild is not wrong, but the guild has countless factions. We are afraid of picking the wrong side. You hesitate, and we thought if Liu Hoin were here, no one would dare touch us. But now, you calmly ask again, how many major factions are there in the mercenary guild now? He immediately replies, the mercenary guild is mainly divided into 3 powers. Moreover, 2 of them are captains of the ruthless mercenary squad and the elite mercenary squad, both rank units. The last one is the girl who was promoted to the top rank just a few days ago. Bao Kong looks at the Blood Wolf anxiously. Leaning on her, the Blood Wolf hesitates, replying, this. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed in, carrying the warmth of a new day. The Blood Wolf asked in surprise, Brother Liu, why are you rushing back like this? Stay here and rest for a few days. Liu Feng smiled and said, I have matters to attend to at the base. But when the time comes, we will drink together again. About yesterday's discussion, I thank the 3 captains. He squeezed my hand firmly. Confident. Brother Liao, with your blessing, we will surely hold tight to Sophie's strong support. Then, before turning away, Liu Feng waved goodbye, promising to meet again. Blood Wolf also bid farewell, vowing to reunite. The thunder of hooves echoed as the horse galloped swiftly, racing through the air like a storm, riding across the vast plains. Liu Feng felt each thunderous hoofbeat beneath him. He gently pulled the reins. The horse came to a calm stop. A bit hungry now, Liu Feng's face showed helplessness. Why had not he encountered any beasts on the way? He could not even take a step forward. Suddenly, his eyes widen, a sharp light flickering as he realized something. Liu Feng took out the white moon jade piece given to him. Wondering if its power was why all the beasts fled from him, he decided to endure it for now and feast heartily once he returned to Rebat. Liu Feng's eyes suddenly darted with vigilance, missing no movement around him, scanning the vast, desolate space. Seeing nothing, Liu Feng wondered if his senses had deceived him. He clearly felt a surge of energy just now. He urged his horse forward, quickening his pace, determined to reach the village before dinner. Behind you, a circle of space slowly emerges, swirling gently in the air. From within the circle, pale moonlight and moon hues step out, their shadows faint under the dim house light. She turned back to question him. Uncle Back, why did not you let me deal with him? Guyot gently explained. Little Ling Guyot, remember this well. Friends are always worth more than enemies. He gently stroked the mulberry leaves, sensing the bond between Liu Feng and the Dragon Clan. From him, I could feel the breath of the Dragon Clan. The moonlight shimmered, his calm expression revealing the truth in his eyes. The Dragon Clan. Back spoke softly. The Dragon Clan is not something our Wolf Clan can challenge. He turned to her. Let us go. If you want to defeat Liu Feng, you still have a long way to go. With firm resolve, Ngayat's act declared, I will not let him win. Back pondered and asked, Liu Feng, the Beast Clan plans to cleanse the Nabat-Lak stronghold with bloodshed. Can you ensure your safety? He suddenly lowered his guard. If someone dies, how will the Dragon Clan react? It does not matter to our Wolf Clan. The city of Nabat-Lak, strictly guarded by soldiers. From afar, the horse's shadow flashes like lightning. Liu Feng swiftly approaches. She crosses her arms on her hips, asking in a commanding tone, Where do you come from? With a voice full of authority, he ordered his men without hesitation to stop and inspect. You halt your horse. What is going on? Why the sudden inspection? He proudly replied. The decisive battle with the Beast tribe is near. To prevent their spies from infiltrating the city, the Lord has ordered strict checks on all who enter and leave. Then, she pointed at him. Where are you from? Liu Feng answered. The great grasslands of the Beastmen. He heard that and gave a sly smile. Realizing you are the traitor of the Beast tribe, you pointed at your own face, asking, Why do I suddenly become the traitor? She snapped her fingers to signal the money. Whether she is a traitor depends on your wit. Liu Feng rubbed his head, smiling with satisfaction. You want the money? Right, seems you are not so foolish after all. Still smiling, he boldly replied, I have no money. Hearing this, the man roared in fury. No money? Then what do you have? Clenching his fist, eyes blazing. I have only this punch. He slowly draws his sword. Still want to resist? Seems you are the traitor of the Beast tribe. She pointed the sword straight at Liu Feng, then stopped him. He glanced at the surrounding men, smirked with contempt. A fool unaware of life and death. With absolute calm, Liu Feng recounted the solution gently. She stood still, fidgeting. He was stunned, eyes dazed by what was unfolding. As he stepped back, he did not expect to bump into a silent figure standing there. Hatch behind him. What is happening? She stammered. Chief Officer Ohatch. Immediately, he pointed at Liu Feng. Chief Ohatch, a traitor to the Beast tribe, trying to arrest him, but he resisted with violence. Inside, Kodong could not help but feel pleased. Damn brat. With Chief Ohatch here, he is as good as dead. Suddenly, he pushed his face away. Li Yudip, long time no see, feverish and restless. Li Yudip. Ohatch suddenly felt cold and hollow. Useless trash? Who is the traitor and who is not? No one knows. The person has been dismissed. His face turned pale. Demoted. Dismissed? Does that mean I will end up like those street people? What on earth is happening? He placed a hand on your shoulder with the warmth of a longtime brother. Ohatch inquired about the situation, asking why Liu Hundi returned so quickly. Liu Feng smiled and replied, I have agreed with Ohatch that Hoyan will join the decisive battle against the tribe. I will not break my promise. He suddenly closed in on you. Liu Hundi is indeed reliable, but I heard he encountered the Moon Wolf King during his mission. Liu Feng asked again. So what? Ohatch pressed firmly on your shoulder, asking about the battle results. Hearing that, without hesitation, he split away like a swift reflex. Merging together, he opened his eyes wide. Confused inside, fighting with Ngayat Lang Vong. This little prisoner, Ohatch smiled warmly, stepped forward to pat Liu Feng's shoulder. Liu Huindi was indeed formidable. Facing Ohatch, who he still did not fully trust, Liu Feng subtly dodged his hand. Liu Feng strode past, his voice faint as he said, I must return immediately. I will go ahead. Meanwhile, Ohatch, still stunned by the rejection, silently judged. Has this little prisoner really improved his skills? At that moment, Ohatch suddenly remembered something and called Liu Feng. Wait, Liu Yudip, I have something to discuss with you. The city lord wants to see you. Hearing this, Liu Feng was stunned, turning around with a face full of doubt. The city lord wants to see me. The scene shifts outside an ancient, quiet building bathed in pale sunlight. In the office, Kang Tu is handling documents, while Xojin nibbles on meat nearby, anxiously wondering why Liu Feng has not returned yet. After hearing that, Kinigizia sighed deeply, his face involuntarily tensing. Little Kim. Brother, If you truly miss Liu Feng, you should not want to eat at all. If you keep eating like this, I really can't support you. But Cao Jin refused, stubborn as ever, saying, Kangxi, I want to fast. When Liu Feng returns, I will tell him. Kangxi glanced at the bones on the plate and sighed. You have already eaten it all. What fasting? Just as the two were still arguing, a voice cut through. Brother Kang too. Xiao Jin, I am back. Xiao Jin, seeing him arrive, cheered with joy. Kang Tu smiled and replied, Liu Feng. Liao Haiyan. Brother. Then, Xiao Jin wiped his hands on Liu Feng's arms, leading a relentless barrage of strikes against him. Invincible Phoenix Fist. You scoundrel. Where have you gone? I miss you so much. Moments later, Liu Feng, now mastering blind blood, finally stopped Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, ease up a bit, but he still would not back down. That scoundrel. Soon after, a sumptuous feast was laid before Liu Feng and Tiu Kim, who devoured it eagerly. Tiu Kim lamented, starving to death, while Liu Feng confessed, these past days, I have missed you so much I can't eat or sleep well. Kang Tu dutted his own hands, rubbing his head with a hint of irony in his voice. Restless and uneasy, the meal dragged on for an hour, as the sky outside blushed with sunset. Inside the dining room, only bones and empty plates remained on the table. Now, the two finally started eating. Liu Feng happily surveyed the feast before him, eating with pure joy, while Tiu Kim was so full his belly was like a balloon, already 8 parts satisfied and quite strong. Suddenly, Liu Feng glanced up at the clock hanging in the corner of the room. Then he stood up and said, It is time. I must go to the Lord's mansion to attend the banquet. Kang Tu repeated in amazement. Arriving at the city Lord's mansion, little Kim's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Holding the feast, Liu Feng's face grew serious as he raised his hand to explain to them. Just now, I encountered the armored guard. Huan said the city lord is hosting a banquet, inviting me to join and discuss the decisive battle with the beast tribe. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Jin lunged forward, beheading Liu Feng, shouting, I want to go too. Do not leave me behind. Liu Feng struggles to pull Xiao Jin away, his face stretched tight. The arrogant shirt invites only himself, not others. Xiao Jin stubbornly refuses to let go no matter what. Suddenly, he stopped, and an idea sparked in Xiao Jin's mind. He looked at Liu Feng expectantly and obediently said, You are not allowed to bring other people, but pets are okay. Ready. Liu Feng stepped outside, already wearing a dragon-shaped bracelet. Xiao Jin was happy. Isn't this a sign you can take me along now? Liu Feng looked on speechless. Your little wit is all used up on eating. At this point, Liu Feng warned sternly, I am telling you now, you must hide well and avoid being discovered. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin could not help but laugh, replying casually, Got it. Let us go quickly. Let us go quickly. The scene shifts to a golden hall, exquisitely adorned, where the city lord, dressed in grand robes, sits as the presiding authority. Upon hearing this, he firmly replies, Yes. The collar of the jacket darkened. His voice deepened. He is not weaker than me. In fact, now I suspect he is even stronger. Hearing this, Odak exclaimed in shock, Stronger than you? Then that means… Wait a moment. He looked confused at Ohach. Second brother. What rank is that again? I forgot. Hearing Odak say that, he teased, When will Big Brother's memory get better? Despite that, Ohach quickly took on the role of a teacher, explaining to Odak, There are now 11 ranks. 2D is just Kuday and Liu Feng, I guess, is a bit stronger than me. Odak seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. So that is it. Just do as you say. At that moment, a guard entered, respectfully reporting, Master, a man named Liu Feng has come to visit. The guard had just withdrawn his words when Ohach boldly stepped forward. Brother, let me escort that man inside. Odak, the assassin, replied politely, You have worked hard. Brother. Following Ohach's lead, the two figures quickly appeared inside the banquet hall. Odat sat at one end of the banquet table, while the maidservants brought out each dish. Liu Feng looked around, captivated, silently admiring the harmony befitting a city lord's mansion. Seeing Liu Feng still nearby, Ohach immediately introduced, Today's feast is specially prepared by our boss. This also conveniently answered Liu Feng's question about the absence of other guests. At this moment, the man in the special robe slowly reached out his hand and spoke. Second brother, this is the person to talk to. Suddenly, he froze, panic flashing in his eyes. Wait, who is this? Liu Feng was caught off guard. His companion patted his shoulder to reassure him. Our big brother's memory is not the best, Liao. Please understand. As soon as he finished, he reminded the man beside him. Big brother, this is Liu Feng. At this moment, Liu Feng immediately put on a serious expression and reintroduced himself. I am Liu Feng. Paying respects to the esteemed Odak, the awkward situation was finally resolved as Odak waved his hand, saying, No need for formalities. I must thank you on behalf of the Sun Never Sets faction for your willingness to join the decisive battle against the Beast Tribe. But Liu Feng disagreed, humbly replying, It is an honor to fight for humanity. Just then, Xiao Jin and Liu Feng's hands suddenly lunged forward, devouring the delicious food on the table. The tough guy and the bully saw Xiao Jin and immediately went for him, both shouting in unison, "It is him!" Meanwhile, Liu Feng's face showed pure despair as he silently thought, "It is over." Liu Feng grabbed little Jin tightly, who looked confused at the two others. "This is my pet, a greedy snake." But even after pulling, little Jin would not let go of the meat, so Liu Feng snapped, "Stop eating. It is embarrassing." Across from him, Oh Hatch was still astonished, the greedy snake its eyes fixed on Xiaojin, never having heard of such a demon beast. Seeing their curiosity, Liu Feng quickly waved his hand, explaining the name was just something he made up, so not knowing was normal. It seems the special agent is quite intrigued by little Kim. He waved his hand gently. "It is okay. If he wants to eat, let him eat. There is no shortage of food here." The party awkwardly began, and as soon as he sat down, the agent asked, "Liao, brother, I heard you defeated the Yellow Moon Wolf King." Liu Feng raised his glass confidently. "Yes. What is it to you?" Hearing your confirmation, the crowd cheered and gave a thumbs up. He praised you as a true hero. Thus, the Moon Wolf King led his pack to besiege Night at Lexiu for months. Yet sadly, we never encountered the Moon Wolf King himself. Just after Odat spoke, suspicion clearly showed on Liu Feng's face. "You have never met Gaiat Langvong before." The two remained silent. Confirming it, he continued, with a hint of regret, "Then you have really missed out. Gaiat Langvong is not only powerful but also quite handsome." Ohet startled at the mention. Her face not bad. Could the Moon Wolf King be a woman? Odak, though protective, could not hide his shock and quickly demanded an explanation. Liu Feng smirked, his voice loud. "Odak, City Lord. Ohet, big brother, today you invited me here. Surely not just to hear my stories, right?" Liu Feng, unwilling to reveal too much, quickly changed the subject. "Let us not forget the main matter. Liu, today's invitation is to discuss the grand duel with the Beast Tribe. The 4 great academies will send elite students, and I hope to serve as their instructor." Liu Feng thought he misheard. Pointing at his face, Huaini asked again, "Instructor?" Seeing Liu Feng's disbelief, Ohet Boy made his stance clear. Liu Hoindi is young but outstanding, with a unique view of martial arts perfect for the instructor role. However, Liu Feng still disagreed, rubbing the back of his neck stubbornly, saying, "I have never taught anyone this before. It is not very suitable." Hearing this, Lian Tran, a student of the 4 great academies, all elites intelligent and eager to learn, thought Liu Hyundi only needed to guide them a little. Odak sat beside me, adding, "Except for Nicola's crazy girl, just thinking about her gives me a headache. If she messes up, we will be in big trouble." Hearing the dissatisfaction in Odak's voice, Liu Feng wondered, "Nicola's crazy girl? Oh, I see." Her laughter was twisted and bitter. He dared not speak the truth. She was just a nobleman's daughter, with a difficult temper. As long as Liu Hundi stayed away from her, it was fine. Seeing both of them wear such grim expressions, Liu Feng felt a chill down his spine. If they were that afraid, it was better for him to keep his distance. Then the party went on, and throughout the meal, little Kim was probably the happiest, holding his round belly, thinking, "I can't eat anymore, but there is still so much delicious food." With that thought, little Kim activated his power, his belly shrinking back down, and he smiled. "All right then." But Ohach saw it all and asked suspiciously, Leoindim, whatever beast transformation that is, why do I sense a faint wave of heavenly energy from him?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Liu Feng was momentarily speechless. "No way. Even Hein could sense such a weak energy wave." "You hesitate. It is just a small snake I picked up from the wild. I do not even know what kind of magical beast it is." Ohach grows more curious about Xiao Jin. Approaching him, "This beast of my brother's intrigues me greatly. May I borrow it for a bit of research?" Seeing Ohach dare to approach, Tiu Kim quickly arched his body and growled, leaving Liu Feng struggling to find a way to respond. "It is over. Ohach has targeted us, and Tiu Kim's identity is about to be exposed." In the heat of the moment, he grabbed little Kim, still frozen on the table, then quickly made an excuse to escape with him, saying, "I will reconsider the matter with the officials later. I have other business. I am leaving now." Before the two could say a word, the shadows of Liu Feng and Xiaojin vanished completely into the vast ruins. Seeing the feast end abruptly, Odak frowned and scolded, "Second brother, how could you take someone's demon beast for research?" The guest was so scared he ran off. Ohach explained, "Big brother, you do not know, that beast just now, we suspect it is a Kingdai demon beast." Odak was so shocked he blinked twice, wondering, "A Kingdai demon beast, are you sure?" At this point, Ohach scratched his head awkwardly, embarrassed and uncertain. This made Odak furious. He shouted, "If you are not sure, why are you still here babbling nonsense?" This moment, on Liu Feng's side, he ran while panic-stricken, glancing back, no one chasing. Right, Xiao Jin's eyes were wide as he was grabbed. "Let me go." Reaching a safe corner, Liu Feng finally stopped, staring at Xiao Jin. "Did not I say I would secretly bring food to the others?" Then someone ran out, but instead of fear, little Kim's face lit up with greed seeing so much delicious food. "I can't resist." Saying this, little Kim's eyes glazed over. He covered his mouth and yawned. Liao Feng, I am drunk, bit sleepy, I am going to sleep first. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Kim was already dozing off. Li Yufeng looked on in dismay. Thinking all he does is eat and sleep, he might as well be renamed Piglet. Li Yufeng tucked Yu Kim inside his shirt, his eyes filled with worry, hoping the officer would not suspect a thing. Just as Li Yufeng was lost in thought, a chaotic noise erupted nearby. Dan. No wonder I am so unlucky today. It is because of them. Not far from where he stood, a crowd surrounded something. The source of the ruckus. Quick! Look, that red-eyed demon is getting beaten again. But why does the black-haired, red-eyed girl keep lingering like a restless spirit? Your gaze pierces through the crowd, landing on Scarlet, the girl raising her hand over the formation's pillar. Seeing Hong Yi's red eyes, Lia Feng's gaze flickered briefly, and her eyes were red. The group surrounding Hong Yi hurled sharp insults. In such a rotten place, you still dare to run out onto the street and blend into the crowd. Van Hao shouted loudly, the cursed demon deserves to be beaten to death. Everyone agrees, beat him to death. Vun Ho crosses his arms in disdain. A single glance from him could bring tears, beat him to death. Amid the crowd, Kwokong shows no mercy to Hung Wai. Encouraged by the shouts, he strikes even harder. When it was Kwok Dong's turn, he raised the beer bottle high, roaring, you bastard mutt. No father. No mother. It is all because I met you yesterday that I am so unlucky. Go to hell. Just as the bottle was about to fall on Hong Yi's head, a strong hand reached out to catch it. Kwok Dong clearly did not expect anyone to dare stop him. He glared sideways. It turned out to be Liu Feng, who stepped in to help when he could no longer watch. Enough. Will you leave on your own, or shall I make you? Kwok Dong stammered upon seeing him. It is him. The air suddenly fell silent. The beer bottles in their hands slipped and shattered on the ground. Ku Fiying fell back in panic, looking utterly miserable. Why are you here? Liu Feng ignored Gu Dong, stepped forward to support Hong Yi, asking if she was alright. The bystanders, overhearing, grumbled in discontent. Look at that man, caring for that ghostly woman. How shocking. Another man waved his hand. He is definitely a madman. Another sneered, hey, are you sick? A woman like that should just die quickly. The relentless insults rang in Liu Feng's ears, leaving him stunned. Cardinal raised his bloodshot eyes to Liu Feng, his small body covered in countless wounds. Looking deep into those blood-red eyes, Liu Feng felt a chill, such coldness, yet strangely familiar. Liu Feng seemed to have returned to the days of being shunned, when he was the target of harsh words like cursed to death by parents. So unlucky. I do not want to see him anymore. Look, he is falling. Let us stay away from him. His eyes then mirrored the same deep sorrow now seen in Hong Yi's gaze. He gazed thoughtfully at the little girl, a bittersweet ache stirring within him, just like when he was a child. But Liu Feng had long left that past behind. Now, all he cared about was the girl before him. Does your nose hurt? Let me take you to find some medicine. All right. Seeing Hong Yi shrink back, Liu Feng smiled gently and said, don't be afraid, I am not a bad person. Realizing he might have misspoken, Liu Feng awkwardly scratched his head. Thinking, seems like bad guys always say that. Hong Yi looked up at Liu Feng with worry eyes, slowly opening her mouth. Brother, you do not hate me, do you? Liu Feng gently stroked Hong Yi's head, comforting her. Why would I hate you? You are so lovable. Just as the two were still talking, Kwok Dong regained his spirit, clutching the painful wound in his side and lunging forward. I am like this because of you, go to hell. Just when Kwok Dong thought he had won, another Liu Feng appeared from behind and grabbed his hand. Seeing you the second time, Kwok was so terrified he froze, unable to speak. What is this? Liu Feng said nothing, gently pressing Hong Yi's face against himself. Children should not watch this. Behind him, Liu Feng's clone swiftly dealt with Kwok Dong, blood splattering everywhere. The crowd, shocked, scattered in fear. Van Hao fled first, shouting, he has killed someone. Hurry, inform the authorities. At that moment, Ong Yu, lying in Liu Feng's arms, suddenly pushed him away with all her strength. Just then, a drop of warm blood fell onto the young girl's face. The cardinal licked the drop of blood on her face. The little girl smiled faintly. Could this be the taste of fresh blood from someone else? Liu Feng captured the whole scene in his sight. Startled, he whispered to himself, this girl. Quickly regaining his composure, Liu Feng reached out to Hong Yi. Come with me, I will take you home. But she responded coldly, I have no home. At that moment, Hong Yi stood up and walked away, her back turned. Liu Feng watched dumbfounded, thinking, is she really like this? Just when he thought it was over, Hong Yi suddenly collapsed before his eyes. Seeing the girl's condition, Liu Feng reluctantly lifted Hong Yi, worried she had fainted and needed a doctor fast. In his haste, he did not notice passing by a strange man with the same face beneath the helmet. The furious, hideous face of wrath was revealed. He gritted his teeth watching Liu Feng, thinking, I am not dead yet. Meanwhile, Liu Feng ran through every street, anxiously searching, but after all this time, he had not found a single pharmacy. Holding the unconscious Hong Yi in his arms, Liu Feng recalled how internal energy once healed Su Fei's injuries. Perhaps it would work on her too. Without hesitation, he He channeled his energy into the girl's body, but you quickly noticed something was off. Liu Feng stared down in shock. How could this be? Seeing Hong Yi still unconscious, Liu Feng calmly thought, her meridians are similar to mine, but it is only a few key meridians that are the same. Otherwise, I would truly suspect the girl is also someone who traveled through time. Just as you were lost in thought, Hong Yi's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened a crack. Seeing the girl awake, Liu Feng cried out joyfully, "She is awake. I did not expect it to actually work." As soon as she woke, Hong Yi pushed his head aside with disdain. Then, the tough little girl jumped from Liu Feng's arms, her tiny feet landing on the cold ground. At that moment, stubborn Hong Yi wanted to leave, but Liu Feng hurriedly stopped her from behind, saying, "Nay, you have a wound. Do not run around recklessly." Unconsciously, his hand grabbed Hong Yi's collar and tore it without meaning to. The sudden situation made Liu Feng, frozen with embarrassment, stammer out, I am sorry." As night deepens, the scene shifts to a clothing store specializing in girls' apparel. Hime, the shopkeeper, cheerfully takes Liu Feng's purse, saying, "Sir, you are generous, take whichever outfit you like. While you comfort Hong Yi, I will buy you a new outfit. Is there one you like? I will get it for you." The girl looks around the store and says, "You owe me. Not the other way around." Seeing Hong Yi was a bit angry, Liu Feng firmly said, "Yes, I owe you." After some back and forth, the girl decisively pointed at a striking red dress. "I want that one." Liu Feng, your eyebrows are raised. This outfit is way too red. Honestly, it is not flattering. You should pick another one. Then, casually, you grab a neat blue dress nearby. Liu Feng suggests, "How about this one? Pure and fresh Xia Luli would definitely look adorable in it." But Hong Yi did not even glance at that dress. She was determined. "I like that one." Liu Feng pretended not to hear and brought out all kinds of clothes in different colors. "How about this maid outfit? Or a high school uniform, a school blouse?" Though Tai Liu Feng tried his best, Hong Yi paid no mind and turned away. He urged her to focus on the striking red dress, but she repeated, "I only want that." In the end, Liu Feng had to give in. He brought the red dress before Hu Mayan asked, "Master, after all the money spent, could you help my sister bathe?" She found him strange, taking in a beggar as a sister. But outwardly, Hu Mei remained professional. "No problem, sir, there is a bathhouse behind. Let me lead your sister there." Next, Hu Mei smiled brightly, waving her hand to guide Hong Yi to the next room. "Miss, please follow me." The little girl stood still, her face cold and unyielding. Understanding Mei's startled gaze into those red eyes, her professionalism vanished instantly. Seeing her fear, Hong Yi quickly realized and grabbed the red dress, heading inside alone, saying, "I can bathe myself." The door swung open and shut swiftly, and the cardinal's figure vanished beyond it. Inside the shop, only Liu Feng and Hu Mei remained. She was too terrified to speak aloud. Master, this girl is a demon." Her eyes. Hearing that, Liu Feng's face darkened. He warned sternly, "She is my little sister, not some demon. Keep your distance and do not spread rumors." Time passed, and Liu Feng sat waiting, the moments stretching long and short. Just then, his eyes caught something outside the door. Liu Feng swiftly dashed out to check. On Vangdan Street, Liu Feng searched cautiously around. Could it be his senses deceived him? He clearly felt a sharp aura just now. While you were still searching outside, a strange sound echoed from inside the shop. Liu Feng immediately looked in, his heart gripped by unease. It was the voice of that little girl. Sume has been standing still all this time, fearfully waving her hands, saying it has nothing to do with her. She knows nothing. Of course, Liu Feng does not suspect Shumei. He quickly rushes toward the room where Hong Yi is changing clothes. Could it be a diversion? "Don't be afraid, I am here." Liu Feng rushed to open the door, his voice filled with worry. "Are you okay?" Before him sat Hong Yi on the ground, clutching her arm in pain. Hearing footsteps, Hong Yi lifted her dreamy eyes toward the door. Moments later, Liu Feng rushed in, gently sighing. Turns out the little one fell while climbing the chair. "I thought she was in danger." Cardinal obediently sat printing for Liu Feng, softly asking, "Everyone fears me, so why do not you fear me and even save me?" Liu Feng smiled and replied without hesitation, "You are just a child. Why should I fear you?" But Hong Yi could not believe it. She recounted, "I am cursed by demons. Even my own family wants to kill me. They say I bring disaster." Liu Feng caught the core of her words, staring at her in shock. "Cursed by demons." Hong Yi pointed to her eye, her voice dropping low. "That blood-colored person. That is the devil's mark." Looking at them, "Brother, I do not feel fear. Just sadness." To soothe Hong Yi's mood, Liu Feng gently stroked her head, his eyes warm and tender. "Not at all," he said. "I find you incredibly adorable." "Incredibly dear?" Hong Yi asked again. "Why?" Hearing that, Liu Feng ran his hand through his hair, joking, "That hair color, it is just like ours. And besides, I think your eyes are beautiful." But Hong Yi still did not feel any better. She muttered, "Lies. Deception." At this moment, Hong Yu seemed lost in her own darkness, wondering why someone was not afraid of her eyes, why someone liked her, why even her family wanted to kill her. and why he did not hate her were all his words just lies. Speaking of that, Hong Yi's mood suddenly became agitated. She jumped up and shouted, "Brother, you are lying to me. No one would sympathize with someone born from a demon. Even my own family dislikes and fears me." Her eyes filled with despair over reality as she screamed, "I do not believe you could ever understand me." Seeing Hong Yi did not believe him, Liu Feng sighed in helplessness. Then, he took her small hands and looked straight into her eyes, facing those innocent, insecure eyes. He bravely spoke, "I understand you." Liu Feng's words left Heng stunned for a moment. Then she softly whispered, "Oh," before Liu Feng gently embraced her small frame. "Brother, and I feel for you. I won't fear your eyes. From now on, let me be part of your family." Hong Yi focused only on those words, her eyes wide with surprise. "He is not afraid of my eyes. He understands me by now." Seeing Hong Yi had calmed down, Liu Feng let the girl go and asked, "Right, I still do not know your name." Hong Yi replied with a name that immediately came to her mind. Hong Yi. "My name is Hong Yi." Seeing the girl's condition has improved, Liu Feng led Hong Yi outside. "Let us go. I will take you home." Hearing that, surprise clearly showed on Hong Yi's face as she repeated, "Home." Noticing Cardinal's doubt, Liu Feng replied firmly, "Wherever I am, that place is your home." As he walked, Liu Feng added, "But Cardinal, our home has rules too." Cardinal asked back. "Oh." Only then did he continue, "The first family rule, do not worry about what others think, just live happily." Hong Yi saw Liu Feng's good intentions, nodded, a faint smile on her face. In the shop, Liu Feng kept picking out more items for Hong Yi, fooling himself all the while. Wait, her clothes still are not tidy, her hair needs a trim, and what about her shoes? The scene shifts to a vast fortress shrouded in darkness, the stronghold of the great commander O. Inside the main hall, Hatch stands speaking with a man cloaked in black, praising, "Your strength is truly extraordinary. If your highness leads the charge in this decisive battle, the human race's chances of victory will rise." That mysterious figure in black is Lo Din. He boldly replies, "I have a rival who refuses to ally with the beast tribe. Of course, I will fight for the humans." Hearing this, Odat immediately applauded, satisfied and praising, "Good, good. Now the Sun Never Sets faction has 2 more 9th level powerhouses. This is great news for humanity." Noticing Lo Dun's confusion, Hatch directly explained, "Our race has another 9th level master named Lu Feng. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet for you two to get acquainted." But on Lo Din's face, no emotion showed. He thought silently, "Lu Feng, have you already reached the Chippy C level? No wonder you sensed my aura." With that, Lo Dun waved his hand modestly and said, "No need. I must focus on training now. No distractions. When the day of the duel comes, I will appear myself." Seeing Lo Din act so mysteriously, Odak suggested, "Why do not you stay at the Lord's mansion? I can arrange the best place for your training. Guaranteed no one will disturb you." Without hesitation, Lo Dun turned and walked away, reminding him before leaving, "No need to go to such trouble. I have only one request, to represent Not Bat Lack in the grand duel. See you on the day of the showdown. Farewell." Watching Lo Dun's back, Odak feels suspicious. Something's off. Could this guy be a spy for the Beast tribe? Hatch stands beside Lian Tranan. The Beast clan has never trusted humans. Even spies would not seek them out. After investigation, turns out he truly is human. Hearing this, Odat feels much more at ease, visibly pleased. And if that is the case, our human race will surely avenge the old wounds in this great duel. Beneath a sky ablaze with 1,000 stars, a lone pair of feet trudges along the road. Just outside the Lord's mansion, a black cat leaps out, blocking his path. "Nakam, in the form of a black cat," asked Lo Din mysteriously. "Did you do well, cat?" Lo Din revealed a sinister face and reported, "I have informed Lorden's other agents. I have gained the trust of the humans. The plan is going smoothly." Satisfied with the answer, she swiftly climbed the high wall and vanished into the darkness. "Leave it to me, cat." In the silent space, only Lo Din remained. He gritted his teeth, silently devising a wicked plan. "You have taken everything from me, so I will make the entire human race pay." The scene shifts to Liu Feng's quarters, the camp of the mercenary squad. Liu Feng and Hong Yi stand at the door, inside clothes and various items scattered chaotically everywhere. The cardinal glanced around the room, finding nothing to praise. "This place is your home. It is no better than my own den." Hearing this, Liu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. After all, it is immense quarters. Then his eyes lit up. "Wait, it is time to leave." Then, Liu Feng whipped up a whirlwind that swept all the scattered stuff outside. Now, the room looked strangely clean. Excited, Liu Feng rubbed his hands. Done perfectly. This Feng style is truly a divine skill for housework. Before her eyes, the scene made Hong Yi's red eyes sparkle with a few shimmering lights. The little girl looked at him with admiration, as if sensing Hong Yi's thoughts. Liu Feng arrogantly said, "Impressive. Right, want to learn?" The girl quickly shouted, "I want to learn. I want to become as powerful as Hein." Suddenly, Hong Yi's gaze faltered. Her voice grew softer, but others said I was cursed by demons, unable to practice magic or cultivate spirit energy. Liu Feng heard this and gently patted the girl's head. saying, "Little N, do not listen to their nonsense. Just follow me, and you will surely learn to use your nose." Just then, Liu Feng suddenly remembered something, stopped rubbing his head, and wondered where Big Brother Kang-tu was. He had to ask Hyan if he was still on guard. Not long after, Liu Feng found Kang-tu sprawled on the ground, drunk and rambling. "Little Kim, let us drink, there is plenty of wine left." Liu Feng was speechless. Little Kim's serious drinking habit must have been taught by Hyan. Damn it. Still unaware, Kang-tu turned inward carelessly. Liu Feng could not hold back and shouted, "Big Brother Kang-tu, do not sleep anymore." The loud voice successfully woke Kang-tu, who opened his bleary eyes and mumbled, "Why do I hear Li Honda's voice?" Seeing Liu Feng standing before him, Kang-tu woke up with joy, immediately flipping the table and sitting up. "Li, you are back." The table, not fully fallen before, quickly toppled back, hitting Kang-tu painfully. The scene was so tragic that Liu Feng could not bear to look. He sighed, wiping his face. Just having finished cleaning, Kang-tu remained carefree, standing up and rubbing his head. Wondering, "I only bumped my head on the table, so why is it such a mess?" Seeing King-tu more alert now, Liu Feng turned to introduce, "Big Brother Kagi-tu. This is Hongwa. She will be living here from now on." Hearing the name Hong Yi, King-tu's cheeks flushed, his eyes glistening like watching a joyful scene. "Who is Hong Yi?" In response to Kang-tu's curious gaze, the small face of Hong Yi appeared, and the curiosity on Kang-tu's face quickly turned to horror. To Kang-tu, Hong Yi seemed to carry a demon on her back as he screamed, "It is a witch." Then Kang-tu suddenly grew serious, his voice slow as if telling a story. "How could I not have known? With those red eyes. Everyone in the city knew. They say after she was born, her family kept dying, and her father thought she brought disaster. So he tried to kill her." This was the first time Liu Feng had heard of it, and he wondered, then what happened? Standing before the cardinal, Kang-su whispered a secret to Liu Feng, and soon after, that woman's house mysteriously burned down. Her father died unjustly, leaving her the only survivor, wandering the city ever since. Hearing the whole story, Liu Feng felt not fear or hatred, but pity. So this child had endured such suffering. Kang-tu whispered to Liu Feng, "Liu Hyan, you can't take her in, she is a demon woman who will bring disaster." Just then, a sharp noise rang out from beneath the large cabinet nearby. Then it crashed straight onto Kang-tu's head, blood trickling from the top of his head. His face turned pale from the pain. "Look, disaster has arrived." Before the words could finish, the large cabinet toppled, burying his body under its weight. Liu Feng ignored Kang-su's words, skillfully diffusing the situation. Kang-su was so happy he nearly fainted, and tomorrow he would quiz the master again. The night passed swiftly, and early the next morning, true to his promise, Liu Feng taught martial arts to Hong Yi, slicing a large watermelon into two halves. As he spoke, his hand spun in a circle, generating a flow of energy, half for you, half for him. Then, Liu Feng lowered his hands, closed his eyes, and exhaled. Seeing this, Hong Yi quickly followed suit. After demonstrating, Liu Feng explained to the girl that martial arts must be learned in order. If she wanted to master the style, she first had to practice the Tai Chi form well. "Show me your moves." Then, under Liu Feng's guidance, Hong Yi diligently practiced the Tai Chi form lower, slower, right hand reaching straight out, arriving swiftly. An hour later, Liu Feng was astonished to see the wind in the courtyard gathering and growing stronger. Turns out it was Hong Yi, the girl, who had formed a large wind sphere in her palm. Liu Feng stared intently without blinking, silently whispering, "This is..." The wind in the cardinal's hand was spinning on its own, gradually forming two pieces of yin and yang Tai Chi. Then, the girl calmly stretched out her arms, and the breeze dispersed along with it. The scene before Liu Feng surprised him. He thought to himself, "She has awakened the spirit of heaven and earth. Could she be the legendary genius?" Caught in Liu Feng's strange gaze, Hong Yi was puzzled. "Did I practice something wrong?" Liu Feng quickly regained his composure. "You wave it off like it is nothing." Denying it. "No, no. Very good. Very good." But inside, "You are screaming. I have not even taught her to recognize acupoints and channel energy into her body. Yet she is already able to awaken the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on her own. It is terrifying learning the entire Tai Chi form in just 1 hour, while I had to train for a whole week before. Is not that unfair?" But what the cardinal thought about was something else. She looked at her hands and doubted the so-called pork knuckle technique Hyan taught. Moving as slow as a turtle, how could it possibly kill? Seeing Hong Yi's misunderstanding, Liu Feng explained, "Who says being slow as a turtle is not powerful? Besides, learning martial arts is not to kill, but to protect yourself and others." Just then, Kang Sai rushed over, his head tightly bandaged, and Liu Ho followed closely. Seeing him arrive, Liu Feng warmly raised his hand to greet, "Brother Kang-tu, Huan is awake." Kang-tu immediately walked over to Liu Feng and whispered, "Little brother Liu Hyan, why is she still here?" Cardinal seemed to notice Kang-tu's wary attitude, her brow slightly raised. Hearing Kang-tu's question, Liu Feng quickly decided, "Big brother Kang-tu, do not get agitated. Let us have Hyan decide if she can stay here." Surprised, Kang-tu asked what he meant. Liu Feng pointed at Hong Yi. challenging, "Brother Kangxi, let Huyen fight her one-on-one. If Huyen wins, I will let her go. If she loses, she stays." As the words left his mouth, both Kang Sai and Hong Yi were stunned. What? Yet, deep in Yuti's heart, a thought emerged. Liu Hain hesitated to confront the demoness directly, so he sent me instead. Even if she leaves, she won't have a reason to seek revenge. Yes, it must be so. Thinking that, he did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Let us do it. But she has no fighting spirit. How can she fight me? Liu Feng replied. I have neither spiritual energy nor magic. Can Huyen defeat me? At the same time, he set another rule for Kang Su. Huyen cannot use spiritual energy in a fight against her. Moreover, he could only use 1/5 of his strength. Scratching his face, he lazily replied, "Of course, I do not bully children." Having finished with Kang Tu, Liu Feng moved to Hong Yi, ruffled her hair, and said, "Go on, use the technique I just taught you to strike Huyen. Then you will see how slow moves like a turtle can be deadly." The cardinal's whole being brims with spirit. The girl determined to raise her clenched fist high. The two quickly took their fighting stances. Kang Tu looked at Hong Yi. "Ready." The strong-willed girl replied, "Ready." Hearing this, Kang Tu swiftly entered combat mode. "Brother Feng, come at Nam with a punch." "Be careful." At the blind spot, Nam Dam from Kang Tu struck straight at Hong Yi. The girl raised her hand to shield her face, but it barely helped. Hong Yi lost her balance and fell backward. Luckily, Liu Feng caught him just in time. He warned him to be careful, not to use full strength. Besides, Liu Feng had already insisted on only using 50% of his power for the scarlet robe. Kang Tu rubbed his neck awkwardly, then smiled and said, 5 parts force, or else let us fight again." The duel restarted. And behind, Liu Feng whispered to Hong Yi, "Don't resist force with force. The essence of Tai Chi is to use force against force." Across from him, Kang Tu furrowed his brow slightly, muttering to himself, "This time, I will use 3 parts strength." Just as he pulled back his words, Kang Tu raised his fist high once more, aiming straight at Hong Yi. Seeing the powerful fist about to strike his face, Hong Yi stood stunned, silently reminding himself, use force against force. At that moment, Hong Yi seemed to understand, pressing Kang Tu's hand to direct the team's attack. Now it was his turn to lose balance, his whole body pitching forward. Cardinal gave Kang Tu no chance. The girl gently pushed him with both hands, causing him to fall face first to the ground. Lying there for a while, Kang Tu was still stunned. Muttering, "I have fallen to my knees. How could I fall like this?" Liu Feng approached Cardinal Hong with a smile. "So, is not waking up faster than a turtle impressive?" The girl praised. "Very impressive." Now, the results in China were set. Liu Feng second to Kang Si. Kang Si, the elder brother, had lost. Though dissatisfied, he reluctantly accepted it. The hen man kept his word they could stay here. As Kang Tu still worried, Liu Feng assured, "Big brother Kang Tu, I guarantee with my honor, Hong Yi is truly not a demoness." Hearing this, he rubbed his head and replied, "If you say she is not, then she is not." Just then, an alarm blared. Suddenly something's wrong. There is a traitor from the Beastman's great slaughter sect inside the city. Hurry and inform Lord O'Hatch. Liu Feng clenched his teeth, anger boiling inside him at the thought of a traitor from the Beastman's great slaughter sect within the city. The city is in chaos. Deafening screams echo. "Run, run. The Beastmen are here." In the streets, a savage Minotaur wreaks havoc mercilessly. The guards closed in on him as ordered. The commander's voice rang out. "Stop him. Do not let him reach the group. Stay calm. Reinforcements are on their way." In a spot out of sight, a figure in a black cloak stands beside a cat, watching it all unfold. Lo Den crosses his arms, looking down with disdain. Senzaita's guess was right, just one traitor, and we would know the entire layout and guard positions within the city. Akam disagrees, arguing that to get inside the city, we must pay a heavy price. Cat. Lo Den does not care. His eyes gleam with cunning. The greater the cost, the greater the gain, the longer the chaos lasts, the more intel we gather. Moments later, the guards gathered in growing numbers, forming inner and outer rings to surround the Minotaur. Seeing this, he grew even more excited, the Minotaur lifting his head to the sky and letting out a long howl. Then he immediately charged at the guards. Outside the circle, a grandmother and grandchild, pretending to be weak, could not escape in time. Suddenly, the grandmother's foot hit a roadside rock. Seeing her fall, the boy knelt beside her. This scene caught the bull-headed man's eye. Just as the grandmother sensed something was wrong and turned around, the thug had already closed in on the two of them. In that moment of danger, Liu Feng rushed forward to shield them. "Stand tall, feet firmly planted on the ground," Liu Feng said as he channeled his energy. "Scarlet, watch closely. This is the Tai Chi 442 Divine Weight technique." As he finished, a powerful surge of energy gathered, swirling before Liu Feng. With the power of his 2 hands, Liu Feng gripped the bull-headed man's horns, his Tai Chi form graceful and precise. In that moment, a miracle occurred. Liu Feng's strength surged through the massive body of the bull-headed man. Before he could realize anything, you spun the bull-headed man around at a dizzying speed, passing through the electric double doubt. Seeing the strange phenomenon, everyone flew out with worried faces, while the crimson eyes flashed fiercely. Too powerful. From above, N's anger flared. Voice sharp. "You fool. Move aside, you are a cow, not a lone donkey. Only Lo Dun beside understood it is not that he won't move. He can't. Nha stared at Han in shock, unable to believe it. Now, Lo Dun explained that Li Yufeng's powers were strange. The stronger the bull-headed one, the harder to escape. Lo Dun's gaze fixed on Li Yufeng with growing suspicion, while Han thought silently, this is neither magic nor martial arts. What exactly is this power? After being spun around endlessly, the bull-headed man could no longer bear it, staggering like a drunkard. Then, unsurprisingly, he collapsed onto the ground, his head full of short bursts of stars. Seeing the threat perfectly neutralized, Li Yufeng rubbed his hands in satisfaction. Across from him, Scarlet eagerly ran over. Turns out those spells were that powerful. After hearing this, Li Yufeng grew confident, proudly boosting. Of course, Tai Chi is the essence of Chinese martial arts. Ong Yi mimicked Li Yufeng's earlier move, raising her hand and spinning. How do you use this move? I want to learn. But the result was a dizzying mess. Li Yufeng gently said, all right, when we get back, I will teach you a lesson. Moments later, he helped the old lady up and asked kindly, Grandma, are you alright? The old woman looked at him with grateful eyes, her voice feigning humility but gentle as she said, thank you, sirs. Li Yufeng replied modestly, no need for formalities. But while they were still chatting, the bull-headed man woke up and started causing trouble. Then, the bull-headed man's eyes bloodshot wildly as he lunged at the cardinal. Red as ever, Li Yufeng realized something was wrong and thought, oh no. Bulls here are just like on Earth. Seeing red drives them mad. Everything happened too fast. Li Yufeng only had time to shout a warning. Cardinal, get out of the way. Before the girl's eyes, the giant body of the Minotaur engulfed the small figure of the cardinal. Therefore, Li Yufeng swiftly rushed to the crimson-clad girl, who was frozen in fear by the scene before her. Just as the bull-headed man's claw was about to touch her, Li Yufeng grabbed her in time and dashed away with heroic speed. Seeing the prey slip away right at his mouth, the bull-headed man growled in frustration, eyes fixed on Li Yufeng's fading silhouette. Then, the bull-headed man charged towards the two, while the boy calmly patted the red-robed one's head, obediently waiting here for me. And Li Yufeng turned back, his gaze shifting swiftly from gentle to icy cold. Li Yufeng drew his sword, stepping closer, thinking, I was going to spare your life and hand you over to Brother Ohatch, but you dared lay a hand on little Lolai. At this moment, anger flashed across Li Yufeng's face. He furrowed his brow and said, now, I have changed my mind. Without hesitation, Li Yufeng leapt up and swung his blade at the bull-headed man. After landing, Li Yufeng calmly sheathed his sword, leaving behind the lifeless face of the bull-headed man, whose slash had cut through another. Suddenly, Li Yufeng gasped in horror at the body spurting fresh blood and shouted, Cardinal, get back. Then, Li Yufeng lightly jumped forward, pulling the cardinal out, as the stiff body of the Minotaur collapsed perfectly. Reaching a safe corner, Li Yufeng gently landed with the cardinal on the ground. The boy gently held the girl with both hands, his eyes carefully scanning the cardinal around them. Luckily, he was just in time, or her clothes would have gotten dirty, hard to clean. But Liao Feng's action angered someone, who angrily scratched 3 long marks on the wall, claws sharpening, voice filled with fury. Damn it. Who is that human? I want to kill him. Meanwhile, the calm one beside him confidently told Li Taram, no need for you to act. I want to kill him myself. Hearing that, Nakam asked in surprise, is he an acquaintance of yours? But Lo Dun did not answer. Instead, he urged, Ohatch is about to arrive. We must go now. Instantly, the shadows of a man and a cat vanished without a trace into the air. Below, the guards had just arrived, rushing to check the Minotaur's body. Liu Feng asked the cardinal with concern, you were scared just now. Were not you? She replied with a calm expression. No. Liu Feng heard the cardinal speak and laughed heartily, praising him for his bravery. Not far away, the stern voice of the officer rang out, ordering a city-wide investigation to find how this traitor slipped in. As the guards shouted, patrol. Then, the officer turned to the two, his voice friendly. Liao Haiyan. Brother, luckily you are here this time. Liu Feng thought silently. In the movie, the police always arrive last. Did not expect it to be the same here. In his tone was a hint of reproach. Big brother officer, you sure are late. Ohatch did not argue. He explained softly, there is no other way. The students from the 4 great academies have arrived, and I must go welcome them. Liu Feng caught the key point. The people from the 4 great academies had come. Ohatch calmly recounted. The original plan was to arrive a few days later, but they came earlier than expected. You said. The gaze of the officer suddenly shifted downward, meeting the cardinal standing beside him. Seeing the girl, a flicker of panic crossed the officer's face as he stammered. This is a demon. Before Ohatch could finish speaking, Liu Feng stabbed him in the chest, saying, this is my little sister. Ong Ye. Ohatch quickly praised, your little sister is truly adorable. Though inwardly he thought, taking a demoness as a little sister, Liu brothers really are something, he said. He is Mother Ka, our friend, the one who provides for where we live. Hearing this, the cardinal did not suspect. The little girl obediently spoke, greeting him. Facing the cardinal's poetic face, Ohatch thought silently. Forget it, as long as Liu brothers are happy. With that, he forced a smile and said, "Goodbye." Then Hatch turned to Liu Fong and proposed. "Right. Liu brothers. Now's the perfect time. How about we go test the strength of this academy group together?" Hearing that, "You are a bit curious, are not you? Don't you already know their true strength?" The man's face showed some difficulty as he answered mysteriously, "It is better to see with your own eyes. Besides, since I will be their instructor, it is a good chance to meet them." But Liu Fong is not that easy to fool. He rubbed his neck and declined, saying he had not agreed to be a teacher yet. Seeing this, Hatch immediately put on a pleading face with sparkling eyes he found adorable. "Aren't we good friends? Our bond is so deep, how could you be so cold?" Liu Fong knew Hatch was using his own words to trap him. Flustered, he hesitated, then said, "All right. I agree." Smiling, Hatch led the way. "Good. Liu brother, that is the spirit. Let us go." Before leaving, that arrogant guy even invited the cardinal and the little brat to come along. The teacher agreed, and Liu Fong said nothing. Thinking, fine. Let us see how the students of the 4 great academies fare. If Vini were still alive, she would surely represent the greedy academy in battle. The scene shifts to the white arena, where a crowd is gathered in the center. At this moment, the officer slowly approached them with Liu Fong and the cardinal. Someone wearing a brown cloth on his forehead quickly realized it was none other than the Earth officer. Who was that companion that day, looking so fragile? The nearby villagers wondered why they brought a child along. As they neared the group, Liu Feng released Hong Yi's hand and warned Jiao and Mua to stay put and not run around. He had already told Hatch to get them a chair and some snacks. There, Liu Feng continued to pretend, stepping forward with Hatch towards the crowd. Hatch introduced briefly they were students of the university, but the toughest opponent was not here. Liu Feng was surprised not here. Her face twisted as if recalling something terrible. She said training was a waste of time and refused to join. Hearing this, Liu Feng praised her honesty. Quickly, the two arrived before the group. The officer declared solemnly, "I am the instructor in charge of your training." Liu Feng, the guest, greeted. "First time meeting you, I ask for your support." But Du Qin was the first to oppose. A domineering man, his age close to ours. How could he be a sect leader? Yuan Ding beside him agreed. "That is right, I can't sense the aura of a powerful expert from him." Caught off guard, Hatch was momentarily speechless. "Hey, you all," while Liu Feng remained calm. "Do you think I do not enjoy being a teaching official?" Before anyone could reply, a young woman's voice rang out. Of course. Someone without magic or fighting spirit wants to be our teaching official." What a joke. Hatch immediately recognized that voice, wearing a helpless expression, and said, "Didn't she say she would not come, so why is she here?" That voice belonged to Tayet, who brazenly appeared last. Challenging, "If you want to be our leader, beat me first." Seeing Tayet arrive, Liu Feng whispered, "The arrogant master. She is the toughest opponent Hai mentioned." He confirmed, "Yes, it is her, the genius maiden of Tin Lam Academy, the heiress of the Nicola clan." Nicola Tayet, facing the two, Tayet spoke first. "Arrogant master, I am the one who arranges you all." In her eyes, Liu Feng is just a chicken, no battle aura, no magic. Su Jingchang, a mere mortal, dares to come as an instructor to us. Saying this, Su Trat's eyes sharpen, her tone threatening. "Are you insulting our 4 great academies?" Hearing that, Liu Feng smirked, arrogantly thinking, if it were not for the big brother's coat, I would add more. Just then, a pair of red shoes caught everyone's eye, and Hong Yi, furious, would not let her speak to Liu Feng like that. Seeing the energy radiating from the girl, the whole group froze. The Scarlet Man's eyes widened to their limit, filled with a clear threat. Meeting that gaze, Chayet's confidence wavered. That look carried a heavy warning. Behind, Liu Feng was deeply moved, praising, "Hong Yi is truly kind, even protecting me." There, Liu Feng gently strokes Hong Yi's head across the way, while Tayet wears a cold expression, but that gaze only intimidates a little. Not like a cripple, soothing emotions with Liu Feng's warm hand. Hong Yi finally calms down. "Do you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom? Don't use your academy knowledge to judge us." Your face stays friendly, but every word feels like a provocation. "No matter how much of a genius you are at the academy, in my eyes, you are nothing at all." Sensing the mockery in Liu Feng's voice, the crowd erupted. "You cripple without magic still dare to speak rudely. Are you crazy? Truly reckless. Captain, let me teach this uneducated brat a lesson." That, Liu Feng even specially emphasized the name Tayet. Especially her, Miss Nicola. Chayet, seeing Liu Feng dare to target her, Tayet immediately drew her sword, her voice full of anger. "You will pay for your words." Liu Feng's lips curled slightly. He knew his plan had worked. With a signal, he gestured for the two beside him to step back and explained. "Brother Hatch, I just want to get along well with them. Take Hong Yi over there to rest." Hatch caught the worried Hong Yi, gently reminding him not to overdo it. Before leaving, Liu Feng discreetly winked at Hong Yi, saying, "Trust me, Zan," and hearing that, Ong Yi felt somewhat reassured, steadfastly watching Liao Feng's retreating figure. Liao Feng stepped opposite to Tiat, tall and imposing, starting with her. Just then, a voice rang out. "Wait," Su Qin clenched his fists, looking down on him with disdain. "A worthless wretch like you is not fit for Miss Tiat to deal with. I will fight you myself." Lam Dome laughed loudly. "He is as blind as those others, yet dares to be so rude to a lady. Instead of begging on your knees and shouting I am useless 3 times, we will let you off." From the crowd, a strong figure steps forward, acting suave as he looks toward Tiat. Miss Tiat waits a moment, then says, "This worthless scum, hand him over for us to deal with." Seeing the stance of the 3 guys before him, Liu Feng immediately realized they were just foolish brats trying to show off in front of a woman. He closed his eyes and shook his head, his face full of disdain, never having faced real hardship. No wonder they looked down on everyone. Then, Liu Feng clasped his hands and made a proposal. "Fine. The 3 of you come along." Tiat was shocked, and the people behind immediately stirred. Was this useless guy scared silly, rushing to his death like that? Surely he was not out of his mind. Su Qin did not want to waste words. He raised his fist and lunged at Liu Feng, thinking one punch could make him kneel and beg. But to the brave Su Qin, Liu Feng showed no fear at all. Seeing him close in, Liu Feng aimed carefully and struck a punch at Su Qin. The strong turtle in blue camp watched in amazement, exclaiming at the perfect timing of the strike. By now, Tiat could no longer keep her cold expression. She whispered, "Such strange power." Liu Feng, still holding back, placed his hand across Su Qin's neck and said, "If I wanted, you would be dead by now." Su Qin looked at Liu Feng's hand. He was still stubborn. How could this be? It must be the luck of a good man. I can't lose to a cripple without magic. Hearing this, Liu Feng decided to up the ante and push Su Qin with his hand. The mighty body of Su Qin was pushed away like a loon by Liu Feng, who calmly said, "Maybe I will give you one more chance." But this time, Liu Feng made an unexpected demand. "All of you go up together. I guess you and he are the same weaklings." Kuang's attack was too fast to withstand. Duong raised his sword and shouted, "I never show mercy if you speak such madness. I will sew your mouth shut stitch by stitch." Lam, standing nearby, quickly cast a spell, his face darkening. "The consequences of provoking me are beyond what a worthless fool like you can endure. Now, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it is useless." Fiercer battle is about to unfold, and this time, all 3 of them charged toward Liu Feng. Go to hell. Among the 3, Kong Tak was probably in charge of the initial strike. He swung his sword toward Liu Feng and quickly lunged forward. Despite the lightning-fast attack, Liu Feng remained unfazed, lightly leaping to the side to dodge the blade. Now, from behind, it was Lam Done's turn. He raised the tall staff in his hand and activated magic. Almost instantly, Liu Feng's legs were frozen in place. "You show no fear." Instead, a flicker of interest crosses your face, as if enchanted by magic. Quite intriguing. Without making Liu Feng wait, the powerful strike lunges forward with a graceful sword slash. This time, Liu Feng no longer dodged. He directly blocked Kong Tak's sword with his own. Though Liu Feng's feet were pinned, Kong Tak still could not gain the upper hand. At this moment, Su Qin leapt up, raising his fiery fist and lunging forward. With his legs bound by magic and his hands occupied fending off Kong Tak's sword, Liu Feng could only watch Su Qin's blazing fist hurtle toward him. The crowd laughed loudly at his stillness. Victory was theirs, mocking Liu Feng, who still tried to act tough. "Now, let us see how he handles this." He might barely keep his life, yet Li Feng showed no fear as they expected. At this moment, he even praised his opponent, a move no one anticipated. As the phrase was uttered, a massive surge of energy burst from Liu Feng's body, quadrupling the attack power. First, the overwhelming force easily sent the opponent flying. Lam Done, standing behind, turned pale with fear, unable to escape the dark shadow before him. Kuang forcefully fell onto Lam Done, his heavy armor knocking Lam Done unconscious. Finally, the monk charged forward, rushing at Liu Feng, who stood ready with his sword raised. Without hesitation, Liu Feng swung his blade across the monk's neck, but in the end, Liu Feng held back, the sword at his throat only barely touching. The warrior clearly never expected this, trembling as he stared at the blade against his neck. After a moment, Su Qin regained his composure, dropped his arm, and whispered, "I lost." The onlookers immediately stirred. Murmuring, Su Qin admitted defeat, while another stood there, stunned and speechless. What just happened? How did he turn the tables in an instant? Am I blind? Meanwhile, over at the blue camp, he is awake but looks far from well. Hurry up and get him up. Do you want me to die? If you are in pain, get this fool off me now. Seeing the scene before her, Tiat raised her brow and whispered, "Truly embarrassing." Meanwhile, the victor Liu Feng turned to Hong Yai, boasting, "Impressive, right?" The girl replied with admiring eyes, "Very impressive." The warriors of the battle division, the blue camp, and the iron squad faced crushing defeat, bowing their heads in silent retreat amid whispers all around. They lost. So what? The skilled will rise again, but the battle is far from over. Liu Feng looks straight at Tayet. Miss Tayet, it is your turn, he says. Yet she remains confident, wasting no words. Then, thrilling duel unfolds as Tayet raises her sword and charges at Liu Feng. Just as she thought she had struck Liu Feng, only a fading black smoke remained before her. Suddenly escaping, Liu Feng's voice rang out behind Tayet. Her sword felt so heavy. Tayet thought, how could it be? How was his reaction so fast? Though caught off guard, Tayet quickly reacted, spinning around and launching a flurry of sword strikes straight at Liu Feng. Liu Feng glanced at the ground scarred with cuts, while he remained unscathed. Smirking, as expected, the little girl has never faced real combat. She is incredibly weak. Beyond words, don't pick fights. The ground neither defends nor resents her. So why does she strike it? Exhausted, Tayet's eyes widen in shock. Her voice faltering, she poured all her strength into her arm, fiercely striking Liu Feng while shouting. But though the blow looked strong, Liu Feng blocked it with just 2 fingers. Calm as ever. Come on. Is that all you have got? Seeing her sword caught, Tayet struggled to pull it free, tears in her voice. Let go. Liu Feng ignored her, bluntly criticizing, your strike is too slow, your grip weak, your blade's path shaky and hollow, your steps chaotic. Provoked, Liu Feng forcefully swung his sword aside, dragging Tayet along. With such power, does he really deserve the title of genius? Does she even know how to wield a sword? Now, Tayet was so enraged she lost all reason. Immediately channeling all her strength into the sword's hilt, she must kill him. Immediately after, Tayet wildly slashed out yellow sword energies at Liu Feng, who was forced to continuously dodge. Suddenly, Liu Feng adjusted his stance, eyeing the yellow sword energies nearby, thinking to himself, the sword is not truly extraordinary yet. These sword energies can even condense into solid forms in midair. While Liu Feng was lost in thought, a sharp sword sliced across his shoulder, tearing a small rip in his armor. He silently wondered, how could it be this sharp? The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight. That was Nicola's unparalleled sword technique, the moonlit rain slash. Miss Tayet had never lost using it before. Another whispered, but if you draw a full moon, he would surely be defeated. Although Liu Feng knew the name of the awakened power, he could only retreat and defend for now, calculating in his mind, to suppress her arrogance. He had to break this awakening, making her admit defeat wholeheartedly. And now, across the way, Tayet is nearly ready for the decisive strike. She swings her sword with sharp eyes, the moon rain slash. Liu Feng seemed to have found a way to counter it, directly blocking the snow blade with his own sword. The clashing swords triggered a shockwave that sent everyone nearby flying. Within that colossal fireball, the snow was blasted backward, and the sword in her hand was flung away. Snow slid across the ground, her face paling under the crushing pressure. After a moment, Su finally regained her composure and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. In front of her, Liu Feng stepped forward confidently, his voice ringing out. You lost. Hearing that, Tayet's eyes glazed over, questioning herself. No, it can't be. How could I lose to a crippled demon martial artist? The students nearby only poured fuel on the fire. One said, the undefeated Tayet Miss has been shattered by that crippled demon martial artist. Another man shook his head slightly this time. The Azure Academy is disgraced if this gets out. Rumors reached Su's ears. Her whole body trembled. No, I cannot lose. I cannot disgrace the Nicola family. Speaking of that, Tayet's eyes grew unusually determined. She placed 2 fingers on her lips, unleashing a powerful energy spellcasting. Just as she was about to use that power, a hand grabbed her wrist. She looked toward the arm. It was Liu Feng after all. All right, stop right there. But the snow seemed deaf to her plea as she reached out both hands toward Liu Feng. You grabbed Su's wrist with effort. Liu Feng, with a stern face, said, truly a spoiled young lady. Hearing this, Su retorted, what did you say? At this moment, Liu Feng did not want to say more and immediately warned, I still have to instruct everyone. I do not have time to pamper you. If she wants everyone to see her spoiled temper, then go ahead. After all, it is her family's reputation on the line. Hearing this, Tayet finally calmed down, as if she had accepted it, and turned away. That, Tayet pulled her hand away from Liu Feng's, turned around in a huff. Letting go, I want to see what you can really say. After that, Liu Feng sneaked a glance at the students. Now, who still thinks I do not enjoy being an instructor? With his first words, Singted declared, the Imperial Dragon God's Academy of Knights willingly accepts your guidance. Then Lamdon of the Royal Demon Martial Academy of the Celestial Sea Empire bowed his head in submission. The Imperial Academy of Divine Vows in Zongsha willingly accepts your teachings, but the stubborn Su still refuses to speak. However, this is already a good result, Liu Feng thought with satisfaction. Sometimes you have to fight to earn their respect before they listen. Seeing only the snow jar, Hohoyan glanced over and softly called, Tayet Tutu. She helped with the matter but never uttered a word of acceptance. Want me to agree to appoint her as the instructor? Dream on. This temper even made Liu Feng give up. He flew out with a helpless look, leaving it to her. Then, Liu Feng turned to the crowd of trainees below to give instructions. Training starts tomorrow morning. Everyone gather here early. The crowd responded, yes. Instructor. Next, Liu Feng wiped his hands and gave the first order with a serious tone. All right. Dismissed. Chiat, standing nearby, was shocked and questioned in disbelief. Is this really the task you wanted to assign? But Liu Feng only responded with a calm expression. Nodding. That is right, is not it? It is no longer early today. If you still want to challenge me, let us do it another time. For now, I have to take my little sister home. As he spoke, Liu Feng led Hongya away, saying, I advise you to give up. You are no match for me. Let us go. Then, he glanced at the little girl and said, Ongwai, let us go home. Seeing Liu Feng so brazen, Tai's fury ignited. Liu Feng, I remember you clearly now. In the blink of an eye. They returned. The mercenary squad was restless. Liu Feng muttered, by now that bastard must be awake. The boy was still defiant. That stubborn brat. Liu Feng laughed cheerfully as they walked and talked. Soon arriving at the doorstep, when everything seemed calm, a massive whirlwind of fire burst from the house, hurtling straight toward Liu Feng and Hongyai. Facing the giant fireball, Liu Feng instinctively stepped back. Then, he sat down, and the fireball flew straight over Liu Feng's head, singeing his hair a little. With smoke rising from his head, Liu Feng hurriedly told Hongyai, you wait here. I will go inside and check. Then, he swiftly dashed inside the house, now searing hot from the fire's heat. Before Liu Feng, Xiao Jing kept spewing flames. The terrifying blaze just now came from his mouth, thinking it was an ambush, but it turned out to be an acquaintance. Liu Feng led them all up. Xiao Jin, what are you doing? Xiao Jin was watching the fire breath in a trance, but stopped when he heard him, the fire reaching his mouth only to be sucked back in. Next, Tiu Kim looked like he was holding back frustration, clutching his round belly as he tried to suppress a burst of fire. Liu Feng saw Tiu Kim not responding and stepped forward, grabbing him fiercely, his anger flaring up. When asked, little Kim could not hold back and burst into tears. Kang Tu wanted to leave, but I would not let him go. Liu Feng asked in surprise, big brother Kang Tu wants to go. Kang Tu spread his hands to the sides, trying to explain, even if I stay, I can't help with the clan's grand duel. Just now, both fathers sent letters saying they received a commission at Than Tin Lam. As the team leader, I must go there. Hearing this, Liu Feng was even more surprised and asked suspiciously, Than Tin Lam. Seeing Liu Feng puzzled, Kang Tu affirmed, Than Tin Lam, the capital of the Tin Lam Empire. Little Kim on Liu Feng's shoulder immediately cried out, don't go, I won't let Hone leave. If Liu Feng abandons me, won't I become an orphan? Hearing that, he quickly corrected himself. At worst, just an abandoned child. I am not dead. How could I become an orphan? Then, Liu Feng turned and said as if silently agreeing, big brother Kang Si, I want to go to Cheng Tin Lam too. Just now, the two brothers went ahead to scout the path. After I finish this duel, I will come find you. Kang Tu locked the cloth bag on his shoulder, and Tiu Kim waved her scarf with longing, saying, be careful on the road. I will miss you. Just then, Hongi curiously peeked inside. Liu Feng saw her and waved, saying, come on, why stand at the door? Taking the chance, Liu Feng pushed Hongwei in front of Xiao Jin and said, come here. Let me introduce you. Seeing a stranger, little Kim instantly raised his guard, eyes wide as he asked, who is that? In that moment, the entire space fell silent, their gazes locking like a spark of electricity. Liu Feng hurriedly squeezed between them, grabbing Xiao Jin and introducing, Xiao Jin, this is my little sister. Ong Ye. Then turning to the girl, Ong Ye, this is Xiao Jin. But what caught Xiao Jin's attention was something else, his face pale and lips trembling. He introduced her more than he did me. In little Kim's mind, a dark vision emerges. Could she replace me? Liu Feng thinks, little Kim, someday she will be family to me. Some people are not meant to stay. They must leave. Thinking that, little Kim burst into tears, saying, I am a monkey. Running away. People change. They do not treat me well anymore. Then, little Kim closed his eyes, clung tightly to Kang Zu's back, sobbing, big brother Kang Su, take me with you. Liu Feng does not need me anymore. Contrary to Xiao Jin's expectations, Kang Sai directly showed an awkward face, saying, stop, I can't support you. At that moment, thought flashed in Xiao Jin's mind. No, as a man, can't admit defeat so easily. Thinking that, he turned to Hong Yai. Taiyu Kim fiercely threatened, I won't hand you over to Liu Feng. I am not afraid of you. Ong Yu was stunned, pointing at herself and asked in disbelief, you are not afraid of me? As if to reaffirm it, Tiu Kim decisively jumped down. I am not going anymore. I won't let anyone take my place. Then, before the three could say a word, Tiu Kim led the way upstairs. Kang Tu glanced at the singer, wondering what was going on. Even Liu Feng scratched his head in confusion. What is this? In the corner, unnoticed by Liu Feng, Ong Yi stared intently at him, silently thinking, is Xiao Jin a friend of Liu Feng? The time has come for Kang Tu to leave. He raised his hand to bid Liu Feng farewell. All right. There is not much time left. I am off now. Liu Feng replied, let me see you off. But Kang Tu stepped straight out the door, his voice ringing out. No need to see me off. My carriage is already waiting at the gate. After escaping, the next day, under the clear blue sky, a meticulously carved ornament appeared. In the courtyard, the student stood solemnly before Liao Feng and Oh Hatch. Now it is time for roll call, Liu Feng muttered as he walked. 1, 2, 3, 4, counting up to 9. Just as stubborn Su was deliberately avoiding his gaze, Liu Feng smiled inwardly. Though he said she was not here, his body betrayed the truth, but he did not want to deceive, so he carried on, leaving better not to bully a little friend. Thinking that, Liu Feng stood tall and declared, "All right, everyone is here, I am very pleased." He stood solemnly before the students, reminding and warning them, no unnecessary words. Our first lesson is to resolve all your issues. At this point, Liu Feng frowned slightly and bluntly remarked, "Your biggest flaw is the lack of life or death battles. Without absolute faith, you won't kill your enemies." Hearing this, the War Master boldly guessed, so the instructor wants to train us by making us slaughter each other. In response to his question, Liu Feng neither denied nor confirmed. Not a bad idea. I will consider it. Hearing this, Su Qin was stunned, while two disciples behind whispered, "No way. Could he really be a demon, forcing us to slaughter each other?" The other turned pale. This wind technique is truly cruel. Tai's eyes flashed fiercely as she coldly scolded Liu Feng, calling him a pervert. Liu Feng quickly calmed the situation. Joking, enough for now. I will take you to a place where you can fight for your lives. The general was surprised and asked, "Where is that?" Liu Feng did not bother hiding it from them. He answered solemnly, "The deadly arena." Upon hearing that name, the warrior was startled, exclaiming in shock, "The deadly arena." Facing the skeptical gazes of the students, Liu Feng remained calm. "So, is there a problem?" Chiat, already confrontational towards Liu Feng, criticized him. "This is exactly how the star cultivators train. Preparing us to duel slaves in the arena. I thought you had some brilliant method." Even Lam Dome, silent until now, could not hold back and spoke up. "Officials, that is where nobles seek their pleasures. We are all nobles. How could we let others tour us like slaves?" Liu Feng's eyes shone with resolve as he seriously explained, "Is a noble's face more important than life itself? If you can't learn to fight with your life on the line, how can you possibly win in a duel?" Lam Dome still refuses. "But there is no need for that. I can arrange for some masters to guard and train with us." Beside him, a relentless scream echoed, "I will never set foot in that filthy place." Liu Feng raised his brow, eyes fixed on Lam Dome. His voice sharp and commanding. "Only in moments of life and death can one truly break through their own limits. If you think brawling with guards is a game, you might improve your skills. But if you do not want to go, I won't force you, and you do not have to join the duel anymore." Liu Feng said this as he averted his gaze from Lam Dome, not wanting to disgrace his family or lose his own life. Startled by your gaze, Lam Dome thought silently, "Why be hostile to me? These are not my own thoughts." Facing the stubbornness of the Snow Clan, Liu Feng decided not to waste words and issued an ultimatum. "You have 3 minutes to decide: come with me or wait here and study hygiene later." Without letting them argue further, Liu Feng decisively left with Oh Hatch. Just then, the sound of snow echoed alongside their footsteps. "Who can guarantee that we will truly become stronger there?" Liu Feng slightly turned his head back, asserting firmly, "Whether you become stronger depends on your own determination." With Liu Feng's confirmation, Taiat takes the lead. "Then let us go." Seeing this, Su Qin stops resisting and says, "If Miss Tai goes, so do we." The Lam Dome crowd stubbornly stands their ground. "Wait. Seriously, the arena's filthy, and you still want in?" The master strides on without looking back. "Follow the strongest. If that is the examiner, then I will heed you." The bully mocks, "Weakling. Go home." At the back, Lam Dome stared in disbelief, cursing them silently. Those damn students pushing forward, the captain too. As their figures began to fade, Lam Dome reluctantly signaled, "Go. Follow them." Though inside, he was screaming with rage. Blinking, a massive captain cloaked in mysterious black appeared before their eyes. The students immediately murmured nonstop, "Too big. Too tall, far larger than the Lam City arena." Liu Feng praised, "Indeed not bad." Beside him, the arena owner, a demon, approaches Lu Tin Sin. "This is the largest arena in Nat Bat Lak, also the biggest in the nearby cities." A hellish darkness. The demon slightly bowed, respectfully crossing his hands, and said, "The great master has already ordered the minions. The minions will follow your arrangements. You may call me the demon." Liu Feng cut straight to the chase. "We need an empty arena. Do you have one now?" The demon replied eagerly, Of course. I will arrange it immediately." Hearing this, a flicker of anticipation crossed Liu Feng's eyes as he said with satisfaction, "Good, let them taste the scent of death." Next, the demon swiftly leads the way, inviting everyone to follow. Upon arrival, the warrior monk looks around curiously. "This is my first time here. I have only heard of this place before." Lam Dome put on a hateful face, as if the place reeked of blood. Suddenly, Chiat sensed something strange and called out, "Lo, where's Liu Feng?" The person she is looking for, Liu Feng, is standing on the arena floor. Seeing him, Taiet wonders, hey, what exactly does the one who brought us here want? But Li Feng does not answer right away. What is the rush? The real show is about to begin. Lu Feng turned and asked, Master Ma, where is the host? He waved his hand and said, rest assured, you will be satisfied. Then, Moa formed a circle with 2 fingers, and he let out a sharp cry. A loud noise instantly echoed, and in the darkness, a massive foot bound in chains moved. Before them now stood the convicts led by the 3 brutal enforcers, Brutal 2 and Brutal 5. Seeing those people, the trainees were so stunned they could not utter a word. Unlike them, Lu Feng was strangely excited, looking every bit the warrior. Ma smiled brightly. I just want to please you, sir. These are all death row inmates I have carefully selected. But then Lu Feng suddenly said something puzzling. However, I must choose again first. Mei was surprised. What do you mean, sir? Seeing he still did not understand, Lu Feng bluntly demanded, remove their leg irons. I will fight them. The crowd above gasped in horror. This is too dangerous. Bao Dak and the 5 fierce warriors clenched their teeth, signaling each other with their eyes. This guy is looking for death. Before anyone could react, Lu Feng snapped his fingers to provoke the prisoners. Heard that? Big guys. Just beat me and you will earn your freedom. The heavy shackles were swiftly undone, and the fierce prisoners charged at Lu Feng all at once. Facing them, Lu Feng felt a strange excitement. He had always thought fights in the arena looked cool in movies. As the tension began, Lu Feng was quickly surrounded by the convicts in the center. Amid the chaotic crowd, Lu Feng moved with style and agility, weaving swiftly through each opponent. In the stands, the businessman watched in stunned silence, mouth agape, while Taiet beside him whispered in awe, his footwork is incredible. What martial art is this? Meanwhile, on Lu Feng's side, after running back and forth, he finally struck his punch too slow. Eliminated. Then a series of blows from Lu Feng's fists echoed. With each word, another opponent fell. No skill. Out. Too weak. Out. Not strong enough. Out. Soon, only a few remained on the battlefield. Lu Feng stood tall, calmly watching them. Now the battle was truly over. He mentally marked each one. All right. 6 people. Level human. Proceed. Only stared at the unconscious prisoner on the ground, horrified too strong. Even Bao Dak could not contain his initial fury. How could he do this? The lamb camp was no different. He thought, amazed as he a demon. Too powerful, Kuang Tak guessed, fearing that in the fight with us, he had not even unleashed his full strength. Though Taiet did not want to admit it, she had to acknowledge, damn, how could he be so strong? Thinking this, her eyes flashed with determination. Fine. This is worth defeating you. I will definitely beat you. Below, Lu Feng snorted at the mention of his name. He rubbed his nose, eyes gleaming with greed as he glanced at the trainees, silently calling out my name. Then, Lu Feng turned towards the prisoners, gave a thumbs up, and said, hey, you see those weaklings in the gallery now? Right, Lu Feng firmly declared. If you can defeat them all, I will grant you freedom. Hearing this, Bao Dak was stunned. Are you serious? Baona beside him wore a look of disbelief. Seeing their doubt, Lu Feng calmly replied, I am not joking with you. If you want freedom, this is your only chance. At that moment, Baodi had nothing left to say and quickly agreed. All right, I trust you. Seeing Bao Dak seemed to be the leader of the death row group, Lu Feng was curious and asked, so you are the boss. What is your name? He answered briefly. Bao Dak. Lu Feng then asked the people behind him, and you all? They introduced themselves one by one. I'm Dalabodi. Buttalet. Benben Puduo. Lucy Han. Iowa. Hantakuda. Menaduk. Bakibakan. I am Wanchaka. Kikilagong. Lu Feng rubbed his head, overwhelmed by the long names. Muttering, what kind of crazy names are these? In Lu Feng's mind, a thought slipped by. He rubbed his hands and suggested, if the boss is called Bao Dak, then just call you guys Bao 2. Bao 3. Bao 4. Bao 5. Bao 6. Just like that. After dealing with the prisoners, Lu Feng returned to the trainees and asked, so, ready? If you want to back out now, there is still time. Taiet wastes no time. Directly demanding, cut the chatter, start the special training now. Facing her harsh attitude, Lu Feng still gives a friendly thumbs up. Truly brave. Next, Lu Feng quickly split the students into groups, explaining, now with 8 people minus 4 team leaders, pair up to face from Bao Tam to Bao Luck. The master fighters above shouted loudly to cheer. Hit hard. You can do it. The troops below echoed. Don't embarrass us. Seeing everyone in position, Lu Feng raised a finger to his lips to signal the start. The match had barely begun when the groups of trainees fell to the prisoner. Taiet's eyes widened in shock. She gasped, how could this be? Lu Feng smirked mockingly. Scared already? I told you they were weak. Meanwhile, Su Qin shouted in disbelief. Impossible. How did they lose so fast? Lam Du immediately accused. There must be cheating. I suspect foul play. But Lu Feng did not bother explaining. He bluntly announced the next round of the master fighting Bao Nai. The master quickly took his position. Laughing loudly, his tone taunting, I am the 8th generation. You are the 7th surely. You are the one who is going to lose, Banai thought. His eyes flashing with a fierce light. It is not like I have not killed stubborn foes before. Watching closely, with a knowing look, he said to Liu Feng. Instructor, the level of the master fighter has clearly overwhelmed the opponent. No matter how you look at it, Su Qin's chances of winning are higher, so Sen does not need to fight anymore. But when asked about his excitement, Lu Feng calmly concluded, no, Nguyen is wrong. Su Qin will definitely lose. The fierce battle erupted swiftly as Master Shi launched an attack on Banai. Facing Shi's 5 fiery punches, Banai braced himself, muscles bulging with tension. Banai's arm blocked Su Qin's strike, the frost shards inside cracking under the immense force. Yet, the pain barely fazed Banai as he swung his fist straight into Su Qin's face. He could not block the punch at all. His whole body instantly lost balance, staggering backward. But Banai had no intention of stopping. He strode straight to the warrior and raised his muscular arm high. Just then, a hand swiftly reached out to stop him. Lu Feng brushed away Bauer's hand and spoke. Stop. Bauer finally withdrew his hand, but his expression remained as fierce as before. Su Qin, lying on the ground, was in shock. He could not believe he was defeated so easily. To make matters worse, Lu Feng standing beside him added, if I had not intervened just now, you would be dead by now. Hearing that, Su Qin closed his eyes, unwilling but forced to admit defeat. Lu Feng asked sternly, do you know where you lost? Your strength is even greater than Banai's by a margin. The warrior's voice faltered, pausing briefly as he rubbed his chin in frustration. Admitting, I do not even know where I lost. Then Lu Feng pointed at Bauer, loudly explaining, it is simple. The loser is the one who does not dare to risk everything. Bauer dares to endure pain to survive, but the other lacks that resolve. Lu Feng turned to the trainees, emphasizing, training here is to learn this. In a duel against the beast tribe, it is kill or be killed. No risk means certain death. Though Tayet dislikes Lu Feng, she can't deny he has a point. Lu Feng resumes his serious instructor role, outlining their training plan. We will train here for 5 days. Hopefully, by then, you will learn to fight recklessly. Tayet replied coldly. Understood. The commander shouted. Yes, officer. Seeing Lam Dong refuse to speak, Lu Feng shouted. Lam Dong, did you hear me? Startled, he quickly replied. Yes, officer. Though he said so, Lam Dong was silently crying inside, biting the cloth around his neck to suppress his emotions. Thinking, I am suffering so much, living like this, and the special training days began. Lu Feng first taught them the key differences between humans and beastmen, then came the endurance exercise. Each trainee had a heavy weight hung from their hand while holding a stance for hours. Everyone is working hard, but only Lam Dong dares to use magic to be lazy. I am truly clever. His actions did not escape Lu Feng's eyes. He warned, if you keep being lazy, I will burn all your clothes. Got it. Seeing this, Lam Dong dared not cheat anymore. He clung to Liu Feng's leg, begging, please. Officer, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Beyond theory and practice lessons, Lu Feng also had them engage in real combat with death row inmates. Of course, you are watching closely. Do not just dodge like that. Find an opening to strike. She is quicker than him. Prompted by Lu Feng's reminder, Tayet on the battlefield immediately leaps high. After a stunning mid-air somersault, her sword was right at the tyrant's throat. The crowd watching from afar raised their hands, cheering. Miss Tayet is incredible. Though wary, Tayet's eyes shone with pride as she looked at Lu Feng. We won. Catching her gaze, Lu Feng praised without hesitation. Well done. Realizing her actions were a bit clumsy, Tayet immediately turned away with a haughty cry. Just 5 days later, now, Bao Dak in the match is taking a punch to the face. Bologna was no better. With just one punch, the master fighter sent him flying high. After a few blows, Bologna fell backward, his face contorted in pain. After a while, Bologna finally sat up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said, I lost. Hearing this, despite his wounds, Su Qin's face lit up strangely. At last, I have beaten you once. Just then, Lu Feng's voice rang out. Well done. The special training ends here. Everyone dismissed. Tomorrow, gather at the training ground. The strong and the master spoke in unison. Instructor, you have worked hard. We take our leave. Among all the students, Lam Dong was probably the happiest, rubbing his hands eagerly. Let us go quickly. I must get 18 girls to massage my feet. Only the group of students by Tayet remained standing still. Lu Feng asked, why have not you left yet? Aren't you afraid? Hearing that, Tayet raised her eyebrows, lips pressed tight as if wanting to say something. Then she turned back, nudging Cheng and Thua. You two go ahead. I have something to discuss with him. Sensing the air was a bit off, Lu Feng joked. Strange. You want to talk to me alone. Could it be you have seen my charm and want to confess? Then, pretending to ponder, he placed his hand on his chin. No way. I won't confess. We are just not meant for each other. All this time, Tayet let Lu Feng have the floor alone. She silently thought, this guy never says anything nice, but he is honest. Pausing for a moment, Tayet still did not know where to start, so she simply said 2 words. Thank you. Those 2 words caught Lu Feng off guard, leaving him stunned. After speaking, Tayet turned and walked away, leaving Liu Feng behind with a puzzled expression. Truly reluctant. Among so many girls, only Vi was the most straightforward. Hearing that name, Tayet's legs suddenly stiffened. She asked in surprise, "You know Vei Ni?" But her reaction also left Lu Feng stunned, and he asked back, "You know Vi Ni too?" However, Lu Feng cautiously hesitated to be sure, doubting, "Wait, is the Vi Ni we are talking about really one person?" Su heard this and directly answered, "Coming from the Xiao Zhen adventure, student of the Tine Lam Academy. Is that the Vi Ni you know?" Lu Feng's face shifted with every word from Tayet, his eyes widening involuntarily. By now, he no longer doubted she was family, but she had already passed away. Hearing that, Tayet seemed to realize, she thought, so the one Vi often mentioned is him. Does he not know Vi is still alive? Just as Tayet was about to reveal the truth, suddenly, a letter appeared. "Brother Lu, this is a letter from the Ten Lam Mercenary Guild." He quickly approached the two. "Miss Tayet is here too." Tayet replied faintly, "Hello." "Oh Hatch." Lu Feng took the letter, unable to wait, quickly opened and read it, laughing heartily as he read. "This is a letter from Tafai. She has achieved success and is now the guild master of the Mercenary Guild." The man beside her is equally delighted, praising her, saying that Miss Tafai was once overlooked, yet she ultimately became the guild master. Truly impressive. No sooner had he spoken than Hatch turned and sniffed Liu Feng, teasing him. "Brother Liu, is there something going on between you and her? I am experienced. You can't hide this from me." Suspected. Liu Feng's face flushed red as he awkwardly waved his hand to deny. "Our relationship is not like that. Big brother Hatch, do not talk nonsense." But Hatch acted like he understood everything, patted Liu Feng on the shoulder, and cheered him on. Two talented young people. A perfect match. Must seize the chance. That guy with the face. Hatch is really a meddlesome big brother. After delivering the letter, Hatch had to leave, saying, "I have delivered the letter. Now I am off to patrol." At this moment, Lu Feng turned back to Tayet, curious about what she wanted to say earlier, but she did not want to speak anymore. Tayet turned away, saying, "It is nothing. I am not going back." Lu Feng, frustrated, scratched his head, thinking, what is going on? This is really confusing. Tayet was furious, silently cursing how could he already have someone new after knowing so many. Men are all the same. The more she thought, the angrier she got, glaring at Liu Feng and shouting, "Rotten men." Changing her attitude, Liu Feng was stunned. What is this? Why now? Was not everything fine just a moment ago? Truly, women are hard to understand. The scene shifts outside Liu Feng's residence, as dusk begins to fall. Inside the house, little Kim lay curled up on the dining table, mumbling in his sleep. "Liu Feng, come back quickly." Suddenly, a hand gently draped a thin cloth over him. Seeing Tu Kim just eat and sleep like that, Liu Feng worried. Eating and sleeping nonstop won't he catch a bad cold? Pausing for a moment, he turned his head, eyes searching around where's Hung Wai. At the same time, Ong Yi was alone in a closed room, focused on her training. Seeing her serious attitude, Liu Feng praised, "Ong Yi, you are really trying hard." At that moment, Hong Yi's face suddenly turned pale, and she let out a painful cry. A strange energy radiated from her, causing her body to convulse uncontrollably. Realizing this, Liu Feng rushed over in panic. Hong Yi's condition was unstable. He had to quickly control the chaotic energy within her body. Using his hands, Liu Feng pressed firmly on Hong Yi's back, helping her regulate the turbulent energy inside. But it seemed beyond Liu Feng's control. The vital energy in Hong Yi's body was more chaotic than he expected. Even Liu Feng could not understand it. He thought to himself, why can't I calm the scattered energy within her? Then, Liu Feng poured even more strength into his hand. "You are tall. I do not believe it." At this moment, the aura around Hong Yi grew redder, strange veins appearing on his face and neck. But it did not stop there. The red aura from the cardinal's energy began seeping into Liu Feng's own ki. Caught off guard, Liu Feng gasped in horror. What is happening? The cardinal's energy is devouring mine. At this moment, Liu Feng could not find a solution and withdrew his energy for now. He rubbed his wrist, intently observing the strange red thing. Logically, our vital energy shares the same origin, so why can the cardinal's energy astonish you? Wait, what is that? Within that red energy, a faint shadow of something large and black rises. Seeing it, Liu Feng recoiled in horror, guessing, a demon. Before him now stood a grotesque demon, roaring fiercely in his direction. Facing the demon's ferocity, Liu Feng stood dazed, as it slowly advanced with claws outstretched. Sensing the threat, he quickly regained focus and took a defensive stance. Without hesitation, Liu Feng drew the sword from his shoulder, ready to face the demon head-on. Then, he thrust the blade straight into its massive body. The demon's body slowly dissipated into the air. Liu Feng watched cautiously, then vanished. He glanced toward Hong Yi, his heart filled with doubt. What was that just now? Could it really be the demon's curse? Or was it the child's divine aura? In the crimson chamber, faint stir, she slowly opens her eyes. Though she is awake, Liu Feng still hesitates. Cautiously watching, Cardinal, recognizing Liu Feng, his eyes filled with joy, the little girl eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, You are back, now. Lu Feng approached her cautiously, asking, Hong Ye, is your nose okay? What happened just now? But Hong Yi wore a fierce expression. Why? I do not know. Lu Feng pressed. Nose. You do not know anything. Seeing Hong Yi still so fierce, Lu Feng grew anxious, grabbed her hand, and sent a bit of power to probe. Let us see. That short spirit quickly took over, searching for traces of that strange thing. Suddenly, Lu Feng cried out. There was a swirling short spirit in his nostrils. Yet, Hong Yi had no idea what he was talking about. What was a swirling short spirit? Hearing the girl ask, Lu Feng explained that when the Hoa how internal cultivation reaches a certain level, a vortex energy forms within the body, greatly enhancing one's strength. But what troubled Lu Feng was not this issue. He wondered why the swirl at the tip of the nose was red. As Lu Feng hesitated, Hong Yi's face changed color, and the girl anxiously said, Is red a bad sign? I do not know. I just practiced seriously. And then it turned like this. Seeing Cardinal so uneasy, Lu Feng calmly reassured him. It is alright, maybe this makes us even stronger. I have not even finished forming the vortex energy, yet the disciple has already succeeded. Truly impressive. Despite the praise, Cardinal's expression remained grim. Little one, I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong? Lu Feng looked at Hong Yi with tender eyes and said softly, The nose did nothing wrong. I was just worried about the cultivation, but everything seems fine, so it is okay. Only then did the girl relax. Hong Yi exhaled and said, You scared me. Just as she spoke, the girl's eyes lit up. Hong Yi proudly said, That is right, I have invented a special technique. Hearing this, Lu Feng asked, What technique? Lu Feng busily searched through some old or broken items. After a moment, Hong Yi tossed the collected items in front of Lu Feng, her face radiating confidence. Lu Feng stared in bewilderment, scratching his head as he asked, Hong Yi, what do you want to do? But Hong Yi remained silent. The girl still focused, and the objects on the ground began to float and swirl around her. Suddenly, a red vortex appeared from her abdomen, pulling everything swiftly inside. Lu Feng's face twisted with every move of Hong Yi, bewildered a humanoid vacuum cleaner. Now, Hong Yi's performance reached its climax, her eyes wide open. Cardinal excitedly shows his research results to Lu Feng. Look, hi, all the trash is gone. I thought of this trick while doing housework. With it, chores become so much easier. Hai's face grows paler and paler. Lu Feng exclaims in amazement, Such a powerful trick, and you only use it for housework. But that move just now helped you understand a bit more. Lu Feng patted Hong Yi's shoulder. Hong Yi, if I am not mistaken, your ability is assimilation, an extremely powerful skill, the girl asked happily. Really? Hearing that, Lu Feng firmly declared, Of course, why would I deceive Hong Yi? Besides, just in time, someone is outside for your practice. With a sharp glance toward the door, he coldly ordered, Leave now, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Outside the door, loud noises erupted. It is no good. The officials have discovered us. It is all because of your reckless idea. Lu Feng warned sternly, Don't waste words. Get out here now. I had no choice but to go inside. The battle master quickly held back, blamed the instructor. It was all the commander's idea. He told us to hide outside the door and see how long it would take for the instructor to notice. Xing Te went along, saying we were all forced by the commander. Of course, the businessman refused to take all the blame and flew into a rage. Those two bastards flip sides faster than pages, clearly eager to see how long before the inspector catches on. Seeing them bickering, Lu Feng cut in. Why are you sneaking around my doorstep like addicts spying on me? The three of them suddenly became unusually obedient, speaking on behalf of the company, saying, The instructor has taught us for so long. Of course, we can't let the instructor's hard work go unappreciated, so we bring this gift to thank him. But Lu Feng, knave as he was, kept questioning, Thank you, but why did not any of you say thanks before? Without hesitation, he exposed the truth. I see. The thanks were fake. The manipulation was real. Seeing their terrified faces, he was even more certain. Do not think I do not know what you are plotting. Under Cardinal Hong's fierce gaze, Lu Feng openly declared, I do not need the fruit, and I won't let any force sway me. Don't do this again. Though refusing the cable, Lu Feng asked about something else. Since you are here, you might as well help me with a task. In his mind, he calculated Hong Yi's strength has likely reached a critical point. It is the perfect chance to use Lam Dong to test just how strong Hong Yi really is. Lam Dong smiled on the outside, answering calmly, unaware of the officer's true request. Inside, he silently begged, Heaven, please, let the officer send the master warrior. Just do not call my name. Hearing this, Lu Feng dropped all pretense, called Lam Dong, and at the sound of his name, he immediately joined the fight. Lu Feng seemed oblivious to Lam Dong's attitude, gently pushing Hong Yi forward. Use magic to fight my little sister. Seeing the delicate little girl before him, Lam Dong stepped back in shock. What, such a tiny girl? How could someone like me bring myself to strike? Moreover, deep down Lam Dong was worried about something else. What if I make that brat cry? Will you punish me? Thinking this, Lam Dong quickly stepped beside Lu Feng and whispered, Look, I just got my hair done today. The clothes are new and sharp. Not fit for fighting, maybe you should send the master to battle instead. Lu Feng just snapped back, annoyed, telling him to stop complaining and get the job done. Lam Dong, overwhelmed, staggered back in dizziness, crying out in pain. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Master Lam Dong was at a loss. As the other two approached, the martial monk suggested, this little lady seems to have no fighting strength. Just use a spell to defeat her. Besides, the Alliance urges us whether we can have a good relationship with the sect official depends on that person. Master Lam Dong seems to have agreed. Lu Feng turned to Hong Yi and asked, are you afraid to fight him? Hong Yi's eyes showed determination. The brave girl raised her fists. Unafraid. Then, Hong Yi glanced at Lam Dong. Their eyes met like a spark of electricity. Hong Yi silently vowed, before this person mocks me again, I will teach him a lesson. Lu Feng patted Hong Yi's head, encouraging, go on, use your secret household skills to deal with him. You are sharper than him, no need to fear. Hit him, the little girl replied softly. Yes. Both sides quickly moved to the defensive courtyard. In the strong wind, Hong Yi faced Lam Dong. The battle began. Hong Yi decided to strike first, channeling her energy into a swirling vortex around herself. At this moment, Su Qin felt uneasy, sweating as he whispered, this vortex feels strange. Facing it, Lam Dong was also surprised by its pull, wondering what kind of strange dimension this was, but he quickly regained his confidence. However, the ritual is a bit strange, but it is just child's play. I can easily make him kneel and call me father. Then, Lam Dong curled his fingers and flicked a bit of magic forward. On Lam Dong's palm, a block of ice instantly appeared. He smiled with pride as the mass of ice, nearly the size of a cardinal, flew straight toward the little girl. Though the final outcome is uncertain, Lam Dong smugly said, Lu Feng, Jiao Guan, I have already subdued Lu King. Being frozen for 3 seconds can be undone. It won't harm me. Just then, the stammering voice of the battle master cut through the air. Lam Dong. Hearing that, Lam Dong turned around, only to find the massive ice block had vanished without a trace. Panicked, he searched frantically and exclaimed in shock, where did that huge ice drill go? Why can't I see it anymore? Hearing that, Su Qin's face twisted in disbelief, exclaiming that after the ice drill was sucked into the swirling air current, it vanished. Kuang Tap beside him was equally stunned, eyes wide open. I did not sense any magic power at all, as if the ice drill had been completely devoured. Unlike them, Liu Feng happily gave a thumbs up. Not bad. Scarlet robe. Meanwhile, Lam Dong stood dumbfounded, muttering to himself, it is gone. Impossible. Seeing Lam Dong like that, kind-hearted Liao Feng warned. Lam Dong, get serious, or you will lose. Those words echoed Hong Yi's thoughts, making the girl's gaze even more confident. You loser. Hearing Liu Feng's warning, Lam Dong finally took it seriously. In truth, he was silently screaming, furious to be underestimated by that brat. Then, Lam Dong struck the icy staff, his imposing aura sweeping across the ground. Now, I will act, to protect my dignity, the astonished master shouted. Lam Dong, you are crazy, using the 7th level magic. Forcing himself, he turned to persuade Liao Feng. The instructor calmed down, but his face remained unchanged. Liao Feng raised his hand, signaling, don't worry, I am here. Then, he looked toward Hong Yi, and the girl immediately understood Liao Feng's intent. Hong Yi instantly shifted into battle mode, focusing her power into the whirlpool before her abdomen, and this time, it is Lam Dong's turn to strike first. He charges fiercely, 7th level magic, Snow Dragon Scroll. Then, Lam Dong uses his staff to create a massive whirlwind. It kept moving toward Hong Yi, freezing the ground beneath its path. Although Liu Feng trusted Hong Yi, he could not help but feel anxious. Could Hong Yi withstand the Snow Dragon's final strike? Lam Dong's eyes quickly caught Liu Feng's expression. He thought arrogantly, the magistrate seems very worried about the Han clan, but Senzeta has surely won. Facing the strange whirl, Hong Yi remained calmer than everyone else. At this moment, the vortex in front of the girl's abdomen grew stronger and stronger. Then, the whirlpool quickly expanded as Hong Yi directly controlled it to absorb Lam Dong's vortex. At first, nothing happened, but soon Lam Dong's vortex began to be overtaken by Hong Yi's swirling force. Seeing this, the girl poured more power into her vortex, making its pull even stronger. Across from him, Lam Dong's eyes widened as he exclaimed, what? A wave of unease began to stir within him. What kind of devilish trick was this? Why can it absorb everything? Before everyone's eyes, the Cardinal's vortex expanded at a staggering speed, almost completely absorbing Lam Dong's attack. But for Hongwa, this was also a troubling sign. She gritted her teeth, struggling to control the vortex, barely holding on before losing control completely. The Cardinal gritted her teeth, saying the girl is grown, return her to him. Immediately, the Cardinal's vortex reversed back toward Lam Dong, who was still in a state of halted evil. In the back, Liu Feng watched with undeniable surprise. What kind of Tai Chai is this? Why does it grow stranger by the day? Luckily, the master quickly sensed the danger and shouted a warning. Lam Dong, this swirling energy is too eerie. Get out of the way. But Lam Dong refuses to back down. Stubbornly, he wields his power, I am a mage of the 8th rank, how could I be scared away? For the glory of my noble blood, I must face him head on. That Lamdone raised the staff high in his hand, shouting with authority, "Come out, gun of steel." Immediately after, a large, shiny block of ice shaped like a gun enveloped Lamdone's hand. The shape of that ice block was something Liu Feng had never seen before. He wondered what it was, why it somewhat resembled a Gatling gun. Hearing this, the battle master immediately explained to Liu Feng that this was the Lamdone 8-barrel magic gun, self-invented based on the Fire Plum gun, and also Han's ultimate skill. Meanwhile, at Lamdone, the terrifying vortex of the Scarlet Cloak was closing in. Seizing the moment, he channeled all his strength into one arm and commanded, "Fire!" Next, from the bullet holes, a barrage of copper bullets was fired simultaneously. However, the bullets could not stop the vortex. Instead, they were easily swallowed by it. That was clearly beyond the warrior's imagination. His heart filled with panic, as the vortex still bit and swallowed even after leaving his hand. This was terrifying, but Lamdone remained unfazed, relentlessly firing into the vortex, daring it to swallow more. Lamdone's actions did not stop it. They seemed to make the vortex grow stronger. Seeing the danger, the battle master anxiously looked at Liao Feng. The vortex is getting bigger. Even the nearby steel tiger was worried. It won't explode, will it? Liao Feng remained still, his gaze fixed on the swirling vortex. Waiting a little longer, now, the crimson vortex in the sky seemed to have reached its full strength, tightening in a strange, tense way. Seeing this, Liao Feng's expression gradually changed, and he exclaimed, "Not good." Sure enough, after having nothing left to devour, it seemed to be pulling everything around it toward itself. Realizing this, Liu Feng gently moved down beneath the vortex. Then, with his vital energy, a yin-yang circle appeared on his hand, and he threw it into the swirling air. No surprise, the strange vortex kept pulling it in and devouring it, but this time, the vortex changed shape. Then suddenly, the crimson vortex exploded in the sky, a loud boom echoing through the space. The sky flickers, losing its blue hue as golden clouds give way to dark ones, and a sudden, ghostly snow begins to fall. Inside, Xiaojin paces the hallway, bored. What is all the noise behind the courtyard? Can't they let me sleep? Then he pressed his face close to the windowsill, his dull eyes staring outside. Snowflakes kept falling, forming thick layers outside. Xiaojin sighed softly. It is already winter. Then, he jerked his head up, dazed, recalling the recent time. Wondering, before I slept it was still spring, but I have been asleep for half a year. The unreal, hazy feeling lingered. Soxlan slapped his own face hard, cheeks flushing red. Isn't that rain? Let us see if it hurts. Finally, from striking too hard, you reel back. Eyes spinning, pain real, not a dream. Cut to another place, outside the house, where a cold chill fills the air. From the blinding white snow, gloved hand suddenly emerges. Then, Liao Feng and Hong Yai abruptly sit up from beneath the snow. Though snow still clung to his head and shoulders, he hurriedly asked about the girl's condition. "Hong Yai, are you alright?" She quickly replied, "I'm fine." Liao Feng, still doubtful, anxiously confirmed again. "Really? You just absorbed so much magical energy. Are you feeling okay?" To prove she was truly fine, Hong Yi broke free from his embrace, stood up, and jumped a few times. "See, I am really okay," she said. Liao Feng sighed helplessly, eyes full of sternness. This girl. Moments later, with a clash of swords and strength, Lamdone also burst free from the snow pile. He clutched his trembling body, groaning, "So cold." "Lamdone, are you alright?" He gently nodded in response. Seeing the serious state of the battle master, Kong Tak took out a fiery gem. "This is a fire star stone. Take it and warm yourself." After finishing, he turned to Liu Feng, the instructor, and asked what kind of divine power they used daily. Even the master was curious, as they had never heard of such divine power before. Calmly, he explained his guess. The strength attribute of the scarlet robe was probably devouring guard. The vortex just now absorbed the material energy it touched, but when the absorption power exceeds a certain limit, the vortex will explode. Hearing this, the girl's face immediately showed worry, and she cautiously asked, "My vortex and the feeling you taught me do not feel the same. Did I do something wrong?" Liao Feng did not want Hong Yai to stay up late. He gently patted her head and smiled warmly, advising her that different cultivation methods yield different results. "So just keep practicing like this." He crouched down to her eye level, gently tapping the tip of her red nose, reminding her carefully, "You must be careful, and if anything feels wrong, tell me immediately." Understood. His words worked like magic. Her worried look vanished, replaced by a sweet, obedient smile and a soft, "Yes." Just then, a sudden voice echoed from the other side of the castle. "Liao brothers, what are you doing?" Oh, Hatch and Tyet jumped down from the castle, rushing over anxiously to ask. Seeing the two of them arrive, Liu Feng smiled sincerely and confessed, "Hello, big brother Hatch. Sorry for the noise we caused." Then he waved at Tyet, but she turned away coldly, saying, Good evening. He glanced at their war trophies and understood everything at once. 3 magic beasts so fierce. Even just their skirmishes could alert the suburban beastmen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liufeng reacted first. Surprised, asking. Suburban beastmen. Seeing this, the stern-faced officer began recounting the whole story and the reason for his presence here. We received intelligence about a beastman squad outside the city, but when we arrived, the beastmen were nowhere to be found. At that moment, he led the tracking team, directing every move. The two went out searching meticulously. Don't overlook any spot. We have thoroughly checked the area but found no sign of the beastmen. It seems they vanished without a trace. After hearing this, Kong Tak could not help but be shocked. A perplexing question arose. With no place to hide outside the city walls, how could they disappear as if nothing happened? Liu Feng immediately caught the key point in his words and quickly interrupted. Not outside the city, but inside. There is. That speculation is both reasonable and precarious, so both the military and the authorities are on high alert. The official means they have infiltrated the city, unless there is an insider among the beastmen within. Not just you, even the officers anticipated this situation. I thought the same. The beastmen suddenly appeared in the city a few days ago. We still have not figured out how they infiltrated. And there is more. According to reports, the Beastman battalion is gathering in the northern grasslands. The words just spoken shocked both Liu Feng and him for a second time. His entire being radiated danger. His face darkened as he asked sharply, could it be that the Beastman had finished preparing for war, certain of victory in the duel? Though he did not confirm immediately, he stayed cautious and followed the plan. For now, all we can do is watch silently. In a few days, we will enter the grand battle. Those beastmen of unknown whereabouts are a hidden disaster. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Liu Feng's mind, his golden eyes gleaming as he said, in that case, I have a plan. Cut to nightfall outside the house. Luoden stands surrounded by several massive monsters, their bodies radiating a fierce aura. He stood confidently, arms crossed, arrogantly speaking to the black cat on the ground. Very good, the ambush is fully set. Then, his expression shifted, eyes cold and filled with deep resentment. The monstrous beasts with ox heads and horse faces growled fiercely, as if to show their strength. Now, Nakam stepped forward a few paces and softly asked him, the great duel is about to begin. Are you sure this will succeed? Just mentioning this, Luoden grew even more smug, confidently declaring that the only variable was Liu Feng, and he would personally deal with him. Outside the city, at dawn, the troops of Tayat, Quang Tak, Lam Don, and Suchin rode out on gleaming armored horses, their spirits high and eyes sharp. Behind, another group rode in succession, Oh Hatch and Liu Feng clutching the crimson robe, sensing the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Tayat broke the silence with a question. Big brother, oh, were not we supposed to set out in 3 days? Why leave early? The officer, pretending to cough, raised his hand to cover his mouth but was actually signaling Liu Feng to speak up. Seeing this, he immediately turned around and patiently explained that the duel would take place at the warrior border between humans and beasts. Liu Feng's reason was so convincing, no one could refute or doubt it. It was our first time there, arriving days early to adapt. Standing nearby, Suchin smiled softly and praised him, truly a wise strategist with thorough thinking. Meanwhile, inside Lamdome, a conflicting turmoil brewed, his face dazed and defeated, having hoped to linger in the city for a few days of indulgence. But with no more questions left, Liu Feng raised his hand high, signaling, no more delays, let us move out. After speaking, he bent down carefully, telling the girl in scarlet to sit tight. Obediently, she gripped the reins and softly replied, yes. At once, the team urged their horses forward, the swift pace tearing through the wind and stirring the sands below, trampling the vast green plains. Chayat's gaze suddenly fixed on the back of a hatch, as if drawn by an unspoken curiosity. Her face tensed, eyes narrowed with suspicion and caution, wondering if she was just being overly sensitive. Sensing something strange about Ohatch, cut to the towering fortress. Lo Dun and Hakam watched the massive army swiftly riding away. Leads. They have set out with half the city's troops. Something's amiss. But he showed no worry, calmly folding his arms and instructing, I will watch them. You stay in the city and act according to plan. With that, Lodine stepped back, took a strong leap, and swiftly descended from the city wall. Time passed by, and at the grand mansion of the high official, night had fully fallen, the magnificent tower still lit up, welcoming mysterious figures cloaked in black, most of them members of the beast tribe, all bearing fierce and terrifying looks. Stand aside, watching the small black cat Nufasium communicate with light through the magic orb. What is the situation? Cat. On the other side, he holds the orb, the light casting a cunning, satisfied face. They are trapped now. Yohutch and Oldifong are both here. We can make our move. Upon hearing the news, after ending the communication, she turned back to inform the beast tribe. The fortress guard is lax. This is our chance. The patrol has left. We can strike. As she finished speaking, Nuvasium narrowed her eyes, puffed her cheeks. Her whole body tensed as if something was about to happen. In less than a few seconds, the demon revealed her true form as a human girl. Nakam smiled excitedly, her slender hand flashing with sharp light. Commanding loudly, You all. Follow me. Kill the enemy. At once, the entire beast tribe surged toward a guard soldier, led by Nicamp. Chaos erupted as soldiers rushed to fight, shouting, "Danger! Beastmen attacking! Guards, assemble!" However, since half the troops had set out 3 days ago, the situation quickly turned dire, as the fearless woman single-handedly cleared all who blocked her path straight to the throne. Cloaked in panic, Dak trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear as she watched her approach. His face turned pale, blood drained away, sweat poured endlessly from his forehead as he tried to shout, "Why are you here? You look like a beast spy. Someone. Help!" Seeing his helplessness, Cam could not help but laugh with delight. Mocking him, who would have thought the famed spy Odakwai was just a cowardly glutton? He leaned in close, his voice cold as ice. "You slaughtered countless beastskin like me tonight. I will gut you slowly, tearing you apart until you die." Hearing this, he grew even more terrified. His wrinkled, twisted face etched with the shadow of the zither. "No, it can't be." She raised her arm, claws ready to finish off her foe, excitement blazing in her eyes then. Just as she struck, cotton balls suddenly appeared from nowhere, stopping her cold. What? On the throne, Odak seemed unconscious with eyes closed tight, but where the claws had slashed across his belly, no flesh appeared, only a mass of cotton drifting everywhere. Suddenly, Odak snapped awake, eyes wide open, no longer withdrawn like before, but with a calm, serious gaze. Next, he tore off the outer layer, the last bits of cotton falling away. A hint of pride in his eyes. "Turns out, my acting skills are quite good." Then, the mask faded, replaced by a smug smile. At this moment, Nahakam was shocked to realize she had been deceived, unable to help but exclaim, "Transformation spell." But the illusion was instantly shattered. All her earlier astonishment vanished, leaving only a look of utter confusion. Impossible. The person had already left the city with Liu Feng. In response to that question, a familiar voice suddenly echoed somewhere in the elegant, noble room. "I thought I heard someone calling my name." To my surprise, Liu Feng jumped down from the mezzanine, looking utterly smug. In the vast room, the beasts and elegant guests all turned their attention to Liu Feng's arrival. The arrogant man across smirked. "I thought you would not dare come back." He twitched his lips, sighed deeply. "I never stopped to rest on the way back, exhausting." Yet inwardly he was relieved, thankful the strong wind sped his journey. "Seeing you here right now," a flood of questions filled her mind, her expression growing even more confused. "Liu Feng, were not you supposed to be at the camp, among the two of us? Kitten, you must have a lot of questions." With a stern face and a heavy voice that carried an invisible weight, he made the others hesitate. "So you really do have someone watching the duel team?" Liu Feng looked confused, but Lian kindly explained, helping her understand. "Are you curious why the big boss in the leather jacket is here? It is simple, because the special forces leader and the leather jacket swapped identities." He blinked, flashed a sly smile as if boasting about his cleverness. Surprised, amazed, even he could not help but admire and praise him. Lia Hoyan IV's plan was simple, yet surprisingly effective, so easily luring you all here. Liu Feng, emboldened, boasted of his achievements and casually remarked that your assassination plot was far too crude. "Who came up with this plan? No brains at all." The words hit Nancyam like a blow, humiliating her with the label of being brainless. Immediately after, the situation was swiftly brought under control as she and the beast tribe were surrounded by the advancing soldiers. Realizing she had been outplayed, Nusinking clenched her teeth in furious frustration. With no way back, as darkness spread through her, she chose to risk it all. The beast tribe would never submit. Kill. At her command, the entire beast clan rose up, striking back at the surrounding soldiers. Taking advantage of the chaos, Nuvasium pulls out the magic orb to contact the Thunder clan, urgently ordering, "The ones in the outer city are the special guards. Kill them." Her eyes burn with anger, murderous intent unhidden as she stares directly at her enemies. Lia Feng decided to handle this debt himself, turning to Hatch. "Big brother Hatch, you deal with the beastmen. Leave this black cat to me." He smiled knowingly, waiting to see the unfolding drama, agreeing to the plan. "Then it is up to me, Brother Lao." Then, the jacket snapped open, leaving him alone to face Nihakam charging recklessly. Lia Feng's golden eyes burned with resolve, his lashes twitching in fierce focus. She lunged forward, slashing with sharp claws high in the air, deliberately provoking her opponent. "Do you really think your guards can protect you?" But Liu Feng was not easily trapped. With a swift sword block and a sharp exclamation, he said, "I know you have arranged experts to watch the duel, but I have my own secret ace." Hearing that, Ni immediately grew more agitated, rushing forward with a fierce determination, but missed by a hair. He dodged, a sly smile spreading across his face. "Soon, you will all see just how wide your horizons can truly expand." At the same time, on the other side, Luo Den was furious and bitter, clutching the magic orb tightly, counting every second, only to be outwitted by Liu Feng, who had already slipped away. A sudden question jolted him awake. Of course, Liu Feng's orb had secretly vanished. He must have escaped from Liu Bat. His expression darkened, then twisted into a terrifying smile as he raved, "You all think you are too clever now. The special agent is the true killer. Without warning, he dashed off into the wind, muttering with grim certainty. I hold his life in my hands. At that moment, Chayat, Suchian, Lam Don, and Kong Tat all suddenly sensed something strange approaching. Chayat was the first to speak, asking about Liu Fong and Ohach. Where were the officials and Lord Ohach? He seemed uneasy, wondering if this was some kind of test. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, their body radiating power as they swiftly took down several soldiers to infiltrate the camp. Everyone immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. She sternly commanded, "They come with ill intent, stop them and speak first." As the spell was withdrawn, the three others, Kwang Tat, Su Qian, and Lam Don, attacked simultaneously, their warriors striking with spear, ice-breaking ships, and reinforced spear formation. Luodan dodged aside, letting his other clones face them. At that moment, Chayat suddenly appeared before him, sword in hand, ready to strike. To his astonishment, he caught the sharp blade with his bare hand, wrapped in white bandages. As it lunged toward him, held tightly by her opponent's sword, she faltered briefly, while he seized the chance to switch to another power orb. Then, Lua hurled it fiercely at her, forcing Chayat to drop her sword and retreat to find an escape. After dealing with one, he swiftly turned to the side, his face twisted in anger, his entire being radiating fierce energy. Without hesitation, Lua fired the sword in his hand straight at the nearby tent. The sharp tip combined with immense force pierced through the cloth cover, shattering even the wooden barrier. As the tent collapsed, the fake official's terrified face was fully revealed. Lua then flashed a victorious smile, grasped the power orb once more, and charged at the enemy, shouting, "Die, Odak." In that perilous moment, Tu Kim suddenly appeared from nowhere, his original form twisting forward to block the fake Ohach. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a fierce blaze aimed straight at Lua Den, deadly flames spewing forth. Faced with the massive fireball before him, panic overtook him. His earlier arrogance vanished. The flames roared fiercely, spreading as if to consume the entire space. Everyone hurriedly dodged. Startled Lam Don exclaimed in shock, "What kind of beast is this? It is too powerful." Seeing that scene, the creator of the little golden claw grew even more arrogant, huffing, "Those who spit on me are mine." Suddenly, from the smoke and fire, a mysterious figure cloaked in black dashed out. Reaching out, he unleashed a dark magic attack, grabbing the arrogant man's collar. Witnessing this, he was overwhelmed with fear, sweat pouring down. Just as the hand was about to reach its goal, the little metal spun around and struck him hard with its tail. Off balance, but still trying to reach out to destroy the fake armor, he was struck in the face and fell to his knees. Immediately, the true face of the impostor appeared. Lo Dun, seeing this, grew even angrier, his distorted, broad face demanding, "Who are you? Can't hide it anymore." Trachlam sneered coldly. "You have been fooled. The grand armor has no real power." At the same time, the other four finished off the rest, shouting, "Surround him. Do not let him escape." Lo Din's face was smeared with soot from the flames, his teeth clenched in fury, cursing wildly. Inside that damn scoundrel was lying, trying to frame him, surrounded on all sides. Lo Din raised his guard cautiously, not daring to show any weakness. He had planned every step, but in the end, he had to accept that love was a game he could not win, with no choice but to flee quickly before it was too late. Yet before he could move, Xiao Jin struck first, unleashing a torrent of flames straight into his face. Lo Dun's entire body was engulfed in a sea of red flames, burning so fiercely that his silhouette seemed almost swallowed by the blaze. After a while, the fire died down, leaving only a scorched crater on the ground, yet Lo Dun was nowhere to be seen. Witnessing that scene, Lam Dum could not help but be amazed by the powerful blast. Du Qin noticed something else. Where was the assassin? Burned to ashes. The man stared intently at Xiao Jin, who was gasping amidst the lingering smoke. This was the magical fluctuation of the 9th rank. The sun never misses a beat. Yet there is a strange beast here. How is this possible? It feels like it is guarding something. But do not question it. There are no answers. So, Chayat suggests we ask directly before moving on. She spoke, then slowly stepped closer to the boy, making Xiao Jin startle for a moment. His love for beautiful girls instantly awakened, eyes turning into joyful hearts as he called out, "Big sister, you are so beautiful." Before Chayat could get acquainted, Tiu Kim rushed over, wrapping his arms around her neck, teasing her cheek. Chayat gently pushed him away and focused on the pressing question. "Why are you here? Did someone send you? Do you know there are assassins planning to attack and the camp needs to evacuate?" His tail wagged, revealing everything without hiding. "Today, Lu Feng called me over, saying if some fool tried to attack here, I should save that person." The guy pretending to be Ohach, Trach Lam, scratched his head and said he did not know if anyone would really attack. The captain just told him to disguise himself as one of us. After grasping the gist of the matter, she told Lam Don and Su Qin that Sen Ra could only wait until the Jiao Guan and Ohach elders returned to clarify the issue. For a moment, Chayat fell silent, lost in thought, her gaze fixed on a distant horizon where the Jiao Guan and Ohach elders were likely in Nat Bat Lak. Cut to inside the city. At the room where the initial skirmish broke out, a cold wind blows through, The ground is littered with fallen beastmen, blood staining the area far beyond the house. At that moment, after fighting alone for a while, Nahakam was covered in wounds. Seeing her like this, Lu Feng kindly warned, "Don't keep dying like this. Surrender now. You have already lost." But the pride of the beast tribe forbids the minstrel from surrendering. "I only fail, but Ohach will die." He would never hold back. Suddenly, she bursts into wild laughter, deluded that she still holds the upper hand. "Even if O is buried with us, that will be enough." Hearing that, he only smiled faintly, patiently explaining the current situation to her. "Sorry, I tricked you earlier. The real Odakdae Kong is always inside the city lord's mansion. The one in the camp is just a decoy." His words hit her like a slap. Nakam could not hide her panic. "What?" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, cutting through their conversation. More shocking, the visitor was the special agent she targeted tonight. Calmly approaching, as if saying, "Brotherhood sealed. The game is on." Facade of elegance crumbles in this very moment. Denial of reality falters. "No. This must be a trap you set." Then, fury erupts within her. She suddenly leaps into the river, risking everything with him. "I will kill him." But at that very moment, a sword pierced through her, blood spurting instantly. Na held the milk, touching Liu Feng, who was holding the sword, stabbing himself, blood in his mouth as if wanting to spit out. In the end, she clung to her hatred, leaving one last word before closing her eyes. Humanity. Despicable. Her final breath escaped as the zither fell silent. Utterly defeated, collapsing to the ground, Ohak Koi turned to Lu Feng. "Brother Lu, the beast tribe spies in the city have been wiped out. There is no more worry ahead." He gazed at her body and quietly replied, "Let us hope so." Lu Feng's eyes drifted outward, as if looking toward the distant camp, wondering if Xiao Jin had dealt with the ambushers yet. At the same time, far away, a battered body trembles, struggling to take each step. Indeed, Lo Din is still alive, clutching his chest in pain, his face twisted with resentment. "Lu Feng, you must never abandon me." By nightfall, with a breeze blowing through, the campfire flickers under a star-filled sky and moonlight. Inside the tent, a full meeting of all members is underway. Chait was the first to stand up and speak out fiercely. This was his plan, sending the elders disguised as guards to lead the beast tribe assassins, risking all our lives. Seeing this, Master Qin quickly and gently eased the tension. "Miss Tayet, do not be agitated. The instructor must have his reasons. Su Lingyi also advises us to trust," outwardly playing the role of a mediator. "Yes. Miss Tayet, do not get agitated." But inside, she was thrilled by her interrogation scene. Miss Tayet's scolding was sharp. This plan of the education official was utterly untrustworthy. Scold him to death. Liu Feng knew Tayet's emotions were burning hot, so he gently analyzed. "I admit it was a gamble, but I considered all the factors." You laughed cheerfully to ease the tension, recalling today's victory. In the end, was not the result perfect? We did not even get injured. However, Tayet still could not be convinced and raised another serious issue. What if the opponent is a saint level? Liu Feng shrugged helplessly, saying that even if I and the great Ohach were there, it would be useless. The man sitting beside agreed saint level is not something we can handle. She crossed her arms, let out a cold laugh, then openly declared her next move. "This time, I will reveal the truth to the academy." But that did not faze Liu Feng. "Standing up," he said. "Suit yourself, it is getting late. Everyone rest early. Tomorrow, we head to the warrior city. Xiao Jin, let us go." Hearing that, Little Kim, perched silently on Tayet's shoulder, suddenly spoke firmly. "No, I want to sleep with my beautiful sister." That one sentence startled him, making him realize the problem. Silently sighing, "It is all messed up." Suddenly, Liu Feng slowly approached Chu's face, leaving her puzzled. Then, he unexpectedly grabbed Chojin, dragged him down, and scolded him harshly. "You are still so young. How could you embarrass yourself like that? He is stubborn as hell. I do not care. I have to sleep with my sister." The chaotic scene made even the arrogant laugh out loud. "Then remind everyone, you all did great today. Go to bed early. We have a long journey tomorrow." Lamdone shrugged and did not care. "Let us call it a night." But Tayet felt something different inside. "Liu Feng, who are you really?" "Outside, you and Little Kim walk home together. But on the way, you still can't stop arguing." Time passes through the night, and the next morning, the group mounts their horses, ready to set off. Seeing the cardinal lost in a daze, Liu Feng bent down and softly called out, "Red Robe, what is wrong?" The little girl pointed up at the sky, her innocent voice ringing out, "There are some birds up there, staring right at us." Hearing that, he also gazed after them, trying to spot the flock of birds, but saw nothing. Suddenly, the man beside him startled, eyes wide open. Then he handed Liu the bamboo tube and said seriously, "Try using this." Though unsure, he took it and raised it to his face, eyes gazing at the sky. Through the spyglass, Liu Feng's vision magnified, clearly seeing two birds soaring strange beast-shaped hawks. Ohach smiled at Hong Ye, admiring the girl's keen sight. "Those were demon hawks. It seems the warrior's side has discovered us. But your sister is truly formidable. We need a special tool to see the spirit hawk." "So how did she notice it?" Perhaps a misunderstanding or clash of temperaments made her turn away abruptly, leaving him scratching his head and forcing an awkward smile. Liu Feng did not hide anything, but modestly replied that the red shirt just had pretty good eyesight. The arrogant one immediately retorted in shock. No way. How can an ordinary person's eyesight be as sharp as a divine eye? Suddenly, he switched topics, asking what a Ming was. He explained it was a type of magical beast, and everything seen could be projected onto a special ongthech, often used for remote surveillance. An excited smile appeared on Ohach's face, his voice tinged with anticipation. If the warriors have found us, they must be planning a special welcome. Then he turned carefully to those behind him, saying, "We are approaching the warriors' stronghold. Brace yourselves, and do not faint from fear." That play sparked your curiosity too. The arrogant leader. The warriors' welcome, how would it greet us? But he just chuckled, keeping it a secret. You will see when we get there. After a cheerful greeting, the team resumed their journey, this time at a leisurely pace, not rushed like before. In the end, they had no choice but to become warriors on a high hillside, the lingering wind pausing as they watched from above. The city gate here was peculiar, with skulls mounted atop the walls, giving off a chilling vibe. The master arrived with his group, the gate slowly lifting to clear their path. As soon as they stepped into the city limits, the beastmen erupted into a noisy uproar, shouting, "Fight! Fight!" They are blocked by chains, but their mouths can't be locked, still shouting, "Humans, prepare to die here. I will use your heads to decorate my toilet. I will drink your blood dry." A quick, silent scan around. A faint cold snort escapes. The arrogant one steps forward, feigning calm as if he has seen it all before, quietly reassuring the others not to be afraid. It is all just for show. They would not dare act on it. Lamdome remains the toughest, outwardly dismissive, but secretly relieved hearing him say it. Glad he did not start fighting as soon as they entered the city, scaring herself for nothing. Feeling the electrifying atmosphere of the vast stands, Liu Feng smiled quietly, a surge of passion reminding him of his first football match, only this time, he was no longer just a spectator. Suddenly, from outside the circle, someone hurled a brick toward Shu, shouting curses. "Humans, go to hell." A massive hammer suddenly flew toward Tyet before she could react, forcing her to step back. Luckily, Liu Feng turned just in time to see it coming. Next, with a flick of his hand, magical orb swiftly shot forward. Just as the hammer was about to hit the snow, the orb intercepted it, sending it flying off in another direction. To everyone's shock, the hammer swung back and struck the ugly beast tribe member hard on the head. With sharp eyes, Liu Feng glared and directly confronted them, asking, "Is this how warriors treat their guests?" His immense strength, combined with the hammer's heavy weight, made his head spin, and he immediately fell face first to the ground. Seeing this, the others instantly invoked double standards, boldly trying to cross the river barrier. How dare humans lay a hand on them? Kill them all. The moment those words were spoken, a swarm of other beast tribe members recklessly demanded to fight. Lamdan anxiously asked the Ohach captain, "Didn't you say the beasts would not dare attack us?" His mind began to panic. How could such untrustworthy words come from him? I believed in him. Even the usually composed Ohach looked utterly puzzled, normally so sure. But today, what is going on? Zhang Shuo, just as he was about to be struck down, suddenly erupts in a fierce rage, declaring loudly that he fears nothing and is just warming up before the duel. Seeing the tension escalate, Liu Feng quickly gestures to everyone to calm down, saying there is no need to fight. Both the arrogant officer and the blue-clad soldier were equally baffled, exclaiming, "What?" He pulled his horse aside to dodge a beast tribe warrior wielding a saber and asked, "Brother Liu, they have all rushed at me, how can I not fight back?" Liu Feng suddenly lowered his voice, wary, sharp eyes fixed ahead because beasts are no fools. Just as the chains were about to fail against the raging tribe, a sudden, thunderous voice halted them. A hand suddenly appeared, holding a large, sturdy stretcher. Seeing this, Liu Feng softly hummed, as if he had anticipated the situation. Sure enough, it was all planned. As soon as that voice sounded, your squad was allowed to proceed inside. Anja, dressed in a captivating outfit, stood waiting, flanked by beast tribe guards, and greeted them. "Welcome to the city of warriors. Sorry for the scare. Someone, please assist this honored guest." Just then, a figure appeared. The officer paused, surprised, and called out her name, Anja. She smiled sweetly and softly responded to him, "Master, it has been a long time." Unable to hold back, her eyes spoke only of the heart. "It seems I have been struck by love. The warrior beside me feels the same. I do too." Seeing his teammates' reactions, Tyet snapped angrily, silently cursing them as fools. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, unaware of the opponent's identity, kept asking him, "Big brother Ohach, who is she?" He introduced her to you. She is the fierce tavern mistress of the city, a voice that carries weight among the wild crowd. Hearing this, you smirked coldly, a sharp glance warning that if Miss Anja had arrived any later, this place would have been soaked in blood. Seeing Liu Feng, Anja felt something strange, certain he had never met him before. This great man dressed oddly. Hearing this, he immediately understood and introduced himself first. "My name is Liu Feng, leader of the human team this time. She raised her hand in a gentle wave, but began with a compliment clearly. Lord Liu Feng is more formidable than Lord Oh Hatch. Truly. My apologies. Then, Anja brought up the earlier skirmish, sweetly and tactfully making excuses. Though Lord Liu Feng has misunderstood me, I came here as soon as I heard the news. You joked as you dismounted. But your words carried hidden meaning, so I thought this conflict was deliberately arranged by Miss Ange. Realizing her plan was uncovered, she deflected attention onto the cardinal. Lord Liu Feng sure knows how to joke. Hey, who is this adorable little girl? Could she be Lord Liu Feng's daughter? Hearing Liu Feng's introduction, she glanced with a somewhat unfriendly look. She is my younger sister. Once everyone had dismounted, Anja stepped forward to begin her role as guide. Travelers, weary from the long road, why not stop by my tavern for a drink? Everyone agreed without hesitation. Miss Anja will lead the way. On the way, Ohet whispered. Liu brother, how did you know there would not be a fight just now? Liu Feng smiled and explained, our strength is far beyond those troublemakers. They simply can't threaten us. He glanced at the beast tribe still scrutinizing them, repeating his earlier words, beasts are not fools. They would not seek death recklessly, they have a plan. Liu Feng was certain. These beasts were showing force to dominate, relying on numbers to suppress us. Now he finally understands the reason those creatures were all shouting so loudly in place was to scare first-time duel participants. Ohet stared at Ngiz's back ahead, certain that behind this scene, that fox spirit was leading us to the tavern. There is definitely no kindness here. You must be cautious. Ng is the most cunning of the beast tribes, we have to be careful. Liu Feng already has a plan. But first, we must avoid stirring the forest. This is just the beginning. Arriving at the tavern, the real test begins. He agrees to first see what she truly wants. O turns around, points inside confidently, proudly introducing his brand. Welcome to the wildest, craziest tavern in Ding X. Doan stared blankly at the tavern with a hint of disappointment. This was supposed to be the riotous bar from the prophecy. But it looked dull and tame. Even Su Qin thought so, seeing no sign of madness or chaos. Just as they spoke, both were struck, and the sound of shattering glass rang out. Then, to everyone's astonishment, two young men were suddenly pushed out of the bar, wounds still on their bodies. Andreid's henchman sneered. No guts, no drinks here, go back to your mother's milk. We have got this whole place covered. The warrior is stunned and furious. Damn it. If you say one wrong word, he will tear down the tavern, eyes wide open. What is going on? Is this a tavern or a fight? I do not want to get involved. Andrei calmly extends his hand and says, unfortunately, today it is all booked up, so I can serve you drinks. You tell us there is no room again. But if you want to invite guests, should not you clean the tavern first? Otherwise, is not that insincere? Oh, hearing you say that, acting innocent in the city of warriors, strength is everything, a weak woman like me, who would listen? Besides, how could I possibly chase guests away myself? Andrei suddenly leaned in close, whispering into Li Feng's ear. If you want a drink, sir, why not just send them away? That way, we will have the place to ourselves. He looked at him meaningfully. If you have accepted, you can wait until the tavern empties, then sneak over here. Chiat's voice broke through. I want to see what kind of guests are inside. You stop her, she waits here. I will go. Chiat squinted at Li Feng, trying to read what lay behind that calm expression. Right after, she turned and left, warning him not to disgrace the human race. Oh Hatch was worried. Lu Feng brother, there is an 80% chance of deceit here. You can't go in, but he was determined fear before battle would only weaken him. He had to go. Then Li Feng turned back and said to him, Brother Oh Hatch, you stay out here and protect everyone. I will go in and take a look. Oh Hatch nodded firmly. Lu Feng. Be careful. She turned back, raised her hand to the cardinal, and reminded him. Wait for him to come back. Though reluctant to let Li Feng go in, the little girl had no choice but to agree. Yes. You boldly fling the door open. Fine. I will see just how wild this riotous tavern can get. The door slams shut behind him as Li Feng strides forward, every step radiating confidence. The beastmen all turn to stare at you, the silence heavy and strange, until one raises his drink and slowly approaches. Humans do drink here too. Lu Feng looked at him and said, you did not come here to drink, so stop wasting words. 1 level 9, 3 level 8s, 8 level 7s. Let us see how tough this Li Feng really is. Not a sudden breaking like a violent tremor, but everything moved wildly. In an instant, Beastman was knocked down by an invisible force, flying away like a thrown sack of sand. In an instant, the entire tavern turned into a battlefield. Countless beastmen were struck down, their bodies scattered like leaves in the wind. Andrzej, filled with astonishment, gazed at the defeated sprawled across the floor. Feng dragged him out, each step heavy with humiliation. Letting go. Lu Feng thought, this rookie calls himself a level 9. Don't embarrass us, or maybe he is just blind. Faced with the scene, Andrzej felt utterly powerless, his face frozen. He signaled to everyone. All right, everyone has a seat now. You can go in and have a drink. Lu Feng glanced at Andrzej, believing Miss Andrzej would also be willing to invite us for a drink. He looked and said, well then, thank you in advance. Miss Andrzej. Andrzej smiles gently. Lord Lifeng, please do not be so formal. Suddenly Mei appears behind her, making the atmosphere tense. She suddenly spoke up. Lord Andrzej. All the spells Lifeng just used have been recorded. She obeyed swiftly, responding without hesitation, while Andrzej smiled slyly, then handed over the intelligence about that Lifeng to the other person. A wicked smile spread across Ngiz's lips, forcing him to eliminate Li Yufeng. Within the human village, a mansion stood guarded by vigilant soldiers. Under the pale moonlight, Liu Feng watched Yao Jin sprinkle dust, each breath soft like a lullaby. He gently touched his forehead. He turned and said he wanted to sleep to level up, but ended up sleeping straight through until now. Liu Feng shook Xiao Jin hard, but he showed no reaction, even striking a cultivation pose. Can sleeping like a noodle really lead to an upgrade? What a scam. You suddenly freeze, eyes flashing as you realize something. What is that sound? Cut to a large, rugged rock surface, rough and covered in water stains like a spiderweb. A hatch holds his sword, gazing at the stone slab. A normal strike won't suffice. He stares intently at the glowing blade before him, then decides. The sleeve swung the sword fiercely, slicing through the air like a lightning strike aimed at the target. The blade flashed brightly as it struck the stone with a sharp, resounding clang. Li Yufeng steps forward, his swordsmanship excellent. His strength as the boss has improved, truly a cause for celebration. He wipes the sweat from his brow and still needs to thank you for the guidance earlier, which helped me gain confidence. You were surprised and asked again, your voice a bit sharp. Intrigued, he spoke gently, saying that after discussing with Lia Hoyandi about finding a new attack method, he thought if the fighting energy could transform into an armor-like entity, so why not cover the tip of the sword, increasing its power and reducing energy consumption. Ohach smirks proudly, calling this move the Ohach Duok Sang Invincible Dual Aura Strike Blade. Li Yufeng was helpless. Back in my hometown, this move is called the Steel Sword Strike. I know it too. He suddenly stiffened, silent, overwhelmed by a bashful, speechless feeling. Right after that, he scratched his head with his hands behind his back and walked away, saying he could not compare to you. He put his arm around you. So Li Hyunde told me to go, saying maybe I could get a little promotion. Liu Feng is in a tough spot. This is really awkward. At first I just spoke carelessly. Now how do I keep making things up? You boldly changed the subject. But tell me, what is this huge rock, able to withstand a full power strike from Brother Ohach? The training stone of the human kingdom is massive, capable of withstanding level 9 attacks. Liu Feng is amazed. Could it be better than a sandbag? He signals Liao Hoyan to give it a try. You smile with satisfaction. Just the right chance to train your hands. Even if not as good as me, you still need to rehearse new moves. Using the longsword to condense sword energy for an attack is powerful but too obvious, making it easy for the opponent to defend. Your hand moves, and the magical power flares up, spreading intensely, as if condensing the inner force in your palm. Then, Liu Feng's hand glows with concentrated blue magic, aimed straight ahead. Hatch froze, eyes wide with shock. The blue scar flared and spread like lightning along the rock face. Ohach asked, Liao Haiyan, what is this technique? Is it the Thao Kuang skill? You replied, your voice tinged with disappointment. Its power is not as strong as mine. Is it? A sudden crack echoes as the stone slab shifts slightly. Tension thick in the air, then crashes down with a thunderous roar. Dust billowing everywhere. Ohach shouted, a strike shattering the black stone. Only a king level could do that. He turned to Liao Feng. Liao, brother, are not you already king level? He rubbed my head with a smile, joking like a big shot. The old challenge always gets tested and is about to break. I just happened to deliver the final blow. He spoke up. Li Yuhain's words made sense. This black stone breaking surely owes something to my last strike. The cloak drapes over your shoulder, so we are teaming up to break this dark stone. With 4 and 5, I guess I have some strength too. You smile awkwardly. Alright, as long as you are happy. Then, Liu Feng smiled smugly at his hand. Today's internal force was extraordinary. More than enough for one strike. He truly was a genius. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over, wearing the Grand Officer's robe, delivering urgent news from the Sun Never Sets outpost. He turns around upon hearing that. Could it be a team of beast spirits attacking the stronghold? Before the heavy iron gate of an ancient fortress, the silence is eerily profound. And from a hidden corner, a Hatch and Liu Feng gaze in that direction. The arrogant one grits his teeth and speaks angrily. If not for the news we received yesterday, we would not even know the beast team is coming today. He asks seriously, eyes full of suspicion. Feeling something's off about their early arrival, a group of riders on fierce beasts roared across the plains, their thunderous noise echoing everywhere. You said, they are here. Ohach spoke with frustration. Last time I lost to those two, causing our people a devastating defeat. You look a bit confused, then ask again. Is it true that Big Brother Hatch challenged both of them alone? Closing his eyes, he recounts everything slowly, saying that the fierce brothers have always fought enemies together, called the Twin Tigers, but in the duel, they are considered as one. With a proud brow, he mutters curses. Damn it. Bullying the weak is too much, even more so with his arrogance. On his face, a confident smile appears. He says with certainty, no worries, this time we will surely get our revenge. He clenched his fist, eyes resolute, and spoke. This time we have 3 level 9s, I want to crush them. Liu Feng asked in confusion. For the third level 9 was the mysterious figure that Brother Hatch had mentioned later. With a stern face and lowered voice, the man said, that scholar will come to stop the duel that day. Liu Feng asked anxiously, are you really sure that mysterious person is no problem? The man replied coldly, I have investigated. Then he hesitated, clearly scolding that person, knowing they were truly human. Just that the masters were all eccentric, since the master did not like contact with others. He said with relief, if that is the case, then that is great. On the beast's back stands a burly man, eyes cold and commanding. Suddenly, he catches a strange scent. Sniffing repeatedly, it is a familiar smell. That old human friend must be hiding nearby. Suddenly, he flew into a rage, screaming and dodging like a coward. The fat man swung his arm, hurling the sword toward the big armored man. Armored man. Stop running. Without hesitation, Hatch charged forward, drawing his sword to block the strike. His senses sharp as ever, his gaze like an unyielding stone. Liu Feng and Hatch immediately step out together. Advancing forward, Fi sheathes his sword, a gentle smile on his face. Then speaks. Hatch, this time the human race is the one to lead her away. Tiger Flame joined in the teasing, saying, it seems the humans have not suffered enough from their last defeat. The subordinates of Fat Ho and Tiger Flame burst out laughing all at once at the main gate. Suddenly, a shadow like a lightning bolt flashed past the man in the cloak, causing him to falter. Hudaim frowned slightly, his eyes widening as if sensing something. With lightning speed, he drew his sword decisively from its sheath. Hudaim spun around, steady in his stance, and shouted, how dare you attack from behind? You sneer, feeling proud and confident. Then speak up, saying we just learned a new technique. Let us practice on someone. A fierce glow erupts from your arm, spreading as it touches his hand. Hu Yan's face showing clear panic. Suddenly, Hudaim's arm shattered. He fell to the ground, screaming in agonizing pain. Hubi stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, hearing Hudaim's desperate cry. What just happened? Hudaim's body is like iron in the field. Ordinary sword strikes can wound him. So how could a single slash to the arm sever his arm? Joy clearly shows on Hatch's face, and Vang's shout is full of excitement. Lu Huande, take advantage of his injury to kill him. Lu Feng clenched his fist tightly, channeling all his strength into the next strike. Ready to deliver a deadly blow, a strange sensation swept through him, suddenly awakening him to the harsh reality. The air was thick with danger. After a moment of shock, Lu Feng immediately stepped back, eyes sharp with caution. A slow footstep approached, making the ground tremble with each beat, and Ji stepped forward, unable to hide her amazement. Lord Lu's skills are impressive, she said, eyes wide. Lu Feng smiled proudly, replying, Miss Ji always arrives just in time, does not she? Daring to plead with a voice as sweet as honey. Lord Lu, out of respect, I have invited you for a drink. Please spare that foolish tiger. You stared intently. Serious. No problem, I respect Miss Ngi's wishes, and Ji gratefully said, then thank you, Lord Lu Feng, before turning to scold, hurry up and leave. Instantly, they panicked and fled in all directions. Then she turned, her voice filled with defiance. Lord Lu, we shall meet again at the duel. With a sorrowful expression, Hatch said, Brother Lu, that was the perfect chance to kill Hudaim. Why did you hesitate? You look heavy-hearted, your eyes serious. Just now, I sensed a holy level aura. Could it be that this time the beast tribe is deploying a holy level warrior? He shouted in panic. Holy level. Hutch placed his hand on the handle, thought for a moment, then said, the human race has 3 divine guardians. If the beast tribe mobilizes a holy level warrior, the 3 divine guardians won't stand idly by. Then he punched his hand hard. His serious voice rang out, is he really a saint level? I guess we have to verify it. The arrogant man anxiously asked again, what do you mean? Brother Liu. Then the bright golden full moon shone on a massive, towering building outside the city of Yangtze. As 2 figures rushed down, Lu Feng skillfully adjusted his hat and asked, Hatch, can this really fool the beasts? Hatch replied confidently, as long as they do not smell us, they won't notice a thing. Then he quickly took out a small jar and sprinkled it over Lu Feng. Rong's words were full of pride. Just add this, and the shirt will block the nose. His face showed panic, turning pale as he covered his nose and shouted loudly. What is this kneeling for? He gently explained. A mask to hide the natural stench of an 800-year-old beastman who has not bathed bare with us. Brothers. As soon as he heard that, he immediately turned away without hesitation. Lu Feng pinched his nose, turned around, and asked with curiosity, Brother Hatch, did not the beast tribe enter the city during the day? Why is the camp outside the city? Hatch covered his nose, held back his anger, and said, our men reported secretly retreating to the outskirts, fearing your strength, but I think it is more complicated than that. He turned around, speaking with a serious tone. All right, let us go. Both Hatch and the boy slipped in silently, as quietly as possible. In the dim shadows, they hid quietly behind a tent, then moved as silently as possible, slipping deeper inside. Lu Feng and Hatch scanned every corner with sharp eyes. Hatch suddenly realizes something, his jaw clenched tight with tension. He quickly waves his hand, signaling Liu Feng to come over. The moment the signal sounded, he sprang forward toward him with a graceful stride. Amidst the flickering flames, the ancient beastmen feasted and drank, wine spilling from their jaws. Liu Feng whispered, "What is that?" Hatch replied, "The Lung Cavalry, the elite force of the beast tribe, only deployed during times of war." Then, Hatch could not hide his curiosity. "Why come here now?" Liu Feng replied anxiously. "Could it be the beast tribe is sure they can win the great duel? This fight will surely bring change. You make your guess. Their stronghold is likely in that big dose over there." Liu Feng silently sneaks past, cautiously and quietly observing the guard on duty. The compressed magical force on his 2 fingers radiated a strange, powerful aura. Both of them turned their gaze toward the tent, where he had skillfully created a hole using his magic. Inside, Jiv and a group of beastmen sit silently, focused on their task. Suddenly, one beastman sprouts a terrifying extra arm, glowing with radiant purple magic. Bachka sat silently, holding the drum, his gaze heavy with a silent pressure. Liu Feng looked at him, feeling an overwhelming weight. The very same person from earlier that day. The beastman who grew a hand earlier spoke up. "The spell is complete. In one day, the Fireface General's arm will be fully restored." And Ji raised his hand, a satisfied look on his face, then tossed it aside and went down to claim his reward. Tiger Yan, frustrated, "This time consider me unlucky. When we duel, I will definitely chop that Liu Feng into pieces." Smile lightly. "Liu Feng will have someone to deal with. Your mission in the underworld is to handle Hatch." Hearing that, you start to worry. Thutu Tassa has arranged someone specifically to deal with you. Could it be the guy in the robe? Butchka, who had been silent until now, suddenly asks, "And Ji, in your plan, where do you place me?" His entire being radiates a deadly aura. "I agree with His Majesty to descend the mountain and join this decisive battle, not to become a mere spectator." Suddenly, Liu Feng feels a chilling fear as he realizes it is a saint level. Without hesitation, Fierce Tiger and Elegant Tiger swiftly moved down to the bottom row to hide from Bachka's attention, and Ji stood up gracefully and gently, saying, "Sir, there is no need to be angry. Stay close to him. This duel is crucial. His Majesty sent you just as a precaution." And Gi's hands gently touch Bachka, eyes sparkling with unspoken meaning. With a sweet smile, the gentleman willingly agreed to fight, of course. "That is great, but the commander of this battle is still me." Both Hodaim and Hofi blushed, exchanging awkward glances. "It is too pure." Bachka tilted his head. "Hodaim, how has that rogue in the guard harmed you?" "I am somewhat intrigued by him." His gaze froze on Hodaim, suddenly thickening the air around them. He raised his hand and reported, "Your Excellency, that prison guard's fighting energy is extremely strange. Extremely sharp." Hearing this, Bachka was surprised and immediately repeated, "Sharp." He suspected that when he slashed, my arm was already severed. Bachka lightly tapped his finger. "There is such a martial art in the human tribe. I have never heard of it before." He rolled his eyes and said, "Andrew, I know you have been planning this match for a long time. If I interfere recklessly, it would show disrespect to His Majesty, the Dragon God." Bachka continued, "Then I will step back. If your arrangement can't resolve Liu Feng within 10 moves, I will take action." And Ri immediately replied, "Then everyone will follow the master's orders. He is urgent. I must quickly inform the elder brother." On his face, seriousness was clear, as he prepared to unleash the 14 Saints' strike. Suddenly, Hachka raised his voice, "You two outsiders have been eavesdropping for so long, why not speak up?" Liu stood there, eyes wide, frozen in shock at the unexpected event. Without a word, he and Hatch turned and fled. He quickly ordered, "Let us split up and run." Suddenly, as he lingered in the room, strange sensation crept down his spine. Behind him, Bachka swept his arm, shattering all obstacles before rushing swiftly outside. He spun around, shouting fiercely, drawing his sword with a swift motion, launching a quadruple attack. Effortlessly, he parried as if the strike was nothing but a passing breeze. Liu Feng's face showed disbelief. What? The quadruple attack was ineffective. Bachka's lips curled into a sinister smile. He rubbed his hand, and instantly, his arm blazed with light. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a brilliant purple spell. Shooting straight ahead, the purple magic force surged forward. Liu Feng reacted instantly, his figure vanishing from the attack's path. Everyone inside rushed out quickly. The tiger leopard sighed in disappointment. They escaped? Everything around is in chaos. He curled his lips into a sly smile, confidence bordering on arrogance. His voice sharp and clear. Want to run? Impossible. In a flash, he moved like an arrow, dashing too fast to catch. Liu clenched his teeth, his whole body tense as he pushed to run as fast as he could. This speed was the limit of his condition. Suddenly, he glanced back, eyes bloodshot, teeth gritted. Surely I have escaped. The fortress is truly not easy to deal with. In an instant, Liu Feng sensed something strange. His face was speckled with sweat. A powerful force radiated, cracking the ground beneath him until it shattered, causing him to fall. You can see that power. Unable to hide the shock, his attack speed is too fast. Liu Feng braces himself, struggling to dodge each strike as if they want to crush him. From the thick swirling smoke. He stepped out slowly, standing clearly before Captain Lu. Bachka crossed his arms, his voice stern and commanding. The traitor is none other than Captain Lu himself. Froze for a moment, eyes filled with bewilderment. How could he recognize me? He raised his hand, and 4 dark magic orbs slowly appeared, spinning and hovering around his fingers, swift as lightning. Lu narrowly dodged the deadly strike, thinking, damn, I am within his range. Even with my agility, I can't escape. I will have to find another way to break free. Lu's face froze, eyes deep in thought. Something felt off. His expression hardened, sharp gaze searching for a way to counter. If he were truly a saint level, he would have stopped me at the camp. Escaping this far was impossible. Turning back to the room, with a resolute heart, he decided to fight. He sped fiercely, rushing toward Bachka like a raging storm. Bachka sneered coldly, his face calm as he said, looking for your own death? Huh. He stood silently, eyes fixed as the boy slowly vanished into the distance. Bachka smiled with interest. Your ability to vanish this afternoon is quite fascinating. Then, he delivered a powerful punch to Leah's stomach. But in my eyes, there is nowhere for you to hide. You were slammed to the ground by Bachka, the earth trembling beneath the impact. After the strike and contact, Lu Feng quickly jumped up and fled from him. Bachka calmly reached back, chasing close behind. Do you really think you can escape like that? Cut to a scene of ruins, darkness enveloping everything. Right after, a frail hand slowly emerged, crawling out from the pile of wreckage. The fresh body gradually pushed up, relieved the mirror clone had led him away. He smiled with satisfaction. He was right. True mastery of Space Force meant even with wings, escape was nearly impossible. No need for such trouble. Lu Feng immediately stood up, focusing his magic power. He was nearly scared out of his wits and had to quickly return to the warrior city to report to Big Brother Ohach. The scene shifts. A clenched fist slams down on the table, freezing the air. I am furious. Lu stood stunned, his voice calm yet curious. Brother Ohach. What happened? He smiled softly. That is great. Brother Lu, you have made it back safely. Then, Ohach lowered his voice. I just contacted the Big Brother, but he said according to intelligence, the sacred level of the beast tribe has not been deployed. The saints won't intervene. You are resisting. The intelligence is indeed accurate. He turned around in shock. What? So we just met earlier? Your expression grew serious. I tried to probe. Hen is only preparing for the saint level, still one step away from it. Lu smiled confidently, clenching his fist. As long as it is not a saint level, I believe I can defeat Han. Today. Tomorrow, in the arena square, the battle between humans and beasts rages. They roar wildly. The beast tribe will surely win. The beast tribe leaders sat in the stands, relentlessly cheering for their kind to wipe out the humans. Representing the humans, Lu Feng and Ohach watched the beast's triumphant pride. Seeing the expressions of those beast tribes, he was utterly confused. They were all so excited. Especially him. It was no surprise beastmen are fierce warriors, unmatched in their passion for battle. Lu Feng spoke. Glancing back, compared to us, both forests froze as no human came to support them. Afraid Lu Feng would lose heart and retreat, Ohach forced a smile and said, it is fine. The human warriors in the city are all fugitives. Even if they fight, they do not expect humans to win. He said little, just bowed his head slightly, gazing into the distance. All right. After all, it is all just a fleeting moment. Lu Feng, as if recalling something, reached out to touch the outfit. He was wearing the Hack brothers' clothes. This new attire, besides being visually striking, seemed to possess some hidden power, like the spatial sword sheath you gave me. But all he got was a pat on the shoulder, and he said as if it were nothing, he is handsome. That is his greatest power. Ignoring the clothes, he looked at Ohach, puzzled, and asked, right, where are Tayat and Su Qin? He heard that, pointing towards the nearby area. They headed to prepare. The first match was theirs to fight. As they sat talking, suddenly, one of his subordinates approached from afar with urgent news. Hearing the news from that man, Ohach raised his hand to command. No problem, just follow Liu Ding T-Sin's plan. Seeing his expression suddenly change, Liu Feng was puzzled. What is wrong? Ohach joyfully announced. Our reinformants have arrived. Not far from the two on the terraced steps, a young man wearing a mask sat silently. To help you understand this mysterious figure better, Ohach spoke up, explaining that Lu Dentite has a slightly eccentric personality and recently injured his face due to careless cultivation. Liao brothers, please be mindful. Liu Feng nodded, but deep inside, he could not shake the feeling that this person was familiar. Had they met before? Seeing his team's strength was enough. He happily announced that this time, our human strategy was complete. According to the rules of this battle, the final decisive battle between humans and beasts calls for 3 warriors from each side to clash. The beasts, besides the prepared anicap, send the fiery tiger brothers and a mysterious third Liao Feng. After a moment of hesitation and speculation, suspects the beasts have reserved this third fighter specifically for him, fearing their strength is formidable. His hands nervously clasped together. The drumbeat tells a tale, whispered through secret spies, among the beast tribe. Save for the elder tiger brothers, no 9th rank warriors remain. Who the third is, no clue exists. Not wanting to dwell on it, he smiled softly, saying, if there is no lead, then why care about the beast tribe's schemes? Leave that saint-level task to me. For other opponents, We will need Brother Ohatch and Li Ding Jishing. Lia Feng clenched his fist firmly and declared boldly, as long as Ohatch and Li Ding Jishing can swiftly defeat the enemy, the three of us combined can surely take down the one preparing for the holy war. At the arena square, colorful paper fireworks began to burst forth. From within the gate, a girl of the Beast tribe appeared, striding with fierce confidence. Her arrival stirred the Beast clans in the stands. Lord Androzij, I love you. Lord Androzij, you are so beautiful. Androzij's gentle kiss on the breeze left them blushing, emotions running wild. Now, everyone, lower your heads and listen. Today's grand duel you have all been waiting for is finally here. Androzij, acting as host and referee, raises his hand to signal. Next, the first epic showdown begins. Honor duel, inviting the Beast tribe and Human tribe champions to the stage. The signal is given. From within, two teams emerge, one Beast clan, one Human tribe onto the arena. Beastman in the stands snarls in fury, shouting, rallying his kin. Long live the Beastman. Kill those humans. With every step the snow-led Human tribe took, the Beast clan howled and fought fiercely, seeing his students' spirit on the battlefield. Lu Feng was quite pleased, no longer the same as before. These past few hard days were truly not in vain. Androzij began awarding titles to both sides, then invited the delegates to the stage to throw points. He was stunned. Why throw points? That attitude left him shocked. Brother Lu. Had not the match notes already been written in the notebook he gave him? But a few seconds later, he suddenly flinched shyly. Remembering, oh, it is me, I kept drinking and forgot to give it to you. He lightly nodded, introducing the Lu Feng rules. The honor code requires both sides to send 12 fighters below level 9 to compete, each side selecting players based on points thrown, matching the number of fighters sent into battle. You hear the rules and break into a sweat from frustration. This competition rule is a bit unfair. He then bowed his head again, explaining in detail to Lu Feng that energy is also a form of strength. You have the honor of being the warm-up match. Unrelated to the final outcome, do whatever it takes to get fired up. Suddenly, the shirt snaps as he stands up. With a steady voice, he says, I am skilled at throwing matches, let me handle this. Alone and swift, Ohatch dashed toward the throwing point, taunting the Beast tribe warrior opposite him. Your arms healed already, igniting fierce rage in Hodian, who gritted his teeth and vowed, Ohatch, today I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Not wanting to waste time, those two large dice caused great concern for the Human team. With dice that big, normal control techniques when throwing them simply do not work. It is all about luck. Following orders. The representatives of both the Human and Beast tribes grasped the dice in their hands. Both simultaneously slammed their dice onto the arena floor, waiting for the outcome. The dice spun round and round, each rotation passing without a definitive result. Later, the two dice rolled 4 for the Humans, 12 for the Beasts. What? Huiyan laughed out loud as the results appeared before him. Seems my luck is not bad. 12 points. The battle outside rages on. Seeing the dice numbers, he shakes his head with a sigh. It is over. The mighty Ohatch scored only 4 points. Referee Indy crosses his arms, eyes Ohatch frozen in shock, and speaks. Seems Ohatch's luck is not on his side today. Based on the dice roll, 12 from the Beast tribe go to battle, while 4 from the Human tribe step forward. Hearing this, Lu Feng feels a chill, his mind blank with worry. 12 against 4. Trouble is brewing this time. As the results were announced, the entire tribe roared with excitement. 12 against 4, tearing them apart, wiping out the Humans. Only Ohatch was deeply saddened, raising his hand that brought misfortune to all Humans. Hi, this damn luck. I clearly washed my hands of it. Tiger Yen's joy was clear on his face as he spoke arrogantly. You should be glad. Only 4 Humans died. How many more unlucky ones do you want to send to their deaths? Lamdone stood silently among the Humans, but inside he was furious. What now? If they do not know how to throw corpses, they should not come up. It is infuriating. Suddenly, the fierce battle groups all bravely stepped forward to fight. I charged in. Master Lamdone stood still, motionless. They stared and shouted, do you dare to step out and try? Not wanting to lose face or honor, he reluctantly agreed. I stepped forward to compete, but inside I was utterly panicked. It is all over. I am doomed. The leaders from both sides had already sent their representatives. Andrews spoke up, since the participants are decided, I invite the others to step back quickly. And so, the battle between the 12 Beast clans and 4 Human tribes began. The duel was on. Master strategized with inner energy, assessed the situation, and planned. Each only needed to face 3 opponents. Fully understanding the plan, the fiery snowman declared, these 3 erasers belong to me. Meanwhile, a group of Beast tribes surrounded Kong Tat and Lam Done, while you Humans chose to come with joy. All right, you two handle the rest. Stand close behind him and give the orders. Lam Done, I have got your back. Receiving the signal from Kong Tat, Lam Done raised his weapon like a loaded gun, ready to fire. I am counting on you. On this side, the battle monk strikes with his steel fists, sending a beastman spitting blood. Meanwhile, Chayat's sharp silver blade glides across another beastman's neck, felling him instantly. Back with the other 2. Thanks to his friend's support, he skillfully took down 2 beasts with his gun. In the observation stands, Ohatch saw the Humans gaining the upper hand and felt joy striking fiercely, fighting 4 against 12. Still dominating, we can win. Though the situation seemed clear, Lu Feng warned cautiously not to celebrate too soon. For they had only just managed to counter their opponent. Once things turned sour, they would enact the next plan. I will handle the woman. You take the two in the second group, and the tiger-headed man deals with that hairy official. Taking the command, the tiger-headed man launched his fist. Facing the battle lion without fear, he was thrown back by the immense force, but managed to steady himself. How could the tiger-headed man's strength be this overwhelming? On this side, she thrust her sharp sword into the man's chest, but it seemed to have no effect. She looked bewildered. What? She could not even wound him, and faced him with a gleam of delight. Thinking, you really believe you can break my stone husband technique just by relying on yourself? Foolish. Returning to the others, he focused on supporting Lam Dan, constantly reminding him, aim a little better. Lam Dan felt his attacks were useless. He complained, the guy moves too fast. I can't keep up. Now, Lam Dan was like a man without feelings, crying without tears, saying, even special training is not special training when it is 4 against 12. Just as predicted, Lu Feng sprang up, eyes fixed on the arena. Something's wrong. Oh Hatch. The elder said the duel for honor does not affect the final outcome. Right, the man beside him nodded firmly. Yes, the duel for honor is just a staged segment to showcase both sides' skills, but reality hits like a slap in the face, his sweat pouring down. Every time, it turns into a battlefield of geniuses, whether human or beast tribe. Countless prodigies have died here. By the snowy place, she was caught by the stone man, his grip unyielding. Twiet was bewildered. This is not good. The stone man held both her hands triumphantly, having captured her at last, pressed a sharp stone spear point against her chest, declaring, I must pierce you. Suddenly, from afar, a weapon sliced through the air, a spirit blade flashing by, aiming straight at the stone figure and passing through. He split into 2 separate pieces. What? Just like that, in mere seconds, the stone figure was destroyed, its shattered body scattered across the ground. Seeing Liu Feng step in, Taiet angrily reminds him, this is our battle. You do not need to interfere. With a serious gaze, he emphasizes each word. I can't watch my student die in this meaningless fight. Outside, Anji, hearing the heavy footsteps and noticing the untimely presence of humans, raised his arm to signal a halt. Approaching Liu Feng, he emphasized once more, Lord Liu, your actions defy the rules. You listen and smile faintly. Rules are made by the strong are the rules. Not wanting his student hurt over useless things, Liu Feng decides to stop fighting and concede defeat to honor the human race. The moment you spoke, the human representatives fiercely disagreed. We are not defeated. We can still fight. Commander, Liu Feng saw their stubbornness, struggled to suppress his emotions, and explained, a duel of honor does not decide victory or defeat. Your lives matter more than the outcome of this battle. Then he turned around, looking at Andrzy standing opposite, making a demand, don't waste any more time, let us start the final duel. Although A was quite annoyed, she still agreed to the decision. Alright, an honorable duel. Humanity admits defeat. Ingia said this with a heart full of resentment towards Andrzy, cursing him to death. He had intended to use this chance to eliminate the human geniuses, but Liu Feng ruined it. Oh Hatch. Liu Feng and a mysterious figure stood together to arrange the formation. Seeing the humans now number 3, Andrzy announces, the final duel begins. The beast tribe steps forward, their 2 pairs of feet striding confidently toward the arena. The members include Hopi, Hudiam, and an unknown figure hiding his face behind them. Stepping forward, seeing only those 3, he was thrilled for a few seconds, eyes wide open. Only the Tiger Head brothers and the man in the heavy coat remain. How will the beastman handle just one opponent? Liu Feng could not hide his curiosity and turned to the person beside him. Oh Hatch Deka, did not both sides appoint 3 people? What is this beast tribe? Oh Hatch, hearing the question, found it hard to answer. He always left it to you. Could it be the beast tribe has started counting tigers? The elder tiger brothers count as 2. Setting that aside, he smiled faintly and suggested to Liu Feng, why care? Once the duel begins, no third party from the beast clan stands a chance. Though he said no more, he bowed his head in thought, recalling how they spoke of Njia's image, emphasizing that Liu Feng had his own way to handle it. Until the rooster crows, I will step back. If you cannot defeat Liu Feng in 10 moves, then I will take action. Seeing both sides ready, I stride alongside Zhang. Are you prepared? With Zhang's shout, the duel begins. Liu Feng feared a shortage of fighters would disrupt the match, so he immediately looked at Njia. Miss Njia, there are only 2 from the beast tribe, no problem. Right? At the question, she suddenly bit her lip, a sly smile playing on her lips. Of course not. Because the 3rd from the beast tribe was already here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Nji gripped the drumsticks tightly, striking the gong with force. A signal sound began to echo, like a sixth sense. Liu Feng glanced sharply over his shoulder. Before you could react, someone from the beast tribe struck, slashing your face open. The attacker did not flee. Instead, he stood frozen, sword raised, staring at you. The masked man was just an ally of the humans, now an enemy in seconds. How shocking. I am the 3rd of the beast tribe. Oh Hatch was deceived by him, grinding his teeth in anger. betrayed by someone I trusted, only to find he was a spy for the beast tribe. And it does not end there. The masked man, as if harboring an ancient grudge, speaks with a voice dripping with hatred. This is my vengeance against humanity. Humanity has brought me to this point. Today, you all must die. Gripping his sword tightly, he said with a chilling calm. A human. Have sold my life to the beast tribe. I will kill that weakling first. Liu Feng clutches his wound. Facing the silver spear, it is a tough spot. Do not act rashly. The madman rages. But I am truly blind now. Outside, in the stands, the 4 human representatives demand justice. The beast tribe cheats. Fighting unfairly. Too disgraceful. Fight again. Fight again. But they had to stay silent when Andrzej spoke from below, saying the duel rules never forbid cheating. The beast tribe's actions were all within the allowed rules. Saying this, he turned and strode forward. You are all falling into the trap. Just because you are foolish. Leaving the student behind. You heard the curse trailing behind. She said, what? She is the fool here. Lam Don still could not believe it. He searched through the rules in the book. The rules never said betrayal was forbidden, and the tribe did not count as a violation. What kind of stupid rule is this? Tiet looks down at Lu Feng below. Rallying the team spirit, the commander has not lost yet. Using humanity's strength. From behind, the masked man shows. Baekje emphasizes. There is time for 10 moves, plenty to spare. Not wanting to let Ohatch help you, the 2 fierce tigers, Hopi and Hodiam, immediately attacked. Your opponents are us. Let us revisit old grudges. Shall we? Seeing the situation, he could only split up with Lu Feng to handle them, while Lu Hyun and I dealt with these 2 sick cats first. The masked man facing you speaks again. It seems you were prepared for me all along. You guessed I was the traitor. Lu Feng suppresses the pain, raises his hand to cover his mouth, and nods slightly. Confirming, that is right, you are the most suspicious target. When I got there, I did not want to hide it, so I slowly lifted the mask. You might guess I am a traitor, but you definitely won't guess who I am. No one else. The one behind the mask all this time is Lo Din. So, who am I? Seeing him still alive, he gasped, eyes wide open. Lo Din. The man who should have been dead. Tiet in the stands was shocked too. She leaned forward, staring closely. It was really him. With a confident face, Lo Din gleefully emphasized the past. Dead. Do you really think a single holy level ceiling attack from volume 10 can kill me? As he recalled the past, his expression darkened unknowingly. I was merely feigning death. Otherwise, how could I have escaped the relentless pursuit of the Tynam Academy? At that moment, my body was gravely wounded. The house dogs scattered in all directions. Only by relying on the beasts could I survive. Lo Din stood in the arena, wielding his sword with fierce anger. I was broken in body and spirit. Losing everything. It is all because of that rotten family, the head of which died by his own hand. Too easy for her. But that is not all. To provoke Lu Feng, Lo Din smirks and brings up Vine Hai. What was her name again? Vine Ai. You looked so beautiful, but your death was truly tragic. Just as he suspected, the moment her name was called, he could not hold back his emotions. Gripping the spear tightly, his voice trembling as he said, Vine Ai, I will kill. Lo Din seemed prepared, not fleeing but standing firm to face Lu Feng's attack. He lightly parried the blade's strike, his expression unyielding, leaving the onlooker stunned. Truly both ugly and foolish. Over here, sensing Liu Feng's mood, Ohed immediately shouted to remind him. Lu Feng, stay calm. Acting like this only gives him a chance to exploit you. The sword in your hand was lightly snatched away by his blade. Once again, the reversed wind cage suffered injury. A long sword thrust straight into it. Mai They, at that moment, also launched an attack, a slash of spiritual energy rushing toward Lo Din. She calmed down. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and obeyed a het yes. Stay calm. Anger lasts seconds. The sharp sword was firmly in Liu Feng's hand. Fine eye. Watch from above how I personally deal with Lo Din and avenge you. Taking advantage of Liu Feng's unpreparedness, Lo Din unleashed his ultimate move. A surge of purple energy appeared. Prepare to die. He steps back smoothly, dodging the vicious strike, then counters with style, the sharp sword. Gripped tightly, lunges straight at Lo Din before him. A sudden surprise struck, making his eyes widen in panic, yet somehow, he caught it. His arm deftly blocked the full force strike of my blade. Lo Din flicked the breeze away lightly. Luckily he held himself steady. Coming here. Did not you want to kill me? So why keep your distance? Not giving up, he lifted his foot slightly off the ground and charged forward like a wild beast. Just as he was about to face him, Lu Feng used his ultimate skill. Mirror clone. Seeing 2 copies of him, Lo Din was not afraid and smiled brightly. He opened his palm. A stream of purple energy appeared. This is his true form. An attack aimed straight at Lu Feng Thuk, who was defending with his blade. How could he see through that? Damn it. The wound that was just struck from behind has burst open again, suppressing the pain. Lu Fengdu raised his blade high, unleashing a strike infused with spiritual energy. Lo Din was slightly wounded by the powerful slash, but his energy shield kept him seemingly unharmed. The guy from behind lunged forward, slashing straight into Lo Din's unguarded shoulder. Blood poured out, but he still smiled as if unharmed. The clone's strength was indeed weak, so this single strike likely decided the outcome. Just after speaking, Lo Dine turned around, spinning his palm to strike Lu Feng with spiritual energy. Hit directly on his wound. He clutched his chest in pain. Does he know my moves? Why? Lam Dong stared in shock. The commander was clearly more formidable than that treacherous official. Why did it feel like he was always being controlled during the fight? Tyatt was equally confused as his speed suddenly surged. Not stopping there, he lightly lifted his foot, soaring up onto the stage. From above, Lo Dun swiftly dove down toward the injured guard below. He struggled to raise the blade high. But suddenly, Lu Ding vanished. Where did he go? Suddenly, Lu Feng felt a hand press firmly against his chest, blood seeping out. A gentle push from that hand sent him falling backward, his face hitting the ground hard. The attacker was Lo Din. He raised his hand and slammed it down, sending Tung Tu flying. Lu Feng mustered his strength and slowly sat up. What is going on? His speed suddenly surged, his mouth stained with wounds. He stared ahead with a fierce, bewildered expression. In an instant, Lo Dine transformed into the form of the Beast Tribe, a warrior forged through harsh trials and secret arts of the Beast realm. Seeing the situation ahead, Ohat shouted Lu Feng's name, his sworn brother. But before he could finish, two fierce tigers and a dazzling tiger blocked his weapons. Ohat, your rival, quickly descends into hell to join him. Returning to you, he steps forward slowly, his face filled with excitement, ready to greet death. His face marked by battle scars, Lu Feng was puzzled. How could anyone know his true nature? Luodine revealed nothing, eyes wide as he recounted the past, then die with clarity. Do you remember the riot at the tavern, fighting alongside those beastmen? With a respectful attitude, he turned to Andres, nodded slightly, and said, do you think that was Lord Andres sending someone to attack you? Foolish, it was just a trap Lord Andres set for you. You were caught off guard by the words. The trap was aimed at me. Without hesitation, I nodded immediately. Yes, every move they made was recorded by us. Me, yeah. Furious, shouted, you bastard who killed my sister, go to hell. Luoden looked at Lu Feng's pitiful state, speechless, knowing we had wasted much effort to find a flaw in their actions. As he spoke, he channeled his energy, fierce purple aura blazing in his palm. Freezing me for a moment. We have studied you thoroughly. You are as good as dead. Now, go down there and settle your debts. Kill him, and I will bring the Academy's enforcers to settle the score. Lua's fist strikes swiftly, aiming straight at the opponent. Lu Feng has not recovered yet. The spiritual energy presses close to his head. Am I about to die? His face darkened, mind racing with countless worries. He had not warned Vai Nai yet. He could not die. He must not die. Suddenly, Lu Feng's eyes snapped open, his Danshan glowing with energy, his body unlocking all meridians, forging a pure circulation, life from death, mastering the Dharma light and Ren vessel. Turning toward Lua Din, his fist slammed fiercely into the ground, sending shards flying everywhere. Watching from outside all this time, Bachka had some praise. Oh, this is quite interesting. But Lu Feng was not hurt at all. On the contrary, he broke free and stood behind Lua Din, with his body brimming with blue energy. Lu Feng lowered his tone and said, thanks for the explanation. Villains sure do talk a lot. Seeing his figure, Lua Din could not believe her eyes. Sweat pouring down. Impossible. The attack just now clearly hit them. Lu Feng did not stop, using his power to support the blue sword deeply embedded in the ground. Holding the banana blade, he asked him, didn't your intelligence tell you I have many trump cards? What does this little mercy mean? As Lu Feng moved closer to Lu Din, he felt grateful. His inner strength had just surged through a breakthrough. Thank you, he said unexpectedly, making him uneasy. Thank me, with your newfound power multiplied many times over. Now raise your sword to the sky. In my homeland, there is a saying, when death is near, breakthroughs come. If you do not die fighting, you only grow stronger. Not wanting to waste time, Lu Feng's light step shattered the stone. Gripping his blade, he swiftly lunged at him, shouting, Lu Ding, it is all over now. Seeing Lu Feng approach with a blade, Lu Din scowled, believing, you think you can defeat me? Refusing to yield, purple aura reemerged between his palms. This time, the purple energy split into multiple small zones above the sky, hovering over Lu Din's head. The moment had come. He gestured with his hand, and the energy zones took turns rushing forward to attack. But Lu Feng dodged it cleanly. He is no longer the same as before. Seeing Lu Feng's speed, Lu Din was stunned, muttering nonstop, too fast. Lost in vague thoughts, he suddenly appeared by my side. Now, with a sharp blade descending, prepare to die. One slash made blood pour like rain from the left side of Lu Din's hand, pain flashing across him. Lu Feng's legs cramped, his knees lightly touching the ground, leaning on the sword for support. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth, his meridians just broken, his inner strength unstable. He had to calm his breath quickly, or risk falling into demonic chaos. Lu Din reached out to hold the bleeding wound, saying, looks like you are not in good shape either. His body emitted white smoke that spread over the wounds as he chuckled. After my transformation, These injuries are nothing. After a moment of deep reflection, he quietly decided that before his inner strength slipped away, he could still unleash one more strike. Despite the injuries left by Lu Feng, Lu Din boldly declared, "The final victory, as always, belongs to me." Without hesitation, thinking and acting as one, he gritted his teeth and shouted for all to hear, "Just a gamble." At this moment, Lu Feng used his not yet mastered skill, creating 2 copies, one real, one fake, his mirror clone technique. He said nothing, gently spreading his palm before his eyes. 2 massive purple spiritual energies, instantly formed by Lu Din, hovered above his head, as if the midday awakening wanted to strike a second time. Truly reckless. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful blast of energy towards both of them. Lu Feng and his clone did not flee. Instead, they stood firm, waiting. The final purple spiritual energy surged toward his raised blade. It seemed Lu Din's power was no match for Lu Feng's. Both effortlessly countered with their swords. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized a problem. Both are true bodies. How is that possible? The weakening spiritual energy signals danger. Lu Feng and the clone are drawing closer. Lu Din decides to use his final secret technique, a protective veil enveloping him, divine energy flickering. On the ground, 2 streams of white smoke suddenly emerge, descending softly. Origin unknown. It turns out the smoke was from your powerful leap with your clone, both raising swords to charge at Lu Din. Counterattacking, their blades crossed in an X, striking straight ahead. Just seconds later, they glided past the Lu Din, kneeling as they gazed toward the stands. The copy of Lu Feng, having helped him complete the task, vanished like smoke. As for him, an X-shaped slash marked his chest, blood flowing endlessly. Standing up, he stretched his neck and declared, "You lost," leaving Lu Din stunned. "Oh, why is this happening?" He returned to human form for a moment. Shen Qiaitihu sensed a divine level strike. How could he break through? Clutching his wounded chest, Lu Din looked at Lu Feng in pain. Why did he suddenly become so strong? You hold the blade in one hand, standing tall as you explain. The stronger the clone, the shorter its duration, nothing more. Hearing this, Lu Din clutches his chest, coughing up blood, sighing deeply in thought. Once the reinforcement ends, all power will be lost, and he can no longer fight. He cast a desperate glance at Andrezi outside. Lord Andrezi, only to be met with her scornful words. Useless. Lu Din endured the humiliation, eyes shifting to the silent beach nearby. He threw away his dignity, knelt down, and bowed his head, begging for help, singing, "Master, save me." At this moment, Lu Din's expression was utterly despicable, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. But in the end, Bachka showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Get lost. Trampled so harshly, Lu Din lowered his head, teeth clenched tight as if itching every move into memory. His expression shifted, turning more fearful than ever. As he glanced up with a faint trace of blood, it turned out Liao Feng had not left, still standing there silently watching Lu Din all along. Seeing you, he fled in terror, glancing back as he ran. "Liao Feng, I was wrong. Do not kill me. Do not kill me." Gently drawing the dagger from his back, Liao Feng muttered such words without hesitation. His sharp, painful blade struck Lu Din's back, blood splattering everywhere. The one holding him down told Vinai to leave. A fatal blow to the spine ended his life instantly, his body collapsing to the ground. Seeing the enemy defeated and the grudge avenged, Liu Feng feels a great relief. "Vinai, I have finally avenged you." From afar, the sound of footsteps echoes throughout the arena. No one else but Bachka, eyes gleaming with excitement, watched you step forward. "Liu Feng, now, let the duel begin." After issuing the challenge to Liu Feng, Bachka gave a subtle hand signal, ordering everyone to step back. Startled, all the tribal beasts standing with you in the arena froze for a moment. Both the fierce tiger and the mighty tiger could not believe their eyes and stammered, "Master Ha, we are still dueling, are not we?" Seeing they refused to leave and kept asking why, he frowned deeply. "This is my match now. Do not cause trouble." Referee Ng raised his arm immediately, signaling them to step back. They did not dare to argue for even a second, turning away immediately. Clearly, consider yourself lucky. Meanwhile, Ohatch was quite worried about Liu Feng and Liu Huiyandi, asking if they were okay. You nodded from behind, your inner strength a bit chaotic, but still able to fight. Seeing Liu Feng still standing strong, he raised his sword towards the distant Baka, saying, "Let us buy some time to quickly adjust our inner strength." Hearing this, the Ohatch immediately spread his hand to remind him, "Big brother Ohatch, wait." But he could not stop his decision. He was our last hope. No more words, though a bit fearful. Gripping the sword tightly, he challenges, "Come on, your opponent is me." His attitude excites him deeply. With a slight smirk, he says, "If you want to die, I will grant your wish." Without hesitation, sword in hand, clothes fluttering like an arrow forward, Lu wounded, seizing the moment. "This is all I can do." Lu Feng widened his eyes, watching closely. This guy had an idea. He must quickly adjust his inner strength to adapt to the post-upgrade state. Thus, Lu Feng began to enter a meditative state, his power radiating endlessly, determined not to betray the trust of the elder. Back on this side, the elder, armed only with his sword, risked everything to attack Bacha. He carried no weapon, only raising his arm glowing with purple spiritual energy, which shot straight at Ohatch, but May swiftly dodged just in time. But unexpectedly, Bacha's hand was agile, swiftly grabbing the collar, clenching his shoulder tightly. His face showed no emotion. Why not use your combat aura? Do you really want to die? Clenching his shirt. Though controlled, he still smiled brightly, for he wished to wield his fighting spirit in a more crucial place. Without hesitation, he grasped the hilt and swung the sword down fiercely, the blade flashing. A sudden counterattack from Ohatch made Bacha break into a sweat, teeth clenched tight. He barely dodged the arm to avoid injury, but the rest was too late. The damn rat. The sword struck Bacha's helmet head-on, shattering it in an instant, revealing half of his face covered in towering bronze scales. He was startled by Bacha's face, unable to believe his eyes. It was the Dragon Clan, observing from outside the business. He murmured, "Is that huge figure really the Dragon Clan?" Tyant shook her head, explaining it was wrong. His aura did not quite match the Dragon Clan. Judging by his features, he was likely a dragon trader, a hybrid of humans and dragons. Her words only confused him more. Hybrid of human and star beast. Could it be the Dragon Clan? Ignored blood connections. Their words made Bacha uneasy. He gritted his teeth, eyes full of resentment. No more words. Bacha raised his hand. A stream of purple spiritual energy shot out. How dare you ants even discuss me? The energy surged toward the two of them. But luckily, both quickly dodged. After gently reminding the two, Bacha turned to see Ohatch sprawled on the ground. Like a gust of wind, he stretched out his hand toward him, saying, "Go to hell." Ohatch was completely helpless, falling backward, bracing for imminent danger. But suddenly, Lu Feng appeared out of nowhere, wielding his blade to save Ohatch's life. Your arrival filled him with boundless joy, his smile wide and bright. "Lu Hoyan, are you alright?" Lu Feng glanced back, assuring, "I have kept everything safe, and my fighting strength has returned quite well." Clutching the sword tightly, he murmured of past deeds just now. "The arrogant elder saved me. Now, it is my turn to save Haiyan." With that, Lu Feng launched his attack, his power unleashing a gust that blew his hair back, striking 8 times stronger. Power surged immensely. A single slash from Lu Feng drenched Bacha's body in blood. Wounded all over, his eyes bloodshot, he growled with fury, "Who dares hurt me again?" Bacha, fueled by rage, transformed into a half-dragon form, his body now scaled like a dragon, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Bacha sang aloud, muttering nonstop, "You all must die today." Lu Feng was stunned by his appearance, sweating profusely, never expecting him to have advanced to a king day. Not far away, in the human tribe's settlement, the warrior city, the human tribe's small courtyard. Inside a small room, little Kim sat beside Grandma, nibbling on chicken drumsticks, while the Scarlet Cloak meditated nearby. Just as he lightly pulled a chicken bone from his mouth, he spoke up, "Lu Feng really said we should wait here for safety." "Ong ye, stop training and play with me. I am about to die of boredom." The girl barely cared, closing her eyes firmly and refusing flatly. "No, I have to train. I have to get stronger." Hearing this, Xiaojin stood up from the table and said, "I told you, I can teach you how to sleep stronger." He flexed his arms, showing off his muscles, as if sleeping well made him much more powerful. Suddenly, as if sensing a third eye, Ongyi widened his eyes, gazing into the distance. Through the window glass, amidst the faint smoke, Xiaojin guessed this was the aura of a saint-level being. Could it be that a saint-level enemy had suddenly appeared in the Star City? Could Liu Feng's defense have been broken? But the girl stood up straight and declared, "This aura is not Liu Feng's. It is definitely someone who serves Liu Feng." He seemed to realize it. Then does not that mean Liu Feng is in great danger? Since he is so weak, Liu Feng was threatened. Ongyi could not hold back her emotions. The little girl lifted her head and declared, "Whoever dares harm Liu Feng, I will definitely kill them." Without hesitation, Ongyi rushed out of the room like a gust of wind, leaving Xiaojin behind. To keep track of the girl, he transformed into a golden dragon and sped forward, shouting, "Hey, wait for me. I will use space magic to take her away." Back at the arena, the sun was high, its heat more intense than ever. In the stands, one of the 4 Li Feng disciples anxiously spoke up, "That brat has actually ascended to saint level. What do we do? The instructor is about to lose." Hu Pei, quite surprised, asked, "Has the great master really ascended to saint level?" Andrzy beside him declared confidently, "With this duel, victory is surely ours. Do not forget to order Miai to stand behind and relay the command." Lang Kabin immediately sets off, striking the first stronghold without fail. The war has begun. "Yes." She promptly nods in acknowledgement. Lord Andrzy, with immense transformative power unleashed, Bichi sends relentless force this time. It is holy level strength. But seeing Lu Feng unafraid, Han Binyuang spoke up, "Why is there no fear in your eyes? Could it be that you do not fear death here?" Facing him, his whole body radiated blue spiritual energy as he replied, "Why should I be afraid? My strength may indeed be less than yours, but so what?" Clutching the sword tightly, Lu Feng roared without fear. I am the last hope of humanity. Even if I am just a novice, I must fight. His attitude thrilled Batch, a hint of admiration shining in his eyes. Without hesitation, Henstyle internal energy surged, instant transmission leaving no trace. Thus, the two clashed fiercely, battling madly with no victor in sight. Both unleashed terrifying power, making the ground and rocks around the arena explode violently. Even Hatch, standing outside, got hit but luckily dodged just in time. Damn it. But it was not just one strike, it was a barrage, forcing him to flee in panic. He ran, tears streaming down his face, whispering, I am suffering so much. Devastating attacks shatter the battlefield, sending rocks flying. The battle is far from over. Neither will yield. It is an intense struggle. Something new happened. He suddenly widened his eyes, repeatedly muttering, I have caught him. The fiery red energy in Ibach's hand began to gather, slowly growing larger. Liu Feng froze, sweat and grime on his face, panic in his eyes. Then, as the flames grew, he unleashed a fiery blast engulfing all around him. Every surface around there was scorched by the fierce flames from Bach Kalan's mouth. Although he dodged easily, panic still filled him. Am I mistaken? I am a demon martial artist with both arms crippled, while he is a demon martial artist with both legs shackled. A surprise unfolds behind Liu Feng as sudden flames rush in. Unaware, he only notices when one fire brushes his face. As Liu Feng was about to vomit high into the air, one of the flames stuck to his foot, panicked to the point of grinding his teeth. He thought so hard his face was drenched in sweat. What? The flames, like a dragon, coil tightly around his legs, as if to crush them. But it does not stop there. Both his arms are bound as well, trapping Liu Feng, denying him any chance to escape. Surrounded by flames, Liu Feng was utterly confused. Why had his move suddenly been halted? His expression brought great delight to Bach Ka. The spatial power of the sword was truly formidable. Otherwise, catching him would have been impossible. Liu Feng struggles once more, thrashing wildly, trying to break free, but it is no use. Meanwhile, he clasps his hands together, performing a fire-gathering seal. With all the power in hand, Bachka boldly declares, You lowly scum, go die. Liu Feng can no longer run. He must face Bachka head-on. His voice boomed loudly, each command sharp as lightning extinguished the demonic flame beast. With the words spoken, the massive fireball slowly surged forward, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. In an instant, that power surged close, blinding and suffocating him. Hatch watched as the demon screamed Liu Feng's name relentlessly. Over here. Your student Tide is worried but does not know what to do. Officer. Seeing the fireball getting closer, Liu Feng grits his teeth, sweating. I am done for. Not here. Not like this. A sudden surprise. A ghostly blue circle appears before him. It is actually a spatial magic. Inside the circle, the scarlet cloak and the little golden one break the barrier and fly out. Come here. Her presence startled him, disbelief in his eyes. Scarlet, with a serious gaze, stood up to protect Liu Feng, demanding no harm come to him. From her tiny body emanated a massive red spiritual aura. The gust shielded you from the massive fireball earlier. Seeing the cardinal interfere, Bach's fury was written all over his face. Where did that damn bastard come from to ruin everything? Over here, little golden man seizes the chance, wraps around, and rescues Liu Feng. Liu Feng, I am here to save you. He opened his mouth, using sharp teeth to gnaw on the edge. Seeing little Kim eat so heartily, he was also startled in amazement. No way. Can the kid actually eat fire? He replied innocently. Yeah, this is delicious. Relying on Jinswick reflexes, he slowly ignited the fire, consuming the target in an instant. In just a few seconds, the flames vanished, but he accidentally bit Liu Feng's hand. Pain. Is the kid trying to kill his own father? Using a bit of his own power, he and little Kim slowly landed. Wait, they have escaped. Looking over at Bach, who was attacking the scarlet robe with golden flames, his eyes lit up brightly. This just got even better. Unaware that someone was watching him closely, pressing the seal repeatedly to see how long he could hold out, the immense power from the 100 grains surged straight down onto Hong Yi's head. Liu Feng, sensing danger, shouted urgently, Hong Yi, get out of the way. But it was too late. The girl alone absorbed every strike from him. Seeing Scarlet unconscious and falling freely, he rushed over and held her close. On this side, little Kim is the one counterattacking Cardinal Hong. He just opens his mouth wide to swallow the flames created by Bachka. The girl confides, You are my only family. I won't let anyone hurt you. Taking on the role of the Cardinal, you wonder about this power of mine. But even I shake my head at the question. I do not know either. I wanted to save you, and the power surged on its own, seemingly always hidden within me. Tens of thousands of soldiers outside, under the night sky with the moon hanging high above, inside a grand building. Deep within, a coffin lies in the center of a dusty room. Suddenly, the coffin lid creaked open halfway, releasing a swirl of red smoke. From the smoke emerged the madman. I can sense it now. The final dark assassin has arrived. He suddenly looked up, shouting loudly, Good disciple, your master has waited for you for hundreds of years. This time, I will definitely bring you back. The 100 fairy chains were all devoured by the little golden beast, not leaving a single flame. He was stunned by the scene before him, unsure of what to do or think. He paid little attention to Batch Ka's expression, focusing only on the fire he created. Seeing the fire die out, Little Kim sighed deeply in frustration. Brother. What are you waiting for? I am still not full. His words completely deflated me, my fiery spirit swallowed whole. Gone without a trace. Batch suddenly stomped hard on the ground, furious beyond words, vowing to tear you all apart. His rage erupted, his screams leaving Little Kim trembling in confusion. Batch is like a hungry tiger. Creeping closer to him, Lia Feng senses danger near Xiaojin and warns anxiously. Xiaojin. Be careful. But here, he is not afraid of Batch Ka's strength. He is scared of the interface. It is too deep. Don't come here. If you do, I will hit you. Just as he withdrew his words, Xiaojin flicked his tail lightly, sending him flying away. Liu Feng was holding Hong Yai but had to let go because of what he did. Oh my god. Seeing Batch Ka like that, getting beaten so badly, and Renong was fierce. Singing. The great man was suddenly knocked away. Hopei standing nearby was amazed. What is the story with that strange snake? Seeing Batch Ka's current state, Xiaojin flew away. Turns out he is that weak. Seeing a way to punish him, Lia Feng suggested. Xiaojin, hey, I invite you to a BBQ buffet, so you can eat to your heart's content. Hearing the invitation, his eyes lit up. Really? You better keep your word. Little Kim, eyes sparkling, rushes in. Here comes the BQ buffet. Batch K, caught off guard, raises his hand and shouts. Wait, but he ignored it, biting fiercely straight into the arm. A single bite was enough to numb him. Writhing on the ground, after a while. Feeling bored, Tiu Kim released Beach Kwa's arm. What he did made him feel incredibly comfortable, his face drifting into a daze. Losing his balance, Batch Ka fell, his massive body crashing to the ground. Tiu Kim, caught in battle with him, felt his head spin, dodging so much. Even my own head is dizzy. His face swelled into lumps, shaking his head in defeat. I give up, but he did not care. Stubbornly refusing. No way. If you do not fight, what will happen to my barbecue? Unable to speak, Bakarong schemes silently. I invite you to eat, as much as you want. Little Kim outwardly scolds, but inwardly delights, so big yet so weak. Half awake, Anju was stunned by the situation before her. Who am I? Where am I? I must be dreaming. Holding the cardinal, Lu Feng stood on the podium and shouted. Miss Ange, stop this duel. Our human race has already won. Anju tries to stay calm and explains. Lord Liu, according to the rules, no one is allowed on the stage after the match begins. Akung firmly decides. Lord Hack admits defeat to this strange snake. Not to Gay, the fierce tiger beside him adds. That is right, it was not a person who defeated Lord Hack. Knowing they were fickle, Lu Feng smiled softly and introduced. Little Kim is my demon pet. The rules allow using demon pets. Little Kim on his shoulder spoke up. That is right, I am the demon, Lu Feng's demon pet. Then he touched his chin. Puzzled. Hey, what exactly is a demon pet? Holding the cardinal in his arms, he declared firmly. As for Wu, did not you rely on many people to win last season's duel? What right do you have to judge me? Anja, humiliated by Liu Feng's words, gritted his teeth and accepted. Retreating, consider this duel your lucky win. So humiliating. Turning away and leaving. I hope in next season's duel, your human tribe will be just as lucky. Seeing this, the two beast tribe members hurried after. Lord Ange, wait for us. The results are in. Lu Feng's students rejoice with delight. We have won. The human tribe is victorious. This is great. Tyet stayed silent, but she praised you silently. Lu Feng, you have truly achieved a miracle. Nu will definitely be thrilled to know. Lu Feng did not forget to boast about the victory to the clan leader across. Boss. We won, he said with a joyful grin. Did you see the expression on the beast tribe's face? The alchemist thought differently. Proudly declaring, isn't it all thanks to me? I am the most formidable. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. Good disciple, your master has come to bring you home. Lu Feng instinctively turned around to search for the source who, in an instant, the red smoke cleared, revealing a tall, imposing figure, a wounded warrior emerging. His aura made you grit your teeth, sweat pouring down your face. The danger so intense. When did he appear? His usually gentle face was now stern, his brows furrowed tightly. His presence startled Bika, eyes wide with shock. Why had he come here? And quickly knelt, clasped his hands, and greeted Thung Kong with deep respect. Saying Bika had met Thong Gung Hai Tun. At first glance, he recognized the noble person before him. Becca herself filling hand with joy. Hyatt Tun still remembers me. Truly an honor. Thuong Kung paid little mind. Walking on and permitting. If you feel honored, then continue. Becca obeyed. Ais, sir. Liao Feng, recalling the earlier greeting with Lei Lich Han, suddenly broke into a cold sweat. True strength lies in survival of the fittest. Little Kim huddled by his side, more terrified than ever. That old man was truly fearsome. Liao Feng, holding the unconscious Hong Yai, quickly sensed something and looked around. Wait, it is too quiet. His group of disciples had all been frozen in place. On this side, the beast tribe is also in a dire state, frozen in unconsciousness. Liu Feng, stunned by Thong Kong's trick, kept muttering. This is, he seemed to read your thoughts. slowly explaining, I have always been humble, avoiding attention, so I froze time around those crickets. As he walked toward Liu Feng, fearing you would panic, he quickly reassured, don't be afraid. It is just a little trick. The more he spoke, the more you doubted could a supreme genius and terrifying tyrant really freeze time. Despite the rules forbidding it, he insisted repeatedly. Blood's sovereign. According to the pact, the supreme genius is allowed to intervene in the duel, but his expression contradicted everyone's thoughts. Calm and composed, you are merely having a normal duel. I have no interest in interfering. Yet when the next matter was mentioned, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. Today I have come here for my disciple, Liao Feng. Xiao Jin and Hong Yi were slightly worried by his attitude. Sensing that spiritual energy, he bared his teeth and smiled slyly. Good. Not only the mysterious Yin assassin star but also the most enigmatic singing assassin. As he spoke, Thuong Kong laughed with great delight, for a successor was about to emerge. My shrine would finally have an heir more powerful than the old Wind Elder. Regaining composure, he hurriedly asked the crimson-robed girl her name and background. Just as she was calming down, the girl was terrified again. He was too frightening. Luckily, Liu Feng held her close to comfort her. Don't be afraid, I am here. With a resolute gaze, Liu Feng looked ahead. This was the imposing presence of a 2-star supreme genius, clearly 100 times stronger than a peak-level expert. You try to suppress your fear as the enemy demands the purpose of your mission. Why this elder is searching for my sister. Hearing their connection, his face darkens, eyes wide with shock. My sister. No sooner had he spoken than a red spiritual energy surged, enveloping Liao Feng and the crimson-robed man standing together. He was visibly disturbed by the aggressive move. Senior. What did you just do? After many red scouts, he defiantly declared, this girl and I share no blood ties. Do you think I am that easy to fool? Then, Thuong Kong furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly channeling inner energy for some purpose. An accident happened. Liu Feng suddenly felt sharp pain, blood spurting from his mouth. Seeing him like this, the scarlet cloak was deeply distressed, gently touching his chest. She asked, are you okay? You are still stunned, your mind racing so strange. A single glance could make you cough up blood. Without hesitation, the angry cardinal turns to the injured man, accusing, it was you dared to hurt brother Liao Feng. Fearing the cardinal's reckless actions might cause disaster, Liao Feng immediately calmed him down. Good boy, you are fine, and the girl obediently followed. Yes. Watching their conversation, Sheng Kuang was the most surprised blood yin assassin Ku Tin, with a temperament unlike his kin, ruthless and dominant, feared by gods. Yet why would he listen to this young man? He does not want arguments or long talks, just a direct order. Hand over the girl within 10 breaths, and he will spare you. But Liu Feng thought differently. He lowered Hong Yi into the crack, his face darkening, saying it would not take that long. Liu Feng's attitude pleased Thuong Kong greatly. He bared his teeth, impressed by the young man's timely wit. The jade sword by his side was immediately restored. Holding the sharp blade in hand, with a surge of green spiritual energy, Liu Feng pointed the blade straight at Shang Kuang and declared, if you have the guts, kill me now. If not, do not even think about taking the girl away. Shang Kuang closed his eyes, a look of helplessness on his face. And as he walked away he said, though it is a pity to kill a young man with such power, if the horse has made its demand. Breaking off, Thuong Kong quickly opened his eyes, his voice urgent. Then I shall satisfy you. As he lunged toward Liu Feng, facing Thuong Kong, Liu Feng swiftly raised his sword, his body and blade enveloped in a powerful blue aura, unleashing a fierce counterattack. However, the spear frame remained unshaken, its power formidable but too slow. Moments later, he vanished before Liao Feng's blade. While he was still stunned, the spear frame reappeared right behind Liao Feng. Luckily, little Kim was on Liu Feng's shoulder and spotted it just in time. He shouted and whipped the dragon's tail hard to escape. After that tail swipe, flames scorched the ground behind them, and Liu Feng seized the chance to dash elsewhere. This even startled Thuong Kong. Before him, Liu Feng plunged his sword into the ground, struggling slightly. Suddenly, Liu Feng coughed, blood spattering from his mouth. Seeing that, the cardinal rushed over anxiously. Are you alright? Liu Feng replied softly. It is just a minor wound. Then, raising his hand, he looked toward the injured frame and asked, Xiao Jin, did you just block his attack? Xiao Jin replied proudly. Of course. Liu Feng regained his composure to face Thuong Kong, his voice laced with intrigue. Which honored master just intervened? Please reveal yourself. Hearing this, the little gold on Liao Feng's shoulder stepped forward, replying, you called me. Seeing little gold's form, Thuong Kong involuntarily fell silent. Just now, the one who blocked me was merely a small snake. He thought aloud, unaware which powerful clan this honored seat belonged to. Watching from afar, Oh Hatch exclaimed in shock. Honored seat. Liu Brothers' demon pet is actually a supreme expert. Nearby, Bachka grunted. If not, do you think I would lose? On the other side, Xiao Jin glared fiercely, arrogance plain on his face. Who I am, I do not owe you an explanation. His eyes narrowed, deep and cold. No wonder he wields such power. Clearly, he has a supreme intellect backing him. Suddenly, a red energy surged around him, the aura nearly overwhelming, but the mysterious crimson essence was crucial to me. Even if it meant offending a noble, I had to take the girl with me. Hearing this, Liu Feng's eyes sharpened with caution. The aura continued to wane. Yet the girl with me would secure a place among the gifted. If you truly wish it well, then entrust it to me, the cardinal said, eyes wide in disbelief. Thuong Kung continued, a fierce gleam hidden deep in his eyes. Given your esteemed position, I grant you one more chance. Think carefully. Faced with this situation, Liu Feng glanced at Xiao Jin and asked, Xiao Jin, can you beat him? Xiao Jin raised his claws uncertainly but tried to reassure him. I think I can. He is only a little bit stronger than me. Sensing Tu Kim's hesitation, Liu Feng's worry deepened. What now? Even Tu Kim could not be sure they could defeat him. Was the fate of the red robe truly to be handed over to the Empire's beastly elder? Right now, Ong Yi clutched Liu Feng's shirt tightly. The little girl made her stance clear. She wanted no benefits. Would not go with him. She wanted to stay with him. Those words rekindled confidence in his eyes. Liu Feng resolutely said, All right. If Hong Yi does not agree, then stay by my side. He silently vowed in his heart, even if it costs my life, I will never let anyone take you away. Unable to find the answer, he closed his eyes briefly, a hint of regret in his voice. Wasting time. I should go myself. Realizing the power around his beloved was growing stronger and stronger, Liu Feng was stunned into silence. Quickly reacting, he pulled the cardinal back, retreating step by step. Leaping down from Liu Feng's shoulder, Tu Kim faced the enemy, shouting, You go ahead. I will deal with those behind. Surprised by Tu Kim's boldness, Liu Feng tried to rush forward, calling out, Tu Kim, wait, but was pulled back by a firm grip. Seeing Liu Feng refuse to leave, Hatch had to carry Hong Yi with one arm and pull Liu Huandi with the other. Only the supreme battle is not for us to intervene. You still have to protect Hong Yi. Listen to Xiao Jin. Having reached Taiet's group, Liu Feng's gaze never left Tu Kim. With that mysterious armor, Tu Kim is strong. If we can't beat him, he will surely escape. Let us not chase him. Before Liu Feng could think further, a massive explosion erupted on the arena. Liu Feng raised his hand to shield his face as dirt, rocks, and dust flew toward him, yet he could not hide the worry in his eyes. Behind him, Suoqin Trong called out loudly to Liu Feng and Dao Quan. In his hand now is a yellow ball. Suoqin wonders what is going on, while Taiet boldly guesses, that is the supreme. It seems Liu Feng has grasped Tu Kim's intent. He orders Injin Jiang, go. At the same time, below the stands, smaller fireballs continuously shot out from the blazing flames, heading straight for the Liu Feng group. Wherever they struck, the ground cracked open, looking terrifying. Through the thick smoke and dust, Hatch, Suo Qian, and Taiet lead the way. Liu Feng and a few others follow closely, with Lam Dong at the rear. Meanwhile, in the fiery blaze above, fierce confrontation unfolds between two shadowy figures. As the battle raged fiercely, rocks were drawn upward in increasing numbers, the sky shrouded in thick black smoke. The Liu Feng group had now escaped the arena, leaving behind the raging fire and thunder crashing across the sky. Suddenly, Liu Feng turned his head. That was Xiao Jin's voice, his broad leader's cloak fluttering, urging everyone not to look back, but to move forward. Then, he kept running ahead, the cloak billowing, saying, Liu brothers, do not look back anymore. The cavalry is ahead. Reinforcements are close by outside. Once we reach the first stronghold, we will be safe. Just then, Hatch suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something. Even Liu Feng vaguely realized, doubting in his heart, what is that sound? Before him, a fierce army was approaching. He guessed it was Lang Kai-ping. Their figures gradually emerged. Lang Kai-bin gripped his weapon tightly, charging fiercely at the Liu Feng group. Beside Afie, Dim raised his blade forward, tall and imposing, just as Lord Nji had predicted. After the Mad Lord struck, they could only flee. Then, Tiger Fierce raised his sword high, commanding his men behind, advance, kill them all, and seize the sun never sets. Seeing their determination, Liu Feng turned to Xu. You keep running. We will cover the rear. The armored soldier blocked Lang Kabin's path, demanding, the great duel of the human tribe has ended. Do you intend to break the pact? Hu Daim replied, as long as you stay here, no one will know we erased the contract. Hofi has cunningly planned everything. Confidently, he continued, we will tell the outside world you died caught in the war of the two great sages. Hearing that, Liu Feng said firmly, Big brother, we must seize the time for the students. Hearing this, Hatch immediately activated his golden armor around his body. Alright, today we fight a thrilling battle. Next, Liu Feng lifted Hong Ai onto his shoulder, reminding him, Ong Ye. A Tridan. The girl obediently wrapped her arms around Liu Feng. Yes, what follows will likely be a fierce battle. Liu Feng and Hatch seem ready, calmly facing the mighty beast tribe army. The battle raged swiftly. Liu Feng and Hatch back to back, each guarding one side. Liu Feng's sharp sword swiftly dispatched the foe before him, while behind, Hatch sent another flying. Frustrated by the endless stalemate, Tiger Fierce snapped, a bunch of useless fools. Two of them can't even fight. No longer able to stand idle, he and Tiger Flame decided to take the battlefield themselves. Step aside. Just then, a voice echoed. Fall back. This area is assigned to Law Fu, Hu Pi, and Ho Dime. Surprised, they called out. Lord Thung. Thuong Kong. Liu Feng quickly recognized the voice and gasped. What? Before Liu Feng, Thuong Kong landed slowly with a smug expression. Seeing him, Liu Feng felt uneasy, his voice filled with panic. Where's Tiu Kim? What did you do to Tiu Kim? As if answering Liu Feng's question, a bright yellow object fell right by him. Liu Feng reached out and caught the yellow object, softly asking, Xiao Jin, is that you? Hearing your voice, Xiao Jin mustered the strength to speak. Liu Feng, you agreed to the barbecue buffet with me, but I can't eat it anymore. What a pity, Liu Feng asked anxiously. Xiao Jin, are you okay? But Xiao Jin did not answer Liu Feng's question. He said sadly, I just can't beat that old man. Ong Ye. Sleeping really does not make you stronger. Liu Feng then entrusted her, saying, at first, I would not have let you in if you were not so adorable. Ong Ye called softly. Xiao Jin. Then, Tiu Kim channeled a golden power into Liu Feng's body. He sighed warily. Liu Feng, I'm so sleepy. This is my final strength. Liu Feng watched the golden energy merge with the ki inside him, his heart pounding. This time, little Kim carried an unusual reluctance as he flew from Liu Feng's hand, saying, Liu Feng, farewell. Across from him, Sheng looked at little Kim without disdain, knowing well that fighting him was futile and clinging to life was courting death. At this moment, Liu Feng finally reacts, screaming in pain. Xiao Jin. Grief turns into strength, and with the resonance of Xiao Jin's energy, Liu Feng's meridians are instantly unblocked, the energy flowing freely. Oh Hatch rushed forward to catch Hong Yai, who had been thrown back by Liu Feng's power, in Liu Feng's mashed lines of martial arts, sword mastery, and forbidden techniques that unleashed a storm of sword energy, defying heaven and earth. After mastering that technique, Liu Feng grew exponentially stronger, his presence overwhelming the entire space. Calmly, Liu Feng turned to Oh Hatch and Hong Yai. Oh Hatch, big brother, leave this to me, you take Hong Yai and go. Hearing that, Oh Hatch immediately understood Liu Feng's meaning and quickly responded. All right. Nestled in Oh Hatch's arms, the aura of the scarlet robe suddenly spread fragrantly through the air, and a demon appeared within that red mist. The girl threatened, if you dare kill Liu Feng, I will surely wipe out all the beastmen and their accomplices with him. Sheng frowned at this, while the beastmen around him were terrified by the red robe's aura. Right after, Oh Hatch had to leave, his eyes filled with reluctance. Liu Feng, though unwilling to part, he could not stay, so Oh Hatch hurriedly carried Hong Yai to safety. Seeing the two had left the danger zone, Liu Feng struck. What a pity for this evening. The sword embraces the storm, under sky darkened by black clouds. Thunder grew louder with each passing moment. Underground, Liu Feng's eyes blaze with determination as he launches a bold attack toward Thuong Kung. Ho Pei, intimidated by Liu Feng's fierce aura, steps back. This terrifying power, all crafted by Liu Feng himself. Even the fierce tiger trembled in fear, knowing this was no mere level up. Why else such overwhelming presence? Even Thong Kang was shocked by Liu Feng's power. He had not even entered the Saint Realm yet, but his spellcasting rivaled that of a talisman master. On the opposite side, as his power surged, Liu Feng's face hardened. He roared fiercely, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. That power swiftly transformed into a massive vortex, fiercely sweeping away everything nearby. Tiger Yan glanced at the people and urgently ordered his men to retreat. Fall back quickly. Liu Feng's tornado grew rapidly, swiftly reaching the sky. Releasing energy, behind him appeared a blue figure. He murmured, sword absorbs the storm. The storm is absorbed. Next, only the sword remains. Just as he caught the line, veins bulged on Liu Feng's forehead. He declared, I am the sword's edge. Then, he surged forward with all his strength, swinging his arm fiercely. The power around Liu Feng surged fiercer than ever. He roared mightily, unleashing countless swords from the massive whirlwind, their force striking all around instantly. The beast warriors of Lang Kai army could hardly evade the strike. In an instant, many fell. Amidst the rain of swords, Thuong Kung formed a sphere to shield himself. Caught in the whirlwind, fierce tiger helplessly cries for help. Lord Thing Gung, save us. Desperate, Aiden begs, my lord, please stop him, or the Lang Kai soldiers will all be dead. Hearing the plea, Thing Gung's eyes flicker with thought. Though he wishes not to save these useless ones, they are still kin of the Yi tribe. Their deaths would be a tragic waste. Then he placed 2 fingers on his lips, his voice tinged with interest, enough to make the serious leader suspect this kid had some guts. Thung rolled up his sleeves, red magic spreading from his arms, sealing the blood realm. In the sky, that magic quickly condensed, a thick red almost obscuring everything. Then, flew beside the towering vortex, the red magic rapidly spreading to surround the storm's eye. It clung tightly to the vortex within, and in an instant, the sky was painted only with the red of magic. Moments later, that red vanished before everyone's eyes. The vortex disappeared without a trace, dissipating into nothingness. Hubi and Hudime were swept away and fell to the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Hudime sat up, rubbed his head, and asked, "Where is Lord Thuong-Kung? Since when did Hubi get promoted to officer?" He urged, "Don't worry about it. Just run." With the disappearance of those two types of magic, the sky cleared once more. The footsteps of the arrogant man echoed as he searched around. Has the essence of the flowing wind truly vanished? The cardinal worries and speculates, could it be the Kaka has been trapped by that old man? Hatch frowns, offering his guess. Lu Hondi has probably stepped into Thuong Kung's territory. The supreme power multiplies in strength. In this realm, they are truly gods. Hearing this, Hong grew even more terrified. She wanted to return to where she was before. She had to go back. The guard immediately objected. "No, Cardinal, do not forget what the brothers told you." The girl clearly remembered, so the cardinal could only helplessly shed tears. At the same time, in a space shrouded in red, the whirl of the storm appeared once again. Caught in the whirlwind, Lu Feng clenched his sword tightly and charged at Thuong Kung, shouting, "Old man, die." Facing him, Thuong Kung showed no emotion and calmly said, "Brat, today you will learn why the supreme in this realm is revered as a god." Without hesitation, Thuong Kung clasped his hands together, summoning a red magical energy. The flow beneath them stirred, swirling and boiling the domain of the blood guard spell. At the same moment, the sky above Lu Feng erupted with countless sharp spikes. Amidst it all, Thuong Kung raised one arm high, exuding absolute authority. After that move, the spears in the sky swiftly swept through, tearing apart the swirling vortex. The assault struck the vortex hard, forcing it to cough up a mouthful of blood in pain. Lu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, knowing his sword's violent endurance would not last much longer. His inner core could only unleash one more quadruple attack, yet this did not diminish his resolve. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. Indifferent to the outcome, determined to stop the damn guy at all costs, Lu Feng channeled all his inner strength into his sword, quadrupling his attack. The sharp blade flashed, transforming into a spear that shot straight at Thuong Kung. At this moment, his eyes finally shifted slightly, the blood frame flickering faintly. Then, he cast a spell, conjuring a red wall of blood before him. Behind the blood wall, the spear frame continued to gather magic from the surroundings, intensifying. Just as the sword forged from the power of the reckless wind was about to strike the blood wall, the spear frame managed to conjure a magic orb. Soon after, the sword began piercing through the magical barrier, advancing relentlessly toward him. As the blade tore through the barrier, the spear frame instantly activated a spell, unleashing a blood shield to protect the celestial sphere. He raised both hands high. The magic orb swiftly obeyed the command. Moving forward, the orb, brimming with immense magical power, instantly surged toward Li Feng's sword. In an instant, those two forces collided and exploded into the air, transforming the scene once more into a lush green plain beneath a clear sky where a massive sphere appeared. From the red magic dungeon, the reckless Feng falls to the ground, wounded on the green grass, his heart screaming if only he still had his core to attack 8 times stronger. He could definitely defeat that bastard. Hey, the sound inside Li Yufeng's heart is fading and going cold. You are slipping into a coma. At this moment, Thuong Kung appears, holding one shoulder. Thinking silently, this kid is too dangerous. Without his fear domain, no one can beat him. At that thought, Thuong Kung's eyes darkened with a fierce gleam. He grimly declared the boy could not stay. Without hesitation, Thuong Kung aimed the pain magic at the unconscious Li Yufeng. Suddenly, the cardinal's gaze and words flashed in his mind. If you dare kill Li Feng, I will wipe out all the beastmen to bury with him. Remembering that moment, the spear's movement faltered, the pain in his nose born from my magic. At this moment, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Killing him might awaken the terrifying blood Yin Ku star. With that in mind, Thuong Kung decided to transfer some magic into Li Yufeng's body and leave. His meridians were severely damaged, his body broken. I just need one more strike. The red magic flared instantly on Li Feng's body. Shen Kuang smiled with satisfaction, thinking, a useless guy who can only live like a cricket, why should I kill him? After dealing with Li Feng, he left excitedly, claiming, the bloody and quivering star is mine now. As the Thien and Kung master departed, a glowing orb suddenly appeared within Li Yufeng's body, swiftly dispelling the master's magic surrounding him. With the task done, the object resumed emitting a gentle yellow light to aid the healing potion. Meanwhile, by the cloak, he hurriedly carried the cardinal to escape. Suddenly, the footsteps of the officer abruptly halted. His entire body stiffened involuntarily. The officer froze in place, and the cardinal spoke up in surprise. Officer. The sound of the spear frame echoed as if helping the cardinal answer his doubts. He would not react. Then, the spear frame slowly approached the girl who had just spoken. Be a guy. We meet again, the old man. The cardinal wore only a wary expression. The girl questioned, what have you done to my brother? Hearing this, Thuong Kung looked at his hand, and the man smugly replied, don't worry, he is not dead yet, but if you do not come with me. At this moment, the cardinal seemed to have made up his mind. The girl asked again, if I go with you, can I become stronger than you? Thong Kong, seeing his goal within reach, immediately responded. Of course, with your talent and innate qualities, you will definitely surpass me, even have the hope to reach realms beyond the supreme mind, the divine level. With his confirmation, the cardinal decisively leapt from Hatch's sleeve. All right, I will go with you. Thung Kong's joy brightened his face. Thinking, truly a clever child, the mysterious Yin assassin star is mine now. He smiled as the cardinal approached. Thinking, taking in such a good disciple, that fire-forged rival will surely envy me to death, but in his heart, the cardinal held only one thought. The day I surpass him will be the day I kill him to avenge my brother, because of the Dandayan. Heavenly burst. Heavenly center. Heavenly pivot. Dandayan, after channeling power into the veins of the flowing wind, the golden light continues to condense, the force seizing the pulse, transcending the mortal to the saintly. Following each acupoint, it reached the most vital spot on Liu Feng's body, the Danshan, where a golden light enveloped something resembling a jade. Outside Liu Feng's body, a pair of armored legs appeared beside him out of nowhere. It was a D, who sat down next to Liu Feng, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Brother, how could you let yourself end up like this? Cut to another corner of the sky. Thung Kong leads Hong Wai flying to a distant place. Supported by Thung Kong's magic, the little girl watches his every move. After walking for a long while, Hongi grew a bit bored and spoke up. Hey, old man, you called me a mysterious shadow assassin star. What does that mean? Hearing Hong Wai dare to call him that, Thung Kong felt quite annoyed. Thinking, such a young brat, how dare they not know their place? Yet, on the surface he remained calm. Thung Kong replied, if you ask sincerely, I shall compassionately tell you. His voice was slow, deliberately emphasizing the last words. The Xuanyin assassin star is the assassin energy condensed in heaven and earth, forming a spiritual force that gives birth to the assassin star person. Unbelievable power, throughout countless millennia, has only appeared in two individuals. Ong Ye, curious, looked at him and asked, who are these two? Thuong Kong continued. The first mysterious sound assassin, born in the era of gods and saints, was a supreme beast named Hoyan Nu. In just 100 years, she rose to god level. 200 years later, she advanced to Lord God level, shaking the entire continent. From his words, an ancient painting suddenly appeared. That is an ancient painting depicting the goddess. Thuong Kong continued. Later the mysterious lady and the dragon clan deity came together, but the dragon god was assassinated by a false envoy. Tuvai plummeted. The mysterious lady used the star pearl to aid elder sister Thuong, helping the dragon god ascend as the ruler of the divine realm for 200 years. Yet, in Hong Yi's heart, questions lingered. She asked, what exactly is that star pearl? Thuong Kong answered vaguely, saying the spirit pearl is a treasure only the mysterious woman possesses, can not only save lives but also boost cultivation. In truth, his greedy eyes had long fixed on the scarlet, the most valuable part of the mysterious assassin star, which can condense the body's energy into a spirit pearl during the ascension to saint level. The mystic maiden is merely a superior assassin among the mystic yin assassins. The dragon god can ascend the divine realm by condensing the mystic maiden's crystal orb. Thinking of this, he muttered to himself, hack assassins are even more powerful and rare than the purple assassins. If I could obtain the hack assassin's crystal orb. Suddenly, the scarlet robe interrupted. And then, he slowly recounted, without looking away, that the dragon god sword technique was peerless yet unbearably arrogant. Later, joining forces with the mysterious lady to challenge the lords of gods, sparking a divine war. Thus it began, he said, rubbing his head thoughtfully. That mystical pearl of the dark goddess, which awakened the new supreme deity, was the true cause of the great divine war, though this is not something I should reveal to my obedient disciple. Hearing this, Ong Yi's eyes lit up. The little girl climbed the wall, while Brother Liao's wind resembled the peerless swordsmanship of the dragon god. I could be like Sister Haiyan Nu, crystallizing jewels to protect Liu Feng. On the surface, Hong Yi inquires, so who wins in the end? At this moment, Thuong's voice holds no regret as he slowly says, the mysterious lady and the dragon god both possess extraordinary power, but no matter what, they could not fight the overwhelming enemy. In the end, the dragon god was cast down, and the mysterious woman took her own life. Hong Yi did not expect their tragic end. The girl gasped. What? Unable to ignore Hong Yi's expression, he continued, the mysterious woman self-destructed, annihilating heaven and earth. All the realms Lord gods present were destroyed. 7 out of 10 gods below level 10 perished in the blast. Since then, gods and lord gods vanished, and the heir of the gods was lost. At those words, Thuong suddenly stopped, as if he had discovered something. Before him were several fierce black dragons, seemingly blocking the mad spear. Seeing them, he was slightly surprised. Thuluni Yantio suspected the Long clan did not know the reason behind Bin Nintan's actions. The black dragon leader spoke. Thinijun King Haik Tin, release that girl, and we will let you go. Tharang felt no confusion, suspiciously glancing back. How could the Het Long clan know I captured a little girl? Questioned, he quickly explained, she is my new disciple. The Hefa Long clan has no right here, best step aside. Hearing that, Hat Hong's voice turned threatening. Thuong Kong Hayatun, do you want to declare war on the Hat Long clan? He still calmly clasped his hands behind his back. The elders of the Hat Long clan are truly not to be trifled with. Unlike you, I have not even bothered to look at you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commanding voice rang out an elder with a stern tone. It was Eziaksh, the mighty Oi Fong, appearing atop a black dragon, asking boldly, "So tell me, do I have your favor?" Adak looked at the frame with pity, speaking broadly with a hint of sarcasm. "If it were not time to save someone, I would not have known you were so unreserved with the dragon clan." Then, as your danger radiated through the space, Adak declared boldly, "Old man, if you do not hand her over, I will tear apart your blood god temple." Facing Adak and his vast black dragon army, Thung felt no fear. 2 saints, 6 warriors, nothing truly terrifying, yet a flicker of doubt lingered, for Adak's demeanor was hard to read. Seizing the moment, Thung declared, "Very well." Then he waved his hand, without a hint of hesitation, "Bringing Hong Yi before me, I have no desire to be enemies with the Black Dragon clan, so I will leave it to you." Seeing Hong Yi brought to me, Adi laughed heartily. "Timely and clever little sneaky one. Come with me." Ao's overly joyful smile angered Hong Yi, who hugged her own shoulders tightly. Seizing the moment when Lychee's gaze drifted away, Thuong stood there, lost in thought. "I won't easily hand over the mystic shadow demon star to you." So he forged a magical bow. Then, Thumbzung hurled the enchanted bow straight at the black dragon waiting for access. But the magic shattered before reaching Adak. A stern voice rang out. "Thying King, you dare harm the people of the dragon clan. You want to die." Then, from the spatial ring above, a red dragon slowly emerged. Not only that, from the magic circles above Thong's head, several dragons of different colors appeared one after another. Seeing their presence, Long Thong was full of doubt. What is going on? Wasn't the dragon clan expelled from the dragon clan? Why? Cardinal stared in surprise at the dragons. The little girl whispered, "These dragons look different from little Kim." But that was not all. A two-headed dragon slowly appeared at last. Seeing Kim arrive, the dragons immediately bowed their heads, respectfully opening the way to greet the Dragon King. Avi Si, noticing his arrival, hurried over to report Thang Kung's misdeeds. "Dragon King, that rotten old man has been bullying me. You must take my side." Thang Kung stood frozen, eyes fixed on the scene before him. Even Long Hon had joined. Why? Kim approached Thang Kung and commanded, "Hand over the Hoinam Sat Kwai Tin, and this Hong sect may spare you." Upon hearing this, Thung Kung grew suspicious. Long Hong, the Blood God Temple, and the Dragon Clan have never interfered in others' affairs. Why would you involve yourself now? The golden needle exhaled smoke as the elder solemnly recalled an ancient message. In the distant past, the mystic maiden was the consort of the dragon god. Long God once left a secret order. If the mysterious sound assassin star descends again, the dragon clan must fully support them. Today, a beam of golden light descended on the dragon god's altar, sending out the secret order once more, calling the dragon clan to aid the mysterious sound assassin star. With the aid of the dragon clan, stood confidently the old Thengi Kung. If he did not leave her behind, today would be his last day. Seeing the unfavorable situation ahead, Thung Kong silently calculated, "If the chief doctor can be spared, I will retreat for now and find another way." Faced with the might of the dragon clan, he had no choice but to step back. "Very well, your numerous generations are acknowledged. Today, I concede and offer many mysterious yin assassination stars to you." With words withdrawn, though unwilling, Thong Kong had to turn and leave. After finishing with the man, Kim Kwang turned to the cardinal and spoke, "Huanam Sak Kwai Tim, Ban Hong has something to say to you." What followed was a secret known only to Kim Kwang and the cardinal, perhaps a secret forever. Cut to a neatly arranged room. Lu Fong begins to regain consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, he suddenly sits up, rubbing his head, trying to remember. He was not supposed to be in Dathong Gai and Sao, so why is he back in Abat Lak? As he spoke, Lu Fong suddenly noticed crying in the corner. Batch Ho was sobbing, clutching a book, wiping tears with one hand. His voice choked with emotion. Recognizing Batch, Lu Fong quickly drew his sword. Only then did he notice his own empty hand. Hearing Lu Fong's voice, Batcha finally lowered his fists. "You are awake," Lu Fong shouted. "Why are you here? Has the barbarian tribe invaded Bat Lak already?" Noticing your guarded stance, Batcha raises both hands and explains. "Lu Fong, calm down. We are in the same boat." But Liu Fong does not listen. He immediately denies it. "Anyone in the same boat as humans. I will never rely on the beast tribe." Seeing Li Fong's disbelief, Batcha took out a blue crystal and said, No. I have reformed and returned to the Dragon Clan. I no longer need to live among the beast tribe. Look at this. This is the token the Black Dragon King Adad entrusted me to give you." That name finally calmed Liu Fong, who exclaimed in shock, "A D." At that moment, Batcha threw out the bayonet and said, "See for yourself." The crystal shard just touched the ground, and a blue figure appeared in the room, gradually becoming clearer as Adak explained the situation to Liu Fong. "Liu Fong, long time no see. I have returned to the Hak Long tribe. Hak Batch Hao is like a little brother to me now, and he will follow you from now on." Hearing you, Liu Fong was momentarily confused. What? So quickly, enemies turned into friends, and Adak's image still eagerly recounts the story, a path fraught with countless dangers and hardships. Luckily, my wit and intelligence turned Puril into safety. Otherwise, Those demon spirits of the Devil Lake would have devoured me completely. After a long while, Iyasi was still lost in his story. Beicha had fallen asleep long ago. Lu Feng whispered, "Are you done yet?" Luckily, Ozzy finally got to the main point. The energy crystals were running low. There are still important matters left unsaid. The mysterious Yin demon star has been saved by the Dragon Clan, and little Kim is fine, do not worry. This news hit Liu Feng so suddenly. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" But before Adak could say more, the crystal stone returned to its original state. Liu Feng shouted in anger, "Damn it. How could you save such an important matter for last? Knowing the crystal's energy is limited, why waste so many words? Why not start from the very beginning of creation?" The commotion just woke Batch, who awoke with a fierce look and asked Liu Feng, who was furious, "Has Lord Adi spoken?" Liu Feng then turned sharply to Bachka. "Do you know why the Dragon Clan saved Hongyai? Where is Xiao Jin now?" Bachka slowly recalls. That day, a golden beam was cast onto the Dragon God's altar, triggering a secret order to save the mysterious Yin demon star. "You mentioned Xiao Jin. Who is Xiao Jin?" Hearing that, Liu Feng's eyes lit up. The golden needle pierced the Dragon God's altar, so it must be little Kim. That is great. Thinking this, he asked on, "Then what about Hong, the shadow assassin spirit? Why did the Black Dragon Clan suddenly return to the Dragon Clan?" HK answered Liu Feng's question. "The Long Clan altar sent a secret order for the Black Dragon Clan to return, and as for the mysterious Yin assassin star, she was taken away by the heavenly frame." Hearing this, Liu Feng's face showed clear panic as he exclaimed, "What?" Seeing Liu Feng's expression, Bacha quickly reassured him, "Don't get agitated. That guy willingly went with the heavenly blood frame lord. No one forced him. As for the blood frame lord, our Dragon Clan has already driven him away." But Liu Feng grew even more agitated, gripping Bachka's collar fiercely. "Heavenly blood clan, sacred blood clan, or whatever, I will give you 1 minute to explain. With so many branches of the Dragon Clan, how could you let Hong Yi go with a stranger?" Bachka's voice broke. "Let go. Whoever lets go first loses." Liu Feng ignored him, gripping Bachka's collar so tight he could barely breathe. Just then, a blue messenger dragon slowly approached them, and Bachka cast the Long Clan's signal. Then it stopped in front of Liu Feng, the messenger dropping the blue crystal into his hand. Bachka saw it and got excited. "Hey, this must contain Lord Wui's explanation." Liu Feng shot Bachka a warning look. "You would better do as I say." Moments later, the crystal was thrown to the ground, and the image of the AT appeared again. "Liu Feng forgot to tell you earlier, Hung Wai has been accepted as a disciple by Thin Kung Hai Tin, who is not that perverted old man." Then, Adak explained that the kidnapper was the leader of the Western Domain, Thin Kung Hai Tin, while Thin Kung Hai Tin led the Eastern Shrine. Though both belonged to the blood of the Divine Shrine, they were natural enemies. His words conjured their images. Thong Kong ruthless, Thin Kung resolute, both vying to unify the Divine Shrine. But due to conflicting beliefs, disputes never cease. The secret yin-killing kneeling star cultivation method of the Blood God Palace fits best. To grow stronger, Ong Yi's absolute choice is to join Qin. Pausing briefly, Adi affirms firmly that Long Hyun has specially entrusted Qin Kuang Blood Sovereign. "Don't worry, but the Blood Spirit Temple lies within the Beast Empire. You might never get the chance to visit the Scarlet Cloak again." Only then did Liu Feng feel at ease. Letting out a soft breath, "It is enough that Scarlet Cloak is safe." Bacha slipped the gold pouch into the messenger's mouth and added, "Don't worry, with Lord Long Hong there, Ong Yi won't suffer any loss." Liu Feng placed his hand on the handle, his eyes filled with deep thoughts. Hong Yi followed Thien Kung, likely to avoid involving himself, and with Xiao Jin in the Long Clan, he would be safer. Just then, Adak's voice cut through Liu Feng's thoughts. "Taiyuni's story is done. Now let us continue with the risk I took back then." In response, Liu Feng shattered the crystal lock, and Bacha could not help but smirk during intense movement. Liu Feng was shocked to sense something strange within his body. A faint blue aura suddenly emanated from him. Staring intently at his hand, he realized this was the new saint-level power to condense space. "Could it be that I have ascended to saint level?" On one side, Baka wore a jealous expression, speaking with a teasing tone. "When Adak brought you here, you had already ascended to the saint level, so jealous. Comparing you to a dragon, it is enough to enrage the dragon." In Liu Feng's mind, everything became clear. He silently recalled how, when fighting desperately, he unleashed internal energy in a fatal strike, thinking his meridians would be destroyed. But unexpectedly, misfortune turned into blessing. Thinking of that, Liu Feng turned to Bacha. "That, how long have I been unconscious?" He miscalculated. "About 6-7 days." The seal stunned Liu Feng. He asked in shock, "What? So where's the beastmen? Have they retreated?" Bacha shrugged helplessly, explaining, "The beast tribe's duel failed. They have retreated and ceased fighting. The students involved have been ordered by the academy to return." Then, Bacha pulled out an envelope, placing it before Liu Feng, saying, "A few beast tribes still harbor ill intentions. Ohach has taken troops to teach them a lesson. Before leaving, he told me to give you this letter." Liu Feng stared in surprise at the letter in his hand. Guessing it could not be from Ohach or the War Masters, could it be from Tayat? Then, lightly opening the letter, his expression shifted as he read. Seeing Liu Feng's expression, Bacha leaned in curiously what was written there. Tafi was forced into an engagement. Tafi. You say. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, the paper in his hand clenched tightly without thinking. He is my most important friend, I have to help him. Then, Liu Feng quickly stepped forward to grab the sword hanging on the wall. Looking towards Bacha, trying to call his name, Liu Feng called out, Hikobo. Hiboko, but Bacha still did not respond. He repeated his name, Hiboko. Struggling, Liu Feng directly suggested, forget it, I will call you Big Black. Leaving that aside, the two quickly stepped out the door. Liu Feng urged, let us go. Big Black, we are setting off. Bacha wondered, where to now? Hearing his question, Liu Feng's eyes showed determination as he answered, Tin Lam City. The scene shifts to a bustling city. Vibrant alive, this is Tin Lam City. Liu Feng and Bacha quickly arrived outside Tin Lam City. Liu Feng curiously looked up at the city wall. Dahai, the legendary demon cannon said to rival the saint level, seems quite formidable. Bacha disagreed, pointing that way and explaining, that thing posed no threat to him, as long as he was not foolish enough to test it with his body. That toy could not hurt him. Hearing that, Liu Feng let out a breath, his voice filled with nostalgia, recalling when he first crossed into Vietnam back then. Even a small demon beast could take his life. But now, not even the great demon cannon could threaten him. Recalling this moment, Liu Feng suddenly laughed heartily, proud and self-praising, truly living up to himself. Then, he strode through the grand city gate and entered the city. Liu Feng walked beside Bach, quietly reminding him, as a city of the empire, full of hidden dangers, we must restrain ourselves and act with humility. Then, Liu Feng advised, suppress your fighting aura, do not attract unwanted attention. Bacha showed clear annoyance but obeyed Liu Feng, shrinking down truly a hassle. Moments later, the two approached a dozing guard. Hearing a noise, the guard suddenly snapped awake from his dream. Spotting two figures, he shouted alert to the patrol behind. Beasts. Beasts are here. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The soldiers swiftly surrounded Liu Feng and Bacha in the center, shouting, hands up, do not move. Suddenly, a man who looked like the commander appeared, holding a piece of meat in his hand, pointing it at the two. Where do the beastmen come from? Daring to enter the city of Lamiang. That person is the chief guard. Kuokchian. Bacho is annoyed at being associated with beastmen. He is fully human. His younger sister is the beastman. I am a half-dragon, recognized by the Dragon King himself, a true half-dragon. Kukchin sneered loudly, mocking, you, with your scaly snake face, call yourself a half-dragon, then I must be a dragon god. At that moment, Bacha could no longer hold back. He immediately wiped his gaze toward Kukchin, who dared to belittle a dragon god. Watch how I teach you. Liu Feng hurriedly called out. Wait, no hurting others. Seeing Bacha dare make a move, the battle tune shifted to combat stance. If a 5th-rank beastman dares to fight, do you think I am afraid of you? Just a small beastman dares to challenge the human warriors. The soldiers behind shout, attack him. The battle chief raises his sword. Then, a fierce fight breaks out as both sides speak only through their fists. But it did not last long. Kukchin was pushed back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Two soldiers rushed to his side, panic filling their voices. My lord, the ants blocked the previous fight. Liu Feng sneered, battling physically against a saint level. Truly foolish. Meanwhile, the two soldiers kept shaking the warrior, the great warrior. Right after, the brown-haired soldier anxiously urged, Great warrior, please wake up. Liu Feng hurriedly pushed Bacha. We can't stay here long. Let us get into the city. Bacha gritted his teeth, sparing him a life. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the shadows of the two vanished into thin air. Moments later, the battle-hardened man stirred, rubbing his head in confusion. Didn't he? That fiery guy just knocked me out with one punch. The purple-haired soldier hurriedly reported. My lord, those two took the chance to escape. The brown-haired soldier then suggested, beastmen have entered the city. Should we alert the guards? My lord, hearing him say that, Kukchin immediately struck him on the head, warning the sly man not to tell anyone about what just happened. Leaving the soldiers behind, he muttered to himself, the dragon seller is not a dragon man after all. I must report this to the third prince quickly. Liu Feng and Bacha have successfully infiltrated the room. Bacha wonders why he must cover his face, claiming he is not that strange. Liu Feng replies, this is the human world. Your appearance is too striking and could cause trouble. Hearing that, Bacha muttered irritably, humanity is truly troublesome. Just then, Liu Feng's footsteps halted. We have arrived. Before the two stood the mercenary guild, crucial district of Lam City. Just then, the tightly shut guild door suddenly swung wide open. As Liu Feng and Bacha paused at the entrance, a wooden chair flew out from inside, landing between them. Liu Feng spoke in surprise. Is the mercenary guild of Lam City really this arrogant? Meanwhile, Bacha showed a hint of amusement. Someone's paying. A fight's breaking out. Interesting. Inside, a big, burly man growled, Lie. You are looking for death, a smaller man retorted. I am not afraid of you. Scar-faced, Liu Feng curiously searched around, wondering why no one came to stop the fight. What were they waiting for? Meanwhile, Bacha beside him was unusually eager. Nudging him, Haven't you eaten yet? Give it your all. Just then, powerful and commanding voice rang out. You all fight with such vigor. The one who arrived was Defy, her stern voice issuing the punishment. Today, the two mercenary squads fought, each losing 1,000 points. Recognizing Defy's voice, the tense sides quickly ceased their conflict. Hearing that, Try immediately protested. Guild leader Defy stole my business deal. At that moment, Defy did not even bother to explain and directly admitted, I stole it. So what? Masterin dares to act recklessly, and Defy loudly questions him, reminding that the guild strictly forbids using force to seize entrusted people. Has he forgotten? But Lei shows no fear. Instead, she mocks Defy, saying, Guildmaster Defy, you make so many confusing rules. Who could possibly remember them all? Then, a rogue smile appeared on Han's face as he grinned wickedly. Back then, Chief was not so full of rules. She is simply not fit to be chief. I heard the second prince is courting her. She might as well marry him quickly. These harsh words immediately reached Defy. She stormed in anger, vowing to cleanse all filth with bloodshed. Lai did not even flinch, and directly threatened with his grandfather, saying, I am Ligo's grandson, the elder of the guild. Dare you kill me? Seeing Defy's sword tip not stopping, Lai broke into a cold sweat but kept her composure. She could escape the assassination. But what about her mother? This hit Defy's weak spot, gritting his teeth. He cursed, so that assassination was your trick, daring to use my mother to threaten me. Damn it. Lai lightly deflected Defy's sword with his hand, his voice full of pride. Offending the guild's assassins won't end well for us. I will be going ahead. Seeing Lai so composed, Defy was furious but powerless. Lai walked past Lu Feng without noticing, a smug smile on his face. Seeing Lai's annoying grin, Lu Feng quickly pressed his sword against his neck. You almost sounded like you were ordering Lai to go. You should kneel and beg Defy for forgiveness, or else lose your life. Hearing Liu Feng's voice, Defy happily turned around and softly called Lu Feng. In response to Defy's smile, Lu Feng cheerfully said, Defy, I am here. At that moment, Defy arrogantly turned away and reminded loudly, Don't call me so familiarly. We are not close. Just as the two were chatting, Lai cut in with a mocking tone. Kid, trying to impress the beauty here. Too bad she does not need you. His words made Lu Feng frown in discomfort, leaving him momentarily stunned. Moreover, the lackey standing in the corner sided with the wandering soul, never once reflecting on his own ugliness. Now it is the swan's turn to feast. That blue-clad brat is just as detestable, judging by his appearance. This poor kid came from outside, and even our dog is nobler than him. Surrounded by whispers, Lu Feng ignored them and walked straight to Defy. A man laughed loudly. He is really shameless, walking right past. Just wait. Let us see how he fares with the goddess. At that moment, Lai turned around with interest, wearing a cunning smile. All right. Little one, I won't leave. Let us see if you can win over Defy. Approaching the sulking Defy, Lu Feng spoke gently. Defy, do not be angry anymore. Before anything, Lai mocked me. I said she was a schemer. No sooner had I spoken than Defy interrupted. I have been writing to you for so long. Why have not you replied even once? Every word from Defy shook the entire room. Someone gasped. What? My goddess actually took the initiative to write to him. The person next to him cried out, Oh my god! That close to him, the goddess has fallen for him. I can't believe it. That man must have used magic to enchant Defy. But Defy and Liu Feng seemed lost in their own world as she questioned him. Is there someone else outside with you? At that moment, the hearts of all the boys in the room shattered in two. They cried out like lost souls. My goddess, my heart is about to break. Hearing Defy's questioning, Lu Feng lowered his head in apparent guilt, saying, I had to join the duel. No time to answer letters, then got injured and unconscious. And when I woke up, I rushed straight to find you. Duan Lifeng looked at Defy with a tender gaze and softly said, All right. Behind them, Batcha watched their affection with envy, pouting as he insisted, They are just normal friends. Meanwhile, at the other two, Defy hurriedly lifted Lu Feng's shirt, asking where he was hurt. Lu Feng quickly covered himself, warning to be careful and avoid the crowd. The whole group burst into tears, hearts shattered by love. Even Li was confused. Defy did not even give the second prince a pleasant look, yet he took the initiative to write to that man and was so close to him. Thinking this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Lai silently calculated, I must quickly report this to the second prince. Surely, I will gain great merit. Then, while no one was paying attention, Lai left with a sly grin. Tukofi, now looking charming and sweet, turned around and whispered, If you force me once, do not expect a reply next time. While working with Defy, Lu Feng noticed Lai running away. Did I send someone after her? Hearing Lu Feng call, Lai turned back, her face fierce. What do you want? Lu Feng calmly stared at him, then ordered Lai to kneel and apologize. But Defy intervened, urging him to leave, saying he is the grandson of the guild elder. Lu Feng refused to back down. The Dao Guild dared to assassinate her and now flaunts their power here. If we do not teach them a lesson, they won't remember for long. At this moment, Bachka stepped out confidently, saying, No need for the boss to intervene. This small matter is best handled by me. When Bachka took the stage, The crowd around him fell into fearful whispers. Could he be the legendary former master, whose power was so great that even other former masters were merely his pawns? At this moment, Lai began to feel uneasy. He used magic to escape and hide, but the cat was completely unnoticed by Bachka, who stepped right in front of Lai. Then, Bachki opened his mouth, and a fireball quickly appeared inside. By now, Lai was trembling so much he could not move. Desperately threatening, "Who dares kill me? My grandfather will not forgive you." Bachka's eyes burned with defiance as he told his opponent, "Then let the dream messenger come and face me." Sensing danger, Lai swiftly turned and fled from the flames Bachka was chasing behind. In an instant, the great flame surged toward Lai. His body revealed, "Help me, sir," before he could cry out further. The fierce fire engulfed him. Watching the last remnants of Lai fall to the ground, Bachka coldly spoke, "Fighting only dirties my fists." The crowd, witnessing everything, erupted in chaos. "He killed Lai. That is the elder Legu's nephew." Someone shouted, "He has gone mad. All of them have gone mad." Bachka, itching to strike again, was stopped by Liu Feng, who said, "Enough." Frustrated, Bachka gave up. "Weaklings who can't even handle a spark." Bachka suddenly grew alert. Looking to one side, he listened intently as Tafai anxiously spoke. "Liu Feng, the Guild of Dao Tactics, Liu Feng Lian Zhen and, do not worry." The crowd turned pale with fear, one even collapsing to the ground in terror. Just then, Artist's voice echoed at the threshold, "My beloved Tafai, I heard someone here is causing trouble for you." Stepping inside, Artist politely extended his hand. "Tafai, why did not you tell me?" His teacher, Tafai, turned away in disgust. Troublesome. Liu Feng was curious. Was he really her fiancé? Tafai said nothing, simply approached him. "Friends or not, let us settle this." Liu Feng was puzzled. "What?" Then, without another word, Tu leaned firmly against Liu Feng's strong chest. Sobbing, "She nearly scared me to death." But then, she looked up at him with sparkling eyes and a sweet voice. "Luckily you are here, or someone else would have fallen for me." Facing Tafi's beautiful face, Liu Feng stammered, "I will definitely protect you." Though inside he was screaming, already in character so fast, "At least kiss once before starting the scene." Seeing them so close, Adis angrily pointed and shouted, "Let her go. Who do you think you are, hugging my beloved Tafai?" In response to his scowl, Liu Feng directly challenged, "Who the hell are you to call my beloved Tafai that?" Seething, Edis clenched his jaws and introduced himself. "I'm Adis, the second prince of the Ten Lam Empire. Tafai is my fiancée. I call her my beloved. Do I still need the approval of commoners?" Just then, Tafai, who had been silent, spoke up in protest. "Enough, Adis. I have told you, I am not your fiancé." Hearing her words, Adis questioned sharply. The engagement was agreed by her father. Could she refuse to obey? Tafai replied frankly. That was his agreement. If someone wants to marry, go marry him. Then she turned to Liu Feng. Tafi gently stroked his cheek and explained. "Liu Feng, the engagement was arranged by my father alone. I do not want it, do not misunderstand." Seeing Tafi's performance, Liu Feng could not help but exclaim. "Best actress. Truly the best actress." Outside, still acting alongside Tafai, Liu Feng gently wiped her tears and whispered, "Yes, I believe you." Witnessing this dream-cutting scene, Bach Kata felt like vomiting everything in his stomach. Only Adis thought he was truly angry and shouted loudly, "How dare you show affection in front of me?" Adis still tries to hold on. What is there to like about this scoundrel? Can he help her win the village chief position? But Tafai does not even bother to notice him. Everything about him she likes, a feeling no one else can understand. Adis seemed to have lost his mind, extending his hand as if resolute. "I do not understand. Fine. I will kill him, and she will naturally come back to me." Then, Adis glanced behind, ordering the guards lurking in the shadows, "Kill that bastard." The sharp blades shot straight at Liu Feng, but he remained unfazed, blocking them all with just one hand. Tufi could not hold back any longer. Sharply questioning, Adis, "How dare you deploy the mercenary guild's guards?" But Adis acted as if it was obvious. Boasting, "I am the Empire's second prince. Commanding the guards anywhere is my right." Then, from the wall above the house, faint purple shadows appeared one after another. The guards swiftly surrounded Liao Feng. The crowd drew their weapons and quickly stepped back. The guards were moving in. "I do not want to be guilty of manslaughter. No one has ever escaped the guard's hands before, so he is definitely dead." Bachka stood aside, expressionless, mocking, "Just a few rats have scared you all this much." Facing the guards, Tafi felt a hint of caution and softly warned, "Liao Feng, be careful. The guards are the strongest protectors of the royal clan, masters of stealth and assassination, extremely dangerous." Then she added, "So what? It is late. Get on with it. Don't let him die too easily." Before the words could finish, Adis's eyes showed panic. He exclaimed, "Girl." What? It turned out Liu Feng was grabbing a guard by the collar, his feet pressing down on two others. Liu Feng looked at Adis and said, "What did you just say?" "The wind in this room is too loud. I could not hear clearly. The horrific scene before Adis was unbearable. He gasped in shock. No, this can't be. All 3 guards are down. The crowd was equally stunned. One voice breaking the silence. The legendary invincible guards defeated in a second. Who is this man beside him? How strong could he be? After dealing with the 3 guards, Liu Feng returned to his calm stance. Don't worry, with just them, they can't hurt me. Then, Liu Feng wiped his hands and dragged an unconscious guard who had just insulted him. Liu Feng stepped forward slowly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So the Prince of the Empire is really that uncultured? Seeing him dare to approach, the artist was so frightened he stumbled back. Do not come any closer. I am the Empire's second prince, the future king. At that moment, a hand reached out and grabbed Liu Feng's wrist. Tefei intervened. All right, he has already paid the price. But Liu Feng still had unfinished business to settle. Seeing your hesitation, Tefei clearly laid out the pros and cons after all. He is the second prince. Do we really want to oppose the entire Azure Empire? Those words finally angered Liu Feng, who shouted, Get lost. I do not want to see you anymore. The artist did not dare linger for a single moment. Before leaving, he even threatened, Don't think you can just end it like this. Tefei, don't expect to escape the engagement. Reaching the carriage, the artist hurriedly ordered the coachman. Go quickly. Contact that old man. I want that scoundrel to regret ever coming to this world. Facing someone like artist, Liu Feng did not even bother to take him seriously. Instead, he was somewhat eager. All right, I will be waiting for you. At that moment, the guild elder of the Thieves Guild, Liu, erupted in anger, shouting, That wretch Tefei, inform all the Shadow Squad members tonight. I will kill Tefei and cleanse the mercenary guild with blood. Jia Hoyan anxiously reminded. Elder Liu, the Shadow Squad needs at least 2 elders' approval to mobilize. Standing nearby, Kan Rui objected. Your action breaks the rules. Liu angrily kicked the wooden table, shouting, Damn it. I say it, it is done. My grandson is dead. I do not care about your rules. Hearing this, Jia Hai and Sino Ri both bowed their heads in helplessness. Yes, the anger within you has not yet subsided. Liu grows ever stronger, yet these 2 old rivals still dare to flaunt themselves like this. 9 levels fell to the Shadow Squad. Could there be fewer than 2 stars? Where shadows pass, no weeds grow. So Fi, just wait for me. Cut to the grand mansion beneath a starry night. Warm yellow light spilling from the window, chasing away the darkness. Through the hazy window, Tefei sits opposite Liu Feng, gently pouring wine for him, saying, Thanks to you introducing the Blood Wolves, I finally have the courage to fight for the chairman position. Liu Feng smiles, raising his glass. Don't be polite. I promised I would help you secure the chairmanship. Tefei's cheeks flushed pink as he looked at the glass of wine, regretting that the Blood Wolves were all on duty outside and could not join him. Liu Feng teased, Isn't it better to have a lady to drink with? Who wants to drink with those rough guys anyway? Tefei pouted playfully, scolding him with sweet words. She paused for a moment, then looked at him affectionately. It is complicated. Dragging you into this? Sorry. Liu Feng chuckled warmly. We are friends. No need for formalities. Tefei tilted her head in exasperation, feeling most sorry for an artist with a narrow heart who had offended both of them at once. Quite troublesome indeed. She paused, then looked at Liu Feng's innocent, blameless expression. He must dare to fight back, not let them think he is easy to bully. He replied calmly. She thinks I am a master of the divine level. Saying something and they listen. Tefei said teasingly at noon. So why am I here? Give it to me. Liu Feng immediately refused. I just do not believe you. Under the sparkling lights, Tefei gently sipped her amber wine, eyes full of contemplation. She frowned. Love, do not lie to me. Since I became the association leader, I have not had a peaceful night's sleep. Tefei felt relieved hearing this. Luckily, you came. Liu Feng slowly took a bottle from his coat pocket. I have a remedy for insomnia. Want to try it? Tefei stared in surprise at the bottle of medicine in his hand. He knows medicine, why do not I? Here, Liu Feng slowly brought the bottle before Tefei. Try it. Do not you already know? Her eyes widened in confusion. Today is not the day to try tonight. I am afraid the Liu will come. Saying this, her eyelids grew heavy, suddenly overwhelmed by sleep. In the blink of an eye, she helplessly closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and leaned back. Fortunately, Liu Feng rushed over just in time to catch Su Fei's collapsing body. After a long moment, in a dark bedroom, he gently laid her on the large bed, like drifting into a sweet spring dream. Tefei unconsciously smiled softly. Liu Feng stood watching her smile gently. With me here, no one could hurt her. The sharp sound of footsteps echoed as polished black leather shoes descended the stone steps. Bachki eagerly clenched his fists, eyes fixed on the young lady's story. Kiss. Just kiss. What are you waiting for? Liu Feng stood on the stairs, surprised, calling out to him. Big Singer. Bachka laughed heartily. Looking at you, you have come down. Huh. The medicine I gave you works well. Right, it is the mysterious sleep elixir of the Dragon Clan. You had your chance. Liu Feng raised his eyebrows, hiding his rosy cheeks. Forget about your tent. We are still just friends. Bachka zipped his mouth shut and said, All right. I won't say any more. he thought. Only friends would let you into their bedroom. Yeah. Right, he is an expert in teenage drama trying to fool him. No way. Liu Feng sat down beside him and asked loudly, "Do you know the Thieves' Guild?" Butchka, surprised, asked back, "I have been robbed a few times, what about it?" His eyes widened as he stared at him. So what was their true strength? Did they possess any hidden tier power? Butchka lowered his gaze thoughtfully. The Guild of Thieves was one of the largest on the continent, with vast influence apparently present in every city but no hidden tier members. It seemed. After all, hidden tier power is not something you find on the streets. He paused for a moment, then looked up at Liu Feng. "What is wrong? Are you worried the Thieves' Guild will retaliate?" He frowned seriously. "If they dared to assassinate Tafai once, they will do it again." Liu Feng suddenly leaned forward, hands gripping the table. "We must beat them hard, make them fear us. Only then can Tafai be truly safe." Bachka replied calmly, "That is true. If they knew Tafai had a city-level protector behind him, they would not dare act." With eyes steadier than ever, Liu Feng carefully plans, "Tonight they will act. We lie in wait, ready to strike as they come to our door." Beneath a starry night sky, the soft moonlight bathes the ancient stone pillars of the old mansion, casting a mysterious and silent scene. At the same time, the black-clad assassins began stealthily surrounding the mansion. Ligu stood tall at the rear, commanding. No one inside was spared. Tafai had to be captured alive. The remaining assassins heard this and simultaneously knelt in obedience. "Yes, yes, yes." Meanwhile, upstairs in the house, Liu Feng and Bachka stretched out their hands, activating their sinews and bones. You smirk at the person beside you. It is Sung. The delivery guy's here. Minutes later, under Liga's fierce command, the ambushers swiftly rotate their attack formation. As soon as the formation was neatly completed, Liga quickly raised his hand to signal the operation. Upon receiving the command, the covered agents swiftly dispersed in their predetermined directions, like specially trained elite troops. In mere seconds those assassins vanished using stealth and illusion. Liu Feng calmly turned to instruct his companion. "Front door's mine, back door's yours." Bachka sneered, mocking the assassins. "Just a bunch of shrimp, not worth a fight." You smirk at him. "Tonight's catch will be big. I am counting on you." Bachka chuckled. "Then do not waste words. Let us move." As soon as the words left, Liu Feng and Bachka sprang into action, each heading off in different directions. At the same moment, around the courtyard, Ligu was stealthily rushing with the assassins. But just as they were about to charge through the gate, suddenly, in panic, they saw Liu Feng standing in their way. Ligu stood silently at the back, reassuring himself. "What is there to fear? Our stealth technique is unmatched. He cannot detect us." Thinking this, Liu Feng watched Liu Feng standing motionless, his confidence growing. He had no idea he was already trapped in the jaws of death. Before the terrifying expressions of the cursed shadows, Liu Feng boldly dashed past each of them. Ligu saw him getting closer and closer, secretly laughing with excitement. "Come on, step by step, walk into death." As his dark thoughts faded, Ligu's fury ignited. Without hesitation, he readied a surprise strike, his arm thick with concealed weapons, seizing the golden opportunity. Suddenly, in the heat of the moment, Liu Feng broke through his hidden barriers, stepped forward, and placed his hand on Ligu's shoulder, saying, "Hey, you are Li's grandfather." Ligu stared at him in shock, bewildered. How could this be? He had already discovered him long ago. Ligu quickly sensed the urgency. He swiftly stepped back, struck, and killed him, rewarding those men. As soon as the order left Ligu's mouth, the assassins around him all broke into satisfied smiles, eyes fixed on the man before them. Liu Feng steadied his strike with a sharp sword slash. "I do not wish to kill, but this is what you have brought upon yourselves." Blades of sharp blue light flashed, golden hues lit up the night sky, while the bright, pale yellow full moon illuminated the vast expanse. Meanwhile, in another place, Bachka sat cross-legged atop a pile of assassins, dismissing them as weaklings. Pausing briefly, he shot an annoyed glance toward the noisy commotion. Liu Feng really could not kill quietly. Returning to the area where Liu Feng was fiercely fighting, Ligu stood alone amidst the fallen assassins, stammering in panic. "Too strong. Too strong." Without hesitation, he pulled out a shimmering purple-pink silk scroll, silently plotting his escape. In the blink of an eye, Ligu's living form suddenly vanished right before Liu Feng's eyes. He furrowed his brow tensely. The spatial mobile scroll truly worthy of the guild elder. His final card was no ordinary trick. After speaking, he immediately focused all his strength into his legs and leaped high onto the roof. Liu Feng landed and quickly scanned the surroundings, thinking to himself, "But this scroll probably can't escape the greedy city." After a long, intense search, Liu Feng finally smiled with delight, spotting the man in the distance. Seeing this, he hesitated briefly, then gathered his resolve and pursued Ligu with unwavering determination. Ligu, facing a life or death moment, could only run faster in fear, unsure of what to do. But unfortunately, Liu Feng arrived just in time. Standing right before him, like a fish on a chopping board, Ligu glared at him. "If you can't kill me, The Guild of Justice won't spare you or toffee. Liu Feng charged forward without hesitation. Then let them try. Quickly feeling the soul-wrenching pain, Li Go lay coughing violently, watching the hot blood flow from his chest. Why? Liu Feng coldly stared at the man before him. Those who leave toffee are all mine. Like a ruthless war god, Liu Feng once again slashed decisively into Li Go's flesh, sending golden blood flying, his eyes narrowing as the purple smoke slowly encircled them, signaling the battle was far from over. Standing amid the thickening smoke, he could barely see and his head throbbed. Liu Feng struggled to defend with his sword, gritting his teeth in tension. What is this? While you were still caught off guard, someone suddenly lunged from afar to attack. I was waiting for this very moment. Despite the old man charging fiercely from behind, Liu Feng remained completely motionless, showing no reaction at all. But the moment the old man's shadow stabbed into Liu Feng's body, he suddenly realized it was just an illusion. What? Stunned by the scene before him, the old man's shadow was momentarily at a loss. Utterly horrified, before he could even gather himself, Liu Feng lunged forward again with a fierce strike, forcing the old man to bleed profusely. Now, standing tall before him, the boy had finally trapped the old man tonight. Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in panic. You are not poisoned. Liu Feng smirked provocatively. The poison was just a decoy. I have been here waiting for you all along. The old man put on a terrifying face and stepped back. His cunning was great. Liu Feng stepped forward, pressing the sword's tip to his neck. Save your praise for later. Now, answer me. Who sent you? Pause for a moment. You, the usual unmasker. Even without me saying, I can guess your identity. You watch me kill Li Go without a flicker of reaction. Surely, you are not from the Guild of Sculptors. The stubborn old man tilts his head, feigning reluctance, and replies coldly. So what? Liu Feng glared sharply at him. Tonight you come to trouble me. If the guild intervenes, only the prince's men will be involved. It is clear who sent you. Upon hearing the probing question, the old man hurriedly took out a pearl and used magic. As if he had planned his escape all along, he swiftly tossed the pearl at Liu Feng, which suddenly blazed with a brilliant light so intense it forced him to shut his eyes. With lightning speed, the old man's cloak billowed in the wind as he sprinted forward. Despite his frantic escape, Liu Feng pursued relentlessly, sword in hand, determined to finish him off. Facing the urgent situation before him, he decided to stab the sword straight through the old man's shadow's leg. But unfortunately, the blade of Liu Feng's sword suddenly transformed into a swirling water vortex the moment it pierced the shadow's leg. At this moment, he could not hide his bewildered expression as he stared at the man, the magic splitting apart. In just a few heartbeats, the old man's image had spectacularly escaped Liu Feng's relentless pursuit. You nervously rubbed your head a few times, then stared into the void. The elders of the Blue Star City each wielded tens of thousands of divine arts. Pausing for a moment, Liu Feng calmly sheathed his sword. The assassin's stealth technique was stronger than Li Go's. His presence completely vanished. Such a deadly assassin was truly hard to deal with. As if silently understanding the situation, he glanced toward the castle. Second Prince, your kindness today is received. I will repay it 100-fold someday. Hours later, inside the magnificent palace, Artist sat on the throne, bored and restless. Old man, you have failed. Bow your head in shame. You are powerless. No match for him. The artist angrily looks at him. Old man, you are the top assassin. Never failed to kill. Yet he is stronger than you. Could he be than day? The lazy artist rubbed his head a few times, dying. Tafai, where did you find such a strong guy? That stubborn old man is so unreasonable. Your Highness, today at the Mercenary Guild was way too reckless. The impatient artist shouted harshly. Do you really think I care about Tafai being close to another man? Your Highness. Pause for a moment. The artist's face darkened as he glared at him. My wife smiles at noon in my name. Yet she is close to another man in front of everyone. If I endure this, Big Brother will surely use it to accuse me of failing to protect the Emperor's dignity. Seeing him silently holding back, he sneered. His defeat of the guard was due to the guard's weakness. Not me. Father will not blame me. Hearing that, the old man fell silent in respect. Your Highness. Brother Mun. The artist suddenly recalled something and asked, what did you just say? Liu Feng killed Li Go. He continued answering on his knees. Yes. Li Go was struck down without a chance to fight back. Artist quickly devised a cunning plan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Once we are out, we can negotiate with the Thieves' Guild. The old man instantly grasps his meaning. He will get to work immediately. Pausing for a moment, the artist smiles with delight. Mercenary Guild, Thieves' Guild. Once I control these two major guilds, let us see who else dares challenge me for the throne. At the same moment, the old man hurriedly made a request. Your Highness, I have a favor to ask. He replied. Speak, I am listening. Without hesitation, the old man earnestly pleaded. Please use the Blood Assassin order. Only by mobilizing the Blood Assassin Guard can we deal with Liu Feng now. At this point, the old man waved his hand decisively. So what if Liu Feng is a saint? The Blood-Killing Guard is the royal family's special force to counter saints. His nemesis. Your Highness must make a choice. What you want requires sacrifice. Is the Blood-Killing Order more important, or your throne? If we offend Liu Feng, and he turns to others for support. Suddenly, flicker of unexpected hesitation flashed in his eyes. The old man solemnly murmured. With unwavering resolve, he then sprang to his feet. The artist declared war, unleashing the Blood Hunt order to mobilize the Blood Hunt guards to eliminate Liu Feng. Bathed in radiant sunlight, the mansion stood majestic, hidden behind lush green trees, a serene and ancient beauty. Tiffy now sat stretching and puffing out her chest with satisfaction. It had been a long time since she slept so comfortably. She glanced nervously out the window, wondering if it was really over, why it happened. Last night, just as Tiffy recalled Liu Feng placing the vial before her, she thought, why not try it and find out? Anger simmered inside her. Surely it was Liu Feng's trick. Pausing for a moment, she blushed, thinking further, but he had made her unconscious, and yet there was nothing. Feeling uneasy, she checked her body. Indeed, a straightforward man with no hint of desire. Tiffy blushed, lost in thought whether good or bad. He kissed her once. Oh heavens, what is she thinking? Like any girl in love, Tiffy held her cheek excitedly. Truly a man worth relying on. Saying this, she flipped excitedly and rushed out of the bedroom, the fierce fire blazing wildly, devouring the dry logs, its red glow illuminating the entire corner. Liu Feng sat before the grill, staring at his companion, and spoke slowly. Last night, those who came late were dealt with properly. Right, Bachka replied. Of course, relaxing as usual, Bachka blew a stream of fire, roasting the skewers in his hand. He smiled proudly. Those guys are like skewers of meat turning to ashes. Liu Feng froze in confusion. Wait, does not the scent of frost bones spread all over the garden? Suddenly, I do not want to eat barbecue anymore. The moment you spoke, Tiffy suddenly rushed over to them. Liu Feng, you smiled and waved. She is awake now. Right, Tiffy then looked stern. After I knocked you out, did Liu come to report? Liu Feng threw the skewer of grilled meat towards Tiffy, saying, it is here now, but Liu won't be able to threaten you anymore. Tiffy looked at him in surprise. Liu won't be able to threaten me anymore. How is that possible? As she spoke, a sudden flash of panic struck her mind. Could Liu have been taken by him? Liu Feng closed his eyes, chewing calmly, and replied, Upon hearing this, Tiffy was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Unable to speak, she thought to herself, Liu Feng just killed the elder of the Dao Association, so the Dao Association will surely seek revenge. What now? But since the elder is already dead, the Dao Association would not dare make a rash move. Right. They tried to assassinate me and even planned to kill my mother. Serves them right if they die. Pausing for a moment, Tiffy smiled inwardly with delight. Then said, Liu Feng specially helped me take revenge. It is so satisfying and refreshing. As for the consequences, just let them be. Seeing her remain silent, Liu Feng smiled gently. With me here, you can rest easy and sleep peacefully every day from now on. Speaking of this, you started to sing teasingly. How about that? Your humble market vendor here is quite good. Tiffy cast a fond look at Liu Feng and softly called. Liu Feng, startled by his reaction, she excitedly rushed to hug him. Thanking him, Liu Feng quickly pointed the sharp skewer away, saying, Hey, be careful with the meat skewer. Bachka silently scolded him, thinking, why not just hug her already? Who cares about the skewer? You clueless straight guy. While Liu Feng was still dizzy from being held, suddenly Tiffy heard someone approaching. She urgently warned the two in front. You two. Quickly hide. If others see two strange men here, they will think I keep little white knights. The two, Liu Feng and Bachka, vanished without hesitation. Got it. Understood, shouted Tiffy from the oven. Is it really necessary to be this quick? As soon as they left, she took a few steps toward the main door to investigate. She opened the door wide without a trace of fear, then slowly surveyed the inside. Tiffy calmly leaned on both hands, staring into the empty scene where was everyone. Athigo rushed up before her, striking a dashing pose. The temporary prince of the Azure Star Empire, Athiga, has arrived. Meanwhile, atop a rooftop, Bachka looked down at them, scratching his head, muttering, this intense aura is something else. Is the temporary prince going crazy? Liu Feng showed a thoroughly exasperated expression. It is the classic teenage angst of a middle schooler. Curious, Bachka asked what middle schooler meant. He indifferently explained it is a condition only found in adolescence. Just like him, returning downstairs, Athiga's eyes widened as he stared at the person before him. Sister Tiffy. Long unseen, now daring to intrude with a purpose. Calmly, Tiffy matched his steps, asking, so, Prince Tam, what brings you here? Athiga looked around a few times. Sister Tiffy, you are the only one back here, she said, slightly startled. Of course, I have always been alone. He heard the poem fall on two rough sketches of the ugly faces of Liu Feng and Bachka. So what about these two? Tiffy twitched the corner of her lips, smiling sincerely. This painting is too sloppy. I do not know them. Athiga whispered urgently. Sister Tiffy, I mean no harm, but I have important intelligence related to these two young masters and want to contact them. Upon hearing this, Tiffy furrowed his brows seriously. She lowered her voice to show agreement. All right then. But just as Tiffy was about to call Lulo, Liu Feng and Bachka suddenly arrived, scolding one after another. This painting is awful. Who painted this? I must kill him. Athiga's eyes shimmered as he looked at Bachka. You are the dragon man. Right. Could you please sign for me? Lu Feng was cast aside by them, sighing sadly, truly a loyal youth powerless against fate. Seeing your surprised expression, Athiga rushed over with a joyful handshake. You are Master Lu Feng. May I ask if you agree to help me build a new world where everyone is equal? Lu Feng could not hide his happiness. Thinking, a world where everyone is equal, this kid is truly enlightened. Bachka frowned, muttering that strength determines status. How can there be equality? Tafi covered his mouth with a handkerchief, urging the third prince to speak of state affairs. Athi laughed warmly, saying, I am honored to meet you both. Without my second brother's influence, I am a bit excited. Pause for a moment. His expression growing serious. My two brothers conspired with the Guild of Thieves, and even unleashed the bloodshed curse to deal with them. As Athigao finished speaking, Tafi felt as if struck across the face, her wide eyes filled with shock. What? Pausing briefly, Thigo continued slowly explaining. The Blood Assassin Order can command the Empire's most mysterious Blood Assassin Guards, an assassin organization created solely by the Empire's ancestors. At their peak, the Blood Assassin Guards struck fear into the continent's strongest elites. Tafi paced anxiously, arms crossed. Though today's Blood Assassin Guards are far weaker, several new officials have already died under their assassinations. Liu Feng looked at her with dizzy eyes. So, do not keep walking around. I am about to faint. Suddenly recalling something important, Tafi suddenly took out a deep blue stone. She gritted her teeth in anger. No, we must immediately inform the Blood Wolves to turn back. Turning around, Tufi asked the man behind him. Liu Feng, what do you think? Contrary to her worried expression, Liu Feng lay soundly asleep on the table, while Bachka was engrossed in a shoujo manga, and an Artigo poster stood still with the caption, I have to leave now, but my spirit will forever be with you. Witnessing this, Tafi was momentarily speechless, her face darkening as she glared at them. Fury erupted instantly as she shouted loudly into Liu Feng's ear, who was peacefully asleep. Hey, can you guys be a little quieter? Pay some attention. Unaware she was so furious she was practically steaming, Liu Feng jolted awake, eyes darting around breakfast. As he shifted side to side, he accidentally brushed against the face of the girl beside him. In an instant, the rough lips of the young man accidentally met the rosy lips of Tafi. Bachka quickly covered the Athigao sign with his hand and whispered, I am reading. I see nothing. Kids are not allowed to look. After that kiss, Tafi blushed deeply, his mind dry and confused. Liu Feng was also shy, gently touching his lips, feeling the softness and lingering warmth of the maiden's lips. Trying to hide his troubled expression, Liu Feng quickly changed the subject, loudly asking, has the third prince left already? Bachka, acting all-knowing, said, stop pretending the third prince left because you personally saw him off. Tafi leans heavily on both hands. Don't dodge the fight. What time is it that you can still sleep? Liu Feng exhales deeply. If it is not blood and guts, leave it to me. Tafi slammed the table, shouting fiercely, with the guild elders of the Thieves Association involved, they won't surrender easily. We must face two great powers at once. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone peered through binoculars, tracing the soft white robes, following every movement, captivated by Tafi's gently heaving chest. On the rooftop, Backtrick clutched his binoculars tightly. Grinning with drool, he just spotted something good. Then, excited, he schemed with his companion. Suddenly, Liu Feng of Tafi appeared. What the hell? The moment he saw you, Uncle Triot's greedy expression instantly turned into one of pale fear. Liu Feng smiled slyly, looking at him. Who dared send you here? At that moment, while the elder was still confused, Liu Feng swiftly kicked him, sending him flying dozens of feet away. Damn it. Liu Feng felt a chill of anger. How dare that bandit sneak a look here? Looks like it is time to deal with the Thieves Guild once and for all. At night, under the blue sky, the Thieves Guild lies in wait. Liu Feng and Bachka silently ambush from the rooftop, where the wind slices through the sky. The moment is right. Both leap down in unison, Liu Feng unleashing a wide strike. It seems these old men anticipated our arrival, Bachka said with a relaxed smile. Do not worry, a bunch of shrimp can't make many waves. As their words ended, the ambush group suddenly launched a fierce attack. With the path tightly surrounded, Liu Feng swiftly drew his sword to strike back. In the blink of an eye, the magic blade pierced through each enemy like stakes in a demon's lair. Liu Feng sneered coldly, rushing to your death so soon. It seemed like everything was prearranged. The moment Liu Feng landed steadily, the hurried steps of the squad rushed into ambush from behind. But alas, just as the spear plunged in, Liu Feng's body suddenly dissolved like water. Biliki gritted his teeth in panic at the scene before him, momentarily distracted, but while the enemy was still stunned, Liu Feng struck without hesitation. Too slow. All of you, as expected, with a single powerful sword strike. Bok and the shadow guards were all struck down, lying scattered, facing this life or death moment. Bok urgently calculated this won't do. Hen is too strong. Time to unleash the ultimate life-saving move. At the same moment, from another angle, Bachka saw him fleeing, coming and going as he pleased, having checked in at home at noon, but just as he was about to give chase, Suddenly, a ghostly barrier appeared around the area where Bachka stood. A deadly, eerie circle trapping him in an instant. The starry night sky was slowly shrouded by a veil of ominous mist. Beneath this creeping haze, Liu Feng and Bachka locked eyes, their gazes heavy with unspoken dread. Desperate and cornered, Bachka rushed forward to shatter the dense mist. But alas, the dark magic's power once again hurled him back against the beam. Liu Feng rushed over anxiously, shouting, "How is it?" Bachka was terrified. Fap tac. Pausing for a moment, he broke out in a cold sweat and continued. "This is the power of Fap tac." At this moment, Bachka could no longer hide his calm. He shouted wildly, "This is the power of the true god." Despite Liu Feng and Bachka staring tensely at the aura, someone's gleeful voice suddenly rang out. "Those who truly believe the guild has survived for centuries without a way to deal with the saints are just naive. You all might as well wait for death here. The guild's mercenaries even have a little girl with them. She will be here to finish you off soon. Let us go." Liu Feng, hearing that mocking laugh, grew even more irritated. He scolded fiercely, "Deserve to die." Without hesitation, he struck hard with his sword, launching a fourfold attack. But under the overwhelming force, you were suddenly pushed backward. Unable to attack, it is useless, Bachka helplessly explains. "You have seen the terrifying power of the Supreme Realm. The barrier before you is a divine psychic shield only gods can control." Liu Feng shouted angrily. "The one we are facing now is a god. A god like the goddess, Bachka quickly replied. "That is right." Suddenly, Liu Feng panicked as he felt his body stiffen. Thinking, "No, I can't move." At the same time, from behind suddenly appeared the silhouette of a young girl slowly walking out through the dark hole. Floria stretched out her hand and yawned, thinking that she had called me up for some big matter. But it turns out it was you two holy level brats. Pause for a moment. She reached out to summon the dark orb, her voice cold. "Sorry, but who told you to activate the self-divine power I sealed away back then?" As Floria finished speaking, the dark energy in her hand surged toward Liu Feng and Bachka. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit wary before this kind of power, seeing him rushing forward with all his might. Floria quickly gathered her inner strength and struck back, smiling with delight. This was truly fascinating. Despite Floria's increasingly powerful strikes, Liu Feng easily dodges and prepares to strike from above. But Floria, anticipating his move, swiftly clamps his sword blade between two fingers. Liu Feng, witnessing the scene before him, was momentarily startled as he looked at her. Floria still held the sword tightly, a mocking smile on her lips. This kid's bravery is commendable, but what a pity. As if reason had completely shattered, Liu Feng stubbornly aimed for a second strike, his voice growing louder. "I do not believe it." With a resolute sword stroke, he boldly chanted a spell and launched a counterattack. Purple veil enveloped Floria as Liu Feng charged with his sharp sword, shards of shattered black crystal flying from the barrier. Biting his lip in fear, he realized this was truly a star deity. Counterattacks are useless. Even the violent wind-ring sword won't work just like that. Thinking this, Liu Feng suddenly recalls something. Wait, inside that vortex, strike with full force once. Back to the reality before her eyes, Floria let out a long, lazy breath. If that is all you have to say, then, Liu Feng launched a fierce sword strike, a violent whirlwind of blades, his body wrapped in a blue glow, his face tense with determination. Floria stands firm amidst the blue sword aura, her gaze confident, ready to face the battle. She stands within the swirling purple energy around her body, capable of even harming my projection. This kid truly delights me. But the game should stay in the forest here. Liu Feng slowly steps toward the eerie purple light, then turns sharply to Floria, coldly declaring, "The true horror is still right here." Floria, hearing this, can't hide her bewildered expression as she looks at him. Without waiting for her to finish, Liu Feng turned, grabbed the statue resembling Floria, and gave a provocative look. Calmly, he crushed the stone statue with a confident smile. Farewell. With a single strike to the statue's base, Floria's entire body gradually faded. Just like the statue, Bacca stood beside her, quickly giving a thumbs up. Liu Feng is incredible. Liu Feng was so tense he was sweating bullets. But luckily this foolish god reminded me about the self-spell. Suddenly, Floria's mysterious hand appeared, accompanied by her soft voice. "You said, who is the fool?" Liu Feng heard this and was startled, his eyes filled with terror. Floria clung to his back, whispering softly in his ear, "Liu Feng, I will remember that name. I will come find you." Then she faded into a mysterious purple smoke, leaving Liu Feng alone with a troubled, pensive gaze. Pause for a moment to fully realize. You now quietly breathe in. Finally gone. Suddenly, Liu Feng remembers something, urgently shouting at Bachka, "The road's frozen. Hurry back to the mercenary guild." At the same time, in another part, the chaotic battle scene unfolds throughout the guild hall, bodies falling and bleeding. Immediately after, Tafi is struck hard in the stomach, pain so intense she coughs up blood. After taking Bitch's punch, Tafi woke up and was pushed far away. She swayed as she watched him slowly cross the smoke toward her. The path ahead was on the verge of destruction. Struggling, Tafi wiped the blood from her lip, silently fearing. Liu Feng, What has really happened? Please come back quickly. Despite Tefai sitting miserably on the ground, Bu laughed gleefully. The mercenary guild will be erased from the greedy empire today. Miss Tefai, rest assured, before you die, I will make sure someone comforts you properly. At the opponent's moment of weakness, Tefai seized the chance, swiftly rising and thrusting her sword straight at Bitch. With ease, Bitch dodged Tefai's strike, then countered by gripping her neck tightly, clutching Tefai's neck while lifting her up. Triumphant smile spread across his face. Miss Tefai, are you suddenly desperate for love and longing, faced with strangulation to the point of suffocation? Tefai could only silently struggle in vain. Liao Feng, you could not hold on until he returned. If you fall into their hands, death would be better. Seeing Tefai struggling to interrogate, Bu hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, speaking gleefully. Don't be so hasty. I forgot to tell you, the young lady's name is Liao Feng. Pausing for a moment with a provocative smirk, he sent a triumphant glance at Tefai, now struggling in the mud, no longer the formidable warrior he once was. The assassin beside him whispered, that elder is dangerous, but he is just a lucky minor warlord. One move and he is done. The moment she heard this, Tefai's expression changed. Her eyes filled with horror as she stared at him, her heart growing more anxious and restless. Seeing her tears fall, he only felt more satisfied, as if saying, Miss Tefai. Next, just as he spoke, voice suddenly echoed from afar. Thieves Guild, you all die today. Unable to believe it, he panicked, looking around. No, this can't be. Why are you here? Liao Feng and Bachka rushed forward fiercely, shouting, let her go. Dare to lay a hand on my sister-in-law, and you will all pay with your lives. With Liao Feng's commanding presence, Bachka immediately roared, unleashing blazing flames that consumed everything around. Witnessing the terrifying scene before him, he began to sweat in fear, yet he was still alive. That statue was the supreme elder granting me the expertise to counter the sacred level Ms. Saying this, he gritted his teeth and told himself, stay calm. Stay calm. As long as I have Tefai in hand, the enemy surely won't dare act recklessly. But the day Bitch planned to use Tefai as a hostage again, he suddenly realized she had long been out of his grasp. He panicked and shouted, when did this happen? Right before Bitch's eyes was the scene of Liu Feng carrying Tefai like a princess, saying, sorry, I am late. Tefai leaned into your embrace, tears welling up, chaotic and terrifying me. Liu Feng replied firmly, don't cry, the ink's all gone. Then he glanced coldly at Bitch, and as for you, how do you want to die? Provoked to fury, Liu Feng vowed, even in death, I will drag you down with me. With that, he vanished and struck fiercely. Seeing this, Tefai anxiously warned, be careful. Liu Feng smiled confidently, assured, in my eyes, he does not even have the guts to risk his life. In an instant, to Tefai's surprise, Liu Feng was ready to counterattack with a kick. As expected, the moment he charged, Buck immediately took a devastating kick, roaring in pain as he was thrown back several meters. Realizing the urgency, he cowardly grabbed the dark magic scroll to escape, vowing to return for revenge. Just wait. Liao Feng's voice dropped impatiently. Don't wait any longer, end it now. But just as Bu was about to flee, he suddenly noticed something wrong with the magic scroll. Seeing the confusion on his face, Liao Feng gave a bizarre smile, snapped his fingers, and the space before the sword was nothing but a scrap of paper. Pause for a moment. You focused on the sword area while speaking. If you had not just forgotten, I know how to stop space. How could this rotten old man have a chance to escape? In just a few short seconds, Beaky quickly felt the tearing pain from Liu Feng's sharp blade, with fresh blood splattering everywhere. His face now revealed sheer horror and icy resolve. After the cold slash, the painting tore into pieces, blood spraying all around, creating an utterly chilling scene. The fierce battle has completely ended. Liu Feng quickly glanced at the gentle young lady beside him. Tefai, I'm sorry. I was not thinking carefully. I was overconfident and caused you trouble with the guild. Tefai calmly replied, no need to apologize. You did very well. Thank you. Facing the warm kindness before him, Tefai hesitated, then gently kissed Liu Feng's cheek, eyes closed with affection. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, he quickly turned and commanded, all right, if you can still stand, go rescue the injured sister. Bachka saw Liu Feng muttering to himself, cleared his throat a few times, and said, I am half dragon, and you have been feeding me dog food all day. Embarrassed, Liu Feng tried to change the subject. All right. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and help save the person. Bachka crossed his arms arrogantly. You know how to kill, but not how to save. You casually suggested, so I will transform and help transport the injured. But sadly, I have no wings. Truly disappointing. Beachkey is furious now. Hey, do you want to fight? Say it clearly. A few hours later, outside the city walls, where soldiers' tents stood. Suddenly, in one tent, a strong arm appeared, pulling back the curtain. A stranger holding a scroll steps in. The Blood Wolf captain. Long unseen, here's the soldiers still eager to rank up to class A. I happen to have a class A mission. Do you dare accept it? The assassin slightly bowed his head to read the scroll's contents. Is there any mission our blood wolves dare not accept? The fierce leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, the blood wolf stood in the center, shouting in panic, "Wait, this mission is to kill Tafi." Time passed swiftly. An hour later, Bo Seeing stepped up to the blood wolf. "Captain, are you crazy? You dare accept this mission? We have already regressed by not protecting Tafi. And now you want to kill him?" "Calm down," Blood Wolf explained. "Accepting the mission does not mean you have to do it. I am no fool. This trust clearly belongs to the successor of the Mercenary Guild, who disrupted our ties with Liao Feng, so Fei deliberately revealed it. But..." Pausing briefly, the Blood Wolf draped his hands over Bao Sanga's shoulders and whispered, "This also clearly shows the peril Liao Feng faces within the Mercenary Guild. We truly cannot betray Liu Feng, but we must also think of the soldier's future." Bao Kuang, hearing this, was stunned and opened his mouth in surprise. "Do you mean that?" Without waiting for the others to question, the Blood Wolf continued solemnly. "Tomorrow, we enter the city to accept a distant commission from Lamthan. For now, let us leave this land of chaos, use this chance to set boundaries with Liu Feng, and conveniently inform him about the commission we have received. I might still be able to sell him a favor, but seeing him stammer like that, I feel we might as well confront Liao Feng directly. Tell him we can't get caught in their struggle." Tusat sighed, showing reluctant agreement. There was no other way. The next day, two little birds chirped merrily, perched on the power line above the villa under the blazing sun. In the spacious bedroom, Tafi suddenly trembled on the large bed, gripped by fear. "No! Do not! Liu Feng! Liu Feng!" It seems someone is always lurking outside, and the moment they hear the fearful sound inside, the bedroom door bursts open. Liu Feng hurriedly rushed into the bedroom, his voice filled with worry. "Tafi, what is wrong?" Tafi sat on the bed, hand on his temple, eyes dreamy, clearly tired yet alluring. What is wrong with what? After seeing Tafi in that seductive nightgown, Liu Feng was so stunned he nearly fell over, blushing so hard he even got a nosebleed. Tafi quickly pulled her shirt down in embarrassment, saying, "Liu Feng, you barged into my room early this morning, not because you wanted to." Liu Feng pinched his nose tightly, shyly waving his hand. "No, no." Tafi bit his hand, looking at him with tender eyes. "So you do not want to, yet I still want to repay you well." Liu Feng stared wide-eyed at her, nervously asking, "Repay me? Repay me?" Seeing his earnest gaze, Su Fei gently pulled down her nightgown, smiling, not yet teasing. "You speak." He replied, sadly, "I do not want to." At the same moment, Bachka, still dazed, stepped toward Liu Feng. "Liu Haiyan, why did you shout at me so early?" Before Bachka could see Tafi's tempting look, Liu Feng quickly turned and pushed him, shouting, "Let us get out of here first." Despite Bach's furious screams outside, "Who do you think you are to hit me? Damn it. I am warning you, do not run." Tafi still cradles his rosy cheek with delight. Liao Feng is truly adorable. A few hours later, in the mansion's courtyard, Tafi slowly approached Liu Feng, training Bachka, the great singer. "Watch your moves. No slacking," he said. "With your slow reflexes, I could outmatch you 100 times over." The moment he saw Liu Feng, Tafi blushed and called out to him. Liu and Bachka stood in the middle, eyes darting around the tense atmosphere. He sighed, "You two so early in the morning. I have not even eaten breakfast, and I am already full. Can you spare this lonely guy?" Liu Feng awkwardly wiped his brow. "Tafi, how bad were our troop losses?" Tafi frowned. "Over 20 fallen, and 50 to 60 wounded. Some seriously." "Liu Feng, tell me, is not being the guild leader a tough job?" Liu Feng slowly stepped forward, soothing her with a hand on her head. "If you are not happy, then no one is. Do not overthink it. I am here." Tafi's tears blurred her vision, yet she said, "I can't always rely on others. I won't watch my brothers fall into despair again without saving them. I hope to use my own strength to firmly hold the position of guild leader." Liu Feng said calmly, looking at her. "Don't worry, I will find a way to help you improve your power." Bacha stood beside him, eyes shining with support. "Guild leader Ivu Ki." Tafi suddenly changed his expression as he looked at the person kneeling. "What is going on?" The soldier quickly replied. "Guild leader, someone your squad leader has stormed into the guild." Upon receiving the report, Tafi, Liu Feng, and Bach immediately entered the guild with grave urgency. Now, the soldiers around began whispering nonstop about the news they just heard. "Did you hear? Tomorrow, the Mercenary Guild will clash with the Thieves Guild. Today, the Thieves Guild already left Tinlam City early. Is that true?" The old man's chatter still would not end, when suddenly a blue-haired soldier exclaimed, "No way." The brown-haired guy beside him chimed in, "So who is causing trouble at the Mercenary Guild now? That is some nerve." They watched Su stride confidently toward Tafi, taking turns spouting nonsense. Fools. They were part of the elite rank squad, remnants of the soldier corps, led by Captain Su, rumored to have broken through to the sacred tier. Pause for a moment. There is a notorious critic, and he is also one of the heirs to the Mercenary Guildmaster's position. Returning to the central area, Su stands with arms crossed, facing the Tafi group, pointing at them. "Long time no see." Tafi replied arrogantly, "Su, why are you here?" He held out the letter. "By order of the clan elder, I was specially sent to join this guild competition. This letter is from the elders, meant for you. Upon hearing this, Tu-Fi reluctantly took the letter from Tu-Su. But as soon as she read it, she could not help but shout in anger, have the elders of the institute all lost their minds? On what basis do you force me to hand over the Guild of Spirit Hunters in Tin Lam City to you? Just yesterday, I expelled the Daotak Guild from Tin Lam City. Could that not represent my power? Tu-Su smiled faintly and replied, only that a family knows. I have already heard about the disbanding of the Daotak Guild from Tin Lam City, though I do not know which great master they provoked to end up like that. You claiming all the credit yourself, are not you overestimating your own strength? Besides, with more important matters at hand, is not it more reasonable for the guild to assign the task to me? Hearing this, Tu-Fi grew even angrier, gritting her teeth as Liu Feng whispered anxiously by her ear. Tu-Fi, what does the letter say? Battling her inner turmoil, Tu-Fi clenched the letter tightly, struggling to suppress the fire of rage within. The servant turned to look at Lu Feng, those old men trembling all day long, except for ordering me to hand over the guild's spirit mercenaries of Tin Lam City. Not much different from Tu-Fi's reaction, who clenched his teeth and hissed as soon as he heard it, a bunch of shameless brutes. Master pointed directly at Lu Feng. Warning, boy, heed my words, speaking recklessly can be deadly. And you, Tu-Fi, would you dare defy the head elder's orders? Tu-Fi stepped forward solemnly to shield Lu Feng, asking, what if I refuse the head elder's command? Master struggled to contain his blazing anger, then smiled coldly. It is simple. If you remain stubborn, I will enforce the clan's law on behalf of the elder. At once, his guards gripped their weapons tightly as he barked orders to forcibly escort her back to the clan. The soldiers behind Tu-Fi roared in anger, accusing them of insulting the leader. Courting death. At the same time, Tu-Fi retorted harshly, stop using those words to threaten me. Do you think I have no supporters? Master too, do not act so high and mighty. Tu-Fi, you know very well that relying on a bunch of unscrupulous riffraff won't compare to you. It will only bring shame upon yourself. Don't act on whim. The Guild of Thieves can always return. You are safer within the family. Tu-Fi crossed his arms and replied stubbornly. Dream on. I will never hand over the mercenary guild of Tin Lam City to you. If you want to fight, I will back by all the way. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lu Feng suddenly heard heavy footsteps. Tu-Fi cast a dark glance at the three who entered. Blood wolves. You came at the perfect time. Drive these scoundrels out of the guild now. In this world, the people around began whispering once more. This blood wolf squad was the troop captain Tu-Fi found not long ago. Their strength rivals that of an A-rank unit. Soon, they will strike hard. Who do you think will win? Probably the blood wolves. They have gained quite a reputation lately. As if unable to bear the tense atmosphere, the blood wolf cleared his throat dryly. Sorry to bother you all. I will just say a few words and then leave. Pausing briefly, he forced a smile at the two beside him. Chief. Brother Liu, this time we have come to bid you farewell. Tu-Fi Huang is all grown up. What? The same moment, from an outside perspective, the man with the beard froze in surprise, thinking he was coming to help, but it turned out he fled the battlefield. The guild leader is truly doomed. It seems Tu-Fi has been stung. The black-haired man beside him replied grimly. This time it is over. The mercenary guild is about to fall into someone else's hands. The blood wolf scratched his head awkwardly. We have just received a commission and must leave Star Greed City immediately. Truly sorry, Tu-Fi angrily questioned. You came all this way just to tell me this? The blood wolves hurriedly stepped forward to explain. We are just a small B-level squad. Really no way to get involved in your conflict. Just testing. Liu Feng grew angrier as they made excuses. Silently disappointed. Blood wolves, you truly let me down. Tu-Fi coldly stepped in front of them. So you choose to leave now? Tu-Si stood opposite, looking at them. Tu-Fi, even your own subordinates have abandoned you now. Stop causing trouble and go home. Facing the embarrassing moment, Tu-Fi was at a loss for words and fell silent, his face darkening. Liu Feng, seeing Tu-Fi still silent, gently tapped her on the shoulder. Pause for a moment. He dared to look at her. Do not panic. I am here. Bichi stood behind and laughed in agreement. I am here too. With a serious gaze, Liu stepped forward to shield Tu-Fi. Apologizing, stepping in a bit, Master silently fumed. Who was this terrible man, and why was he so close to Tu-Fi? Thinking this, Han clenched his teeth in discomfort, wondering who he really was and what this place was all about. Tu-Fi replied loudly, Liu Feng can fully represent me. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Feng quickly stepped forward to express his view. It is all about the guild dispute. Both he and Tu-Fi are from mercenary clans, so there is no need for internal strife. Here's the deal, each side sends one champion to duel once. Pause for a moment. The soldier said firmly, if we lose, Tu-Fi will hand over the 10 Lam Guild. But if we win, you lead your men back to where you came from. How about that? Hearing Liu Feng's words, Tu-Su felt a stir in his heart. This might actually be a good plan, a chance to teach that troublemaker a lesson. Thinking that, Han immediately replied with a bold tone. All right. Then the two of us will fight. Liu Feng shrugged calmly and pointed to the 100 chickens behind him. Are you sure you want to fight me? Why not choose another opponent, like this big black one here? The master spoke in a low voice. Come on, if you dare not. Rest assured, Tukofi, I will spare your life. Saying this, he unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Come on, Liu Feng replied calmly. All right, it is up to you. At the same time, outside the battle, the man with a beard whispered urgently, this little white-faced guy does not know life or death. Does he really dare to fight? The sharp-eyed man smiled and replied, I bet he won't last 3 rounds. The bearded man laughed again. I guess at most 2 rounds. Sensing a great battle is imminent, the blood wolf hurriedly warned the 2 beside him. Let us go. Although Liao Feng is a level 9 master, fighting our master would only bring disgrace. After all, we know him, and he surely does not want us to see his desperation. The ruthless killers and tyrants quickly nodded in agreement, but just as they decided to leave, the blood wolf suddenly gasped, eyes wide open. He and the 2 others instantly realized their bodies were under the pressure of a massive magical force. The blood wolf silently guessed. This was the spatial condensation of a saint-level power. Facing their bewildered expressions, Liu Feng smirked coolly. Don't rush off just yet. The blood wolf suddenly realized a shocking truth. Liu Feng had broken through to the saint level. Suddenly, opposite him, Master to stomp the ground, igniting a blazing flame like an arrow hurtling at terrifying speed, leaving everyone around gasping. Too fast. Despite the fiery blade closing in, Liu Feng remained motionless from start to finish. As expected, Su grew even angrier, rushing forward while cursing silently. He no longer reacted. Thinking, with such strength, what right did he have to be so close to defy? As expected, at the decisive moment, Liu Feng suddenly emerged from hiding, secretly striking from behind his opponent without hesitation. At the same time, from afar, the blood wolf watched the recent counterattack, eyes wide and mouth agape. What? Right after taking that brutal hit, the master was racked with pain, coughing up blood that splattered everywhere. Too weak to notice the shocked faces of his loyal soldiers, he struggled to sit up and catch his breath. What is true strength? After all, Liu Feng coldly glanced at him with half an eye. Thinking, why should I tell you? If you lose, just obediently get lost. Hearing this, Master To quickly stood up, blocking the 2 soldiers. I won't go back. One of the soldiers stopped and annoyed. Warned, kid, do not overstep. Liu Feng narrowed his cold eyes. Could it be that he planned to break his promise? Su clenched his teeth in anger. Tafi could continue leading the Blue Spirit Mercenary Guild, but I must stay and join this guild battle. This is the real reason I came to Lamstar City. Besides, even though the guild temporarily left, they will never accept defeat. Tufa needs me. Liu Feng met his gaze head-on, wondering silently if this firebrand had feelings for Nfi and whether they should be left behind. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at the blood wolf pack, thinking to himself, yet these fire blood wolves can't be trusted. Tufi still needs the support of the powerful mercenary guild. Suddenly, while Liu Feng was lost in thought, Tufi gently took his hand and said, Feng, agree with me. With eyes unconsciously bright as if having found the truth, Liu Feng instantly regained clarity. He smiled kindly at the person before him. All right, if Captain Su insists, then you may stay. Tufi straightened up and spoke. All right everyone. Disperse. Daoke, you should arrange the mercenary guild first. As her words ended, Su and his soldiers immediately turned and moved. The inspection is done. Let us go. At the same time, Tufi thought of the blood wolf group, slowly scanning them from head to toe. With a cold voice, Tufi dismissed them. Didn't you want to leave? Why are you still here? I admit I have not mistreated you. High-level missions are prioritized for you. But here, it seems the heat stone is not quite suitable. Blood wolf looked apologetic at Tufi. I thought, we want to go too. But who knew Liu Feng would break the saint level? Liu Feng stepped forward to remind her. Fine. Do not worry about them. Let us go. Batch sighed in frustration. It was really unbearable. As if hearing the sweetest words in life, Tufi blushed and shyly turned to him, secretly touched that he had just called her Fine. Tufa rushed to Liu Feng's side, gripping his hand tightly. Wait for me. Bicha stood behind, watching the 2 with fiery tension. Swearing, are you 2 done yet? But sadly, just as Liu Feng and Tufi were enjoying themselves, they suddenly heard a whisper, striking down enemies, scolding traitors, and winning over beauties and officials. He truly knows how to play the game. It turns out the owner of that clear, high-pitched voice was none other than Tayet. Seeing her, Liu Feng exclaimed in surprise, while Nicola and Tufi could not help but wonder aloud, why was she here? Pausing for a moment, she shifted her weight to one side and continued with a mocking tone, isn't she the deputy guild master's niece of the magic guild? Why does she have time to work as a mercenary at the spirit guild? Tayet crossed her arms defiantly and replied, what, is the spirit guild a forbidden zone for you? Why can't I come here? So, now that you are a master, your arrogance has grown too. Tufi clutched Liu Feng's arm tightly, smirking provocatively. I do not know why you are so cold and distant, but if you admire courage, go find someone else. Seeing this, Tayet stubbornly rushed over, grabbing Liu Feng's other arm. I do not have time to deal with you. The commander is coming with me. I have something to tell him. Tafai is determined not to let go. He must not go with her, like an endless whirlpool of love. After Tayet's passionate song, follow me, and you will end up in this small, vast Liu Feng valley. Hey, if you two keep pulling me, it will end with a fierce Ti who won't let go. No way. After a tiring struggle, Tu Fi and Tite finally let go, and she bluntly showed her intention to chase away Miss Nicola. The guild battle is about to begin. I have every reason to suspect you are from the Mage Guild spying on us. If you do not want to get caught, you would better leave quickly. Annoyed, Tayet retorted. The Mage Guild has topped the ranks for years. Do I really need to spy on the Mercenary Guild, which has been at the bottom for years? You sure think highly of yourself. Upon hearing this, Tufi immediately clenched her teeth, unable to bear it. Now, just go. Contrary to the tense atmosphere before them, Bichka happily held a watermelon, eagerly watching the fight come on. Fight. Fight. Women fighting is the most entertaining. No sooner had he spoken than the two women before Bachka simultaneously shot him warning glances, scaring him into obediently pushing the watermelon slice aside. Liu Feng quickly stepped between them, saying, Hey, what are you two doing? Pausing for a moment, he cleared his throat and continued, So, why did you come to see me? EC crossed his arms, replying with a tone full of playful resentment. What is wrong? Officer, are you bothering me and others about some romance? You too. Hearing her harsh words, Liu Feng angrily pounded his chest. Nicola, good or bad, I am your instructor. If you want to scold someone, scold me. What does fine I have to do with it? Duck replied bitterly. An instructor is truly a busy noble who forgets easily. Words spoken and deeds done are forgotten in an instant. Seeing Taffy angry and ready to respond, Liu Feng quickly pulled her away, saying, Fine, do not pay attention to her. Suddenly, Ka Rong warned, Liu Feng, I have not finished. If you leave now, you will regret it. Despite her attempts to control me, Liu Feng did not even flinch. Funny. What do I have to regret? I am not interested in her words at all. Facing the growing silence, I let out a cold laugh. What does it have to do with Fine? Not interested either. Just as Tayet predicted, the moment Liu Feng heard her words, he was startled and confused. Fi. Why did she suddenly mention her? Sweat poured down Tayet's face as she quickly explained. Fianai is my apprentice. Why would not I mention her? Liu Feng frowned sadly. Yes, Fini is also a student of Tin Lam Academy, but she has. Tayet suddenly interrupted him. She is already dead. Sorry to disappoint you. Hearing those words, Liu Feng was shaken, unable to believe it. What did you say? Su calmly recalled the moment she held Funai in her arms and replied, At that time, I used the scroll of Master Lam Ditch to call her when she was severely injured and about to die, bringing her back to the academy. Hearing this, Liu Feng suddenly spoke in a deep, steady voice. So Fini, facing her hopeful gaze, Tayet quickly replied, Fi is still alive. The moment she spoke, memories of Fini flashed through his mind. Liao Feng thought silently. Fi is still alive. She is still alive. She is still alive. Seeing him silent, Tafai hurried over, worried, and asked, Liao Feng, are you okay? At the same time, Batcha scratched his head in confusion. Who was this Fini suddenly appearing? Despite Tayet's pain, Liu Feng once again gripped her shoulder fiercely. Is B still at Lam Tin Academy? Tayet exclaimed. Yes, you are holding me too tight. It hurts. After speaking, Liu Feng vanished from the guild in an instant without hesitation. Tafai, I am heading to Lam Tin Academy. Batcha hurried after him, shouting, Wait for me. Su rubbed her aching hands and scolded. Men are truly rude and hot-tempered, while Bainai is still in seclusion. Tuni curiously stepped toward her. Hey, does this have anything to do with Bainai? Can you tell me? Later, at Tin Lam Academy, where the broadcasting tower stood isolated on a rocky mountain, cut off from the outside world, Liafeng accelerated, silently promising himself, Bainai, I am coming. If a useless martial artist needed you then, now I have the strength to protect you. Just wait. Uncle Ka chased closely, asking, There seems to be a barrier ahead. What now? Just charge in, Liu Feng replied simply. Charge. After speaking, their magical speed surged forward, quickly closing the distance to the academy. In the radiant garden, pink rose petals blossomed under the light, fluttering in the spring breeze. Lam Ditch, watering the plants, suddenly looked up in surprise. Who dares to break the barrier of Tin Lam Academy? In just a few seconds, Liu Feng and Bakka completely destroyed the barrier gate. Go. Lam Ditch quickly rushed in front of them to block their way. Who are you? Who gave you the right to be so arrogant and dare to openly challenge Lam Academy? Liafeng secretly met Bakka's eyes, silently assessing the man before him. Their gazes locked. Both martial artists of the city level. Pausing briefly, he replied solemnly, I am Liao Feng. My apologies. We have come to your esteemed academy seeking only one person named Bang Hiu. Lam Ditch's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, this must be Liao Feng, the one VD talks about all day, causing her to neglect her cultivation. I need to see what kind of person he is. With that, he gave a sharp command and rushed forward to attack, unwilling to listen to any nonsense. As expected, with a lightning-fast punch, Lam Ditch easily injured Liu Feng. Seeing him stagger and fall back, Baka quickly rushed to catch him. At the same time, the trainees gathered below, whispering, "Isn't that Director Lam Ditch? And who are those two fire masters? Could they be challenging the director? They truly do not know fear." Back to the scene above, Baka hurriedly transformed into the form of Hak Long. Liu Feng, searching for someone. This family fire is a trick. But unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, a massive force from Lam Ditch struck him, causing him to cough up blood amidst the chaos. In an instant, Hak Long's massive body was hurled so far it brought down a sturdy wall. Lam Ditch coldly eyed Bak Ka with half a glance. "Who gave you the courage to scheme before me?" Uncle blubbered profusely, glaring at him with hatred. "The despicable family traitor." Liu Feng, tense, thought silently, "This guy has been at the saint level for years, far stronger than newcomers like us." Thinking this through, he still reminded himself not to give up just like that. At the same time, Liu unleashed a powerful counterattack forward, forcing Lin Di to raise his hand and block with full vigilance. In a critical moment, Liu Feng swung his sword straight at Lam Ditch, who quickly raised his hand to form an energy shield in response. The force of Lam Ditch's counterattack sent Liu Feng flying backward. From another perspective, the male student with green eyes was incredulous, thinking, "Is he crazy to dare attack the dean?" The male student with purple eyes replied coldly, "Someone like him could never win against the dean." Hearing this, the green-eyed student continued, "Of course, with all my assets at stake, he is definitely going to lose." Back on the battlefield, Liu Feng was sweating with tension, overwhelmed by the enemy's immense power. Refusing to yield, he raised his sword high, determined to unleash a new technique to counterattack. At this moment, he silently strategized, deciding it was time to test the new technique he had just mastered. Triple strike, mirror image split. Seizing the opponent's distraction, Liu Feng swiftly created 3 powerful clones, then focused his energy to form 2 more. Each clone has the same strength as you. Alone, you can't match him. You do not believe the 3 of you still can't win. Lam Ditch, watching this scene, feels a bit tense. The strange demon is truly formidable. Its power is not just about attack. Moreover, he seems no weaker than the original. He spoke calmly. "Do you think that is enough?" Liu Feng lipped high, swinging his sword, shouting fiercely to show his resolve. "Whoever stops me from meeting Vi Hai dies." Quadruple attack. Immediately, Liu Feng's 3 clones simultaneously closed in on Lam Ditch, forming a pincer and launching a fierce sword attack. Lam Ditch stood unflinching in the encirclement. How dare he lay a hand on Vine's master, not fearing what she might do. Hearing this, Liu Feng's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected turn. Suddenly, he changed his mind, drew his sword, and leapt back, his face determined to end the battle swiftly. Confused, "You ask, are you really Director Lam Ditch from one of the 4 hospitals next month? How are you so young?" Lam Ditch's eyes darkened, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "I have found the one." With a haughty attitude, Lam Ditch launched a fierce counterattack, forcing Liu Feng's clones to raise their swords in defense. Stunned and panicked, Liu Feng and his clones faltered. Damn, the formation was not even complete yet. Lam Ditch charged again, unleashing a devastating strike. Facing Lam Ditch's razor-sharp sword, Liu Feng swiftly strikes with both upper and lower attacks, a flawless 4-fold assault. In an instant, their powers collide, narrowly avoiding a blazing explosion that sends rocks and dust flying. As the explosion erupted, the crowd outside shielded their eyes from the swirling smoke and blazing red flames. Below, the trainees frantically speculated who had the upper hand. Foolishly, it was obviously the director. Yet, after a while, when the smoke and fire had completely cleared, Lam silently watched Liu Feng, silently judging him, so they made peace. This kid really is a monster. Seeing him remain silent, Liu Feng grew even more impatient. "Come on, let us continue." Lam raised his hand calmly, stopping the fight. He thought, "If I really hit him, would not Vi be angry with me?" Liu Feng, hearing this, bent slightly in frustration, saying, "No fight means no fight. Are you kidding me?" Behind them, Bacha looked deeply aggrieved, whispering, "What is this?" So in the end, I am the only one injured. Lam Ditch sneered coldly at you all, joking, "If it were not for the fact that Vi Hai risked her life to save me, I would not be so polite." Hearing this, Liu's face suddenly showed surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment, standing firm amid the wind that fluttered his clothes. Lam Ditch clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "Hey, kid, today I do not want to argue with you. Vinai is still secluded, healing from her self-inflicted wounds. If you go see her now, you will only bring her harm." Liu Feng frowned slightly, embarrassed. "Senior, I was too reckless just now. Once I heard about Vi, I forgot everything else. So, when will Vi recover and be discharged?" Lam Ditch said sternly, "I will do my best to treat Vi, and when she recovers, I will have Tide inform you. By the way, the recent battle has drawn others' attention. They won't control the force like I do, which could affect Vi. Butchka quickly warned, and Liu Feng agreed. Several energy forms are closing in. Hearing this, he reluctantly thought, "I can only retreat for now." Pause for a moment, Liu Feng them continued. Facing a difficult decision, Fa waited, waiting to be the first to meet her upon leaving the sect. It had to be him. Thinking this, he quietly recalled his clones. Senior, Vinai is counting on you if she emerges. Please inform me first. Today I was too emotional. I sincerely apologize and vow to compensate all the Academy's losses. Lamb Ditch. Hearing this, immediately glared at him. Little two. Who are you calling fake? Innocent Liu Feng strikes a bold pose, wondering why he does not address the senior. Long established. With more respect. Lamb Ditch. Furious. Thinks of him, seeing the elder about to lose his temper. Liu Feng urges Batch, the big boss, to run, while Lamb Ditch watches them disappear into the distance. He thought, that little brat Vi is the successor I have painstakingly trained. Even if you are a genius, I will make you suffer later. After a while, right at the Academy's main gate, Batcha landed and started complaining. This time I was too scared, but next time I will burn him to ashes with my fiery heart. Liu Feng coldly warned. Wake up. Stop dreaming. At that moment, Tafai hurried over. The brothers have returned. Where's Va? Liu Feng sadly replied. Director Lam said V's injuries are not healed yet. She needs rest, no exact date. But if there is news, Tyet will inform me. Speaking of which, you suddenly remembered where did the snow go? Could it really be gone? She nodded. Pausing for a moment, Tafai smiled wryly at Liu Feng. Congratulations. I just heard from Nicole about you and Vaia. It is truly touching. I really hope to see the girl who caught your eye soon. Hearing this, Liu suddenly panicked inside it is over. Just now, hearing Vini made him forget everything. How should he handle this situation? At this moment, he could only helplessly scratch his head in confusion. Thank you. Thank you. But unlike Liu Feng's affectionate glare, Tafi suddenly covered his mouth. Giggling, he looked truly silly now. Seeing this, Baki eagerly jumped in with a few more words. Liu Feng. My brother, you are officially a saint now, not just two girls. Liu Feng, reacting instinctively, furiously kicked him and covered his mouth. Tufi suddenly spoke seriously. All right, let us get to the point. Liu Feng, you know that Tatiosu once mentioned the guild wars at the mercenary guild. Right? Liu Feng sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, finally changing the subject. He obediently replied, the name probably gives you a rough idea. Tafi glanced at him seriously. The guild war, as the name suggests, is a battle of endurance between major guilds. Yet it holds no real benefits. These guilds risk everything just to avoid losing a meaningless ranking. But for the Mercenary Guild and the Thieves Guild, it was a showdown between two ancient rival guilds. Liu Feng asked in surprise. Ancient rivals? Tafai, recalling the elders, continued. The feud between the two great guilds has been passed down since the founding ancestor of the Mercenary Guild. Tahan, according to records, our ancestor fought alongside mighty warriors during the Divine War, but at a crucial moment was ambushed by the guild's shadowy thieves. In the end, both perished together. And later, the ancestor's younger brother inherited the mercenary clan spirit, sparking a 1,000-year-long battle that began to unfold. Pause for a moment. She slowly recounted the events of the past, so the Thieves Guild would never let it slide. They would surely seize this chance to strike back. Liu Feng smiled knowingly. Let them come. I will make sure they go but never return. A few hours later, someone's luxury suitcases were piled high. As soon as Tyet stepped outside, she began directing the movers. Bring them inside. My room is on the second floor. Move the stuff in. They quickly responded. Yes. Miss, Liu Feng looked at her in surprise. What is going on? You have not left yet. Tyet crossed her arms, her voice full of pride. I already told Tafai. I am transferring to your school instead of Vinai, while Vinai is in seclusion. Do not even dream about it. Tufi grits his teeth and closes his eyes to endure it. I hold back. Liu Feng laughs nervously. Sweating bullets. You feel the days ahead won't be easy. A few hours later, in another place, the Thieves Guild headquarters, the men in black began taking turns assessing the situation. The two elders, Ligu and Bitch, from 10 Lamb City have disappeared. I think they have been killed. The informant says the attackers were probably the Mercenary Guild, but no matter what Ligu and Bitch say, they are level 9 masters. Relying on the guild mercenaries alone can't kill them. The past is like a dead end. Whoever it is, it only proves Ligu is useless. Just in time. The upcoming guild battle. Elder Phi. Elder Cat. Elder Blood. Elder Ha. This time the 4 will fight. 4 peak level nice. Enough to take back what belongs to us. We cannot lose Tin Lamb City. The man in black clasped his hands respectfully. But before he left, Mekaxua hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Suddenly, he threw him a Floria statue and warned, take this to avoid any unexpected trouble. The man in black was confused. What is this? Pausing for a moment to scrutinize the stone statue. He was startled. Something like this could kill even a city lord. Outside the mansion, the night air was thick, the sky full of stars, the moon bright and full. The estate of Toffee. Inside, an eerie silence hangs heavy, then a voice breaks it. Try it. Let us see who does better, Lu Feng sighs, his haunted face frozen, while deep inside, his heart screams. Not again. How many times has it been these past 3 days? Across from you are Tofi and Toffee, their faces eager for your verdict on the dish. Awkwardly, you say. That one, feeling overwhelmed and fearful of the 2 dishes before you, Lu Feng hesitates. Do we really have to decide who is better? I think both of you did great. Before you could finish speaking, the 2 girls slammed the table and spoke in unison. Demanding clarity, now, Lu Feng could only turn to Bach Ka with a pleading look. Dai Hat. Save me, he cried. Without hesitation. He replied, your 3-person matter, I refuse to get involved. Ignoring the 2 men opposite, Tofi said to the girl beside her. Miss Troyet, you are our guest. How could you possibly cook? Just eat my portion. Troyet replied, then you are mistaken. I am merely standing in for Vi to teach the brat a lesson. Before she could finish speaking, you stood up abruptly and shouted, this is your final warning, do not use Vinai to pressure me. With a victorious look, Troyet sneered. Scared already? Meanwhile, taking advantage of their distraction, Lu Feng quietly slipped away, only for Toffee and Troyet to shout in unison. Where are you going? His sullen face showed clear signs of frustration. Unwilling to turn away, the 2 girls shouted even louder. Turning back, in that very moment, Lu Feng suddenly sensed a strange presence, an unusual aura. Tofi immediately sensed something was off and spoke up. What is going on? He answered right away. The final chapter of the guild's betrayal has finally arrived. Chimem looked out the window, fearless and ready for the challenge, saying, looks like quite a crowd has come to watch. It is getting lively. Lu Feng stepped quickly outside the villa, speaking as he walked. Show yourself, do not hide. A voice echoed from above, near the elder's office. Slowly, another voice cut in, not becoming a mage is a waste of talent. Too bad. Today you won't leave here alive. On the other side, in the home machine, another team appeared, Detective Guild warriors. Armored infantry, he spoke up, 4 level nice. The guild thieves are determined to destroy the Ling mercenary guild of Tin Lam City. Too bad for Defy. I have wanted this for a long time. The detective guild prepared their bows, 6 men with chili peppers. He continued, waiting for them to finish fighting before making a move, maybe even joining the fun. Just as he was reveling in the insult, a stone whizzed past his face, landing near the vast gust of wind below, with eyes sharp as knives. I say this thrice. Anyone who does not leave this institute's grounds as an ally of the Guild of Thieves, kill them all. This time, the field mice in the machine house reveal themselves. In unison, they shout, Kid, you are too arrogant. Guild leader Tafai, is this what you meant by what that kid just said? Tafai appeared immediately and replied, you did not come tonight to loot the house. Did you? If so, the Spirit Mercenary Guild is not afraid to face you. Like a gust of wind, the phantoms surged down from the building with fierce momentum. Elders, the Spirit Mercenary Guild, you are digging your own graves. Phantoms, unleash your power, freely attack. Elders, rise. Lu Feng stands still, ready to start counting 1. Behind him are Snow and Tafai. The inspector, I will help you, she says. Feng can handle it. Trust him. The guards split into 2 groups. 3 move behind him to block. He keeps counting. Who? Just shouted swift wind slash, then spun around to strike the guards behind me, counting them off. They froze instantly, unable to react, only managing a cry as space crystallized level blade. Crystallize. We are fighting a level blade expert. Crystallize. Now. Up there, the armored man with a heavy burden and a bloodied nose said in shock. He is actually a king rank. Behind him, Suan Jiang Veihuang had discovered his true identity. His rank was king. No wonder he refused to join the shattered troops at the Ti Guard Villa. Turns out, the base does not need them. The battle rages on. Lu Feng glances back and speaks. It is your turn now. No hesitation. Behind him, the black dragon growls. Look at me. Immediately, a terrifying wave of fire burst from his mouth, sparing no one. The gang on the rooftop screamed in sheer panic. The armored man and his comrades spoke up. How dare he? Does he intend to fight an entire force alone? The Thieves Guild will surely never let him live. Below, Feng Tu and Tyat witnessed the enemy's turmoil in the 100 Roosters War. Suddenly spotting someone trying to escape, turns out it is the old breed. Thinking to run, lost in thought, he failed to notice Lu Feng blocking his path. Where can you run? Everyone here understands, if you run alone, is not that against them? With a desperate roar, Old Phi rushed forward with his last ounce of strength. Damn it. Even in death, I will drag you all down with me. At that moment, he ignited with eerie energy, raising the goddess statue high, opening the moment to perform the ritual blood sacrifice. The old cult leader screamed desperately, his face showing he had nothing left to lose. Converging fate. At that moment, he was suddenly pierced through by a large sword, his face showing clear pain and shock. Lu Feng quickly grabbed an object that had just fallen from the old man's hand. You froze, instantly recognizing it as a statue of the goddess. Why this goddess? Luckily, I was quick. Otherwise, It would have been a hassle before swapping to her. Behind me, Tufai and Tayet were running over, and I said, Fong, you are truly incredible. Nearby, Bachka showed irritation, feeling unfair. There must be limits to injustice. Just now, I was clearly the main force, but before anyone could advance, Lu Feng shouted decisively, don't come over here. The deadly standoff just played out like a warning of an even fiercer battle ahead. A voice echoed, it is not over yet, the real drama is just beginning. In that chaotic moment, Lu Feng and his comrades faced imminent danger. Beneath the starry sky, before you blazes a red light from a fierce leader. Suddenly, the guild warrior detectives speak up. Blood Guard, why are they here? That brat surely does not have much strength left. Just wait for him to die. It is the second prince, and I have heard he had conflicts with him too. Lu Feng calmly understood and, ready to fight, said. They deliberately let the guild thieves find their own deaths to buy time for setting up the formation. He silently counts, 10 level 8s, 8 level 9s, 1 supreme level 9. Quite a crowd, daring to challenge a saint level. At that moment, the red demon mask Lehuen rushes forward. Eyes cold. Shouting, don't waste your breath, just die. Amidst the blue light and blazing red aura, Lu Feng clashed with him using a great sword, then launched a fierce counterattack. But cunning like Sun suddenly turned his assault towards Su Fei in the snow. Quickly, you all use your power immediately to stop him. Freezing the space, Lehuen remains unaffected by that power. He shouts loudly. Blood boiling. And attacks. Lu Feng shouted loudly, echoing through the moment, but the great hawk blocked him swiftly, faster than a snap. It lunged, as if thinking Grandfather Hackback was dead. The sudden strike caught like Sun off guard, blood spurting as he was thrown backward. Lu Feng surged forward, launching a sudden attack, countering his strikes, blocking blows in a fierce clash of blood and defense. In the decisive moment, he leapt above his opponent with lightning speed. Beneath the star-filled night sky, he stood amidst the blazing battlefield, weapon in hand, radiating fierce energy. With a wary face, Lu Feng suddenly realized the source of Lehuan's immense power. Could these blood injections help him harness the strength of others? But he is the only one standing there. Could the blood really spread his wounds onto others? If that is the case, gripping the glowing sword, he instantly dispels his multiple clones, bathed in blue light and mirrored reflections. I will sever your connections, acting swiftly to cut off that power source. While pondering, he shouts, channeling his blood energy. A swirling vortex of blood energy surged around him, enveloping and empowering him. Liu Feng sensed the mysterious power growing stronger by the moment. If not stopped in time, the consequences would be dire. This power was truly nearing the saintly level. I can't let him keep growing like this. If I were just an ordinary new saint, disaster would have struck at the last moment. You act decisively with confident poise because you are special, yet there is anger beneath it all. Liu Feng surged forward with a mystical blue power, counterattacking with unimaginable strength. The strike slammed down, causing a fierce shockwave that severed the blood energy flow. A thunderous explosion shatters the enemy. He swiftly darts outside, thoughts racing. Doubling his attack truly drained his energy. Striking twice in a row left him feeling hollow inside. In a moment of extreme tension, Vong Chiyu suddenly appeared behind him, shouting, die, now. Chiat and Defi shouted loudly together to warn him of the surprise Feng Jiaquan. Be careful. He raised the glowing Daoist sword, ready to strike a fatal blow to Liu Feng's head. Unfortunately for him, Liu Feng was surrounded by a protective aura. Sorry to disappoint, but my defensive energy is still more than enough. Ving Chiyu immediately channels his energy, a green light radiating around him with fiery eyes warning. Waiting for the right moment, Liu Feng instantly counters with his sword, unleashing a terrifying blast of power toward his opponent. Awesome. After the counterattack left you staggering, Tiat and Defy rushed to support you. Are you okay? I'm just exhausted. Then Liu Feng turned to Defy, bumping heads with a satisfied smile. Alright. Looks like you will have some peace for a while now. She savors that affectionate expression with contentment. Thank you, Feng. Beside Tiat, a look tinged with jealousy, a plea between man and woman, Batcha stands close by, hearing her words. Replies, I thought you were scolding me, you venomous dog. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Liu Feng glanced at the opposite house. The detectives had been watching the play for so long, it was probably time to go home, wash up, and rest. Instantly, the detective team ducked down, embarrassed at being spotted. Before you could finish speaking, Chiat and Tafai had already prepared the food I cooked earlier and invited you to eat. Meanwhile, in another room of the villa, Tiu Kim was alone, enjoying a long table filled with sumptuous dishes. The room echoed with the crisp sound of chewing as he devoured the grilled meat with eager excitement, but with such speed and greed. Little Kim soon found the food stuck in his throat. Right now, he suddenly remembered the silence in the room, wondering why Sali had not come to find him yet. Sao Jin whispered, longing for Defai's warm embrace, but then he immediately stood up, shifting from joy to sadness. A mischievous idea flashing through his mind, maybe he should sneak out to find them. The night sky was pitch black outside the city gate guarded by 2 rows of soldiers. Addis slowly approached, and knelt with his face nearly touching the ground, overwhelmed by a panic-stricken fear, when a calm voice echoed nearby. Adis, you used the blood hunt command today. Right. The man knelt deeply, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, pleading to the ancestors. The response was the same stern voice as before, but this time more menacing. Before deploying the blood hunt guards, have you thoroughly investigated the target's background and strength? Adis lifted his head, sweat-drenched and eyes wide with panic, quickly replying, already investigated. That black-haired guy once took part in a major beastman battle, but even at his peak, he only reached about level 9. Never let him speak again. From the Red Veil, a surge of power struck him. Damn it. A level 9 could wipe out an entire blood assassin squad. And I just tossed him into training like it was nothing. That roar could kill the blood assassins of the blood energy sect. Their power must be at least at the king level. Who dares to offend Henchu? Adis, though bloodied and battered, still struggles to kneel with reverence amidst fear. That voice echoes, Adis, you disappoint me deeply. Just obediently be the second prince, and stop dreaming of what you can never have. Now he could only whisper in reply, his whole body trembling with pain. The ancient ancestors' circle. Menvong, the war emperor, stepped out with a powerful voice through the red curtain. Where is he? Tomorrow morning, invite Liu Feng here for me. With that same commanding voice and sharp gaze, he continued, on the other hand, want to see who killed the blood guard I have painstakingly trained for over a decade? Holding a mysterious energy, the Mind King raised his hand, eyes filled with suspicion, and asked, what kind of ritual is this? At this moment in the villa after the battle, Liu Feng was exhausted. Beach Kia stood behind him, smiling teasingly with sharp eyes. Liu Feng, you can't be like this so fast, yet your body is already worn out, but your exhaustion is not from fighting, it is from being forced to taste the food of Tayat and Tafai. You said this while clutching your stomach. Damn. Last night I was forced to eat 8 meals and dragged around all night. Thinking back now, it is unbearable. Bachki approached him, exhausted and barely able to keep his eyes open, smiling as he said, so you guys rolled around all night to end up like this. You are really something. Immediately, Liu Feng, provoked, mustered all his strength and kicked at him, shouting, damn you, do you want to die? Batch was running and teasing, fighting without restraint. The two were joking when suddenly they froze at a voice outside the room. The temporary prince of the Tainam Empire requests to join once more, so that voice belonged to a Thigao, kneeling with sparkling eyes and an enchanting smile like an idol. I am here again. The moment Liu Feng saw him, he froze with a hesitant feeling, as if haunted by something from the past. Prince Tam, why have you come here? He did not jump up with hands on hips smiling, joyfully replying, today I come to express my gratitude to my two idols. Thank you for helping me eliminate a rival, he kept saying. And secondly, on behalf of my father, I invite you both to the royal palace. Hearing this, Liu Feng's mind raced with questions, eyes narrowing as he wondered what was about to unfold. Heading to the imperial palace. The emperor of Tin Lam Empire wishes to meet us. Silently, he pondered if this was a trap to avenge his second prince. Lost in thought, you did not notice your surroundings until a familiar voice snapped you back. Time for breakfast. Officials from afar, Tayat and Tafai approached, forks in hand. Unexpectedly, this pushed Liu Feng to decide swiftly. Without giving Artigo a chance to think, he hurried him along. Move, 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 let us go now. Hurry up. Ancient, mysterious buildings with intricate domes rise against the clear sky, where soft light mingles and birds soar. Liu Feng can't help but exclaim, truly the imperial palace of Tin Lam Empire, vibrant and prosperous as expected. Artigo sneered, lips pressed tight, eyes full of disdain, confessing bluntly that all this was gained through exploitation. Truly disgraceful. Guards stopped everyone, demanding identity checks. Beak aside. Annoyed, verifying identity is such a hassle. I remember the first time I came to the Beast Empire. Just charging straight in was enough, no need to wait this long. In Artiga's eyes, excitement could not be hidden. A radiant aura surrounded him. His form was truly formidable. So next time you go, you must take me with you. And Bika just smiled in response. No problem. After checking their identities, the three of them happily strode down the sunlit corridor leading into the royal palace. And he called out, we are here. Amidst the grandeur, the emperor appears with majestic grace, his hearty laughter echoing as he warmly welcomes the honored guests. Welcome, the emperor of wisdom and insight. Instantly, all bow deeply before the sovereign, paying respects to Beihei and the Empress Dowager. No formalities needed. Artigo quickly recognized the kneeling figure as Artis and exclaimed in surprise, who is this? Yaika. What is going on? He hurried over to his brother, gently touching his shoulder with a mocking smile. Yaika. Get up quickly. Congratulations. You are out. Lia Feng stood with arms crossed, eyes sharp and probing from afar, lost in thought about what might come next. Shen Tan's gaze met his with suspicion. Surely the fisherman was Liao Feng. A young genius joined that decisive battle. He smiled faintly. Truly a hero throughout his youth, he replied immediately upon hearing the praise, thinking it was meant for himself. Thank you, that is too kind. It was just a small matter not worth mentioning. I do not know why your majesty summoned us today, but deep down, I feel something's off. Be careful. Dea Hai. Themtung spoke quietly toward Artis, who was still kneeling. Upon hearing Liu Feng's reply, isn't it because of this troublesome son of mine? He shouted. Unfilial child, admit your fault to Liu Feng now. But you sensed there was more beneath the surface. Not as simple as it seemed. His Majesty truly wanted to resolve the misunderstanding between us, and you quickly realize, so why not invite the ice friend hiding in the shadows out to meet face to face? A blinding yellow light flashes with a thunderous explosion, knocking back both Liu Feng and Bika. Amidst the chaos, a glowing purple barrier enveloped everyone like a colossal night shield. In the heart of Kutrang village, Menvong, the War Emperor, appeared, towering and formidable. Standing beside Liu Feng was Bika, with a powerful black crest and a purple light glowing over his shoulder. This old man was truly terrifying. A saint level. Wasn't it said there were only 3 saints? Why is there another one? He warned cautiously. Careful. This old man is no weaker than the enemy. At this moment, Menvong stroked his beard with a bright smile, praising, I never thought he could kill my blood assassin guard. A saint level at just 20 years old. Even in the era of gods, he was a genius. Then he sighed. But Allahs, swift as a blade, no sooner had he spoken than he launched a rapid assault on Liu Feng. Geniuses often fall to frailty, yet contrary to Min Vong's thoughts, the figure before him was but an illusion. He gasped in shock, a lingering shadow. Beside him, Bachka swiftly launched a direct attack with terrifying force. Old friend. Without hesitation, he countered with a single move, instantly overpowering and breaking the strike. That last strike unleashed a devastating blast, shaking the valley and sending rocks flying everywhere. Before he could react, Liu Feng swiftly attacked from behind with his signature move, followed by relentless barrage. Min Vong barely dodged the strike, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. No battle aura. No magic, truly a strange power. Aurora code, shaking the air as he returned. Lunging from behind with a deadly blow from above, burst of orange light appeared, enveloping Min Vong like a giant shield, blocking the attack and halting the strike. Seeing his friend fail, Liu Feng immediately countered, calmly saying, Little companion, behave. To withstand your attack, Min Vong must summon all his strength, bracing against sharp beams of light like blades. The clash of their powers erupts in a thunderous explosion, shattering everything nearby. Father and son of the Emperor, pale with fear, sat down after witnessing the duel. How could this young man match the old ancestor's strength? Meanwhile, Artigo calmed himself, pondering how to truly win their support. The duel paused. Men Vong pondered his knowledge and thought, though he only tested lightly, someone of a newly joined saint level matching his strength truly forces him to act. He might not be able to spare this one. Meanwhile, Lu Fang felt a bit afraid as the clash unfolded. He thought, can the old man really withstand such a gentle barrage? Seems the old man is quite strong. Batcha stood right beside him, calm after the duel, approaching to say, Lu Fang, I am afraid that old Geezer has at least the power of a Saint Level 2 twin. You replied, Saint Level 2 twin, what is that? To break the tense atmosphere, King Min burst into laughter, eyes sparkling with delight. Alright, that is awesome. Little friend, earlier I just wanted to show off for a moment. If I offended you, please forgive me. Still cautious, Lu Feng spoke with eyes wary of deceit. The silent one struck first, and Li Feng added, if I had not acted quickly, your whole group might have seriously hurt me. Now, if you want to back down, then do so. He thought to himself, this kid is no weakling, and with that half-beast beside him, if the fight drags on, this palace won't hold. Then, fearing he could not withstand the power of these two, he spoke, I am Yeti Holy War. I pay my respects to you both. Hearing the elder say that, he thought to himself, old fox, if you have already admitted defeat, then I won't bother fighting, and quickly replied to Min Vong with goodwill. No need. At that moment, Bach Kang heard his name and exclaimed with admiration, he is Idi Holy War, was the war emperor who turned the near-ruined Tin Lam Empire into a thriving kingdom. You even asked in surprise if he had wiped out the entire Beastman Empire. War Emperor. Min Vong smiled warmly when someone mentioned his past feats, replying, those are just old stories, let us not dwell on them. He then observed, I see you two have only recently entered the saintly ranks. It seems my friend Liu Feng does not even fully understand the hierarchy yet. Liu Feng replied seriously, his eyes sharp and guarded, that is right, I just heard it for the first time too. Let me introduce the mountain force to you, with the solemnity of a master teaching his beloved disciple. He said, at the saint level, newcomers are called the initial saint level. Above the primary level lies the first sacred tier of beasts, like your half-dragon, half-human friend Han, who seems close to reaching it. Beyond that is the second sacred tier. I have spent centuries cultivating just to reach this stage. And finally, the supreme sacred tier, even the ultimate pinnacle. Hearing this, Liu Feng suddenly recalled an old senior who once had intentions toward Hong Yai, the supreme elder, the old man who tried to take Hong Yai last time. is indeed the Supreme Elder. He then asked, "Can you be more specific?" Cutting him off, Menvong interrupted. Unwilling to let his honored guest stand outside the imperial palace, he extended an invitation, saying this was no place for a proper conversation. But soon after, Liu Feng declined with heartfelt gratitude, thanking his elder for clearing many doubts today, and said plainly, "You are mistaken. Young man, since you and Bachki used magic to escape the imperial palace of the Tunlam Empire, we bid farewell for now. If given the chance, we will seek your guidance again. Daihack, let us go." Right after you left, King Min swiftly ordered all palace servants and subordinates, instructing them from this day forward. Liafeng is a distinguished guest of our Tinlam Empire, a mere officer now, but a future intellect unlike any other. At this moment, in the villa district, dusk falls, the sky painted in earthy orange hues with scattered clouds. Outside the grand villa door, a hand seemed to knock. Hearing the knock, Tofi quickly rushed out, flung the door open, and called out, "Who is it?" Her face suddenly lit up, eyes wide and sparkling, calling out, "Father, why have you come here?" But before joy could settle, suspicion darkened her gaze as she asked, "Could it be you came to hand over the knife to the Lam City Mercenary Guild?" Before her stood her beloved father, also the guild leader of the Toffee mercenaries. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "I came because of the guild's battle. The elder director has some new methods." As he finished speaking, she immediately continued with a resolute look on her face. "But our mercenary guild is still too weak, besides schemes like relying on the royal family. What other options does the old director have?" She opened the door, stepped inside, and spoke. Tofi quickly made Tofi a cup of his favorite tea. He sipped it thoughtfully, savoring the taste. After finishing the cup, he began the conversation he needed to have with his beloved daughter, Phi. "I have already heard about what happened with Tin Lam City. That young city official is not secretly interested in her, is he?" Upon hearing this, Tofi immediately reacted, showing displeasure because her father brought up a topic she was still uneasy about. "Why did you suddenly bring this up? Aren't you talking about the director?" He continued the conversation, even though he knew his beloved daughter disliked it. "The old director means that if the young officer truly cares for you, hopefully you can say a few words to him to help us join this guild war." Tofi adds, "Maybe even join the mercenary clan." This time, Tofi stood up immediately, clearly showing fierce opposition when her father spoke. "This cannot be. Feng has helped me so much already. I can't let him fight over that ridiculous ranking." He said that even before she uttered a word, he maintained a wise and reasonable counsel. The elder director had already promised, and he added, "As long as you can say Liu Feng to help us join the guild battle, you will immediately be made the captain of the mercenary clan." Placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder, Tofi spoke with the tone of a father who had discovered his daughter's ambition. "Fine, you are still young. Risking everything like this, it is not just for the clan chief seat, is it?" He let me sit down while still explaining what he believed was right to her. "But with my current strength, do you think I can fight those cousins?" He continued to reason. "Now, just one word from me." Immediately, Tofi broke free from her father's grasp, her voice firm. "No, I will rely on my own strength to face them. I am grown up now, and if I have to bargain with the old director to keep this position, I would rather not." Seeing the situation hitting a dead end, Tofi changed her approach and decided to explain differently so she could understand what she needed to do. "All right, then I will say it another way for you." He uses his authority to say, "I now, as the clan leader, command you to find a way to make that young saint replace the mercenary guild in the competition, even if it means marrying your daughter to him." Hearing this, Tofi was truly shocked. Unable to believe what she had just heard from her father, she approached Tofi, thoughtful with sad eyes and a sorrowful face. He continued, "I have said all that needed to be said. Now is the perfect moment for you to step into the role of clan chief. If you still see your father in your eyes, then just go for it." Tofi felt disappointed. She truly could not understand how her beloved father had become like this. "Father, how could you change like this?" She recalls the purpose everyone strives for, not to seize the chieftain's seat, but so mother can live her final days with some peace. Rising, she reveals long-hidden feelings. "For years, the chieftain's kin has been oppressed by the elder chief. Where were you when I and my mother were bullied? Do you remember the moment I was dragged into trouble? Even when the elder wanted to marry me off to the artist, I could not stop it. I do not need this position as clan leader." Tifa, furious upon hearing this, slammed the table and shouted, "Enough, Tifa." Meanwhile, tears filled Tifi's eyes, overwhelmed with sorrow and frustration. She saw that today he had sided with the old dean, treating her like a mere pawn. Seeing his daughter like this, Tifa hesitated, feeling he might have been wrong. Her face was still streaked with tears as she sobbed, "Are you even a father? Are you really a man?" Feeling terrible after being nagged nonstop by his daughter, in a panic he swung his arm, shouting, "Enough." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, stopping Tepfe in his tracks. He was stunned, as if he had realized something, and exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Lu Feng arrived just in time and rushed to her side, saying, Fine, do not be afraid. Tafai was overwhelmed with sadness and frustration. Seeing him appear and comfort her, gently stroking her head, she turned and embraced him tightly. Right now, Uncle Ki is still in the room, and he is hiding in fear. I should stay under the table, not in the room. Lu Feng, with a gentle face and soft voice, strokes and comforts Tafai. It is okay now. This stubborn kid really is something. Calmly regaining her composure, she immediately thought of her father, who had been frozen by his power all this time. Feng, are you okay? Let him go. With just a snap of his fingers, he quickly broke the spell, leaving Tafai stunned. He quickly approached Liu Feng despite his fear, saying, "You are Liu Feng, the youngest city-level expert on the continent. If you and Sufei are so in sync, the elder also approves." He pressed, asking when I plan to hold the wedding with Vigny. Lu Feng replied immediately with an innocent look, as if he did not understand. "Sorry, you guys misunderstood. Tufi and I are not like that." Beside her, Tifi held back sadness hearing him confess his true feelings to everyone. Not that kind of relationship. Perhaps, she thought. In Lu Feng's heart, there was only Vigny. To break the awkward silence, she said to her father, "Dad, please stop talking nonsense." Then turned to Liu Feng. "Feng, do not listen to him. Let us go." Tafoko spoke to you with hope for change. But wait, Lord Lu Feng. Although the engagement between Vigny and the second prince was cancelled, if she cannot marry you, the elder dean will force her to marry into that distant empire. Hearing this, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks, turned to Defea, and said, "What did you say?" He continued to explain, "This is the Director Lo's decision. I have no right to oppose it. If you truly care about it, please reconsider." Now, Tia is furious beyond words, unable to understand why she is treated like nothing. What do those old men see her as a mere pawn? She declares boldly, from today on, she will withdraw from that rotten mercenary clan, daring the old head to come find her. With a tone of resentment, Tifa said, having the city as a backing, "I could of course confront the old director. But what about the future?" He sighed sadly about his fate. The mercenary guild had failed to recover for years, causing the old director's deep dissatisfaction with me. If this year is the same, my chieftain seat will surely be taken away. Tafi cut her father off, shouting with a face that seemed to want nothing more. What is so great about being clan chief? Why care so much about that position? With emotions rising, he finally revealed the truth he would hidden for years. "I do not care. But what about my mother? Every year, I use countless precious herbs from the clan to heal her. Without the position of clan leader, how else could I keep her alive? Fine. I have never forgotten why I must be the clan leader." Tafi clutches his head, sinking down, lost on how to save this harsh reality. He is facing it, knowing he is powerless. Yet his mother and child's lives rest in his hands. What else can he do? Tafi was shocked to see his expression so weak and helpless, bearing the burden of clan chief, powerless and forced to take the blame for others. He had to humble himself before those elders, but he had no choice but to endure. Tafi held his head, humorously explaining to his beloved daughter that having an extraordinary friend like you is wonderful. Fine. You know, maybe everything will change because of you, since you have a saint-level friend. He said if you become the clan leader, even the ancestors will surely respect you. At that moment, Bachka was still under the table, witnessing everything humans did, sighing with a furrowed brow. This world is full of wickedness. Everywhere is filled with evil. Just then, Liu Feng approached her, gently resting his head against hers, reassuring, "Fine. Thanks to this epidemic, we won't suffer losses. You can accept his proposal." Then he turned to him with a serious face, determined about something important. "Uncle, if I join the guild war, then Fini will be the clan leader next season. Right?" He answered with a satisfied face and gentle emotion, as if freed from a burden. Standing beside Tafai, Liu Feng replied decisively and confidently, "All right, this guild war, I will send the mercenary guild to fight." She hesitated, whispering. Feng turned to Tifi, speaking with the fierce protectiveness of someone defending their loved one. "Make sure to pass this on to the elder. No more roughhousing with Fai Ni. If it happens again, they will have to face the consequences." He was thrilled to receive Liu Feng's reply, and with a ready expression, he hurriedly said, All right. I will go find someone to deliver the news." Meanwhile, he pondered deeply, silently trying to deduce what he needed to know about the mysterious figure, the ancestor of the mercenary clan. Who exactly he was. Seeing your expression then, Tafi felt uneasy for bringing trouble to you. Feng, I'm sorry. Hearing that, you quickly replied, "No worries at all. I just wanted to help you. And besides, this involves your mother too. I am happy enough. But your father earlier seemed like he really wanted to marry you off to me." Before I could finish, Tafai ran up, covering my mouth with a flushed face, saying, "I told you, he talks nonsense." Suddenly, a red silk banner with wedding blessings appeared before them, inscribed with wishes for eternal harmony, early hairs, and joyous nuptials. Tufi dashed away like the wind, blushing, saying, "I will go ahead," as the breeze stirred. "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, he is scratching his head with a confused look. The road is not even clear yet, so how did she already enter the bridal chamber? Lu Feng was speechless hearing that, then quickly changed the subject. Enough noise. If you are free, try to figure out who Addy is, the ancestor to Fee mentioned. You asked why I keep feeling he is another saintly figure. But are not there only 3 or 4 saints? With the expression of a corpse, Bachha replied with the air of a man of deep knowledge. Those so-called 3 sovereigns and 4 saints are merely titles your human race has bestowed upon 7 powerful beings. There are many strong cultivators hidden among the clans and other races. Don't underestimate it. The Dragon clan already has 4 saints. He added, the depths of this continent run deep. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned seriously and probed deeper. So tell me, is the ancestor of the mercenary clan a saint level or supreme? He replied immediately. If supreme, it is impossible. Otherwise, the mercenary guild would not have suffered such devastation. Hearing that, he furrowed his brow thoughtfully, and with a deduction from Bachha, he said, no matter what, the saint level cannot be underestimated. Since entering the saint level, I believed my strength was enough to protect myself, but now it seems I had thought too simply. Before entering the crucial phase, Lu Feng reminded his close friend about everything at home, determined to train and gain experience. He said, I am going into seclusion for a while, using the wisdom from today's Eid Holy War to push my saint level further. I will leave everything at home in your hands. He replied to you with a determined spirit. Go, go. Humans are so troublesome. The Dragon clan is better, growing stronger naturally over time. Lu Feng ignored back his words and mood, turned around, and walked up the stairs. I will go tell Tafai. In the dimly lit corridor, he walked with steps echoing unspoken thoughts. Lu Feng paused outside a room. Perhaps he should say a word to Tai. He silently thought, if Bai never stepped outside while he was secluded, to ask Tai to tell him. Lost in thought, he raised his hand and knocked on a wooden door adorned with a cute sign above. Hearing no response, Lu Feng stepped forward and pushed the door open, only to find the room empty, so he decided to leave a note for her inside. As the door creaked open, a colorful space adorned with floating stars and moons unfolded before his eyes, overflowing with cuteness and peace. His eyes wide with surprise. He never expected her to like such adorable things. Truly unexpected. Suddenly, the bathroom door swings open, a sudden encounter between Tyat and him. Both caught off guard. Before Liu Fang stood a young woman with a seductive figure. Rosy cheeks, radiant like a painting, Tyat's scream echoed outside the mansion. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, before Liu Fang could understand what was happening, she was slapped and pushed out of the room. Tafai, standing nearby and witnessing everything between them, smirked and said, so, you like sneaking peeks at girls bathing? Huh. He waved his hands in protest the moment he heard her words, his embarrassed expression genuine. No, he did not. It could not be. Ignoring his denial, Tafi grinned mischievously and teased, you should have said so earlier. If you liked me, I am always here. Hearing that, Lu Fang immediately ran as fast as he could, searching for a way to escape this desperate situation. He had to go into seclusion. Goodbye. Back in his room, he let go of his emotions, focused intensely, and began to cultivate. As the veil lifts, silence reigns, only breath and will remain. He channels all his inner strength to unlock the hidden potential within. Gathering the scattered power of Ho has inner energy for the first time. Lu Fang merged in a meditative state, his vital energy flowing through the meridians, circulating through the Danshan, activating 108 acupoints, the 8 extraordinary vessels, the governor and conception vessels. Returning from the talisman, he sank deep into trance, energy radiating from his palms, where a mysterious power converged. Lu Fang suddenly snapped out of meditation, disbelief flooding him as he realized he had grasped something crucial. His vital energy had transformed into a wondrous new power, shifting from gas to liquid form, a majestic force of water opposing the usual gaseous key. Lu Fang seemed to realize something. Could his future cultivation path be to gradually condense his vital energy into a liquid form? Suddenly, before his eyes appeared a magical vision: 2 fish, one white and one black, swirling around each other, forming the mystical image of the Tai Chi. Calm down and regain your composure. Breathe a sigh of relief, thinking you have cultivated something. What is this? Could it be from practicing Tai Chi, calming the spirit, refining the essence? Yet the soul remains unclear, the mind overwhelmed. Now, Lu Fang stands amidst a powerful vortex of energy, using all his inner strength, determined to surpass his own limits. After the vital energy condensed into a fluid, it needed to be even more concentrated. He told himself, only then could he withstand 6-fold attacks, even those with high efficiency. Hesitating for a moment, he focused intensely to ponder the limits he had just broken through. But on the contrary, the vital energy fluid was almost uncontrollable, feeling like a stagnant pool of water. It was as if he had discovered something. Could it be possible? Suddenly, Lu Fang sensed something strange happening around him. There was wind now. It seemed he had channeled inner strength to test it, feeling a new power take hold. Sure enough, it worked. Next, he tried to make the entire lake's surface ripple. Immediately, the energy surrounding Lu Fang spread out, creating a fierce current rippling across the lake. He danced with joy, surrounded by the newfound power he had just unlocked. singing loudly, "I have succeeded." Lu Fang's scream was so loud it alarmed those in the villa district. Fire again so soon. He sat quietly in the forest, calm and satisfied, amazed at reaching a realm he never expected. Breathing a sigh of relief, suddenly, Bachka burst through the door with a fierce expression, shouting, "Who dares sneak in right under my nose?" Then he saw only himself in the room, meditating on the bed. Surprised, he realized, "Liu Fang, my younger brother, you are awake." Approaching Liu Fang anxiously, he asked in surprise, "No way, is that burst near the second twin saint realm yours?" He replied immediately, regretful, too, "Just a bit more, and I could have broken through to the second twin saint realm. Such a pity." Bach immediately grabbed both his hands tightly, worry etched on his face for his own safety. His sister, just 5 days and had broken through to nearly the second tier of the saint realm. He was stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Was he even human? At this moment, Liu Fang remains calm before Bachka's emotions and asks with a scholarly tone, "Daihack, what do you think is most important in cultivation? Superpowers, guidance, or inheritance?" He does not quite understand what his friend is trying to ask. What exactly is it? Unexpectedly, Liu Fang was teasing him on purpose, making his friend furious. Of course, it is the delicate genius. Ordinary people can't comprehend such complex matters. Hearing this, Bachka roared and launched a kick at him, saying, "Old man, let us settle this life or death right now." He suddenly shifts the conversation to another topic. "The purpose of cultivation?" he asks. "Wait, you said 5 days earlier, so has not the guild war already begun?" Daya stops abruptly, covering his mouth with his hand, showing a shy indifference. No need for long answers. "Yeah. Probably. I just woke up too," Liu Feng added. "Eat then sleep. Are you a pig? Fine. Let us go find Fini." In the heart of the greedy city, where towering spires reach up like stations grasping the clear blue sky, the home of the Mage Guild. Inside the city, everyone gathered silently around the central arena. Sitting beside his daughter, Tefeng asked with concern, "Fini, why has not Liu Feng arrived yet?" She turned to Tra, eyes filled with a secret that might break his heart. "Tra. Actually, Feng, he..." Suddenly, from across the room, a harsh voice cut through. "Hey, guild leader Tefeng, how much longer do you expect us mercenaries to wait?" The henchman beside him sneered and mocked the father and daughter. "Yes, you are slowpokes." And the voice just now belonged to the guild leader of the warriors. They kept laughing. After all, they came in last, so why not just quit on your own? Tefeng immediately hardens his expression and responds with a determined gaze. "Sorry, our guild members will be here soon." Several more people appear above, slowly descending into the arena from the main entrance. One of them speaks. "Chairman Tefeng, what do you mean? Is there a master in your mercenary team we have not known about?" And in front of Tefeng and Tefi stands a fierce-looking, ugly man, unexpectedly defeated by our rogue guild in the hands of a young girl. The man who just spoke is the head of the Shadow Assassins Guild, filled with hatred. "Today, we will settle this grudge slowly." Unafraid, he stood up and approached him, asking fiercely, "So, Guild Master of the Shadow Assassins, do you really want to start a fight right here with me?" Now, as if provoked by Sofa's taunt, he grew fiercely aggressive. One thought, "I dare not," but the other urged, "You can try." Before words faded, he leapt behind him, everyone stunned, clueless what had just happened. He moved like a flash behind Tefai, wielding a knife to harm her. "This is your own doing." Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted out, warning her of the imminent danger. "Fini." At that moment, a hand surrounded by a blue light reached out toward the assassin. In an instant, Liu Feng lunged forward, using his powerful punch to strike the assassin's face, knocking him away from Tefai. Amidst the suffocating tension, Liu Feng, driven by desperation, shouted, "I want to die." A sword slashed like a whirlwind shot from his hand toward Ying Sha, who was caught off guard. Immediately following, you swiftly activate your special technique, energy swirling around you, bending space and trapping it. While behind, the soldiers and their allies are stunned by what just unfolded before their eyes. The final battle is reaching its climax. Just as he prepares his ultimate move to take down the assassin, a voice rings out. "Liu Feng, be careful with Liu Ting." Master Fa says, "Easy now, or you will pull out all his hair." Liu Feng turned around in astonishment, eyes filled with silent judgment. This old man was Snow's grandfather, the vice president of the Demon Magic Guild. He thought, truly, the Demon Magic Guild was not to be underestimated. Though this old man was only level 9, he could dispel a space confinement spell of Saint rank. The old man stroked his long white beard and said with a gentle, divine-like expression, "Gentlemen, please show your faces and stop." The assassin was overjoyed to be saved at the last moment, hurriedly replying, "Of course, I must show my face to Vice Chairman Tayat. After all, your Necromancer Guild is the top." At the same time, he turned to Liu Feng, sneering with a cold gaze. "Kid, do not think being a saint level lets you act so arrogantly. You will die young." Furious, a fairy rage burst forth, radiating pressure all around him. Feng, seeing that, Tiat stood behind her grandfather, angry but quickly intervened. Liao Feng, do not act rashly, but he ignored her concern, turning to Defy with an apologetic look for keeping her waiting. Sorry. Fine, I almost missed the guild's contest, she responded immediately with caring eyes, saying that he is more important, and the guild's rivalry is nothing. You are the representative of the mercenary guild in the tournament. Li Yunfeng, a warrior from the Exceso guild. This must be the saint-level youth who slaughtered the thieves guild in Ten Lam City, speaking with surprised resolve. Unexpectedly, the mercenary guild actually let him join. One of them said, looks like this time the mercenary guild will truly rise. To break the noisy atmosphere, Fap Tun interrupted the crowd in the arena. Alright, now that everyone is here, let us begin the guild tournament. Please come up and draw your lots. Before the old man could finish speaking, he closed in with a fierce look, ready to charge the opponent. Life or death, Vice President Tiat. From the Trunk Thieves Guild. We won't draw lots, we will duel the mercenary guild directly. Hearing this, Li Yufeng turned to Defy, surprised by the strange duel format, and asked, Fine, can the challenger actually choose their opponent? She replied, yes, since we are reincarnated enemies, our guild always takes the initiative to challenge. She was worried, never expecting them to take the initiative this time. They are not afraid of him, but you remain calm and resolute. It is okay, agree with the guy. Facing the enemy, she accepts the challenge with a confident, determined look. Alright. Captain Assassin, I accept your proposal, and stepped closer to Liao Feng, his eyes filled with deadly intent, and issued a threat. Haha kid, today you have to leave your pride here. The tension is rising, but I remain unshaken. I have heard many such words before, yet every time, the one who falls is always on your side. The assassin's tone remained defiant and disdainful, his eyes hungry to devour you alive. Kid, do not think being a saint lets you do whatever you want. Contrasting with Liu Feng's confident and fearless expression, ready to face any challenge, he replied with a smile, saying its arrogance is just like that of a saint. At this moment, Elder Fa stood up, ending the dispute with an introduction to start the first match, which would be between the Mercenary Guild and the Pirate Guild. I am worried about you. Before the battle, she told you to be careful and stay alert. She hopes you will be safe. Feng, the Guild of Thieves must be plotting something. If you sense anything wrong, leave immediately. You quickly reassure her. Trust me. Now below the arena, a tense moment. A breathless confrontation is about to unfold. Liao Feng, sword in hand, calmly faces his enemy. The arena is separated from the stands by a curtain. Standing in the stands, the assassin sneers. Kid, cherish your final moments. You are about to die, and order your warriors to kill him. Instantly, Kuo Li, Liu Feng's rival, charges at you with bloodshot eyes. Liu Feng focuses on the long sword, emitting a blue glow toward his opponent, energy surging fiercely around him. The swords roar tears through the air, a powerful force striking straight at Yuan Nu. The vengeful spirit on the platform, clad in spiked armor and sharp claws, swiftly dodged the incoming strikes, yet, surrounded by attacks from all sides. It took a few hits, the roars and clashing sounds echoing through the arena. It lunged at Liu Feng, claws sharp and ready to strike. Instantly, he unleashed his secret technique, channeling a surge of blue energy, imprisoning space itself. But as he attacked more fiercely, the vengeful spirit, though struck, remained unharmed. He thought to himself, this man is truly strange, my attacks can't wound him. Liu Feng pondered deeply, trying to focus and make sense of this strange phenomenon, especially since the man showed no signs of life. Above the stands, the assassin suddenly pulled out a strange device and blew into it. Instantly, the vengeful spirit howled, towering in size. As if empowered by a surge of strength, he watched in stunned amazement. Above the stands, the old Frenchman seemed to recognize the trick and said, this is the blood sacrifice of the vengeful spirit. Snow, standing nearby, immediately turned and asked eagerly, what is that? Tell me quickly. Do not cast a line into muddy waters. Because of the snow's grip, the monk immediately unleashed the fury of the technique blood sacrifice of the vengeful spirit, born from an ancient, cruel ritual. The old master explained in detail, from the creation of the vengeful spirit to the terrifying power it would wield. Fueled by the blood of 1,000 souls born under the sun, with 8 level 9 experts, success might be possible. An obsidian spirit is as powerful as a saint, resisting all attacks and devouring all forms of demonic energy. The assassin listened carefully to every word the leader said, then replied with a confident face, truly worthy of being the vice president of the Mage Guild. So knowledgeable, with a smug smile, he said, now, please witness the youngest saint-level youth on the continent die. Haha. At that moment, beneath the arena, the vengeful spirit suddenly teleported right behind Liu Feng, who was stunned it could teleport. In a flash, it delivered a swift punch tearing through his back, a sharp pain flashing like lightning. Everything happened so suddenly, the guards hurriedly shouted in panic. Officer. On the other side of the stands, Defy also raised his voice with full authority upon witnessing such a dangerous situation. Feng, swift as a blade, Liu Feng soared through the air at an unimaginable speed to evade the attack. his cold gaze and unwavering will ready to fight to the end in this duel, a pure yet terrifying force. The vengeful spirit roared, hands reaching high, its form poised to strike, the air torn apart by overwhelming energy. Amid the chaos, Liu Feng stood firm, eyes cold as blades, swinging his long sword toward it, unleashing a fierce counterattack. You continue the quad attack skill test. Splitting to strike the vengeful spirit from all directions, Liu Feng murmurs softly, eyes steady, as even the sword sheath seems to swallow the swirling dark energies around the divine blade. Facing it, he clenched his fists tightly, sweat spreading across his cheekbones. Yet his expression remained unshaken. This bastard's body was as hard as steel. He could even absorb all the power. This was truly the king of 8 deaths. You gasp in shock, realizing the deadly aura emanating from it surrounds your body and worse, it is seeping inside you. This can go on. Right now, Tefei and Tefei stand on the stands. Eyes filled with worry, she clenches her fists tightly, lips pressed together, voice echoing like a call to courage. Foam. Stay strong. On this side of the stands, Taya and her grandfather were deeply worried. She said, Grandpa, all the attacks from the priest are useless. Please think of something. He furrowed his brow and said thoughtfully, the blood curse spirit technique has been lost for over 10,000 years. I do not know it either. Then he sighed helplessly. All right, stop shaking now. In that tense moment, Fap Tunson sat near a strange object. He raised it to his lips and blew, his eyes cold and sharp, and sat. The Hall Assassin, a guild thief nurturing this blood sacrifice spirit, must have invested no small effort, the old man warned. But if the church around him found out, would His Holiness the Pope himself come to confront him? Hearing this, he froze, the strange whistle-like object leaving his mouth, his mind filled with confusion, and the vengeful spirit immediately halted. Now, Liu Feng strikes swiftly, and it can no longer dodge. He widens his eyes, frowns slightly, and exclaims in shock, this ruthless king is controlled by a whistle. A terrifying truth. You wear a confident face because you have discovered the enemy's weakness. Indeed. If I could get that whistle, would not I gain a loyal ally fearless under gunfire? The arena seemed torn apart by a fierce surge of energy, black and red sparks swirling around its body as its scattered spirit faded away. At this moment, he gripped the sword with both hands, struggling against an uncontrollable force, yet his eyes burned with unshakable determination. Waves of deadly energy surged, threatening to shatter the magical shield enveloping the arena. The air in the stands grew suffocating and chaotic. It is over. The deadly aura intensifies. The magic mask is about to give way. At that moment, Liu Feng struggled to stand amidst the deadly aura, his blood-smeared face and wide eyes not from pain, but sheer terror. He never imagined such terrifying power. He realized this evil force invaded his body but was destroyed by his inner strength. The deadly aura entering his danshin was then assimilated by his Tai Chi energy. In the moment between life and death, Liu Feng astonishingly discovers a way to control the vengeful ghost. Yes, the Tai Chi divides yin and yang, life and death. The ghost's death energy is still far from Tai Chi, he explains with joy. If that is the case, if I can harness the yin energy within the Tai Chi fish to transform vital energy into deadly force, then I might be able to harm him. Right now, facing him, small but resolute, I do not retreat, nor do I falter. Now Tide and Tefei are terrified as he stands motionless. They shout out, Foam, officer. In the arena, he stands tall, his sword glowing like a lightning bolt, his eyes fixed with absolute focus, executing a move that shifts the balance of life and death. Light flickered from Liu Feng's sword as he surged through the air at impossible speed, piercing straight into the heart of the vengeful spirit. The crowd gasped. The bloodthirsty assassin froze the moment the spirit was struck by his attack. He was speechless. No, it could not be. A strike crashes down like thunder, piercing the giant body of the vengeful spirit, blood splattering and staining the arena red. Liu Feng's face remains fearless, eyes shining with determination as he speaks. One fierce breath transforms like 2 relentless strikes, powerful yet excessive. A deadly glare shoots from the stands. Face tense, eyes wide with fury, his hand reaches out as if to crush everything in his path. He roars, daring to destroy my vengeful spirit. I will kill him. In an instant, he notices the attack, quickly leaps into the air, and thrusts his sword downward to strike. The surrounding air seems to freeze, lights and screams echoing, sounds and strikes resound relentlessly, each blow tearing through everything in their path, turning the scene into chaos. Suddenly, voice calls out anxiously and in shock from afar. The leader, Liu Feng, stands still, his face still focused, his cold eyes piercing as if seeing through. Clutching something in his hand, a small box, the shout echoes like thunder. This leg is called the Xin Tu sword. Light erupts from the blade as he stands tall like a hero. The atmosphere in the arena seems frozen. Liu Feng stands upright, behind Elder and Lin Thi, who has been defeated with a pierced adamant. Calmly but authoritatively, Vice Chairman Nicola can now announce the results. And the assassin's ally, spoke with fierce fury and righteous anger. Who dares kill the assassin guild leader? Liu Feng replied with cold, defiant eyes that burned into his opponent. Wasn't my opponent just now the assassin leader of your group? A duel to the death is unquestionable. I killed him. Any problem with that? Meanwhile, In the stands above, Chai had opened her mouth wide, her face stern yet anxious. She grabbed her grandfather Van Nuys' long beard, saying, "Grandpa, please announce the results quickly." In a solemn atmosphere, the venerable mage wearing a towering wizard hat stood still, raising his glowing staff high, his voice booming like thunder. "I declare, the winner this time is the Mercenary Guild." I rushed forward to embrace Lu Feng amidst the silent, frozen moment. Ronko was full of joy. "Feng, you scared me to death. Thank goodness you won." He gently squeezed her waist, his eyes soft, soothing all her fears. "It is okay." At that moment, I mixed pride and satisfaction after years of waiting, my voice booming with confidence. So many years have passed. Finally, I can step on that thief guild. I laughed joyfully, and even killed that damn assassin. Ha! At this moment in the stands, the light from crystal chandeliers reflected on the walls, creating a shimmering space. Laughter echoed everywhere, mingling with excited congratulations. "Congratulations, sir." "Well done, Chairman." "Yes." "Congratulations." Amid the celebration, a harsh voice suddenly rang out like a scolding. Lu Feng, immediately, his face hardened, eyes sharp as blades locking onto his opponent. "So, you want revenge?" It was the envoy of the hand saying with a grave expression, "Killing the assassin leader shows your skill, but I hope you can return the blood spirit token." Hearing that, Lu Feng chuckled softly. Beside him Tifi looked furious. Ida was just here a moment ago. Now she is gone in a blink, the air thick with rising anger, his face tense and full of rage. He ordered his subordinates to bring in Lintha back, his words full of challenge. Wondering what use he will have if he gets the blood spirit pellet, Lu Feng immediately steps forward, blocking the action with a commanding gaze. Saying, "Sorry, this is my spoils of war." The angry man's eyes flare, his lips tremble as he vows revenge. Lu Feng. "Just wait, the old ancestor will come personally to kill you." Then he turns and runs away. Lu Feng was stunned. Eyes wide, sweat breaking out, his face tense as he wondered ancestor spirits. It seems every family hides a sacred monster. Then, Faptun had out a glowing blue box, his voice ringing clear. "Next up are our guilds. Please come forward for the draw." His eyes gleaming with serious excitement. The first match ends with Lee's team victorious, and Tafai shyly whispers, "Foam, take me to rest." Atop the tower, the rest room basks under an unusually clear sky. Tyat approaches from afar, carrying a tray of steaming food, her gentle voice breaking the silence. "Foam, are you tired? Have something to eat." Sitting beside Lu Feng, Tafi smirked slyly, her sharp gaze and subtle words thickening the tension between them. "Come on. Are you heading to the second shore?" Chayat quickly flicked her hair aside, her stern eyes barely hiding her embarrassment, her harsh voice ringing out. "Don't get me wrong, I am feeding the pigs. Want to try some?" Her words were cold but carried a hidden care. Behind her, her grandfather, Faptun, was hastily eating a cake when he suddenly choked. Suddenly the air becomes tense, as if about to explode. Chayat and Tafi face each other with fiery eyes, their faces full of tension, smoke rising around the scene. Neither of us should eat anymore. Then Lu Feng decides to calm his mind, channel his energy, and meditate, his gaze deep in thought, hair swaying with the wind. Breathing steady, muttering to himself, "There must be a duel coming. I need to realign my chi." A brilliant light bursts forth from his body, the entire cosmos emerging within that mystical energy. He awakens like a war god. Outside, the sky shifts at dusk, clouds tinged with orange and purple, bathed in the warm golden glow of day's end. The evening sunlight streams through the large window, bathing the room in golden hues. Tufi kneels quietly, gazing serenely at Lu Feng's face as the sweet surroundings melt away, until suddenly sensing someone nearby. Lu Lung opens her eyes wide in shock and unexpectedly falls backward. You quickly grasp Tufi's hand, whispering softly with careful concern. As her pull is too strong, she falls into you, both wide-eyed. The tension thick in the air. Silence falling, only the pounding of hearts and their eyes meeting. The dim, flickering light fills the room, creating a romantic yet awkward atmosphere as Tafi lies on Lu's chest. Softly whispering, to break the tension, she quickly straightens up. Blushing furiously, "Foam, I came to tell you it is your turn to go on the field." At this moment, Lu Feng still feels shy and embarrassed, stammering as he scratches his head and says, "Okay, I have to fight someone." Tafi announced calmly, "It is the final round. I will face the Dark Magic Guild." You widened your eyes in surprise. The final round already, in the soft glow of the hallway lights. She gently raised a hand to her lips, her eyes sparkling with determination. She said with a smug smile, "All the guilds we drew lots against have already conceded. Now only the Magic Guild remains." Hearing such good news, Lu rushed after Sufi, quickening his pace toward the arena. The deputy leader of the Magic Guild spoke up. Liu. "Brother," the old man, with a proud face and eyes full of gratitude, spoke slowly and sincerely, "I did not have time to thank you earlier. That little snow girl has troubled you many times before." Lu Feng slightly raised his head, his calm eyes shining as he replied gently, "You flatter me too much." Faptun hurriedly smiled faintly, his voice calm yet commanding. "Now, please enlighten us." Brother Lu. In the vast arena, tension thickened as all eyes fixed on him. Standing tall, he declared firmly, "No need, the mercenary guild has withdrawn." France immediately turns to Guildmaster Defy, asking with a cautious look for permission, and Defy responds confidently with a slight, satisfied smile, saying that Leah's statement aligns perfectly with our mercenary guild's intentions. On the second path, we were already very satisfied. His face showed clear confidence and contentment. The Dharma Lord officially declared the winner, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the city. "Very well. I hereby declare the winner of this guild contest. The Demon Magic Guild stands supreme." Olu Fing does not seem to care about the outcome, standing opposite Fi with worried eyes. "Fine. I won't blame you for making that decision." She gently shakes her head. "I did not have that. You have helped us a lot already. But there is just one thing." The atmosphere thickens. Tutu's face mixed with sadness and disappointment. Her legs curled up as she thinks about how he gave up for that girl tight, making her second in the mercenary guild. Lu saw Fi's expression and grew concerned. "Where do you think you are going? That so-called Doonshot Forest is nothing but trouble. If the mercenary guild takes charge, nothing good will come of it." He paused, then added, "I believe the mercenary guild is not strong enough yet." Fi suddenly understood the story, her eyes wide with surprise. Lu said quietly but loud enough for everyone nearby to hear, "Third place is the Warriors Guild." Suddenly, a shadow dashed past behind him. He was startled, unsure if it was friend or foe. "That is Dayhak, your half-human half-dong friend, badly wounded and burning with pain. Lu Feng Huan Di. You must avenge me." Lu Feng, hearing this, suddenly startled in surprise and immediately questioned his friend. "What did you say?" Vinai has left the hospital. The gentle morning sun shone softly on the gate of the Lam Academy, the air fresh and pure, the breeze gently swaying the green leaves at the entrance, when suddenly a sharp voice rang out. "All right, no more wasting time." In a hallway corner, Lu Feng faced Fi, the air thick with tension as her voice cut sharply. "Are you really in such a hurry? What is wrong?" Preparing to break in again, you tilt your head slightly. Speaking slowly, "I thought you did not want to break in." Fi stands too close, making Uldu feel shy. You ask urgently. "Right? Vinai, you are really not coming." She gently clutched his shirt as if hiding her inner fears, her voice wounded. "You are going to see your Vinai. Why am I tagging along?" The words cut deep, leaving Lu standing frozen, clearly confused. Yet, Fi smiled gently, his eyes soft as her voice whispered like the breeze. "All right, do not say more, just go quickly," though a hint of sadness lingered in her heart. Behind him, Bacha was hidden beneath a pile of gifts prepared for the visit, but Li Fang paid no mind, simply responding to Fi shyly. Bacha's face shows clear tension as he struggles to balance the pile of gifts, sweat pouring down, trying not to damage any of them, and he says with a reproachful tone, "Lu Feng, you have prepared too many gifts for Lam Ditch. Can't you put them in the space Fi I gave you?" Lu, confused, said, "The room holds a vengeful spirit. Nothing can stay inside." Bacha frowned, eyes full of doubt and hurt. He spoke, unable to hide his anger and confusion. "Lam Ditch clearly struck me. Why would he give gifts to Han?" You immediately spoke with passion. "If you help me with this, I will cover all the future disputes of the young ladies." The offer sounded very tempting. Without hesitation, he reached for the tall coconut, eyes shining brightly, a smile full of excitement, sealing the deal. Beneath the clear blue sky, towering buildings with magnificent architecture, a girl exclaimed excitedly, "This is the Tine Lam Academy. I must get in." Another friend, eyes sparkling with excitement, gazed at the towering statue in the square. "Whoa, Director Lam Ditch is so handsome. Truly my dream lover." The morning sunlight gently stretches along the stone path leading to the courtyard gate. The fresh air creates a scene both peaceful and vibrant. As Liu Fengfeng steps to enter, a sudden hand decisively reaches out. He halts, startled and alert. The owner of that hand was Xiaokun, female student of the academy. She spoke decisively, forbidding anyone from entering the inner courtyard. "If you wish to admire the director's self-carving, do so in the outer courtyard." At this moment, he remained calm, stepped forward slightly, and spoke politely. "I am Liao Feng, here specially to visit Director Lam Dai." Right now, Xiao Jun immediately sent a mocking laugh. "Ridiculous," she continued, speaking harshly. "One is a crippled martial demon with no magic or fighting energy, and the other looks strange, ugly as a ghost." Blushing furiously when insulted, she continued, speaking with disdain, "Making the atmosphere tense just relying on you all and still wanting to meet the dean." Now Liao Feng spoke up, his voice patient, striving to keep the peace. "Classmate, we have not wronged you. Could not you speak a little more kindly? But instead, you respond with arrogance and coldness." Xiao Jun's voice rang out like a slap in the peaceful air. "Trash like you dares to offend me. Get lost. You do not even care about what you just heard. You are lost in thought, telling yourself this person can't be an enemy sent to block the way." Stepping out of the snow with angry eyes and a flushed face, pointing at her, "Xiao Jun, who gave you the nerve to insult someone else?" Suddenly, a voice startled everyone around. Xiao Jun was confused. Lips trembling, she immediately bowed her head. Voice trembling. "Yes, Sorry. As the atmosphere grew heavy and everyone turned away, stepping forward with a trembling hand, she struggled to stay calm, her voice soft yet firm. Sorry. Officer. They are usually spoiled. Beside Liu Feng, Bacha held the gift tightly, tilting his head as he spoke gently but decisively. It is okay. No need to apologize to them. You keep speaking with curiosity. Right. Why did you come here? Tut replied calmly. Teacher Lam called me. He feared you could not pay back the money and forced another break-in. In her mind appeared the image of Lam, the academy director, who had spoken to her. Just by his appearance, she knew he was a scoundrel, probably could not even repay a single academy debt. Liu Feng tries to stay calm, his broad shoulders settling firmly. Rest assured, I won't be reckless like that. But deep inside, his heart screams, why is this old bastard so twisted? Soon after, the snow spoke softly. All right. Follow me. As the evening sky painted clouds like flying stones, along the way, gentle sunset light bathed the ancient rooftops, with Liu Feng trailing quietly behind her. A gentle breeze caresses his hair. Green leaves dance in the air, and in the distance, Grand House stands beside a lush green lawn. Chat Liu Feng spots a familiar figure amidst the blooming flower field, the girl with golden hair and a flowing dress in the wind. His eyes wide with surprise and emotion. It was Vi. In that picturesque moment, Liu Feng stood silent, his face showing a hint of embarrassment as he whispered, I have found Vi. The wind softly carries the scent of grass and leaves swirling like a dance. He rushes forward without hesitation. The sky shifts between reality and dream, and he stands frozen in stunned disbelief. This can't be a dream. Amidst that scene, Vi appeared radiant like the morning sun, her hair gently swaying in the breeze. She smiled softly and greeted. Liu Feng, long time no see. The sky was unusually clear as they stood silently in each other's arms. Liu Feng whispered, Vi hi. A call from a heart racing with the joy of rediscovering a precious treasure thought lost. He held Va tightly, his voice choked with tears of joy. Whispering, Vi hi, it is so good. You are really alive. Still alive. The world around them melted into golden light as she closed her eyes and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Softly humming, the space fell silent, only the soft wind rustling through the leaves. She spoke sincerely. I swear, I won't let that happen again. He replied, I won't let you suffer any more pain. Her voice rang out like a steadfast shield, a vow unbroken. In the distance, a hoarse yet powerful voice called out, Master, 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 Master. Young one, can you release my student now? It was Lam Ditch, Vi's teacher, one of the sacred ones. Instantly, they let go, and Vi, with wide eyes, softly called, Teacher, her voice gentle and tinged with worry. Hesitant, under the clear blue sky, with gentle words flowing, he bowed his head, holding the carefully wrapped gift box with both hands. Respect and gratitude in Tao. Esteemed elder, this is a token of apology for my previous offense. Thank you for your kindness all this time. But contrary to Liu Feng's thoughts, he stood there, crushing something in his hand, his eyes blazing with undeniable anger. I accept your apology, but I do not want to hear another word from you. Vi Hai, with sparkling eyes, gently shook her teacher and pleaded softly for him to calm down, while Lam Ditch turned away, his sorrowful gaze hidden. Fine. If you already have a boyfriend, you do not need that teacher anymore. Right, so I won't stay here to be a bother. He turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to take the gift from your hand. At this moment, 8 was beside me, seemingly understanding the private matter. She said, then I will take the Liachi to rest. Lam Leek walked away, silently telling himself, the old lonely man has been abandoned. On the contrary, Bacha did not want to leave. Thinking, I am not tired, how could I abandon such a heartfelt reunion between lovers? His face lit up, as if he would just uncovered a treasure of everyday emotions. Immediately, burning gaze like a blazing flame shot from Liu Feng. He was exhausted. Bacha stood silently, his half-masked face betraying deep fatigue. He half closed his eyes and whispered, I am done. I am very tired. I am leaving now. Now, it is just you and Vinee. The space seems frozen, a silence filled with unspoken words, both shy and hesitant. Liu Feng breathed softly, thoughts swirling in his mind, wondering what to say. Softly uttering, Viney, not just a name, but a call that stirs memories and deep emotions. Viney held Liu Feng's hand tenderly, her gentle warmth clear, after long seclusion. She said, let us take a stroll to school together, side by side at dawn. Their steps blended with nature's breath, the world hushed, leaving only their shy gazes. His eyes widened. Cheeks flushed, he whispered softly, as she smiled gently. Eyes closed, her face serene. The lake's surface lay still as glass, reflecting the fading orange sunset. Amidst this scene, she whispered softly like a breeze, when I woke up, I was already at Lam Tin Academy, her words carrying a dreamlike memory. Vinee continued recounting the times without him by her side, then secluded herself in cultivation until now. Liu Feng responded with a mountain-like resolve. At first, he should not have eliminated that bastard so easily. The two kept talking, oblivious to her classmates, who naturally called out, Senior Sister Vinee. All eyes turned to Vinee, usually cold and distant, now close to a strange man. Who is this man holding her hand? The goddess Vai, holding hands with a stranger. She was shocked by the teasing, her face showing discomfort as the crowd whispered, "Oh no, the fresh flower has been plucked." Vina lowered her gaze and whispered, "Liu Feng." She almost let go of his hand, but he gripped it tightly. Then Liu Feng turned to the crowd, his face hardening, eyes resolute, and he spoke clearly with authority. "Are you looking for Vina?" Fear gripped them, and they stammered, "No, no, sorry to bother you," quickly turning and hurrying away. Seeing that, Vina covered her mouth to hold back something, then burst out laughing. Her blue eyes sparkled mischievously as she tilted her head, looked at him, and teased, "That guy, you are already a saintly elder, so why do you act like a child, now?" Facing me, you confess in a calm voice that your true strength is only shown to outsiders, your eyes deep and profound. To Liu Feng, she is the girl he never wants to hide anything from, a trust he holds sacred. And you, the only one who knows all of him, what could he possibly hide when facing you? The sky was bathed in golden hues of a blazing sunset, shifting from pale gold to a mesmerizing fiery orange. Casting an enchanting spell, they sat silently side by side, close yet not distant, his gaze deep in thought. Yes, there was something that needed to return to its rightful owner. Vinay stopped abruptly, as if seeing something familiar but long unseen, and softly asked, "Is this?" Liu Feng replied, "It is the only thing you left behind back then." As he gently touched Vinay's hair, his eyes filled with nostalgia. In that scene, she stood out with cute cat ears and a red bow, her gentle eyes captivating the crowd. I trembled. "Vinay, even now I feel like I am dreaming, afraid that if I let go of your hand, I will wake up." She smiled softly, replying with a warm, silly phrase. Liu Feng's face suddenly held sadness, his deep brown eyes reflecting unspoken feelings. "You gently bowed your head, and from that day on, I always dreamed of waking up one day to live with you and Grandpa." But the words "brush your teeth" only revealed a beautiful dream. The surroundings suddenly darkened, mirroring the turmoil inside Liu Feng. He sighed deeply, clutching his face. A gentle voice echoed, "Vinay, I'm sorry. I blame myself for being too weak back then. Or else Grandpa would not have." She immediately sat close beside him, as if to comfort and reassure, her gentle eyes and soft voice like a breeze whispering, "Don't blame yourself anymore. You have done so much already. Have not you already avenged Grandpa yourself? I hope you can forgive yourself." At that moment, Viney looked up at the sky and whispered, "If Grandpa knew of your achievements today, he would surely be happy." Words meant for someone far away. Beneath the brilliant orange and yellow sky, Liu Feng stood silently, his gaze distant. A soft call whispered as if meant only for the wind. "Grandpa." In the distant sky above, the gentle image of Grandpa appears, his stern yet warm eyes nodding softly. "Little one, you did well," she says with recognition. "He gave his whole heart, and someday Vai will entrust it to you." Amidst the peaceful scene, no words are needed, just a simple shoulder to lean on brings two hearts closer. She whispered, "Liu Feng, tell me about the things you have been through." Liu Feng nodded, replying with a simple promise, "I will." Late night falls gently, like a black silk draping everything. A crescent moon hangs suspended in the sky, reflecting on the still lake. Now, Vinay softly looks at him with knowing blue eyes, her voice rising, "Is it really this late? Or will you stay at school tonight? I have my own dorm. You can stay with me." A moment of silence passed. He nodded softly, voice low but full of feeling. All right. Suddenly, Lam's voice shouted from the next room, "Dream on, buddy." His voice rang out with disappointment. "Looks like it is not happening." He sighed deeply, regret filling the air, making the atmosphere heavy between them. Vinay took his hand, smiling gently. "Come here, I have a gift for you." Surprised, he asked softly, "What is it?" Hand in hand, they walked to the center of the lake. The night was silent, the crescent moon casting its reflection on the water, the atmosphere filled with poetic charm. Vinay closed her eyes slightly, smiled softly, and placed her hand on her cheek, teasingly suggesting, "Close your eyes." Instantly, Lu Feng obeyed, his face glowing with trust and curiosity. "All right." Viney grabbed his hand and plunged into the deep blue lake. Underwater, his eyes widened in shock, unable to grasp what was happening. The moment Viney gave him a sudden kiss, all sounds faded away, leaving only the pounding of hearts and the thrill of the moment. Liu Feng, lost in the haze of that tender kiss, wore a face of happiness that momentarily forgot all the pain in the world. He silently wished, "If this were just a dream, please let me live in it forever." In the fading light of dusk, within the silent schoolyard, a group of students laughed cruelly, filled with scorn. "Ha ha! You fool! No wonder you believed in inner strength, turns out you are just a blind orphan." Before them sat a boy crouched on the ground, face downcast, silent, yet inside I was screaming. I was once powerless, humiliated by others. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Liu Feng lying on a white bed, his wounded body treated. Beside him stands Vinay with golden hair. She placed her hand on his forehead, voice filled with worry. "Are you okay? Why are you still so hot?" He barely parted his lips, whispering, "Ever since I came to this world and met her, It was a small but cozy room. Opposite sat a girl with big, round eyes, full of care and warmth. You tell yourself, Vinai, the only girl in this world who has ever truly been kind to you. Now, the scene shifts to a small tavern, where warm yellow lights softly illuminate the worn wooden tables. In a quiet corner, you and Vinai are sitting with a friend who, seeing Vinai flick your ear, says, Kid, a man must be strong. Do not be afraid of your wife. As Vinai glares, you all exchange playful banter in a hilarious conversation, and you quietly admit, life here is simple but always filled with laughter. The space fell silent. Only the pounding hearts and locked gazes remained. Vinai took Lu Feng's hand and softly said, From today on, I am family to you. He could not react, only stared at her, his hand gripping hers here. For the first time, I truly felt the stirrings of life. The scene shifts to a chapel, him hand in hand with Vinai in a pure white wedding dress, his heart trembling, even dreaming of the day they walk down the aisle together. Time freezes, then moves to another space. Happiness does not last, until one day, Vinai's image appears, warning as if she is about to leave forever. Lu Feng. Promise me. Take good care of yourself. He screams. No! A thunderous explosion erupted with blazing orange flames, tearing through the space, the wind howling in panic and despair. Vinai. A resolute voice rang out, shattering the silence. Yet even then, he refused to rise. If you do not wake up, I will get mad. He slowly opened his eyes, his fierce gaze softening with surprise. Turns out he was dreaming. He woke up to see Vinai's eager face and wide eyes shouting, The sun's almost at its peak, and you are still asleep. Lu Feng quickly reached out and pulled her hand, as if she was falling into him. She was surprised, barely catching herself. Amidst the morning sunlight shining through the scene, he sat up, holding her tightly. Vinai, I won't let you suffer anymore, nor let you be apart from me again. With wide, anxious eyes, she softly called out, Hey, what is wrong? Lu Feng gently stroked her head and shared the vivid memories from his dream, whispering, I dreamed, recalling so many moments we have been through together. The space between them stretched taut with unspoken emotions, until a soft call, Vinai, made her pause. Now, only their heartbeats and breaths remained. Vinai's eyes, a delicate pink and a gentle green flicker, hiding her embarrassment as she hesitated. He asked, What do you want to do? He stepped closer to her. She lowered her gaze, avoiding eye contact but unable to hide her embarrassment. Suddenly, a shout shattered the romantic atmosphere. Damn you, how dare you! A surge of power was unleashed. King Swan Poji, and a deafening explosion brought the entire room crashing down. Li Yunfeng, in his pajamas, was full of frustration. Lamb ditch, are you crazy? He said, catching Vinai with fiery eyes. Across from them, on the rooftop, Lamditch stood with the wind blowing his coat, uttering sharp reproaches. Someone said the newcomer had bad intentions toward Vinai even before fighting, but is not that too cruel? Below, Liu Feng looks helpless. He speaks out with deep worry, while Vinai stands bewildered. Aren't you afraid of hurting Vinai? Lamditch replied confidently, if one cannot avoid it, the fighting aura will vanish upon approaching Vinai. Vinai quickly broke the tense atmosphere, laughing as she said loudly to her master, All right, master. Getting angry so early after arriving truly unbecoming of the fourth city. Hearing that, Lamditch flew into a rage, his anger flaring at being judged by his beloved apprentice. I lost my composure, and if I had not come, he might have tried something. He growled, turning to Liao Feng with eyes blazing hatred, thunderously declaring, Little thief, I have always been watching you closely. Amidst the wreckage of chaos, the three faced each other, strange yet comical. Lamditch spoke angrily. Also, pay me back later for damaging the dorm secretary's stuff. Liu Feng frowned, retorting with frustration. Huh, you want me to pay? Do you even know how to reason? He replied sarcastically. What? A saintly figure like you can't even spare some money. Words that cut deep into Liu Feng's pride. He stood straight, arms crossed behind his back. Spoke firmly. All right, I will make it up to you. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, but since you messed up my room, I will be staying with Vinai tonight. Up on the rooftop, thunder rode like a storm, a man ready to die. Below, Vinai gently held his hand. All right, no more arguing, let us go. I will take you to bathe, Liu Feng said mischievously as he was pulled away, turning back to say, Director Lamditch, I am heading to Vinai's room. I am going there myself. The air around seemed to crackle with the fierce fire and wrath bursting from Lamditch, who spoke with commanding power and sharp intent. Little one, surrender your life to me, now. After bathing, Liu Feng basks in the morning sun, the early breeze carrying the freshness of a new day. He shouts with joy, what a fine air, clenching his fist tightly. Pain from the wound on his face stings, and he mutters in frustration, he even struck my face. That old man is truly cruel. Just wait, sooner or later, I will get him. Right behind him was Vinai, holding a bottle of medicine, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief and a humorous scolding, who told him to keep provoking the master. He deserved the beating. In her eyes, Liu Feng and Lamditch clashed like cats and dogs whenever they met, a scene both tense and intimate. He was serious, and he held back only out of respect for her teacher. She chuckled softly, covering her mouth to hide her surprise. All right, I get it now. At that moment, Viney gently pressed the cloth to Liu Feng's wound. He cried out in surprise. Ouch, she scolded softly, yet with care. Don't move anymore. The atmosphere grew warm and emotional as Viney's voice rang out softly but meaningfully. The teacher has paid a great price for you, no different than the parents who gave you life. You two must live well together. Her eyes shining with sincerity and hope, with sparkling eyes and a bright smile, she tilted her head, voice full of excitement. All right, it is done. He glanced softly at the mirror, furrowing his brow, his complexion pale and dull, stealing away all his charm. Viney took his hand gently, her voice full of warmth. Beautiful. Beautiful. You are the most handsome man in the world. Then he looked up with sparkling eyes. Come on, let us go. Today I have to take a walk with you. He tilted his head slightly. Frowning softly. A walk. Viney looked at him with eager eyes, continuing with an excited and hopeful tone. I used to stay secluded. My master never let me out, so today I must go and enjoy the joyful air. In her pink-white dress, she was like a blooming flower, fragile and beautiful. Silently thinking, the most important thing is to see Defy. In the city's twilight glow, crowds rush by. The breeze stirs his blue coat as he takes Viney's hand in her red and white dress. Amid the bustling street, they stand out. Lively music plays. Baby, tonight we take down the tiger. While the distant streets buzz with laughter and hurried life, he suddenly widens his eyes. Confused, as she pulls him away, Viney's eyes sparkle. Her lips hum softly, dancing the che-che of love. She pulled him in front of a fashion boutique, the soft lights and music casting a magical glow. He flashed back to Viney in that daring pink outfit. And then the music swelled, champagne flowed like a waterfall, and his heart raced. Then she changed in a pure white wedding dress, wearing a wreath on her head, appearing like a princess stepping out of a dream. Liu Feng was stunned, his heart struck by Cupid's arrow, but with Viney's mischievous plan, she made him change into a blue dress. She could not stop laughing as the music played on. Baby, I am not afraid of falling in love. The two left, pretending to stroll to the pet rental shop, as if she wanted to dance with the breeze. The cha-cha rhythm of love still played. Beneath the fiery orange sunset sky, he and Viney sat atop a giant bird slicing through the wind, her hair flowing in front, eyes sparkling. He clung tightly from behind, both nervous and excited. The music blazed with the atmosphere, heating me to the highest degree. Night fell gently, draping the sky with a dark veil sprinkled with stars. As the two shared a kiss beneath the full moon hanging high, the two returned to the city, where lights now glowed everywhere, coloring the ancient streets. Viney skipped along with a carefree smile, while Liu Feng softly called after her. You have been running all day. Are not you tired? Viney turned with a bright smile, eyes closed in contentment. Whispering softly, thank you for being with me. The night breeze carried a faint floral scent, as he gently patted her head, shy and tongue-tied. You idiot. Why are you even thanking me? She burst out laughing. Teasing. You are the real fool. Liu Feng now had one hand stuffed with shopping bags, the other clutching gifts, looking cute but a bit overwhelmed. He asked, so, where to next? Back to study Vietnamese. Hearing this, she stubbornly stopped, her cheeks puffed out in frustration. No, I want to go, she said, voice both defiant and hesitant. A sharp call shattered the tender air by, with a trio led by LaFace Kai. Stood opposite. Amidst the scene, his hair spiked, eyes blazing with anger and confusion. He shouted uncontrollably, who is he? What is your connection to him? That caught the crowd's attention on the street. They murmured with curiosity, what is going on? The reply came back with worry. It seems the academy's students are fighting. Viney stood at the front, Liu Feng close by her side. As the atmosphere grew heavy with whispers spreading around, Senior Lakai had always pursued Senior Bai. But today, just returning from training outside, he learned that she had gone out with another man. But that man showed no trace of magic energy, clearly a useless martial mage. She replied without hesitation, for in her heart she already had an answer clearer than any rumor. Sorry, Senior Lak, this has nothing to do with you. Luffy Kai, his face full of anger, pain, and undeniable disappointment, hesitated with a heavy heart. He had chased after you for so long, yet you openly live with a crippled martial artist. Viney stood still, his eyes burning with a mix of anger and pain. Whispering. Detestable. The air suddenly thickened with tension as Lak Kai, eyes blazing with fury, pointed sharply towards the storage room. You, I will make your life worse than death. You, with a stunned face, unable to react in time, you stand opposite, yet exude an aura. Your voice rings out, slow and full of challenge, with no small amount of arrogance. I want to see for myself, she said like a silent challenge, calm yet enough to make him hesitate. Suddenly, Vi raised her hand to stop him, saying, it is not convenient for you to handle this. Let me take care of it. Before he could fully grasp the meaning, Viney rushed from behind like a gust of wind, her small frame brimming with fierce determination as she charged straight at Lev Kai. In the tense air, Viney's strike hit him squarely in the face, blood and energy exploding like blazing red fireworks. The scene is filled with glowing orbs drifting mysteriously, her voice powerful and eyes sharp with unwavering resolve. How many times have you met me and dared to chase me? Stay here and admire yourself instead, and how dare you insult my people? A heavy silence fell. She continued, her gaze cooling slightly. Next time won't be so simple. The space flooded with brilliant white light. Like a stage performance, the academy students' faces ranged from surprise and excitement to respect, their voices rising. Vinay is amazing. So fierce. Vinay fights brilliantly. At that moment, Vinay paid no mind to her surroundings. Her sparkling blue eyes shone with innocent charm as she smiled brightly and said with energy, "Let us go. Lu Feng, we are heading to the mercenary guild." Meanwhile, in another room of the academy, pale yellow light danced upon walls adorned with emblems and crossed swords. Bachkang sat cross-legged, calmly reading while leisurely savoring a cool slice of watermelon. Opposite him, Tayat and Tafi battled fiercely in the Mon Kalong. A place meant for quiet study now turned into a relentless battlefield, their clashes echoing without mercy. Bachkang tilted his head slightly, eyes filled with surprised helplessness. Are women's competitive spirits really this fierce? After wrestling all afternoon, they still want to claim the office for another match. Bright white light from the towering ceiling shone down on the arena. Every grapple carried the intensity of a battle for honor, two girls facing off with all their will and emotion. Amidst the blazing red space, Tayat swung her hand forward, striking the orb. It soared through the air, caught by a hand Liao Feng's, who had just arrived, his face stern, voice tinged with irritation yet calm. "I said, you are not at home. So what are you doing here?" The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. You continued, "I taught you both badminton to build health, not to fight to the death." At that moment, the two girls stopped abruptly. Tafi's eyes blazed with spirit as she shouted, "Foam, tea." Startled, he exclaimed in surprise, "Officer." Then Vinay appeared, her sparkling blue eyes and radiant smile shining as she waved gently, her voice bright with energy. "Hi, ladies." The world around seemed to hush. Tafi, stunned as if witnessing the unexpected, watched Tayat rush forward to embrace Vinay fiercely. She called out, "Vinay." Approaching, Tafi clasped his arm, her eyes gleaming with mischief, a half-smile playing on her lips, as if she would uncover a delightful secret. "Feng, is this Vinay? Why did not you introduce her to me?" Liu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, his face flushed, and with a voice full of emotion, he said, This is Vinay." After a brief pause, he continued, as if bursting from the depths of his heart, She is." Soft backlight illuminates the three standing side by side. He stands bewildered in the middle. Vinay holds Tifi's hand, a faint smile on her lips. She speaks gently but confidently. "Hello. Tukofi. Ainini." That moment marks a new beginning, the fateful encounter. Vinay gazes into the eyes before her, her face full of care, her blue eyes shining with sincerity. She speaks softly, like a gentle breeze. "Thank you, Tay, for taking care of Anfeng during this time." A small moment, yet filled with deep affection. An unexpected event unfolds, leaving Liu Feng fierce and conflicted. "I am Liu Feng. As a time traveler, today was the day I longed for to reunite with Vi. But Vinay tightly holds Tafi's hand, her face full of gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Mir Feng during this time." Hearing her words, he is startled. She even called me Mir Feng. At this moment, Liu Feng's mind was like a computer, rapidly typing to search for information to save a life. What should I do in this situation? Quickly decide. Suddenly, Bachka ran over, like an experienced guide offering advice, declaring his claim as soon as he arrived. "Just the sheer will to die while watching the enemy die. Vinay's tactics are truly cunning. Bachka's reasoning made you worthy of respect, and now you understand." Without hesitation, Butchki immediately grabbed a comic book, boasting he would read it many times. "You think my reading girly stories is useless? A simpleton like you would not survive half an episode in a battle story." Seeing someone truly understands love, Liu Feng turns and asks, "Then teach me, what do I do now?" With a dark grin, Bachka replies, "Take her to your room. Sleep together." Just as he retracted his words, Bachka took a full strike from the two assassins, soaring high into the air. After dealing with him, the two stood firm, faces cold and fierce. Turning to Liu Feng, who was crouched on the ground. "Feng. Brother Feng, what did you just say?" "Oh no." Suddenly, a blaze of golden red fire streaked across the sky. "It is Tu Kim." "Liu Feng, I am back." Tu Kim. The golden aura fades, revealing his face as he approaches. It is really Tu Kim. He is returned, with a gaze full of affection. Liu Feng recalls the stories shared with Xiao Jin after Vinay's ordeal, how Xiao Jin's presence helped me through that time. From a dragon egg to birth, then sharing meals and sleep, and finally facing the ultimate battle together. Memories flood back. You stop and look as he draws near. Now, little Kim has safely returned, surely missing me too. Unable to hide his feelings, Liu Feng spreads his arms wide, ready to embrace little Kim, but then, a surprise unfolds. Yet he rushed straight into Fine's embrace, holding her with satisfaction. Finally feeling that warm, soft intimacy. Little Kim seemed oblivious to him, like a stone frozen by pain. Heartbroken for his old father, he suddenly pressed his face into that soft bun. "Over here, Tafiti. I really miss you." but feeling a third presence, Xiao Jin moved his face away. Looked closely, something felt off. It was softer, but in the end, despite knowing the difference, he held on tightly, letting himself be happy. Viney was different. She immediately pulled Tiu Kim away. Looking at Viney in confusion, this little sister is strange, and she is Liao Feng's new girlfriend. She was not afraid or hateful of Xiao Jin, but smiled softly at him, the silly Xiao Jin of the Liao Feng family. Xiao Jin told Ti how many girlfriends Liao Feng had before, with a friendly smile. Little Kim is quite honest, even listing each name on his fingers. There are many. Fit. Rudai, Ru Lang Vom. When Ru was put on the list as his girlfriend, she got angry, pointed her finger and said, I do not. You are talking nonsense. Li Yufeng panicked, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Do not trust what Tiu Kim says. He is quiet and untrustworthy. Forget that. Tiu Kim longs deeply for you. Li Yufeng. Remember him, missing him deeply. Holding Li Yufeng in my arms with doubt. So what? I do not believe it, Xiao Jin said innocently. It is true. During this time. Besides eating, I always think of you. If you do not believe me, Chot glared at the two beautiful girls opposite him, screaming wildly, Sister Defy. Sister Tyet. Little Kim's eyes never lie, with heart-shaped glances. He said, Sisters, I miss you all too. Seeing him about to soar high, Liu Feng firmly grabbed his tail and ordered, stop causing trouble. Xiao Jin. But Xiao Jin was stubborn, blinded by beauty. Pleading, let me go. I want a beautiful sister. Suddenly, Viney approached, smiled softly, and asked, Feng, tell me, what kind of person would create Tiu Kim with such a look? Liu Feng feigned innocence, released Tiu Kim, and replied, dragon nature is inherently lustful. This is Tiu Kim's innate trait. Nothing to do with me. Not stopping there, Liu Feng raised his hand high, declaring boldly, I am the purest heir of the Hong clan, nurtured under the teachings of the five ascending Tumai. Hearing this, Viney's eyes grew sad, and she said, I see. Actually, tonight I wanted to be with you, but if you are that pure, I will go back to my training. What are we even talking about? Seeing Viney like that, Liu Feng could not hold back his emotions, lying down and quickly recounting. Wait, I forgot to tell you. Actually, I am the heir of the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Batch Ki approached and asked, while Little Kim watched the two with affection, Lord Little Kim, if you were going to find Liu Feng, I should have been notified by now, so why is there still no sign? He is obedient. He told everything. Because I sneaked out there. Batch Ki was shocked. What? Sneaked out. His face grew anxious, sweat pouring down. Long Island must be in chaos now. Back where Little Kim slipped away without permission, an angry voice rang out. Auntie. Kim was furious, his sharp eyes glaring down at the useless crowd below. Such a great dragon, yet it vanished without a trace. Back in another space, in the dim hall, someone knelt in penance, cursed and damned. As the guild leader of the Thieves Guild, he was killed, and the blood sacrifice spirit was stolen. Truly useless. The shadow priest knelt, hands clasped, head bowed, reporting, Elder Shadowgrave, the opponent has only just attained the Saint Realm. Hand's face showed fear, sweat pouring more than the rain. We believed that relying on the vengeful spirit alone was enough to kill Han, the new guild leader of the Thieves Guild. Ying Shi. The more Ying Shi argued, the harder it was for the old man to accept. Angrily retorting, you think that little brat destroyed the two statues, Grandmaster of the Thieves Guild. Shadow Tome, you remain so foolish. This time, can you atone for the blood debt to the vengeful spirits? How will you repay your sins? Seeing Shadow Tome like this, though my body is ravaged by chaos, I bite down and accept. Grandmaster, I am willing to die 100 times to atone. But now the vengeful spirit talisman is in the hands of outsiders. I beg the elder to seize it back. The old man is suffused with green spiritual energy, surrounded by thick white smoke. Your life is held for now. Once I claim that brat's head, I will settle the score with you. The sky darkens as they return to Defy's luxurious house. Gathering in the garden, sharing grilled meat and stories. Tafi placed 2 skewers of meat on Viney's fork and challenged, Me, try my skills. If you like it, you can come to my house for home-cooked meals anytime. Not one to back down. Viney took the meat fork and countered. Tafi, you try my grilled meat too. This is the dish Feng always loves. Both sat in silence, face to face, eyes locked, sparks of confrontation slowly igniting. Unaware, Lu Feng kept enjoying his meal, while Tiu Kim, sitting on his lap, spoke up. She had not finished what she was saying earlier. He savored the fragrant meat, then recounted everything that happened after leaving Long Island. I have always tracked your aura to find this place, and I have encountered many villains, but I have defeated them all. Little Kim bitterly recounts each ordeal, facing them alone. Once, she even fell into the trap of those so-called sea bandits, truly detestable people. Princess, stay sharp and run. Arms wrapped tight. He teared up recounting the grave encounter with that old guild elder who wanted to keep me as a pet. I fought him off, wounds still healing, my power sealed, but I was losing. almost could not make it back. Upon hearing the name of that gang, Tu Fi's face filled with anger as he warned Lu Feng. It is the Dao Tak Guild again. That is right. Feng, today I received news that Father Dao Tak has made a move. You must be careful. You are quite annoying too, daring to mess with little Kim. I have not even sought them out, yet they come to my door sooner or later. I have to kill them first. Sitting in a corner, Bachka takes a big bite of meat and says, just one guild. Killing them won't take more than a few minutes. He relaxed his body, chuckling confidently. I have been so busy lately, I feel like I am about to sprout mushrooms. How about we set off tomorrow? Night had fallen. It was already midnight at Tafi's house. Lu Feng straightened his back, staring into the blazing firehead, and said, we have eaten enough. Everyone should get some rest early. Tafi and Vaihai would not give in, holding out until midnight, since there is not enough rooms today. Vainai, you can sleep in my room. She spoke up on her own, marking her claim over Vainai. While I, needing to handle union matters tonight, went to Feng's room. Lying on the table would do. But Vaini was cleverer. She calmly insisted. No need. I will sleep in Feng's room tonight. I already told him. Not stopping there, Vai even reached out and held Liu Feng's hand. Right. Feng, you are really flustered, but you still nodded in agreement. Yes. Vainai, I will sleep with you tonight. Sorry about that. Hearing this, she reluctantly let go, accepting it despite her sadness. Alright then, it seems Tu Kim really likes Vainai and desperately insists. No, Vaini must sleep with me. I have not yet, but it is too late. Liu Feng grabs his tail tightly, blocking him from approaching her, then throws Tu Kim back, asking Bachke to take care of him. Go sleep with Dai Hak. Finally, he held beautiful Vainai by the waist and headed to the bedroom, excitement in the air. Meanwhile, Bachka, burdened with the troublesome Tu Kim, sat late at the table before making his way to the room, leaving Tafi alone, lonely and sad, yet hard to blame him. A moment later, in the spacious room, the two shyly sat on the big bed. Liu Feng cast a tender gaze toward Vi, who stammered nervously, could it be tonight? Summoning all his courage, his face flushed as he called her name. Vainai, their hands clasped tightly, unwilling to let go even for a moment. Vainie's cheeks flushed red, her teeth gently clenched, a sudden spark of electricity running through her entire body. Liu Feng, like a wild beast, clings to her shoulder, eyes full of unspoken words, his hand gently brushing over her flawless, smooth skin. In just a few seconds, Vainai lay quietly on the bed, her shy gaze adorably sweet. Outside the window, under the dim light, Liu Feng slowly approached, face close to hers. Under the dim lights, they drew close, no distance between them. Suddenly, outside the window, a shadowy figure approached. Without any warning, it struck the glass with a fierce blow, the sound echoing through the room, startling Liu Feng into a defensive stance. Who could it be? It was a familiar creature, using its hand to bang loudly on the door to alert him. The messenger. Liu Feng, Adak, had passed on the message, wake up and go pee. Gripping the sword, Liu Feng's body blazed with furious fire. The entire Defy house echoed with shouts. News of a great disaster shattered their plans. I spit in your grandfather's face. In another room, the communication stone shows a Diang Xiaojin entering the altar. Injured. Emperor Long Hong had planned to help him break through to the current realm during the crisis, but he fled instead. His Majesty is furious. Truly enraged, I wish I could see Liu Feng's group sitting quietly, listening if the story continues. I bet little Kim is searching for you. His eyes were confident, Adak even more so he immediately sent a message here to find you. He did not forget to tease you, conveniently reminding you to get up and pee, making Liu Feng lose his composure. He threw the bag of gold toward the illusory image, the little sister of that person. Returning to a serious demeanor, Adak opened his palm and continued explaining his plan to come here. Especially if Jin's energy now was a storm of fire. If the breakthrough is delayed, it will have adverse effects on his body. So we hope you can quickly bring little Kim back. Only his words saddened him as he looked at his beloved little Kim. What am I to do? Not forgetting the purpose of coming here, Adak's eyes gleamed with intent as he announced. Just in time. His Majesty the Dragon King also wishes to see you. That unreasonable demand left me more confused than ever. Does the Dragon King want to see me because of Xiao Jin? I have said enough about the matter. I do not want to waste time. Farewell. Disappearing now. See you at Long Island. Oh. And everyone, remember to get up and pee. With that, Liu Feng stomped on the message stone, shattering it instantly, clenching his teeth with a hateful glare. Nudri Yi declared. Obviously, we are sworn enemies, but setting that aside, Liu Feng, there is something far more important. Vainai, which room shall we go to? As he reached out to escort the beauty back, Vainai, blushing and covering her face, scrambled away, saying, I will sleep alone. You can sleep with Ziyaksh. Her actions turned her to stone, her heart seemingly shattered to pieces. Seeing them like that, Tafi could not hide his satisfaction, laughing out loud. Early the next morning, sunlight filters into Fi's house as she and Vai, both beautiful and capable, prepare breakfast for everyone. Liu Feng is still asleep, lying with little Kim, lost in a sweet dream. Suddenly, a loud voice startles them awake. Miss Tafai. Something's wrong. Carrying food, she hurried outside to assess the situation. What is going on? Seeing a man wounded all over, sword in hand, collapsing to the ground, Tafi immediately recognized him as a member of my father's guard. Her face was emotionless now. Ingimlum kept asking about the situation. Haven't you returned to the family yet? Tu-Ni mustered his last strength, wiped the blood from his hand, and replied, We were ambushed by the guild of thieves on the road. Ilderdeef, hearing that a loved one is in danger, Tafai was grabbed by his hand. What about my father? With a darkened face, Tu-Ni finally revealed the truth. After he was injured by the guild of Taoists, he was immediately taken away. No sooner had she spoken than the cup in Tafi's hand shattered on the ground, water splashing everywhere. She stood frozen, stunned, unable to believe his words. How could this be? Luckily, Liu Feng appeared from behind, comforting her with a firm grip. Fine, what is wrong? Tafi sadly recounted. Father was taken away by the Guild of the Way. Tears kept falling as she turned back, asking, Feng, what should we do? Seeing Tafi like this, Liu Feng clenched his teeth and declared, Don't worry. Fine, leave it to me. I will definitely bring your father back safely. Guild of the Righteous Path. This time I will definitely kill you all to destroy you. Without hesitation, stepping out of Tafi's gate, Liu Feng signaled to the 100 warriors behind him. Let us go. Charging forward, he ran with great excitement, my hands atching with an unbearable thirst. After a few steps, Vinai chased after him, calling out, Wait! Vinai's voice startled them both. They stopped abruptly and turned around. She hurried forward, gripping Liu Feng's arm tightly, her eyes pleading, Let me go with you. Hearing Vinai's request, Liu Feng immediately refused in anger. No way. We are going to fight the powerful saints of the guild's sacred realm. It is very dangerous. His attitude made her uncomfortable. She looked up, questioning, So once you master the sacred realm, you will find me troublesome, right? She asked suddenly but with sharp intensity, leaving Liu Feng flustered as he waved her off. Vi hi. I did not mean that. I just fear you will get hurt. With a clear answer, Vi opened her eyes wide, emphasizing her thoughts. I know you want what is best for me, but I can't always rely on others to protect me at every little turn. She clenched her fist tightly, showing fierce determination. You are the prodigy Master Lam Yich recognized. Now, you are practically a 9th level powerhouse. My friend is your friend too. I also want to put in some effort for Tafi. Her gentle touch made Tafi deeply grateful, a smile of comfort spreading across his face as he thanked Vi. She clenched her hand tightly, speaking with determination. But I want to go too. Tafi's action. Liu Feng withdrew his hand, his face breaking into a grimace. Vi hi, you have caused chaos. Why are you joining in too? Listen, stop being stubborn. Talk about the power of that ice. The guild's tactics are too dangerous. You simply can't protect yourself. From here, understanding Tafi's heart, Vine held her hand tightly. Tafi, Liu Feng fears he cannot protect you. Don't scheme with him. I know you worry for your father, but the mercenary guild needs someone to stay and steady the troops. Rest assured, we will bring your father home safely. Listening to her speak for a long while, Tafi fell into deep thought. Silent. Finally, with eyes full of hope, Tafi accepted to trust them. All right, I will stay here and wait for everyone to return. Seeing that expression, Bachka leaned back with hands behind his head and said, All right, no more fuss. We will be back in 2 days. No need for such dramatic goodbyes. With Tafi's approval, Liu Feng glanced at Vai He beside him and said, Fine, Vai Ni will come along, but you must listen to me. From behind, the tiny figure of Tiu Kim carrying a backpack runs up. Wait for me. I am coming too. I will follow to protect Sister Vai Hai. It is all snacks. She beams with affection, scooping him up and nodding. All right, ready. The three moved forward, leaving Tafi to see them off from behind. Then, let us begin. Day later, the guild headquarters, Daotak City, was shrouded in darkness. Utterly grim, standing by the window, gazing into the distance, the shadow listens to the latest news. Elder, everything has been done as you instructed. The one kneeling before you is the shadow's envoy, recounting every detail. Tafi is locked in the main prison. If anyone comes to rescue him, the self-defense mechanism will activate, and the shadow assassin will intercept. The news was clear. The man glanced back and asked softly, All right, how far along is the crossbow preparation? He clasped his hands behind his back and reported, with 108 shooters, even if the enemy is unarmed, they will surely be wounded. But his face showed a faint hesitation as he spoke of the problem. These crossbows had been the only stock kept in the warehouse for nearly 100 years. For someone who just mastered the sword, was it really worth such a price? His words just now drove Ying Mu mad. He could not hold back his emotions, turning his head and shouting, Foolish. Even in the blood sacrifice to the vengeful spirit, you lost control. Yet you still have not learned a lesson. Holding the important talisman in hand, Yingmu's face revealed a sinister plan. But now, I actually hope that brat uses the vengeful spirit to fight me. Then I will seize the talisman and take back control. Thinking of Liao Feng's impending fate, he laughed triumphantly. You are already my elder brother. Suddenly, outside the window, a familiar voice echoed challengingly. I have just arrived, and you have already given me such important information. That is really too courteous of you. That voice made the grave statue in the room startle and freeze for a few seconds. How could it be? Why could not I sense even a trace of its aura? Quickly, he raised his tall hand, channeling inner power as blue spiritual energy gathered. Like that, a stream of spiritual energy pierced straight through the machine room, shattering everything before escaping outside. The energy charged directly at your group in midair, splitting Liu Feng and Becca apart. Was that old man really that ruthless? Through the machine's loophole, the heroic tome image shouted to the group. Truly the youngest saint in the world. Your speed surpasses my imagination. Sadly, the sooner you arrive, the faster you leave. With that, he painted his leg and soared into the sky using inner power. In just seconds, he faced Liu Feng and Beck, wielding two swords. With a flick of his wrist, each blade struck one opponent, but both reacted swiftly, blocking with their hands. Seeing their move, the grave image suddenly laughed, eyes gleaming with intent. The old man swung two swords, crossing their blades to unleash a blue slash. In just a few seconds, a blue spiritual energy created by the shadow tome slammed hard into the ground. At a glance, Beck he immediately recognized the problem. This was the second level of the sacred realm. On this side, sweat poured down Liu Feng's face as he gritted his teeth in worry. The old man was cunning, seemingly careless at times, yet never holding back his full strength like a deadly technique. He swiftly struck with his sword from behind, trapping him in a confined space. About to take down Becca, his lips curled into a satisfied smile. Seeing his friend in danger, he rushed over without hesitation, deadly and determined. Fortunately, as Liu Feng embraced him and loosened his grip, the old man's sharp sword tip came close, hanging in midair. Having saved Becca's life, Liu Feng told him, "Daihack, go save Fine's father. Leave this place to me." Without hesitation, as Becca left, he unleashed his ultimate move, the mirror clone. Enma watched his skill in action and laughed uncontrollably. An image with equal power. Clever trick, but a pity. He swiftly revealed his secret technique. A blood shadow clone appeared. You know, a blood shadow clone. Liu Feng was stunned by the unexpected move of the shadow, his eyes wide with shock. He used his own blood shadow to strike at your three clones in an instant. Go to hell. Both Liu Feng and Yin Mu armed themselves, locked in an endless battle. He was no ordinary man either, wielding two swords wide apart, slashing Liu Feng off the beam. Regaining his composure, Liu Feng teleported instantly, brandishing a blade from above, lunging toward the tombstone. He spun around, took a dagger to the chest, his body flying several meters away. Thinking it was over, Liu Feng smirked, full of disdain. Was that all? But his expression suddenly changed, a light sweat breaking out as he glanced to the side. Wait, was that his blood shadow clone? Liu Feng's gaze fixed sharply on Batch, who was floating alone. Be careful. The shadow of the tome moved stealthily, using blood shadows to strike. Standing right behind it, as if sensing a third eye, Batch slightly turns his head, glancing back. What is that? Before he could react, the old man drove the sharp sword straight through his back and chest. Taken by surprise, Batch's true nature erupted. He transformed into a half-dragon, a dragonborn who kills without mercy. May he sing loudly. A roaring blaze surges forth, engulfing the body of the tome's clone. After failing to burn the old man's copy, Batcha loses too much blood and slips into a delirious state. Behind the building, Ni quietly watches for a long time, fearing Xiao Jin might rush. Vi tightly reminds him, Xiao Jin, do not be hasty. Didn't we always say the dragon clan is like paper flesh? We have agreed we must wait for the right moment. Seeing him in danger, Liu Feng was deeply worried, while Dai Hat was calm. As for Mu, he was quite satisfied with what the old man had done. My blood shadow clone may not be as agile as yours, but it can trade one for one no less. Unable to control his emotions, seeking revenge for Batch, he raised his sword high. You wretch, I want you dead. Disgraceful fiend. One slash sent blood spraying from his wound. His head thrown back, struck 16 times over, he remains conscious, his entire body surrounded by the blue spiritual energy of the wind pain. After all, he can unleash such terrifying power in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, as he raises his head, the shadow of the tome absorbs another surge of swirling spiritual energy. Sword ring and storm blast. The furious tornado attacks him relentlessly, spinning the shadow clone continuously. His disciples, terrified, flee in panic, shouting back for the shadow clone. The Grand Elder. After a while, the blue spiritual energy vanished, leaving behind shattered stones and swirling white smoke. Liu Feng watched from above, gritting his teeth in silent frustration. So beneath you now, the grave's shadow still lives, two faces of hatred locked in a deadly stare. His legs keep pouring fresh blood, wounds inflicted by Liu Feng himself. Not just his limbs, his entire face was drenched in blood like rain. He was moments away from death under this attack. But unexpectedly, the fresh blood rose up, flying away from his head. Then, those streams of blood began swirling around the corpse, spreading as the old man's body gradually changed color. After a while, the entire corpse transformed into a strange form, blood gushing from its mouth. He relies on his current body, yet the enemy dares to speak, forcing me to use this form. The sharp teeth and wide eyes of the shadow beast close in. Little one, I must consume you alive. Suddenly, 2 copies of Liu Feng charged toward the harvest day. What? Just as the strange truth dawned, the tome's image widened its eyes in shock, only to be pierced fiercely by 2 blades from the copies, striking its blood-red wings. Despite the pain, the old man suppressed his emotions, raising both hands to crush the heads of the 2 Liu Feng clones. Suddenly, a sword pierced through the body of the shadow, blood flowing endlessly. The old man gaped and screamed. The one stabbing from behind was Liu Feng. Sweat beaded on his face as he smirked, mocking. Trading 2 clones for 1, not a bad deal. I must say, struck by Liu Feng's unimaginable attack, Yingmo seemed to lose all strength and fell freely. But thanks to Yingxi rushing in time, he caught the old man in his arms, the Grand Elder. Moments later, as they landed, holding the powerless Yingmu, and scolded bitterly. Pathetic. The Grand Elder has already been defeated. Liu Feng paid little attention, gripping the sword, gathering all his spiritual energy. This strike would annihilate them completely. Without hesitation, he swung the sword straight at both, like a blade in a storm combined, and hands over the tome photo to the guild soldiers, then signals with his hand, breaking the chant. According to the signal, 2 crossbowmen on the wall prepare, waiting for the cue. On this side, the spiritual energy from your blade grows ever closer to the target. The moment has come. He opens his mouth wide, decisively gives the clear command, fire. At the command, arrows shot from the crossbows, flying like the wind toward you. As if already locked on their target, the arrows drew closer to Liu Feng, unsettling him. Could these bolts truly shatter the power of the wind leopard? Without hesitation, Liu Feng harnessed his inner strength. A protective veil emerged, imprisoning the space around him. But unexpectedly, that veil was easily shattered by an arrow, breaking not only the prison space but also disregarding the inner energy within. Seeing Liu Feng struggling to escape, Yingxi smiled triumphantly. Xiaozi, this arrow veil was prepared just for you. It can break all magic and battle energy. The youngest realm in the continent, yet it dies by my hand. How ironic. On this side, he is frantic, using pain to handle each arrow. Exhausted, Liu Feng grits his teeth, his mind racing for a solution. Using too much force will drain my energy quickly. At this rate, I won't be able to hold out much longer. What can I do? Should I just wait until all the arrows are gone? Suddenly, from afar, an arrow flies, and not an ordinary one, but made of ice that shatters illusions. In just a few fleeting moments, the icy arrow pierced straight through the image's forehead, and remained motionless, his cunning face encased in thick ice, his entire body unknowingly transformed into a statue of ice. Liu Feng was startled by the scene, looking up to realize it was Vi. No doubt, she hovered with icy wings, holding a sword-shaped fortress. Seeing you, Viny's joy was clear. She looked up at Liu Feng and said, I am here to help you. Not stopping there, she raised her sword high toward the ground, creating a layer of ice shoes and an icy platform. A soldier of the Guild of the Way was instantly petrified. Not just one, but an entire group frozen beneath Vi's mirrored blade. Having resolved everything, her serious face softened as she gave the order to destroy. No sooner had she spoken than the stones carved by the guild's artisans were frozen and crushed. Her image was etched into Liu Feng's eyes, captivating him. Breathtakingly beautiful. After a moment, standing beside him, Vi asked, Am I good? Liu Feng openly praised her, rubbing her head. You are the best, the little golden gene behind the scenes. And you too. You too. He hugged her shoulder, boasting, It is you who lent Vi your power. That is why she is so formidable. Liu Feng nodded in agreement. Got it. Got it. When we return, I will treat everyone to a big feast. Looking toward the soldiers and the tome below, he suggested, Now's not the time to celebrate. You two go check the great waterfall. I will go find the old man out there. On this side, he was furious seeing his soldiers wiped out without a single survivor. The guild. My guild. I must make them all die together. His entire body once again soaked in blood, wrapping around him. The shadow assassin activated. The old master strikes again with his move. Liu Feng is deeply worried. It is the call to the goddess. Holding the statue of goddess Floria, he declares boldly, Don't think it ends here. Even if I must sacrifice everything, I will make sure you die with me. With all his remaining inner strength gone, he clutched the goddess statue with both hands. Desperate cry out, wail beneath the shadow's veil. Blood sacrifice. But then, unexpectedly, the blood sacrifice created by the shadow tome was petrified, rejected, and sealed away. So it was Liu Feng's doing. You laughed out loud here. How embarrassing. With your cleansing skill, it seems I have already completed the sacrifice. Without further ado, Liu Feng pressed 2 fingers, smeared fresh red blood behind the goddess statue, and used the soul's power in the blood to connect with the remaining spirit of the statue. I know that too, but refusing to believe what was happening, the tome image screamed in madness. Impossible. He grabbed the statue of the goddess Floria, shaking it wildly. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Without hesitation, Liu Feng raised the goddess statue high. A radiant purple spiritual energy burst forth, forcing him and Vinai to bow their heads and shield their faces. Over here, the tome photo also covers its face. Eyes filled with confusion. What is going on? From that smoky village, a pair of long, alluring legs appear. Swaying gently, after a long while, Floria finally appeared, sighing in frustration. Why always choose the moment I am asleep, if not for the soul's power this time being strong enough to attract me? Feeling a strange familiarity, Floria blinked softly and looked ahead. She hovers in the air, one hand lightly on her hip, asking the other, "We meet again." Liu Feng stays silent, glancing at Vi and introducing. "She is the goddess I once told you about," still slightly stunned. The goddess. Little Kim saw the beauty and his nose started bleeding, scary as it was. She was just too stunning. Floria glanced toward the tome, softly smiling as she thanked the old man for his call. "After all, the kid and I have our own secrets." Huh. Without hesitation, the skilled boy replied to Floria, "I called you out here." His answer startled her, disbelief in her eyes. How could this be? With a solemn face, Liu Feng proposed to her. Then, "Honored goddess, please kill that old despicable man." The demand made the old man stagger, his body trembling in fear as he stepped back. "Floria not only disobeys you but still charges at Liao Feng with her inner strength. Brat. Do you really think a mere mortal like you can command a goddess? I could kill you any time now." When she grabbed his neck, Liu Feng was unafraid and even emphasized, "So what? I feel that between us, a contract has already been sealed. Between them now lies a bond of spiritual energy. Intertwined through their chests, a pact forged by the sacrifice of soul power. Once the treaty is broken, she won't get the offering and must return immediately." Floria listened, eyes indifferent, as if to say, "Do you think I need those things?" Liao Feng pressed his face close to hers, speaking mockingly. "Of course. If you were not a goddess, why would I let these insignificant pests even call out to you?" Their silhouettes drifted apart, voices echoing, "Do you not need a mortal soul?" Vinny stand below, arms crossed, eyes suspicious. This woman is truly a goddess, yet she looks just like a cunning fox. Suddenly, Floria moves, stepping back swiftly out of his reach. Her entire body absorbed the purple spiritual energy, readying for the attack. When the energy was full, Floria opened her palm, aiming straight ahead. Die. Her fierce power shot like an arrow straight at Liu Feng, with Vigny following, sword in hand. His sudden move left him confused, teeth clenched, still searching for a way out. Suddenly, the air currents shifted, turning back toward the tome. The immense power caused him agony, blood pouring from his body as he screamed. Just seconds later, opposite Floria, spiritual energy explosion erupted, violently scattering stones across the sky. Liu Feng, seeing the phantom tome destroyed, smiled wisely and expressed his gratitude to her, thanking the goddess of the underworld. "But in response to your gratitude," Floria waved her hand gently, and a similar spiritual energy appeared, rushing straight towards them, who were so surprised they could only shield their faces. Worried the beauty might get hurt, Liu Kim hurriedly stood in front, boldly declaring, "Little sister, I will protect you." Meanwhile, Liu Feng was pushed away by Floria's spiritual energy, crashing his back against a large rock. A high-heeled foot stomped hard on the rock, just inches from him in a flash. No one else but Floria. She emphasized each word, facing him, the one who was waiting. Floria's face now full of schemes. She smirked softly. "Soon, I will come for you myself and drain your soul." With that, she leaves, and behind her, I suppress the pain, trembling as I plead. "Wait, I beg you. Goddess, save my wounded brother." An unexpected demand from you unsettles Floria. She turns her head to reply, insatiable greed in her eyes. "Do you think I cannot kill now?" Liao Feng spreads his hand, still stained with a bit of blood from the pact, adding a portion of soul power. The words made Floria fall silent, pondering for a few seconds with a meticulous air. Finally, she agreed, raising her eyebrows slightly as she asked about the background of the friend he saved. Bachka's eyes slowly opened, scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. After a long time, they, wounded and unconscious, Bachka finally woke up, as if recalling he was still in the battle moments ago. He sprang up shouting, "Damn it, that old man Bachka kills people." Seeing Bachka's spirit had improved, he joyfully held the little gold in both hands and exclaimed, "You are awake, your spirit's not bad, what is going on?" He flew swiftly, landing on his head, holding tight, whispering, "I have sung, do you still feel pain now?" Beach's hand throbbed slightly, mouth stained with dried blood, expressing his feelings. "The wounds have all healed, but I was ambushed." "Why?" Bachka spoke up, annoyed. "She is done. I am leaving." Seeing her as the one who helped him recover, Bachka was startled. She was not the old man. Floria, overhearing his words, grew visibly irritated. Sensing the tension, Nili quickly intervened, pleading for him. "Goddess sister, he is talking about you. You are stunning, thank you for your help." She did not care much about those explanations, waving her hand to signal, "Don't call me sister. It is just a transaction. If the portal had not been closed, I would not have needed to resort to such a desperate way to gather soul power. A sudden idea flashed in Li Fang's mind as Tin stepped closer to Vinai and proposed, if this is a deal, we will also grant the goddess the power of souls. Perhaps we can cooperate long-term. Lu Fang's words made Floria extremely cautious, her mind racing. For the remaining statues of the gods were already few, but his soul was so alluring. Yet this kid did not seem good at all at first glance. Her voice echoed, making him slightly uneasy, though he did not know where she got my deity statue. But do not think that sacrificing soul power comes without a price. Lu Fang's mind raced. Could it be that soul power can't be restored? The statue gave no clue. Without delay, Floria strode forward. Every god values the soul, and once the covenant is sealed, the consequences will be clear. She did not forget to glance back, eyes full of cunning, saying, that is right, and that little brat too. Though the soul is weak, it is still alluring. Live a little longer. I will come for you. As the words left her lips, Floria vanished with a swirl of purple spirit energy, smoke billowing around that spot. Hearing this, Liu Feng grew anxious, grasping Vinai's hand to ask about her condition. Vinai, why did she say your soul is not enough? Are you hiding something from me? His eyes widened, pupils dilating repeatedly as if sensing a problem. Just as predicted, Liu Feng knelt down, hands on the ground. Drenched in sweat, he trembled in waves, causing both Tiu Kim and the girl great worry. Liu Feng, what is wrong? Liu Feng, without hesitation, a hand grasped Liu Feng's arm, pulling him up and supporting him. Uncle Ke gently rested his hand on Liu Feng's shoulder, carrying him forward. Go. Quickly return. Just as she spoke, Vinai suddenly bled profusely for no clear reason. Seeing this, Tiu Kim immediately gathered his energy, enveloping her in a golden aura. Uncle Ke feels like an added burden, not one but two on his shoulders. Why stop now? Two are truly a pair. Even injured they must stick together. He strikes, then swiftly leaps upward, with little Kim following close behind. After a while, Liu Feng regained consciousness, eyes wide open, body aching slightly as he kneeled and glanced around. This place is space bathed entirely in white, leaving him bewildered as he repeatedly stood up. Liu Feng's face was drenched in sweat, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Was not he supposed to be at the Guild of Sculptors? Vinai. Vinai. What happened? Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared. Floria's clearly such a captivating soul power was unfolding before me. Yet why can't I swallow it? I told you that brat was no good. He even dared to defy the gods. Damn it. If I have not recovered yet, when those bastards wake up, it will be a big mess. Following the voice, Liu Feng reached a violet space gate. It was the voice of the goddess. He gently touched the space. Radiant light illuminated his face. Emanating from there, though afraid, Liu Feng's hand was like an arrow guiding him forward. Moving ahead, in just a few brief moments, his entire body had completely drifted into that unidentifiable space portal. In a distant place, within a luxurious room, a globe stands on display. The globe acts like a scanner, revealing the image of Liu Feng within it. After struggling through that space, you finally made it out safely. Where is this place? Right now, a beautiful woman is walking naked toward the bathtub. Forget it. There is still time to study this. Better take a bath first. The scene before him flushed Liu Feng's face red with embarrassment. Oh heavens. He thought he was free. But no, he was still trapped inside the orb. Was he seeing things? Could this place really be the goddess's chamber? Floria remains unaware of your presence, casually calling for servants. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, seeing the beauty's flawless body, feels his blood rush. A surprise unfolds as a village of white smoke slowly approaches the shell of the sphere containing him. Not just one, but a swarm of white smoke surrounds the outer shell. Has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here become visible to the naked eye? White smoke streams attack the crystal orb shell in turn. Inside, Liu Feng looks up in confusion. Wait, why are they spraying towards me? A few seconds later, the sphere's shell vanished, revealing his colossal form, as if sensing a third eye. Floria, freshly bathed by the servant, glanced back. She opened her palm. The summon appeared once again. Who could it be? Seeing the scene before him, he felt powerless, eyes wide open in shock. He was doomed. The immense power of Floria draws nearer, shards of glass flying relentlessly, as the abundant spiritual energy fills the air, weaving countless fragments of glass throughout. Liu Feng woke with a start from that strange dream, sweat soaking his face. Seeing him awake, Tafai rushed over, joyfully gripping his shoulder, asking without pause, Feng, you are awake. Looking at the girl opposite him, he gently ruffled his hair, still stunned and unable to believe it. He was back. Was it all just a dream? Liu Feng's confusing words left Tafai even more bewildered. Then she cupped his cheek and whispered, What dream? Are you okay? Please do not scare me. Seeing her worry, Liu Feng smiled softly, gently patting Tafai's head to reassure him. It is okay, Ivan. Suddenly, Batch K entered, announcing startling news. No worries, after the coma, your Tafai has been steadily recovering, even dropping to stage 3 without issue. The latest news shook Liu Feng to his core, his eyes wide with shock. Then, clenching his fists and shrugging slightly, he said, Scared now, but before you wake up, Tafi will miraculously recover. You hear this? Raise a dirty hand high. Feel the primal energy within, not just restored, but stronger, ready to break through at any moment. As if you have brought back the essence of heaven and earth. Teo Kim's misplaced touch sent a sharp chill from below straight to Li Yufeng's head. He was puzzled to see him sleeping soundly beneath. Right where words fail, why was Teo Kim here? Tafi knows Li Yufeng is not well. The neighbors say while he was unconscious. Xiao Jin always protected him. Now he is finally asleep, feeling deeply moved. He looks at Xiao Jin with affection. Sis, do not run away. But then he remembered something more important. Liao Feng could not hide his worry and shouted. Wait, where's Vainie? I remember her. Both Tafi and Bachka fell silent. No one saying a word. Their strange behavior only made him frown in irritation. Speak quickly. How is VM? Suddenly, from outside, the enemy burst in, voice filled with hatred for Li Yufeng. Who dares mention Vainie? I entrusted her to you. Is this how you take care of her? Without hesitation, Jigkao raised his fist and charged at him, declaring fiercely, I will kill you. Even still bedridden, Li Yufeng instinctively raised his arm to block. Your sudden move startled the enemy, leaving them confused. The building where Li Yufeng was recovering was shattered by your own hand, torn open with a hole. As the smoke slowly cleared, the three glared silently at the ruined wall opposite them. Li Yufeng was stunned, raising his hand across his face. He wondered, is this my doing? The crowd angrily shouted. Who else would it be but you? Seeing his hand surrounded by swirling smoke, he panicked. He had only meant to block the attack. So what was that platinum light? Memory surged back. Li Yufeng recalled a detail from his terrifying dream. Could it be that what entered him was not the spirit energy of heaven and earth, but something else entirely? From the pile of wreckage, Lam struggled to stand, taking hesitant steps forward. What did that person just do? His probing question made me fearful and cautious. I do not really know. This is not urgent. How is Lam Ditch saw Li Yufeng's worried expression and hesitated, lost in deep thought for a long moment. Finally, Lam Ditch turned his back, silently urging the boy sitting on the bed. Vai's condition was worsening, straying down a dark path. Together with Lam Ditch, Li Yufeng ventured deeper into the icy cave, recounting the tale. Before leaving, the goddess said V's soul was incomplete. I was about to ask her when suddenly I fainted. Hearing the goddess's name, Lam Ditch flinched slightly. Glancing back at him, was not that deity from the star explanation journey long gone from the continent thousands of years ago, leaving no trace? With a resolute gaze, Li Yufeng furrowed his brow and asked for more information from him. This goddess also gathered soul power to heal wounds, leaving behind a statue that could be summoned through soul sacrifice. Senior Lam Ditch, do you know anything about the god involved? Lam Ditch did not hide anything, lowered his head, looked ahead, and recounted. What I know are only the remnants from the legend. Memories flow deep within his subconscious. The surviving lucky gods advance to the space gate, where the gods clash fiercely. Over 90% of the war gods fall. The lucky gods who survive the battle then leave the continent, entering the realm of the gods, and from that day, no immortals remain on the mainland. Hearing this, Li Yufeng's face broke into a light sweat. A question lingered: can we now enter the realm of the gods? As he stepped down the cave stairs, Lam Ditch firmly objected. Of course not. Do not even think about it. Even the gods can no longer return. At best, they can only reflect their image briefly. Hearing his every word, Liu Feng's face clouded with confusion. Then why could I appear there? The final step has arrived, Lam Ditch reminded him. We are here. Vinay's image appeared, her body encased in a massive block of ice, making Liu Feng furious. Unable to hide his worry, he ran over and pressed both hands against the ice block, calling her name. Vinay. Liu Feng's arrival brought tears to Vinay's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Feng, why are you here? Has your wound healed yet? Seeing the student's expression, Lam Ditch felt uneasy, casting a sharp glance and reproaching him, already so injured, yet still worrying about him. Vinay, afraid of affecting Liu Feng, quickly placed her hand on his chest, insisting, Master was careless. Please do not blame him, he is always so carefree. Approaching the iceberg, he looked at the man and asked, Senior, Vinay, what exactly happened to her? Lam Ditch tried to stay calm, furrowing his brows slightly, lowering his voice to explain to Liu Feng. After that incident, although Vinay's life was spared, her soul was damaged, causing her body to become unstable. Hearing this, your heartache is even more. You look at her, questioning, Vinay, why did not you tell me? She smiles reassuringly, pressing her hands parallel to yours. Because I want to always be by your side, and I did not know it was this serious. Lam Ditch continues explaining the treatment for the student's soul injury. Vinay's soul wounds can't be fully healed yet, only the life water of the spirit tribe, their treasured relic, can alleviate it for now. Fresh water, the source of life, heals wounds and warms the soul. With a guilty look, he gazed at her and apologized. Vinay shook her head and said, It is okay. From behind, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly approached you. Vinay, meeting someone who brings no good. I wanted to prevent you from seeing him again, but after seeing your leader, I changed my mind. Divert your gaze. Look towards the spring that supports Vi, and continue the story. Legend speaks of a place where many gods have fallen, the lost heaven of the gods. There, perhaps, lies a cure for Vai's illness. Hearing there is a cure for her, you got fired up too. Where is it? I will go right away. He saw your recklessness and warned. Do you know how dangerous it is there? But Li Feng's eyes now held only unwavering determination. As long as Vini can be saved, even if it means venturing into the realm of gods, he would go. A sudden idea sparks in his mind, gently touching the pendant. Lu Feng recalls Floria. Wait, the goddess's realm might hold a cure for Vi, but his own statue is lost. If he can reach the goddess's space, he might be able to ask her. Seeing this, the enemy did not force Lu Feng, only expressing his thoughts on a certain level. The lost paradise of the gods is even more dangerous than the realm of the deities. It is the blindness of the fallen gods. The desolate desert shrouded in dark clouds, where mist and spirits roam across the sands. Legend tells of countless wandering souls and slumbering beasts that feast on the bodies of gods from millennia past. There are many unknown dangers. Countless powerful warriors seek breakthroughs there but never return. Hearing that you intend to risk your life to save her, Vine screams in refusal. Brother Feng, your wound just needs care like this. Please do not go. Their hands pressed close, just inches from the ice's surface, sharing every secret. Your wound has not healed yet. Danger always looms. You got hurt because of me. How could I just sit by and watch? No. If you can't come back. What then? In the end, to avoid wasting time, Liu Feng sends one last reassurance. Trust me, I won't die that easily. Then you look toward the opposing blue enemy to pinpoint the exact location. Senior, please tell me how to get there, but only receive a shake of his head. Sorry, I have no idea how to get there. But seeing Liao Feng's determination, the blue enemy raises his head and hints, go to Long Island. Perhaps Long Hyun knows the way to the god's lost garden. The image of the past flashes in his memory. Liu Feng speaks up. Long Hong. I know. Before leaving, he approaches the ice block, places both hands on its surface, and calls her name. Vi. Liu Feng gently lifts his head, fleeting kiss cast upon the ice toward Vi. Farewell spoken, he nods firmly ahead and declares, wait for me, watching his silhouette fade into the distance. She still could not accept the reality. En Feng. Fortunately, Vina had a caring master by her side, comforting her immediately, reassuring her that the kid was very strong. He will surely survive and return. How can you not trust the one you have chosen? Following the cave path, after a while, Liu Feng finally emerged where his friends were waiting. Seeing Liu Feng safe, Bachka spoke up. You finally came out. Tafai beside him also asked Han, how is VM? Looking at her, he answered the old question while delivering shocking news. She is fine. Fine. You and Daihak have to go on a trip. Tafai and him completely stopped in their tracks upon hearing Liu Feng's announcement. Where to? With intense determination in his eyes, he looked into the distance and announced the destination. The island. 3 days later, on the churning sea, the water shimmered a strange blue, filled with flying seaweed. Suddenly, 2 glowing orbs of purple and pale blue streaked across the surface like the wind. How far is Dhe now? Almost there. Almost there. Liu Feng is flying ahead with his inner power, carrying Xiao Jin and Da Hai. How much farther do we have to go? You glance back at the crowd behind you. It is really coming soon. She kept repeating it over and over, driving you to the edge. You have said it dozens of times already. Over here, he turned into a child, tears streaming down. No one is perfect. Who says saints must know the way? Bachka's awkward expression made Xiao Jin shake his head in disbelief. Clearly a big heart after all. With sharp vision, he stood beside Liu Feng, pointing far ahead. There seemed to be a fortress. Let us go ask over there. Hearing that name, his eyes lit up. Fortress. Food stalls. Grilled meat. Little treats. Liu Feng, let us go quickly. By the seaside, a fortress of Aniga emerges, weaves crashing against its walls. Deeper along the path into the stronghold, 2 groups gather, ready to clash in a tense standoff. We all accepted the mission to fight against the Sea Tribe. You want a civil war, fighting against the Sea Tribe. You trash are not worthy. Jing's expression is full of lust. Now he is doing these indecent acts with both hands. Little sister, what is so good about being with that uncle? Why do not you come with me? I guarantee you will be happy. Facing those crude words, Olai showed no fear, hands on hips with disdain. I despise you. You dare challenge me with that vulgar, sly face. Go home and mind your own business. Deeply insulted, he furrowed his brow and ordered his men behind him. Damn it. If they refuse the offer, punish them for refusing. Brothers. Charge. Just as he spoke, a pair of agile legs shot forward. It turns out it was none other than Liao Feng, who with a single swift kick, blew away those worthless men. After dealing with the troublesome crowd, he shifted his stance and stomped hard on the ground. Now you speak. Liu Feng is skillful, smiling as he looks toward Kang Tu and greets him. Brother Kang Tu, long time no see. And there is me too, seeing you here. All 4 brothers boy that. Nai Fap, catch Joy clearly on their faces. Liu Feng's younger brother. It is Liu Feng's younger brother. Kang Tu could not hide his longing, rushing to embrace Liu Feng, truly a fateful reunion across the empire. Surprised to meet his brother here and then. Hi. Liu Feng looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his head softly, recalling their last promise to meet in the Tin Nam Empire. After I left, you left too. I never expected we would meet here. Glancing at Howe beside me, King Niti recalled something and boldly proposed. This must be fate. Yes. Let me introduce my new member to you. One by one, the three girls joined his team, each introducing herself. Hello, I am Daota, Fire Ramv. I am the Bij, Mage of the Six Realms, and I am Than Lian Deep, Priestess of the Five Realms. With deep respect, Liu Feng raised his hand warmly, greeting them all. Ilo saw your uncommon beauty, crossed her arms and smiled softly, saying loudly, hello. Handsome, but it caused a big misunderstanding for Tiu Kim, who stood agap at her beauty. Thinking, is the beautiful sister calling me? Standing beside Bakhe, Liu Feng glanced over at Kanthe, who was severely injured earlier. Right. Kang Tu, who is he? Kang Tu, not paying much attention, casually replied to Kolo. Kanthe, we are not that close. Our mission this time was to fight the Sea Tribe's infantry. But before they even arrived, we ran into these troublemakers. And so, the conversation among the three echoed throughout the fortress. Damn it. They ambushed me and still dare to look down on me. You really want to die? Kang Tu, looks like we have to deal with all of them before we can talk about the past. Go now. Once you arrive, I will feel a bit relieved. With so many girls here, you have to show your best. Unwilling to accept such a defeat, Chinathai furrowed his brows and ordered his men loudly. Old man, there are 4 underlings down there. Brothers, charge. Thekli Butch, hearing the number of attackers, placed her hand over her heart anxiously, wondering if it was really okay he had 4 underlings with him. Can this Liu Feng really handle it? Allah crossed her arms and nodded, just showing off, since he did not even have the aura of magic combat. How could he possibly fight? Seeing their doubtful attitudes, King Yi smiled reassuringly about Liu Feng, saying that Theki Butchek and I might not be real, just 4 low-level guys, and to little Liu, they might not even compare to a full moon strike. As his words ended, all 3 girls turned their heads in confusion. Kang Tu, have you been drinking too much? Lian Diet remained silent, quietly twitching her earlobe as her mind raced. Liao Feng, that name sounds familiar. Watching you rush into battle with determination, Kang Tu introduced. After all, the Liu Feng brothers are the ones from the legend. Liu Feng just used a bit of inner power and already defeated the gang from Kanthe, the youngest in the continent, and also my friend. After hearing his voice, all 3 girls immediately touched their skin and chastity. Seeing Liao Feng's sharp, painful nose aimed at them, Kang Tai-su was terrified and pleaded. My friend, I was blind to offend you. Please spare Liao Ting. Man closed his eyes, face turning pale as he saw the boy still using internal energy. Pleading, spare my life, hero. Suddenly, Liao Feng not only refrained from attacking but also reached out to grasp the spear piercing the handman's back. Then, he swiftly thrust his spear, piercing through one of the Sea Tribe warriors. From beneath the sea, an entire battalion of the Sea Tribe was launching an assault on the shore. The Sea Tribe has arrived. The Sea Tribe has arrived. Their soldiers, along with the fortress troops, stood ready for battle. Seeing the moment had come, they immediately fled, thanking them profusely, while Honai Hong signaled Liu Feng with a pointed finger. Why did you let him escape? That kind of person should be castrated if not killed. You do not have many issues. But if you want to castrate, do it yourself. It is driving me crazy how terrifying the world can be. Tomorrow if the bad news hits, it will immediately soothe the spirit. Alright. Dealing with the High Tribe is the most important thing. Kang Si suddenly remembers something, quickly turns back, and informs Liu Feng of the news. Liu's expression darkens. This scar on the merman's forehead is the mission's trophy. You have not made a move yet. I was still hoping to earn a little from this. As he finished speaking, he raised his sword high, rallying the group. Brothers, forward. Just before the decisive battle, Innocent Xiao Jin said something that almost made me stumble. Kang Si, when you earn money, remember to treat me to a meal. And so, the warriors of Thanshe and the Sea Tribe clashed fiercely, while Lian Li used his inner energy to heal the wounded with utmost care. From afar, Liu Feng and Bachke approached, noticing his unblinking gaze. Curious, he asked. What are you staring at? Liu Feng hurriedly explained. That saint, Lian Deep, is clearly a 9th level pastor. Why hide your true strength behind the guise of a mere scholar? Baicha beside him smiled softly, suggesting he could just catch it and ask directly. Lying quietly on your shoulder, little drool dripping down. Those shrimp and crabs look really delicious. Suddenly recalling a past problem, you snap your hand towards the Sea Tribe. Wait, I remember now. Last time, I almost got captured by them. Damn it. Another event unfolds. Soldiers inside the fortress, faces full of panic, shout warnings it is over. Run now. The ranged fighters are coming. By the seaside, group of ranged warriors advances, each with a fierce menacing glare, they charged swiftly toward the shore, their massive footsteps pounding the ground. Even distant stomps crushed soldiers, blood spilling from their mouths. One of them, pointing his sharp spear forward, grinned smugly, trembling. Surrender now. Kang too quickly blocked the heavy strike with his sword. Why is the warrior from the 7th realm here? Retreat. Fall back quickly. Sensing danger from afar, a pair of legs radiating inner energy and blue spiritual aura swiftly approached none other than Liao Feng, who single-handedly made them spit blood. Seeing their comrades swiftly eliminated, the men behind immediately launched their sharp spear tips forward, all aimed at him, radiating with a dense blue spiritual energy. With a disdainful gaze, Liu Feng lowered his tone and ordered sharply, "Hold all the spears in your hands. Steady." One by one, the sharp spears pierced straight into their chests. Watching from this side as you fight, a whole group screams loudly. So fierce, a new problem arises. From the sea, escorted by 2 monsters, a young man appears. The presence of this man made Liu Feng furrow his brow, as if sensing something. His expression and the suspicion surrounding him sparked endless whispers among the crowd. Human warriors. Not stopping there, with a voice full of disdain, he brushed off the family crest. Second prince of the Northern Sea royalty. Body a sharp gaze cutting through, leaving these lowly humans in utter despair. Batch stretched out his limbs. No need for the Liao Feng crest to rush ahead. Having heard of the immense strength of the legendary warrior, then let this great hunter test it out. Body's arrogance was clear. He sneered, mocking him by comparing his strength to the distant fighters truly asking for death, but in the end, he had to swallow his pride when he saw Bachka single-handedly defeat all the distant fighters. How could that be? With no way left to retreat, he collapsed onto the water. They are saints, the Saint Realm. He shot straight from this side, gripping Body's neck tightly. "Hey, kid, is that all you have got?" Terrified, he raised both hands high, recalling the rule set by the boss. Saints must not interfere in battles between humans and sea tribes. But Bachka did not care, clenching his fists. What if he wanted to intervene anyway? His arrogance shook the sea violently. A voice echoed, "Then prepare to face the onslaught of the Saint Realm Sea Tribe." A beauty sat on a throne made of a giant seashell, approaching Bachka. That tiny girl is none other than Tin Nai, Body's reckless sister. Without many words, she calmly makes a fair demand. "Release my Hong Han." The body on this side still has its neck tightly squeezed by Bachka, screaming for help. "Little brat, save me quickly." Seeing him too troublesome, he swiftly raised his hand high. Where did this little girl come from? Daring to disrespect the great Bachka. Xiao Jin stood on Li Feng's shoulders, suddenly recalling the past, and pointed accusingly at him. It was her, the flat-brained princess, who tried to capture her last time. Hearing the nickname he gave her, her heart felt pierced. She gritted her teeth in anger. "Flat-brained princess. Damn it." Without wasting time, Tenonai swiftly raised her arm, snatching a sword from the sea. With weapon in hand, she flicked her wrist, sending the blade flying like an arrow straight at Bachka. Not only was he unafraid, but he also spread his arms wide as if savoring the moment. Was he about to bathe our Black Master? Bachka, unwilling to be rude, immediately roared, unleashing a burst of flame, so the Black Master would also bestow gifts upon him. His flames destroyed the coming-of-age ceremony her father had prepared. Tinna lipped away, furious. "How dare they ruin the ceremony my father gave me? I will kill you all." Without a hint of fear, she plunged an arm into the sea, screaming to summon the wrath of the sea god. In an instant, the waters rose into a towering tsunami. Seeing Tin Yi's sudden move, Hahak was stunned. Such a fierce storm. This little girl must have taken some explosive medicine. Liu Feng's face broke into a cold sweat, instantly realizing the danger. The triple bracelet on her wrist could control the tsunami. All the soldiers in the fortress were wiped out by her tsunami before they could escape. "Run, run for your lives, to protect the remaining troops." He spreads his arms wide, summoning a prison of space. Tumta Nai, fearless, raised her arm high, commanding the tsunami to rise even higher. "Do not think that can stop me." The tsunami transformed into a giant sea monster, charging straight at you. In its hand, it held a sword forged from seawater. Charging fiercely, but with a swift reaction, Liu Feng raised the hand wearing the ring on his middle finger high and shattered it for me. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from the ring, repelling the sea monster's attack. The power of the Tamso Kitch High then, once sealed by Tin Yi, shattered, and the waters began to recede inside the inland scene, stopping with head held high, face drenched in rain. He exclaimed, "We are saved." A handguard, yet a pure warrior, clutching the ring of immense power. Liu Feng brimmed with pride, his aura and appearance radiating unstoppable strength. On this side, she still harbored doubts. Unable to believe what had happened, there was no way the triple wave of the sea god could be broken by him. Like a sixth sense, Tinni turned her head back just as Bachka, in his half-dragon form, launched his attack. Without hesitation, she darted forward, unable to believe the triple wave strike of the sea god could be broken by him. But unfortunately, Tenna ran straight into Liu Feng's body. "Where are you running, flat-brained princess? This time, you have fallen into my hands again." With that petty attitude, she was furious and reached out to grab him, but it was too late. He called her back once more. In the end, he firmly grasped her wrist, as if testing her resolve clearly. She still did not fully understand her situation. Surrounded by them, Body spoke up at once. A mighty saint-level warrior, a half-divine scholar. I am Body, the second prince of the Northern Sea royal family, and she is my beloved, Princess Tin. My ancestor Poseidon and the Dragon Clan also share a close bond. Please, for the sake of our ancestors, end this. Liu Feng tightly grips Tinai's arm, then turns to the rooster beside him, asking, "Do you know what he said?" Poseidon. A sudden question caught him off guard. Scratching his head in thought, he recalled hearing that his ties with most of the former Long on Long Island were strong, and he was close to Chief. Looking at her across from him, he made his decision. For the sake of the Long clan, he will spare your lives, but it seems this has upset little Kim. No, this flat-brained princess looked normal last time. Clenching Tin's arm, Liu Feng had an idea. What if the princess compensates the person? Hearing the word compensation, her face suddenly flushed red. Whatever you are looking at, I won't pay a dime. Digging through the past, recalling what King Tu once said to me. Really, the scales on the mermaid's forehead are mission loot. Do not touch them for now. I am still hoping to earn a little from this. Without hesitation, Liu Feng immediately raised his arm, removing the scale from Tin Nai's forehead. Using it as a token of apology, holding the pink scale in his hand, he observed it with satisfaction. So easy to remove. Her face flushed red as she gently touched her forehead. Who dares take that from me? Suddenly, a hand reached out from the front, grabbing Tin's hand. No one else but Bodhi, her mysterious younger brother, took Tin's hand and fled before more trouble arose. Grateful to the saintly warrior who spared them, they vowed to meet again. A blinding golden light descended upon the wounded arm of the soldier within the fortress. No one else. Lian Dip is using her own divine power to heal him. The sacred light will always be by his side. Thank you, Miss Lian Deep. Liu Feng saw this scene and immediately recalled memories of this woman. Suddenly, her whole body went numb, barely standing after using all her strength to save someone. Just then, Lian suddenly fell backward, caught by a familiar hand. No one else but Liu Feng was the one who reached out and supported her. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Lian Deep bowed her head and thanked him. Thank you. Thank you. No need to thank me. Raising his brows slightly, Liu Feng spoke with great suspicion. A 9th-level pastor should be welcomed as an honored guest wherever he goes, but why is she hiding her true strength to accompany King Tu? What is her purpose? Confronted with a piercing question, her face flushed deeply as she clasped her hands tightly. I mean no harm. I just love adventure, and on this journey, I happen to meet you. King Tu. Hearing this, he did not hesitate, pressing his face close to Lian Dip's, leaving her startled and stepping back hopefully. That is all there is to it. Or else. With hands bound behind her back, Lian Deep once again asserted, I told you, I mean no harm, yet you remain so fierce. What is so terrible about the Holy Realm? Come on. I am not the only one from the Holy Realm on this continent. Liu Feng listened, his doubts easing. He lightly touched his nose. I am just worried about Uncle Kang Si. What Liu Feng said made her lower her head. Lost in thought. Can worry justify suspicion of others? The so-called Fire Master lacks style. Just another scoundrel in the cult. Suddenly, a voice calls from afar. Liu Dim, you are getting more formidable by the day. Scratching his head shyly, he replies, drawing a chuckle from Kang Tu. Avoid wasting time. Kang Su urges Liu Feng. Liu Feng, let us go. As Bai Hang Xiaojin appear, he speaks up. Kang Su insists they want to invite us for a meal. Hearing Xiaojin, he looks confused, shakes his hand to refuse. Wait, I did not say that. Sensing Kang Su's stinginess, suddenly snapped. Big brother Ki Ti, where's your usual generosity? Today, I am treating, but she soon understood, took the bill, and burst into tears. My feelings. Meanwhile, Tu Kim ate happily. Thanks. Beautiful sister, time is running out. Liu Feng clings to him. Bidding farewell. King Tu, I am leaving now. Safe travels. Kang Tu and Lian Diep stand there, as he waves them off from afar before departing. Diane is different. Standing there with a heart full of anger. Damn it. I remember you clearly, back over the vast sea. Liu Feng. Bachka, and little Kim hover in the air, when suddenly he shows signs of falling ill. Sneezing, Liu Feng immediately rubbed his nose gently, guessing that Vayim must remember him. He wondered aloud why she did not sneeze. Could it be that none of the sisters remembered him? A surprise unfolds as a column of water moves straight toward the hovering boy. Usually swift and agile, Liu Feng is now engulfed by the entire surge. You soared high, gazing down at the rippling water. Beside Xiao Jin and the drenched figure, it is not just one splash, but countless waves rushing toward them, forcing both you and Bachka to dash forward swiftly. The lone delights in the fountains. Move aside. Move aside. Such joy, such fun, yet Liu Feng is thirsty, lost in thought. He wonders, these jets of water are clearly slow, so why can't I dodge them? Bachka's face was soaked with seawater as he pleaded desperately. Brother Liu, do not avoid it anymore. He looked toward the sea, where something floated on the surface. and commanded, "Hat Lao, do not you dare joke with us." Liao Feng, full of suspicion, sang the old man, "That small island is alive. The sea waves crash against what you call an island, rough and wild." Gradually, the island seems to move, rising higher than before, shaped like a shell, soaring up swiftly, dodging the rushing water. He bowed his head fiercely. "These are, from the sea surface." Two creatures like a turtle and a snake appeared. Liu Feng shouted in astonishment, "Mystical divine beasts." On the turtle's head, an old man with silver hair sits, softly singing and smiling, gently stroking his beard as he chides Bachka, the little singer, who has not come to visit for a long time. Liu Feng saw Hoyan, his face lighting up with excitement, and immediately spoke. "Senior, could you be the legendary divine beast Hien Vo?" Seeing his expression, the old man was startled, eyes wide open, hair black with anger, and said, "You know Hien Vo, kid. You are not from this world. Are you?" Liu Feng was startled by the mysterious song. He hurriedly questioned the elder. "Sir, how do you know? Could it be?" As he predicted, seeing Liu Feng's expression, Ian, full of excitement, said, "I told you, you are indeed from the Ho Ha kingdom." Like two close friends, they ran to clasp each other's hands. Tears streaming like rain, Huan stood atop the sea turtle, signaling with her hand, "Kid, come a little closer. I was sealed in this place by those rotten fairies. Even if my soul could escape, it cannot leave the body." Without hesitation, Liu Feng immediately leapt toward the turtle shell as suggested. He clasped his hands together, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master Hat Hien, I am Liu Feng, paying my respects." Seeing this, the old man quickly sat down on his bench, waved his hand to dismiss the formalities, and said, "All right, no need for such ceremony with me. Just sit down." By order of Hat Huyen, Liu Feng also sat down. Bachki approached from behind, and Hat Lao said, with a sober tone, "Is the sober teaching you mentioned earlier the same as the sober teaching, in sober teaching and absolute teaching?" With an expressionless face, Lao replied, "That is right. When I traveled through time to this place, it was exactly during your era of the Fengtian." Only deepening your confusion, you hurriedly questioned, how could he know the era of the gods? Not wanting to waste time, addicted to the game, Hat Hohenkam raised his hand high with the cards. "Enough talk, play a few rounds with me first." Every year, 3 cards go missing, but finally found a friend to play with. "Hey kid, come sit down quickly." Seeing La's game, Liu Feng was startled again. Did the Fengtian era already have the game T Li Kai? Look at his expression. Batch Hat hurriedly whispered the reason to match Liu. It was Lord Adat who woke up, originally to help Hat Lo ease his sorrow. Liu Feng, understanding the reason, gently reproached him. Adat was indeed strong. He covered his mouth and continued the story, but in the end, the old man was completely absorbed in it. No long talk, cards in hand. Hat Hien professional, slams down on the turtle shell, a mode appears, in the air, a dragon music table simultaneously releases sacred sounds. This is the landlord card game. Hearing his music echo, Liu Feng was stunned for the 3rd time. If the landlord's instrument maker knew his piano appeared like this in another world, he would laugh himself awake from a dream. Finally, too addicted, the song is over. Sing urgently. Do not just stand there. Catch the card. Catch the card now. They can't escape. Everyone grabs a card, holding it up. Little Jin whispers from behind, thinking he is very quiet. Liu Feng, he is the fearsome old turtle I warned you about before, even more terrifying than the Supreme One. Thought he was just quietly lazy. Unexpectedly, Bach Kang heard everything and warned us before it was too late. Little Kim, whispering like that is nodded a bit too loud. Holding the cards in hand, Hatien whispers softly. Last time, I sensed the willow sword's lifeblood within Gaian's body, so I chased after him. Seized the landlord. Will you follow? Back with the 2. Not following. No. Liu Feng played and talked about his lineage. Who the lifeblood of the willow sword was not Tu Kim the son of Adak. Suddenly, Hat Hoin felt like raising a flag in his heart, jumping with joy. The stakes doubled. The landlord is mine now. The old man slammed down 5 cards on the turtle shell, then explained, do not overthink it. That kid accidentally consumed the divine dragon egg hidden in the Long Island altar, causing his memories to blur under the backlash of energy, making him believe the mark was his own. 3 elders following the couple. Liu Feng was startled by the news, partly because of Hian's unexpected move. The old man urged, do you want to win or not? Play your card quickly. I have been waiting forever. But he shook his head and passed. Knowing the next move, Hat Hian pondered the card while telling Liu Feng, at the start of the battle against the wind god, Liu Kim and I were sucked into this world through a space rift. In the past, both of us fought against those people in the dark arena and got trapped here. Then we were struck by a divine curse. Lu Jin was forced to fall, leaving only his lifeblood within the Long Island altar, while I remain trapped here. As the old man reveals his deadly move, fear grips all 3 pigs paired off. Only 1 card remains, but Bachka was stubborn. He also revealed his card. Wait, I have 4 of a kind. Before I could block Hat Hyan, the old man's gaze made me hesitate. Reconsidering withdrawing, Bachka was terrified by Hat Hyun's looming shadow. Should I cut it or not? You decide. In the end, I did not cut, The moment has come. Lo Tung hurriedly played his last card on my Ruo. The final card I win, feeling victorious. Had Hoing crossed his arms and looked up proudly. Old Master's card skills are truly top-notch. Then he spread his hands and demanded, "Come on. Come on. Hand over the money." Knowing he had lost, Bachka took out the money bag to pay. Looks like Little Hat has learned to earn money lately. Seeing this, the old master took it and suggested, "This is enough for your feelings. Lu Feng, no need to give more." Unconcerned with the game's outcome, Lu Feng touched his chin, pondering. So Jin is the son of Longshen. Perhaps after Xiao Jin was severely injured by the Blood Sovereign, he immediately returned to the Long clan altar and even commanded them to save Hong Yai. Suddenly, a white aura enveloped him, making Li Feng instinctively cover his face in confusion. A figure in black appears, speaking with authority. "What did you say?" None other than Enshiesh Hanin in a younger form, eyes blazing red. Demands, "Who dares harm Lu Kim's son?" Seeing the old man's condition, Bach Ke was deeply worried. Then, the crazy look of black old man surfaced, and his words confused him. What did he mean by crazy look? Bach Ke observed Black Hain's expression while explaining the reason behind that name. Black old man usually appeared as a friendly elder, but when he got angry, he would become the old man, with his massive body and bloodshot eyes. Clenched as his fist. Just looking at him was terrifying. Hakyun had made them both a little scared, holding onto each other tightly, not daring to move an inch. He had clearly become a different person. Not stopping there, the old man's eyes gleamed as he lowered his tone and declared, "The one who hurt my flower guardian is that person." Uxihin furrowed his brow and shouted, "Is that how you take care of my flower guardian?" No sooner had the old man spoken than the space around Liu Feng violently shifted. His body spun, his right knee steadying him too much force. Bachka sensed trouble and stepped in to mediate. Black old man's anger eased. Liu Feng meant no harm, but before he could finish, Uxihin waved his hand, flinging Bachka back, and sternly commanded, "Seize him." Meanwhile, Liu Feng gritted his teeth, struggling with his inner strength. Thinking bitterly, "Damn it, even his spirit can't be resisted." Little Kim musters all his courage to jump in front of him, eyes full of determination. No, he won't let anyone bully Liao Feng. Black Shadow waves his hand again. The vine coils tightly around Little Kim. "Stay obediently here for me," the old man boldly declared. "From now on, this kid will stay by my side." Little Kim struggled with all his might to break free and escape. Meanwhile, Liao Feng certainly did not stand by idly. He challenged, "On what grounds?" Little Kim decides who she wants to stay with. She nods repeatedly in agreement. Liao Feng is right. Black Swan's face remains unchanged as he channels inner strength into his palm, ready to strike back because the enemy is relentless. In an instant, as the elder tightened his grip on Little Kim with increasing intensity, he cried out in pain. Seeing this, Liao Feng grew anxious and stopped. Then, in the blink of an eye, Little Kim unleashed his power, transforming into a bronze figure. He struggles to break free from Black Shadow's grip, baring his teeth and lunging at the old man. But with a single flick, Black Shadow easily sends Little Kim into a daze. His small form cradled gently in the old man's arms. Little Kim still refuses to give up, stubbornly cursing under his breath, as Han sighs in frustration. Knowing this reckless kid will make the dead rise from their graves in anger, the old man regained his strength, carefully lifting his hand to give Little Kim to Liao Feng, asking him to take care of it. He gently accepted it, pursing his lips as he silently gazed at Little Kim resting in his palm. Round here, the crashing waves roar and collide endlessly. Moments later, Black Shadow changes form, leaning on a crutch, grumbling in frustration. "That brat is ruthless." No warning, no preparation at all. The boy plays with whoever he wants, no strict rules. Liu Feng can only smile awkwardly. His temperament has changed so fast. Meanwhile, Bachka struggles up from the water, exhausted but manages to speak. Only then do Hak Lao and Liu Feng act, but their opponent is already a supreme warrior. The dark mystic glared at him with displeasure. Probing, can a supreme intellect really be called a powerhouse? But in the next moment, the old man shifted his attitude like lightning. "No need to ask." And Liao Feng, "Kid, do not blame me. I just had a sudden illness." "Who would have thought you would swear so seriously?" "Black Elder is serious now. I was not strong enough to protect Little Kim before, but I swear it won't happen again." Hearing this, Black Swan shyly scratched his head and took the initiative to suggest, "How about this? After all, I am trapped here anyway. Too much ontological energy is useless. Better for you to cultivate it within my body. Surely in less than 2 months, you will advance a step." He added that this energy was condensed by me over countless years. "A gentle essence just right to aid your cultivation." Liao Feng's eyes scanned the swirling energy around him. If he could cultivate here. But no, not yet thanks. "Old man, yet I have urgent matters on Dragon Island now. Perhaps next time." Xian startled for a moment. "So soon you want to leave? Don't let us fight until dawn." Liu Feng looked troubled. Apologizing. "Senior, it is urgent and involves Tu Kim. Next time, I will definitely play wholeheartedly with you." Cold and cramped inside, Hakyun muttered, "You all said so, yet not a single one came. They truly have no way." Reluctantly, he replied, "I am truly sorry." Hak Lao, But I have one more matter to ask. This kind of soul wound, a missing fragment. Do you have a way to heal it? Black Hyun flew out. Annoyed, I can fight, but healing is beyond me. Let go. Move your hand, finish the job and come back for me. Once you move, you can take little Kim away. In this situation, Liu Feng was speechless. Thinking, the disciple is quick. Black Elder, but moving your hand is not for children. Though you think so, you still agreed to Ekchi Hein's demand. The moment your fingers intertwined, the elder spoke up, raising his hand, tightening his grip 100 years without change. If you speak but do not act, I will punish you both to death. Hearing this, Liu Feng and Ba froze for a few seconds, eyes wide in shock. But that was not all. Hefshe Hein handed Liu Feng a few more three-of-a-kind cards. Right, I almost forgot to give you a parting gift. Take this bomb for self-defense. He took it hesitantly. Lips twitching, unable to speak. Could this toy really protect him? Cut to a later time. Dusk has fallen. The dazzling sunlight sparkles across the sea like shimmering streaks. Bachka leads the way, excitedly pointing ahead. We are here. We have finally reached Long Island. Liu Feng quickly followed his hand's direction, his face filled with awe. Surprised, he realized this was Long Island. The little golden bird on his shoulder looked bored, and without the little fairy here, it was not fun at all. Just then, Bachka suddenly interrupted. Adult dragons can transform into humans. Dragon Island has dragon breeds, so why not have a little baby dragon? As soon as he said that, Xiaojin immediately brightened up, waving his arms excitedly. Right, I was so stupid not to think of that. Liu Feng. Speed up. Speed up. All you do is smile awkwardly. Immediately after, two figures swiftly glided over the water, rushing forward like a gust of wind. At a certain point, Liu Feng suddenly slowed down, eyes darting around with curiosity. He turned his head back, curious about what it was. Bachka explained it was the island's protective barrier, able to detect and lock out outsiders from the very first moment. Before he could elaborate, a streak of blue light suddenly shot towards them. The enemy charges straight at Liu Feng. Growling fiercely, it is the one who cornered Master Xiaojin. I swallowed my words. Before I can react, a helpless look spreads across my face. No way. Not again. With a wide-open mouth, swirling inner energy converges, sealing the spell. Ice wind 1,000 miles. Streams of energy merge into a single point, forming an icy sphere ready to be unleashed. The young master boldly stepped in front of Liu Feng, fiercely questioning. Strong man, what do you want to do? Hearing his commanding shout, the opponent froze, eyes wide. Young master took him. Without a word, he swallowed his own ice sphere of 1,000 miles in one gulp, finally able to breathe out a light sigh. Next, he transformed into a human figure, tears welling up as he rushed towards Xiaojin, saying, I have finally waited for this day. But unexpectedly, he did not greet him. He delivered a spinning kick straight to the opponent's face, causing him to bleed from mouth and nose. Seeing the fall headfirst into the water, Xiaojin rubbed his nose with satisfaction. Who told you to stare at me every day before? Fast forward to the time after, the fall returned to the river, following the group of wandering people on horseback. Even now, he remains deeply moved, tears welling up. Little Jin, a day without trouble is truly a blessing. Seeing this, Bach is speechless. Thinking, you still look the same as before. So sentimental. Liu Feng can only smile and say, well, sentimental it is. Meanwhile, little Kim crossed his arms and snapped, demanding fiercely, Strongman, where exactly are we headed? I want to find Sister Tiu, the mighty dragon. The burly man bowed respectfully. Lord Little Kim, we must first pay a visit to His Majesty, the Dragon King. Soon after, the group quickly arrived before a magnificent building. Liu Feng and Bachka had to crane their necks to take in the full view, unable to hide their awe. Then, as they stepped inside, their eyes were met with a lively scene of joyous play and raucous cheers. At that moment, Liu Feng felt puzzled. Were not we supposed to meet the Dragon King? Why have we come to a casino? Meanwhile, Tiu Kim was utterly delighted, exclaiming, Sis, this place is paradise. In a corner of the casino, an excited cheer erupts. 9 points. A perfect win. It is a Dak. At the table, his face full of hope. I have won. Liu Feng stood stunned for a few seconds. Could this be the legendary culture of world crossing? Deep down, he thought, Adea, you are also a time traveler. Your power far surpasses my imagination. The enemy is too focused on the lucky dog, completely unaware of the presence of the Liu Feng group. Finally, Bachka can't hold back anymore and charges fiercely. He grabs Adak by the collar and demands in a deep voice, Chief Adak, the entire Hoklong clan has already expelled you from Dragon Island once. He still acts so recklessly, not fearing Long Hong's wrath that day. But who would have thought the other side showed no fear at all, even laughing foolishly while tilting his jaw to one side. Look over there. Bachka stopped staring into his eyes and saw Long Hong, the noble, playing his cards to the limit. I do not believe your 24 cards can defeat me. Witnessing this, Bachka was so shocked he could barely speak. Long Hong was defeated. On this side, Landun whispered a report to Kim Kwa. As soon as he finished, his face turned pale. Kim Kwa narrowed his eyes, cold gleam flashing in his golden pupils. He said no more, just sharply waved his hand. The crowd in the room vanished in an instant, and before Lu Feng could react, Kim Kuo was firmly seated on the throne. He secretly felt terrified, yet in a moment of complete unconsciousness. Moving instantly through the crowd truly, a supreme warrior is a terror. But it did not stop there, in an instant. Little Kim, who had been resting on Liu Feng's shoulder, was suddenly lifted up. Despite his desperate resistance, Adak gleefully juggled and laughed. I have finally found you. Little Kim, he looked puzzled, wondering who this person was so strange, yet strangely familiar. Lu Feng stood aside, watching their tender embrace. Brow furrowed in thought, could they truly be strangers? He is your mother. Adak's voice trembled as she spoke. When I asked you to join the family, you were still proof. It is not easy. When you return to the altar, I want to visit you. The Emperor's altar was sealed off by the Dragon King, and this shocking news hit too abruptly. Little Kim was so scared he nearly fainted. Oh heavens, am I really born a man? And then, a few moments later, the whole crowd laughed and chatted, ignoring poor Kim completely. He frowned, thinking, do these kids not even acknowledge my existence? Finally, Kim spread his legs wide and deliberately spoke loudly. Adak, bring little Kim here so I can admire him. Time continued to pass. The entire room fell into silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shimmering circles of light from the chandelier. Without wasting much time, he carefully observed for a while, then nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, nothing worrisome. Little Kim is quick-tempered, always staring right at you. It is the kind of day that makes people keep a close watch on me, and I hate feeling uneasy, Kim said sternly. It is because you are the child of the storm god. Not even the slightest mistake is allowed. He then glanced at Liu Feng standing below, thinking, this must be young Liu Feng's friend. The moment his name was called, he immediately clasped his hands in salute, paying respects to Lord Long Hong. A faint smile curved the other's lips as he spoke slowly. Given your connection to Lord Xiao Jin, there is no need for formalities. But I do have some doubts. He paused, his face suddenly darkening as he spoke each word. Lord Sijin. After all the back and forth, Liu Feng now felt like nothing more than a helpless hen forced to brood. Hong's eyes widened in shock, hastily waving his hand to deny. Little Kim did not hatch the egg outside. I took the dragon egg and escaped. If blood seeps into the shell, little Kim will suddenly break out. Hearing this, little Kim nodded in agreement. Kim, agitated, sprang to his feet. If that is true, Lord Dragon once said only one of our own kind could bear the dragon's burden. But this one is the prince of our dragon clan. His arrival signals the coming turmoil for our people. The moment these words were spoken, Liu Feng gasped in shock. There is more to this. He stared blankly at Adak, his face betraying his confusion. So, why him? As the opponent leaned in to whisper in Liu Feng's ear, our situations differ. You are a body traveler. I am a soul traveler. It is because Xiao Jin is acting up, forcing the blood balance of the Hua Xia people. At that moment, Jin Ko spoke again. Little friend Liu Feng, would you agree to follow me to the altar for verification? It just so happens that Master Xiao Jin also needs a breakthrough there. He eagerly accepted his offer. Of course, Your Majesty was delighted. Liu Feng seized the moment and said, I also have a matter that requires your help. Please. Your Majesty, tell me how I can reach the legendary Lost God Chamber. The moment Kim Ko heard that name, he was stunned, pressing for why someone would want to go there. Hearing this, Kim Ko dismissed the matter, saying, let us wait until the ceremony, then we will discuss this in detail. Cut to the altar area, where the group quickly gathers in full. Liu Feng intently reads the words carved on the stone statue before him. Daokidi, Fei Cheng Dao, Mingqi Ming, Fei Cheng Ming. It has been a long time since I have seen Chinese characters. Kim Ko laughed broadly, his deep voice resonating. Truly a man of letters, as written by Lord Long then. Suddenly, he waved his hand, unleashing a golden surge of inner power that rippled through the air. Standing at the heart of that intense energy, Kim Ko shouted, Elders, follow me to activate the altar. At his words, the elders immediately clasped their hands, closed their eyes, and focused their inner strength. Everything happened so fast. Liu Feng barely had time to steady himself before the scene before him shook him to his core. Now, the stone wall of the altar was bathed in a blazing golden light, its terrifying aura impossible to look away from. A golden sound thundered. The priest raised a towering pillar of light. The radiance was blinding. Liu Feng hurriedly shielded his eyes. In a fleeting moment, that bright letter vanished. Liu Feng's vision blurred as familiar sounds from distant memories stirred within him. He quickly glanced around, his body suddenly stiffening. Liu Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Where was this place? Right now, you are standing in the bustling streets of the modern city, crowds flowing endlessly. Liu Feng looks around quietly, a strange feeling rising within him. He mutters softly, I am finally back. At first glance, but the moment he clearly saw the other's face, Liu Feng froze. The other person calmly observed the surroundings and took the initiative to start a conversation, saying, hello. Little friend. Liu Feng instantly raised his guard, defensive stance fixed on Mir. Trum, who is he, facing his hostility? The other merely smiled softly, voice calm and gentle. Hak Hein must have mentioned me, the earth-piercing spear. Li Jin. The moment he heard that name, Liu Feng was filled with dread. almost whispering. Isn't that Elder Liu Qian, the dragon god? Didn't he already pass away? Calmly, he explained. That is right. What you see now is only a fragment of my lingering soul and consciousness. Hearing this, Liu Feng vaguely grasped the situation. So this is, Liu Qian nodded slightly in confirmation. This is your spatial consciousness. Everything you see is your memory. Those words struck like a blow, and Liu Feng could no longer hide his panic, instinctively pressing for answers. My memory. And then, in the blink of an eye, the scene around him suddenly rushed by. Escaping, Liu Feng suddenly saw his younger self, a youthful face smiling on a rocking horse. Lu Jin wondered, this must be the happiest memory of that person. What is this object? And what are they doing? Liu Feng slowly approached the rocking horse, his eyes warming. This was the last time my mother took me out while she was alive. This is called a rocking horse, child's toy. At that moment, he suddenly hiccuped, his gaze drifting unconsciously in one direction. Liu Feng watched intently the fading backs of himself and his mother from long ago. A surge of indescribable emotion rising within him. He never thought he would see her again. You always stared with those eyes. That was my happiest time. But then she left. I became an orphan. Liu Feng's voice faded away. You could not speak, only silently called. Mother. At that moment, Liu Qian swiftly waved his hand and said, no more sad stories. Watch this instead. Then, in the blink of an eye, the scene of Liu Feng and Wei Lai lying on top of each other suddenly appeared, and he blurted out, this is my most exciting memory. The scene struck Liu Feng so suddenly he could not react, his face flushed red, mouth agape in shock. Panicked, he hurriedly pulled the curtain back, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Senior, could you please not jump over this? Cut to the next scene. At a coffee shop somewhere, Liu Qian leisurely caresses his coffee cup, gazing around with a smile. Then sighs. The world 1,000 years from now is still like this. He raises an eyebrow, chuckles softly, and adds, besides, the girls dress quite freely too. The moment his eyes met the girl strolling down the street, Liu Qian excitedly nudged him awake, waving eagerly to say hello. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, judging openly truly, because the old man no longer exists. Liu Qian withdrew his carefree facade, smirking faintly. This guy and the mysterious wandering song from another world. In the end, one falls, another is besieged. Yet unexpectedly, there is a chance to meet our Huaxia kin. As these words escaped, Liu Feng was stunned. I did not expect it either. But senior, you knew from the start. You kept that proof. Has it finally blossomed? The enemy nodded in acknowledgement, saying, yes, when that kid entered the altar last time, I already knew. It is just that I did not have the courage to face him. Just one look at him reminds me of the mysterious woman. Liu Feng had heard that name before and thought to himself, the mysterious woman, known as the darkest assassin of this continent, who ultimately fought the Star Ox and Dragon God against the gods, and finally fell. At the same moment, Liu Qian got straight to the point. No more old stories, my young friend. This time I appear because there is much to discuss. According to his tale, back then he and Hakuyam came to the other world as mere mortals, but relied on Huaxia's martial arts and magic to resist the gods, thus stirring their desires. Then, the mysterious lady used the spirit pearl to save Liu Jian's life, helping him break through to the Lord Realm. This news spread, driving the gods mad, igniting their war. Liu Jian said, the mysterious lady and I were besieged by the gods. Then fell. Our bodies remain on that battlefield to this day. I heard that nowadays, that place is called the Lost Shrine of the Gods. Little brother, if you ever get the chance to enter it, I hope you can bring back the bodies of me and Ho and I. When you return to Hoha, I also hope you can lay us to rest together atop Mount Kai. This was her wish, granted to me. He paused, pulled out an item, and said, of course, I won't let you leave empty-handed. This dragon dispersing sword is my gift to you. The moment Liu Feng saw it, astonishment flashed across his face. The sword disperser, according to Liu Qian, although it is a sword sheath, it can also directly become a weapon. Swordsmen say it is sharp, but cannot unleash the true power of your sword spirit. Yet, those who carry this sword sheath into the god's battlefield may find your twin sword Lan Long. Since they said so, Liu Feng accepted without hesitation and sincerely thanked the elder. We are compatriots. I will do my best, but I fear I may never return to Huaxia. Liu Qian kept a calm expression, speaking slowly. This is the second matter I need to tell you. He recounted that after the war among the celestial tribes broke out, all the gods were drawn into it. In the divine realm, the war god Atheti used a spell to unleash a radiant beam, causing the two chief gods to vanish into the void under the watchful eyes of countless deities, proving they had traveled through time to Huaxia and could return to this world. He shared that only later did we realize they could return because the master space possesses a divine energy, a spatial guide. This divine energy can leave an eternal spatial trace of the dimension it once passed through, allowing one to reach that place by following the trace. Liu Feng was surprised, muttering, what? So if I obtain the spatial guide, I can return to Huaxia? But when it came to this matter, Liu Jian's expression turned serious. It is not that simple. Within the dimensional plane, there are chaotic spatial currents and dangers. I intended to use the spatial guide to study them, but in the end, it could not go as hoped. Only after being struck by the divine soldiers did I risk my life amidst the chaos, suffering heavy losses to seize the spatial conduit. Recalling the past, he sighed with regret. Unfortunately, I had just activated the spatial conduit when I fell, leaving only a few fragments of my soul drawn into the spatial rift. I still can't forget how back then, Hyun-nu perished alongside the gods because of my fall. Next, Liu Kim said sternly, "Little friend, I dwell in the memories of those who saw the girl who looks exactly like Hyun-nu." In that moment, Liu Feng instantly recalled a face. Scarlet, one he had yet to fully understand. Liu Kim continued to point out the person must swiftly strengthen their power. Her sect leader can protect divine-level warriors from injury during ascension. If the gods learn of her existence, they will stop at nothing to seize the love pearl. Having said this, he warned Liao Feng that when the time comes, whether it is her or anyone else, disaster will befall them all. Liao Feng carefully remembers the other's advice, thanking the elder for the reminder, vowing to strengthen his power to protect her safely. At his assurance, Lu Jin smiles with satisfaction, thinking, "I trust you just do not repeat my mistakes with the mysterious lady." Just then, Liu Feng suddenly asked, "Senior, may I ask if you know how to cure a fragmented soul?" Liu Kim's face showed doubt, but he still shared sincerely, "I only know how to fight. Healing is not my expertise. Many gods have studied the soul. If one could find a relic or divine artifact resembling the soul left behind after their passing, it might be possible." Before he could finish, Liu Feng urgently grabbed Liu Kim's wrist, pleading, "Please, Elder, tell me how to reach the lost divine chamber." But Liu Kim's answer disappointed him. "Sorry, I do not know." Liu Feng clearly did not believe it. "What?" The other explained. "The lost divine realm, caused by the fall of many gods and uncontrolled energy, formed a solitary space with an ever-shifting entrance. I am but a humble deity, Liu, and only the rarest bloodline flowers can awaken me now. What should I do? Go ask the current dragon emperor." Hearing this, Liu Feng sighed deeply. "Senior, do not say it so easily, my fragile heart can't take it." Lu Jin's lips curled slightly as he leisurely lifted his coffee cup. "Sorry, I will punish myself with a drink." But just as he swallowed, he immediately spat it all out, black coffee splattering across Li Feng's face, who cried out in shock. "Senior." Liu Kim forced a smile, apologizing for his rudeness. The taste of this era's wine was strange. And why did the young friend carry a trace of boundless energy? Liu Feng suddenly felt confused. What was boundless energy? The other explained. Boundless energy is a type of power superior even to elemental magic and aura. Only by breaking the divine barrier can one obtain limitless energy, and then must sustain the divine barrier with that energy. He calmly explained that although the battle of the immortals was said to be for me, the real cause was the depletion of the world's limitless energy. Gods can only seize boundless energy from others to sustain their divinity, but the immortals of this world must wield a power called the law. After killing a god, one can claim the power to rule over gods, plunging all deities into a relentless war. Lu Jin fell silent, slowly raising his hand as a small, transparent orb appeared in his palm. Seeing the energy in his hand suddenly connect with Liao Feng, he was puzzled, for after the mysterious explosion, all boundless energy in this world should have vanished completely. Even Li Feng himself was surprised, wondering if it was because last time he ventured into the divine realm, the young girl recounted the whole story to Liu Kim, saying that once I wake up, I will discover many sources of silver energy within my body. Who would have thought he would leap up in excitement? That white space, not the divine realm, might very well be the legendary boundless realm. Lu Jin said, "The energy of the boundless is the key to divine breakthroughs, and the boundless realm is where this energy is born. The boundless energy of this world was merely leaking from the void realm itself." Hearing this, Liao Feng fell into confusion. So that place is the void realm, yet all I sense is an endless white void, seemingly nothing else. Lu Jin shook his head slightly. "I do not know either. The boundary is just a legend. I never thought you would have a chance to enter it." Now, Liao Feng could only smile shyly. Right then, the opponent suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking solemnly. "Young friend, this is a divine opportunity. You must find a way to integrate boundless energy into your cultivation. If you use it merely as an attack method, the energy will only diminish with use." Having spoken, he tilted his head back and sighed softly. "All right. Everything that needed to be said has been said. My time is running out. The remaining energy will be used to empower that kid. Consider this the only compensation this father can give him." Liao Feng looked doubtful. "Senior, you seem fine now. Is there really no way to bring you back to life?" Lu Jin replied slowly. "I am now just a conscious soul. How can consciousness be revived?" "But," you gently noticed the key blood point. "But what is it?" Lu Jin did not intend to hide it. He said that if the soul fragment sucked away by the water space before we fell could be found, there would be a chance to revive. Unfortunately, the odds are too slim. Then, he quickly rubbed his aching leg and left, a faint golden energy flickering behind him. It flared more fiercely, engulfing the figure of Liu Kim suspended in the air. He smiled gently, saying, "Meeting an old friend from home brings me joy." Before parting, Liu Kim left a few words. "My little friend, I hope we meet again someday." At the same time, at the altar across, the golden light began to fade. Nearby, Sao Jin leaned on his zither, face full of frustration. Li Feng is moving too slowly. A golden beam of energy suddenly shot straight at him. Sao Jin had no time to react. He instantly transformed into a dragon, hovering in the air, his face puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Why are we flying up? Kim and the others panicked, shouting, Lord Teo Kim. Amid the chaos, Liu Kim's shadow appeared from the altar, longing to hold his child once more. Just as Kim saw that illusory image, he was startled and shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Feeling strange, in the blink of an eye, all the elders knelt down together, paying respects to the Dragon Lord. Little Kim still did not understand what was happening and kept asking Liu Jin what he intended to do. On this side, O was forced to kneel on the spot, 100 tangled thoughts swirling within. Why did he feel this strange familiarity? Could it be because he was also a Ho person? Without giving him time to ponder further, the two nearby elders harshly pressed down to bow in submission. Feeling utterly confused, he glanced from the elders to Liu Jam. He said nothing, silently pursing his lips as he watched Xiao Jin for a long moment. A moment later, Liu Kim gently tapped his finger on Teo Kim's forehead. This is my last bit of energy. He instinctively closed his eyes, unaware of the golden spark flickering at his eyelid. And then, in an instant, golden energy blazed fiercely, engulfing Teo Kim's entire body. At the same moment, Liu Feng suddenly returned to the altar area, hovering in the air, surrounded by pale golden rays. The scene before them left Kim Kwa and the elders stunned, mouths agape in silence. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, seeing the Long tribe elders kneeling in respect, could not help but think, damn, they are way too polite. Just stepped outside and they are already bowing to me like this. When the elder did not take it to heart, he suddenly jumped up in panic, his voice revealing urgency. Where is Lord Long Then? Where is Lord Teo Kim? Kim Kwa crossed his arms, cutting off the elder's words. Silent, Lord Long Then has fallen asleep again after exhausting his strength. With that, the rebel leader declared that Liu Feng had received the dragon god's permission and was now the prince of the dragon clan. Liu Feng had just returned, eyes wide with confusion, unable to grasp what was happening. Before his astonished eyes, everyone suddenly knelt and bowed, shouting in unison. Greetings, Prince. Everything happened so fast that Liu Feng barely had time to react before Xiao Jin lunged toward him. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he slammed into you, his dragon-like eyes brimming with tears. The outcome was inevitable. Liu Feng could not resist and was forcefully thrown backward. Xiao Jin immediately shouted, rushing over to Han and asking, Liu Feng, are you okay? With experience from before, he quickly raised his hand to signal Xiao Jin to stop. She obediently listened. All right. Meanwhile, Kim Klo admired Teo Kim's current form, constantly praising truly the child of the dragon god, a worthy heir. Then, the master took the initiative to invite Teo Kim to restore his true self. They can't stand long. Yup, close. Behind Kim Ho, the elders bow their heads, trembling all over. Little Kim awkwardly looks at the other, hesitatingly replies, but it seems I can't return anymore. Shortly after, atop the towering cliff, Kim Ko spoke privately with Liu Feng, his tone deeply sincere. Liu Then Vong, master of many arts, summoned the dragon god, granting me the chance to meet the great dragon god I have awaited all my life. He paused briefly, reaching out to retrieve something. This is the divine dragon token of our dragon clan. I hope Prince Liu will accept it. Kim Ko made sure to explain it can command any ancient dragon of the dragon clan. He shared that, according to the Long clan's tradition, this token must be handed to Lord Teo Kim. But since he is still too young, Prince Liu is to keep it safe for now. Liu Feng took the token, examined it closely, then asked, are you truly sure about entrusting this to a mere human servant? The enemy merely chuckled softly. The command of the token cannot harm the dragon clan. It is the natural order. If the command harms the dragon clan, then discard me. Liu Feng sensed the threat hidden in his words and quickly interrupted. Your Majesty, rest assured, I would never trouble the dragon clan. Take the chance to exchange more. And there is one more thing. Please tell me the way to the lost god chamber. Kim Kuo could not fathom the other's thoughts. Had the decision already been made? With their current strength, it was reckless to walk straight into death. Liu Feng's eyes reveal unwavering resolve. He says the one I love has a wounded soul, and I have heard the lost divine pearl might hold the cure. He adds, this is also the mission entrusted to me by that great man. Hearing this, Kim Kuo was instantly struck with terror. Could it be that Lord Long Then is still alive? Liu Feng replied solemnly, no, but there is indeed hope for Lord Long Then's resurrection, and that hope lies hidden within the lost orb. The star fragment began to stir. The lost divine realm. Legend says it holds the path to godly ascension, but vanished from the continent after the War of the Gods. From what he knew, 1,000 years later, the greatest powers of the continent's tribes would witness the sun swallowing the moon once every 100 years, harnessing the clash of celestial energies, and by uniting the strength of 4 supreme warriors, they could temporarily summon the lost divine realm back to the continent. But since the infirmary can limit the intake of soul energy, only if you can enter, thus, these great powers secretly agreed to hide the secrets of this era. Kim Kuo revealed that only on the night before the sun swallows the eternal moon do they send powerful warriors with credentials to the ruined city, breaking the boundaries of the 4 great empires to hold a meeting of the continent's heroes to compete for the right to enter. Liu Feng was surprised, asking in confusion, advancing to divine rank. Does that mean? At that moment, a thought struck him. Could there be limitless energy within the lost chamber? He listened intently as Kim Kwa continued. One day before the sun swallowed the eternal moon, all certified warriors would battle to the death one last time, deciding the 12 who enter the lost chamber. For tens of thousands of years, hundreds of sacred warriors have fallen because of this. He stopped and asked Liao Feng, Prince Liao, if he was ready. The sudden question left him stunned. Right now, Kim Kwa stared straight into Liu Feng's eyes, his face stern as he spoke each word. Ready to die at any moment, Liu Feng shouted, his expression serious. Of course, I will definitely go to the lost pill. You wonder, but the sun swallows the moon once every 100 years. I won't wait until I become the old dragon myself, Kim Kwa replies. Rest assured, the sky will swallow the moon again in a year. He slowly stretched out his hand, his voice golden with power and confidence. I believe the strength of Prince Feng within a year will surely be enough. That is the true proof of qualification. Liu Feng's eyes sparkled. Your Majesty, the Dragon Clan is also a great power of the continent. Do we not have proof of qualification? Kim Kwa stammered. The Long Clan is powerful but struggles to reproduce. Even without divine beasts, they are continental overlords. The lives of clan members are precious, so we declared our withdrawal from the Heroes Continent Assembly long ago, and our qualification certificates have been revoked. His words struck like a hammer blow, leaving him speechless. Please, do not. Suddenly, a subordinate's voice called from afar. Your Majesty, the Northern Sea's Bei Taidan has arrived to pay a visit. Please come out to meet him. He smiled smugly, reaching out his hand. Got it. The person with the certificate of eligibility has arrived. Then Kim Kwa turned his back, but before leaving, he looked back and instructed him. Stay here. Do not go anywhere. I am going to get the certificate of eligibility for that person. Liu Feng held a tangerine, eyes wandering in confusion, then wondered if Long Hong was intentional. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Liu Feng. Transform again. He turned around Xiao Jin. Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock. Something's wrong. The giant body of little Jin loomed toward him, the ground trembling with every step the boy took. Liu Feng raised his hand in fear, trying to stop Xiao Jin with a gesture to halt. Sitting behind, Xiao Jin lightly played with his hair, making his head sway rhythmically. Liu Feng crossed his arms, annoyed, saying, Xiao Jin, have you had enough? This kid's power at the Supreme Realm is just too overwhelming. Then the boy wrapped his arms tightly around him, voice rising. Before, it was always others holding me. Now I can hold someone too. On Liu Feng's face, full of helplessness, he softly said, Thank you. A subordinate suddenly rushed over, urgently saying, Your Highness, Long Hong Majesty has sent an invitation. Liu Feng quickly broke free from Xiao Jin's embrace. I have to go now. In the ancient palace of with walls carved in intricate patterns, he silently pondered before the gate. Realizing this was the Sea Tribe, no wonder the name Three-Handed Dawn felt so familiar. You place each step firmly on the steps, your shadow stretching long, bathed in the golden afternoon light. Suddenly, a figure appears, leaning a staff against the gatehouse, voice stern as he asks, Who goes there? Geofetch opened his mouth wide, his voice arrogant. This place is not for scum like you. He looked straight at him, calm and steady. This is Dragon Island. You Sea Tribe are the real scum here. With a fierce glare, he scolded angrily. You despicable loser. Not even worth a fight. Yet you dare to be so defiant. Get lost. Stay far away from me. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking everyone into stunned disbelief. Then, his subordinates simultaneously raised their sharp blades straight at him. Liu Feng calmly narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brows, ready to confront. The magical force converges at his feet, forming a fierce vortex. The ground trembles violently as if about to shatter, catching them off guard and knocking them all down at once. From behind, Jiao raised his hand, pointing straight at him. Full of anger and fury, he lunged forward, throwing punches aimed at his face. But Liu Feng gently lifted his hand to block, his expression unchanged. Witnessing that scene, Jiao froze, his face in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. With just a gentle flick of the wrist, Liu Feng sent him crashing to the ground. Just as Liu Feng was about to strike, a firm voice rang out, Stop! Turning around, he saw a stretcher slicing through the air, rushing straight toward him. In an instant, Liu Feng spun aside, narrowly dodging the sharp blade rushing toward him. Regaining his senses, he could not help but shout in surprise. It was her. Tumani's eyes widened in shock as she finally recognized him. He was human. Her face flushed red, jaw clenched tight. That damned man. In the absolute silence, a sharp laugh echoed. At that moment, Liu Feng's gaze froze, and he stood still, slowly stroking the beard. He smiled and said, At last, I have found you. His face lit up with joy upon meeting Liu Feng again. The bodyguard immediately rushed over to him. My good son-in-law. He wrapped his arms around Liu Feng, but Liu quickly slipped away. Liu Feng, with a puzzled and confused look, asked again, Who are you? Who is your son-in-law? Taidun immediately pointed, saying, Little two. He can't just eat for free, then denied and refused to acknowledge it. Tumlini crossed her arms and blocked his path. Enough. You should be ashamed. Old man, who said he is your grandson-in-law. If you keep talking nonsense, I will leave. The fighter then switched to acting mode so pitiful. An old man hundreds of years old, should not be relying on anyone, lonely and miserable. Even his granddaughter no longer needs him. Lu Feng had to admire him. Damn, this old guy's acting is top-notch, flipping the script so fast. Feigned pity, but I thought, better to face death head-on. Tin Yi suddenly sang out, covering her mouth. Kim Ko appeared from behind. No wonder his granddaughter calls him an old man every day without shame. Today, our eyes have been opened. Taedon turned around joyfully, but Long Hong Emperor just laughed. He introduced, this is Lu Feng, Prince of our Dragon Clan, Elder of the Third Sacred Rank, Taedon, and Princess Tin of the North Sea Royal Court. Hearing her name, Tamani just furrowed her brows and turned away. Clearly displeased, Lu Feng whispered into Kim Ko's hand, Long Hong Ba, these people recently ambushed our clan. What are they doing on Long Island now? He smiled, stroking his beard. Attacking the clan was merely a fight over territory and resources. If your friends accidentally get caught in the battle between the two clans, you should quickly warn them to leave. Kim Ko smiled softly and said, this shameless man wants to invite me to help. The two great powers in the Sea Tribe, North Sea and Westa, are rivals, but their equal strength has always prevented a full-scale war. He calmly explained that not long ago, before the Western Emperor of Tai Na Hoang Chiyu broke through the second level of the Sacred Family, Tai Na Hoang Chiyu immediately launched a war. Their goal was not only to annihilate the entire Biantra Ving Kiyu, but also to seize the certification held by Bata Hai Hong Chiyu to join the heroic assembly. Kim Ko stared directly at Liu Feng, pointing to himself, saying, that is why Bate Don came to Long Island for help. Your Majesty wants me to aid the North Sea, using this certificate of qualification as a family exterminator. He smiled and said, Bate Don, our Long clan cannot directly involve ourselves in the struggle of your Sea clan. It is better if His Highness Prince Bifeng takes action. After all, you have already seen his skills. Taedon clasped his hands excitedly. Then I thank your Majesty for your righteous help. Kim Ko smiled, hands behind his back. No need to thank me yet. Our prince is heading to the battlefield at great cost. Taedon laughed. Just say the word. I will have them prepare tons of black bull's feet as a gift. Liu Feng clenched his fists, thinking, that old man is pretending to be dumb again. Wasn't our discussion with Long Hong loud enough? Kim Ko's eyes darkened. His voice grew heavy. Don't think you can fool me. You know exactly what I am talking about. Taedon replied softly. The Long Hong Undersea, the heroic society's credentials passed down from our ancestors. How could I casually give them away? Besides, he ran to Liu Feng and Tin Nai, helping me as the North Sea son-in-law, unrelated to the Long clan prince. Right, niece. Son-in-law, step back immediately. I have no relation with your granddaughter. I met her once and even fought her once. Liu Feng pointed at her bluntly, saying, even if I wished to marry her, she would never become my wife. Tamani looked him straight in the eye, her expression firm and resolute. I agree. Liu Feng expected her refusal and was pleased, but then he hesitated, surprised. You ask back in disbelief. What did you say? Tinimba blushes. As long as you can help us in Bai Fi Hai overcome this danger, I am willing to marry you. Both Taedon and Kim Kwa ate watermelon together, intently eavesdropping on the love story before them. Liu Feng reached out and bluntly refused. No. Impossible. Do not even dream about it. I do not want to marry you. Hearing you say that, Tin Yi's face flushed red, a mix of sulking and shyness. Then, she gently smiled, delicate as a trembling flower petal. Tin Yi suddenly closed in, her trembling hands gripping Liu Feng's collar tightly. Why? Her eyes narrowed with fire as she asked, do you feel I am not beautiful enough? The distance between her and Liu Feng closed, the closeness making him uneasy. Then, his eyes widened as Liu Feng awkwardly called out to her, you turn away from Tin Yi's gaze, because she is small and petty, the little gold said. She starts to get angry. Damn it. Who would think I actually want to marry such a despicable, shameless person? Taedon held Tin Ai back from behind. Tai Ne, do not get agitated. Liu Feng hurried away. I never said I wanted to marry you. Liu Feng pondered, resting his hand on his chin, while Kim Ko silently stood right behind him. You suddenly speak up. My condition is simple exchange with proof of identity. I must go to the Lost God Chamber. Liu Feng adds, the sun will swallow the moon in 1 year. Can the Imperial Court hold on until then? You look straight at Tin Ai and Taedon with sharp eyes. The choice is yours. Kim Ko tells Taedon that the two saints of the Hong dynasty's west side, who fought in the Hong struggle, never saw your Sea Tribe's elite intervene. If Bucky Hai is killed, does your proof of identity still hold? But he remained silent for a long time, his eyes distant, face deep in thought. Finally, Tom Vlin clenched his fist and declared, fine, as long as Bixie Hai can survive this time, the proof will go to my son-in-law. After all, we are family. Both Liu Feng and Tin Nai suddenly stopped. Who belongs to the same family? He hurriedly fled. They looked at each other. Do not imitate me. Both blushed, pointing fingers at each other. You still have to learn. Then, a subordinate ran over from afar, holding up a letter. The next day, the water's surface rippled gently as seahorses suddenly appeared, gliding swiftly beneath the clear waves. Tenli sat across from Liu Feng. arms crossed, reading a letter over 800 times. It was Vinai's letter, Dear Phone Kaka. Lately I have been feeling much better, out of the danger zone, but master still worries, don't let me do anything. That is right Phone Kaka, I feel my soul is fine now. Ian, do not take any risks, come back quickly. Tafai also appeared to send a message to Liu Feng. Alright, it is my turn now, long time no see Feng. Recently I moved to Vinai's place. Me and Tiat are taking care of her together. Huang can rest easy now. Yes. After being rescued and resting for a few days, my father has recovered. I thank you. Ian. You nervously rubbed his head. Now the three of them are together. 3 women in one act, always sensing trouble is near. Vinai pointed at Tiat. That is right, Tiat also wants to ask them Hyan. She crossed her arms. Who wants to question them Han? Go back early. Do not make Vaihe worry. Liu Feng smiled happily. Vinai's recovery was truly remarkable. Now all that is left is to get the Hero Association certification. You suddenly fell silent. But is it really okay to let only me take action? Liu Feng recalled Kim Kwa placing a hand on his shoulder. Prince Feng. Lord Little Kim still could not control the surge in cultivation. I plan to bring him to the old prison for training. He turned to Huang and said, this matter with the Hai clan, our Long clan cannot intervene directly. Sao Ha. Though you always accompany Prince Feng then, you must never act recklessly. He obeys orders. Understood. Even if Liu Feng kills someone, I will turn a blind eye and not interfere. Recalling that moment, Liu Feng was shy, at a loss for words. Suddenly, a voice pulled him back to the present. Son-in-law, before you lies the border of our Northern Sea Emperor's realm. Liu Feng slowly stepped down from the carriage. Hong Chiyu, you all are in the water, right? Is there anything that can help me breathe underwater? Don't forget, I am still a weak human. Taedon smiled and said, no need to worry, son-in-law, didn't you take the dragon scale from Tai Ni's forehead? Seeing the dragon scale on my hand, I repeat once more. Back then I did not know that possessing this scale meant I had to be her man. Now, I will repay her immediately. Tin Ai stepped out of the carriage. Suddenly shouting, what a nuisance. Taedon hurriedly grasped his hand, saying, no rush. This scale is truly a treasure for those in need. Just place it gently on your forehead, and you can breathe freely underwater like our sea tribe. Moreover, it can conceal your human identity from ordinary sea folk. Liu Feng looked at the dragon scale in his hand, amazed that it could be both a tool and a weapon. From the carriage, Ten Ni gracefully stepped down. Calling out, wait, Liu Feng placed the dragon scale on his forehead, turned, and asked, what is it? She hurriedly tapped the western dun. The old man smiled and said, where the scale our entire sea tribe knows you are the son-in-law of the North Sea. Liu Feng. Hearing this, fearfully pointed at the dragon scale stuck on his forehead. Wait for me. You rush to the western dun. Hurry and take it off for me. I do not want this cursed thing. Tenna flew into a rage and punched Liu Feng in the face, saying, what did you say? I do not want to marry that person. He smiled and said, you two are a match made in heaven. Singing of power and love in hand, the crude tale of a son-in-law unfolds. Suddenly, from above, a massive object descends, blocking the light where he stands. Liu Feng and Taedun both widen their eyes in stunned disbelief. From above, the colossal wave monster roars and crashes down upon him, striking with a terrifying blow that shreds the carriage like a toy. Rage erupted as Taigum tightly clenched his fist, magical power swirling fiercely around it. Overwhelming, the torrent of his magic burst forth, defeating the monster in an instant. From behind, a hand slipped around, choosing Tenni's slender waist. Liu Feng slowly took his hand, gently enclosing Tin Nai in his embrace. From afar, 2 suspicious figures appeared, the 2nd and 4th Holy Lords, peak warriors from the Empire. Tenni clung to Liu Feng's coat. Teasing, he asked, why hold me so tight? She felt uneasy clearly. He was the first to make a move. You suddenly let go so embarrassing. She immediately falls freely. She spins around. A scream bursts out, echoing in the dreadful air. The Western Emperor spoke arrogantly. Lady Tief, even the Dragon Clan can't help everyone. When seriously ill, people seek cures everywhere. This so-called holy cleansing is just a new trick by the military. Tai Yin pointed at himself. He uphold justice. Unlike you 2 cowards who attack from the shadows and bring shame, the Western Emperor commands, as long as you can kill, use any means necessary. Our great Western army has set out. Now, I will kill you all. Meanwhile, beneath the sea, waves of lotus attacks create a scene of terrifying chaos. He placed his hand behind his back, saying, the Northern Sea King is as easy to deal with as turning my hand. Upon hearing this, Tom widened his eyes in shock. Tai's side started the war first. If they are truly being blocked here, then the Northern Sea is mine. Immediately, he awakened his fury, focused his power, and shouted, lost in a delusional dream. Tai Hong charged with his sword. Last time he let luck slip away, but today he vowed to kill. In an instant, they surged forward together, striking the fabric of space with a powerful force. Before Lu Feng's eyes, the water's surface trembled violently, leaving him in awe. With a confused gaze and a heart burning with worry, she softly called out, Grandpa. The boy interrupted. Don't panic. Don't you trust your grandpa's strength? After speaking, he glanced at Tai Ai. Why did not he make a move? The man asked coldly. This friend is not from the High Tribe, so why get involved? If you are sure about leaving, Tom will pay whatever it costs, and Tani Devine promises to pay double. Lu Feng was silent for a long moment, then whispered, "It is ruined." "He won't." Confidently, you replied, thinking to yourself, "Don't worry, I won't betray him. That old man just talks sweetly. If I asked for a certificate of status, he definitely could not get it." Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from below, splashing water everywhere. The voice demanded, "Are you the one destroying my favorite comic book?" Hearing that, he turned cold. Weave subsiding, washing away the story of his love. Our story. In a flash, the Emperor's eyes snapped open, cry escaping. "Lung tribe," the cold-handed tyrant asked with a cold face. "Could it be that the Dragon Clan wants to break the rules and interfere with our Sea Clan's affairs?" He pondered silently, thinking, if the Dragon Clan makes a move, then what the hell am I even playing for? Singing the piano, the story of love soaked in my hands. Whoever dares to interfere and ruin my things, pay me back quickly. Lu Feng warned him. "Be careful. This old man is a saint at the peak, much stronger than us." Kwong laughed and replied, "No problem. Long then gave me a celestial weapon. Dealing with that old man won't be an issue." He cried out, "Long then himself gave you one, why did not I get one? I refuse to accept this." In an instant, Lu Feng's finger pressed the seal on the ring. A shimmering light burst forth. In a flash, he grasped a radiant azure dragon sword imbued with supreme power. "Lu Feng, stay calm. Rest assured, my clan will not strike first. Instead, let us begin the war directly." Hearing this, the Emperor fell silent, his face deep in thought. Tinai smiled softly, a gentle warmth rising within her. This guy, deliberately stressing his ties to the Long clan, might just be underestimating her. Suddenly, Taedon surfaced from beneath the water, breaking the waves, and she called him grandfather. Taedon stood firm, his aura radiating divine power that shook the very air wrath of the sea god. He turned to Liu Feng, his nephew-in-law. "I will face the Emperor. You stop Tae Hong." Hong's hand emerged from the water. "Assist." Taedon, nowhere to run. Then, he heard sharp teeth snap. Death was near. From above, Lu Feng leapt like a lightning bolt straight at him. Lu Feng's commanding voice rang out powerfully, ordering in an instant, "Break it for me." He laughed with excitement, then focused his magic power and charged at him. Chanting, "King Sachi Tep," a swirling blue magic formed into a giant fish that lunged to attack Lu Feng. He laughed wickedly, a smug look on his face. Defeated already, could not even hold out for one round. Tun Hai did not believe it. That bastard surely would not give up so easily. I do not know when, but Lu Feng silently appeared behind him. "What is he so happy about?" he sneered. "The one you defeated was just a clone of mine." Tae Hong's face instantly froze, eyes wide with shock as the air thundered. "What?" Lu Feng unleashed a burst of magic power, striking 4 times faster. Tae Hong's gaze suddenly widened, overwhelmed by sheer disbelief. From afar, the dragon sword blazed with radiant magic, carrying the sacred dragon's power, rushing like the wind, slicing through him. Tai Hong was instantly thrown far back, struggling to spit out a mouthful of dark red blood. Lu Feng sheathed his sword. No wonder it is the Long God's blade. With each strike, it can transform into a dragon's shadow, shaped by the wielder's will. Suddenly, Tae Hong's inner strength surged, veins bulging fiercely. He transformed into a colossal fish monster, his body shimmering with radiant scales. Tai Hong stared at Lu Feng with piercing eyes. Snarling, "I will tear every piece of flesh from your body." You smiled softly, calmly replying to him, "Just in time. I also want to taste the flavor of the shark." Tai Hong gripped his sword tightly, let out a roar, and charged straight at Lu Feng like a raging storm. Without hesitation, he spun around, drawing his sword to block the attack from his foe. They exchanged a relentless flurry of strikes, each blow leaving no room for a moment's rest. Lu Feng's sword sliced through the air with a thunderous crack. Instantly, he commanded with authority, "Attack eightfold." Sai Hong gasped in shock, bearing a jaw full of razor-sharp teeth like claws. He told himself silently, he must stop him. Tae Hong immediately launched his move, water piercing the armor. Lu Feng's fiery dragon magic clashed with his armor. An unyielding battle. His fiery dragon magic pierced through the armor, gaining complete dominance. Tae Hong intently watches the attack rushing towards him. Impossible. Lu Feng stopped, quickly turns his face aside, alert to every movement. He faltered, eyes filled with despair as he saw Taedon defeated. Lying helpless in Taedy's hands, Tininhe was stunned. Grandpa. How could this be? Grandpa was a peak saint-level warrior. Even if he could not match Taedy, he should not have fallen so quickly. He refuses to stop, relentlessly overwhelming Tai Hong with unending strikes. Lu Feng's hand clamps around his neck, as if to choke the very breath from him. Then, he held Tai Hong tightly, staring intently at Taeyesh. The man was cold and stern, never expecting someone to defeat Tai Hong with the power of a first-tier saint. Lu Feng wastes no time, bluntly asks kill or trade. The Western-dressed man steps forward, holding a peak Saint Realm powerhouse, offering a Saint Realm second tier in exchange. Lu Feng replied calmly, "If you won't change, then go ahead and die. After all, I am not close to that old man." The Western Emperor, hearing this, began to rage, shouting, "Fine. Then let us die together, worry etched across her face. Tenni clenched her hands tightly. Silently praying, Lu Feng stood calmly amid the vast ocean, the sea breeze gently brushing past. Then he gently spoke up. Enough. Stop pretending. Let us release the hostage. The Western Emperor eyed Lu Feng warily. I will count to 3. Then we release the hostage. Their eyes locked tensely, then both began counting in unison. 1, 2, 3. The Western Emperor slowly released his grip, letting his hand slip free as he gradually fell. Lu Feng also let go, dropping Hong's hand, releasing him into the void. Suddenly, a cold, cruel laugh filled with cunning escaped him. The powerful Western Emperor slammed his hand down, attacking Taedun with full force. Lu Feng shouted in fury, realizing the man had broken his word. Damn it, he did not even keep his word. Charging straight at Liu Feng, you held Dun's hand, supporting him. Damn it, a man who breaks his promises. Lu Feng hesitated not, focused his magic power, quickly recovered, and struck 16 times faster than before, his blows flashing past the Western Emperor, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed in shock. Then, the strike swiftly advanced toward Tae Hong, crashing hard into him. The man cried out in agony, calling his name, tears streaming silently. Tae Hong. The Western Emperor could not believe what had just happened. He turned to Liu Feng and shouted, "How dare you kill the Crown Prince?" Rage surged within him as he unleashed a great flood, his voice still roaring. How dare you kill the Crown Prince? The rising sea waves crash high, spraying foam onto Liu Feng's group. The Western Emperor, eyes bloodshot, face turned skyward, screams in agony as strange black markings appear. He stood in the swirling water, shaped like a giant water sphere enveloping his body, shouting, "Today, I will take thousands of lives and repay the Northern Sea King's debt." The Western Emperor stared at his enemy, bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. Commanding, "My Western warriors, kill them for me." The order was given, and from the deep sea, a legion of giant conch shells was raised by the Western Emperor's wolf pack. Blowing a thunderous call, the monstrous sailors advanced, their battle-hardened faces fierce, shouting in unison, "Destroy the Northern Sea King today." Seeing the dire situation, Tai Yian struggled to move his numb body and called his granddaughter close. "Tumta Nai." Quickly, I have been struck by Tai's mind control. Unable to move for days, he looked at her with urgency, pointing in a direction, entrusting her with the mission. "Return swiftly. Maintain the battle's course." Liu Feng handed it back to her, looked straight at Tin Nai and said, "Take the old man back to the Purple Realm. Leave the Western Emperor to me." She was deeply worried, wanting to say more, but at this moment, Tin Yi understood only he could bear this responsibility, so she fell silent. "Be careful." At the Western Emperor's hall, witnessing their farewell only fueled his rage. He roared at Liu Feng, "Wait for me to kill them. Soon I will send them off to meet you." After ensuring the two of you safely left, he returned to face him, while his brother also sought to kill me. Unfortunately, recalling the pain of losing his brothers, the Western Emperor's eyes reddened as he shouted, "I want you dead." Then day then Emi. He stood tall, raising both hands above his head, commanding the sea to surge into a towering wave. Then the powerful Westerner bowed deeply, swinging both hands forward. The wave pillar instantly transformed into a giant shark attacking Liao Feng, the heavenly tome cart. The rushing water was so fierce it startled Liao Feng, who looked up in panic at the forming attack right before his eyes. Tenonai stepped back anxiously, turning to Liu Feng. "Dodge it. The Western Emperor is unleashing all his hatred and power. Your son-in-law does not stand a chance." The Western Emperor, fueled by rage, stared confidently at Liu Feng and declared, "Go bury the Western Emperor." His fierce, ravenous mouth opened wide, ready to swallow Liu Feng whole. In that moment, only one thought echoed in Liu Feng's mind. No sound from outside can reach you. This afternoon is a deadly strike. Unavoidable. Liu Feng, the Western Emperor's water shark easily swallows your leader whole, then thrashes its tail and dives beneath the surface. Amina looked toward the chaotic battle, growing more worried. Where was he? He was dead. She could not accept it. Leaving Taedun in the water, wiping away tears. "Tumta Nai, do not go. Return to the ocean's depths." Her eyes burned with resentment, teeth clenched tight as she struggled to suppress her turmoil. Tan Yi had no choice but to leave her grandfather behind and join the battle to aid Liu Feng. She could only hope for his promise. Then with her grandfather's axe, she left, her head turning back in regretful thought. "Damn it, do not die." Bache, seeing Liu Feng swallowed, erupted in fury, charging fiercely at the Western Emperor before him. Growling, "Damn it, I must kill this bastard." But no sooner had he spoken than the shark was split in two by a golden light. The Western Emperor gasped in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing, and cried out, "What?" With a swift strike, the sword sliced through the air, its blade hung with spiritual power, cutting across the water eightfold attacks. The deadly sword technique, like a raging storm, the sword surged forward, thrusting straight at the Western Emperor. He bowed his head, watching the remaining spiritual energy still lingering before him. Impossible. Bacha saw Liu Feng unharmed, even breaking through to strike the Western Emperor off guard. He smiled faintly. This guy always liked to play heart-racing games. On this side, Liu Feng raised his sword straight to the sky, his eyes resolutely fixed on the one ahead. ready to set off. Tae-hong is waiting for you. Seeing the trap right before him, panic set in. His earlier arrogance vanished as he frantically drew 2 other magical treasures. No one can kill me. Absolute defense. Absolute freeze. But Liao Feng does not want a long dream. He swings his blade to send him on his way. The Western Emperor could not defend against your power. His eyes grew vacant, his spiritual energy fading in shock. But at that moment, another voice echoed from behind, distracting Liao Feng. Humans, stop, this is the Sea Tribe's territory. No place for intruders. The Western Emperor caught Kong Dong to save his life. A head of the season tilted back to the sky, crying for help, the sea wolf specially appointed by the sect. Saving lives. Amid the vast open sea, a whirlpool shakes the entire ocean surface, 2 shadows slowly rising from the boundless ocean. The 2 quickly stood on the water's surface, both eyes fixed on Liu Feng, the Sea Tribe's elite, the Sea Wolf Special, the Sea Tribe's elite, 3 stars shining. He turned to the newcomers, furrowing his brows, thinking, the Sea Tribe's elite had to show up now. If they spare the Western Emperor, is not that sealing their own fate? Thinking fast, he did not stop but leapt up, ready to kill the bastard before him. No half measures, or the future would be doomed. The Western Emperor was locked in place, unable to move or resist, only able to shout in terror, using words instead of fists. What a pitiful sight. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Feng's sword sent him to meet his Western Emperor brother's head severed, dead. After dealing with the Western Emperor, Liu Feng's spiritual energy scattered everywhere, turning the scene magnificent. Lang, seeing his appearance and words, could not stop her actions. Angrily shouted, "You brat, how dare you!" Without waiting for him to turn around, he lunged forward, claws formed from seawater in hand. How dare a human saint attack on the territory of our 2 clans? The wolf's wild gaze did not waver. His face tensed as he shouted fiercely, charging like a storm, so do not blame me for striking without mercy. His arm and claws swiped out, magnified from afar, rushing toward Liu Feng. But what the wolf did not expect was Liao Feng's lightning-fast moves. He effortlessly leapt aside to evade. Witnessing his swift action, the wolf had to reconsider the true strength of humanity. This human kid was truly strange, managing to escape the Supreme Mind's condensed space. Liao Feng kept a safe distance, standing mid-air with the sacred sword in hand, gazing at them. You are 2 honored positions of the Sea Tribe, while I bear the commission of the Northern Sea Black Sea Dun, aiding the North Sea in repelling the Western House's assault. Lang Dak stared straight into your eyes, his spiritual power beginning to gather. Kid, do not you know the sacred thorn is forbidden from joining the war? Liu Feng, unafraid, retorted boldly, exposing the guilt of those 2. Then it is those 2 from West Emperor who broke the treaty, trying to use the sacred thorn to destroy Beihai. Nonsense. Kid, I want you to compensate the sacred thorn Sea Tribe. I have been silent all this time, standing behind, but now I must speak the harsh truth. But Tae-dun, this brat speaks correctly. Under the rescue of his granddaughter, Tae-dun has safely returned to the seed of the North Sea. I report, Your Excellency Bao Tritun, the Western Emperor of Tae-hong not only broke the treaty but also used a mind-numbing spell during the fight with us. If it were not for Liu Feng's rescue, the North Sea would have been destroyed already. Hearing the answer, Lang Dak stubbornly disagreed with his methods. Yet even so, one should not seek outsiders for help. Impatient, Tae-dun looked up anxiously at the 2 noble Sea Tribe elders and revealed the truth. But I have asked other maritime nations for support, yet none agreed to withdraw. I beg you, honored sirs, to forgive Liu Feng. I am listening carefully to right and wrong, and will immediately call Lang Dak back. Hey Lang Dak, you and the Western Emperor of Axihong provoked the war first, using the dark enchantment spell. This boy was only saved by the intervention of the 3 Western Dunithap. Spare his life. Lang Dak heard every word the old man said, but being stubborn, he clung on relentlessly. Death might be forgiven, but living guilt is hard to escape. He dared kill the holy drunk of my tribe before my eyes, so I must seize his power to punish him. Liu Feng was shocked by his words. Batch immediately stood before him, pleading, no, this can't be. Noble sirs, Liu Feng is the prince of the Sea Tribe. Do not abandon me. Lang Dak, hearing this, was even more outraged, glaring fiercely at them. What, a human as prince of the Dragon Clan? Ridiculous nonsense. Do not test my patience. Seeing this, Taidin quickly spoke up to explain to Bicha, the esteemed lord, that Liu Feng was personally invited from Long Island and was a prince recognized by the Dragon King. Ti-dong, still with hands clasped behind his back, spoke at this point. Making Langley see glance back was the Dragon Clan trying to meddle in the continent's affairs again, appointing a human as prince to stir trouble. Batcha hurriedly looked at the 2 venerable elders, trying to stop them, but no matter what, if they harmed the prince, the Dragon Clan emperor would surely. Yet Lang Dak refused to heed threats and once again extended his claws. A hand clamped tightly around Batcha's neck, lifting him high. The Dragon Clan now wants to meddle in our Sea Tribe's affairs. If the Dragon King were here, I would fear him somewhat, but he is just a mere half-dragon. What threat is that? Seeing Batcha attacked, Liu Feng quickly lowered himself, ready to defend, shouting, stop. You bastard, stop. But his words held no threat. Lang Dak only laughed proudly. It has been years since I have been this entertained. Who dares talk back to me? The prince of the Dragon Clan. Truly, I want to broaden my horizons. Without hesitation, he decisively increased his strength, turning the seawater into arrows piercing directly into Bachha, making hot blood splatter everywhere. He easily defeated him, then carelessly threw Baki aside. Liao Feng, witnessing his comrade treated this way, grew furious. Then he leapt up, sword in hand, and stood before Lang Dak, challenging his arrogance if he could barely control himself. How could he command others? Lang Dak's words enraged Liu Feng. His face darkened, body trembling with anger. Damn it. Lang Dak looked at him. Eyes provocative, a mocking smile playing on his lips. So, just a mere ant, yet you dare challenge me. Liao Feng, provoked by him, struggled to contain his fury. Glaring fiercely at Lang Dak before lunging forward, nothing was impossible. He sneered cruelly, his arms transforming into bronze claws aimed at Liao Feng. Life or death did not matter, for he would grant the wish. Calm down, his eyes cold and steady, he spoke 8 times. After channeling his power, Liu Feng leapt up, sword raised high, then struck fiercely at Lang Dak. He made no move to dodge, simply raising a hand glowing with spiritual power to catch the sword directly. Liu Feng, unable to pierce through, was stunned, his mind racing with questions about how this fiery being's body could be so terrifying. The moment you were countered, Lang Dak swept across, forcing you to retreat. Liu Feng balanced on 2 legs and 1 arm, gliding a long stretch across the water. He quickly charged forward again, his eyes unwavering and determined. Still as dashing as ever, his sword rose, spiritual energy surging forth, taking the shape of a dragon aimed straight at Lang Dak. He watched you fight with a smile in his eyes, his hands never idle as he prepared the next move. Some skill, indeed, but he is unlikely to fix the 4 Emperors' sacred long peak, sadly. He still underestimates the gap between the sacred long and the supreme. Lang Zik strikes a fierce blow in the form of a shark, directly confronting Liao Feng's dragon. Unleashing 16 consecutive attacks, the 2 forces collide head-on, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire sea. Liao Feng loved too fiercely and got hit. Bloodied. Leaning back, he was struck by Lang Dak, his body and sword flying far, sliding a long way until he crashed against a rock and stopped. Liao Feng's body lay on a large rock amidst the vast sea. The rock itself cracked under the heavy assault. Lang Dak continued his attack, raising his hand high above his head, leaping through the waves, aiming straight at the motionless Liao Feng. The spear, forged from Lang Dak's spiritual power, took shape massive in size and shot downward with his motion. An extraordinary strike, from the deep sea of the northern sea capital. Tae Dun and Tin Yi looked up, gritting their teeth in anxious wait. But the moment the spear pierced the rock, a dragon hawk appeared and shattered it. Liu Feng gripped his sword, stepped on the dragon hawk's back, and advanced once more. Lang Si saw him stand up and offered a few words of praise, calm yet capable of unleashing a fierce attack. Unfortunately, the stone beads were heavy, limiting his own strength. In an instant, he teleported and appeared right before Liao Feng. A single kick sent him flying far away, crashing once again onto the black rocky shore, shattering the ground with a resounding crash. Liu Feng, wounded, blood trickling from his mouth, struggled to kneel, gripping his sword for support. In his mind, the past flashed before him, the bitter pain of watching someone dear taken away, helplessly fueling his rage. He stood up, eyes burning with defiance, refusing to surrender to fate. No, he would not be broken like last time. From above, Lang Dak watches Liu Feng struggle and warns. Little one, now that you see reality clearly, obediently let me take your saintly cultivation. Rest assured, I promise not to harm your life. Next time, I won't hold back. I told you. Taking the saint to confront the supreme mind is possible. You channel your spiritual energy, turning it into a swirling current around your body like a sea storm, sword ring in hand. The entire ocean around you rises in waves like a raging storm. With you at the center, the chaos intensifying. Thunder rumbles. Lang Dak stands tall above, gazing down at humanity's smallness, unaware of his own limits. He smiles, eyes waiting for the storm to continue. Truly, ignorance is no sin. Right now, T, who was not involved in the battle, approached and warned him. So, are you just going to wait for him to make a move? Lang Dak crossed his arms, standing there confidently, fully trusting his own strength. For a genius like him, only beheading and splitting him in 2 can utterly destroy him. Below, Liao Feng unleashes terrifying power, the water's surface rippling wider and wider. But you did not stop. Your spiritual power kept rising over time. Never enough. Still not enough. Thunderstorms gathered around Liao Feng as you gritted your teeth and pushed your strength even further. They circled around him, blending into the vast blue of the sea. After a while, Liu Feng suddenly stopped growing, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Merging with me, a massive vortex rode up to the sky, its power drawing dark clouds across the heavens. Lang Dak, now panicked, could hardly believe his eyes as he looked up. This was. The mighty tornado surged into the clouds, carrying a colossal flood of water skyward. Li Feng's fleet swept up entire armies of shrimp and crabs from the ocean depths, spiraling wildly within the raging storm. Lang Dak sensed danger, transforming his spiritual power into a spear and lunging at Liu Feng. Damn it. I can't let him keep causing chaos like this. I must completely take down this brat. He thrust the spear into the boy's massive whirlpool with incredible speed, closing in swiftly. Lang Dak unleashed his spear with a fierce shout. You brat. Today you will taste the flavor of heaven falling into hell. The spear pierced through Liu Feng's swirling seawater, striking straight at him. The moment it was about to pierce his throat, Liu Feng fiercely grabbed the spear's tip with his bare hands, hot blood spraying in all directions as he gritted his teeth, struggling to resist its force to protect his life. Lang Yixi looked at the scene before him, grinning triumphantly at Liu Feng. It is over, kid. He turned to face him, eyes filled with unwavering confidence. Old Manda, I have been waiting for you. With a word, Lang Dak's spear was instantly shattered by the boy, as countless other spears emerged from the whirlpool behind him, fierce and violent. They all surged toward him, and Lang Dak quickly summoned his spiritual power to defend. Liu Feng's countless strikes were impossible to dodge all at once. Some began cutting into Lang Lei's flesh, drawing blood. The wounds on his body smoked white, and Lang Lei's eyes darkened with fury. This demon had even merged within him. Sensing the situation was grim, Lang Dak quickly decided to fall back and keep his distance from Liu Feng. No, he could not save him. Watching the man's move, he swung his sword behind his head. Into the giant lake's mouth. Do not think you can escape. Lang Dak dodges arrows, but Liu Feng's lightning charged strike forces him to grit his teeth and evade. Though he still suffers wounds, Lang Yixi held him tightly, glaring at Liu Feng with bitterness. Muttering, I never thought that despite my supreme wisdom, a mere child could cause such chaos. Struggling fiercely against him only fueled Lang Yix's anger. He gritted his teeth and warned, then do not blame me for the strong bullying the weak. His power surged again, blue spiritual energy swirling wider around his body. Standing outside the battle, T watched Lang Dak's display with surprise. This was what he intended to use. Before the old man could finish speaking, Lang Dak spread his arms wide, forming a shrinking circle. The domain of the water realm centered on him, facing the massive whirlpool of Liu Feng. You furrow your brow deeper as you watch his move, already guessing the strike, and now it has come, the strongest tactic of the Supreme. The domain. In a fleeting moment, a black hole appears, swallowing everything beneath the surface. Tenoi supports her grandfather, both astonished as they stare into the empty void. How did they suddenly vanish? The domain. That little brat forced the Supreme to use the domain. A demon. As they sparred, Tai Yin turned to his granddaughter, speaking words unrelated to the battle's fate. My dear granddaughter, if you and your husband bear a son and a daughter, you will be the future of Beihai. She blushed, embarrassed and angry, lightly tapping his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Inside Lang Dak's domain, he and Liu Feng remain locked in tense confrontation. Drawn into the realm, he senses an invisible pressure and angrily mutters. Another domain. This suffocating feeling. Liu Feng frowned, eyes narrowing sharply at Lang Dak across from him. Though he never intended to give up, this time he would rely on his sacred strength and unwavering will. Reaching out, he focused his power into a glowing white sphere that pulsed relentlessly, adding boundless male energy that even gods must respect. How will these fierce winds unleash their power? I eagerly await. Lang Dak clasped his hands in a decisive chant, stirring the water's surface as he spoke. Stop here, little one. This is the water realm, the scene of parting waters. With his roar, towering columns of water shot up to the sky. Then, as if conscious, plunged headfirst into the whirlpool opposite, the sound and impact shaking the entire space. Gritting his teeth, he persisted with the hand movement, eyes flickering to the water column about to break through. Growing impatient, wait a little longer, just a bit more. Lang Dak remained resolute, silently urging himself forward to awaken the next light, to master the dual realms. Infinite creativity. The mysterious giant of the water separation head slowly rises from the rolling sea, its eyes sharp and fixed ahead. A tall body takes shape, long arms rippling with muscles and sharp claws. Three giants made of seawater stood tall on the surface, their eyes fixed fiercely on Liu Feng as he gathered more energy. They locked onto their target and simultaneously leapt forward to overwhelm him. Liu Feng does not waver before the approaching pressure. He remains focused on the white orb in his hand. Just one final step. Only one step left. Lang Di, seeing his stubbornness, shouts fiercely, within my domain, I am the god. Energy fully charged, he decisively crushed the orb in his palm, sneering back at him. Then I will kill your god. No limits. Sword ring storm unleashed. The white, massive spike shot out instantly, striking the giant body of the water giant head-on. Rain of swords falls at your command, pinning all those giants back to the deep sea. The swirling wind thrusts the blade forward, turning danger into safety in an instant breakthrough for me. Countless sword shadows dart through the air, tearing through dark clouds with relentless assault. Their sole target, Lang, the proud supreme intellect, whose flesh is sliced by countless white blades, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Lang Dak never expected to be beaten so badly. Clutching his side, he cut up blood repeatedly, unable to believe that a mere saint could shake the spatial domain of a supreme genius. Liu Feng, brimming with confidence, launched a direct assault and taunted. Supreme domain. That is all you have got. Right after he spoke, a resounding shock echoed. Temani at the North Sea anxiously looked up at the sky. How is it now? And won't die. Will he, not caught in Langika's domain, watched as the old man looked at the two grandfather and grandson, replying, "Rest assured, a high Langixi said he would only cripple Han's cultivation, not harm his life." The old man looked up with regret, like everyone outside who did not grasp the battle inside, and leaned towards Lang Dak, just hoping that kid would not let Hai Lang Dak truly destroy it. But the result was quickly revealed. A large water rift appeared, separating the spatial domain from the outside world, growing wider and tearing apart his spatial domain. T was terrified, sweat streaming down his face as he shouted, "What? Hai Lang Dak's spatial domain has been destroyed. Wait, what is with his clothes?" Hearing the old man's voice, Lang Dak turned, signaling with his hand but still commanding loudly, "Don't waste words, retreat fully into the domain now." T helplessly spread both hands, eyes refusing to accept as he looked at the man who said the two sages should unite against a thorny brat. Lang Yixi clutched his battered body, eyes pointing at Liu Feng's vortex, wondering if this brat could even be called a thorn. He hesitated no longer. "As this brat violently shatters my domain, the sea will run red with sorrow." Hearing this, T began channeling his spirit energy, ready to aid his companion. Seeing them planning to join forces against Liu Feng, Tinni begged, "Great Lord, please show mercy." He frowned, not looking at her, and replied, "You should say that to that brat. Even the proud Hai Lang Ti has been nearly exposed by him." With a snap, he turned all the seawater beneath his feet into ice, then slowly ascended into the air, entering the realm of ultimate frost. T was swiftly rushing to aid his comrades, patching the domain's water as Lang Dak instructed. He stepped into Lang Dak's domain, approaching him with a look of disbelief. "No wonder your domain could not hold. Stop wasting words. Let us join forces and shatter his storm." T immediately obeyed, hands clasped in execution before the man with Lang's sea began to respond. The two stood tall amid the swirling sea and ice. As thunder roared fiercely overhead, the combined power of the two transformed into a dragon, piercing through Liu Feng's swirling water attack. Lang Dak smiled as he saw their strike break Liu Feng's defense, while T remained silent. Watching, Liu Feng took the hit, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, yet his eyes remained resolute. He watched the spiritual dragons around him slowly disperse, his gaze filled with panic and worry. "It is over. The boundless energy is about to vanish." Standing behind, I rushed to judge the scene, but Lang Dak carefully struck again. "It is over." Shatter. Pierce through. Countless shards of ice shattered at his command, and Liu Feng writhed in pain as his entire body was tormented. The captured area. The three of them returned to the vast sea under the icy rain. Tin Hai looks up, clenches her hand tightly, worry etched on her face as she gazes at the sky. They are out now. Who will win? But in an instant, she hurriedly covered her eyes, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lang Dak smiled smugly at Liu Feng across from him, his sharp, arrogant gaze saying, "Given your mission to serve, you might soon stand at the peak of the continent. What a pity." But Liu Feng was no less bold. He smiled confidently and replied, "I lose, but it is no loss." At that moment, T, standing nearby, covered his darkened face with his hand. Hesitating, "Trouser. Trouser." Lang Zici heard the warning, looked down in shock, and realized his private area was exposed to everyone, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted, causing a stir everywhere. Damned it. Humiliated by Liu Feng, he clenched his fists and looked up at him, saying, "I have to kill." At that moment, T, standing nearby, could no longer maintain his stern expression. With a wary face, he asked Lang Dak, "Why must it come to this? Who told me how to protect someone?" But his companion would not listen, blindly charging forward to fight Liao Feng for honor. He smiled at the man's loss of composure and asked, "You do not really think you have won, do you?" Though blood still stains his lips, his eyes hold the unshakable confidence of victory. The dust clears, leaving only Liu Feng calmly clutching 4 cards in silence. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, launching 4 spade cards like daggers hurtling straight ahead. Explosives. The entire village of special beasts stood frozen, eyes locked on the flying cards. His eyes widened to the extreme as he screamed in panic. Backing away, Liu Feng embraced him tightly, his voice cutting through the chaos. A deep, dark call. Bachka suddenly raised his hand, reaching straight up to the sky in response. "Yes." He grabbed his hand. "Do not just stand there. Run quickly. That thing can't kill the supreme mind." The ocean waves roll in like the eerie tentacles of a colossal monster, stretching out and intertwining like a lotus. Beyond, Lang Dakinta struggled desperately within a massive whirlpool, trapped and unable to escape. Lang held to Dang tightly, shouting in panic, "You bastard. Do not even think about running." Tinny gently covered her mouth with her hand, a silent smile appearing on her lips. "Well done. It is all over," leaving only the calm sea beneath the gentle sunset. Lang Dakinti struggled to the surface, their eyes filled with defiance and despair. Lang shouted, "Madam T, have you locked up that brat yet? Not killing him won't satisfy my rage. I am watching him struggle to spit out blood. How do you expect the Dragon Clan to bear this wrath?" Lang said coldly, "I do not believe the Dragon Clan will tolerate a human declaring war on us. Even if they do not kill him, they will seal him beneath the deep sea, a fate worse than death, never to escape." With cold, Sharp eyes. T spoke decisively. It is locked. The scene shifts to Liu Fong and Batcha speeding across the water, the splash of waves roaring on both sides. A sudden strange feeling overwhelms him. His eyes widen. Filled with panic, Liu Fong falls into the water, blood streaming from his mouth, suffocating the air. Baka rushed over to catch him, worry etched on his face. Liu Fong smiled and said, "My energy is drained. I really can't keep going, just needed a little more distance." He placed his hand on your shoulder, determination in his eyes. Then suddenly, Batcha coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark red blood. Both flipped over, losing balance and falling into the cold, swirling water. They struggled, each breath revealing their pale, desperate faces. Batcha suddenly laughed loudly, never expecting we would have such a disastrous day. Liu Fong weakly reached out, speaking softly, "Sorry. Hi. Hyun got involved because of me." He gently pushed your shoulder and said, "Words like that treat me as an outsider. Hyun is a prince of our dragon clan. Our dragon clan protects its own above all, and if those two elders dare kill Hyun, the entire clan will never forgive them." Suddenly, the wide plains echoed with cries. "They are coming, run. Keep running. Today, I will make you wish you were dead." Liu Fong laughed and replied, "Hey, old dongs, you must be exhausted, facing countless sea tribes and being beaten like this by a saint. If it were me, I would have dug a hole and thrown him in long ago. How can someone like that still show their face here?" Fury ignited. He launched a fist at the boy with terrifying speed, deadly serious. After the strike, Liu Fong was thrown far away, his body tumbling through the air, playing in the water. Lang special rushed toward Liu Fong, saying, "Kid, even a god can't save you today. Mark my word." He grabs your shirt, ready for the final blow, first stripping away your cultivation, then letting you drown in the depths of the sea with regret, when the black dragon suddenly intervenes. Halting him, he signals to end everything once and for all. Face grim, Lang Vifi reached out with a hand covered in mysterious symbols toward Liu Fong, catching him off guard. His eyes widened in shock as the hand drew near. Silently thinking, is this really the end? I can't accept this. In that desperate moment, mysterious power surged suddenly, flinging his hand away. Amidst the giant beasts, Hakhoin's voice echoed sharply, tearing through the tense air. "You petty Ho clan brat dares to harm the people of Huasaya. Speak up. Haksuan, are you really bullying Huasha with no one to stop you?" At that roar, a giant turtle and a giant snake surged forward together, launching a fierce attack. Seeing that scene, Tai was struck with shock, an overwhelming fear rising within him. Instantly, the old man and Lang clasped their hands to form seals, simultaneously breaking through the seal with a powerful strike. Suddenly, each emerald orb tore through the wind, blazing brightly before hurtling straight at them both. Instantly, they spat fresh blood, pain etched deeply across their faces. Lang, shocked, shouted loudly, "It is the sea god beast. Run. Run fast." At that moment, giant chains suddenly shattered the void, roaring fiercely as they lunged toward the two, the mysterious voice shouting, "Don't even think about running." A sudden cold chain tightened around the giant turtle's neck. Clanking metal sounds filled the air, a cursed chant rising, "Damn this wretched spirit." The old man waved his hand, his voice booming with authority. "Now it is your turn. Go, go. Sing. I choose you." At that very moment, a blue light blazed, slicing through the wind, leaving Tiang and Long Yi stunned. Tiu Kim suddenly lunged forward, shouting loudly, the wind swirling, then handed it over to someone. Seeing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up with joy as he called out loudly to the boy. Tiu Kim, Langdak and Tadang wasted no time, immediately launching their moves. Frenzied chariot technique. Furious strike. Little Kim was thrown far into the air by the fierce attack of both, flying through the empty sky. The cunning boy shouted, "You two bastards, even a child you want to ambush. I will beat you to death." Immediately after, Little Kim gently raised his hand to his mouth, savoring his finger. The boy struggled endlessly, generating a golden magical aura around himself. Lang Dak and Tadang stared in disbelief, unable to grasp what was happening. Lu Feng shouted, "Damn it. Is this the second awakening? The Sea King is in chaos." Hakyun stands tall and cold, showing you, the Little Sea Tribe, the results of our special training. Little Kim slowly transforms, a magical golden light enveloping the boy. The light was too bright. You immediately raised your hand to shield your eyes. What is this? Right after, Tiu Kim's hair gradually grew longer, falling loosely to her shoulders. A shining armor slowly forms over the boy's body, enveloping every inch of flesh. Little Kim has transformed into a strong, mature figure. He can hardly believe it. Little Kim, the boy points at his face. It is Xiao Jia. You two, get ready to be beaten by Xiao Jia. Xiao Jin strikes like lightning, making everything blur with each move. The boy lifted his leg, ready to strike with Hung Hai-Tu's retreating kick. Langdak was surprised too fast. Then, he quickly reached out and blocked the boy's kick. Little Kim swiftly dodged the injection, appearing right above the wolf's head. Seated like Guanyin, the boy sat down gently, leaving him stunned and dizzy. Little Kim gently pressed 2 fingers together, sliding down beneath, reaching the peak of the venomous dragon. Both Lu Feng and Hat Kwong trembled in fear. Servants mixed with peaches. The old man pushed the cart, a single clear melody, the fierce anger of the 2 heroes. Not stopping, the boy unleashed a fiery breath, while Hung Hai-tu spat. Hat Hien beamed with pride. As expected from my own teaching, you have truly inherited my legacy. Both Ti Dang and Lang Dak screamed in agony if not for the sea beast's wounds. How could they be humiliated? Death is better than disgrace. Seeing defeat near, Lang Dak resolved to end it all, embracing the infinite abyss together. In a panic, Lu Feng shouted loudly and wanted to attack. Xiaojin was cautious. Xiaojin watched him puffing up his belly. Oh no. Is he trying to risk his life? A lightning flash ignites as the boy raises his hand, electricity roaring into his palm. One hand becomes a swirling vortex, the other blazing with a dazzling spark. Master of storms, wind, snow, and lightning. His swollen belly twisted grotesquely, flesh trembling as if about to unleash a fierce power. Tiu Kim raised his hand to the sky, encircling the boy's palm. Focusing all his strength, Lu Feng spat out water in shock. Who the hell named you that? Singing like a banshee. Lang Dak exhaled fiercely, then immediately flew backward. Brother Sang flashed. The 2 transformed into streaks tearing across the sky, silent as the night. 3, 2, 1, go. Little Kim stood there, puzzled, asking, "Hey, I told you, it is a desperate gamble." The boy immediately took a running start, ready to chase the 2 who fled, but stopped for Xiaojia. A streak of light flashed by, and in an instant, the boy transformed into a tiny silhouette. The mountain spirit is clear on Xiaojin's face. It is gone. The spiritual energy is all spent. Suddenly exhausted, the boy loses balance and begins to fall freely. In a rush, Liu Feng reached out to catch the boy before he fell. Little Kim, the boy collided hard with Liu Feng, and before they could react, both plunged straight into the sea. Liu Feng cursed silently. Damn it. He forgot that he himself was running on empty now. In an instant, he found himself in a dark, dense space with no sign of the forest. Where was this? Liu Feng recalls, after Hai Lang hunted me down, I fled to the sea near Black Elder. Then Little Jin appeared, and I turned pale, realizing Little Jin had already struck me down. Black Hune appeared, striking his head hard. You still have to play cards with me. How can you die now? The old man said softly. This place is your consciousness space. He wondered, why is my consciousness so pitch black like this? Ah Chien scolded. What else can I say? Only someone like that dares to use unlimited energy. Destroying your meridians and Danshan is minor compared to nearly being swallowed by your consciousness space. Li Yufeng, puzzled, asked, what happens if the consciousness space is swallowed? Oxyhun lowered his voice, referring to a body without consciousness as a mind tent. The words made him freeze, his heart filled with calmness. The old man points upward. All right, no more scaring. See that? Luckily, I preserved the last bit of spatial energy for you. Him conjures a map. This is the initial star formation diagram the elder once taught me. Brace yourself, the elder continued. Next, the person must harness the spatial energy of the 7-star spark. Then, Hin added, making this formation the new Danshan for future generations. The old man rubbed his temples, saying this formation replaces the Danshan, boosting the strategies of the enigmatic, and crucially, prevents energy overuse and backlash. The Black Abyss did not stop there. Due to the nature of this initial formation, anyone who later attempts to break the seal will find no divine force left to bind them. He hurriedly clasped his hands respectfully, thanking the Dark Elder. The Elder waved it off, saying no need for thanks. The good place has been given. Now it is your turn to repay me. Lu Feng stared wide-eyed in surprise. Repay what? The old man suddenly lunged at him, striking Liu Feng's head with a powerful punch. Liu Feng's body suddenly split, dividing into 2 ghostly shadows, mocking the old man. Black Mystic smiled and said, don't worry, it is nothing. This is an exclusive secret technique of mine, 300 ways of spirit cloud body. You keep it for your own cultivation, while I take this spirit cloud body to fight the battlefield. Lu Feng was speechless. He was cut in half just to fight the battlefield. The old man snatched Lu Feng's shirt before he could react. Black shadow struck, molding him in his hands like clay. What else could he do? With one hand, the old man molded Lu Feng, while the other casually pulled out a rabbit, pressing down hard to immobilize it. The little rabbit knelt down, its round eyes pleading with Liu Feng for help. Suddenly, it felt something behind it. Was Black Swan, unexpectedly lifting it up with one hand. The old man embraced him and immediately left. Let us go. Let us fight at the field. Lu Feng watched their figures walk away. All right, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters. He glanced up at the star-filled sky. Mind detached? Spirit unclear. Lu Feng closed both eyes, energy condensed in the Danshan, body and technique unified. You close your eyes, gathering all your spiritual energy within, sitting in a peaceful meditation. 1 month later, Lu Feng raises his hand. Heaven above, Earth below, humanity within, time in his grasp, yin and yang aligned. The celestial chariot unfolds, radiating with boundless light. Spiritual energy gathers around him, enveloping his body like an invisible layer of energy, beginning to crystallize, naturally aligning with the path. Suddenly, the energy converges in his hands, then instantly dissipates into the air. Lu Feng's eyes widen in shock. It is over. His energy's gone. He grits his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Harmony of foot and path, align with me. Align. Your spiritual power no longer obeys your control, causing you to freeze. Your body stiffening. Hakyun stood above, watching as you struggled desperately. The old man was speechless, knowing trouble would come from the young man's haste. Luckily, he had prepared early. Hakyun handed the order to the little rabbit from before, telling him to assist the young man. The rabbit lunged at Liu Feng, its small body touching him, and his spiritual power immediately began to recover. Liu Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, thanking the old man for his help, saying, "During this time, I will repay you with the money lost in gambling." Lola strikes Liu Feng hard in the mouth. "Shut up. You still owe me 130.9. Liu Feng's figure slowly merges into the meditating body, as if two beings become one. Hakyun smiled with satisfaction. Lo immediately clasped his hands. Now is the moment. Liu Feng's entire figure blazed brightly, powerful light spreading throughout the surrounding space. A mysterious figure suddenly appears behind the elder. So generous. The consciousness of Hakyun emerging after years of spiritual cultivation eases him. Old man. It is rare to find a card-playing friend this good. A bit of spiritual energy means nothing. Did not the person who inherited the first Kai of the Great Elder already pass it to him? That consciousness laughed and replied, "It was merely me wanting to use him to do in perfect the transformation of first Kai into 3 sounds." Hakyun gently stroked the strawberry, powerless as he looked at that figure. Even in death. Still proud. In a moment, Liu Feng left, brimming with energy. Feeling strength surge through every cell of his body. You realize this is the peak holy stage force. If we also face the Supreme Sea Tribe, we will prevail. Liu Feng clasped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks, Elder," the elder replied. "No need for formalities with me. Go now. Someone is waiting for you." The old man silently walked on, leading him to a massive waterfall. "Liu Feng, what is this place?" Hakyun replied. "This is inside me. Guarding this place all these years has been truly boring. I have opened a cave palace within myself. Come, I will show you around," he continued, not the speaker. "Who else would know this place lies within you? It is a reflection of a corner of Bichdu Palace's design. Only if you have the chance to visit Bichdu Palace will you truly understand what a heaven-defying, earth-shaking place really is." From afar, familiar figures emerge slowly through the mist batch. Tu Kim and Tiny seated at a stone table, while Liu Feng calls out loudly, "Dae." Tu Kim. Immediately, Sao Kim rushed towards Liu Feng without a hint of hesitation. Sao Kim looked at Liu Feng expectantly and asked, "Was my transformation cool last time?" Liu Feng smiled and replied, "Cool." You suddenly glanced behind Tin Hai. Puzzled. "Why are you here?" Tenny looked at you with sparkling, sincere eyes. "My lord, you are awake." Liu Feng froze, his face darkening as he pointed at himself and asked in a deep voice, "What do you call me?" Hearing this, Tenno blushed and shyly whispered, "My lord." Hafheen and Bak hugged a watermelon, smiling with delight, pretending to be eavesdropping. The boy looked displeased, holding Xiao Jin up and said, "Damn it. Is there something wrong with your collar?" She angrily spoke, her voice firm. "Didn't we agree? Whoever helps Batsihai overcome hardship, I will marry." Lulu Feng pushed Tu Kim forward, waving his hand decisively. Eyes resolute. "Stop. I am not that person. I do not have it." His face darkened, each word slipping out softly, yet filled with clear anger. "I was kind and helpful. Yet that old man still married her to me to repay hatred with gratitude unpredictable. That old man. With a heart only for himself." Tenli channels her energy into her hand, blue sword gradually forming, frustrated and losing control. She yells in anger, "Damn it. I will take my chances with you." Lu Feng acted without thinking, quickly pushing Xiao Jin away, then hurriedly dodging her fierce attacks. Xiao Jin fled swiftly. Backhand Xiao Jin stood frozen, eyes fixed on the chaotic scene before them, unable to look away from the unfolding turmoil. Sea creatures thrashing. Fury unleashed. Deadly strikes. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist firmly. Tai Ne, furious beyond control, shouted fiercely, "Let go." If it were not for the circumstances, who would want to be involved with someone so lacking in dignity and grace? Cut to the Tai Dien lies on the bed, hoarse voice warning his granddaughter, "If you hate your son-in-law that much, I won't trouble you anymore. Tell Kaka to bring the qualification certificate to Long Island later." Blushing and flustered, she quickly snatches the card from Tai's hand. Stammering, "This small matter does not need Kaka's help. I will go myself." He suddenly realized, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he smiled teasingly at Tin Nai. "Oh, it seems our Tin Nai's heart is fluttering with spring." She blushed and firmly replied, "I am not. If that scoundrel could not become the Northern Sea's ally, I would not even care about him." Recalling the recent scene, Tenna grew even more flustered, her cheeks flushed pink, eyes hurriedly avoiding contact. He crossed his arms teasingly, saying, "Oh, it is like I am seeing a cunning woman who seems harsh but is actually gentle and unyielding." Minnie was so angry she could not hold back, rushing into his arms. "Say that again," she demanded. Lulu Feng shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" He rolled over, eyes avoiding hers, looking down quietly. "I did not expect she had such a background." You glanced at Tin Yi, curious what does it feel like, that thing of a mermaid's? She immediately blushed, What are you looking at? Lu Feng said. I am not looking back at you. Ting's face flushed red with anger. Her teeth clenched tight, unable to speak. Without a word of warning, she slapped him like a thunderclap. Hatsi Hyan. Tu Kim and Betchka laughed excitedly, teasing just now. The midday kiss almost went too far. Turns out, Lu Feng likes this kind of thing. Without planning, both spoke up in unison. Lu Feng and Tin Ni, you are both stubborn. Their eyes met, neither willing to yield. Both equally stubborn. You are the one who troubles Black Shadow and Old Black, so why is she here? She said you are her benefactor, so I let her in. Lu Feng denies it, saying, I am not. The old man points and says, no, you have to leave now. Black Huan rubbed his head, avoiding his gaze. When you healed and trained, I lost to you for Tin Ni. The old man stared at Lu Feng and shouted, what are you looking at? Your life was saved by me. Your breakthrough was thanks to me. Using people as stepping stones once is not too much to ask. Lu Feng refuses to yield. Even so, I still have money, the entire space within the ring, and the sacred energy I once used. Hakyun folds her arms. Oh. Those things, she lost to her on the second day she arrived. Time seemed to stand still, while Lu Feng stood there motionless. Speechless, Tin Nai looked at him and teased. So, what do you have to say now? Noble Lord, a voice called out from behind, making everyone turn around. Black Elder, Kim Ko requests an audience. Before you stand Kim Ko and his men, majestic dragons shimmering with rainbow hues. Damn, why is the royal heart so dazzling? Everyone holds a blessing scroll, warmly congratulating the grand wedding of the Dragon Clan Prince and the North Sea Princess, wishing for peace and noble hairs. Suddenly, you notice a strange message. Congratulations to the Black Elder for overcoming hardship. Immediately after, Kimco transforms into a human form, hands clasped respectfully, congratulating the Black Elder on both his escape and the grand wedding of the Wind Prince. You quickly turn back to a Hex Hun. Surprised. Huck He Lao, you can break free from the seal now. FD Heen smiles and replies, that is right, but I still need to borrow your initial battle energy to coordinate with Kim Ko and the others to attack the seal. Liu Feng points at his face, eyes full of confusion, a fierce expression. A Dak appears, Liu Feng's mysterious younger brother after a long time. The sixth elder also shows up, congratulating Liao God King on bringing home a beauty. He ran back to you, warmly slinging an arm around Liu Feng. Eyes teasing, haha. Li Yu a day pointed towards the forest clearing. See, we specially arranged a little ceremony to welcome the new bride. Old Dragon's wedding. Is not it perfect? You immediately pinned him to the ground. Satisfied, Tycoon who said I want to marry. He shouted. Brothers. The prince of the Dragon Clan's deadly duel with the two heirs to seize the bride has spread across the continent. Do you want to shirk your duty? You think this is some kind of terrifying earthquake report? No. This is definitely the old man from the west doing it. Kim gently reached out, then cuffed softly to draw attention. He reached out his hand and spoke. Old Fang. Prince Feng, let us begin. Liu Feng lightly touched the tip of his toe, his body rising. As light as falling, toes lightly touch. The whole body seems to soar at once, the fluttering cloak dancing against the sky. Liu Feng immediately shouts loudly, his voice echoing through the space. Beginning the formation, the battle unfolds. You are surrounded by blue magic. Hands intertwined. Heavenly patterns. Celestial order. Divine secrets. Sacred power. Radiant light and cosmic bonds. With a resolute gaze, you sing aloud. Everyone, draw one hand. The seven-star noble, Hakyuin, stood there, eyes burning with determination, his aura swirling relentlessly. Fiery red chains like blood clung tightly to the giant turtle, piercing deep into its tough shell. As the sword rose, Liu Feng's dragon technique surged. Unleashing a fierce aura, the dragon technique exploded, shattering the red chains with terrifying power. Dark shadows rise. Gods worthy of death, sealed me for over 10,000 years. But today is the day I break free. I shatter the red chains with all my might. What of the gods? What of the Lord? At last, I am free. A brilliant beam of light shines straight into their eyes, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Kim Kwa is astonished. It is terrifying. Just holding hands caused 3 tremors that threw me into panic. Is this truly the supreme, the ultimate power? Hakyuin hovered in the air, eyes fixed on Liu Feng below. He raised his hand, signaling him to come over. Liu Feng hurriedly flew up to Hakyuin, shouting, Old man, the seal has been broken. How do you feel? The old man laughed, rubbing little Kim's head. It is not that easy. It is just that my last divine thought can finally separate from my body and wander around, but it can only last for half a day at most. You heard that, confusingly asked again. After so much effort, you can only go out for half a day, old lady Xiao Kim said. If there is a first time, there will be a second. Today's spirit can go out. Maybe the true form can go out tomorrow, one bite of rice at a time, Lia Feng Nian said. One day, I will make those gods taste this feeling of chaos. Hakshuan smiled and replied, I see your determination. But you are not ready yet. How about playing more cards with me? You were speechless. Hello. The old man waved goodbye to Liu Feng. Go on. Liu Feng, weren't two sages trying to seal you before? I am taking you to find Dong Tu. Under the cold moonlight, A gloomy mansion emerged in the night. A hand summoned magic that made a monster spew blood in agony. The cardinal grabs the monster by the neck. The girl calmly turns her face, revealing a terrifying side. Her eyes widen. Curiosity tinged in her voice as she says, "It must be a..." The cardinal suddenly let go. The monster fell home. That seems to be the direction of Dragon Island. The girl was puzzled. She had heard that before. Lu Feng had kidnapped a kiss near Beihai, close to Dragon Island. Huh, what is so special about a mermaid? The cardinal closes his eyes in deep thought. It has been so long since the last breeze. He misses Hen dearly. The girl reaches out to summon her magic, determined that next time they meet, Hen will be astonished to find she is even stronger. A horde of grotesque monsters charged at Hong Yai. The girl moved gracefully. Truly remarkable. Suddenly, she clenched her fists. Her magic erupted, blinding the monsters. What a sight to behold. Langzak let out a loud roar. The Hilang Dak tribe. "Sis, Ti is visiting. Please come out once," he sang loudly. But the cave remained silent, without a single sound. With a tense expression, Ti could not help but ask, "Hey Lang Dak, are you really planning to side with the Long clan? I have endured enough days of being hunted." He replied, "Because of that little brat, the Long clan even sent the Great Elder to act." Lang Dak continued, "The Deep Sea Beast tribe shares origins with our Sea tribe. Without their help in the market, how can we stand against the Dragon tribe?" Seeing him grit his teeth with hatred, Tai hesitated, but suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Both Lang Dak and Ti were stunned, their faces wary as they scanned the surroundings. The Beast tribe with red eyes appeared. How could the Supreme Sea tribe have time to come to the territory of our Deep Sea Beast tribe? Lang Dak immediately clasped his hands, saying, "I have a request to make." Amid the rippling waves, the fish swam gracefully, painting the ocean's melody. Suddenly, the wandering group and the mysterious clan appeared together, gracefully diving through the deep blue waters. The mysterious clan spoke up. "Those two young Sea tribe members are nearby." Xiao Jin asked, "Where is this?" "It seems there are no little sisters around." Mo locked hands with Ultufeng. "This place seems like a forbidden deep sea territory." Jia Yi once said, "It is said to be home to many terrifying beast tribes." He turned to her and said, "Hey, can you let go or at least loosen your grip a bit?" Temani was harshly rejected, blushing all over. "No, I won't give up." Chi-Hin immediately became the matchmaker, and the two kids living together grew closer every day. Lu Feng's face flushed red as he shouted angrily at the old man, who sang back, "Enough fishing already." Suddenly, the sound of a wide blade rang out. "Hai Lang, Bei Talang, how long do you plan to keep running?" Both immediately appeared, bowing with hands clasped. "Your Majesty, it has been too long. Never expected you would personally take action today. You act coldly now that you two have joined forces against the Dragon Clan Prince. If I do not step in, won't others think the Dragon Clan is easy to bully? Do you intend to surrender, or to fight us?" Lang immediately begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, we unintentionally offended the Dragon Clan. The previous incident was our fault. We hope to make peace with the Dragon Clan." Kim Ko stared at him coldly. "Peace? Relying on you? How laughable." Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind, startling the entire Liu Feng group as they turned around. In that moment, he hurriedly stepped forward, a shield protecting Tich Nai. She blushed, smiling gently. This fiery guy seemed a bit more trustworthy than she had thought. Amid the howling wind and the dark sea, the fierce tribe emerges. "So what about us?" Kim Ko realized. No wonder they are fearless with such powerful allies and so many elite tribes. The tribe stared at the crowd with terrifying red eyes. Majestic Kim Ko. "It has been too long." Lu Feng suddenly felt nauseous. No, my fear of crowds is acting up again." Kim Ko folds his arms, haunted by lingering doubts. Unexpectedly, "You have awakened from your slumber. The beasts extend their tentacles. There is no choice. We have rested too long. Fresh blood is delivered to this door. It kills with sheer delight. A piercing sound tearing through the air, too delicious to resist." The beast tribe grows impatient. "Do not waste words on them. I can't hold back any longer. The fresh flesh of the supreme mind, untouched for thousands of years." Her killing cries echoed like starving beasts. "Devouring them. Devouring them." Lang raised his hand, demanding a halt. "Wait, we only hope to speak peacefully with the Dragon Clan, not to declare war." They ignored him completely. "Silent. Wasting words on you first." Suddenly, Kim Ko appeared, focusing all his magic power to form a glowing orb of magical energy. He placed that orb into the tentacles of the beast tribe. "You truly grow more twisted with each passing day. Yet you still trust these tentacle creatures. Have you forgotten why they were called the beast tribe in the first place?" In the blink of an eye, they closed in tight, encircling Kim Ko. At that moment, his body erupted in light, transforming into a majestic dragon. Het Hyen. Any one of these casually chosen is no weaker than Hazai Langis. Later, when you sing beside him, stay alert. He depends on you. And you must be careful too. A Hun slowly raised his hand, a gesture like a powerful signal. Then stopped. A mocking glint flickered in his eyes. The savage sneered. "What are you? Die for me." The old man listened, then nodded knowingly, his gaze sharp and clear as it fixed on them. Singing Hyun immediately raised his hand, swirling magic converging into a powerful strike that surged toward the beast tribe. The clash of magic against its body erupted instantly into a dazzling bombardment. The tribe roared in agony, a sound echoing as if to tear the very fabric of space. The spirit beast. In an instant, The earth shattered, thick smoke billowing wildly in all directions. In an instant, Lu Feng, Tai Ne, and Kim Kwa all froze, their eyes filled with surprise as they turned to look behind. He looked toward the deep excavation ahead deep, yet it had been leveled. That day, Lang Dakbang Hong realized the god of endurance, the legendary god of endurance. Calmly, he raised his hand. All right, the unrelated matters are settled. Now, it is your turn. He looked toward Lang Dak and Tai Dang, saying, you wanted to seal Li Feng back then, so now I will seal you in return. Lang Dak trembled. What? The meltdown. Hands clasped, begging for mercy from this great man. Lu Feng whispered to Lao. Wait, Lo. After finishing the training, we have not even started the battle formation yet, and I have not fought anyone. You stretch out your arm, muscles rippling with strength no match. So train your hands first. The old man strokes his beard gently. Kid, you do not back down. Huh, fine. Go ahead, I will be watching anyway. Lang Dak whispered to Tadang. What are they negotiating? The old man rubbed his head. Unsure. Lu Feng stepped forward. Last time I almost lost to you. Today, let us fight again. If you win, you can leave freely. You suddenly warned with a commanding tone. You have lost, so obediently accept the seal. Elder Lu laughed excitedly, as expected of the Dragon Clan Prince. Brave and ready for the century duel, truly worth watching. Place one foot firmly on the table. Open the table now. Open it now. Prince Feng wins 1 to 30. C-Speed Zizun wins 1 to 15. Hak Lao taught Lu Feng to train for a month, but the opponent is 2 Zizuns working in perfect harmony. Be cautious. Everyone. Lang Dak nervously looked at the people addressing him as Your Excellency. Your Highness. And asked, is it true? Hakuin rolled up his sleeves, saying, what Xiao said is exactly my intention. So, do you not believe us? Both of us are united. Daring not. Daring not. Both Lang Dak into face Lu Feng. The air thick with tension. Without hesitation, he breaks the silence, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Let us go. Then, the two exchanged glances, silently signaling each other. Both Lang Dak and T immediately unleashed their moves. Piercing through the sealed domain, in the corner of his eye, frost and waves surged fiercely. Crashing like a storm, Xiao Jin stood on Jing Ni's shoulder, shouting encouragement. Keep going. Lu Feng, in an instant, the whirlwind at his hand responded. The sword ring appeared with him, radiating overwhelming power. Both Lang Dak and T were immediately defeated. Too strong. We are done for. Please seal us away. Hearing those words, the whole group fell silent, only able to stammer in response. Lu Feng was just like them. Mouth agape, face filled with horror. You rushed to confront Lang Dak in time, but I have not even left yet. Both switched to acting mode. Prince Feng is too formidable. I am not okay anymore. With Prince Feng's wisdom and courage, we are unstoppable in battle. Both were smug inside, thinking we are fools. Losing to a human is one thing, but if we truly win, we might even end up like that beast tribe. Hearing this, Hakuin burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing through the air. Old man reached out, grabbing Liu Feng's shirt as he stormed toward them in a rage. Teach me, he said. Hakuin replied softly. All right. Let this be the end of it. They have lost the spirit of cultivators. This life is all there is for them. The old man waves his hand to signal Kim to come. The sealing task is now yours. Let us go. We are heading back to confront the landlord. As he finishes speaking, the old man, Lu Feng, and Tin Ni instantly vanish in a flash of light. Cut to Tin Nai in a charming, seductive nightgown, revealing her curves. She lies still, whispering. Tomorrow, Lu Feng will leave, and I must return to Back Hai too. Tundun Noah wondered quietly when they would meet again after this separation. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sound of knocking at the door. The door just opened, and Tenni unexpectedly saw Lo Feng on the street. Her rosy face softly smiled, happiness shining in her eyes. Tenahai blushed and shyly asked, "Did you come looking for me?" Lu Feng rubbed my head. Blushing, "Is this real?" He pointed to the dragon scale on his forehead. "Can you take this dragon scale off for me?" She stared straight at Lu Feng. "You rushed here in the middle of the night just to take my phoenix pendant?" he asked confusedly, making her furious. "If not, then why?" In a fit of rage, Tin Nai spun around, shouted loudly, and slammed the door shut behind him, refusing to open it. Just as the door was about to close forcefully, he immediately reached out, blocking it firmly to keep it from shutting. "Lu Feng pleads. We have been together so long, even if not friends, at least half friends please. I am begging you." She questions. "Friends. Friends would not rush to tear off the phoenix crown. Does not that mean they hate me?" Lu Feng immediately retorted. "When did I ever say I hated you? Are you even logical?" Tin Ni shouted. "I just want you to wear my dragon bracelet forever." Suddenly losing balance, Lu Feng's hand slipped uncontrollably forward, accidentally landing on Tenai, freezing the air between them. "You stammered." "Let me explain." Tin Ni blushed and shouted, pulling her hand away from the elder. Lu Feng raised both hands. "Actually, your lizard scales are quite beautiful, but I am about to return to the mainland, so wearing them is not the solution." After hearing that, she blushed and agreed. "All right, you bow down." as Liu Feng lowered his head. His indifferent face drew close to Tin's, leaving them both flustered, their cheeks flushed. Temini gently raised her hand to lull Liu Feng's forehead, carefully removing the stubborn scale. Finished, she turned away from his gaze and said, "Thank you for helping Bigi Hai this time. From now on, our river shall not cross." Liu Feng reached out and grabbed a piece of the lizard's scale, saying, "Let me keep this as a memento." His words left Tin Hai momentarily stunned. Perhaps it might still come in handy. With everything settled, Liu Feng silently turned his back, his silhouette fading into the distance. "That, you stopped slipping." Paused, turned around, and pointed straight ahead. It is almost exposed, face flushed with shame and anger. Tin Ni shouted, "Fool." Through the crystal orb, Hat Hyoyen, Tu Kim, and Bachka watched the entire scene unfold. "I am at a loss for words. Sao Feng, is your kidney not well? You are already like this, so why are you still like a log?" Little Kim replied, "Because Liu Feng does not like women who are submissive." Cut to a clear, vast sky, with gentle streaks of blue drifting by. There, the waves whispered rhythmically, like the ocean's own melody. Huen sang, waving away visitors, for none of the people wished to stay with the immortal old man. Go away completely." Tai Ne. Stop hesitating. Lao sings, the autumn wind falls silent. Lao sings, this is already the 7th time this month. Every time we want to leave, it is always this afternoon. Can we change it? You insistently say, old man sing. I really have to go now. This time, I must return to practice a bit, preparing to depart for the lost chapter. He placed his hand on Liu Feng's shoulder. All right. Go ahead. Young man, you should get out and experience the world. Then, he handed him a pile of things. These are herbs and documents I have collected over the years. Take them with you. Old Liu has 6 types inside. And also this is the mysterious martial wind talisman I have left, designed specifically to target powerful soul cultivators. You will surely need it later. Remember what Huen told you, and the soul cultivation techniques I taught before. Study them well. Never waste your sword's power. There is more. Liu Feng smiled gratefully, then knelt down, hands clasped respectfully. Little one. Thank you. Elder Hat extended his hand, gently ruffling his hair, and advised him to take good care of himself. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in, the wind swirling. Luckily, you have not left. There is a letter for you. His hand opened gently to receive the letter, eyes focused intently. The letter read, Feng Ma, come to the Imperial Sea Prison to find me. Quickly. To Phi. Liu Feng's mind raced with worry. Could something have happened to Phi Ni? You quickly turn your face back, urgently shouting to Bach Han Dai Hak, let us go. Tun Nei's eyes shine with emotion, proudly looking towards Liu Feng. Liu Feng's gaze lingered on Tin Hai as he spoke slowly. That, I will go ahead. She turned away, unable to meet his eyes. I must return as well. Farewell. Caught in his gaze, Tin Yi quickly turned away, diving into the water as her legs transformed into a fish tail. He watched her silhouette, silently pondering unspoken thoughts. Bidding farewell, Liu Feng's eyes hardened with resolve as he spoke. Let us go. We are setting off. Bach Kang Jaint echoed behind him in unison. Let us go. Your legs ache gently, then your body slowly lifts off the ground, soaring high. From below, Adak looks up, calling out, Hey, Habachke, are you really heading back to Long Island? He smiles shyly. Life on Long Island can't compare to the joy of wandering with the breeze, where countless happy tales unfold. Xiaojing quickly chimed in with Bak Ha, adding the chance to meet lovely little sisters. Amidst the calm waters, only half of Ting Ni's head surfaced as she silently watched everything that had transpired. In her eyes burned fierce resolve. The wind whispered, Wait for me to settle matters in Bihai. Then I will find you. Outside, thunder roared as a grand palace stood tall amid the dragon's reign. Among the armed crowd, Hola stands firm with a resolute gaze. What do you want? Dak Bay speaks, his eyes indifferent as if unconcerned. Ladies, I only wish to invite you to my home as guests, nothing more. Whispers spread this group is cursed, first facing the city lord, now under the watchful eye of Special Agent Ba. Rumor has it, the largest mercenary guild in Seahorse City belongs to Ba. Falling into his hands means these girls are truly doomed. King wiped the sweat dripping down, speaking decisively. Though a bitch, later we will find a chance to take a risk. You all run away when the opportunity comes. She whispered hesitantly. But Dakba lost patience, shouted orders to his men. Don't you know what is good or bad? Get up and catch them. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Against the stormy sky, 2 tall figures in heavy coats emerged from the shadows. Dakba turned back, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at you and Bach Ga. Liu Feng slowly smiled, his voice full of worry, asking, Big brother Kang, why is it that every time we meet, it is always some bloody mess like this? I saw Liu Feng immediately break into a bright smile, then suddenly frown. With a scowl, he crossed his arms and sharply ordered, Where did these brats come from, daring to meddle in the Marquis's affairs? Break their legs and throw them out for me. The blonde man whispered into the young boy's ear. Run quickly. This special agent rules Yuhai City alone. Another voice urged. That is right, run. Lia Feng smiled gently and softly reassured. Don't worry, it is nothing. Bachka stood here, delighted to break the spy's subordinate's arm, shouting with a sense of bullying the weak, "I have had enough of you all day. How dare you resist? I am the Imperial Enforcer." He did not hesitate to slap him hard across the face, baring his teeth. Whether a nobleman or the Emperor himself, he would strike them all the same. Furious, he clutched his cheek and screamed in rage. "You bastards, just wait, I swear I will make you pay." Uncle Luri suddenly appeared, angrily kicking Isibe straight in the groin, leaving him stunned and pale. Beach was terrified, and Lolacia stared in shock as Isibe lay on the ground, speechless from the pain. Liu Feng asked Kangxi, "Big brother Kangxi, have you seen Quado?" He hurriedly said. "Liu Feng. Little brother, go save him quickly." He anxiously ran to Liu Feng, his face full of worry. "Lian Deep has been taken away." "You are surprised, why was she taken? With her strength as a mighty pastor, who could possibly capture her?" Okonla quickly replied. Dippy T is the warlord of the Iron Shirt sect, severely injured and unconscious after his defeat. Brother Li Yufeng, I beg you, please hurry and save her before it is too late. Liu Feng's face darkened. Ninjiang wondered if women were truly kind-hearted or just foolish. Without hesitation, he quickly turned and left, loudly declaring, "Let us go." They both stepped out together, then instantly dashed away like fierce gusts of wind. Cut to outside the window, rain pouring down, wind howling in bursts, turning the scene dark and chaotic. Luan Deep lay motionless on the ground, her voice wary. Why? She touched her face. The Tha wondered, why does her body feel so weak? As she stepped forward, a figure appeared, wearing a calculating and sinister smile, a cunning mind at play, with arms crossed behind their back. They looked at her calmly, as if they could no longer wait. Outside, thunder roared relentlessly. In the dark room, Liu Vin's eyes gleamed with malice as he stared at the captive. "You think hiding your identity is enough? As long as I control you, I can use the Light Church to seize even greater power." Ling Ip lay helpless on the bed, trying to evade Liu Vin's hand while threatening, "Let me go, or I swear I will." Before she could finish, Liu Vin grabbed her tightly and pulled out a vial, saying, "Just 7 days of this, and you will become a mindless beast." Before she could speak, Liu Vin forced Lian Dip's mouth open and poured the potion in. She struggled free, tilting her head to spit it out. Liu Vin withdrew his hand, clearly confident in his plan. "Next, I will step in to heal and restrain you." Officially entering the Church of Light's site, just as Liu Vin was lost in his dreams, a soldier's blunt voice rang outside the door. "City Lord, someone is at the door." Hearing this, he snapped angrily, cursing a bunch of useless fools who always need me to step in, then turned to Lian Deep, the little beauty, telling her to wait for him. Alone in the room, Lian Deep trembled in fear, silently begging, "Someone save me, father. Mother. Save me." Jia reached the hallway outside. Liu Vin remained calm until a subordinate collapsed before him. Seeing the man stumble into him, Liu Vin grabbed his shoulder firmly, then he violently threw his subordinate against the nearby wall, snarling curses, calling him useless. This chaos was caused by the Tu Kim group. Liu Fong and Bacha fought fiercely, with Tu Kim standing triumphantly on a guard, unbeatable by any foe. Liu Vin sneers openly upon seeing there are 3 of them, mocking their audacity to challenge the city lord. Do they wish to die? Meanwhile, Liu Feng seeks confirmation it is really him. Hu Nai steps behind Liu Feng, her voice filled with worry, whereas Lian Deep let her go. From behind Liu Vin, a group of strong guards leapt out. He taunted them, revealing they were hers, mourning a beauty yet not fully devoted. They led themselves to the door, then Liu Vin coldly ordered, "Kill the men, keep the women." Seeing a few reckless fools charging at him, Liu Feng calmly gripped his sword, raised it high, and struck them down with fierce resolve. Liu Vin watched the battle intently, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. 1 foot. 1 move, and 3 enemies fell. "Don't be so arrogant, kid. I will give you a chance. Kneel now and work for me. Or else." At these words, fierce magical aura erupted around Liu Vin as he warned, "I will make you understand the terror of the Kugadun Feng." Yet, Liu Feng's face remained emotionless. After dealing with the henchman, he swiftly charged toward Liu Vin with terrifying speed. Liu Feng struck Liu Vin with a fatal blow before he could even react. Only then did Liu Vin realize something was wrong. How could this be? Liu Feng, irritated, hit even harder, causing a commotion. Withdrawing his words, he pulled back his hand. Liu Ying's body stiffened and collapsed before Liu Feng. Seeing Li Ying dead, the guards around panicked and retreated in fear. The city lord is dead. Liu Feng ignored them, instructing Jiao Bachkan Dai Hat, then leaving the rest to you. Soon after, Liu Feng easily found the room where Lian Deep was playing. At this moment, Lian Deep, exhausted, closed her eyes tightly. Seeing she was safe, Liu Feng sighed in relief thankfully. Then, Liu Feng swung his arms, breaking the glowing ropes binding Lian Deep. Miss Liu Feng gently pats Lian Deep's face, calling out, "Hey, you have slept enough. Time to get up." She says, "I am a pastor sent by someone." Why hesitate? Seeing Liu Feng arrive, Lian Deep immediately jumps up and embraces him. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Liu Feng stood up in confusion, unaware that the entire scene had been witnessed by Batch K approaching nearby. Sensing the strange atmosphere in the room, he wanted to run away, saying, "I did not see anything, you carry on." The worst was Liu Feng, who had to pry Lian Deep's hands off while trying to explain to Bachka that it was not what people thought. Just then, Lian Deep suddenly jumped onto Liu Feng's back from behind, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Now, Lian Deep wraps around Liu Feng like a snake, holding him tight. Liu Feng quickly speaks up. Wait, his body stiffens involuntarily as he tries to act normal, watching Lian Deep move in front of him. "Are you okay?" Seeing her lean in, Liu Feng quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Don't come any closer," but Lian Deep ignored him and lunged forward, leaving him so flustered he was sweating. "If I get hurt, I can try healing energy. But what about this kind of situation?" Suddenly, Liu Feng's gaze turned dangerous as he slowly said, "If that is the case, then I have no choice." He sighed softly, reaching out to Lian Deep with a hint of affection in his voice. "Sorry to offend you." Meanwhile, outside, little Kim anxiously paced back and forth, wondering why Liu Feng had not come out yet. Just as he tried to enter, Baker rushed over and grabbed him tightly. Eyes mysterious, saying, "Master Little Kim, brother Liu Feng is busy saving someone. Let us wait patiently." Meanwhile, by Liu Feng's side, he carries Lian Deep and leaps out of the room. Reaching the crystal-clear pool, Liu Feng throws Lian Deep into the water without hesitation and walks away. Drowned by the waves, Lian Deep finally surfaced moments later. Seeing her still dazed and approaching, Liu Feng panicked. "Damn it, not awake yet." With resolve in his eyes, he quickly pushed her back into the water, apologizing silently. Seeing the act was a bit brutal, Liu Feng closed his eyes briefly. After a moment, Lian Deep struggled, shouting, "Let me go." Liu Feng peered through his fingers, defending himself. "I just wanted to make sure you are safe, not spying." Hearing the noise, Bachhe and Tiu Kim rushed over. He stared tensely at the pool and said, "I think this is the nest." Liu Feng, seeing the sense in it, removed his hand from Lian Deep's head, thinking to himself, "This must be the nest." In the pouring rain, Lian Deep, exhausted, clings to the pool's edge. Seeing Liu Feng before her, she gasps in shock. "Why is it you?" Startled, Lian Deep instinctively hugged herself, questioning, "What have you done to me?" Across from her, Liu Feng, with a hurt expression, threw his jacket at her and said, "You should remember it is what you did to me." It seems Lian Deep has recalled something. For a moment, she was speechless. Him. Lian Deep dared not face Liu Feng anymore. Just now, while Lian Deep was embarrassed, Honai the bitch ran over to ask Han and Lian Deep, "What is wrong with you?" But Lian Deep did not dare to look back. She ran away under Hoi and Lian Deep's stunned gazes. Though the situation was a bit awkward, it was not all bad. Liu Feng sighed, relieved it still had an effect. Bachka suddenly stepped forward, quickly slinging an arm over his shoulder, and whispered, "Earlier, they were like that, and you still throwing her into the water." Liu Feng replied seriously, "Am I the type to use others in times of danger?" But when the words reached Bachka, they took on a different meaning. He covered his mouth and whispered, "Little Jin, master, Liu Feng's kidneys really are not right." Little Kim looked confused. "What is wrong with your kidney?" Liu Feng quickly interrupted, "Don't teach the kids bad things, it is a disaster." Just then, Lian Lai's voice echoed from the upper floor. "Hey, can you help me?" Liu Feng nodded, saying, "Go ahead." Lian Yi frowned, her voice filled with intense resentment. "I do not want to see anything related to Liaoying anymore. Help me destroy this place." Outside, the rain grew heavier, and beneath the gloomy sky, a lightning bolt struck as if to tear the heavens apart. In another corner of the city, Zici Bei and his fierce gang advanced toward the Lord's mansion. "They are definitely inside, and I want to kill them all." A subordinate suddenly choked, panicked, calling out, "Special Agent, sir." "My lord." Through his eyes, all that remained before them was a pile of ruins. The lord of the fortress was no more. Special Agent Bei could not believe his eyes, staggering back to sit on the ground in shock. The scene shifts to a large inn called Heavenly Fragrance, where in a private room, Liu Feng speaks, revealing that Big Brother Kang Si met Phi in Horsesea City half a month ago. Then, Liu Feng speculated that the letter she gave me was sent at that time. Kang Tu confirmed firmly, "No mistake." At that moment Tafi said she was on a mission for a beast empire. He started by saying he would wait for you there, but suddenly changed his mind and left first. Hearing that, Liu Feng gently placed a finger on the handle, his eyes briefly thoughtful. Did they encounter some misfortune? Or was there some reason forcing them to leave? In his mind, Kang Tu recalls the moment he met Tafi. He denies it, saying it was not like that. She even said goodbye to us. Looking quite happy, still without any clues, Liu Feng asks, "Big Brother Kang Tu, does Hai know what mission Fine Hai was assigned?" "He does not know that either. I am not sure about it. She only said she would give you a surprise then." In Liu Feng's heart, tangled like silk threads, Fine Hai hurried to find him just to give him a surprise. "You call that a surprise?" A voice cut through your thoughts. "Liu Feng, can you come here for a moment?" Hearing you, Bachhe, who was reading a comic, looked up curiously. Inside the room, Lian Deep rested on the bed, gratefully looking at Liu Feng. "Thank you for today. If it were not for you, Liu Feng waved his hand generously. No need for thanks. You are the companion of Big Brother Kangxi. Helping you is only right. Lian Deep, emboldened, made her request. Big Brother. Liu Feng, Shoyan, can you pull me out of this? Liu Feng rubbed his head. Teasing. You just called me Big Brother, this means things are definitely not simple. Seeing Liu Feng showed no sign of refusal, Lian Dip continued with relief. When Liu Vin took me away, the protective talisman I wore was taken from me. In Lian Dip's mind appeared an image of a necklace with a wing-shaped pendant. She whispered, that talisman was given by my father, and if separated from its wearer, it immediately sends out a warning. At this point, Lian Dip suddenly grew agitated, so my father's men will find me. But I do not want to return, nor marry that scoundrel. By now, Liu Feng almost understood Lian Dip's desire. She wants me. Before you could finish speaking, the wall behind was shattered from outside. Peter stepped through the hole, eyes blazing with fury. How dare you lay a hand on Her Highness? You must die. Then, Peter swiftly lunged forward, hurling magical blades at Liu Feng. Facing the attack, he quickly drew his sword and blocked Peter's magic. As both sides were at a standoff, Lian Dip spoke up to stop them. Then Peter, stop, this is my friend. But Peter ignored him, pointing at the two and ordering, the princess is under threat. Where are the royal guards? Escort the princess back. Lian Dip was momentarily stunned. Then Peter. Wait. Liu Feng stepped back close to Lian Dip, bluntly saying, hey, your father's underling is this shameless? Then I won't hold back. With that, he gripped his sword tightly and flew straight at Peter using magic. Liu Feng decisively struck Peter with a slash, and he was immediately sent flying backward. The loud noise alerted Batch He and Tu Kim outside the living room. One of them rushed in, sensing something was wrong, that a powerful purple magic clashed against the enemy's yellow magic. Batch He arrived just in time. He glanced at Liu Feng. Liu Feng, when did you poke the Light Church's guy? Hearing that, Liu Feng sprang forward, fighting as he spoke. The Light Church has nothing to do with me. Batch He was puzzled, thinking, these guys are really 8th grade, a dozen 7th rankers enduring my attacks. Suddenly, Batch He's voice grew urgent, his eyes wide with shock. Liu Feng sensed a surge of energy accelerating rapidly, and it was closing in fast. Liu Feng guessed its origin and immediately turned toward it. Someone had just been repelled. But unexpectedly, his power had escalated from a mere mortal to a saintly level in the blink of an eye. Just as Liu Feng predicted, Batch He was knocked away but grew golden wings and flew back. In the sky, the two clashed swords fiercely once again, now, with his power greatly increased. Petter declared, I am the Radiant Divine Seat, the earthly 3000 angel, commander of the Heavenly Angel Legion, master of all laws. Then, Petter swung his sword fiercely at Liu Feng, roaring, heretic, fall and die. Liu Feng had to retreat for now, his mind filled with questions about the Radiant God, the earthly 3000 archangels, and the remnants of these deities in this world. Meanwhile, Petter raised his sword high, gathering magic, shouting with authority as holy light surged forth. Facing this situation, Liu Feng heard the voice of Hakuyoan echoing in his ear. Liu Feng, you are the one and only sword body. By combining your talent with the master's intricate formation and boundless energy, you can unleash overwhelming power, the true essence of the great sword path. Calling that moment, it seemed he realized something. Liu Feng immediately channeled his power into the sword. Seeing Liu Feng hesitate, Uncle K shouted a warning. Liu Feng, be careful. Space and time around Liu Feng seemed to freeze. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing his sword spirit. After a breath, Liu Feng snapped his eyes open and fiercely slashed his sword, releasing a blade of energy. The sword slash fiercely aimed straight at Petter, but he was lucky to dodge. Even now, Petter dares to widen his threats, dares to attack the god's servant. Heretics deserve to die. I will definitely purge them. Liu Feng paid no mind to those words, his focus elsewhere. His evasion was truly decisive. The way of the sword is simple and wise. The old man never deceived me. It seems from now on, I must train primarily in the sword path. Lost in thought, Petter's sudden voice cut through. Where did that guy run off to? Liu Feng asked him. Hey, what happened to that bird guy earlier? He claimed to be the bright god, third celestial general of the Heavenly Legion. Could it be that gods truly exist in this world? Petter dared not speak recklessly, his eyes fixed on the desert as he cautiously replied, I am not sure. Ancient clan records say that the bright god's forces in the Age of Gods were human warriors calling themselves celestials, but they had to ascend to the divine realm. Hearing that, Liu Feng concluded that Senza used the same method as that goddess to descend to the mortal world. This world truly grows more fascinating by the day. After the chaos settled, Liu Feng and Petter faced Lion Leap, while the others tended to the injured knights inside. Liu Feng crossed his arms, eyes full of doubt. Hey, Saintess. Right, I think you should say something to us. But Lian Deep, hiding something, turned away nervously. Have nothing to say? Just then, Keen T approached. Liu Feng, I just thought of something very important. A dreamy look appeared on his face as Qi continued. Half a month ago, when Tufi arrived at the Horse Sea City, he also met Li Yuvin. Luckily, the decoy she used made Li Yuvin retreat. I remember. Saint Peter was there too. Maybe he noticed the decoy. At this point, King 8 frowned slightly and continued. When Tufi left, Saint Peter's men disappeared as well. I did not think much then, but now knowing he is from the Light Church. That means, Liu Feng caught the key point in Kang's words and cried out anxiously. A lie. You said the blood sacrifice to the vengeful spirit beast is over. 3 days later, outside the city of Shaik, where a fierce battle between humans and Soi raged on, from the city wall, a wounded soldier shouts. Damn it. The Soi are attacking. Another soldier yells back. Fight them with everything you have got. Charge. Amid the Soi horde, Tsu urges his men. Run fast, but escape is no longer an option. A loyal soldier cries out before being dragged away by the Soi. Captain. Behind you, just as the starving Soi was about to seize Tsu, a sharp sword cut its body in two. Seeing this, Tsu immediately realized who was helping him above. Bachka unleashed fairy fangs, burning the bloodthirsty Soi. There, Liu Feng was holding Lin Diep and Tiu Kim. Asking anxiously, Tsu, why are you here? Where is Tefei? Tsu replied. A few days ago, Tefei took the vengeful spirit to the great grassland beastman. Hearing this, Liu Feng shouted in panic. You let her go alone. Caught off guard, Tsu nervously rubbed her neck, her voice tinged with reluctance as she said, with the vengeful spirit protecting her, following her will only bring trouble. Back on the ground, nestled in Liao Feng's arms, Lian Yi shyly whispered. Liao Feng, you can let me go now. She gently caught Xiao Jin in her arms. Lian Yi gratefully said. Thank you. Brother, if I had not begged you to avoid the Light Church and lead me here, it would have taken much longer. Liu Feng shyly replied. Don't mention it. Do not mention it. Without beating around the bush, Liu Feng got straight to the point. Tsu, Tefei told you. Right, this time. Why did she come to the Great Beast Prairie? Tsu recalled. She told me she discovered a treasure that could extract Vinai and even you. Tefei said in his memory. If we get that treasure, Feng will definitely be very happy. Seeing that Tsu's clue matched with Kang Tu, Liu Feng scolded. This fool. At that moment, Tsu suddenly remembered something. Before leaving, Tefei told me, if when you arrive she has not returned yet, do not worry, she has a vengeful spirit guarding her, it will be fine. But this is exactly what Liu Feng fears most because she carries a vengeful spirit. I am worried the Radiant Church is watching her. Amidst the turmoil, Liu Feng irritably shifts her gaze to the wolves outside the city walls. Too ruthless. These fiends must be killed. Then, you raise your hand to cast magic, freezing the space. Liu Feng charges into the 7 savage fiends, swiftly taking them down one by one. Task done. Yet Liu Feng's heart remained restless. Where had Tefei gone? Rewind one day, at the Guyat Lang tribe's altar, Ngayat Sak and Ngayat Baksh turned their backs on Tefei. Before them now stood a giant head with mysterious red eyes. The group was blocked by a squad of fierce soldiers. That black head belonged to the assassin. He was huge and broad. If you have come this far, then stay and be my puppet. Seeing this, Tefei looked toward Ngayat Sak and said, we can't just sit here and wait to die. She replied coldly, if it were not for humans like you coming in. Blamed unfairly, Tefei shot back loudly. If it were not for me, you would all be puppets by now. Ngayat Sak, unable to argue, pressed down. Oh. Just as the two were arguing, Ngayat Bak had a plan. Ngayat Sak, Captain Tefei is right. We can't delay any longer. I will risk my life to help you escape. No, Ngayat Sak won't accept that. You are the true king of the Ngayat Lang tribe. The one who must risk their life is you. Ngayat Bak's eyes gleamed a spark of pride as he patted Ngayat Sak's shoulder. That is right. Little princess, you have become the king of the Ngayat Lang tribe. But precisely because of that, you should live for the tribe, should not you? Before Ngayat Sak could reply, Ngayat Bak suddenly stepped forward between them. Powerful aura enveloped him as Ngayat urged loudly, go. Ngayat Sak, unwilling to leave, called out, Uncle Bak, but Ngayat Bak only repeated, go, go. Surrounded by demonic magic, Ngayat Bak was swiftly and mercilessly attacked. From afar, Ngayat Sak wept in sorrow, her voice trembling. Uncle Bak, even if Ngayat Bak risks herself to block them, the assassin catches up to Ngayat Sak and Tofi in an instant. Hen growls, stretching his strange hand toward the fleeing girls, thinking you can stop me by self-harm. Foolish, none of you will escape today. In the moment before being captured, Tofi silently thought, sorry. Feng, back in the present. The fortress soldiers cheered on the walls. The wolves have retreated. Most of their bodies bore wounds, big and small. They cried out in joy, we are alive, we are alive. The Holy Lord has saved us. Then, the soldiers all knelt before the Liu Feng group, sincerely shouting, thank you, Holy Lord, for your salvation. Deep inside, Liu Feng was moved by their gratitude, thinking to himself, I only helped out of convenience, never expecting this. Just then, the group suddenly shifted to a child's voice. I have always heard that mercenaries fight only for money, but today I realized that no two places in this city are the same. They risk everything just to protect countless civilians. It turns out to be Artigo. He appeared suddenly, striking a cool pose. Artigo takes the stage once more. My idol. Finally meeting him at last. Seeing Artigo, Liu Feng helplessly sighed, while Bachka sternly asked, I told you, if you are not the prince of the Tine Lam Empire, why rush to the Tianhai Empire? Do you want to die? Hearing this, Artigo immediately lowered his head. In the eyes of the ruler lies an unfathomable sorrow. Without walking among the people, how can one understand their suffering? Without setting foot on the vast continent, without seeing the rivers and mountains, without witnessing the cruelty of the beastmen firsthand, how can one sit in this position? Meeting Artigo, shining brightly, his voice full of resolve, the throne of Tin Lam already belongs to me. I won't waste time pretending. Once I inherit the throne, there will be no second chance. Understanding Artigo's noble ambition, Bachke gave a thumbs up. No fake fans here, just pure support. Before they could chat long, Artigo hurried off, leaving a promise. Alright, idol. I must head to the next station. Hope we meet again. But jumping down from the high wall was no easy feat. Artigo hit the ground hard. Groaning, ouch, 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 Bachke scratched his head. Thinking, maybe I should take back what I just said. Beside him, Liu Feng was discussing with Tsu. Every year the beastmen send wolves to attack the city, so why did the smiling moon wolf appear? Tsu speculated. I do not know either. Could something have happened to the moon wolf tribe? Is this related to Defy? But Liu Feng did not respond, distracted by something else, his energy surging intensely. Bachka seemed to sense something unusual too. Whispering to Liu Feng, seeing their serious expressions, Tsu asked, what is going on? Unease slowly rises in Liu Feng's eyes as he senses a fierce battle among beastmen on the Great Prairie. This aura feels strangely familiar. Suddenly, his gaze shifts. He realizes with shock that Ngayat Sak is the one. Liu Feng's voice was so loud it woke Sao Jin, who was sound asleep on Lion Lip's shoulder. Annoyed, he complained. Too noisy, can't sleep peacefully. Seeing Si Jin trying to go back to sleep, Liu Feng pulled him out, but Xiao Jin struggled. I do not want to leave little Tai. Then, Liu Feng carried Xiao Jin and turned away, saying, it is awkward. You stay here first. We will come over shortly. She wondered aloud. Where are they going? Lion Yi watched the two streaks of light ascend into the sky and whispered. Everyone, be careful. Very quickly, an hour later, in a place where green grass is shrouded in darkness, two figures emerge, battling within the glowing magic sphere above. It is Ngayat Sak, fighting against Ngayat Pham. But things do not look good. After a while, Ngayat Sak can no longer hold on and quickly falls backward. Moonlight fiercely crosses the blood on her lips, accusing the old wolf of betraying the moon wolf tribe to serve the Black Death god. Now fully corrupted, he laughs loudly, saying that offering a human city as nourishment grants supreme power. Why not do it? Pause for a moment. Nu Ayam's eyes gleam with greed, his voice sinister. Not to mention, the Black Death god promised to turn the little princess of the Ngayat Lang clan into my puppet, but Ngayat Sak absolutely refused. She snarled, you will die. Facing Ngayat Sak's stubbornness and the blood silver wolf's siege, Ngayat Pham grew even more delighted. The top disciple wanted to risk his life for her, better to surrender now. With that, Ngayat Pham unleashed his power, flinging all the blood silver wolves around him into the air. Even Ngayat Sak could not resist. She helplessly let herself be blasted backward by Ngayat Pham. She fell hard to the ground, and Ngayat spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing she could no longer resist, Ngayat Pham spoke triumphantly. The most beautiful woman of the Ngayat Lang tribe finally belongs to me. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from beneath Ngayat Sak. Instead, Ngayat Pham's voice abruptly stopped. He curiously looked at that hand. It turned out to be Liu Feng, who sat up behind Ngayat Sak, angrily shouting, bastard, you deliberately scratched my face, did not you? Liu Feng gently touched his blood-stained face. Frustrated, wait for me, do not go. In the darkness of crime, Ngayat Pham charged at Liu Feng with overwhelming fury, shouting, his deadly force ready to tear his opponent apart. Rot where you stand, die for me. Liu Feng quickly reacted, forcefully throwing punches at Ngayat Pham. Their two powerful strikes collided, signaling a battle about to unfold. After a brief struggle, Ngayat Pham was clearly outmatched by Liu Feng and was knocked backward. At this moment, Liu Feng instantly withdrew the flow of energy around him, arrogantly glaring at Ngayat Pham, a second-rank saint, who confidently acted so domineering. Slightly behind was Tiu Kim, eagerly charging forward. Seeing little Kim rush toward Moon Color, Liu Feng was puzzled. What is he doing? Little Kim was eager. Liu Feng, this little sister is injured. I have to treat her. Knowing little Kim's intent, Liu Feng grabbed him and threw him back to Bachha. Watch him closely. Dea Hai. But little Kim struggled, shouting, let me go, I have to save her. At this moment, Ngayat Pham was slowly waking up, his body wildly transforming. Suddenly, he revealed his true form, a black wolf with eerie red eyes. He howled, I must kill, and lunged at Liu Feng. Facing someone as reckless as Ngayat Pham, Liu Feng did not waste words. He raised his sword and slashed across the man's body. Chop, But to his surprise, what he cut through was only a layer of black mist hanging in the air. Ungayat Pham was desperately fleeing, thinking to himself, damn it, if not for the power granted by the god of killing, I would have died back there. As he ran, he glanced back, muttering, unforgivable. Unforgivable. Before the words could leave, Liu Feng charged forward. Without hesitation, he swung his spear at the wolf's body, no mercy. Once again, before Liu Feng's stunned eyes, all that remained was a thin layer of black mist fading away. From afar, Bacha instantly sensed danger and shouted, Feng, kid. But it was too late. Liu Feng was already ensnared by a body like a leg of Ngayat Pham, who laughed triumphantly, obediently dived beneath the deadly blade of the singing assassin. Under Ngayat Pham's control, Liu Feng still reached out his hand brimming with magic toward him. Then, he grabbed Ngayat Pham's collar, whose face twisted in panic like a cornered dog. In Ngayat Pham's eyes, streaks of red blood appeared as he shouted in despair, how could this happen? Seeing the puzzled expression on Ngayat Pham's face, Liu Feng replied with satisfaction, you should thank him. Your hand tightened around Ngayat Pham's neck. Liu Feng explained, I thought the yin and yang within me had been completely blocked. Because my dantian was damaged, I did not expect it to be activated by your aura. At these words, Liu Feng clenched his fist, and now only black smoke drifted from his hand. Thank you. I will take your life. After a while, Bacha finally arrived and called out, Liu Feng. My brother, are you alright? Hearing his voice, Liu Feng turned around and said cheerfully, consider it a blessing in disguise. Singing the death chant in this guy's mouth is not easy. I almost died at Han's hands. Just then, Xiao Jin's urgent voice rang out. Liu Feng. Liu Feng. Look, he keeps circling the moonlight. Liu Feng was so angry he planted his feet firmly. Xiao Jin. Is that enough? Xiao Jin. Not joking. Firmly denied. No, it is not. Don't. Xiao Jin took out from Yusa's body a black worm-shaped object. Wondering, have we seen this somewhere before? Seeing it, Liu Feng exclaimed in amazement. The control device of the Enling Hu. Cut to a luxurious hotel room, warm and cozy inside. Ugayat sat still deep in sleep. Suddenly, her eyes slowly open. This is it. Then, she jumps up from the bed. Wide awake, she lunged forward, forcing Liu Feng to the ground, eyes sharp with suspicion. Who are you? Just then, Lian Deep heard the noise and froze at the scene before her. In this awkward stance, though Gayat Sak was on guard, Liu Feng found it hard to deny. After a moment of shock, Lian Ip quickly turned and fled. Apologizing. Sorry, I came at the wrong time. Liu Feng tries to chase after and explain, but Ngayat Sak holds him back. He shouts helplessly. Damn it. You misunderstood. Ngayat Sak grips his neck tighter. Questioning, who are you? Where is this? Why am I here? I refuse to be under anyone's control. Liu Feng gripped Ngayat Sak's wrist tightly, and with a single move, he successfully reversed the hold. A hint of anger in his eyes. Hey, at least show some respect to the one who saved your life. Lying on the cold ground, Ngayat Sak was defiant. Snarling. You bastard. Liu Feng said nothing more, directly snatching the flute from Ngayat Sak's neck. Holding it before her, he asked sharply. I do not have time to waste with you. Where did you get this flute around your neck? But Ngayat refused to answer, lunging to bite Liu Feng's neck. He quickly turned his head to avoid her teeth. Scolding, this wicked woman. Seizing the moment while Liu Feng was distracted by the wound on his neck, Ngayat immediately jumped onto the bed. On the bed, Ngayat Sak revealed the snarling form of a beastman. Liu Feng rubbed the sore skin on his neck and repeated, I ask you again, where exactly did you get that pendant? Still guarded, Ngayat Sak replied, I killed its owner and took it. Hearing that, Liu Feng grew furious. Shouting, what did you say? You can't keep calm, say it again. His eyes blazed with rage as he yelled, urging her on. Faced with Liu Feng's fierce demeanor, Ngayat Sak finally confessed, this was given to me by a woman named Tafai. Liu Feng pressed on, asking, this is a life-saving treasure. How could she give it to you? Only then did Ngayat Sak hesitate and reveal, because at that time, she had entered the forbidden territory of my blood wolf tribe. I was chasing clues about the assassin god, wanting to catch her, but suddenly the assassin god appeared and hunted us down. In that moment, Ngayat recalled the peril she and Tafi faced. In the direst moment, she told me to use the decoy to escape. Help me find a man named Liu Feng, and with Tafi's instructions, go find Liu Feng. Pausing briefly, Ngayat turns her head, her voice still tense, asking the child to set off on their own. I barely escaped the hunt of the assassin god, only to be captured by that damn old wolf. Hearing this, Liu Feng almost understood the whole story. His voice suddenly grew hesitant. So, Tafai. Liu Feng misunderstood. Ngayat Sak quickly reassured him. You are indeed the Liu Feng that woman spoke of. Right? Rest assured, the assassin god won't harm her for now. Yet Liu Feng still could not fully trust. He intended to probe why. The woman gently closed her eyes and explained. That lady obtained the divine protection charm, but the assassin god desires her death. Once the assassin god kills her, the charm will automatically malfunction. This is not the outcome the assassin god wants. Liu Feng. hearing this, was deeply puzzled. What exactly is the divine protection charm? Before him appeared a mystical weapon with a center resembling an eye. She continued, the divine Chia Tea is a sacred relic passed down by our wolf deity clan, possessing a power all gods envy. The power of resurrection. Though powerful, it has a weakness. It started with 3 chances to revive, 2 already used. The assassin god won't waste the last one. Back to reality. Given the situation, the sharp one stresses but it can't last too long, or the assassin god's chance to seize the divine fragment grows even greater. Liu Feng grew even more impatient. What are you waiting for? Tell me where Tafei is, the cold voice replied. You mortal brat. Do you know who the assassin god is? He is a divine spirit resurrected from ancient times. Though weakened now, he is not someone you can handle. But Liu Feng remained unshaken, his eyes filled with absolute resolve. This was not her concern. Arms crossed, she studied him intently and probed. Little human, you seem familiar. Have we met before? Liu Feng did not deny it. He recounted the fate between them half a year ago. In the great grasslands of the Beastmen, they met once. At that time, she was the high chief of the Blood Wolf tribe, and I was just a lowly level 9 guard. At some unknown moment, a blazing power enveloped Liu Feng's body, making him taller and stronger. Now, it seemed the woman realized, exclaiming in shock, you are the kid from back then. How is this possible? Rising from level 9 to Saint Peak level in just half a year. The sharp one heard that she seemed shaken. Could it be that he truly can face the Death Singer, Baishu's nemesis? But should I really place my hopes on the kid I have only met twice, who might risk everything against the Death Singer next? Yet, recalling Gayatbak's tragedy, she closed her eyes as if resolute. What other choice did she have? Opening them, she declared, little brat, the saint-level Ding Feng is no match for the killing god, and made her demand. Make a deal. If you agree to help me eliminate the killing god, I will use my Blood Wolf clan's secret technique to boost your power. Liu Feng refuses, saying, I can definitely kill the killing god, but I only want to save Tafei. I do not need any deal. But the sharp one gave Liu Feng no chance to refuse. She gripped the edge of her dress tightly, hoping he could do it. Then, before Liu Feng's shocked eyes, she did something decisively, tearing off the dress. She answered, retaliate. The assassin slowly advanced toward Liu Feng, calmly ordering, start moving. Seeing her approach, Liu Feng fearfully stepped back. Don't come any closer. I am not interested. Liu Feng fell to the ground, blushing as he spoke against his will. The sharp woman was quickly overpowered by him. Damn it. What are you doing? It turned out Liu Feng had struck her down, and the sharp woman struggled angrily, shouting, let me go. Liu Feng refused to comply. He tried to awaken her conscience. Are you drunk? At a time like this, you are still thinking about that? Just then, Bacha stood at the door, watching intently. Liu Feng planned something, and little Kim beside him was equally curious. Liu Feng, what are you doing to her? Seeing Xi Zhenjie, Liu Feng had an idea. He grabbed Xiao Jin. She said his strength was insufficient. Right. Then, Liu Feng threw Xiao Jin in dragon form at Yuan's, shouting, what if I add him? Seeing the little gold's dragon form, the sharp-eyed man was astonished. This tiny snake is the supreme intellect. The little gold immediately retorted, I am a little snake, never a dragon. Meanwhile, the great beast Yuan, where only the silent night sky and a moonlit meadow remain, against the pitch-black night sky, 3 blinding beams of light suddenly streaked across. As they flew, the sharp-eyed man explained to Liu Feng and Bacha that the Great Ngain was once a land of 8 equal tribes. But after the Divine War, 7 tribes weakened, and the Wolf tribe rose as rulers. Then she pointed towards the distant mountain range, her tone sharp as she continued, from here on is the territory of the Wolf clan, the forbidden land of the Blood Wolf tribe. Her brow furrowed, caution lacing her voice. The little girl's divine power came from that forbidden land. At this moment, Liu Feng seemed to have guessed that the divine protection mentioned by the Blood Wolf King was the unexpected joy in Thafai's letter. But she was from the Tin Lam Empire. How could she know about the divine protection in the forbidden territory of the Wolf tribe thousands of miles away? What is really going on here that I do not know? Just as the 3 were advancing toward the forbidden zone, a shadow emerged to block their path, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons. Luckily, Liu Feng was quick enough to block them. Under attack, Bacha leads the fire-breathing assault toward where he believes the enemy hides rats. Show yourselves. Through the blazing flames, a figure with the bloodline of the Wolf tribe soars toward them. He used dark magic to attack Bacha, forcing him to block with his hand temporarily. But the strike was so powerful that by the time Liu Feng caught Bacha, he was already gravely wounded. Bacha knew he was no match for him and gently warned, Liu Feng, this guy is also a saint of the Jia Dynfeng. Be careful. Meanwhile, Yungayat sat behind seemed to recognize the man before her and doubted, Yungayat Kong elder, did not he leave the Blood Wolf clan? Why is he here? Yungayat Kong laughed loudly, his voice sinister. Why would I come back? If I had not lifted the forbidden seal, how could the assassin god have escaped? How else could the Blood Wolf tribe fall into my hands? Yungayat Kong's words struck a painful nerve in Yungayat Sak, who furiously lunged at him, shouting, damn it. I will kill you. Facing her attack, Ngayat Kong hesitated briefly, then smoothly dodged aside. He gave a sinister smile, then hurled a spear at Ngayat Sak with such force that even Tiu Kim, clinging to her shoulder, was thrown into the air. Tiu Kim was fine, but Ngayat Sak looked seriously injured. Seeing this, Liu Feng rushed to grab both of them, helplessly thinking, "Hey, do not jump like that if you want to die, or I will just leave you now." Ngayat Sak struck Liu Feng's shoulder, then leapt into the air, suspended under the moonlight. As the energy around her grew stronger and stronger, Ngayat Kong showed no fear, arrogantly declaring, "Even if you know Thien Lang Tiu Gayat, so what? Obediently become my pawn." His words only fueled Ngayat Sak's burning hatred as she screamed, "I will kill you." At the same moment, beside Liu Feng's shoulder, a golden light suddenly blazed forth. Before Ngayat Sak could rush at Ngayat Kong, that beam shot straight into him. Damn little golden brat. After colliding with Ngayat Kong's body, the clash of their powers triggered a massive explosion, sending Ngayat Sak flying from the shockwave. Behind him, Liu Feng barely had time to comprehend what was happening before a round white object hurtled toward him. That was Ngayat Sak, or more precisely, her hairpin that flew straight into Liu Feng's face. Damn it. Liu Feng rubbed his aching nose while Ngayat Sak blushed from the embarrassing moment. Once steady, she angrily whistled at Liu Feng. The guardian, Liao Feng, quickly caught him. The young master protested, "She ran into me first. I have not even settled with her yet." Ngayat Sak stubbornly replied, "I do not care." Meanwhile, Cao Jin was grumbling on the other side. "So noisy. I am trying to sleep." Still burning with rage, Tiu Kim condensed a magic orb in his hand and hurled it down where Ngayat Kong had just fallen, the blast instantly engulfing the entire forest below. That terrifying scene made Bacha cry out in awe. "Oh my god!" Tiu Kim's power is overwhelming, while Liu Feng worried about something else. Such blatant skill display. Is it really okay? Not long after, as the tremors from Tiu Kim's strength subsided, a large lake appeared on the ground. In the pit, Ngayat Kong struggled hard to climb up to the surface. Seeing him, Tiu Kim slowly approached, as if he still wanted to do something. Now, Ngayat Kong no longer dares to show off. He steps back in fear while threatening, "You, do not come any closer. If you dare touch me, the Grim Reaper will not spare you." Xiao Jin just asks one question, "Are you impressed yet?" But Ngayat Kong had already fired and disappeared. Only his furious curses echoed in the air. Yet, Ngayat Sat was determined not to let him go. She swiftly gave chase. No chance to escape. At that moment, Haksat rushed out to block Ngayat Sat and protect the old man. Sensing danger, Liu Feng hurried after them, thinking to himself, "Why am I so tough on the outside but soft inside? Living late always brings trouble." Just as Ngayat Sat was about to collide with Haksat, Liu Feng swiftly caught her to avoid the impact. Liu Feng's speed and agility caught Haksat's attention, and Hem began to take an interest in him. His movements were truly extraordinary. In Liu Feng's embrace, Ngayat Sat was stunned. Haksat was shaken. He had escaped the forbidden sacrificial ground. Haksat smirked with his dark mouth, boasting, "Do you think the ancient restrictions left by the Ling god 10,000 years ago still hold any power? Soon, I will break free from the seal completely." Liu Feng gripped his sword tightly, roaring as the frost skull's sneer faded, then decisively slashed toward Haksat. The terrifying power of Liao Feng pierced through one side of Haksat's body, yet Han remained defiant, never expecting anyone could wound him. Alas, the ant will never comprehend the might of a god. Dying in regret, domain, and soul. Mid-sentence, Han's voice faltered. Haksat suddenly cried out, "The sheath, this sword sheath." Hearing this, a flash of astonishment crossed Liao Feng's eyes. He retreated. "Li Jin. Ha-hein." No sooner had he spoken than Haksat hurriedly turned and fled, leaving everyone puzzled. Xiao Jin, a skilled tracker, followed Haksat's path, mocking him, scared off by a sword sheath. "What kind of weak spirit is that?" Haksat has returned to the altar, and flies in a rage, cursing wildly, "Damned. Damned." Then, Haksat watches to Fi, his captive, while Han grows impatient. "Damned woman. Where did you hide the divine artifact?" Seeing her stubborn silence, Haksat angrily intensified the dark spells around Tafi. Warning, once I seize the divine talisman, you all will die. Tafi's body was slowly corroded by the sinister magic, yet she remained eerily calm. In an instant, Hexi Sat, who seemed about to leave, returned to Tafi, a gleaming object appearing on her chest, and wrapped his golden tail around Tafi's body, Afsid's voice ringing with pride. "So, you will soon belong to me here." Seeing the divine seal exposed, Tafi wept, whispering a desperate plea. Foam, the fallen moon, with eerie red eyes on the statue, seemed to foretell impending doom. Back with Liu Foam, Bachka laughed loudly, mocking. The fierce Haksat god was all talk, but he fled at the mere mention of Lord Long than an old ha. Liu Foam, without a smile, analyzed. Haksat god must have fled to the Blood Wolf clan's forbidden land. We will pursue him, then quickly followed Bachka in that direction. At this moment, Little Kim was unusually eager, calling out to the two ahead, "Wait for me." Little Kim then leapt straight into the soft fur before Ngayat Sak, who, with a flash of anger in her eyes, thought silently, if you were not the supreme genius. You brat, I would definitely. Soon after, the jagged peaks of the Forbidden Mountain loomed before the group of Liu Feng men. Inside, a band of knights and mysterious hooded figures knelt before a statue with glowing red eyes. The whole group had this scene in their sights. Yitzhak spoke first, they are here. At the same moment, Haksat's furious voice rang out. Damn it. How dare you challenge me? Lu Jian and Hakuin have long been sealed by the gods, how could they still be alive now? Seeing Blacksat furious like that, Liu Feng mocked. I only casually mentioned your name and you are already scared, yet you still have the audacity to call yourself a god. Sung, release Defy quickly, and I will spare your life. Publicly humiliated, Black Cat crazily hurls hidden weapons at them. Die. As the weapon veers toward herself, Moonlight swiftly swings her hand to redirect it. Liu Feng swiftly swept his sword to block the attack, while Bachka unleashed a blazing flame to incinerate the demon. Across from them, Black Assassin seized the moment to recover, Domain and Soul daring to imprison. Immediately, a black magic tightly ensnared them. The sky before them slowly turned into endless darkness. Ngaitzak said anxiously, we are surrounded. Black Death opened his mouth wide, countless red ghosts emerging inside. He sneered, see these souls. They are those I have slain. Their spirits will become my most loyal slaves. Then he commanded the souls, tear them apart from me. Next, the souls surrounded them on command. Bichai, terrified, exclaimed, we are doomed. How do we fight this? In Ngaitzek sensed something worse. The dark death god's power had grown stronger. Yet the little gold on her shoulder thrilled, cheering wildly with joy. Liu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he instructed. Take care of yourselves. With a swift motion, he swept his sword, unleashing countless magical blades from the swirling vortex around him. Deadly ring of defense. The souls around were attacked all at once. Black Sat roared. Where did this guy come from, defiling my 1,000-year legacy? Liu Feng had no intention of harming those wrong souls. He gently said, please. Everyone, be at peace. Wherever Liu Feng's vortex spins, the souls there return to pure white. They look at him with gratitude, thanking him. Thus, Liu Feng effortlessly dispels the Black Assassin's forces, and he says to him with authority, Black Death, is that all you have got? You were once a god, show me something more. Yet Black Death remains confident, his voice sinister. This is just the beginning. The main course is about to start. At this moment, the crowd knelt before him as he stood up, their eyes vacant and all bearing red eyes. After finishing, Bacha flew beside Liu Feng, both stunned by the horrifying scene below. Then, Bacha smiled softly, his voice tinged with excitement. 3 supreme saints, plus many others of the 9th rank. This just got interesting. Liu Feng quickly charged at the stronger foes, assigning, the 3 supreme saints are mine. You two handle the rest. Then, a fierce battle erupted. Liu Feng, surrounded by enemies, fought relentlessly. To counter the growing enemy forces, he decided to use magic the mirror clone spell. Liu Feng's clones quickly scattered. He and the 2 clones took down each enemy one by one. Just then, Liu Feng paused, sensing someone approaching from behind close and wide. Kid, is she the one you want me to release? As he saw the figure clearly, Liu Feng's pupils instantly dilated. He recognized Defy, though she looked utterly disheveled. To confirm her identity, Liu Feng even tried calling her name, and perhaps it was not just Liu Feng. Bacha was equally stunned to see Defy in that state. What happened? Perched on Gaiatsak's shoulder, Sao Jing whispered softly, Defy, sister, and Nu Gaiatsak immediately sensed something terrible had occurred. She thinks we are late. That woman is restrained, and the guardian spirit is surely here. Now, Defy before them looks both familiar and strange. Tilting his head slightly, his cold gaze fixed on them. Without a word, he suddenly lunged to attack Liu Feng and his clones. Liu Feng did not fight back. He tried to awaken Defy's divine spirit. Defy, wake up. Only now does Hatsat arrogantly explain to them, by borrowing a bit of divine power, I have monopolized the soul's strength within her. But this also elevated her from the 8th rank to the peak of the saint rank. Now she is my puppet. Those words ignited a fierce rage within Liu Feng. He roared, Sat, God. Hatsat, seeing Liu Feng's expression, smiled with satisfaction, his voice full of pride. Though the Saint Dai Dunfeng is no match for you, you did not kill her, and when she entangled you, all I needed was, seeing Hatsat trying to seize the moment to strike Liu Feng, Tiu Kim rushed forward, saying, Hey, Chicken God, your opponent is me. Without hesitation, he transformed into a golden dragon, relentlessly tearing at Hesat's demonic aura. Surprise flickered across Hesat's fearsome face as he asked, where did that little snake come from? Hearing Hatsat dare to speak of him so, Tiu Kim angrily drew magic power from around. Cursed be, I am the divine dragon, the divine dragon, the divine dragon. Then, Tiu Kim transformed into a young dragon clan warrior with golden eyes and golden armor, unleashing the domain of storm and lightning. Immediately, Tiu Kim raised his hand to the sky, a magical orb of immense power condensed in his palm. He shouted, Great Spiral Jade. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was holding tightly onto Defy but seemed to be losing grip, urging, Tiu Kim, hurry up. According to Liu Feng, Tu Kim swiftly hurled the magical orb with terrifying power at Hatsat. Go, go. The orb exploded upon hitting Hatsat, engulfing his body in smoke and flames. Finished. Little Kim stood still, disdainful, muttering, just a bunch of punks. But he did not realize that Hatsat had been behind him all along, only noticing when the voice spoke. Your attacks are useless against me. Please provide the Vietnamese text you want translated into English subtitles. Across the way, Liu Feng was still busy holding the bowl, unable to rush forward. He shouted, Xiao Jin. Suddenly, the dark sky shifted to a beautiful golden hue. Xiao Jin calmly reached out as if catching something. He was the one forcing me. Chicken God. Welcome to the second realm of insight. The Dragon Peach Lost Valley. My playground for the mischievous child. Hatsat clearly never expected to end up here. He immediately wondered when it had happened. Liu Feng got dragged into Xiao Jin's realm. Stunned, oh my, this is some alien cultural invasion. Meanwhile, Tafi keeps spinning endlessly. Let me go. Just as Hatsat was dazed, Xiao Jin charged in like a roller coaster. Hey chicken God. Ever been hit at the speed of light? Before he could answer, Tu Kim struck fiercely into Hatsat's body. Feeling the pain, Huthasi grew more confused. Can I really be hurt? How is this possible? Little Kim shouted. Where's the boat? Like a captain commanding his ship, he skillfully guided the boat sliding over Hatsat's body. The pirate ship surged forward into the open sea, while Hatsat remained trapped beneath. Suddenly, the ship slammed down hard, crushing Hatsat beneath its hull. Beneath the clear sky at the Temple of Heaven, bathed in warm sunlight, the giant wheel keeps turning, as Xiao Jin and Hatsat's adventure grows ever more thrilling. But over at Liu Feng's side, things are far from fine. He struggles to hold back Tafi's sharp teeth. Wait, do not bite. Chipped tooth. Damn it. Liu Feng cries out in despair. What now? The assassin fights the undead. She tense explains she is possessed by the soul power of the death god, and to save her, they must extract that power from her body. Hearing the assassin mention a method, Liu Feng eagerly asked, how do you inhale it? The assassin gently touched her finger to her lips, casting a meaningful glance at Liu Feng. You tell me. In Liu Feng's mind, a painful scene with Tafly flashed vividly. His eyes reddened as if he understood, but he stayed silent. Seeing this, the assassin guessed immediately between the two men. The truth hit hard. Liu Feng was stunned, speechless. Just then, Xiao Jin's voice cut through. Hurry up. On Xiao Jin's side, he is gripping Hatsat's head tightly, shouting, I can't control him much longer. He won't back down. I can only injure him, not kill him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bachke is trying to win quickly, but the assassins are far from easy to defeat. No matter how strong Bachke is, his body still feels fatigue. Sweat streams down his forehead. Bachke panics. Damn it. Do not these guys ever get tired? The situation left Liu Feng no time to hesitate. He looked seriously at Tafai and Fai, apologizing for the offense. But Bachke was even more urgent. He pressed their heads together until their lips met, urging, hurry up for me. Amid the power of a love's kiss, Tafi finally changes, fiercely releasing Liu Feng. He watches the black energy escaping her body, thinking, is this the soul power of the black death god? Outside the vortex, the black wind thickens and spins faster, hurling Bachke off the beam. Meanwhile, Haksat and Tu Kim face even graver danger, as it seems he has broken free from Tu Kim's resistance. Mid-air, Black Cat suddenly halts, as if calculating something. Then, decisively, he lands and with a powerful swipe, sends Little Kim flying dead. Little fool. At this moment, a black cloth suddenly appears in Xiao Jin's hand. Calmly, he ties the cloth over his eyes. Confident. Oh! Magical bride. Taste the final move of my amusement park. It is called. I am the clown. At some unknown moment, Afitisat's wrists were bound to a spinning wooden disc, clown mask strapped to his face. Shocked, he gasped, what? Little demon. Tu Kim ignored him, and from across, he launched a sword strike toward Hefty Sight. The situation before him seemed to have deeply angered Black Scorpion. His hand clenched. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, Black Scorpion shattered all the iron locks on his limbs. Then Hefty Sight quickly lunged at Tu Kim, furious, landing a punch that made his mouth bleed. But Tu Kim managed to regain his footing just in time. A siege showed no sign of letting up, aiming straight at Tu Kim again. Master Haksat was near me. Xiao Jin, startled, shouted loudly. Lu Fang, hearing the call, Lu Fang's black swirling eyes opened, and he drew his sword fiercely. Then, Lu Fang leapt high, slashing a fierce sword energy towards Black Assassin. The sword energy swiftly struck Black Assassin's body, forcing him to retreat under its power. Now fully awake, Tufi looked at Feng with curiosity. Why was he here? Was she dreaming? Hearing her voice, Lu Feng's eyes softened as he gently replied, Fine, this is not a dream. Tufi blushed and asked, what? The girl shyly placed her hand over her mouth. So we just kissed. Just as the two were awkward, Tu Kim's hurried voice cut in, stop making it so obvious. Uldu Fang. He is already embarrassed. Lu Feng quickly turned away, leaving a message for Defy. Fine, saying he would speak later, then swiftly joined the battle, using magic and mirror clone, but soon realized, damn, The damage was too low. Wait a moment, each sword slash can only hold a limited amount of energy. But what if the mirror clone continuously unleashes slashes on a target? Thinking this, Liu Fang decided to test it, gathering his and his two clones' sword energies simultaneously. Then, all three swung their swords simultaneously at the assassin, their slashing energy forming a whirlwind encircling him. Inside the vortex, the assassin began to worry, exclaiming in shock, "This is boundless energy, how is this possible?" Liu Fang stared at the scene before him, confidence in his eyes. Whether a god or not, this time if you do not die, you will be stripped bare. After dealing with the bloodthirsty god, Liu Fang returned to the main matter. Right. Fine. Earlier I wanted to drain the power of the bloodthirsty god inside you. The containment of the killing god by the maiden is done this way, do not misunderstand. The assassin right beside exposes Liu Fang's lies. With their power, drawing the killing god's strength only requires passing through the air. No need for lips to touch. Knowing I have just been badly deceived, Liu Fang and Bacha now find it hard to explain. Just then, the seemingly defeated Hatsat stirs and rises, cursing, "Damn you all for forcing me, did not you want to kill me? Now, I will only follow your will." Singing Shinchai Tihu fiercely, they hen rise in full fury. "The moment I revive is your end." Seeing that thing, the assassin cries out Shinchai Hu. Even Liu Fang nearby can't hide his worry, it is over. I forgot about that. Opposite them, the singing grew wilder. Divine. Untouchable. Sensing danger ahead, Liu Fang urged, "Xiao Jin, lead them out first." He quickly agreed. "All right," Tu Fi called out anxiously. "Feng," but Lu Feng reassured her with a gentle pat on the head. "Be good, I will be out soon." Following Lu Feng's words, the little goldsmith created a sphere of power to shield everyone, saying, "Liu Feng, I will be back to help you soon." Then, their shadows vanished into thin air, while Li Fang wrestled with a different problem. How could the singing old soul escape the body yet still crush so many supreme beings with a mere finger? Speaking of singing legends, Lu Feng suddenly remembered a true master. Wait, did not the old singer give me a scroll? Then, Lu Feng pulled out a yellow scroll and asked, "Master Singer, if you are familiar with the old Singer, you must know what this is, right?" Just one glance was enough to recognize it. Mystical sealing chant. Lu Feng nodded. No mistake, this song was deliberately crafted by the old master to counter divine souls. Any cultivator weaker than him would be sealed forever. At this point, Lu Feng smirked slightly, exuding confidence. If you have heard the old Singer's name and fled in fear, then Tuva surely can't compare to him. With that, Lu Feng swiftly opened the scroll, which immediately emitted beams of glowing light, and he said, "Then accept the seal." Seeing Li Fang was not joking, he sang so terrifyingly that he begged for mercy. "Stop, I do not want to be sealed anymore. Please do not seal me. I will tell you a secret." Hearing this, Lu Fang was even more certain that the fear of the mystical martial sealing spell was real. Let us see what he says first. Besides, he also set a condition. Let the divine Chi Guardian come out first, but Hatsat immediately refused. "No." Lu Feng. Hearing this, he continued flipping through the scroll. "Then you do not need to say anything." Hatsat quickly spoke up, releasing a bit of divine energy. "Wait, I will take you." Catching the divine talisman in his hand, Lu Fang felt satisfied, thinking the person was sensible. Deep inside, he stirred this was the talisman that could bring life back, but he could not hold on to the last card, and the assassin could only curse in anger. Damn it, infuriating beyond words. Annoyed, Lu Fang swiftly kicks him in the face, snapping, "Behave yourself." Then Liu Fang commands, "Shrink down, and we will discuss your secret." Seeing the tiny figure of the assassin, Liu Fang was startled. Was he trying to act cute? The assassin blushed with anger. "I have done as you wished. Do not be unreasonable." Liu Fang wastes no time. Cut straight to the point. "Speak up, if your secret holds no value." "I must apologize." Cornered, Hassad has no choice but to answer, "I know where the gods have gone." But Li Fang seemed indifferent, his face dark as he stared at the sword. "Whatever. Where they go is none of my business. Looks like you better obediently accept the seal." Then, the sword flew from Liu Fang's hand. And asked, "Kid, do not you understand? Soon, you will ascend to the supreme realm. When the time comes, how do you plan to break through to the divine realm in a continent without this energy boundary? I do not know where you come from. Why can you use boundaryless energy? But just a little of it is not enough to help you break through to the divine realm without reaching it. You are nothing but an ant." Finally, something caught Liu Fang's attention. He ordered, "Go on, I am a bit interested now." Seeing Liu Fang seemed intrigued, the singer seized the chance to bargain. "Grant me a favor first, then let me go. I will use my soul to craft a scroll. Once I safely leave this origin, the scroll will open itself and reveal the remaining information. To deal with someone as stubborn as him." Liu Fang raised the scroll ahead. "Keep the secret with you, then enter the seal." The moment Hassat rebelled, the bastard showed no sense of negotiation. Liu Fang calmly replied, "Negotiation only happens between equals, but what does he have to negotiate with me?" At this point, Hassat had no choice but to back down and make a different demand. "If you do not need any divine protection, then you must guard me until I regain my strength. Otherwise, I will awaken to a dead fish in a torn net. Hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned, pointed at his own face, and asked, "You want me to protect you? You are not mistaken, right? Aren't you afraid I will change my mind at any moment? Well, go on. Say more." Knowing Lu Feng had silently accepted his request, Hatsat continued with ease. At first, due to unlimited energy, the gods unleashed a divine war. Unexpectedly, the concentrated energy explosion opened a dimension filled with boundless energy. Under the space god's leadership, the other gods went there, so finding traces of the divine war means finding the great gate of the godly dimension. Hearing this, Lu Feng guessed, "The traces of the divine war, you mean the gods' lost shard." Singing in close harmony, "I am one of the few gods left on this continent. The key to your passage to that realm." In Lu Feng's mind flashed the image of Floria. Is that realm where the goddess resides? It seems intriguing. Then, you suddenly raise Hatsat high, silently calculating in your heart, after all, the divine aid is already in your hands. Keeping this Hatsat god might serve some purpose. But if he has any schemes, I will make sure he suffers worse than death. Yet, Lu Feng suddenly changed his attitude, saying, "I am still far from being a god. Your secret does not seem to benefit me much." Hearing this, Hatsat was startled and replied, "What is wrong with you? I have already conceded for the greater good." At this moment, Lu Feng pointed his index finger forward and said, "I agree to your deal. Though you did not control Finai earlier, it helped her increase her cultivation. Consider it a good deed on your part." At this point, Lu Feng was puzzled. "Are you really going to follow me using this form?" Hatsat immediately denied it. "Of course not. You extend your hand, and I rest on your palm. Normally, you only need to draw a little energy to nourish me. In critical moments, you can borrow my power to fight." He said that, but Li Fang still was not satisfied, suspiciously eyeing Hatsat, thinking it sounded unlucky. "But if someone harms me when I am off guard, what should I do?" Suspicious intense, he broke out in a cold sweat. "I would not dare." Hearing this, Lu Fang suddenly had an idea. "You laugh like a trickster. Are you a spirit?" The divine soul, the very essence of a god. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Hatsat cautiously steps back. What does he intend to do? Lu Feng said nothing, took out Floria's god statue, and read aloud. "What is the incantation called again?" "Obsessive killing barrier. Activate." As soon as Lu Feng finished the chant, a dense purple aura immediately radiated from the statue. Then, Floria emerged from the purple mist, looking displeased. "Damn it. Did you have to choose this moment to switch?" After leaving, Floria warned sternly, "Remember, an idol only has 3 chances to switch, without a good reason. I will make your life worse than death." To soothe her, Lu Feng placed the singing sword on a golden plate and offered it. "Goddess, your meal has arrived. I thought you had perished in the divine battle." To Floria, Hatsa seemed afraid even to breathe hard, hiding behind Lu Feng. Stammering, "Floria, you, him, how could this be?" But Li Fang showed no mercy, handing Hatsa straight to Floria, saying, "Goddess Minha, this is a deal between me and him. This time, I ask for your help to find a way to stop him from harming me. The reward is a part of his soul. Take it yourself." In Li Fang's hands, the assassin is powerless and easy to lure. "Kid, if you are playing me, I will risk my life against you." Though Floria grabbed him tight, Hatsat struggled fiercely, shouting, "Let me go, let me go." Floria found this defiant spirit strangely captivating. She teased, never expecting a mighty god like her to be fooled by a pesky kid. In a burst of excitement, Floria looped her arm around Lu Feng's neck, taunting, "You little brat, you caught me off guard." He awkwardly replied, "Thanks for the compliment. Just helping each other out." At that moment, Floria resolutely agreed, "I accept your request." Then, with a sharp fingernail, she scratched Lu Feng's cheek, drawing a drop of fresh blood. Then, she swiftly dropped that drop of blood into the assassin's mouth. Instantly, a chain filled with magic suddenly extended from Lu Feng's body, latching onto the fleeing assassin. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Feng began to transform into a child. "It seems he has many connections. Are these contracts?" Beside him, Floria replied with satisfaction, "Intelligent. The soul's cultivation is far weaker than the Hetskot god, so I had to let you use master-servant contracts. But this subordinate contract prevents him from harming you. Once the task is done," she extends her hand, "then it is time for me to collect my payment." Floria, without hesitation, slashed across Hetseed's body. Lu Feng respectfully clasped his hands, thanking the goddess. Floria happily took half of Hatsat's divine soul in her hand, nothing more. Before leaving, Floria playfully licked the blood streak on Liu Fang's cheek. Her voice tinged with delight. "I am starting to look forward to meeting you in person. I will be waiting for you in my mind." With that, Floria's silhouette quickly vanished into the purple vortex, leaving only her voice behind. This time, "Thank you for the unfinished business." Seeing Floria leave, Lu Fang turned back to Hatsat, reaching out. "All right, you can get on now." Hatsat screamed in hatred, "You hateful brat." Yet, he kept his promise and transformed into a talisman on the palm of Li Fang's hand. In Li Fang's hands, Hatsat was still furious. "Damn it, that is half my soul, all taken by that witch. Damn her." Hearing this, Lu Fang casually comforted him. At least you are still alive, are not you? Just as Li Fang was about to leave, Yun Guiyan and a few others from the Blood Wolf tribe suddenly blocked his way. A long, strange scar marked Guiyan's eye as he arrogantly commanded, "Humans, come out here at once." Observing the scene ahead, Lu Fang silently calculated, over 10 Blood Wolf tribe warriors, 6 mighty sacred warriors, including 2 peak sacred warriors. Just then, the assassin in Li Fang's hand spoke up in frustration. "Those cowards, they all hid like turtles before. I just saw them disappear and rushed out immediately. Kid, kill them all, their souls belong to me." But Li Fang followed their will and raised the divine chi shield. "What do these people want?" Singing with fierce accusation. "Why did you give it to them?" Seeing it in Liu Fang's hand, the Great Spirit demanded, "This sacred relic is the heirloom of my ancestral wolf god. This is not something for humanity to fight over. Cultivating human emotions is no easy feat. If you lend a hand, I will let you go." The subordinates followed one after another. "Elder, do not waste words on him. Just strike." Another chimed in, "That is right. Do not be polite with him. A mere human dares to trespass into the sacred wolf clan's territory, kill him." Meanwhile, Hatsat is urging Liu Fang, "Kid, finish them off." Just as a deadly battle seemed inevitable, the voice of Nian Sat rang out. "Hands down." Then she stepped in front of Lu Feng, her tone stern. "Help me deal with Hatsat then, not an enemy. Everyone else, fall back." But Nian did not believe it and laughed with contempt, saying, "Is he really helping us deal with the Death Singer?" "Then where is the Death Singer?" Lu Feng replied proudly. "Of course, I killed him." Tafi softly called his name from behind. "Feng?" Actually, in Lu Feng's mind, he thought, "After all, none of you have seen the Death Singer now." A simple phrase, yet it cuts through the wolf blood tribe like a blade. Guiyan shouted, "What? How can Saint Ji Denfeng be a match for the killing god?" The killing god was already killed by him. Even Nian's son beside him could not hide his shock. Impossible. Raising his hand to stop the two from faltering, he still would not relent. Ridiculous. "You humans, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the divine artifact. Or else, die." Before Lu Feng could speak, Hatsat snapped irritably, "Kid, you can still see. These trash can all be killed with a flick of my hand." At this point, the assassin must rely on power. "Elder Shadow, as the Blood Wolf clan chief, I order you all to retreat." But Shadow refuses to listen and even threatens back, saying the chief's authority means nothing before the divine protector. Nian Sat, "If you do not wake up, our elders will have to strip you of your clan chief title and make you a servant." Nian Sat could not hold back anymore and angrily retorted, "You bastards, when Hat the Godslayer massacred our clan, you were nowhere to be seen. Uncle Back sacrificed himself to save me, yet you all vanished without a trace." Now, seeing Nian Sat so agitated, Tafai stepped forward to intervene. Nian Sat, "Calm down. Leave this to us." The disciple behind immediately recognized Tafai. She informed Elder Nianan, the female elder who had stolen the divine artifact. Hearing this, he charged at Tafai, roaring, "Then die by my hand." But before even touching a strand of Tafai's hair, Nguyen's arm was severed. Holding the remaining arm, Nguyen now realized, "You two are a peak saint. How is this possible?" So it turns out, that decisive slash just now was from Tafai's sword. Du Nin explained. "First, I was not stealing the divine artifact. It was temporarily given to me by Onion Batch Day Thuk. Then, Tafai recounted everything just as I entered the sacrificial altar. I encountered the assassin god hunting Guyan Batch Day Thuk." Following Tafai's memories, the plight of Nguyen Bak and Nian Sak unfolds. "Having met them once, I called upon vengeful spirits for aid, yet they were no match for the dark assassin god. In that dire moment, Nguyen Bak entrusted the divine protection to Tafai and led the young human maiden away. The assassin god surely believed that the divine token was either with me or in Nguyen Sefkat's hands. So she took it with her. The assassin god was definitely hesitant to help us." Saying this, Tu's eyes briefly flashed with sadness, meaning that afterward, the monster still saw through it. Just as he finished speaking, Tafai's expression suddenly changed. She pointed at Nguyen and asked, "Second, even someone like you is a saint peak level, so why am I not?" Nearby, Liu Feng's eyes were full of admiration. "So cool." And even little Kim could not help but praise, "Tafai is so cool. But only the assassin seems like a cunning, mysterious fox. What kind of cool is that? All thanks to my soul power. Damn it." Yet, Nguyen refuses to give up, raising his hand to command his men to charge and kill them. Seeing this, Liu Feng frowned in annoyance. After a brief preparation, Liu Feng and his two clones instantly leaped before them, unleashing the infinite slash. Immediately, a storm of sword thrusts surged toward the Blood Wolf tribe. In a corner, the assassin was gleeful, cheering loudly. This afternoon, they would taste the deadly edge of countless blades. Yet, the assassin still felt some kinship. Pleading loudly, "Liu Feng, spare Liu Ting," the assassin on one side hurriedly shouted. "Quick! Kill them!" Liu Feng barked, covering his mouth, but in the end, he held back. The group only seemed wounded. Not dead. Liu Feng decided to give them a chance. I originally planned to hand over the divine artifact to the Moon Assassin Chief, but now I have changed my mind. Whoever wants it can come and take it. Hearing this, Haksat smirked. This little kneeler is a liar. You have it but refuse to return it. Seeing no one dared to approach, Liu Feng turned to Gaiet Sat, the clan chief, and said, "Let me lend you a little divine aid." She quickly agreed. "All right. This time, it is on you," Liu Feng replied politely, but beside him, Haksat kept talking nonstop. "Yet I am not dead if she finds out. What expression will she have?" Perhaps Liu Feng thought the same. Turning to glare at him, "From now on, do not call me Haksat God anymore, change it to God of Leaping." Sat pouted and made excuses. "Now I can't go far from you. Can I say a few more words?" Suddenly, Saojin appeared. "Liu Feng, what is this?" Haksat saw him and sighed. "Damn. Why does this snake see me?" Setting aside the matter of the assassin for now, Liu Feng humbly clasped his hands to greet Gaiet Sat, saying, "Until we meet again." It seemed Gaiet Sat wanted to say more but held back, a strange feeling welling up inside her. After their farewell, Liu Feng embraced Tafai and flew ahead. "Saojin. Come on, let us go." Saojin followed behind with the chickens calling out, "Tafai. Little sister, wait for me." Up in the air, Tafi suddenly put her arm around Liu Feng, excitedly saying, "Feng, before my cultivation was too low, you always had to carry me. Now, let me lead you in flight." Liu Feng heard this and blushed. Before I could ask if Liu Feng wanted to, Tafai accelerated. Only Liu Feng was dizzy, silently cursing women drivers. In any world, they are the same. As for Gaiet Sat, she was recklessly following Liu Feng, thinking, "Thank you, Liu Feng, perhaps we will meet again soon." A quiet forest night, a fire crackling warmly. Bachka sprinkles salt on golden meat, while Tukim waits eagerly nearby. He wiped the drool streaming down his face and asked Bachka and Daihak, "Where did Liu Feng and the others go?" "I am starving. It has been a long time since those two reunited like dry wood catching fire. If we do not wait for them, let us eat first." In the silent depths of the forest, the soft glow of moonlight from the crescent hanging high made the scene more poetic. Liu Feng clasped his hands behind his head, walking beside Tafai, both gazing up at the moon, lately so busy. It had been a long time since they felt this relaxed. After a moment, Tafai stopped in her tracks. Standing silently, she spoke from behind Liu Feng, her face hidden in the dim moonlight. Suddenly saying, "Feng, sorry." She bowed her head, eyes cast down, unable to look Liu Feng in the eye. Sorrowfully saying, "It is all my fault. I overestimated myself coming here, bringing danger to the forest and perilous traps. All because of me." At that moment, he stepped closer to Tufi, gently placing his hand on her head and soothing her with a tender voice. "You fool, I should be the one thanking you." Hearing Liu Feng's words, tears instantly welled up into Fi's beautiful eyes. She buried her head in his warm embrace, closing her eyes to savor the tenderness, silently thanking him. Liu Feng paused, gently scratching the tip of her nose, thinking, "All right, the Tufi I know is not so sorrowful. Be careful, or you will turn into a resentful woman." Blushing from his teasing, Tu lifted her head defiantly and scolded Liu Feng. "Now you have really made me resentful. Surely it is the energy from that big head of yours affecting me." Elsewhere, Hatsat suddenly let out a loud snort, spitting saliva, muttering, "Why does it feel like someone's badmouthing me? That damn brat. Feng, sealed me, I am furious." Back in the forest, Liu Feng looked at Tafai and asked about something important. "That is right. Fai, you have been in the Kinglan Empire for so long. Why did you suddenly rush to the Great Thoyuan Beast to find the treasure?" She stopped pacing, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, her expression serious as she replied, "Earlier, I went around gathering information on treatments for Vinai." Tafai recalls the time before, when she received a scroll from the Grand Elder. After learning of her arrival, he handed her a treasure map, saying the place was an ancient ruin, perhaps hiding a cure for Vi. She honestly recounted her experiences, and why she found this place. First she had planned to wait for him to return and go together, but the Grand Elder warned me that delay would bring trouble, so I set out early, following the treasure map to the Moon Wolf tribe. Truly, everything went awry. She smiled gently at Liu Feng, and he already knew what happened next. In the end, we must thank the Grand Elder for the divine protection we received. Hearing Tafai recount everything, Liu Feng slightly furrowed his brows, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "So it was Tu who should thank the Grand Elder for letting me drag him to the Ngayat Lang clan to find the treasure. That Grand Elder is truly kind-hearted." But Tafai did not catch the hidden meaning. She happily held his hand, saying, "All right, my mother has wanted to meet you for a long time." Suddenly, an image of an elderly woman appeared in his mind, sitting there grilling him with a dozen questions. Salary, workplace, car, house, parents' occupations. "Wait for the duel to end. I will return on my own. I hope no one will control me anymore." Petter stood beside Han, turning to him with a deeply troubled expression as he reminded him, "Great Patriarch Han, do not forget His Majesty the Pope has given the death warrant. Hurry up and make your move." Then Han pointed at the group of people opposite. "I implore you to pardon those people. They are surrounding the Saintess." Please purge these heretics who dare to offend my bright religion. Under pressure from Han Shu, Henta finally strikes first apologies. Your Highness. Tsu and his comrades hurriedly stand guard before the Lion Yi, eyes tense as they approach. Suddenly, a slender foot in high heels stepped forward to block the way. Lin Dep fiercely broke free, stepping ahead with authority, commanding the stubborn ones. Petter, I won't let you kill the innocent. Her eyes ignited with fury, her beautiful face glowing with authority as she muttered a spell under her breath. In an instant, a new armor enveloped her slender frame, and in Leondip's hand appeared a gleaming golden scepter. She slammed her staff hard on the ground and waved it fiercely. Don't force me to perish with you all. The men opposite scowled at her display of power, their anger grinding their teeth as they readied their weapons to strike. Leondip gave them no time to react, single-handedly blasting the gang with holy light. Peter seized the moment, rushing in with fiery magic to strike her down, but she swiftly dodged to the side. She kept a safe distance from him, immediately pointing her staff straight at Peter, shouting loudly as a massive surge of golden magic erupted, purifying the mind. He furrowed his brows, eyes filled with fury as he watched Leondip's gear glow. Damn it. Had the priest already handed over all the holy jade staffs and spiked helmets to her, Peter easily deflected her attack. Fueled by anger, he lunged forward with a fierce cry. Break me, do not be so easy to fool. Come with me to the church. Leondip was just as determined, firmly rejecting his offer. No, I would rather die than go. With her words spoken, she closed her eyes, her body slowly rising within the golden magical aura of the sacred altar. He stared in shock at the ritual Leondip had just performed, cold sweat pouring down his face. It is over. Saint Peter. May the saints have mercy once more. Peter quickly grew a pair of wings, leapt high, and swooped right in front of Leondip. He closed in fast, gripping her throat tightly. I am in charge here. You have no right to risk your life. The entire Tsu crowd stood below, eyes filled with panic and worry, staring up at the sky. An angel, the angel of the light sect. The angel represents the god of will. They have defied the divine, and they will die. Miss Lian Liu. Damn it. Hearing the words from the group below, Peter's anger flared. He summoned his sword, cloaked it in fiery magic, and shouted fiercely. Those bald ants provoked his wrath. With one hand gripping Lian's slender neck, the other swung the sword in a deadly arc. Die, all of you. The sword storm surged toward Tsu, terrifying the group, who could only stand and await their fate. Leondip, pale from lack of air, clenched her lips in silent agony. So it is finally over, not only trapped in that cage but dragging others down too. Just then, a shimmering golden figure with glistening scales swooped in. The dragon's tail flicked, knocking away the sword aimed at Tsu's group. Take this hit from me. Petter, caught off guard, eyes blazing, stumbled back to dodge the counterattack, but he was not strong enough to avoid the counterattack. Petter blood right there, his eyes flicking toward the newcomer as he shouted, "Who are you?" The girl with fiery red hair and seductive lips smiled, then replied, "I am his aunt." In the sky, 2 feet in gleaming black armor holds Leondip amidst the void, a small dragon-shaped golden ornament coiling protectively on her back. Liu Feng and Petter arrive. Liu Feng gazing up in awe as Petter teases with laughter. When did Defy arrive? It seems he won't give you the chance to be the hero who saves the beauty. Seeing their romantic, tender scene, Liu Feng's eyes fill with a rosy pink sky. You grin foolishly, staring with infatuation, lost in chaotic thoughts that make the rational mind want to hammer some sense into you. But seeing them embrace, it does look nice, damn it. Such dangerous thoughts. Just as Liu Feng was lost in the beautiful scene, the assassin rushed forward. Kid, hurry, hurry. Stay calm. Stay calm. Let me swallow him up. Swallow him? The Emperor is not in a rush. Why are the eunuchs so frantic? Across from him, Petter swung his sword with a cold, merciless face, cleansing all these heretics with the radiant slash. But Tafi needed only one hand to hold her sword and could bite back. She did not even have to release Leondip beside her. Petter stepped back slightly, his hands forming dragon claws as magical energy began to gather in his palms, the light dim and obscure. But before he could finish his move, the little warrior suddenly transformed back into human form from nowhere. She slammed her hip onto his head, making him spit blood for the second time. The Guanyin pose. He was struck down hard onto the ground, leaving only a flash of golden light and a shockwave that cracked the earth. The soldiers below, seeing their commander struck, were all terrified. Master Thakafap. They wanted to help. But Petter, like a man risen from the grave, unleashed a fury that sent his attackers flying. Damn it. Damn it. The angrier and more furious he became, the stronger his power surged. Petter spread his wings once more, stood tall as his entire body ignited with fierce magic. Then he looked up at the group who had united against him and declared, "Dare to insult me like this? I will make your lives worse than death." Liu Feng drew his sword, gripping it tightly, and began to take a defensive stance, anxiously saying, "My power has reached the supreme level. I must act now." The 4 wings sitting in the heavenly realm is the core strategy of the radiant god's subordinate, meaning only supreme power can be unleashed here. Tafi, seeing he wanted to fight seriously, threw Leondip to him and said, Feng, hand this guy over to me and Tiu Kim. Let me get used to his strength first. Before Liu Feng could react, Linip was already cradled like a princess in his arms. He glanced irritably toward Tuffy, reminding the strong girl, "Hey, be careful." As Liu Feng finished speaking, Tofi and the little golden sword wiped their blades clean. The fish's eyes were deeply sunken into the crimson robe beneath the ground. She was betrayed. He knelt on one thin knee until the land shattered, slipping into the sewer, a pawn in the game. 2 levels closed in. Reckless trials. The Cardinal has always been the oppressed target. They even saw her as a disgrace, yet paused to hold the space around her. Instead of attacking him, this little golden one asked. Fortunately, unable to defeat the dark shadow invading my life, Liu Feng brought the Crimson Lady's warning back to my family, marking those who follow me, singing close in a troubled land. Cardinal. He and the girl, those were the most beautiful memories he gave her. A woman, huh. Even when she went out to eat, he was still taking care, guessing that people were turning her family into her drinking place. But the king, spreading his wings, soared into the sky, his sorrowful gaze leading the Cardinal into the realm of the day. Liu Feng fiercely unleashed the divine light to illuminate the continent, eradicating all evil. Her prayer reached him, a source of strength in hardship, his body barely holding on, countless illusions reflecting his suffering under the blue sky. He told himself to endure the terrible trials, as countless pains pierced his body, the radiant divine spell of punishment descending. Liu Feng sensed danger and immediately glanced at Xiao Jin, giving the order. Xiao Jin, take Su Fei and Xinglan Yi to a safe place. Xiao Jin obeyed the order, instantly forming a radiant golden circle to support the 2 girls before leaving the battlefield. Understood. Over here. Beta began to slash down, his strike carrying infinite power as if to erase everything. Liu Feng held his sword, standing before the panicked, chaotic group, but his demeanor was calm, waiting for the giant fireball to approach his position. The others turned pale as that giant charged, frozen in place, praying to the heavens this time. We are surely doomed. The punishing god, the wrathful god, the archangel is coming to punish us. Only Liu Feng remained calm, furrowing his brow with a determined gaze. Bracing himself, Liu Feng swung his sword, slashing through the air as his sword energy clashed swiftly against Beta's massive orb. 2 swords clashed, sparks flying in all directions. As they fiercely battled atop the peak, a massive explosion tore through the sky, engulfing them both in a colossal sphere of energy. Liu Feng looked up anxiously at the orb in the sky, murmuring, "This is not good. The sword guard and the light orb colliding will create a spatial breach. Destroying the orb is not hard, but the entire Iron City will be reduced to rubble." What now? Hearing this, Het nearby said, "You are still worried. Others are praying, but why worry about these ants? Just kill Hindi." Bachi was right behind Liu Feng, feeling the power radiating from him. Overwhelmed. Damn it. This terrifying power, since when have I been unable to help Liu Feng? Damn it. At that moment, Xiaojin suddenly dashed past it, the sound of his steps charging straight ahead, confronting the light sphere head-on, catching Liu Feng off guard. He stared in panic at Xiaojin's actions, sweat pouring down his face. Shouting loudly, "Xiaojin, what are you doing?" Little Kim did not answer his question, instead transforming fiercely and charging forward. Petter was no less fierce, his eyes burning like fire, unable to utter a single clever word. "Just go to hell." Here, Xiaojin approached close enough and stopped, opening his mouth wide, eyes fixed on the energy orb right before him. In the blink of an eye, the orb vanished without a trace, leaving only Jin's small mouth puffed up, chewing endlessly. A moment later, he hugged his round belly, letting out a satisfied burp. "I am so full." Petter's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide enough to burst. A stream of water flowed from the nose, not a hiss but a roar impossible. How could the spell fail? Wait, he is a dragon, the dragon god. Little Kim finished with his round belly, his golden body twisting before him as he corrected the words. "It is the divine dragon." Enough joking around, he suddenly spat a fireball straight at Petter, who was still frozen in shock. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, he took the hit head-on, screaming in pain. The soldiers below cheered as Petter was beaten, rejoicing together. "We are saved. The mysterious demon clan has saved us." Perfect. So powerful. What kind of hellish place is this? Before their cheers could end, Xiaojin transformed back into human form and fell from the hill, mumbling indistinctly. So sleepy, he gently fell into Liu Feng's waiting hands, who anxiously looked at the kid in his arms. This one never lets anyone feel at ease. Meanwhile, Black Death extended his pitch-black arm, catching the radiant golden spirit shaped like a celestial dream. He looked at the prize in his hand with joy and said to the stunned Liu Feng, "Kid, the mission is complete. Is this the divine soul from that celestial realm?" Black Death swiftly acted, a stream of black smoke beginning to enter the divine soul's body. "I have transformed it into pure energy, ready to absorb any time. Split it 4-3-3 for him, 2 for us." Heeding Liu Feng's words, he slashed down with both hands, dividing the spirit into 3 parts. "Fine." Black Sat quickly threw a part of the soul into his mouth, but still wondered why it had to be divided into 3 parts. As for your woman, you can't absorb energy from her for now. Liu Feng took one part, and the remaining part he tossed to Bachcan, who had been standing nearby all along here. Take it. He picked it up, carefully examined it, then marveled at the small object in his hand. This was pure energy. Liu Feng turned, faced Bachcan, smiled, and tossed up a golden orb as he broke through, saying, "Thank you, brother." After sharing, they gleefully tossed it into their mouths at the same time, ignoring the greedy black cat pleading beside them. "Save some for me. I have not tasted it yet." As the pure energy entered his body, Liu Feng slowly felt it spreading throughout him. He opened his eyes, surprised by what he had just eaten, muttering to himself, "This divine energy is truly extraordinary, just one step away from reaching the supreme mind." Then he lowered his head to look down, and only then did Liao Feng realize in shock that the space around him was pure white. Where was this place? Before you could even adapt to this place, a shadow loomed behind. No wonder it felt familiar. The weapon of the willow sword. Who is this? The shadow grew into a towering statue, standing solemnly before Liu Feng. Introducing himself, the radiant god, Apollo. He looked up, eyes wide with surprise at the imposing figure and the extraordinary name of the newcomer. Apollo smiled confidently, gazing down at the small man before him, and slowly asked, "So, Lu Jin is not dead. Where is he, and why is his weapon here with you?" Liu Feng froze, leaning back slightly at the sudden question, unable to comprehend a word. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at the self-proclaimed god before him, his mind racing. Oh my god, the radiant god, one of the mightiest deities in legend. How is he here? When Apollo did not get the answer he wanted, his smile vanished, his face cold as stone, silent. Then suddenly, he raised his foot high, ready to stomp down on little Liu Feng's body, then let him die. He stomped hard. Liu Feng reacted swiftly and dodged successfully, but the stone statue's arm shot out, gripping his entire body tightly. He is done for. Liu Feng still struggled with all his might to break free from Apollo's grasp, shouting, let me go, sword ring wind, but the overwhelming power left him no chance to escape, only tightening the grip. Death. Liu Feng's face twisted in pain, his thoughts spiraling. It is over, this time for real. But midway, the hand that sought to crush him was struck by something and released. Liu Feng fell like an autumn leaf. Hakyun appeared out of nowhere, sword in hand, eyes fixed as he rushed to the rescue. He swiftly leaped before Apollo, delivering a few extra strikes right at the gate. Liu Feng is safe for now. He looks up in surprise at his rescuer and says, "Old man, why are you here too?" Hakyun does not turn around, but the old man's angry voice points at Liu Feng and says, "Of course, it is because I am worried about you. When teaching you the unity of three breaths, I deliberately left behind a dual consciousness." Apollo was struck by Hakyun's dual consciousness, severing one of his hands. Enraged, he swung his arm. Hakyun. It was him again. Hakyun, like a transcendent immortal, held his sword straight and said to Liu Feng behind him, "Kid, watch closely. This is the Sword Immortal technique I mastered in the Sword Immortal formation. The sword contains both form and spirit." His calm eyes were like still water, his cold face never turning as he taught him the way of the Sword Immortal. After finishing the sword strike, the old man leapt up, slashing back at Apollo's incoming arm. In a flash, he slipped behind the stone statue, plunging his sword straight down. The stone statue of Apollo crumbled swiftly. He cursed under his breath at the sharp claw of the dark abyss. Damn it. With a dual-faced consciousness stroking his beard coolly, he turned to Liu Feng like a senior, saying, "Though we are but one consciousness, but crossing just one realm is nothing to worry about." Even the true Hakyun, seeing his own consciousness, secretly admired and marveled. "I am really cool." Before those words could leave his mouth, Apollo's shattered head still tried to strike one last blow with his laser-bright eyes. "Hakyun, if you truly care for humanity, then I shall cast the spell." Reverse time. Seeing Liu Feng on the brink of danger, Hakyun's eyes locked onto him with deep affection, a crimson path unfolding. He used his body to shield against Liu Feng, constantly transforming magic into a protective barrier, but the light from Apollo's eyes fired like a bullet, piercing through the shield he created, passing through Hakyun, and flying backward. The speed of that thing was too fast. Liu Feng could not dodge in time. Just standing there, staring at the object rushing straight at him, the dazzling golden light pierced through him, then spread throughout his body, creating a surprising effect. Two parts of Hakyun's consciousness could only stand there watching everything unfold. The silver-haired mind was startled and alert, while the black-haired mind was filled with worry. Muttering, "It is over," but after a moment's thought, neither could do anything but watch. Seems they were one step too late. With silver hair, Hakyun stepped forward curiously, staring intently at the object before him, stroking his beard in amazement. He had not expected it to be so small. Then, both of them simultaneously retreated, quickly fading into blurry, vanishing images. Oh well, we are just fragments of consciousness. It is impressive he managed this once everything else is beyond our control. Outside, at the very sight of the fierce battle just now, Uncle could gleefully test his strength, laughing loudly, finally breaking through to the peak of the Saint Realm. Just half a step away from ascending to the Supreme, he turned back to ask about Liu Feng's condition, only to find a circle of yellow robes left beside him. "Liu Feng, my mysterious junior, what is going on?" Tefei supported Lian Yi, while Tasu watched the yellow circle intently, explaining to Bakka, unsure why she suddenly transformed like that. He is afraid to touch the back of his head. Smiling shyly at this scene while thinking of something wonderful, could it be that Liu Feng, the mysterious junior, has broken through to the supreme realm? Tasu and Tefei, speaking in unison, along with Dongdan, all asked him in surprise. Supreme. He reached the supreme realm so quickly. Fei, you truly chose the right person. Right then, from the dim yellow light emerged Liu Feng's black hair. Bakka, seeing this, rejoiced and congratulated his mysterious brother. Liu Feng. Hearing the voices, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes, still clouded and unfocused. Then the other three all widened their eyes in shock as Dongdan asked again, "What is going on?" It was still Liu Feng, but a scruffy little kid Liu Feng, sitting on a pile of clothes that did not fit. With a pacifier in his mouth, little Liu Feng stared innocently at Uncle Ka's overaction, his bright eyes utterly adorable. After a moment, perhaps startled by Uncle Ka's loud voice, the little boy opened his tiny mouth wide and began to wail. Time passes. A small hand with bruises seems unwilling to accept fate. 3 days later. Damn it. Damn it. Why? Why is it like this? Little Liu Feng stands up, wearing a cute child's outfit, wiping away the marks on his face. The young poet pointed at his opponent, eyes wide with fury. Cursing, "You wretched fiend. The shame and pain you have brought me, today I will repay tenfold." Little Liu Feng struck, the ground beneath forming a magic array, a golden dragon emerging with his every move. Yet it was not over. The heavenly dragon's eye was next. Then you rush in, kicking and punching Tiu Kim fiercely, dust flying everywhere, neither side willing to back down. Fight. 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 The Beachka group and Tefei just stand there speechless, their faces showing a series of huge ellipses. Finally, Tefei spoke first, sighing as she scratched her head. "As you all saw, when this happened, we were even more shocked than anyone else. Though he remembers nothing, it is like he has become a completely different person." In her mind, she saw Liu Feng's playful, carefree self from 2 days ago, now replaced by the fierce fighter standing before Xiao Jin. 2 days ago, it seems Feng had a birthday, but his mind has not recovered, so he just kept spinning with Xiao Jin all day. She seemed to have a headache, unwilling to see the scene before her, only remembering the kid Liao Feng crying fiercely at the start. Letting him stay in his infant state is better, at least he was a good little angel. Now he's just a wild, unruly kid. Uncle opened his storybook, his face full of sorrow as he listed off. Just today, little Kim led him to bother over a dozen girls and angered more than 20 people. I am nearly broke from all the compensation. The image appears as the most vivid illustration. Liu Feng carried on Tiu Kim's shoulders, both wearing long robes, holding the hand of a beautiful young lady yet und. For this lovely lady, I see her as the perfect mother for my future son. What do you think? Hey, when do we switch roles? After all that spinning around, Liu Feng is now happily riding on Xiao Jin's back, shouting with joy, "I have finally defeated you, Bache." Seeing this, could only glance sideways and weakly plead, "Wait, let me adjust first. I still can't accept this." Hala seems way more excited than everyone else, waving at Liu Feng and saying, "He looks fine like this. Kid, come over here." To the lady, seeing a beautiful girl call him over, Liu Feng's eyes instantly shoot out hearts, and his mouth waters uncontrollably. Eyes shut tight, he eagerly leapt into Fire Girl amidst cheers. Big C's. But before he could reach her, Sophie's slap sent him crashing down. Clutching his mouth, Liu Feng staggered, dizzy, eyes spinning, clutching her shirt, trying to lift herself. Tufi scooped him up like a chick, shoved a cloth into his mouth, and Saint Lian Deep gently patted him, fearing Feng might never recover. "I planned to take him back to the clan. The one who wanted to capture Muai has retreated, so me can continue adventuring now." Lian Dip hesitated upon hearing this, her worried eyes fixed on them both, but she did not give her time to refuse. One hand pushed Lian Deep beside two. No hesitation. Kind to entrust Lian Diep to them. Rest assured. Bacha glanced up from her book, sighed it to Phi. Women are truly women. Liu Feng ended up like this yet still wants to play the game. After settling Lian Dape's matter, Tufa breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the others, and said, "It is all over now. Let us get going." But in a fleeting moment, she looked down at her supporting hand and panicked. Where's Feng? Unexpectedly, little Liu Feng ran off to play with the three beauties across the way, making Tafi's blood boil. Tafi followed the child through the city gate, with Bacha trailing every step. She gently brushed her hair whipped by the fierce wind, smiled at the familiar scene. Finally, she is back. A group of men spotted her arrival, whispering and murmuring, "Isn't that Tafi? Didn't she leave the family? I heard the Grand Elder once sought her before. Now she returns during the great cycle. Who knows what she wants? A woman should obediently marry into another family and serve the clan." Right now, Lia Feng stands proudly in front, hands on hips, fierce and shouting, "What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before? Keep staring and I will beat you all." A scar-faced man stepped forward, his unfriendly eyes narrowing as he sneered, "Isn't this Tifi? Sorry, but during the Elders' Council, outsiders are forbidden." Tufi crossed his arms, barely glancing at him with disdain. To Kang, I was nominated by the clan chief himself. Am I not entitled to join the council? To Kang listens to her speak, his smile deepening as he sneers at Tafi, mocking her, since her father cannot even hold his position as clan leader. And what is she, a mere nominee, really worth? Then he reaches out his hand toward Tafi, with no clue what he intends, seeming almost too free. Having spoken, he reached out his hand toward Tafi, his intentions unclear, but with words, if you agree to be my woman, I might consider it. Yet before he could finish, a swift kick twisted to Kang's face, blood spurting as it struck his right cheek. To Kang was kicked flying to the side, landing in a perfect arc on the ground. Liu Feng, though young, was fierce, his foot still in the air, smoke rising from his shoe sole as he cursed that man. The woman of Liu Feng. Someone like him touched the trucks. Tufi sighed softly, wishing he could say this before shrinking down. Then he would be truly happy. Tu Kang was knocked back, spitting out 2 teeth broken by Li Yufeng. He angrily pointed at Yu, raising his axe while cursing and ordering his men to attack. You little bastard. Get him. Li Yufeng said nothing, stomping hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack loudly. A whole squad of soldiers was instantly thrown aside by Yu. Not a single one even touched a hair on Li Yufeng. The little demon Li Yufeng excitedly crossed his arms, eyes gleaming with triumph. None of them knew how to fight. Xiao Jin, hearing this, shouted angrily, that is my line. As everyone is focused on the battle over there, a hand reaches from behind to touch Tafi's shoulder. Fai Ni, are you really a child? Lu Feng swiftly leaps forward, aiming a punch at the person in white behind, daring to sneak attack Fi Ni. I will kill you. Tafi turned his head back, then shouted in panic, trying to stop him. Liu Feng, stop, she is my mother. But the strike was too late to withdraw, sending a small figure flying. Cut to the sprawling mansion with tea tables arranged in the wide courtyard. Umbrellas unfurled to shield the fading afternoon sun. The mercenary clan lives here with their kin. At the banquet table, Xiaojin devours meat hungrily. Bachelor remains absorbed in his story, while Tafai and a beautiful woman share tea together. She looked at her, eyes filled with worry as needed to ask the woman, Mother, are you alright? Hearing Tafi's question, Liu Feng covered his face, 2 large bumps swelling on his head, kneeling on the grass at the age of 36. Saying, in the end, did not I already pull my fist back and hit myself? How could she be hurt? Tafi's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at Liu Feng, who shamelessly spoke up. Tafi's mother gently touched her daughter's face and smiled, saying, don't be mad at the child. Aren't you going to introduce him to me? Is he the one you want to bring home? Yes. She looked at the person ahead, her face slightly reluctant but still cheerful, wearing a strange mask yet seeming talented. My daughter chose a good partner. Tufi blushed at her mother's comment, but soon she reacted with surprise. She hurriedly waved her hands, her face showing urgency as she explained, no, he is not him. Uncle Ka, reading nearby, was so shocked by Tafi's words that he fell off his chair, saying, Mother-in-law, you can eat whatever you want, but do not say nonsense. I like my mother-in-law's heart. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, slightly surprised, then glanced at Xiaojin nibbling at the table. If not him, then who? Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, turning to look at Liu Feng leading the foal on the ground. I remember now. You said the hair was black. Could it be him? Tafi's beautiful face flushed, her eyes softened. Nenqiu grabbed her daughter's arms, worry in her gaze. Fai Ni, even if I have not asked, you look too mature for your age. Little Kim was happily eating meat when he suddenly froze, looking up in confusion after hearing her words. Then he burst into uncontrollable laughter, his small hand joyfully patting his round belly. Tafai, unsure how to ease her boredom, slowly said to her mother, Mom, you are talking nonsense. Listen to my explanation. Time passed quickly. Before long, dusk fell and the building's lights were turned on. Tafai exhaled deeply, recounting the entire incident while sitting at the table, explaining how everything changed afterward. Ningko listened in disbelief, then looked at her daughter, asking, did this really happen? Liu Feng sat on the ground all this time, waiting for the two to finish their heart-to-heart before eagerly raising his hand to speak. Mother-in-law, the child will recover quickly, just as long as... He carefully spread his fingers and began counting as he spoke to her. The first time growing a year older took 2 days, the second time 4 days, the third 7 days. If it keeps going like this, then... She did not know what to say about it anymore, just cleared her throat and gently comforted her little daughter. Alright, Mom just can't understand the way you kids think. As long as you live well, Mom, why do not you believe me? Right now, hurried footsteps rush down the street, as if something urgent is happening. Suddenly, Tufi's yard was packed with people, led by 3 fierce elders who stormed in. Tukofi, have you found her yet? Tufi stood up sincerely and replied without hesitation. Yes, I have found her. Upon hearing that, his fake eyes suddenly lit up, urgently urging Tafai. Quick, bring it to me. Tafai stood with arms crossed, frowning, and said, I have shocking news for you. Sorry, Chief Elder, that thing is not with me. and I was seeking divine help for Vine High. Not for you. The elder's face darkened at her words, sternly warning her, while Tafi took note of her tone. Tell her, that is exactly what the ancestor needs. With your skills, you will surely be the next clan chief. But he did not expect Tafi to just smile, her sharp eyes fixed on the elder chief upon blinded by the chief. Give to whoever you want. Sen Jiafeng is right. The person giving me the treasure map has malicious intent. He knows he can't deceive her anymore, so he acts arrogant, resorting to violence when conversations go awry. Well then, do not blame us for being ruthless. Seize them. Anyone who resists, kill without mercy. A whole group of men armed with weapons surrounded Tafi in the middle. A bunch of rotten scoundrels uttering harsh words. Be careful not to kill him later. After all, he is the top strategist of the clan. I want to taste him too. Tafi felt disdain as men schemed over his body. So this is the mercenary clan. Truly disgusting. He immediately unleashed his power, energy cloaking his entire body. Even the grand elder among them trembled and feared under her overwhelming aura. Holy, pure. How could this be? She advanced slowly, step by step, and wherever she went, those attacking her fell to the ground. Grand Elder, with this power of mine, I must thank you for the game you granted me. Even the elder chief could not withstand the power she unleashed, immediately coughing up blood and weakly begging. Ancestor, save me. Save me. Before he finished, Liu Feng had already rushed forward. Stepping between Su Fei and the elder chief, calling for the ancestor was useless. You stand there, letting your yellow cloak billow behind you, hand on your hip, pointing at him and declaring, from now on, I am under Tafi's command. Then Liu Feng mischievously raises a thumb, pointing back himself with shining eyes, saying you could not do this before. Tafi will do it. What you can do, I will do. The reward comes after the effort. Liu Feng permits it. In his small mind, he imagines himself as a great lord, followed by 3 servants. Tafi mumbles, I do not think he is praising me. Just as Liu Feng was lost in his own joyful fantasy, another old man appeared out of nowhere and asked, is that so? He descended into the courtyard, followed by mercenaries pressing swords to the neck of a red-haired man, with a wicked smile and a cruel gaze. He calls her over. Tukofi, look who it is. Hearing his voice, she turns and gasps in shock. Father, Tafi. Furious, pointed sharply at the newcomers and shouted, damn it, no. Tabayat, I truly did not expect such shamelessness, daring to lay a hand on a junior like me. Tabayat stood there with a sullen face, smiling calmly, thinking, for the family, a little disgrace is nothing. Tafi instantly cast a spell, freezing the entire space except herself as she surged forward. Time stood still. The mercenaries behind Tabayat were all immobilized, except for the old man who alone could still move. The old man swings his arm, shattering the stillness of the space Tafi created. She takes a deep breath, eyes fixed on the fake elder before her, momentarily surprised but quickly regaining composure. Tafi and Tabayat clash head-on, both unleashing magical strikes at each other, fighting fiercely from corner to corner with no victor yet. In that fleeting moment of Tafi's confusion, Tabayat seized the opportunity to kick her square in the stomach, causing Tafi to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. She forcefully hit the ground, while Tabayat hovered in midair, clasping his hands behind his back, looking down at his defeated opponent and speaking. Tafi, though I do not know how you gained such strength, your combat experience is still far from enough. The lofty elder looked down at her, his eyes judging as he said, I will give you one more chance. Hand over the map here. From now on, with the 2 of us, we will surely become champions of the continent. Tafi leaned on someone, kneeled on one knee on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied firmly, keep dreaming, old man. I can't beat you, but I can still call for help. Feng, she called out repeatedly with no response. When she turned to look, Tafi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Behind her, Liu Feng was still engrossed in a game with Tiu Kim, oblivious to Tafi's voice. Tap, tap, tap. You even cheated by grabbing Xiao Jin's hand, making him laugh and lose focus. So he messed up the move. Liu Feng jumped up excitedly to celebrate the victory, while Xiao Jin clenched his fist in anger, saying, I won. That old man is mine. You go save people, but you play dirty. Then the 2 clearly divided their roles. Liu Feng faced off against Tabayat, while Tiu Kim, following orders, targeted the group attacking Tafi's father. Victory was the goal. Tiu Kim, make your move. As the battle began, Liu Feng swiftly closed in and struck no mercy. Old man, though the old man leaned aside to dodge Liu Feng's punch, narrowly escaping, he thought in shock, that punch was too fast. On Monday noon, Liu Feng's 2 small fingers shot straight for Tabayat's eyes, but the old man quickly raised his hand to shield them. Liu Feng's rapid change of tactics caught him off guard. With a swift strike, he targeted Subait's weak spot, who could not dodge and could only tilt his head back in pain. Next came a straight kick to the face, leaving Tabayat bloodied and nose-bleeding. As Tafi returned the blow, Tabayat was kicked flying, crashing into the wall of the big house, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. Anin, a mercenary, followed the old man and witnessed the entire scene, his face pale with shock. How could this be? Could the old patriarch really be defeated like this? We are doomed. Run fast. Impossible. The old ancestor is a supreme saint. How could he be defeated by a little demon? Below, little Kim has already taken down a whole Jang, while Father Tafi's robe pulls him back to the team, dull and lifeless. As the storm ended in the afternoon, he immediately returned to the ground. His feet just touching the front yard, Tafi rushed over, lifted him up, and planted a quick kiss on his cheek with praise. You are amazing, Feng. Lia Feng smiled with pure joy, his small rosy cheeks flushed with excitement, saying, "It is a piece of cake." As they celebrated their victory, a loud crash echoed from inside the house, sending shards of stone flying outward. Dark aura surged around his body, his face twisted in madness as he clenched his fists tightly. It is them forcing me. It is them forcing me. Behind him, Bachkia stared in shock at the energy radiating from him. This was a breakthrough to supreme wisdom. Tafi was stunned too. Could this be the energy of the black killing god? The mercenaries cheered as Tabayat stood up. The ancient ancestor has broken through to supreme wisdom. This time, our mercenary clan can become the #1 clan on the continent. Lonat smiled slyly, his wicked face turning to Tafi's group. That is right, I was trapped in the black killing seal at first. And though I escaped by luck, his energy still invaded me. For years, I resisted the invasion and abandoned the breakthrough of supreme wisdom because today, killing you and seizing the divine mind fragment means I no longer need to fear. Hearing the old beast's confession, Tafi was stunned. Only now did she realize she was used. He knew everything from the start. And when he asked the elder to speak to her, it was to send her and Feng to help him scout the path. At the corner of his eye, Tabayat smiled with pride, telling Tafi, "There is a little saint taking the blame. Everything is in the palm of my hand." Liu Feng scratched his head foolishly, confused by their words, feeling a strange sense of forgetfulness. Then you reach out, touch the strange red mark on your right palm, and tap it. Lia Feng turns his hand into a phone, holds it to his innocent side, and says, "Hello, is this the singing god, you rotten kid? How long have you locked me up? Let me out now." Liu Feng, clutching the singer's neck, pulls him out of the seal, eyes wide with shock as he asks, "Why are you like this? Let him go." "Wait, why is there a fluctuation of magic on you? You fought with the god." Liu Feng does not care about the question from Hat Sat. He points his head towards Tabayat, probably an acquaintance of this old man, revealing his true form to ask him, "Is not that the one who escaped from me back then?" Liu Man crosses his arms and glances at Hat Sat, standing aside to watch the show. "You all reminisce about the past. Remember to reveal your true form voluntarily, or he won't see you." With Liu Feng's permission, the singing bat instantly transformed, revealing its massive body. Startling Tabayat, the old man recoiled in fear, tilting his head back to face the creature now standing before him. In the blink of an eye, without a word, Tabayat fled, leaving the mercenaries below furious. Gritting his teeth, he urged her to run faster, as far away as possible. Is just the wire behind. But the old man's eyes had to open wide because of something in front of him. It turned out the assassin's face was blocking his path, cutting off his escape route since he was already here. There was no rush to go anywhere. Tabayat knew he could not run, clenched his fist tightly, and swung a punch at him. "Damn it. Now I am at the supreme realm. I am not afraid of you." But in response to his fearlessness was a punch and emptiness. The body of the attacker dissipated like black smoke without any harm. Tabayat was even more astonished to see this. Singing, he gathered around his scattered body, circling behind Tabayat. The old man turned his head, eyes wide in shock at the scene behind as he heard him say, "If your body lacks my energy, dealing with you would indeed take some effort." Then he swiftly transformed back into his true form, opening his wide black mouth to swallow the old man whole. No! Tafi's entire house shook with a scream. Then everything gradually fell silent again. The soldiers below were caught off guard, one surprise after another. All puzzled. Could it be the old master fled because he was no match? No way. How could he do that? Tufi turned to Liu Feng, who was smirking behind him, and asked, "Feng, did not the assassin get killed by him already? Compared to killing it, making it my pet makes me even more powerful. Now, after the Black Death is dealt with, Tubayat's form has become cuter, and he roars in anger demanding equality. Damn it. How dare you call me a pet, you arrogant bastard." He pulled Haksat to lie suspended in midair, starting to scratch his body like a little cat. "Yes. Exactly there, a bit harder." Seeing this, Tafi could only sigh helplessly. Ever since he shrank, Haksat's fiery aura had changed too. On this side, Tabayat clasped his hands behind his back and landed among his soldiers. His arrival brought cheers. "Our ancestor." He smiled, eyes still hazy with dark smoke, his face no longer cruel or arrogant, and declared, "From now on, the mercenary clan's chief will be Tafi. Elders." Dismissed. The crowd murmured at the elder's decision. The chief elder protested, "No. Impossible. The council elder cannot be disbanded." But Tabayat shot a fierce, stern glare, scolding, "You have monopolized the clan's power for years. Have you forgotten who you are?" The chief elder hesitated for a moment, then quickly reacted, pointing out, You are not a prince. You are old. Very old." At this, Tabayat said no more, swiftly leapt forward, and grabbed the chief elder's head. Speaking nonsense. Without mercy, the old man punched him straight in the stomach. The chief elder immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Standing tall, Tobias looked down at the defeated man at his feet and said sternly, the chief elder had seized the elder's rights alone, exploiting the elder of the institute for personal gain. He was killed today before everyone's eyes. Evil begets evil. Tobias and the remaining elder respectfully clasped their hands in salute to Defy. From now on, the mercenary clan has no elder of the institute, and all power will be handed to clan chief Defy. Everyone bowed their heads in respect, welcoming the new clan leader of Tara, bowing and saluting the leader, bowing and saluting the leader, bowing and saluting the leader. Tufi smiled and glanced at Liu Feng standing beside him, his face proud as he responded with a smile. Cut to another place, a massive building wrapped in lush green trees, the Tin Lam Academy. Liu Feng and Bachka leisurely sit on a high branch, one reading stories, the other napping. While beneath the tree, the desperate cries of Black Cat echo, taken as toys by Little Kim and Little Tu. Help me. Little Kim hugged Black Cat tightly, joyfully crushing him out of shape. Passersby. This time I must fight with all my might. Suddenly, a group passed below, waking Liu Feng. Did you hear? The East-West Blood God Temple of the Beast Empire has declared war. I know. I heard the new Electric Lord of the East Blood Divine Palace challenged first, and that the young Electric Lord is the most beautiful woman on the plains. I really want to meet her. You rest your head on your hand, glance down at the crowd below, and murmur to yourself, Blood Divine Palace. Young Lord. Suddenly, a blonde girl approached, looked up at the branch where he lay, and murmured something. Liu Feng replied unconsciously. Nothing. But when he heard that familiar voice, he immediately sat up. Vi hi. You gaze at the beautiful girl appearing in your sight, her long golden hair and pure white dress captivating everyone. Vi nervously tucks her hair behind her ear, blushing as she looks at Liu Feng and asks, what's wrong? Did you forget me because you came back so suddenly? Liu Feng, blushing like a kid, rubbed his chest to calm himself. Stay cool. Be suave. A real man makes the woman jump into his arms. But words are one thing, actions another. Before he could be suave, tears welled up and he dove into her embrace. He turned this way and that, searching for the other's silhouette, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes as he asked Vi, where's Defy? I told her not to tell her I was back. I am too embarrassed for her to see me like this. Vi bent down, smiling gently as she touched his face and said, I find you so adorable. I used to think no matter how strong you became, you would still be like a child, but I was wrong. Liu Feng stopped her hand with his tiny palm, eyes looking away as his heart raced. Don't touch my head. It won't grow any bigger. She hugged Liu Feng's tiny body to her chest, not teasing him, so I will take care of him forever. Let go of me. Let go of me. They happily chat without noticing, hiding behind a big tree, quietly watching them. Let us go play together. Okay. Seeing their happy smiles and the scene, Tafi sadly thought to himself, I will never compare to Via, no matter what happens. Once he meets her, he becomes his true self. The scene shifts to a bustling street filled with passing pedestrians. The Tin Lam Academy. Oh my god. Look at their backs. What is going on? Vi holds Liu Feng's hand like a child strolling down the street, her stunning appearance making every man turn their heads. That goddess. They walked boldly through the crowd, leaving whispers behind. Who is that young man? Could he be the goddess Vinai's beloved, glowing with a mother's love? How enchanting. Liu Feng, dressed in a cow costume with a cat face, points a lollipop at Nai and gestures toward the delicious food across the way. Suddenly, someone appears blocking the path, holding a beautiful bunch of purple roses. That guy gazes at Vi with fiery eyes, presenting a bouquet and confessing his love. Vi hi. My classmate. I have liked you for a long time. Vi still smiles beautifully, trying to gently refuse to lessen his pain. Sorry classmate. I already have someone. But she had not finished speaking when he knelt down, holding the bouquet before her and said, I know you have a boyfriend who is a saint, but strength does not match feelings. I believe I am the one who can bring happiness to you. Please give me a chance. Liu Feng put the lollipop to his mouth, his childish voice immediately rising. Mom, let us go quickly. Then he quickly pulled her hand away amidst Vinai's forced smile, while the men stood shocked and speechless. Sorry. Where did this guy come from? Daring to compete with me for Vi. The young man watched their backs, heart shattered, collapsing onto the street to weep like a lost child, deaf to her words. Am I that old? You called me mother. Cut to a luxurious mansion, bathed in the shade of surrounding trees. Lamb ditches relaxing in the sun with tea, completely at ease, enjoying a perfect day. Just as he finishes speaking, Vinai arrives with Liu Feng to greet him, waving and saying, Teacher Lamb, I am back. Your wound is healing well. Why are you up so early? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly spat out the tea in his mouth, staring in disbelief at the person she brought home. Lamb Ditch jumped up in panic, ran in front of Liu Feng, and pointed at his face, saying, I only slept one night, and you already have a son. Vinai smiled brightly, clutching his arm, quickly explaining with disdain. Oh my, master. What nonsense are you saying? This must be an illusion. You fool. He points at you, furious with that look and attitude. I won't sugarcoat it. Look at your eyebrows. Your demeanor. Your attitude. You're definitely Liu Feng's bastard child. Liu Feng crossed his arms and retorted loudly, calling someone a bastard. but it was him who was the real scoundrel. Hearing this, Lam Leech grew even angrier, stumping his feet and shouting back, "Sir, that is Li Yufeng." After listening to V's story, he gently poked Li Yufeng's cheek, saying, "That is how he turned out, do not poke me. It is nothing." Seeing the little boy, Lam Ditch was delighted and pinched his chubby cheeks. A sinister smile spreads across his face. "Kid, you finally have your day. Let us see how you mess with Vi next." Li Yufeng, furious, slaps his arm away, ready to fight him. "Don't push me, or I will show you small as I am. I am still as strong as ever." Lam Ditch did not take your words seriously, laughing until tears streamed down, clutching his belly and saying, "It is okay. Seeing you like this is enough to make me happy. I have not taken a photo yet. I must capture this moment as a keepsake." "All right, master, stop laughing now." Listening to his obedient, lovely disciple, he cleared his throat and resumed a serious expression. "You may spare your life for Vihai, which means you have not disappointed my expectations. Now that Vini's problem is resolved, what are your next plans?" Lu Feng looked up, answering with his youthful face and tone. "The divine will must die first before being reborn. We can't let Vine die just to heal her. It is like insurance now." Lamdi smiles at you, his eyes no longer filled with anger from before. "That is right, but there is still some time before the continent's heroes gather. Do you want to stay at the Lam Love Academy and become a real combat mage?" Lu Feng sat still, deep in thought, while V beside him eagerly urged, "Come on, just say yes." Just as he hesitated, a blue figure dashed in at lightning speed. Xiao Jin crashed into Liu Feng, making him fall back with a bloody gash. Bacha hurried over, and Liu Feng, clutching his head, glared at Xiao Jin angrily. "What are you doing?" "Xiao Jin, I just heard that the Western Blood Temple and Eastern Blood Temple of the Beast Empire are at war." He quickly recounted the intel he had just gathered about the battle between the two beast clans, both sides now heavily damaged. On the brink of a deadly showdown, Liu Feng rubbed the back of his neck, expressionless, and replied to Xiao Jin, "I think I have heard about it too. But what does it have to do with me?" Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled as he excitedly mentioned a name, Cardinal Hong, the same cardinal who was also at the Blood Spirit Temple. Upon hearing the name, Lu Feng immediately pictured a petite girl in a dazzling red dress, full of charm. Lu Feng lowered his head, finally remembering the girl with a sad sigh. "I have been so caught up in Vinai's troubles that I never visited home. I wonder how she is doing now." He turned to Vinai, his childlike figure serious as he said, "Vinai, I'm sorry, but I have to make a trip to the Beast Empire. The enemy was displeased hearing your words. If you looked at him reproachfully, stood before VE, and said you wanted to find another woman, kid, you would be crossing the line." Lu Feng neither avoided nor corrected. Looking at Vai, who just sat up, he seriously said, "Ongwai is my Le Su. This is the first time I have seen him so serious since the incident. So go ahead." The scene shifts to the Grand Gate of the Beast Kingdom, bustling with beastmen coming and going. The Beast Empire feels distinctly different. Suddenly, Hack leaps toward a group of beastmen, startling them all into silence. Lu Feng and Tu Kim rushed forward excitedly, their bright eyes sparkling as they stared intently below. He grinned mischievously, eyes shining brightly, locked onto the target ahead. "Watch this reverse hook kick." Then you see the black ghost turn into a ball, kicking him into the air. Little Kim laughs mischievously and leaps after him. He intercepts, swiftly delivering a kick that sends the black ghost flying, with the wind swirling around him. "I will kill that damn fish now." Lu Feng rushed over quickly, barely touching the ground before seeing him smile and catch the ball. But the ball, almost hitting him, collided with something huge blocking the way, the impact twisting his face in pain. A towering boar-like beast hoists a wooden club on his shoulder, bowing his head to Liu Feng. "Kids should not be here." Xiao Jin, "Look, fat pig's head." Xiao Jin, drawn by Liu Feng's call, rushes before the beast, poking his big nose with tiny fingers. Fascinated. "So big, is it real?" The golden-furred beast beside him quietly reminded the pig-headed elder. "Big boss, this little devil just called you a fat pig-headed fool, but I am the real fat pig-headed one," and cautiously approached his elder brother, explaining, "When humans call someone a pig-headed fool, it means they are insulting them as a lowly beast." The fat pig's head boiled with rage, gripping his spiked club as he glared at the two little demons before him. "What, you little bastards, I will swallow you whole." Just as the madmen prepared to strike, a voice rang out, stopping him. "Enough." An old man carrying a large box on his shoulder stands behind the beastman, singing a mournful tune, addressing elder brother, "Don't be petty with the kids." "Elder brother. Clearly, those two challenged us first." Tia placed the wooden crate on his shoulder, slammed his hand on the lid, and said to them, "Here's a barrel of wine for you." The beastman took the barrel. That he hoisted it onto his shoulder, and the group set off together, acting all kind. Fine. For the sake of that guy, let us go drink." Tika bowed low to the Liu Feng group, his voice low and serious. "You two, why have you come here? Don't you know beasts prey on humans? Maw. Go quickly, do not be afraid." "May I ask, sir, which path leads to the Empire's Blood Spirit Hall?" Before they could get far, he heard Li Yufeng's question and the forest bandits closing in, still carrying the wine barrel on his shoulder. Ethet Zay turned sharply to face them. Upon hearing the question, Tika was startled, sweat pouring down his carved face. Kid, you do not want to live anymore. Do you dare to come to the territory of the Western Blood God Temple to spy on the Eastern Blood God Temple? Ethet Yet grabbed a wine barrel behind him and, along with his men, turned back. Old Tika, I am the most loyal follower of the Western Blood God Temple. Now, I can't show you any mercy. Tika shields Liu Fong and Tiu Kim, turns to the group of failures. You fools, do you take children's words seriously? Leave them be, or I will have you begging for mercy in 3 days. He ignores the warning, shoves Tika aside arrogantly, and storms off. Just as the hot-headed man was about to deal with the Liao Feng gang, another group of beastmen appeared, shouting non-stop, "It is not good. The Eastern Blood God Temple's men are attacking. Run, run." To prove the beastmen's words, a large group of beastmen charged fiercely. Leading the charge is a red flag with a swirling symbol, rallying the crowd with cries, "Follow us and live, oppose us and die. Foolish ignorance must perish. Fleeing is no escape." That day and his men knelt on the ground, trembling as they stared at the beastmen. "I beg to follow. I am the first to pledge loyalty. That D. am the most faithful disciple of the Eastern Blood Shrine." Right now, Liu Fong and Tiu Kim immediately exposed the true face of the man. Don't trust him just a second ago. He never said that. The most loyal disciple. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Liu Fong's collar, burning with pain, leaving him confused. The beast man pointed at him, then turned to the leader and asked, "Lord Lan, there is a human child here. Should we kill him?" The one called Lord Lang Vu snatched Liu Fong, then immediately kicked him foolish. The young master said no killing without permission. Want to anger the young master, by the way, since he keeps whining about returning to the human world. Take these kids as offerings for her. Liu Feng was scolded like a chick, and he flew into a rage. Snapping back, "Who said this is a gift? Do you think I won't beat someone to death?" Lang Vu could not stand his noise, struck Liu Feng hard on the neck, and shouted, "Enough, let us go." But unlike usual, Liu Feng did not stop. Lang Vu and his beast followed fiercely. What is going on? Was the strike too weak? What was he doing just now? Before Lang Vu could grasp the situation, Bachka swooped down from the sky, his voice ringing out. "Liu Feng. Tiu Kim, where have you fled? Come out at once." Liu Feng looked up at the sky at Bachka's call, then panicked, thinking, Dai Hack is chasing us. No, if he catches up, we will have to listen to the reprimand. He immediately stopped joking, his eyes serious as he ordered Xiao Jin, hurry. But Liu Feng never expected that the moment he turned back, Xiao Jin had vanished. Oh heavens, this guy has no loyalty at all. He immediately pretended to faint in Lang Vu's arms. The sudden move irritated him. So be it. Clever trick for a clever plan. I am fainting now. Just as he was pretending, a cold little girl approached and asked the beastman, "Lang Vu, what are you doing?" Ong Yai hovered in the air, arms crossed. Looking down on them from above, the girl's face was cold, expressionless, her wide eyes silently awaiting Lang Vu's answer. Ong Yi landed, and the surrounding subordinates shouted in unison, "Long live the young lord." Ong Yi's face showed no emotion as she coldly ordered, "Stand up and leave." Seeing Hong Yi approach, Lang Vu immediately presented Liao Feng, still in child form, saying, "Young master, this is a gift from your subordinate." His actions angered Hong Yi. The little girl led him toward Lang Vu, asking where he got the child, saying it was forbidden. Ong Yi's steps faltered. She wanted to touch Liao Feng's face but stopped, thinking silently, why does this child resemble Brother Feng so much? Liao Feng was also in a dilemma, sweating nervously. Should he wake up now or keep pretending to be unconscious? Waking up like this would disgrace his cardinal title. Just then, a strange object flew down from the sky. The cardinal quickly recognized it and used his magic to stop it. Who was it? Just a step away. That thing instantly smashed through the wall, but thanks to the cardinal's magic barrier, no one was hurt. Seeing this, the cardinal grew suspicious. Could the unidentified Saint Peak Feng be a rogue from the Western Blood Shrine? Then, the little girl quickly stepped forward, commanding, "Return to the Master City." The wandering crowd bowed respectfully, obeying her orders. Suddenly, Ong Yi's steps faltered as the girl's voice rang out, "Take the child with you." High above, Bachka watched the scorch marks left by the explosion. Stunned, could that girl be the one who walked beside Liu Feng's mysterious junior earlier? A flash of terror crossed his eyes as he cried out, "So soon, and already this terrifying, truly a demon." Little Kim struggled inside Bachka, shouting, "Why do you only catch me, not Liu Feng?" Bachka laughed fiercely, "Don't ruin Liu Feng's fun, he is playing a role-playing game." Little Kim blinked, asking, "Who is playing who?" Cut to the majestic gate of the Earth Palace. The master of Home Palace, inside the luxurious bath, Liu Feng soaks, while outside Lang Vu keeps urging, "Human brat, you have been bathing half the day already." Still not done. Liu Feng is still troubled by another issue. This damn spell. I must break it, recover to normal and face the cardinal with honor. Thinking of this, he sighed softly, envisioning the blocked acupoints within his body. This technique is a kind of seal, borrowing the power from the 7-star formation. The ultimate seal master, I can definitely do it. Just as Liu Feng was lost in thought, a hairy hand suddenly grabbed him from behind. It was Lang Vu, too impatient to wait any longer, saying, "The young master has been waiting too long. Let us go." Annoyed and exposed, Liu Feng glared fiercely, silently cursing, "This bastard." Lang Vu worked swiftly and gently. In no time, Liu Feng had adjusted the scene before Hong Yai and Jing Jin. "I have led hand through." "Your Highness." Hong Yi looked at Liu Feng with satisfaction, thinking, this is right, just like Swan, but he bluntly criticized, "Not as beautiful as earlier," while Liu Feng casually asked Assessit beside him, "Am I right?" Of course, Asigzida did not dare deny it. "You are absolutely right." Meanwhile, as Liu Feng was busy chatting, Hong Yi quietly came up and pinched his cheek, the little girl smiling happily at Liu Feng. "Well done, straight shooter." Feeling treated like a child for the first time, Liu Feng pushed Hong Yi away and said, "Hey, Hong Wai, who taught you not to mind your manners?" Hearing this, Hong Yi flicked his forehead sharply and declared, "You must call me Lady Hong Wai." Done. The little girl's eyes flickered with sadness. The young Scarlet, like reading lines, hoped Feng Kaka was just pretend, if only it were the real Feng Kaka. How wonderful that would be. Hearing this, Liu Feng patted his chest, his voice firm, ready to declare, "I am..." But before he could finish, Cardinal interrupted, saying, "When we meet Feng Kaka, I will ask him to accept becoming my adopted son." Liu Feng felt dizzy, as if a blow struck his ear. He wanted to explain, "Hey, Cardinal," but this time, someone else cut in. "Cardinal, Your Highness, you are back." The one approaching is Princess Tu of the Beast Empire, curious and asked, "What did Your Highness gain this time?" Facing Taigyu, Hong Ye replies calmly, 32 eastern strongholds of Bive Thun have surrendered to our East Blood Divine Palace. It is time to battle the West Blood Divine Palace. Upon hearing this, Master Tu eagerly joined in, wondering when and where the battle with the Western Blood God Temple would take place. Hearing those words, a flash of determination crossed Hong Ai's eyes as she replied, "Blood God Mountain." Doom. Hong Yi gazed into the distance, his voice growing heavier this time. Master Tin would strike, ending the battle. Pausing briefly, Hong Yi's eyes hardened with resolve. The girl, with her fierce spirit, vowed that the Mad Blood Master Tin must die. Facing Hong Yi's gaze, Su Tiu showed a hint of fear but quickly declared, "If the Master lacks this valor, I will surely help you purge all remnants of the Western God Temple." Standing beside Hong Yi, Lu Feng scoffed, "Everyone talks big. If you have the guts, go kill that blood ancestor yourself." Seeing a kid dare to doubt his strength, Master Xiao grew furious. Who is he? Of course, Lu Feng ignored him, taunting, "If you are not convinced, little cat, then bite me." By now, Master Tu could no longer keep his calm. He roared and lunged at Lu Feng. "Wanna die?" But before he could act, a powerful force shoved him back to the brink of his health bar. He was forced to retreat, his voice filled with confusion and powerlessness. Hong Yi firmly stood beside Liu Feng, the girl threatening, "If anyone touches him, I will kill them." Master Tu was caught off guard, exclaiming in shock, "Miss Hong Ye, what do you mean by that?" Seeing her unwavering, he pressed, "Don't forget, we are allies." Hearing this, Lu Feng could not hold back his anger and aunt daring to ally with the great dragon. Seeing his irritation, Hong Yi struck to teach him a lesson. Lu Feng grumbled, clutching his head in pain. Just then, as tension rose, the Beast King spoke. "This little ice friend of Hong Yi's lacks a master. Truly an interesting conversation. Everywhere with Master Tu, the Scarlet Robe also holds some respect for Emperor Thu. After all, the Emperor was mocked and belittled, just a child who does not understand." Emperor Thu did not want to make a fuss, so he stepped forward and patted the family sign for Master Tu. "That is right, a child who does not understand," and saw Emperor Thu approaching and quietly called out, "Father." From beside Hong Yi and Lu Feng, an uncertain beastman figure appeared. Both stared in shock at the newcomer. It was Mi Lu, who greedily licked Liu Feng's face with her long tongue. It has been a while since she tasted such a delicious human. "And surely, you must be very tasty." Seeing Mi Luck dare to do that, Hong Yi firmly pressed her hand against her face to stop her. That, Mi Luck's head was crushed by the girl's hand. Hong Yi, tall and broad, that foolish servant of the Western Temple, dared to stick her head into the trap. Using the Mi Luck blood still on his hands, Hong Yi swiftly attacked a dark corner. From there, two shadows immediately leapt up and quickly escaped. With just a glance, Lu Feng knew something had happened and quickly gave chase. "You wicked blue-haired demon. How dare you lick me? I will beat you to death." But Hong Yi denied him the chance, swiftly throwing him backward. Lang took it downstairs. Fate awaits. Of course, Lu Feng resisted, struggling and shouting, "Let me go, you bastard." Lang Vu had to obey orders and step back, his hands careful not to hurt Lu Feng. The silence was heavy. In the hall, Thu Hong saw the two appear and immediately showed respect. It turned out they were the two great leaders, Ho Lang and Mu Luck. "I did not know you two had arrived. My apologies. Truly I am quite surprised. Since when have they been following me?" Now, Mu Luck and Ho Lang reveal their true forms. Speaking boldly, "If we had not come, How would we have known the Emperor sought new allies? Blood Sovereign knew the truth. Would he come in person to speak? Beast Emperor dares not confront these two directly, so he explains, Honorable leaders, there has been a misunderstanding. The Empire will not interfere in the war between the two sects. May you return to report to the Bloodless Lord. As for the Cardinal, she wastes no words, she rushes forward, saying no need to report back. If you are here, stay with me. Seeing this, Holang and Mi-Luk quickly use their magic to hold off the attack temporarily. In the air, the two red magic auras of Hong Yi fiercely clashed with the two enemies before them. Seeing that scene, Hong Yi was not fazed at all. The girl continued to condense her magic power, blocking it. But if you have such skills, then go die. Then, a magic power sphere with terrifying strength immediately shot toward Holang and Mi-Luk, blood freezing and overwhelming. However, under the clash of forces, nothing happened ahead. At that moment, the Cardinal's power suddenly backfired, and the girl was thrown backward. Meanwhile, Thuo Hong and Stiyu stood aside, sensing something. Theng Kang Hai Tin. Facing Theng Ying, Yi remained eerily calm. That shameless old villain. Don't even dream it. The clash of two red magical forces erupted instantly, unleashing a terrifying power that seemed to crush the very space itself. On this side, though the balance seemed steady for now, Yi could not hide his tension. Damn it. Suddenly, countless red magic needles shot towards Hong Yi. She froze for a moment. What was happening? Hong Yi's eyes widened as she saw Liao Feng blocking the needles with his sword. She softly called out to Feng, Kaka. Now, a radiant aura surrounds Liu Feng as he speaks. Long time no see. Hong Yi. Memories once buried deep within Hong Yi resurfaced since childhood. She was called a demon's curse, a rat in the sewer, a sorrowful outcast. Not only that, since childhood, Hong Yi was always oppressed, seen as a flaw, bullied and trampled until one day he appeared. Fortunately, in her darkest moment, Liao Feng reached out his hand and said, Follow me. You always treated Hong Yi with sincerity. To her, those were the most beautiful memories. He bought her new clothes, took her to delicious meals, cared for her, protected her, gave her a family, and became her support. But after that day, everything vanished. That was when the madman appeared, and seeing him try to take Hong Yi away, Liu Feng fiercely resisted. Hong Yi. Since the day they parted, her heart held only one thought. Losing him meant losing the family she had struggled so hard to keep. She had imagined countless times the day they would meet again, telling herself she had to learn to grow up and could no longer rely on him like before. Back to reality. But when Liu Feng appeared for real, he still shone just like the first time they met. Hong Yi. And it was still that hand reaching out to her after so long apart. Tears welled up in Hong Yi's eyes. While Thum, unscathed, was cursing, damn it. Someone. Liu Feng hurriedly turned to the battle, boldly declaring, You bastard. Today I must. His voice suddenly stopped. Hong Yi was holding him tightly from behind. Brother Feng. At this moment, the little girl no longer cares about anything around her. Hong Yi says with a trembling voice, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Here, Hong Yi can no longer hold back and lets the tears fall like rain. Sensing Cardinal Hong Yi's mood, Liao Feng gently sat down and wiped the tears from her face. He embraced her, softly comforting her. I miss you too. Hong Yi clung tightly to Liao Feng, tears streaming as she whispered, I am so scared. I fear this is all just a dream. Her sobs grew louder, the fragile girl pleading, Brother Feng, please do not abandon me again. Okay. Hearing that, Liu Feng replied softly, Alright, stubborn Hong Yi, if you want to go, I will follow your wishes. I swear. At the same time, deep inside, Hong Yi resolved, This time, I won't leave him again. Just then, Thieving Gung appeared through the magic circle, angrily challenging, Thon Kong, all you do is sneak attack the junior. If you have the guts, fight me. Seeing Thieng Kong arrive, Thong Kong laughed loudly, grabbed Mi Liash, and left with Thi Lang, saying, Don't rush. In 3 days, we will meet again on Blood God Mountain. Liao Feng disdainfully followed them, running swiftly. Then, he boldly patted Hong Yi's head, saying, Let that bastard live for 3 more days. Just as they were about to leave, Master Xiao angrily stopped. Who allowed you to stand near Miss Hong Yi? You despicable human. Facing him, Hong Yi spoke no more, instantly condensing magic in her palm. Suksao. Do you want to die? But Liao Feng stopped her gently, his eyes full of affection. Leave this to me. From now on, I will handle it. You just watch. Hong Yi nodded obediently. Alright, next. Liu Feng, with a body full of strength, slowly advanced toward Master Tiu, the little cat. I was quite curious how he planned to teach me a lesson. At the critical moment, Liu Feng slipped and halted, realizing with dread that the sealed power of the Elder Spirit formation was already depleted. Caught off guard, Liu Feng froze as he slowly shrank. Damn it. I do not want to turn back into that clueless kid, before everyone's eyes. The small, innocent-faced Liu Feng appeared, and Hong Yi gasped. Feng, wait. Meanwhile, Thieng Kung was advancing toward them. She wondered. Hong Yi, who just blocked the attack of the old spear master. Please introduce me. Hong Yi hesitated. Master. Then the girl pointed at Liu Feng, her voice slightly embarrassed. It was him. Seeing Liu Feng in a child's form, Thian Kung froze, quickly breaking the awkward silence. How could such a beautiful lady look at me like that? Are you enchanted by my rugged charm? Hearing this, a spark of interest flickered across Thian Kung's face. Kid, what did you just say? At that moment, Hong Yu rushed over to confirm. Are you that kid? What exactly happened to you? Facing her puzzled gaze, Liu Feng quickly explained. I wanted to tell you long ago, but you never gave me the chance. I was harmed by someone named Apollo. Don't worry, I will recover soon. There, Liu Feng stretched out his hand, sweetly looking at Hong Yi. Come on, hug Feng tightly. But Thi Kung suddenly grabbed Liu Feng, suspiciously staring at him. He is the one who blocked the spear attack. High above, Liu Feng struggles fiercely. He shouts, let me go, let me go. You bastard, if I were not turned into a kid, I would never endure this humiliation. If you do not let go, I won't hold back. Headache from Liu Feng. Thian Kung pressed his face against her chest, holding on tight. Just then, the sound of the door breaking instantly drew everyone's attention. Bachka calmly appeared in the sky, entering through the main gate, just breaking one door. No need to rush. Thu Hong quickly recognized Bachka. Looking at him in confusion, he is the scholar who left the empire. So why has he returned? Bachka bypassed Thu Hong and approached the man before Thian Kung. If I do not come, who will unravel the current situation? Bachka sang of the Dragon Clan, the song of heavenly wisdom. Hearing his voice, the cardinal finally recognized him as the half-dragon who fought in the Beastman's grand duel. Bachka replied, yes, it is me. Liu Feng mentioned me before. With his affirmation, Hong Yu shouted without hesitation, then go die. Bachka quickly blocked it with magic. Wondering, what is this? So ruthless at first meeting. After a fierce clash of equals, both stepped back simultaneously, wrapped in Thian Kung's warm embrace. Liu Feng finally spoke. Wait, Han, little Scarlet, leave it to me. Realizing she intended to fight me, Bach panicked. Nay, it is a misunderstanding. I am Liu Feng's sworn brother. Little Kim, do not sleep. Save me. A loud noise woke Little Kim from his nap. Excited, he rushed forward, annoying. Now I am wide awake. But hey, there is a beautiful big sister here. Seeing Little Kim's golden dragon form, the heavenly frame still complained, calling him a sorrowful creature. Little Kim was so furious she nearly rolled her eyes. Stay calm, do not overact or say nonsense. After escaping, Little Kim turned to Hong Yi, sweetly calling, Hong Yi. Little Titty. It seems Hong Yi has recognized her, but Tu Kim's current form still makes her double-check Tu Kim. Hearing this, Tu Kim happily confirms, it is me, it is me. Only then does Hong Yi turn to Thian Kung, the old master. Thinking he must have misunderstood, she heard but did not respond, her eyes still wary. Let us go. Thian Kung finally signaled to the group time to head back to the temple and deal with things later. Goodbye. Thu Hong. Upon hearing this, Thu Hong clasped his hands tightly, his eyes sharp and resolute. After a moment, with only Thu Hong and Su Tia remaining, he spoke. Fu Hong, in 3 days, no matter who wins or loses, the Blood God Hall will surely unite as one. When that time comes, we will. But Thu Hong did not respond. His gaze lifted to the dark corner as he spoke. Satluk Niita. If you are here, come out and face me. Knowing Thu Hong had discovered him, Satluk Nitun leaped out from his hiding spot. Satluk seems more eager than before to speak first. Thu Hong, why did not you just kill that woman earlier? In response, Thu Hong quietly reminded him, I told you, the fake abbot is hiding behind the mountain. That is that woman. Thian Kung, if you want to kill her, it will take effort. Why not wait 3 days, when both she and Thuong Gung are wounded, then make your move? Only now did the second prince speak. His voice full of bitterness, thinking of his poor grandson dying at the hands of the Blood God Palace, made him impatient. On the fierce face of the beast fiend, a sinister resolve appears. He reassures the group Blood God Temple will soon be destroyed by the Beast Empire. Whether by the Sky Frame, the Spear Frame, or even the Scarlet Order, they must all perish. Elsewhere, at the Eastern Blood God Temple, under the rule of the Sky Frame, inside, Bachka's fierce voice echoed. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng's disciple was outplayed by that man. The red robe beside Liu Feng vowed, for the glory sect, I will avenge Feng Kaka. Don. Ong Yu turned to Liu Feng with unwavering eyes. Feng Kaka. No matter what you become, you will always be my Feng Kaka, he replied while eating. Of course, I am always your Feng Kaka. On the other side, Thian Kung was clearly full of questions. If he could break the seal, why had it shrunk? Hearing this, Liu Feng stopped eating and seriously discussed it while Hong Yi helped wipe the mess, warning that the seal was too strong. How do you plan to deal with that old man Thuong Gong? Or should we strike straight at the gate to eliminate Han? Thian Kung seems reluctant. She explains, my strength matches Thuong Kung's, but the 2 regions of Dong and Tae have 12 guardian spirits. In the Western Divine Hall, there are those who can be controlled by the alliance of 2 opposing divine poets, their power rivaling the supreme. Then, Qin Kung looked down at the scarlet robe beside her, her voice tinged with regret. None of us know how to manipulate it. Cardinal has tried many times without success. But now it is good with the determination of the Dragon Sovereign clan and myself. Fighting Thenigong is already a 2-on-2 match. Seeing Li Yufeng and Tu Kim busy holding their full bellies after the feast, Thin Kung continued, if your strength can truly withstand the Sovereign, then this battle will surely be won of course. You must recover normally first from this upward view of the celestial frame. Liao Feng, bleeding from the nose, retorts, don't think just because you hit me well, you can talk nonsense. I am normal now too. The celestial frame presses a hand on Liao Feng's shoulder, emphasizing, focus and cooperate. Let me try to help you break the seal. In an instant, Thien Kung entered where Liu Feng's true form was sealed. Approaching the glowing chains, she realized destroying them was the key. Before she could finish her sentence, Thien Kung's entire body was violently thrown backward. How could this be? Outside, her real body suffered the same impact. Ong Yi rushed forward to catch her. Master Law, seeing Thien Kung had to let go, Liu Feng hesitated to raise a finger, so now it is 1 against 2. Right, across from them. No one expected Thien Kung to be injured so badly she needed a blood transfusion. She spoke up, surprised the seal was so strong just one glance. But luckily there is a 3-day break in between. Seeing Thien Kung like this, Ong Li beside Lien suggests, Master, I think we should risk trying to control the divine corpse once more. Her eyes show caution. Ong Yi reveals her unease. I am afraid Thing has another card hidden. Not long after, the group, guided by Thien Kung, arrived beneath the divine hall. Walking along the corridor as Thien Kung explained, the entrance ahead led to the abode of the god of poetry. Beside Liu Feng, Haksat eagerly absorbs the surrounding energy. I love the dark energy here, but at least it helps me recover a bit. Suddenly, Thien Kung's footsteps halt as she swiftly activates the formation. Then, before their eyes, a magic circle inscribed with mysterious symbols appeared. After breaking the formation, they finally witnessed the forbidden hall of divine poetry. Thien Kung's gaze never left the flickering magic arrays. She spoke solemnly. These were the 12 supreme lords of the East Hall, who, after passing, willingly became divine guardians. Bacchus seemed to sense it too, exclaiming in awe, is this another dimension? Incredible, but little Kim is different. I do not like this place. It is just like the Dragon Clan's altar, empty and meaningless. Then, Qin Kung handed the object in his hand to Hong Yai, who used the power of the blood rune jade to test it with the guardian deity. The girl replied, all right. Immediately after, the cardinal raised the blood jade amulet high with both hands. The girl closed her eyes, murmuring a chant as the amulet's light grew stronger, and red energy streams emerged from the doors. Then they swiftly swirled around Hong Yai. The entire space suddenly bathed in a strange red hue. Seeing the girl's face worsen, Qining urged, Hong Ye, hang in there. As the hook was cast, a strange foot appeared on the ground, the face hidden behind a mask. From that single foot, more figures emerged, shrouded in red mist. Seeing their arrival, Thien Kung's expression finally relaxed. All right. Behind him, Bacha was utterly stunned. He counted, 1 level 1 holy cross, 4 level 2s, 2 peak levels. The power was overwhelming. Hearing the commotion around, Ong Yai opened her eyes, glaring fiercely at the jade in her hand. But I still have not succeeded. At this moment, Liao Feng, with a puzzled expression, spoke up, saying, isn't it true that I said the guardian divine talisman is hard to use? But I do not see any difficulty. Your words pierced through like a sharp needle. Bacha and Hong Yai almost echoed in unison. What? Yet it was true. The cultists were indeed surrounding Liu Feng's small frame. Calm and composed, Thien Kung cautiously watches Liu Feng, who says, I am the one who activated the divine protection technique. Before Thien Kung, Liu Feng, small but confident, points behind him. That is right. I saw Hong Yi struggling, so I tried, and then I succeeded. This is hard to believe for Thien Kung, she questioned. Impossible. Communicating with the divine corpse requires the blood god temple's technique as a medium. How can you do it? Seeing her expression, Liu Feng had to prove it. He shouted sharply, and the divine corpse's guards immediately stood at attention. The heavenly frame still doubted, so Liao Feng shouted, all right, the guardian spirits, follow the order. Only then did Liao Feng shrug and say with a hint of boredom, look here. Though the truth lies before him, doubt still flickers in Thien Kung's eyes. The divine poet exists to protect our blood god temple. Hearing this, Hatsat used a voice only Liu Feng could hear to assert, the 12 sacred puppets only possess energy. With strong enough willpower, control can be maintained for minutes. Cardinal praises. Brother Feng is incredible. Receiving praise, Liu Feng beams. It is only natural. Even Xiao Jin had to ask quietly, Liao Feng, how did you manage to control 12 people at once? Liao Feng replied proudly, it is nothing. When I played Hongjing before, I could control hundreds of units at once. Hearing this, Xiao Jin exclaimed, amazing. Truly impressive. Then, Liu Feng turned to Hong Yai. Hong Ye, hold my hand. I will help you control these divine corpses. No need to use that jade. The girl quickly agreed. Hong Yi took a deep breath, closed her eyes, as the red aura from the guardian corpses swirled around her once more. A moment later, Hong Yu opened her eyes joyfully. The girl lipped up. It is successful. I can control them now. Only then did the Kung truly acknowledge Liao Feng's ability. This young man of yours truly amazes others. I have faith in the battle 3 days from now. Just as the sentence was spoken, Liu Feng praised. Wanted to prove more, Uncle Ifeng ordered the 12 Golden Saint warriors to assemble. Seeing the guardian deity treated like a puzzle by Liu Feng, the demon's face turned pale, and he withdrew his previous words. Escape now. The sky is glowing with the colors of sunset. On the balcony of the divine realm, Liu Feng seems to be speaking to Hong Yai. Meanwhile, the little girl shyly watches Liu Feng, truly surprised she still has a chance to share her childhood with Feng Kaka. Hearing that, he pouted, feigning hurt. Hong Ye, you have changed. You do not love me at all. I am already this pitiful, and you still mock me. Then, Hong Ye, with a curious look, asked, what about you? Feng Kaka. Liu Feng seemed confused, wondering, what do you mean, him? Ong Yi quickly explained, I heard that this year, Feng Kaka got close to the Sea Tribe princess, some lady Than, and the Moon Wolf tribe chief. Then the girl seriously held Liu Feng's hand and asked a tough question. Feng Kaka, if you had to choose between me and them, who would you pick? Seeing Liu Feng silent as if avoiding, Hong Yi's face briefly darkened. If Feng Kaka can't choose, then I will make them disappear. Okay, Feng Kaka only needs to look at me. Before Liu Feng could think, Hong Yi's expression changed again. She happily patted his head. Feng Kaka, do not be tense. I am just joking. I won't do anything to trouble or hurt you. Only then did Liu Feng dare to breathe out, feeling like he had been scared to death. Then, Ong Yu embraced Liu Feng, her voice shrinking to a whisper. Just for now, from an angle Liu Feng could not see, a fierce possessiveness flashed in the girl's eyes. Feng Kaka belonged to her alone, but that feeling only flickered briefly. Hong Yi's face returned to normal. Feng Kaka, today I have thought for a very long time. She paused, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. If only time could stop at this moment. How wonderful that would be. Hearing that, Liu Feng cut Hong Wai off. So you mean he can never grow up or succeed? Seeing he did not understand, Hong Yi snapped, Feng Kaka shrinks small, truly a fool. Of course, Liu Feng refused to back down, retorting, I am the fool here. Have you hugged enough? Yet, the scarlet robe still would not let go of the old man. Not yet. No one knew how much time had passed when a guard's voice rang out. Do you know who that human child is? The other asked back, who? The black-haired kid. Speak of the devil. At the crossroads, the guards met Liu Feng and Hong Wai. Realizing their slip, they paled and knelt to greet Lady Hong Wai. But Hong Wai was not so easily appeased. What did you just say? She pressed, and the guards stammered. We. Cardinal raised the hand tightly clasped with Liu Feng's, her eyes warning, did you see that? Meanwhile, the alert guards quickly shouted, hail the old lady. Liu Feng stood aside, completely confused, muttering, what, old lady what? But Hong Yi quickly grabbed his hand and ran off, while he called out in confusion. Hong Yi. Wait. Liu Feng tried to stop paying attention to what had just happened. Hong Yi immediately blushed. Don't mind them. I will take you to eat something delicious. Hearing that, Liu Feng could not hold back. Delicious food. Alright, the night sky was so quiet, the entire temple stood silently in the shadows. Suddenly, Liu Feng dashed across the rooftops, then leapt down in front of a room. Swift and agile, he entered without a trace of difficulty. At this moment, Ong Yu was sleeping on the bed. Though her eyes were closed, she still sensed it was Brother Feng. The little girl blushed silently, wondering why he was sneaking around so late. Liu Feng quickly came to Hong Yu's bedside and shook her hard. Ong Yu. Ong Yu. Wake up, but stubborn Hong Yu refused to open her eyes. Thinking silently, I won't wake up, I want to see what the boy sneaking into the girl's room is up to. After a while, unable to get a response, Liu Feng stopped. Stood silently, his voice tinged with sadness as he left. Unexpectedly, that little girl has grown up. Liu Feng's eyes flickered with affection. If I do not try breaking the seal to restore some consciousness, I am afraid we will have to keep going without heart or lungs. Saying this, he gently stroked Hong Yi's head, apologizing to the master. This past year has been a frantic rush because of the child's illness. Yet you have always borne the suffering here. In Liu Feng's ear echoed every word of Thian Kung from their private meeting. Since this little scarlet robe arrived, not a night nor day passed without training countless times, pushing himself to the brink of death. Stubborn as ever, his voice growing faint, enduring so much hardship. Pause for a moment. Liu Feng sighed, blaming himself. Someone as useless as me, truly failing in my duties. At that moment, Ong Yi could no longer pretend. She sat up and firmly told Liu Feng, no. Feng Kaka, it is because of you that I have found my reason to exist. I live for you. Feng Kaka. Seeing the girl wake up just in time, Liu Feng stopped singing abruptly. When did you wake up? Have you been pretending to sleep all along? But he quickly brushed it off, took Hong Yi's hand, and said, come with me, I have a gift for you. The two climbed the cliff together. Liu Feng gazed into the distance right here. Ong Yi gasped in surprise, responding to her curiosity. Liu Feng raised his hand to the blood whistle. At the signal, countless streaks of light shot into the sky. Hong Yi stared, stunned. Feng Kaka. As they reached the sky, the streaks of light blossomed like flowers, their glow illuminating Cardinal Hong's beautiful face. It was then that Liu Feng spoke up, explaining that one of Anne's hometown specialties was fireworks, always set off during grand and noble occasions. Liu Feng and Hong Yi watched the fireworks. His voice grows deep. Life is full of hardships, but rather than being trapped in them, it is better to be like fireworks in the dark, burning with passion to light up one's own life. At this moment, Liu Feng's gaze locked onto Hong Yi, his voice serious. Hong Yi, you have your own life. Agree with me, stop saying you live for me. Okay. Those words seemed to touch Hong Yi's heart, her eyes welling up with tears. Hong Yi closed her eyes, clutching Liu Feng tightly, tears streaming down like raindrops. After a moment, she opened her eyes, a small spark shining within them, and softly said, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. And so, the two silently embraced beneath the dazzling fireworks. Meanwhile, on this side, Tu Kim, Baicha, and the divine guards reluctantly carried out their duty. Even the Black Scorpion had to join the battle. He cursed in frustration. That rotten brat Liu Feng still has not left the forest. I can't hold on any longer. Little Kim, seemingly exhausted, spoke up. I am almost done too, so tired I can't shoot anymore. While beside him, someone explained, the firework launcher runs on rice. At the mountain peak, bathed in golden light, suddenly a flock of black fruits with red eyes descended, foretelling misfortune. Indeed. At the foot of the mountain, fierce army of strange beings marched forward, shouting, Rit rit rit. Today is the day the two palaces unite. The Thening Kung, Hovey Lang, and Medes all appeared in the sky. He was close to death today. The blood spirit hall must be destroyed. Liu Feng above noticed something strange and shouted in anger. That fake Thanking Kong dared to ambush first, how shameless. You turned to find Hong Yi, but the girl had vanished long ago. Meanwhile, Hong Yi had already spotted them and cried out in despair. Old Begar, die. Above, Hong Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of magic at the three. Seeing this, Ho Lang and Miu Luck immediately used their strength to block it, while Thong Kong stood calmly behind. Observing, at the clash of power streams, the demonic energy instantly exploded. Ho Lang and Miu Luck, affected, fell backward. Thuong Kong quickly rushed forward to catch them both. The scarlet robe seemed seriously injured too. Fortunately, Thien Kung arrived just in time. The cardinal wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, emphasizing, Master, I must personally kill that old man who harmed Kong. But Kong seemed uncertain. Cardinal, we do not even know who will win yet. On the side of the Xiaojin group, he still has not realized what is happening. Are you and Liu Feng looking for others to set off fireworks? The commotion is too loud. Beika immediately switches to combat mode and warns, Master Xiaojin, this is an enemy attack. At the same time, the alarm bell rang out. Enemy approaching. Enemy approaching. From the opposing side, a proud voice shouted. Heavenly Frame, this is your last chance, surrender now. Hearing him say that, Thien Kong solemnly whispered to Hong Yi, if I do not defeat Thuong Kong soon, I will take him down with me. You all must run immediately. The girl, hearing this, quickly reassured, Master, with Feng Kake and Tu Kim, we will definitely handle Thuong Kong. Thien Kong smiled softly, as if she had made up her mind, the foolish leader. Thuong Kong had reached the pinnacle for so many years. Did anyone really think those two could handle it? Luckily, protecting the escapee was enough. At this moment, Thien Kong's eyes hardened with resolve. She decisively shifted her gaze. Then, she swiftly charged toward Thuong Kong, roaring, Come here. Thuong Kong, facing the might of the heavenly frame, the spear frame showed no fear, only an eerie calm. Heavenly frame, I have awakened that path before you now. You are no match for me. But Thien Kong did not back down. She coldly commanded, then let the battle be decided in the realm. At once, both leaped up, their bodies radiating supreme power. The realm. In the blink of an eye, the red of the domain engulfed the dark space. The battle between the two factions was about to begin. Mai Yu Lux commanded the army. Tai Hai Thun Dia, obey. Eliminate all heretics before you. Resist, and you die. Seeing Ho Lang and Miu Luck, Ong Yi lunged forward. Ho Lang. Miu Luck, your opponent is me. They swiftly dodged the girl's strike. Ho Lang smiled evenly. Your Highness Hong Yi, we can't beat them. Let them handle you. Kill her for me. Facing the black-clad priest of the demon sect, the cardinal swiftly conjured a magic circle, blood swirling fiercely. Yet they advanced like fearless warriors, clashing with flames, unleashing unpredictable power. At that moment, Liu Feng leapt out, shouting, Ong Ye, come help me. Brothers, attack. Instantly, the red and black sect warriors clashed fiercely. The scene before them left Mai Yu Las and Helang utterly stunned. The man exclaimed, Impossible. Didn't they say the cardinal still could not control the Hoffer cult god corpse? While they were still dazed, Li Yufeng lunged forward, shouting, "I am here. Anything is possible, die, you damn scoundrel." However, his powerful kick was blocked. Hu Lang stepped back unharmed. Li Yufeng slightly lifted his etching leg, thinking, "Ong ye, my master, never mentioned that the opposing sect has 4 top-tier saints. This is too formidable to touch." Hearing this, the cardinal stepped forward to remind, "Brother Feng, remember the god's weak point is at the back of the head. Break through the defense layer and destroy the core, and you can defeat the god." Knowing this, Li Yufeng's eyes gleamed with confidence. Without another word, he leapt up, raising his sword toward a man's nape, saying, "Watch me." The sword's tip aimed straight at Ho's neck, moving so fast he could not react. But Li Yufeng sensed a trick. The fiery blade shot out fiercely, and even the dragon's breath could not pierce it once. Just then, 2 cult assassins approached from behind. Li Yufeng hurriedly called out, "Sai, Sai." Pull back. Before he could call for Hatsat, luckily Bachke intercepted one. He was eager, saying, "I will take this one." Then, Bachke used force to make the 2 occult warriors crash into each other, finally revealing their true forms. Amazing. Meanwhile, Husseit was screaming, "Hey, who called me little E?" Taking advantage of the dizziness of the He cult warrior, Li Yufeng thrust his sword fiercely toward him. After taking down one enemy, the battle seemed to ease. Li Yufeng felt a surge of strength, striking swiftly next target, the second one. Meanwhile, in another corner of the domain, the fierce fight between Thean Kung and Thong Kung raged on, with Thean Kung appearing seriously wounded. Thong Kung laughed arrogantly, "Surrender to Thean Kung, or I will make you wish you were dead." Thean Kung wiped the blood from her mouth, her voice resolute. "I have not even unleashed my true power yet." Just after speaking, Thean Kung leapt forward, then moved toward Thong Kung, whispering, "Thuong Kong, let us unite and go to the end together." Hearing this, Ong Yi panicked and hurried to stop them. "Master, do not." Beside Liu Feng, the assassin's sneer was clear. Even if one were a mere shadow, they would not be recognized. Yet she still sought endless unity. Foolish. Liu Feng's eyes followed the battle above, his voice filled with worry, wondering if she was doomed. Just as the assassin said, the heavenly frame that pierced through now was only a shadow of the spear frame. Only now did the heavenly frame realize. A look of confusion and remnants appeared on his face. But it seems it is too late. Her body has already begun to be destroyed by dark magic from within. Seeing this, Thung Kung laughed triumphantly. Conjuring a swirling vortex of dark energy in his hand, he had long anticipated this. If you cannot tell right from wrong, then so be it. Then he raised his hand high, as if about to deliver a fatal blow to Thean Kung, a final farewell. Just as Thung Kung was about to act, powerful white aura swept by, forcing Thung Kung to retreat unexpectedly. Liu Feng, sword raised high, advanced towards Xiao Jiada. Seeing him, Shang Kang's face paled. A little devil. No, a little devil from a noble family. Though in a child's form, the aura radiating from Liu Feng was no joke. He is tall and imposing. Has that old master gone blind? Even Xiaojiata did not recognize him. Has all his cultivation been in vain? The Kung was being interrupted even by Sister Tho. With that appearance, if Thong Kung recognized him, it would be a nightmare. She was so agitated that Hong Yai had to sternly remind her, "Le Su, do not move." Only then did Thong Kung recognize Liu Feng. Who was suspicious? You are the young man from the human tribe at the start. How did you end up like this? Yet, Thuong Kong quickly regained his sinister look, narrowing his eyes. Last time I did not kill him. I deeply regret it. Today, let us see how you run. Then, Thuong Kong raised both hands high, unleashing a terrifying magical force all around the blood domain, blood sea path. Thuong Kong silently vowed, "I absolutely cannot let this brat grow any stronger." Sensing the familiar domain before him, Liu Feng's gaze hardened. This is the blood realm. Last time I was defeated, but this time, I will kill you in your own blood realm. Hearing this, Thuong Kong praised him, his tone grand. Yet dark energy continuously radiated from in the domain, the blood sea devouring serpent. Immediately, the magical beams transformed into a swarm of red giant snakes, their sharp teeth gleaming as they lunged at Liu Feng. Facing them, Liu Feng rolled his eyes. Fighting was one thing, but bringing such terrifying creatures was another. My fear of holes flared up again, but then you quickly regained your composure, swung your sword, and struck. Immediately after, your speed seemed to increase even more. Even Liu Feng had to retreat temporarily, unable to kill. He replaced, then the Kong activated, creating an impenetrable zone. As the words fell, a force field instantly formed around Liu Feng. Wherever he went, the snakes dissolved. Motionless, standing amidst the remaining ruins, Liu Feng taunts, "You foolish dog. Bite me. Bite again. If I move, you are my kin, just as you wished." The Kong charges forward. He continues his attack. "The Kong, even with reinforcements, you are no match for me," he declares, unleashing the Viper's 1,000 strikes. Then, the remaining giant serpents, not yet defeated, turned on each other and devoured themselves. The vortex they created grew longer and longer. And soon, from within the mass, a colossal serpent emerged. Immediately, It lunged at Liu Feng, jaws wide open as if to swallow him whole. At that moment, the force field around Liu Feng could no longer hold, and the giant serpent pierced right through it. Given the current situation, Liu Feng had no choice but to constantly dodge its attacks. Meanwhile, the destruction of the container caused the Kung considerable pain. She is helpless. Cardinal, the master can no longer help your little boyfriend. Cardinal looks at the Kung anxiously. Master, but Cardinal always trusts Liao Feng, the little girl from Zanan. Master. Rest assured, Feng Kaka will definitely deal with that old man. In truth, Cardinal's heart was already set. At worst, I will sacrifice my own essence to help Feng Kaka break through. At the same time, Liu Feng struggles to fend off the giant serpent's assault, standing atop its head, spear poised with fierce intent. He shouts, "Die!" But relying on that was not enough. He raised his hand to the sky, continuing to summon the blood-devouring demon art. Instantly, a volley of blood-red arrows shot toward Liao Feng, who stood stunned in the midst of the arrow storm that, from Liu Feng's place, you only see a sea of red demonic energy, and even you are swallowed by it. Across from you, Thuong Kung smiles with pride, saying it takes just 1 year to rise from an ant to witness the peak, truly a genius. But Allahs, destined to become food for my devouring serpent. Seeing that scene, Hongi called out softly with worry. Feng Kaka. Suddenly, the girl's eyes blazed with fury, and Hongi shouted, "That old man, I will kill him." But before the girl could strike, the red magical forces were torn apart by a slash of sword energy. Liu Feng appeared intact before them, and the sword in his hand had already passed through the giant maw of the monstrous serpent. There, Liu Feng landed coolly before Hongyai. The girl, seeing him, joyfully exclaimed, "Feng Kaka." Seeing Liu Feng escape so easily, Thuong Kung gasped in shock. What? This moment, Liu Feng spoke coldly, his voice full of disdain. That rotten snake just attacked the supreme mind. If I were not disgusted, I would have killed it instantly. Understand, as for the shadow assassin, he is busy enjoying the remains of the giant serpent. This blood water holds plenty of shadow energy. I like it. With cunning eyes, he suddenly asked back. So what? Suddenly, the giant python rose again, born from the blood sea, which never dries. It can fight forever. Liao Feng was surprised. No way, this toy resurrects without cooldown. Though he said that, he quickly advanced and ended it with a single sword strike. Yet, the giant serpent was reborn once more. Roaring wildly. Across from him, Liu Feng signaled Hongyi to stand closer, his gaze fixed tightly on the giant serpent before them. Those immortal clans were truly terrifying. One day, he must train to become a saintly knight. Carefully, Liu Feng turned to remind. Hongyi, you go first. In your mouth, you keep repeating, blood debts never dry, so it never dies. Liao Feng lets go and sings fiercely, deciding it is you, little black one, go drink up that blood debt. Shouting, he will drink your grandfather dry. Little Kim jumped up from behind. Curious. Liao Feng, what is this red sticky thing? It is so ugly. Seeing Little Kim, Liao Feng immediately assigned a task. Little Kim, you came just in time. This ugly snake is yours to handle. But with tired eyes, he immediately refused. I am exhausted. You agreed with me after the fireworks. We will have a meal. Hearing this, Liao Feng pointed behind. Eating. Not just eating, later there is a sexy girl streaming live. Feeding people. Xiao Jin perked up. Really, in his mind, he quickly imagined that sweet scene. Thien Kong, with a fiery body, feeding each bite of cake to Tiu Kim. Just thinking about it, he could not wait any longer and immediately transformed into his true form. A word already decided. Watching from behind, Thien Kong tensed and spoke. Is the aura of that divine dragon really that terrifying? The cardinal could not hide his curiosity either. Since when did Little Kim become so strong? Even Thong Kung was astonished. This is, it was clearly weak before, yet he still ordered. Great serpent, swallow it for me. Little Kim, in his dragon form, faced the giant serpent, continuously gathering magic power with his mouth open. When his strength reached its peak, Little Kim unleashed a flame that scorched the serpent's body. Beside him, Liu Feng raised his thumb in praise. Xiao Jin, I willingly call you the strongest. Xiao Jin hid his pride and replied humbly, it is nothing, but Shang Kuang was displeased, grinding his teeth. How could this be? My blood abyss has been broken in such a short time. Its strength surpasses even mine. Silently calculating, I must leave immediately. The Green Mountain remains. No fear of running out of firewood. With that thought, he turned to Mine Thien Kung, the maiden, avoiding conflict between the two sects, and called upon 10 others for aid. I must expose this to the public, shattering the honor of the Blood God Temple. But she quickly sensed the intent of the Warframe. The domain was breached. You think you can escape unharmed? Know that the Heavenly Frame won't let you leave. The Warframe immediately orders. Block them. Domain, blood-colored defense. To the group of divine exam guardians before him, Liu Feng showed only a face of disdain. These things were too tough to solve quickly. Just then, Ong Yi ran over, bringing the guardians along. Feng Cat, I am here to help you. So, the two sides of the divine poetry sect clashed again. Liu Feng was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Seeing him hesitate, the red robe reached out and urged, "Brother Feng, hurry up." At this moment, Thung Kong abandoned his men and fled alone, yet he still had the nerve to vow, "Damn it. Next time we meet, I will devour you all alive." No sooner had the words fallen than a voice answered, so it was Liu Feng, using his crippled form, who caught up with Thuong Kong a year ago, relying on supreme strength. I fell into despair. As he spoke, he raised his sword high. Liu Feng roared, "Today, little one, I will rely on the power of this long blade." Liu Feng shouted with all the pent-up hatred, his voice sharp and relentless, as he pursued Thuong Kong across the sky unbeknownst to them. A shadowy figure watched from the darkness. The Hong clenched his hand tightly. Clearly agitated, he had not expected that human brat to be so formidable, causing such a swift defeat. Then, he turned to the man beside him, his voice tinged with worry. The one who soothed the fake wounds was the protector of our beast empire. If we do not act now and wait for the two powers to unite, our beast empire will fall to the blood god sect. Yet, the seasoned strategist remains calm, analyzing that a small blood god sect can't stir up a great storm. It is not a threat. Arriving here, the Hong respectfully clasped his hands before him, humbly pleading for the master to intervene and heal Kung Hai Tun, so as to prevent the empire's beastmen from losing a mighty warrior. The master swiftly agreed. Hearing that, Thu Hong relaxed and shifted his gaze, glancing at the man kneeling behind him. "Whether your family's lives are spared depends on whether you speak the truth later," Lang Vi replied. "Yes." Now, after a long chase, Liu Feng seemed tired. He swung his sword fiercely. Immediately, powerful blade force knocked the spear frame away, and the man cried out in pain. No, Liu Feng never intended to spare Thong Gong. He unleashed a relentless assault. Die. But before his sword could strike, a barrier of dark energy stopped it, and a voice echoed through the space. "Please show mercy." Thong silently rejoiced at being rescued, yet shamelessly spoke out, "The fake headmaster wants to harm the empire. Kill him." That strange man immediately caught the cardinal's attention. "Fake headmaster? Who is he?" Xinquang beside Lion explained. "He is the prophet of the beast empire, also a guardian deity of the empire, but unless it is a matter of great importance to the empire, it won't appear easily." Yet, Liu Feng ignored this and directly shattered the magical barrier protecting the frame. Forced to intervene, the fake headmaster stepped forward, blocking him firmly. "Kid, stop." But it seemed too late. Liu Feng's sword had already struck the vital spot. "I can't accept this fate." After dealing with him, Liu Feng feigned a slip to the leather-bound elder. "Sorry, he is dead, too slow to scratch." At that moment, a dark expression appeared on the elder's face. "How dare you?" Then he raised his scepter high and shouted, "Chain of blood, bind." Against the pitch-black night sky, a glowing blue object suddenly appeared, surrounded by a protective barrier. Facing this unknown force, Liu Feng stood firm, swiftly charging before the patched-up warrior, shouting, "Fool, you dare strike my clone." However, his strength was no joke. The stitched leather armor created a protective barrier around him. Sensing danger, the cardinal intended to command the guardian spirits to assist Feng Qi, but before she could take another step, the girl turned pale, blood spilling from her mouth. Seeing this, she rushed forward to support her, saying, "Ong Ye, you have already used too much energy. Don't push yourself anymore. Trust me, he will be fine." Little Kim flew over to persuade him. Yes, that old man is no match for Liao Feng. Despite her injuries, Hong Yi's eyes never left Liao Feng. But just then, Bachka leapt out, shouting fiercely, "Liao Feng, I am here to help you." At that moment, Bachka swung his fist, only to have it blocked by another punch. Realizing who stood before him, he broke into a cold sweat. The Hong, the one he always knew, was actually a saintly high-ranking family member. The Hong ignored him, swiftly snatching Hung Wai from Thin Kung's grasp. Then, with a sinister blade at her throat, he held her tight, letting no chance to escape. Furious beyond measure, "Thathir Hong, do you even know what you are doing?" The little golden one beside him was equally angry, quickly releasing Hong Yi. Yet, the Hong feigned innocence and replied, "Lord Thien Kum, I am merely following the orders of the leather patch master." Offended, grabbed tightly by his arm, Cardinal kindly warned, "Thiga Hong, those who play with fire will one day be burned." Meanwhile, at Liu Feng, the situation was grim as he was relentlessly pressed by the frictional net, forcing him to mutter, "Damn it." As soon as he broke free, Liu Feng turned to threaten, "Fake seer, release Hong Yi quickly, or after I finish with the burial, you won't even have a grave." At this moment, the fake burial master fell unusually silent, seemingly plotting something. Liao Feng swiftly realized this and took the initiative to strike first with an infinite phantom slash. Just as he anticipated, the man suddenly retreated, growling fiercely. ruling the world like a wolf. Next, countless wolves born of magic surged toward Liu Feng, exploding on impact, their eerie blue magic engulfing the entire space. Under that afternoon's assault, Liu Feng could not avoid injury. He spat a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Seeing Liu Feng was no longer a threat, the patched-up warrior flew over to the Beast King and asked, "Immortal, how are you?" Calmly. He replied, "Not dead yet." Arriving here, the Skin Stitcher urged the Beast King. "That little brat was also gravely wounded like me. Now is the perfect moment to eliminate him." Beast King, "Send your men to strike," but he did not realize the Beast King's expression had changed long ago. Slowly, he said, "Thank you, sir, for your help. I will take my leave." Then with 5 punches, he knocked the Skin Stitcher away. Caught off guard and gravely wounded, he immediately lost his balance and collapsed. Now, he finally realizes the true intent of the Beast King, the cunning deceiver. "Beast King, you..." At this moment, the Beast King still clutched the Cardinal's neck, laughing loudly. "How many years have I inherited the Empire?" The Beast King's eyes darkened, revealing the darkness within. "Though I am the Emperor in name, whether blood gods or patchwork warriors, none respect me. From that moment, I swore to destroy them all." On the ground, the stitched-up man leans on a cane, struggling to explain. "Your Majesty, the Prophet's existence is to protect the Empire. I never intended to vie for power with you." But the Beast King refused to listen, cutting him off again and again. "No one can take my power. Prophet, you stand in my way today. I will kill you all, then seize the mystic bull's essence to become the supreme sage." Seeing that the royal beast seemed serious, the cold and broad-shouldered Bi Uchu Trungji replied, "It is truly hard for someone who has endured so much hardship for years. However, even though I am seriously injured, you can definitely fight me." Just then, the figures of Satluk and Nai Tun appeared. They chose the royal beast. "What if we join them?" At this point, in Bai Tronggia's eyes, there is no mercy left indeed. "It is you, Satluk." Nai Tun, "If that is the case, then..." He raised his staff horizontally and shouted, "Attack!" Just as the words left his mouth, the beast turned alertly. Behind it was Li Feng, recovered and charging forward, but the Beast King quickly dodged, his body completely unharmed. "Die by my hand!" The Beast King roared, raising his claws to strike. But as the Beast King's grip slightly loosened, the Cardinal suddenly spoke. "Beast King, have you forgotten? I am also a saint." Then, the girl unleashed a fierce strike at the Beast King, forcing him to release Hong Yai in pain. Though freed, the move took a toll on Hong Yai, who immediately lost consciousness and began to fall freely. Luckily, Lu Feng caught her just in time. He worried, "Ong Wai, are you alright?" Hearing the noise, Ong Yi slowly opened her eyes, licked the blood from her lips, and replied, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, the Beast King seethed with anger, clutching his wounded body in pain. Over here, Lu Feng safely landed Hong Yai on the ground. Hong Yi asked, "Feng, brother, did that stitched wound hurt you?" Lu Feng replied, "Lian Tran, I'm fine." Just a moment ago, in Lu Feng's mind, he recalled the recent scene. The stitched leather master had transmitted a message. "Kid, threatening the red robe was not my order. The Beast King only used this as a pretext for us to risk our lives. You and I will play a part to see what plan I intend to unfold." Next, the two clash in a fierce fight. Lu Feng explains, "That is why I staged a lose-lose act with this tycoon." Turning, Lu Feng looks at Biko Truongjia, while Hoinai asks, "Is not the Demon King's plan too careless?" Before he could even answer, Bachka stepped forward to tease him. "And you almost fell for it too." Lu Feng was teased until his face burned with embarrassment. The Cardinal beside him quickly defended him, saying, "Feng Keka fell for it because his mind shrank along with his body." Right, Lu Feng had no choice but to use that as an excuse. Of course, the Beast King must have known how agitated I would get when I shrank, so he used this dark sound. At that moment, Cardinal Hong's eyes grew serious as she spoke slowly. "It is Lang Vu. I just saw him beside the Beast King. He betrayed me." On the Beast King's side, the second prince and the assassin approached. The assassin scolded, "Beast King, I told you earlier, do not mess things up, just kill them outright." The Beast King retorted proudly, "If only a little, the wound would not be fatal now. Otherwise, even with your help, how can you handle them?" At the same moment, the voice of the fake suturing master rang out with authority. "Beast King, where do your illusions come from? Thinking you can face me with just the 6th kill and 2nd honor." Seeing him advance, the 6th kill and 2nd honor did not hesitate to charge down. "The Prophet is the supreme wisdom, and we are obviously no match." But, that moment, a sinister silver aura surged around the stitched-up warrior, then he vanished into thin air, leaving only a startled Gust. "What kind of demon is this?" At this moment, the Beast King raised his voice to explain. "This is a teleportation formation specially prepared for the seer. Now he's outside in 100 forms, waiting to return. The grand plan is set." Hearing this, Lu Feng quietly asked Xiao Jin, "Xiao Jin, have you rested enough?" He quickly replied, "No problem." Then, as if reading each other's minds, they both leaped forward simultaneously, time to take them all down in one go. Responding to Lu Feng, Tiu Kim transformed into his bronze form, charging ahead with excitement. But before he could fly far, Xiao Jin's body was struck by a fistful of magic power. It turned out to be 3 beastmen from the enemy side. One roared, "This magical beast is ours to deal with them. Even Xiao Jin will need some time." Where did these 3 geniuses come from? Seeing Xiao Jin surrounded, Lu Feng immediately wanted to rush to his rescue, but caught off guard by a sudden strike. He faltered, "Kid, look out for yourself first." With swift moves, Lu Feng dodged easily, spun to face the assassins. "No way you will catch me off guard." In front of Lu Feng, Sat Luck and the second prince combined their awakening, forming a dual ray and domain, the deadly continental zone. Without hesitation, Lu Feng swung his sword, shouting as he launched an attack 8 times stronger. However, the sword energy vanished the moment it left the blade. Lu Feng was stunned. What just happened? His attack disappeared, and he lost his footing, falling down helplessly. Seeing this, Satluk smiled triumphantly. "In our fierce armor, all your attacks are absorbed, then multiplied and reflected back." Only then did the second elder open his dark, sinister eyes. "Prepare to die." Little demon. Below, Lu Fengui lay on the ground, gasping for breath and thinking to himself, "So my sword of strength is this powerful? It hurts." Smiling faintly, Lu Feng seemed quite intrigued by this opponent, having faced many formidable foes along the way. But in the end, they were all defeated by me. Now the enemy has become myself. The fragrance of powder. Lu Feng stood tall, a fierce aura radiating around him as he calmly launched a counterattack. "Then let me see if anything in your domain can be turned against you. Begin the battle. Break me." Next, the golden chains binding Lu Feng inside suddenly snapped, the seal temporarily broken. Accordingly, Lu Feng's body outside gradually grew back. He exhaled with a confident gaze, thinking, "Let us say I have transformed back for now. I must finish them before shrinking again." Seeing this, Haksat immediately scolded, "Do you want to die?" Across from him, sat Luck and Nia to quickly sense the danger. The man was agitated, the situation was off, and they swiftly moved to handle him. Meanwhile, on Li Feng's side, he was discussing with Haksat. "Haksat then, if you do not want to be finished by me, lend me all your energy." Knowing it was impossible to refuse, he could only cry silently. This energy was so hard for me to gather. Then, Lu Feng stared at the sword in his hand, as the energy radiated stronger and stronger. At that moment, Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. He decisively drew his sword and ring, radiating a terrifying power that made the assassins hesitate. "What is this force? I can feel the very realm trembling." Then, energy spiraled around Lu Feng, unleashing countless swords that shot forward at the speed of light toward the 2 before him. Facing its power, the assassin cried out in fear, "No, the attack frequency is too high. We will be hit by counterattacks and get injured. Retreat quickly." Amid the energy storm, Liu Feng's expression remained strangely calm. Seizing the moment, he decisively called out "Gold!" and struck. Instantly, cracks appeared on the white wall surrounding the territory. At this moment, the 6th and 2nd lords nearly collapsed simultaneously. The domain cracked and shattered. Then, as the domain crumbled, a massive explosion erupted, flinging both the 6th and 2nd lords outward. As the sky turned black again, Liu Feng stood proudly in the central pass. "Looking down, your domain is nothing more than this." But then, he seemed unwell, and Liu Feng lost his footing and fell. Realizing this, the cardinal screamed in panic, "Feng Yi!" Tomorrow, the girl quickly used her magic to catch Liu Feng, who had fainted from overexerting his power. Seeing Liu Feng's troubled face, Hong Yi called softly with concern, "Feng, slow down." The 2 assassins, Sat Luck and Nitun, quickly regained their composure. Sat Luck said, "A small saint has pushed both of us this far. Truly talented." Second prince stands close by. "But today, you must die." The cardinal gently strokes Liu Feng's face, strong and determined. "Little sister, I will never let you die." No sooner had the words left their lips than their bodies hovered mid-air, a glowing gem emerging from the crimson chest hair. Then, the girl took the gem in her mouth and held it before Liu Feng. Only when the cardinal placed the object into Liu Feng's mouth did he awaken. "Cardinal, what are you doing?" When Liu Feng regained consciousness, the cardinal had lost all strength and fainted, his gentle face still resting against Liu Feng's cheek. Seeing that object, Atsusid quickly realized it was Tinshu. This woman was the mysterious assassin Kutan. As he spoke, Tinshu truly activated her power, a red magical aura swiftly enveloping Liu Feng and Hung Wai. On the other side, Sat Luck and Nitun froze at the strange sight. Sat Luck lost his words. "What is happening?" Only though Hong understood the situation and immediately ordered to stop them. "The woman is a Xuanam assassin. She must not be allowed to give up the Taincha." Knowing this, Sat Luck and Nitun, with tense faces, hurriedly rushed forward. Just then, Tiu Kim had successfully defeated the trapped enemy and quickly dashed to provide support, lost in his dreams. Next, Little Kim transformed into human form, fiercely brandishing his weapon. "With me here, you won't even take a single step." But the 6th and 2nd lords paid no mind. Both charged forward with deadly resolve. Seeing this, Little Kim quickly raised his spear to block Sat Luck's strike, while at the same time, the 2nd prince tried to attack from behind. Forced by the situation, Little Kim had to deflect Sat Luck's sword to defend against the 2nd prince's blow. This was exactly what Sat Luck wanted. He swung his palm against Tiu Kim, Struck hard, Tiu Kim helplessly flew backward, the force shattering the large rock behind him. With Xiao Jin gone and the 6 assassins defeated, the second prince lunged at Liu Feng, killing him. Even wounded, Xiao Jin channeled all his energy into his hands. Now, this is truly overwhelming for little Kim. He is even bleeding, but that won't stop him fight back for me. Just as the 6th and 2nd elders were about to reach Lu Feng, the powerful energy he unleashed stopped them in their tracks. After the fight, little Kim warily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, boasting, "I took down 2 with 1 strike, choose no match." Just as little Kim was still smug, the 3 beast men recovered their strength. "We are still here, die, brat." The blow came from one side. Tiu Kim cried out helplessly, "No!" Moments later, before them lay only a pile of ruined earth and stones, the mark of Tiu Kim's strike. The deadly assassin gasped in shock. What exactly is this demon beast, and why is it so terrifying? The second prince quickly nodded, noting that whatever it was surely dead. But before he could finish, a hand clad in golden armor emerged from the rubble. "So it is little Kim. He seems injured but still stands firm before them." Both are so shocked they exclaim in unison. "What?" Facing them, Xiao Jin sang with determination, vowing that today, even if I die, I won't let you lay a finger on Liu Feng. Then, a golden energy radiated around Xiao Jin's body, domain of wind, rain, and lightning. But Sat Luk remained unfazed, speaking as if victory was certain, intrigued if the man were not wounded. He would be a tough opponent. Alas, he was already at his limit. Just as Sat Luk said, Tiu Kim suddenly lost health atop the hill, then fell backward, still lying there. He is just a pile of broken, stiff junk. Little Kim seems motionless. Sat Luk clutches his stomach, eyes wary this time. He is probably dead, yet little Kim still manages to rise. The second prince watches in horror. It is like facing a demon. How can this thing not die? Even with all 5 of us attacking together, not even a supreme intellect could endure this. How can he still stand? Now, the 3 beast masters advanced, their smiles wicked. No, he only has one last breath to resist. Let me see him off on his final journey. Hearing this, little Kim showed no reaction, knowing deep down, Liu Feng, sorry, I did my best. Thinking this, Xiao Jin closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Before him were the sharp claws of the enemy death. Time seemed to slow, the beastman's hairy hand casting a shadow over Xiao Jin's face. Suddenly, a sound echoed, limitless probing. Then, his body was swiftly engulfed by sharp swai. Only then did the 6th and 2nd elders behind truly feel his pressure. How could one move kill a supreme elder in an instant? Recognizing the familiar voice, Xiao Jin finally closed his eyes in relief. He transformed back into his form. Liu Feng, catching Xiao Jin with one hand, Liu Feng clenched his other fist in fiery rage. "Today, none of you will leave here alive." The second prince spoke up anxiously. "Damn it. This brat has ascended to the Supreme Lord by consuming the Spirit Pearl. Yet the killing 6 remain fearless and contemptuous. It is just that this kid has not even grasped the realm yet. So what is there to fear?" Then, Lu Feng decided to seize the initiative, gripping his sword tightly as he swept it forward. The overwhelming power instantly made the 3 beast men taste agony, while the 6th and 2nd lords still seemed able to withstand it. Seeing the situation turn against them, the 2 remaining beast masters fled. "This kid's too strong. No deal here. Retreat." Lu Feng sneered, trying to run, and swiftly sent them off for a beating. Standing aside, Sat Luk and Nitun angrily scolded the 2 clumsy fools. At that moment, Lu Feng released Hong Yai and calmly told them, "Don't rush. You will be setting off with them soon enough." Hearing that, Sat Luk and Nitun were so terrified their faces turned pale. Could he be a pervert? Yet he had killed 3 supreme lords in a row. Sat Luk barely managed to say, "Run quickly," before dragging Nitun away. But Lu Feng would never let go. He immediately launched his move, Infinite Claw Strike. With Lu Feng's agility and incredible speed, those 2 fleeing are unlikely to escape their fate. They were so badly wounded they coughed up blood, yet still managed to create a smokescreen and escape. Lu Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cardinal Xian asked anxiously, "Feng Kaka, how are you?" Hearing this, Lu Feng quickly regained his composure and explained that although the spirit bull helped him break through to the supreme realm, it was likely related to the light seal, so it still could not heal his wounds. Hearing this, Ong Yi wiped the blood from Lu Feng's temple, comforting him. "Don't worry, Feng Kaka, they won't live long. I will catch them and make their lives worse than death." Just then, Lu Feng suddenly noticed something strange and looked at Hong Yai with suspicion. "Wait. Ong Yi, why has your energy become so weak? Your cultivation is almost gone because you gave your essence to me." But Hong Yi disagrees. The brave girl looked at Liu Feng and said, "It is okay, Feng Kaka. It is just a little cultivation lost. As long as I can help Feng Kaka, that is enough." That warm embrace from Hong Yai filled Liu Feng with gratitude. He whispered, "Ong Yi," then gently hugged her. Saying thanks, Hong Yi's cheeks blushed softly as she smiled, replying, "No need to thank me, Feng Kaka." After a moment, Lu Feng finally released the crimson dress, placing his hand on the girl's head. Her remaining energy was scarce. Feng gently returned it to her, but warned, Don't get so worked up next time, I do not want you to get hurt, the obedient cardinal replied. Yes, though in his heart he thought otherwise. Phone caca. If there is a next time, I will definitely do the same. Suddenly recalling something else, the cardinal showed the little gold coil in his hand. That is right. Phone caca. Quickly look at the little gold. Catching his body, Lu Feng quickly infused a bit of golden energy inside. Xiao Jin's body gradually healed, and in his dreams, he stirred unconsciously, feeling at ease. After checking and treating the wounds, Lu Feng finally announced it was okay. No problem. If anything had really happened to Xiao Jin, he truly would not know what to do. Just then, Bachar arrived, throwing the golden beast's claw onto the ground. Lu Feng, what will you do with him? Lu Feng looked at the man with disdain, calmly saying, wait for that elder prophet to return, and leave it to him to handle. Meanwhile, the Beast King laughed loudly, uttering dark words, win and you are king, lose and you are a traitor, I accept. Soon, the great continent's heroes gathering will begin. We have spread the news. Everyone knows the blood god is about to prove his worth. Let us see what you do then. Hearing this, the cardinal stepped forward, but the girl kicked him in the groin, her voice growing sharper, and I became more curious. What will you do when I wipe out your entire clan? Struck at his weak point, the Beast King immediately lost all composure and begged no, he could not do that. This had nothing to do with our clan, but the Scarlet Priestess said nothing, raising her hand before the Beast King, and the girl drew a red energy from him. As the red airflow dissipated, the royal beast swiftly lost its vitality, leaving Lu Feng stunned, hesitating as if to confirm what he was witnessing. By now, Ong Wai had finished her task. She boldly raised her hand and explained, the Beast King's cultivation technique comes from your lineage. By refining his blood energy, I have hoped to advance one more level. At this moment, the Grand Tailor arrived and knelt before the Cardinal, pleading earnestly, Cardinal, spare the life of the Beast King and his kin. In return, the Grand Tailor offered a lucrative deal. I will help the Dangquang faction become the Blood God Pope, the first pope in 10,000 years since the Blood God sect split. Time quietly slipped away. 3 days later, though night had fallen, Liu Feng's room remained lit. In the silent room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, a purple energy swirling around him. After who knows how long, Liu Feng finally opened his eyes, a hint of frustration in him. 3 days since his breakthrough to supreme wisdom, yet he still could not grasp the realm. At the same time, within his consciousness, he stood before a colossal vortex, calculating that this purple swirl was the entrance. It was the spatial realm that Master Baikao spoke of. Liu Feng recalled his teacher's advice to truly grasp the realm. One must let the mind enter the spatial domain, absorbing its power, whose size and intensity relate closely to the realm's strength. With that in mind, Liu Feng decided to reach out, and the grasping rays seemed ready to swallow his hand whole. Instantly, Liu Feng's hand instinctively withdrew. He rubbed his wrist and cried out in pain. Outside, frowning, he guessed it was not yet time to awaken. He could not even enter the realm, and the nearby song seemed to confirm his suspicion. Just 3 days into breaking the sacred mind, and you want to master the realm? Dream on. But the infinite tricks you created do carry a hint of the realm's essence. At that moment, the tightly closed door creaked open, revealing a pair of red shoes in their sight. Obedient Hung Ai stood at the door, delicately asking before entering, Feng, did I disturb you? Seeing Hong Yai, Liu Feng adjusted his expression, then gently replied, no, I am just meditating with my eyes closed. Why? The one locked up is screaming, that rotten kid is just like me. At that moment, Hong Yu suddenly lowered her eyes, worry flashing in her gaze. Feng, I am a bit nervous. Liu Feng gently patted her head and softly asked, is it because the ceremony is tomorrow? Hong Yu replied, yes. Duong Hong Yu looked straight at Liao Feng, honestly confessing that although Thuong Kung was dead, she feared she could not unify the East and West blood god temples into one. Hearing this, Liao Feng pondered, hand on chin, then suddenly suggested, what if we do not become the Pope anymore? But Hong Ye does not want that. She reveals her true intention. No. Help me strengthen the mystical energy within my body. It can quickly restore my cultivation. If I become the Pope, I can rapidly regain my sacred power, even grow stronger. Liao Feng continued to stroke Hong Ye's head, his eyes full of affection. Ong Ye, with Feng Kaka here, you really do not need to take such risks. Ong Ye tensed up, then whispered, I just want to always be by Feng Kaka's side. But this time, Feng Kaka is in so much danger. Duong Hong Yu turned to Liu Feng, determination shining in her eyes. She wanted more than anything to gain the power to protect Feng Kaka. Comforted by Liu Feng's gentle reassurance, her resolve only grew stronger. She wanted strength. She wanted to stand by Feng Kaka's side. Seeing Cardinal Hong Yi's gaze, Liu Feng smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, this fool is so stubborn. In the end, he decided to respect her opinion, resting his head against hers. Encouraging, all right then, I will follow your lead. I look forward to the day you surpass me. Suddenly remembering something, Liu Feng exclaimed, that is right, tomorrow have Daihak save more crystal communicators for me. Ong Yi smiled in response. As the night grew late, Liu Feng gently urged, all right, you should rest now, hurry home and sleep. The little girl would not leave. Feng Kaka, You want to, then playfully pushed Li Yufeng backward, saying she wanted to sleep with him. One night passed quickly. The next day, at the temple square, crowds had gathered early on both sides. Far from the light, the wounded and defeated soldiers of the Thong Gung lie prostrate before the grand gates of the divine palace. The wealthy chief of Bi Echu steps out beside Thing Kong. As soon as he arrived, he commanded silence below in a solemn tone. Without delay, Thien Kung's voice echoed, signaling the official start of the Papal Blood Divine Hall succession ritual. Below, the beastmen of strange and varied forms raised their hands in unison. The ceremony officially began, with Thien Kung speaking first. 10,000 years ago, the Blood God sect once thrived across the continent, but later split into two factions due to ideological differences. Hey, despite the solemn atmosphere outside, in the private room, Li Yufeng is helping Hong Yi with her outfit. Are you ready? Hong Yi looks stunning today. Outside, Thien Kung's voice still echoes across the square, but then internal struggles weakened our strength. Inside the room, seeing Li Yufeng pull his hand back, Hong Yi immediately grabbed it, her voice tinged with worry, bit tense. The outside speech was nearing its end. And today, we finally welcome unity. Seeing Hong Yi like that, Liu Feng looked at her gently and reassured her. Just think of those below as dogs and cats. After all, they all have ears and fur. Through the window, the sound echoed inside. The glory of past generations is being revived once again through our efforts. Comforted by Liu Feng, Hong Yi giggled softly, her tension easing. Now it was her turn to take the stage. And obediently, she said, "Yes." At that moment, outside the heavenly vault, a loud announcement echoed. Next, please welcome the newly appointed Pope of the Blood God Temple, the Blood Saintess, the Scarlet Cardinal. Then, a pair of intricately decorated red shoes appeared at the temple door. As the Scarlet Cardinal entered amidst thunderous cheers of Blood God Cult, Blood God Cult, Blood God Cult, the girl slowly ascended the high platform, where the false schoolmaster and heavenly frame awaited. Holding the crown aloft, the exalted heavenly frame invited her. Then, the scarlet robe bowed slightly, allowing heavenly frame to place the crown upon her head. Catching the crown, the scarlet girl stood tall, her proud gaze turning back. Amid the crowd below, Lu Feng was deeply moved. Scarlet girl had finally grown up, and he was truly touched. Next, Cardinal spoke for the first time upon taking office. Introducing herself, "I am Cardinal Hong Yi, serving under the Pope today." Then, raising her head solemnly, her voice rang with authority and gravity. "The Blood God sect, long divided, is now united." The girl's eyes blazed with resolve as Hong Yi, filled with unyielding spirit, declared, "Here and now, Hong Yi vows to resurrect the sacred blood god of the Blood God sect." At once, the beastmen below surged with renewed strength, shouting in unison, "Long live the Blood God sect! Long live the Blood God sect! Long live the Blood God sect!" Amidst this raging blood, the false priest of the Blood God declares that from today, the Blood God religion becomes the imperial religion of the Beast Empire, sharing glory and shame with the Empire. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a pack of fierce beastmen approached, led by a lion-headed warrior who spoke up. "Wait. Eggshell, is not your decision a bit hasty?" His dark eyes burned with resentment. "We have only been in hiding for a few years. A lowly cultivator girl serving the Blood God sect becomes the imperial faith of our Beast Empire. Is that child's play?" On Liao Feng's shoulders, the ruthless killers, those worthless fools dare to underestimate Xuanyin assassin Qixing. Weak in strength and vision, yet Liao Feng remains calm, watching the battlefield unfold. Duku Trungya, one is the supreme intellect among insects. 3 are peak saints. The empire of beastmen's power is overwhelming, their presence almost inhuman. Facing those beastmen, Duku Trungjia strives to emphasize, this is the sacred pact between the Blood God Temple and the Beastman Empire. At this moment, the elephant-headed beast behind quickly retorted, "Who knows if the 10,000 men title is real or fake, and who even trusts a blue-skinned beast? The so-called true Void Egg is the weakest of the beasts, establishing a Void Emperor without foundation, then supporting a little girl. I am highly suspicious of the true one's real intentions." Hearing this, Bibel Yuntrinh no longer cared about saving face. He directly exposed the truth. "After all these years, you never asked sincerely. You have secluded yourselves in cultivation. But now that you have appeared, is it genuine concern for the Empire? Or just to prove your right to enter the Lost Chamber?" Called black-hearted, the beastmen who were fierce moments ago fell silent, but the lion-headed beastman quickly regained his composure. "No matter what, the beastmen value strength above all. Heavenly Frame, whether your Blood God sect can become the state religion, we will test and see." Sensing the tension rising, Heavenly Frame was about to speak, but a sharp knock interrupted him. "So it is a cardinal." The girl calmly faces the beastman. "Senior Nam, then I shall rely on my low cultivation to seek your guidance." Just then, a loud laugh echoes. No wonder the mysterious assassin Kuixing is so formidable. A red dragon appears, soaring in. Suddenly, the clan elders Hong Koba, Engan Kwang, Lan Fai, Luckingen congratulated the Cardinal Pope, followed by other clan elders. Then, the red dragon bowed its head, revealing Xiao Jin, Ong Ye, and Liu Feng, who said, "I am back." On the other side, the arrival of the clan immediately unsettled the beastmen. Besides Long Hong, The elders of the clans had all come. What connection does this girl have with the clans? Hongyi lifted her sparkling eyes, curious as she looked at Axio Jin. Sio Jin. They were invited later. Hearing this, the little golden dragon raised its claw excitedly and replied, "That is right. Lu Feng said 2 days ago that I would come." At this moment, Hongyi understood Lu Feng's intention, and the little girl respectfully bowed before the clan elders, saying, "Junior Hongyi thanks the esteemed elders of the clan for gracing us with your presence." The red dragon showed more courtesy. "The cardinal's niece is the niece of our Prince of Wind, and thus, our own niece. Naturally, we must pay our respects." Speaking of which, it turned to the beastmen who were dissatisfied earlier and said, "Yes, I heard you were unhappy with the cardinal's niece and wanted to challenge her." Next, the clan elders all opened their mouths wide, looking fiercely intimidating. "Wait, why do not you compare your strength with ours first?" Facing the clan elders, the lion-headed beastman had to step back. You misunderstand. You misunderstand. This time, we come to congratulate the cardinal on ascending to the papal throne, with the Beastman Empire adopting the cult of the divine as its state religion. The rest wisely followed suit indeed. Congratulations to the radiant cardinal. Congratulations to the true divine. Now, sweat dripped cold from his brow as the lion-headed beastman bowed cautiously. Then, we shall take our leave. Before anyone could leave, Lu Feng stopped them, arms crossed and eyes sharp. "If you are here to celebrate the cardinal's rise and protect him as elders, should not you bring some gifts?" The lion-headed beastman, unaware of Lu Feng's identity, sneered with disdain. "Where do humans come from? What are they worth?" Hearing this, the Red Clan bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. This was a prince of their tribe, a status equal to the Heart of Terror. The lion-headed beastman knelt immediately, eyes closed as he presented a blade, an ancient sword of a revered forebear of our tribe. "Please accept it." Cardinal, seeing him lead, the others followed suit, one kneeling with a sacred arrow of our people. Others may grit their teeth, but this is the golden four-blade armor, impervious to spear and sword. Even the elephant-headed beast directly snapped its own tusk. "This is my tusk." At this point, the cardinal no longer hesitated. The young lady accepted it outright, thanking everyone for their generous gifts, and promised to invite them again to the Temple of Wisdom another day. But the beastmen had fled long ago. One hurriedly said, "No need. No need. Something's wrong at home." Another added, "My daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Farewell." Seeing the situation settled, dissatisfaction watched closely. Thinking, it seems the Blood God sect is truly rising. The fake Ka Truong corrected. "No, it is the Beastman Empire that is rising." Very soon, 5 days later, under the radiant sunlight, Liu Feng, Bache, and Hong Yi stood silently before the palace gates. Hong Yi clung to Liu Feng's hand, her voice filled with reluctance. "Brother Feng, is it already time to leave so soon?" Seeing Liu Feng not respond as promised, the cardinal immediately shed tears. "Unable to stay with me another day." Liu Feng did not want to leave so soon either, but he still had matters to attend to. "Cardinal, the eclipse is near. I must return first to prepare." That moment, Bache, feeling a sudden urge, scooped up little Kim and ran off into the distance. "Prince Little Kim, let us wait over there," but he refused, shouting loudly, "On what grounds? Let go." Before Liu Feng, the girl in scarlet bowed her head sadly, expressing her feelings. Yet the thought of not seeing Brother Feng for a long time filled her with sorrow. Liu Feng stepped forward, hugging the girl in red, promising her, "All right, did not we already agree a few days ago? Every day, Brother Feng will definitely." "No, I will send you a message every 3 days. Don't be sad anymore, okay?" In response to Liu Feng, Hong Yi met his gaze with determination. "Don't worry, Brother Feng, at the Eclipse Heroes Gathering, I will surely defeat Jizun and return to help you." Hearing this, Liu Feng gently touched Hong Yi's forehead and cautioned, "Promise me, Brother Feng, no forcing yourself, and no getting hurt." "Okay," the obedient girl replied softly. "Yes." After speaking, the two lion embraced under the morning sun. Hong Yi silently vowed, "We will meet again soon." Brother Feng, the scene shifts outside the blue city walls, where 2 streaks of light race across the sky. Beside Liu Feng, Bache excitedly recounted. "Liu Feng, my brother, on the way back these past days, the long-hidden strong warriors could no longer hold back and emerged." But Liu Feng replied with a worried expression, "They are all heading toward the eclipse. This is not good news for us." A mysterious smile appeared on Bache's face. The continent had been like a stagnant pond for years, but now it was lively, and the singing was well received. Little Black Dragon was right once. A small saint was the continent's peak, far below the glory of 10,000 years ago. Now, things were finally getting interesting. Only Liu Feng noticed the movement in his hand. He looked down curiously. "Sio Jin, you were so happy just now. What has got you so joyful?" Hearing the question, he revealed a love-struck expression, eyes shaped like hearts, as if about to fall into greed. "Then I could meet Sister Defy, Sister Vina, and even Sister Tiat. I deeply miss their warm, gentle embraces." Not only that, little Kim boldly struck Liu Feng once, inhumanly, flatly. At the same moment, in the sky above the greedy academy, a terrifying explosion erupts. Standing in the courtyard is a man surrounded by blazing energy. shouting, "Lamb ditch, you foolish pretender. Last year, the inheritance from the master was still unfinished. That man is mine, not that useless guy." Even Lamb ditch could not hold back and argued. "Xiao Yan, do not be so unreasonable. The master did not choose you because of your extreme personality." But the fiery rage would not listen. He swiftly lunged at Lamb ditch, cursing, "He is biased. Today, I will destroy everyone in the hated academy he built." Knowing words could not sway him, Lamb ditch had no choice but to unleash his move, the King Si Pohun. Yet, Suvium used his bare hands to block the sword strike. What is more, with just a bit more strength, he punched straight into Lamb ditch's stomach. Their strikes carried such terrifying power that Lamb ditch immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The students below watched tensely, while the teacher panicked, shouting, "What? The dean has been defeated. How is this possible? The director is not a top-tier Kingfeng expert." Just as everyone was confused, Viney quickly leapt up, catching the blue enemy who was free. Her worried expression said it all. Master Lamb ditch showed no sign of movement. Viney called out in panic, "Master, are you alright?" Hearing the voice, Lamb ditch opened his eyes, wiping the blood from his lips. If not for being wounded 2 days ago by the forces of Sukvium, how could this be? Below, Tayet led a few people to reinforce, calling out loudly, "Director, Vinay, I have already informed my Jia. He will be here soon. You all should retreat first." But Sukvium was not about to let them do that. He jumped forward to block Lamb ditch with a sinister smile, saying, "You won't last until then." 6EVM's eyes flickered with cunning, licking his lips hungrily. He thought, "Lamb ditch, the most precious student. Today I will have some fun with you right before everyone's eyes." Seeing Sika VM's expression, Lamb ditch forced himself up and stood protectively in front of Vinay. But there was no sound from Sukvium, and even his shadow vanished. Then, suddenly, Sukvium appeared before Vinay, reaching out greedily toward her. Just then, Liu Feng arrived, delivering a powerful kick to the villain's face. Get lost. The sudden strike sent him crashing to the ground, followed by a sharp, painful blow. With the inflammation treated, Liu Feng turned to Vinay, carefully asking, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Your hands? Your legs?" Or, meeting Liu Feng's worried gaze, tears welled in Vinay's eyes as she called out, "Feng, Ka." Seeing Vinay's tears fall, Liu Feng felt a pang of guilt and apologized for being late. Vinay stepped forward, letting Liu Feng hold her shoulder, gently denying, "It is not that, Ivan." The female disciple trailing behind Shu immediately wondered, "Suni sister, is that the instructor you often mention?" Su was also very surprised. Among the crowd, someone recognized him. He seems to be the legendary boyfriend of Senior Vi at Liu Feng's place. After chatting with Vini, Tiu Kim suddenly lunged forward, saying, "Little sister Vini, I am back too. Let me hug you." But Liu Feng punched Tiu Kim away, clearly not wanting him near Vi. At that moment, the fiery chains on the other side sat up, furious. "Who is this brat daring to meddle in the feud between me and Lamich?" Before Liao Feng could answer, Sao Jin sneered with disdain. "Peak saint of such small stature, a single spit from me would drown him." These words directly infuriated Sichvium, who roared, "You brat, not even grown yet, I will kill you," as he swung his blade fiercely at Liu Feng. Amidst the overwhelming energy, Viney called out anxiously, "Liu Feng." The tension was as intense as a blazing forge, yet Liu Feng showed no hesitation, smiling confidently. Then, he gently twisted his arm, releasing a bit of strength, his voice cold as he spoke, "Jammy." Just a small move like that, he made the terrifying Sichvium open his eyes wide. Before him, that little bit of power instantly turned into a deadly strike, filling Sichvium with hatred and rage. Witnessing the scene before him, even Lamch had to admit, this kid has grown stronger. The trainees below whispered among themselves, how could it be? The mighty warrior severely wounded the headmaster just now, yet was immediately outmatched. Truly, Vinay's disciple sees through them all. Tayet's mentor is so formidable, yet Tayet remains still, thinking the gap between her and him has only grown. Beside Liu Feng, Vinay's eyes are full of admiration. "Feng Kaka, you have broken through to the supreme intellect," she says. Liu Feng replies happily, "That is right." At that moment, Bacha stepped forward, his voice ringing behind the two. "Liu Feng, junior brother, you are too fast already. I was just about to stretch my muscles." Hearing this, Liu Feng glanced at Sichvium and said bluntly, "Then you still have a chance. Endo is not completely dead yet." Even Bacha could not sense it. He cried out in fever, "What?" Meanwhile, Sichvium lay still, afraid to move, feeling uneasy. Damn it. Yet he saw that he was not dead. Unable to hide it any longer, Sichvium forced his eyes open, gritting his teeth as he stood up, his gaze fixed on Tayet, silently calculating they would never spare him. What to do? He had no choice but to capture that person to survive. Thinking this, Sichvium immediately dashed towards Tayet at top speed. At this moment, Liu Feng had guessed Sichvium's intention. He was either lucky or doomed. Meanwhile, Sichvium's cunning hand was about to seize Tayet. Facing him, Tayet was frozen with fear, only able to raise her hand to shield her face. In that perilous moment, Liu Feng's sword appeared. He thrust it into the reverse flame cage and with his other hand, he held Tayet. After waiting in silence, Su slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Liu Feng's handsome face so close, Su quietly called out, "Instructor." Facing the two of them, the burning wound was melting away. He screamed, "No!" In Tayet's eyes now, there was only Liu Feng. She thought, "He saved me once again." Seeing Su staring blankly at him, Liu Feng turned with concern and asked, "Shu, are you okay?" But there was no reply from her. Seeing this, Liu Feng raised his voice and said, "Shu, do not be scared, silly." At this moment, Su just came to her senses, shyly avoiding Liu Feng's gaze. Not avoiding, just stunned to see him easily defeat a powerful king rank expert. Hearing this, Liu Feng smiled softly and calmly replied, "Just king rank for when you reach the supreme realm. You will understand." Just as the two were lost in each other's gaze, Vinai stepped forward and called out, "Feng Yi." Startled by the call, they both turned away at the same time, Liu Feng awkwardly letting out a sound. Then, Vi gently took Liu Feng's arm, her voice filled with concern. "Are you alright?" Liu Feng awkwardly rubbed his head. "No, I've..." Just then, a hand suddenly struck theirs, and Lam Ditch grimaced, clutching his injured body. "Why are you standing so close? I just endured the pain of losing my senior brother. Can you two show some consideration for this old man's feelings?" Vani was so furious at the untimely arrogance that she was left speechless. "Teacher." Liu Feng quickly pushed Lam Ditch aside. "Old man, you really have no sense of atmosphere. Move aside. Move aside. I want to go on a date with Vi now." With that, he quickly scooped up Viney and flew into the sky, bidding farewell to Liu Feng guesthouse. "Lam Ditch, you slangs, you rotten kid. Just wait." Even Xiaojin was left behind. "Liu Feng. Me too. You still have not taken me with you." Liu Feng. Behind Shu, the female student watched with admiration. Suni's instructor is truly handsome and formidable, if possible. Before she could finish speaking, Tayet had already struck her head with a cup. "Stop dreaming. It is not your turn." The female student rubbed her etching head, and Houdini asked, "On what basis? Could it be that Sister Tayet also has feelings for your instructor?" Called a liar, Tayet blushed and looked away, but her lips still spoke words against her heart. "No rice. None." Impossible. The scene shifts to a wooden house standing quietly among the trees, its paint faded by time. On the main road through the forest, Liu Feng walks silently with Vi. Then he asked, "Vi hi, since I left, how have you been holding up?" Liu Feng's worried gaze returned. Vina smiled awkwardly and replied, "Every so often, the master lets me enter the life essence water to cultivate for a few days, so as long as I do not get seriously injured, I will be fine." At this point, Vila placed her hand on her chest, took out the divine chai amulet, and said, "Besides, I have always worn it, so do not worry." Liu Feng's gaze fixed on Vi's hand, fleeting smile crossing his face. Sensing something strange in his eyes, Vi glanced down instinctively. At that moment, she realized her outfit was a bit too revealing. Vi blushed, clutching her chest and turning away. "Damn it." Liu Feng was scolded on the spot, then innocently asked, "What is wrong with me?" It was only then that I realized she had misunderstood Liu Feng, but stubbornly quickened her pace. Ignoring him, suddenly speeding up, Vinahai left Liu Feng no choice but to grab her hand to stop her. At this moment, the wind in the forest stirred, blowing fallen leaves like adding sweetness to the air. Liu Feng rested his head on Via's neck, his voice soft. "Vi, let me hold you." The two stood like that for a while. Viney tenderly asked Liu Feng, "Didn't we just meet not long ago?" Hearing this, Liu Feng opened his eyes, a distant, dreamy look within them, and said, "Last time I shrank, but my consciousness remained intact." Hearing that, Liu Feng opened his eyes, a distant look within them, dreaming of tigers. "Last time I shrank, my consciousness remained intact. In truth, it has been a long time since I last saw you." Vi leaned in slightly, their faces nearly touching, and whispered, "So, how long do you want to hold me?" But Liu Feng remained silent, lips trembling, as if time itself stretched endlessly between them. The two were lost in conversation. Tafai appeared out of nowhere. Startled, Liu Feng quickly let go of Vi and, facing Tafi's piercing gaze, called out in panic, "Vi." Seeing someone's silhouette from afar, Viney quickly ran over, grabbing Liu Feng's arm and speaking, "Vi, you are here." No one else appeared before them but Tafai, who thought, "If I do not take the initiative, someone will soon forget me." Her presence left him utterly flustered. Rubbing his head gently, he said, "Vi, I was just about to look for you." The two girls exchanged sharp, piercing glances, teasing relentlessly. "So, are not you afraid me's little sister will be upset? Here, is not this just meeting an old friend? Why would not I be happy? Or maybe Brother Feng thinks differently." Seeing Vinay's expression, Tafai had an idea and asked loudly, "So Vinay's sister thinks Feng and I are just old friends? Huh. Feng, you are not being honest, making me furious." Glancing at Liu Feng, she demanded. Brother Feng, tell me, what is your relationship with Chief to that I do not know about? Viney wrapped her arms around him, shaking him urgently. Brother Feng, please tell me. Over here too. Tafi tightly held Liu Feng's hand, demanding he tell the truth, just say it. Their actions made Liu Feng extremely wary, his face pale, unsure of what to do. He is scared. Glancing at the two girls locked in a fierce stare, what can I do? Can anyone save me? Seeing Liu Feng remain silent, both angrily punch him hard in the stomach. His anger seemed to have eased somewhat. Tafi turned, signaled with his hand. All right. I won't trouble you anymore. Stay here with my Vini. I am leaving. Vi heard her words with great satisfaction, even mocking her with scorn, as if she had come to her senses. Seeing Liu Feng trying to hold on, she felt extremely annoyed, hands on hips, cheeks puffed. Feng Yi, noticing Vai's expression, he immediately turned back to apologize. Vi hi. About that, she did not even glance at Liu Feng. She closed her eyes, turned away, and left, leaving him to find her first. She let him have dinner with Fi and I. When the next topic came up, Vinay's eyes widened with anticipation, but she had to be home by nightfall. Seeing her flushed face now, he was thrilled, his eyes shaped like hearts. Evening came, time to sleep. After everything was settled, Vinay turned to leave but was firmly held back by Liu Feng's hand. With your heart-shaped eyes. Drooling uncontrollably, staring at the blushing girl. Vi hi, I will be back, wait for me. Back in another dimension, inside a luxurious white building, the Tafi villa. Alone, she walks silently across the vast estate, engulfed in loneliness. She lowers her head slightly, lets out a long sigh, her voice heavy with emotion. You clearly wanted to steal a man, so why retreat as soon as the battle begins? Where's your initial courage? Unable to hold back his emotions, Tafi clenched his fists and slammed them against the roadside tree. So foolish. Just as he made the move, a wave of pain hit, twisting his face in agony. Tafi clutched his injured arm, tears welling up, thoughts swirling at first. I could drop everything just to tease him, but now that I truly like him, everything feels so awkward. At this moment, the sunset appeared. Before the mansion's door, the bell rang loudly. Tafi seemed to have no mood to receive guests, closing her eyes with a silent plea. If there is business, come back tomorrow, do not disturb me today. No one else, because the visitor disturbing her now is Liu Feng, who used teleportation to appear behind her. So Fi is not free after all. I still wanted to invite you to dinner. Hearing that familiar voice, Tafi's face lit up, her eyes wide as she turned around. Feng. That evening, from outside the mansion's window, they sat together at the dinner table. She held a knife in one hand, a fork in the other, her eyes fixed on the plate of meat, wondering if he was with Vi. How did he have time to eat with me? Without a second thought, Liu Feng lifted her head and replied to Fi. Haven't we not seen each other for a long time? Her eyes brightened from sadness as she asked. Then what happened next? Liu Feng saw Tafi's expression and grew flustered, gently touching his chin. Cheeks flushed. Then, recalling the time she cared for Vinay during his delirium, he thanked her. His words did not surprise her much. She looked up and continued. So, actually, you invited me to dinner because of Vinay. Tafi stabbed the meat with the knife in frustration, then blamed him. It seems I am just an old friend in your heart. Seeing her expression, Liu Feng hesitated for a few seconds. That is not true. Tafi could not hide her true feelings, her eyes fixed on him as she sighed deeply. At times, she hoped he was a charming man. Just as she finished speaking, she slammed her hand on the table, seeming ready to stand up in an instant. Tafi's soft lips pressed against Liu Feng's confused face. Pulling away from the kiss, she blushed and declared, Go back to Vinay. Tell her I won't give up. All thoughts spoken, Tafi silently turned and left, leaving Liu Feng watching, his face full of doubt. He gently touched his cheek, exhaustion clear. What should I do now? And in the evening, outside the window, light from inside filters through the glass, softly singing out Vinay's bedroom. Lam Ditch crosses his arms, lifts his head, watching Liu Feng and Vinay sitting together on the bed. After glancing, he lowered his gaze to the ground, silencing me but filling me with anger. Liu Feng's expression completely changed, clearly displeased as he spoke. Dean Lam Dick, do you plan to sit here all night watching the two of us? Lam Ditch strained to catch his words, quickly shaking her head in denial. As soon as he finished speaking, she and Liu Feng, sitting opposite, both exhaled softly. Lam Ditch did not hesitate, folding his arms once more, declaring his intent. From today until you leave, I will sit here watching you both. His resolute words pushed him to the edge. Shouting, Master Lam Ditch, you are controlling too much. Lam Ditch barely cared about Liu Feng's expression, spreading his hand and saying, Think whatever you want. Last time, I was distracted and let you get away with your schemes. This time, I won't give you that chance. Vinay seemed to understand every hidden word of her master, quickly speaking up. Master, Brother Feng won't do anything to me. But that was not all. His eyes sharpened like never before, lowering his tone. The three biggest lies men tell. I love you, I only love you, and I only touched lightly. Liu Feng seemed prepared in advance, his body stiffening as if his soul was leaving. This shameless guy was lucky to have prepared early. A black smoke burst from his body, shooting straight toward the window. Lam Ditch seemed to sense it. Turning back to look, did something just rush past. On the rooftop, Bachke and Tu Kim sat waiting. Seeing the black smoke, he sprang up. Lao Feng has signaled us. The signal was given. He swiftly pulled out the prepared weapon, threw it out, and took action. After a moment, Bachke was ready, launching himself high into the air with a single leap. Both of them now he transforms into the Monkey King, while little Kim becomes the gourd boy. Lam Ditch, come out and face your doom, or we will destroy your Star Blue Academy. Back inside, Lam Ditch was furious, his aura blazing red. Now everyone thinks they can just enter my Tin Lam Academy and act arrogantly. Without a word, he moved, leaping out the window of Vainai's room. Feng Kaka, hurry and assist the master. Liao Feng saw Wei looking utterly bewildered. He quickly approached and whispered softly, don't rush. It is all arranged by me. Now, let us enjoy the world of just the two of us. The moment you spoke, Vainai's cheeks flushed bright red. Shyly, she hesitated before saying, Feng Kaka. Brother. Sister. The evening had grown darker, the warm yellow light from her room spilling across the window. Vainai, do you know? Liao Feng gently placed his hand on her cheek, eyes full of affection from the very first moment he saw her. Vainai closed her eyes tightly, listening to his words, feeling the pain he had to be by her side. Though it seems that way outside, inside her heart is in turmoil, her head clouded with embarrassment, unable to focus. Opening her eyes, she sees Vine and Liu Feng face to face. Yet fate does not favor them, for countless reasons. They remain apart. You are quick as a rabbit, tearing down one side of her shoulder with your hand. And with every farewell, my love for you burns even hotter. Viney's face now shows pure satisfaction at last. I can truly have you. And so, they soared together, exchanging passionate kisses after days apart. Vi, I love you, with nothing left to hide. They held each other tight, hands pressed close. Vi whispered, Brother Feng, I love you too. Their harmony grew with the rhythm, moving as one. Liu Feng gently laid Vinay on the bed, tender and calm. Their whispered confessions echoed through the silent house in the dead of night. Rest easy. I only touch lightly. The sky was beginning to brighten, sunlight streaming onto the building. A breathtaking sight. Standing outside the door was Tyet, relentlessly pounding on it, calling out, Vinay, wake up. Early morning. Someone came looking, making both of them upstairs anxious. Feng Yi, hurry and open the door. He is pressing against your hair. Liu Feng quickly threw on a shirt, rushed down the stairs, shouting, Come out. Come out. What is going on so early? The snowy voice echoed an announcement. Instructor, my grandfather invites you to the Magic Guild. Guildmaster Fat VM has matters to discuss with you. You hurried to the door, slipped aside, and peeked at her. Well, Vinay's health has not been good these days. I must stay to care for her. Hearing that Vinay's health is poor, Chayan immediately pushes the door open and insists on coming in. What? What is wrong with Vinay? Let me in to see. Upstairs in the room, she wraps a white cloth around her body, her face flushed. I've lied. Don't listen to Feng Kaka's nonsense. He is lying. Feng Kaka, hurry to the Mage Guild with Tyet. Lu Feng stood beside her, itching for a few seconds. But this is not a dream. Vinay, frustrated that you do not understand a word I said, slammed the pillow toward the door. Hurry up and leave. Leaving the previous spot, a completely unfamiliar place appeared. The Magic Guild headquarters, the Magic Tower. Tyet led Lu Feng to the door and announced, the instructor and the head of the Flame Sect are waiting for you inside. Hearing this, he nodded in gratitude. Without a hint of hesitation, he spread his arms wide, and the door before him slowly opened. Inside, a starry space surrounds Liu Feng's body. Not far away, a shadow appears, wearing a hat that exudes an aura of mystery. A man with silver hair appears, holding a staff with a magical orb. Guild Master of the Magic Guild. Fap VM, he raises his head, eyes fixed on you, and says, Venerable Lu Feng. Welcome here. Lu Feng, polite and composed, clasped his hands and bowed slightly, inquiring about the origins of the French plague. The elder was indeed the guild master. Upon hearing the question, he nodded firmly, confirming it was true today. Little Snow invited Venerable Lu Feng here because there was something important to discuss. Standing tall, staff in hand, Fai Yim cut straight to the point, wondering if Master Lu Feng had any news about the Divine Ascension. Startled by Fai Yim's words, Lu Feng's mind raced. What did the Divine Ascension mean? Could he really enter the boundless realm? Seeing your expression, he quickly turned his head and signaled behind him. Tin Lam Hang. It seems this news has shocked Elder Lu Feng. As he finished speaking, a man with silver hair appeared, the faint white smoke dissipating. The old man slowly stepped toward Fap VM standing ahead. After all, it involved the Divine Ascent. Just like the two of us once, Emperor Tin Lam seemed deeply respectful to Lu Feng, clasped his hands, bowed, and introduced himself as the founder of the Tin Lam Kingdom. Fortunate to live until now, making Master Lu Feng smile wryly. The old man's background surprised the boy, eyes wide open. The founder of Tin Lam is still alive, truly a hidden relic. The Tin Lam Emperor stood surrounded by the white smoke earlier, and from what Tun explained, after years of research, I learned that no one has ascended to godhood yet because the world lacks a special energy, limitless energy. Lu Feng frowned slightly at those words. He spoke cautiously. I heard something similar from Hong Long. He stroked his long white beard and continued. Due to energy depletion, breaking through the divine stage became impossible, but we accidentally found another way to advance. The information shocked him to his core, as if he could not believe his ears. What? Standing beside the mage wielding a magic staff, At spread his hand toward Lu Feng, assuring him that unlimited energy was no longer gone, but ancient divine souls still exist on the continent, and we might be able to refine limitless energy from them. You said nothing, lightly tapping your hand. Lost in thought, it seems they were not targeting me. Yet these two paying attention to divine souls is enough to drive anyone mad. Still in the same stance, but this time Lu Feng raised his head and looked firmly at the two of them. If you came here just to find me today, then surely you have already scouted out exactly where to find the divine soul. He revealed everything without hesitation, nodding slightly in agreement with Lu Feng's words. Correct. One of the continent's 4 great forbidden zones, the Feng Lam Forbidden Banner, sealed away a powerful divine soul, protected by the Thienvian clan. The image of a monster-like figure was sealed with shining golden chains by a Winge group. Records say it was sealed by the Radiant Divine Sect. Hearing this, your face suddenly turned pale, sweat pouring down. Eyes shining, Lu Feng immediately turned and walked away in silence, as if trying to avoid something with both of them. A fox's farewell. Emperor Lam, unwilling to lose a talent like Liu Feng, raised his hand and called out, Master Li Feng, though the divine soul is sealed by 10,000 men, weakening its power, if we join forces, we will surely prevail. But he was watched from afar by 1,000 eyes, answering decisively and disinterestedly. Hearing that Kwang Min's divine body already had a shadow of insight, diligently cultivating to the peak of supreme wisdom, then effortlessly ascending to godhood beyond limits. The stubbornness of Lu Feng. Where did that whisper come from? Softly murmuring by his side. Little Lu Feng, though you do not need the boundless energy, that divine soul can help you grasp the realm ahead, greatly enhancing your power. Hearing his tone, I felt I had the upper hand if it involves the Kunji. Then yes, there are those who wish to devour the divine soul. He sang close, full of schemes, lightly touching his cheek, and said, You can't say that. People have always sought the lost divine mind. It is very likely that many powerful soul monsters remain. Those who do not need to comprehend the realm still want to fight them. Hearing his analysis, I hesitated, thinking it made some sense. Previous battles with the Supreme were reluctant, especially if it were with the divine. On this side, the Frenchman was deeply sorrowful, bowing his head in lament, never expecting him to be so afraid of death. The old man also revealed his face, gently stroking his beard, sensing that he could resist temptations and wisely avoid reckless adventures. A surprise unfolds. Stubborn Lu Feng turns back, asking about the next plan, how to divide the divine soul. His sudden move leaves them both stunned, frozen for a few seconds. Not wanting to miss the chance again, At spoke with a serious gaze. If Elder Lu Feng helps us seize the divine soul, we will split it evenly. Deal. After hearing the plan and the division, Lu Feng crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. No problem. Singing as if sensing something, a voice shouted from behind. Lu Feng, Tafai is under attack. Latest news, throwing him into panic. What? Returning to Defee's guarded home, spears stood tall, purple flags fluttering in the wind. The front yard of her home was now a wasteland, shattered earth and stones scattered everywhere. From above, a stream of purple spiritual energy, like a shooting star, hurtled forward. No one else got the news about Tafai's danger. Lu Feng was already there. Anyone who dares hurt Tafai wants to die. Before he could act, the scene before him froze him in shock for a few seconds. Batch He and Vi not only remain unscathed but are fiercely striking their enemies. Meanwhile, Tafai fights alone against Anmo, the group's leader. Tafai's eyes revealed raw emotion, teeth clenched tight. With no wasted movement, she coiled slightly and struck forward with a fierce, unyielding kick. The spear from Tafai's thick side struck straight into the inverted chest of the shadowy figure, blood spurting from his mouth. The kick from her side sent him flying like a projectile, crashing directly into the nearby wall. Lia Feng stood outside watching, recognizing Lian's face immediately. The gray clothes marked him as a grave guardian, not the one he had used before. The familiar voice startled the two girls nearby, who turned their heads in search. Swift as arrows, the two beautiful women dashed straight toward Liu Feng, their voices trembling. Feng Kaka, we are so scared. They want to kill us. Back by the old man, his trembling hand pressed against the ground, as if summoning his last strength to rise. At this moment, Anmo's face turned pale, his hand gently resting on his chest. Begging, please. Kill us, I beg you. Just let me die. Meanwhile, Liu Feng held two girls in his arms, his eyes fixed on the old man's expression, filled with doubt. What is going on here? Outside, it was now midday, the sun blazing fiercely upon the luxurious Tafai villa. Inside the living room, Liu Feng's group sat gathered around the guest table. Little Kim sat chatting on Batch's shoulder, casually recounting the story. I originally went out with Sister Vi to buy medicine for Sister Thung, she said last night. Suddenly, at this point, Vina quickly covered her mouth, pretending to remind him. Little Kim, maybe do not say this part. Surprisingly, Little Kim was quite obedient, skipping that part and continuing to tell about meeting to Phi. Then we met Sister Viney, the two elder sisters chatting happily along the way. Suddenly, from ahead, a grave photo and another guy rushed over. Those two sinister men suddenly appeared, saying they had bathed in the blood of rebirth, endured the torment of soul loss, and wanted to join the guild as mercenaries for revenge. Before he could do anything, the two beautiful women grew restless and lunged at the gate. I wanted to intervene, but the sisters were faster than me. Hearing every word Tu Kim recounted, Vinai and Tafai blushed deeply as they sipped their drinks, realizing how badly she was beaten. Without hesitation, Liu Feng rushed over to ask Han Vi, Vinai, are you okay? That body of yours. She shyly lowered her gaze and replied, No, I've lied. Seeing their expressions, Tafi made a guess in his heart, squeezing his face to probe last night. You too? Liu Feng, caught off guard by her question, blushed deeply. Tafi showed no anger, only a gentle smile and a firm promise. It is okay. Then in 2 days, you belong to me. Vina gripped her glass tightly, closed her eyes, and shook her head no. Her words had made him furious, steam practically rising from him. Well, what did you just say? With a still flushed face, Liu Feng lifted his head high and announced to Defy, in 2 days, I must make a trip to the Forbidden Wind Forest. She heard the news in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Forbidden Wind Forest, one of the continent's 4 great forbidden zones. Arms crossed, he lifted his head high and continued explaining the reason for the trip. That is right, the French fire sect leader has found a method for divine ascension. I must go with them to see. Xiaojin and Dehei, stay here. I fear there might be more dangerous elements lurking outside. Liu Feng struggled to stay calm, but inside he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the topic had changed. Hearing this, Vinay stood up and quietly approached him, softly requesting the method to ascend the divine path. Just hearing it, you know it is not simple. Brother Feng, you need Xiaojin and the others more. We at the Star Academy will be safe. Liu Feng knew she was deeply worried for herself, so he smiled softly and gently touched Vina's cheek to reassure her. The lunar eclipse draws near. 2 long months have passed, and another might bring the supreme power. Though she knows this, her worries never cease yet. Tafi stands silently behind Vaihai. Vinai's little sister still does not understand Feng. The decisions he has made can't be undone, not even by 9 dragons. She reached out, took Vinai's arm, pulled her close, and assured her, Don't worry, I am here at school to watch over you. Bachka felt a sickening kindness from Tafi towards her. This palace intrigue is over. Vinai has lost. Xiao Jin, I feel like we have forgotten something. Xiao Jin lying on his shoulder. Surely not. How could I? So smart. Forget. So Beach has intuition was right. Lam Dach is still trapped in the mountain cave. You bastard. Let me out. 2 days later, in the Forbidden Forest, the leaves have turned the unmistakable colors of autumn. Group of powerful warriors surrounds the giant, fierce chimpanzee of the Thianvian tribe. Without hesitation, they all charge forward, weapons in hand, striking it with fierce blows. Not far away, atop a giant tree, appeared the 3. Lu Feng, Fap Viam, and a Tin Lam. Teen stepped forward a few paces. Arms crossed, eyes cast downward. Just news of a sudden false divine artifact appearing in the forbidden Fanglin. In just 3 days, we have drawn many powerful warriors to help us face the Tian Yuan clan. The venerable one is truly formidable. You reached out, gently stroking your beard, continuing Liu Feng's words. I also stepped forward but was powerless. Who told you the Tan Yuan clan has 8 peak saints and 5 supreme sages? Over here, he glanced down. 4 chimps were moving away from the forest. Quickly, the 4 remaining celestial sages also departed. It is time for us to act. Seizing the golden opportunity, all 3 unleashed their inner power, soaring into the sky like arrows speeding forward. Moments later, before the 3 stood an area with floating stone pillars, and in the center, a tall platform. The location was right at hovered in the air and said, This is it, we strike fast and win. The 3 had just landed when a golden spiritual energy surged down from above to attack. Be careful. They swiftly leapt into the air, dodging the deadly barrage of flying stones. Floating in midair, Ad gently strokes the mysterious beard. What is a celestial angel? A subordinate of the radiant god. Lu Feng watches ahead, explaining, 4-winged celestial angel must be a divine spirit. The old man was startled by the answer. Divine endurance. Had not the boundless energy already been lost? Nearby, Fap Viam's expression was no different. How could he still maintain divine endurance? At this moment, his gaze fixed ahead, not with fear but suspicion. Perhaps Kwang Min then used some trick to hold him back. It turned out the golden spiritual energy just now came from the angel's raised sword. If he did not leave the sealed land quickly, the sword would purify them all. Seeing how long-winded he was, Lu Feng grew more suspicious, furrowing his brows slightly. No, if he were truly a god, compared to Hat Lao's strength, the 3 of us would be dead or badly wounded by now. Why would he bother with so many words? Like a sixth sense, he quickly glanced back. Both the fiery mage and the greedy demon were signaling each other. Moments later, the elder clasped his hands, bowed respectfully to the angel, and declared, I have come here by mistake. My lord, I am truly sorry. We shall leave at once. So, the three turned their backs and left the sealed land. Seeing this, on this side, they gradually landed, feet touching the ground. Suddenly, gripping the sword tightly, the old man spun around and urged Liu Feng, Master Li Feng, to act. Shocked by the greedy tyrant's actions, the angel radiated golden spiritual energy and fury. Declaring, "You all want to die." He glanced anxiously toward the flame law and the elder, unaware that I held a sword behind his back. Liu Feng gritted his teeth, weapon in hand, charging straight ahead. In an instant, the sharp, painful blade pierced the angel's ribcage. Startling him, not stopping there, he twisted the blade fiercely into the angel's ribcage, causing unbearable pain. The man shuddered. With an expressionless face, Liu Feng Hatong barked out the order, "Fire!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying explosion erupted. The angel perished, and he swiftly drew his sword back. Mission complete. Liu Feng landed with his feet touching the ground, one hand gripping the sword, the other channeling a divine spiritual energy. This archangel is just an illusion. Luckily, a strike from the greedy elder distracted it. Hearing you praise yourself, the greedy emperor gently strokes his beard. Full of guests and chaos, the venerable master Liu Feng's praise was misplaced. I am just an old immortal, cunning and scheming. Now that the seal has appeared, the flame spell follows. Next, it is your turn. Receiving the elder's command, the flame spell grips the staff with the magic orb tightly and begins to unleash inner power. Above the sealed ground, a dense aura of spiritual energy spreads, while at his feet, a magic circle emerges. Suddenly, the long-standing ceiling formation begins to crack. Seeing that, the greedy demon immediately shouted, alerting the flame law. Attention, the ceiling formation is about to be broken. Hearing this, Liu Feng stood beside the elder and demanded, if a divine soul truly exists, then that person must still be conscious. Don't let him escape. The greedy emperor obeys immediately. The ceiling spell gradually fades, and beneath the floor, the land of this country, a stream of blue spiritual energy is released. That spiritual energy burst forth with the arrival of the soul god. After 10,000 years, I am finally free. The moment has come. He raised his blade high, slashing forward, signaling the elder to strike. The spiritual power from Liu surged straight toward his cage, striking with 4 times the force. Just freed from the sealing ground, he was attacked relentlessly. The furious soul god narrowed his eyes. Who dares to ambush me? Moving behind him, the greedy demon unleashed his power, slashing his blade at the soul spirit. He dodged by dropping low to the ground, only to be pierced by a magical staff from above, conjuring sharp ice spikes through his body, with sharp shards of ice piercing his back, his spirit now like a frantic porcupine. Screaming madly, "Damn it! Damn it!" He lifted his head high, mouth agape, fire surging as if erupting, raging through his body. A surprise occurred as the spirit's body changed size, calves growing larger by the second. In mere seconds, he transformed into a giant, flinging the magic flame and the greedy Ada far away, Tay wielding a sharp blade, the flowing wind hanging in the air. Observing the spirit state with thought, this guy's power is just below the supreme peak. Beatable, his giant body and cold gaze fell upon the three, full of disdain, just 3 stubborn supreme bugs. I want you all dead. As the words left his lips, his spirit spread its wings wide, his body radiating dark spiritual energy. A domain, a spiritual ring. At that moment, a sharp blade formed from blue spiritual energy appeared. The spirit's form had changed. Now a knight on horseback wielding a scythe-like staff, countless hands emerging from the ground below, raising skeletal figures under his command. It is not just a mist, but an army of mist people surrounding all 3 of us. The greedy emperor immediately draws his blade, attacking each mist figure in turn, no letting them wound us or let death's breath invade our bodies. Over here, the wind and fire magic are fiercely attacking them, scattering frost across the ground. Seeing the situation worsening, he frowned and suggested, "This won't do. If we do not kill them all, hide it for me and hold the formation." Not far away, the spirit sat on the horse, weapon in hand, slowly advancing. "The god is coming. I will stop him." He raised the grim reaper's scythe high, aiming straight at you, death. Liu Feng swiftly used his blade to block the deadly assault from the spirit army. Stunned, the attacker's face changed instantly. What weapon could stop the reaper's scythe? Liu Feng and his 3 sword clones strike forward, aiming to take the enemy's life. A purple spiritual energy bursts from his blade, targeting the soul rider across from him. It seems the spiritual power from Liu Feng's slash is no illusion. Now the soul god strikes back. The abyss retreats. The giants draw ever closer to Liu Feng. The wrath of the Grim Reaper. Seeing you in danger, a D10 lamb risked everything, charging with his sword. "Do not underestimate me. I will destroy you." He saw this and swung the Grim Reaper scythe fiercely at a D10 lamb, who immediately parried and stepped back. Seizing the moment while the spirit was distracted, Emperor Tin Lam struck swiftly, slashing down at the beast's paw. The sudden attack left Liu Feng stunned for several seconds, unable to believe his eyes. With a face full of smugness, the old man gripped the sword tightly. The spider chuckled with delight. "Didn't I just say, I am a cunning fox?" Not far away, the air blazed red. a ring of fire encircling, forbidding fire element users, the heat intense and overwhelming. No one else but the flame law itself wields the staff with the magic orb, conjuring that fire move aside quickly. In an instant, the tiny flame has grown into a massive blaze. Surging forward, his soul and body were stunned by the scene before him, frozen for a few seconds. Han and the Frost Infantry battalions were engulfed in flames, crawling madly in agony. In mere seconds, flames erupted with a massive explosion, smoke billowing into the sky. The three landed swiftly, eyes fixed on the fading smoke of the blast. Ahead of them, the land had turned into a sea of fire, like scorching molten lava. Ad gently touched Fap Viem's shoulder, calming his sorrowful spirit. So, is he dead yet? Liu Feng turned his gaze forward and immediately relayed the latest news to both still alive. Just as he had guessed, from within the lava-filled ground, a barely intact soul and body crawled out. Well done, very well done. I want to drain your souls, so you suffer under my torment for all eternity. He wielded the Grim Reaper's scythe, striking straight at the three of them with a deadly slash. With nothing left to lose, he decides to unleash his ultimate move, risking it all with the shattered statue technique. On the other side, Ad stands tall, wielding a gleaming blade, ready to strike. On the other side, the mage wields a staff and a magical orb blazing with red flames. The meteor firestorm. The three unite, pouring all their strength into a final strike aimed straight at the spirit. Suddenly, the assault abruptly halted. Both the fiery mage and the cunning assassin turned their gaze toward Liu Feng beside them. Working in perfect sync, they simultaneously pointed directly at the soul spirit before them, the dark energy pulsating in its grasp. Lu Dai was stunned for a few seconds by the cooperative attitude of the two old men. Why were they so easy to talk to today? The one attacked by the Qin Yuan was a soul spirit. He quickly led his soldiers toward the soul spirit, surrounded by the entire Qin Yuan clan and the spirit beasts. The power surged. Relentless attacks from soldiers and the celestial tribe bombarded Han. The spirit seethed with rage, teeth clenched tight. You lowly bastards. In the heat of battle, Han swung his own sickle in a fierce attack, knocking the celestial tribe aside to clear a path for me. Sensing the situation was dire, Fap Viem glanced toward a Den Tin Lam, silently urging him to act. Both of them soared into the sky, weapons in hand, eyes locked on the spirit wraith. Without hesitation, the old man swung his peachwood sword, unleashing a slash of golden spiritual energy straight at Han. Furious, weapon in hand, the spirit spun and struck back with a deadly blow. Watching from outside for a long time, seeing both members of his group relentlessly attacked, he felt deeply disturbed. Without hesitation, holding the peach staff, Lu Feng charged straight to pierce Han's chest. Too shocked to react, the spirit could only glance back, declaring solemnly that if it regained its power, it would surely devour him alive. Lu Feng listened to Han's probing words, gripping the sword hilt tightly, emphasizing each word. He would not wait until then. As he withdrew his words, he unleashed a slash, the strongest strike aimed at the soul, shattering Han's body, an attack 8 times stronger. But a surprise happened from the spirit's body. Streams of blue spiritual energy emerged, binding Han's body together, making him immortal. Kid, I have death energy protecting me. You can't kill me. Lu Feng is no ordinary foe. In an instant, he creates countless clones of himself, a mirror image legion. One after another, a squad of his copies surrounds Han them with no escape, launching everything they have at hand. Strike left the spirit dazed, the body shattered once more, blue spiritual energy radiating now. The moment has come. From the ring on his hand, a deadly aura bursts forth. My turn. Han opened his mouth wide, devouring the green spiritual energy, what could be called death energy, granting immortality to the soul within. A whole troop of Lu Dai soldiers looked up toward the floating wind, alongside Han's Grim Reaper scythe. There are so many of us. Even with the heavenly circle, we could not defeat that monster, yet he took it down in just 2 moves. To make Tin Lam laugh at your actions. Gently stroking the beard, it turns out this kid likes to hide his true strength to bully others. I like seeing his expression. The fire magic understood the problem. He is a man of deep thoughts. Hexat hides, gripping the Soul Reaper's scythe, sighs deeply, and says to you, the soul is in your hands now. There is also the Grim Reaper's scythe. Unfortunately, it is broken. Luckily, I took a sip just now, or this trip would have been for nothing. Liu Feng seizes this once-in-a-millennium chance, grabbing the scythe from Han's hand, making use of what was discarded. But the impossible happened. Li's soldiers closed in, surrounding him, yet the divine weapon flew into this kid's hands. Hey, are you trying to steal the divine weapon? Seeing too many enemies, Liu Feng acted smartly, swinging his scythe blade. If you want it, then it is yours. Ignoring their fierce attacks, he swiftly teleported toward the Flame Realm and the Azure Emperor Tin Lam nearby, urging, Sirs, hurry, this is mine. Mine. 2 days later, at Lam Ten City that night, the three hovered together above, watching the city below. Emperor Tin Lam stood beside Liu Feng, stroking his beard and speaking. Fortunately, the Thian Vian clan cannot leave the Fenglin Forbidden Zone. Fap Viem seemed to recall something and reminded him. Liu Feng, the revered one, the divine soul. Without hesitation, Liu Feng pulled out 3 divine souls from his body, placing them in his palm. Right here. Seeing those soul essence stones appear, Their eyes lit up brightly, never expected such a lucky break this time. Thanks to Elder Liu Feng. Quickly, 2 of the 3 stones were divided between the old man and him, facing the 2 seniors. The goods are in hand. We take our leave here, over here, with the spirit in hand. Emperor Tin Lam speaks. All right. Welcome, Liu Feng Huyan, to my haunted palace. Nearby, Fat Veem also bids farewell. I must return to the Mage Guild first. Goodbye. Watching them both leave, Liu Feng was left alone with the spirit bead in hand. Thinking, next, I must master this realm well. But first... Suddenly, his face flushed red as he scratched his head awkwardly, deciding to find Vaihai first. In the dead of night, Vina's bedroom window suddenly bursts open. From outside, the wind howls fiercely as I land inside, feet touching the ground. Vainai, I am back. Quickly, he lunged like a starving tiger toward her bed, missing her terribly after days apart. Lying beside her, Liu Feng felt an unfamiliar sensation. Something about her hand just did not feel right. The room's light flickered on, revealing not Vaini in the bed, but another girl. Tayet. He reached out, cradling the face that had just been slapped by Tayet. Bewildered, why was she here? She gently pulled her leg up, covering her incredibly alluring body. Her face flushed bright red. Suddenly, from the bathroom door, a familiar voice called out, Tayet, what is wrong? Sensing trouble, Tayet quickly pushes Liu Feng off the bed to avoid misunderstandings. Hey, you should leave now. From behind the door, Vainai steps up, wrapped in a towel fresh from her bath. What is wrong? Tayet. She used her hand to press his face down against her smooth white thigh, covering him with a blanket. Whispering softly, don't make a sound, she kept calm, but Tayet's face was full of worry. Speak up, she urged. No, it is nothing. I just had a nightmare. Hearing that, Vainai felt somewhat reassured, gently stretching as she approached the bed. Finally, after a busy day, she could rest. Tilai pressed L2 Feng's head under the blanket, her face flushed in tense weight. Why is she frowning like that? What is wrong? Tayet tries to make an excuse, pointing straight at Vainai's soaking wet head. Demanding, you still have not dried off. Do not let the blanket get wet. Seeing her strange expression, she lightly splashes water. Teasing, so, I feel something's a bit off. Tayet, terrified, stammers. Doing, what is so hard? Hearing that, without hesitation, Vaini knelt on the bed facing her. Is it true? Facing her, Tayet felt an indescribable emotion rise, flushing her cheeks pink. What is this feeling? With no other choice, Tayet tightly grasped Vainai's arms. Vainai, can you tell me about the matter with the official? Hiding beneath the soft blanket, Liu Feng's face flushed red. Don't look, it is improper. Do not look. Hearing that, she quickly clasped her hands behind her back. Tayet, you surprised her quite a bit, she hurriedly asked. What is wrong? Is it inconvenient? Once again, she grabbed her arms tightly, eyes full of suspicion, and said, so you do like me or? Feng too. You are lying between Tayet's thighs, startled and frozen for a moment. What? Vainai said Tayet likes me. The moment the words left her lips, her face flushed crimson, her heart turning to stone. He heard it. Tayet raised both hands high, shaking them vigorously, silently pleading, no, it was not me. Liu Feng instantly felt overwhelmingly proud, for so many beauties adored him. Of course, being so handsome, it was only natural she liked him. Returning to the 2 beauties' conversation, kneeling on the bed, Vainai slowly approached Tayet. Suddenly, his eyes widened like never before, fixated on one side. It turned out Liu Feng's dark gaze was locked straight on her full, round chest. Too big. With wide eyes, she gazed at Tayet across the way. Honestly, I felt she admired An Feng like one respects a powerful figure, no one else. Upon hearing her words, Tayet nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Vaini continued. This is just a common misjudgment of feelings among girls. She did not keep her distance, slowly moving closer to her face, whispering that she never truly understood An Feng's true nature. Liu Feng gently traced the mask covering her face, eyes drifting up to the 2 perfect curves of the beauty above. Unable to contain his emotions, his eyes widened, mouth agape, blood dripping from his nose. Teacher. Something's wrong, Vaini said, immediately glancing down at the floor. What are you doing? Immediately, called out by Tayet Doi, she startled and looked ahead. Vaihai. Suddenly, she raised her hand, gripping Vainai's arm tightly, pulling her close. Then, they shared a kiss. While Liu Feng lay beneath, confused and watching, the scene ignited a raging jealousy in him. Freezing for a moment, did not Tayet like him? Why was she suddenly kissing Vainai? Wait, I have been betrayed. After their kiss, both girls covered their blushing faces. Tayet heard Vainai's reproach and quickly shook her body, signaling, I did not mean it. Beneath the blanket, half her flushed face hidden, her heart-shaped eyes pondered. Did Tayet like me? Or Vain? Or maybe both? If it was both, then maybe, just maybe, there could be a future. Seeing Liu Feng lying still under the blanket, she grew furious. slipping her hand inside to yank his ear hard. Aren't you going to get up? Receiving the signal, Liu Feng immediately slipped out carefully, moving away from the blanket as quietly as he could. In the darkened room, the two women with fiery figures stared at each other in silence. Vinai's window swung wide open, and through it, he swiftly leapt away from the place. Leaving there, Liu Feng placed his hand on his chest, breathing out a long, fearful sigh. He just wanted to quietly surprise Weihai. So how did it end up like this? Not stopping there, he lifted his head, touched his ear thoughtfully. Confused. So, does Tai like me or Vinai? Wait, could it be that she used liking me as an excuse to get close to Vinai, but actually wanted to take her away? As Liu Feng headed to his bedroom, he recalled the two girls kissing and felt uneasy. This situation was too complicated. Better to master the basics first. Liu Feng's bedroom, the corpse tightly wrapped around his arm, face full of angry complaints. You rotten brat, locking me in the dark room every few days. Are you doing this on purpose? Liu Feng listened calmly, glanced at him lightly, and said a sentence that pierced the corpse's heart like an arrow. So, did you miss the time spying on me? After living so many years, you can't still be single, right? Hearing those insults from you, he grew angry, tensing one arm, the tension rising. Our goddess has been with more women than you have ever met. Understand, a woman holding a good body. Sorry, you are a good man, not wanting my feelings controlled by Liu Feng. I exhaled deeply, releasing black spiritual flames forward. Then leave. Too lazy to explain. Just absorb the divine soul's energy directly later. Use this energy to break through the realm gate and enter the realm space. Hearing this, can you help me comprehend the realm? He said, putting both hands on his hips, reassuring Liu Feng. Do not worry, Feng Shu, fire and earth are fine, and the aura is good too. They are just types of energy conversion, and this is exactly what you need. Hearing this, you took a daring chance, raising the dark spiritual energy before your face, trusting him once more. Quickly, the spiritual energy transformed into a wisp of smoke, inhaled straight through Liu Feng's nose. Having gained the power of the divine soul, he quickly entered a meditative state, surrounded by a purple spiritual aura. Then, Liu Feng stood up, facing a pit of spiritual energy that appeared as a gate opened, a realm of consciousness, a fierce demand, channeling divine soul energy into the entrance of the domain. Immediately, following his guidance, he sent his spiritual energy into that realm of consciousness. Within seconds, Liu Feng's entire arm was drawn into the space of consciousness. Not just his arms, but his entire body now floated within that space. Liu Feng shifted slightly, eyes scanning around. This is my domain. Next, I will absorb the power of this purple realm. Then, driven by curiosity, he gently tapped a round object before him. These were realms he had once encountered. Liu Feng scanned his surroundings, pondering the boundless blood seas of the blood-framed blood ancestor, the endless ocean of the sea wolf sect. Hammer's domain is about enhancing the spirit. But why do these domains only serve to boost one's own combat power without any active offensive ability? After a long pause, he furrowed his brow slightly, gazing into the distance, wondering if the greatest effect of the domain is merely support. Above Liu Feng's waist, right on his abdomen, spheres appeared in a chain. No, I want my domain to become the main force of attack. With devastating destructive power, a great force surged into Liu Feng's body, making him grit his teeth, pausing to sense it deeply. Liu Feng stood tall, eyes closed, feeling the power flowing around him. My greatest skill is the sword. My domain is the domain of the sword. He tensed his body, a sharp spiritual energy like a sword shooting straight into the sky. Liu Feng fixed his gaze on the stream of spiritual energy fading from sight, never expecting that the formation, beginning to absorb power, would condense into a purple spirit. Not stopping there, he closed his eyes once more and declared, "It is not over yet." In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy shot skyward like arrows. But when the power settled, only 3 spirit orbs returned. Liu Feng stood bewildered, turning in confusion. The domain's strength was gone. Yet there should have been 7 orbs condensed. With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, he let out a long, weary sigh, uncertain if his domain power could be restored. 2 or 3 stars, the Death Star sword of the first domain. The sword domain itself, yet its true strength remained unknown. Back at Tafi's mansion, midnight had fallen, stars shimmering above. An unimaginable event unfolded. A beam of blue spiritual energy shot down from the sky, striking the ground. No one else but Lu Dai himself, pointing forward with authority, demanding, "Kid, hand over the divine soul now." Half an hour ago, Lu Dai, full of anger, issued a stern order to the two. Fei Yan, "Oh Didi Lam, I ask you once more, can you lend me the divine soul or not?" Emperor Tin Lam heard that request from the man, gently stroking his beard as he asked back, "Lu Iya, if it were you, would you lend it to me for research?" Faced with Lu's probing question, Lu Iya, furious, grabbed his collar tightly. "If I had not led them to steal that tattered sickle in the forbidden forest room, would you have escaped so easily?" Emperor Tin Lam, "I have been trapped in this lower realm for 100 years, 100 years of stagnation, enough to drive anyone mad." Tun Lam, with a fearless expression, even dared to speculate aloud. enraging the would-be thief who heard every word and felt the pressure mounting. Seeing the situation turn grim, the mage wielding a staff with a magical orb commanded, "Luia, fall back." Lulia obediently withdrew her hands and stepped back silently. He took a deep breath, and she regained her composure to speak calmly to the two souls, one part divided into three, the rest held by that brat. With a sharp gaze and a slight bow, he gave his final advice to Lucia. "Sorry, I can't say it, but I advise you, do not." The three of them stared ahead. Something unexpected had happened. He had succeeded in mastering the realm. He could feel the spiritual energy Lu Feng unleashed. Smiling triumphantly, "This is the aura of a divine soul. It belongs to me now." Fap Wiem grabbed the staff holding the magic orb, deliberately raising it to block Lu Dia's movement, but failed. "Lu Dia, Master Lu Feng is my ally. Please do not harm him. Your obstruction has deeply irritated me." The man radiating with green spiritual energy, "If you two refuse to lend me your divine souls, and still block my other methods, then do not force me into a corner with no escape." Seeing Lu Dia's stubbornness, the fiery law was about to flare up, but Emperor Tin Lam stepped forward, raising his hand to stop him. "Enough. I hope you won't regret this." Watching him leave helplessly, he felt deeply troubled and asked, "Tin Lam, why did you stop me?" Emperor Tin Lam remained calm, gently stroking his beard as he declared, "Do I really see myself as a match for Master Lu Feng?" Swiftly, he leapt away, urging the flame mage behind him, "Let us go see the commotion. Maybe I will even pip that guy's body. Was not he the one who always cherished that gem?" Back at Tafi's mansion, hearing a loud noise, Vaina and Bachki immediately used teleportation to fly outside and investigate. He furrowed his brows slightly, gazing into the distance with worry. Danger loomed. A supreme warrior, Lu Feng's disciple, was training, yet the little golden one had slipped out to play again. She showed no fear, her brows knitting firmly with strength. Did not the master say that supreme warriors of the human race on the continent thrived since March? But how many sages and saints have come here during this time? He tricked me, did not he? Bachka stood beside me, fascinated, while Hadhokmung was astonished. "My dear, is this the moment to seize the opportunity?" He tried to stay calm, looking toward Ludai approaching, politely reminding, "I wonder if Senior has any matters." "Please, Senior, withdraw for now." Hearing Bachka's tone, he smirked with biting sarcasm. "A small, petty dragon, nothing to fear." Lu Dia just raised his arm, flicked lightly, sending him flying, blood spewing from his mouth. "Get lost." Seizing the moment while Bachka was still dazed, he unleashed his inner power and soared into the air, heading straight for Lu Feng's room, where Lu Dia shattered the wall in an instant. Then he cast his gaze inside, where the boy sat in meditation, seemingly unconcerned. Without hesitation, Lu Dia opened his palm, gathering a sphere of blue spiritual energy, ready to strike little brat, the divine soul blade. But before he could attack, Vainai, sword in hand, stood before the shattered wall and spoke, urging the elder to leave. Enraged, the man summoned a surge of blue spiritual energy, ready to die. Vainai, strong and fearless, raised her sword high and struck. Ice shards surged forward in a devastating blast. In an instant, a chain explosion erupted, smoke and fire soaring to the sky. As the smoke slowly clears, Lu Dai emerges, his body brimming with spiritual energy. No trace of exhaustion now, with his soul restored. "I will surely break through to the legendary realm." Suddenly, from behind him, a familiar voice says, "You deserve to die." Lu Dai turned his head back, and there was no one else but Lu Feng, who was supporting Vainii, the sword domain. Lu Feng's face was expressionless as he pressed two fingers together, pointing straight ahead, releasing a surge of spiritual energy, the deadly sword domain. In an instant, Lu Dai was engulfed by raging flames, blood spurting endlessly. Powerless, he was burned to ashes. With no escape, Lu Feng held Vainii close, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched the man's fate unfold. Flame Law's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the power before him. One move, and it is an instant kill. This is the realm he has mastered. The demon star beside me gently stroked the mulberry leaves and continued, "I thought I had already overestimated him. Unexpectedly, he has grasped the realm of pure offense like this. Truly a monster." Problem solved. He embraced her waist from above, set her down, and moved toward Bakha. "Are you okay?" Big Black, he gripped Liu Feng's hand tightly, stood up, and reassured him, "It is okay. After all, it is just rough skin and tough flesh." Bakha reached out, gently wiping the scratches on his face, lamenting to his brother Lu Feng, "I am falling further behind your pace. This is the remnant soul I gained after killing the celestial guardian in the Wind Wolf Forbidden Cavalry. Take it and absorb it to ascend to the supreme." Bache, moved to tears by your actions, brother Lu Feng, could not hold back his emotions and rushed to embrace you, saying, "Thank you so much, brother Lu Feng. This time, I will surely break through to the supreme realm during my seclusion." Then I personally drew a manga for you. You stood by avoiding it. Ingyin kept shouting nonstop, letting go, making me sick. From afar, Ad Tin Lam and Phope Wiem approached, while Ninan kept congratulating Lu Feng on his achievement. Master Lu Feng, congratulations on grasping such a terrifying realm. As you face confusion and doubt, should not you too explain it clearly to me? Hearing this, the man bowed his head sadly and apologized, while the elder in front gently stroked his beard, affirming that Li Di wants him dead. Originally, I wanted to expose the soul thief, but instead, I sensed your aura and felt you were easy to bully. Tin Lam remembered something, turned his palm, and a purple gem appeared. That is right, this magic gem is your loot, take it. Bai Nian saw that and clenched his mouth tightly, as if about to vomit. Isn't that his person? Lu Feng beside and refused. No need, next time please inform us in advance. Seeing this, the old man swallowed the magic pill and suddenly had an idea, then said to him, all right, another day we will invite you to the White Phoenix Tower, the biggest in Tin Lam City. To make amends, there are many lonely beauties there not to be missed. Hearing about the inflammation, his expression changed instantly, filled with anger. Dragging it to the spirit forest, he said, keep quiet, let us go. But the story was not finished yet. Standing beside him, she listened carefully and wondered. Feng, surely you won't go with them to the White Phoenix Tower, will you? Liu Feng heard this and joined in. Who is following whom? Don't listen to their nonsense. Cross your arms and speak your mind. You are not entirely right. Since returning from the Forbidden Forest, you have not come to see me. A few days ago, you even sneaked into bed early. As she spoke, her eyes grew more serious than ever, and without a word, he ran off to grasp the realm, clearly not him. Hearing this, his heart screamed violently. I collapsed onto the bed as soon as I got home. Yet outside, Liu Feng still wore a righteous expression. Then I accidentally touched that person. Vinai, could it be that in your heart, I am truly that kind of man, a gentleman of integrity? Vinai's expression changed instantly. Her cheeks flushed pink. So you were not planning to go to your room with me later? You sound like a hypocrite pretending to be righteous, clenching your fists and raising your head in determination. Later, I still need to practice my skills, so I won't disturb you and Tayet from resting. She covered her mouth softly and added a few things. All right. Tayet just said she suddenly had to leave. I was also thinking your room was a mess. Listening to every word Vinai spoke, Liu Feng's mind changed instantly. He scooped her up and hurried back inside. In Vinai's bedroom, he gently laid her down on the bed with tender care. Vinai's tone held a hint of reproach as she turned away, avoiding Liu Feng's gaze. Didn't he just say he needed to stop training in that area? Then, with a mischievous hand, he slipped the strap off her shoulder, whispering, next time. For sure. With a face and eyes glistening with desire, Vinai whispered, didn't you say you are an upright gentleman? Liu Feng pressed down on her, lying atop, gently caressing her lovely face, and said, all the more reason for a man like me to bear responsibility. Vinai immediately sat up, pressing her face close to his ear. Whispering softly, her body warm and gentle, Liu Feng instantly understood the tone in her words. Though he knew it, he still could not help but tease. Not bad. I know. Vinai gently touched my rosy face with a finger, confessing everything she never thought much until Tayet accidentally kissed her. Then she grew suspicious. Hearing her words, I bowed my head, full of guilt and apologies. Thinking it was you in bed, then fearing you would misunderstand. Liu Feng blames himself. Vinai is heartbroken, clutching his waist tightly. She can guess, but as she lies beneath him, her eyes fixed on his stunned face, she hopes he tells her the truth. Did he just freeze? Listening to the beauty beneath me interrogate, Liu Feng now silently signals sincerity with 3 fingers. Honestly, I truly harbor no improper thoughts toward her, especially since she clearly despises. Just as he spoke, still fearing Vinay's doubt, he turned and suggested, if you do not believe me, let us go find her now. But before he could act, she instinctively grabbed him by the collar with both hands, whispering, Feng, you are really such a fool. So, the two of them embraced fiercely, exchanging passionate kisses instead of words of love. Kiss me. Feng. The next day, Liu Feng walked alone through the bustling city, hands behind his head. The great Black Emperor and little Kim were still unconscious, while Vani was out gathering intelligence. He let out a long sigh, recalling the chaos when the enemy attacked with weapons. Luckily, Vinyl blocked them just in time. Liu Feng, I must join you in the endless void. Now alone, this sudden freedom feels empty. In the distance, a group of women watched Liao Feng's demeanor, unable to contain themselves. He is so fierce, Lord Liao Feng. Good morning. So handsome, he responded politely, skillfully, with a genuine smile. Good morning. Just finished speaking, Liu Feng's expression brimmed with pride, confident in his own charm. Suddenly, from afar, a foot lifted off the ground, launching a fierce claw strike upward. A small boy swiftly glides past him, but fate intervenes as they collide. Momentum sends Feng falling backward, with nothing to hold on to. Looking at his exterior, Liu Feng was captivated by his eyes, unable to help but marvel at their adorable charm. Yet the person was different inside. Tan Feng was quickly embraced by Brother Jiang, who apologized and asked, Sorry, are you okay? Sitting on the ground, he began to speak with a tone full of blame. demanding, "Hey, my leg got hurt when someone bumped into me. Pay for the medical bills now." Hearing this, Liu Feng was slightly startled. The man was angry and repeated loudly, "Who do you think you are? Hurry up and pay." Seeing Tam Feng's actions, he remained calm, folding his arms gently and saying, "I have no money, but I have one life." When Liu Feng refused to compensate, Tam Feng switched to playing the victim, spreading wild lies across the city. "How could you betray me like this? Not only did you deceive my feelings, but you also swindled my entire family fortune. How am I supposed to live from now on?" His unpredictable actions made you so furious you pointed right at him, shamelessly throwing a tantrum. Tim Feng kept a fearful expression, acting as if no one could treat him this way. Quickly, crowd of city guards surrounded Liu Feng, speaking words that made him freeze in place. "Even the little girl bullies me, probably because of her unlucky eyes, damn nearsighted brat. Pay up quickly." Liu Feng could only stay silent, his gaze fixed on that fierce young man, powerless to do anything. A surprise unfolds as Tam Feng suddenly widens his two differently colored eyes, raising his head as if he has discovered something. Swift as an arrow, he darts away from you without hesitation, vowing to settle the score next time. Liu Feng was once again startled by Tam Feng's sudden move, unable to react. Standing still, the incident happened in a flash, leaving him frozen in place, tears streaming down his face in anger. Damn it. How strange. Just a few minutes and so many faces changed. My dear Mun's life was nearly ruined by that kid. Not far away, inside the Than Gate fence, hurried footsteps and urgent news spread. There is trouble at the guild hall lobby. A group of mercenaries causing chaos. 3 holy masters from the Than Alliance. Go check it out quickly. Driven by curiosity from the news, Liu Feng pondered while fidgeting. The mercenary saints, hidden powerful figures, emerged due to a true cause. Following the leads, he entered the grand hall alone, where the mercenary guild's saintly assembly gathered in a tight circle. Vong Dang and his soldiers followed. Faces fierce, slamming fists on the table. "Why is there no mission related to magical metal? What kind of guild initiation is this?" Mei Mei, acting as the guild's receptionist, hurriedly explained, "Sorry, sirs. The mission involving magical metal was already taken by others not long ago." But it seems her words did not make Vong Dang reconsider. He stubbornly insisted, "Then add one more for me, or I will smash your place." Seeing the situation turn sour, a guy appeared out of nowhere, quietly rescuing Mai. The 3 of the mercenary guilds only issue orders. Without someone giving orders, forcing the guild means nothing. Just now, the 3 Thorn Saints bullied a girl. Does that seem right? Vong Dang was angered by the boy's words. "Kid, do you want to die?" Seeing that expression, Liu Feng frowned and continued, "Gentlemen, this is Tin Lam City. The Thorn Saints are not invincible." Your recklessness drove Vong Dang mad. He rushed to Liu Feng. Killing was enough. Vong Dang could not control himself. One of his men hurried over, gently pulling him back. "Too impulsive, my friend, but we urgently need the magic metal." To ease the tension, he looked at the others and proposed, "Listen, whoever took the magical metal mission, we are willing to pay handsomely to buy it back." One of them, gripping Tam Feng's arm, said, "I took the mission, but right after leaving, this kid stole the exact coordinates of the magical metal from the mission scroll. But he won't say where it is. Let me go." Upon hearing this, Vong Dang immediately bowed slightly, locking eyes with the boy, and demanded, "Kid, tell me, where is the mission scroll?" The sudden question left Tam Feng stunned, his head spinning in fear. His gaze shifted, crashing into a familiar silhouette just a few meters away from Liu Feng. Liu Feng raised his hand, half covering his mouth, and called out affectionately, "My dear, did not I already hand over the scroll to you? Hurry and come save me." New disaster strikes unexpectedly. The swirling wind turns to stone. Enya gasps, "Damn it. Not again." From outside the hall, a pair of feet appear, followed by the heavy thud of red boots hitting the ground. Tafai appears, surrounded by black spiritual energy, forming a giant buffalo behind him. Is beloved. Once again, Liu Feng is caught off guard, surprised by what Tafai brings. Tafai, Ni, with a darkened face, as if jealous, she strode forward. "Feng, where did you find this little sister? Introduce me to her." Seeing Tafai's uneasy expression, he quickly added, Ni, do not listen to him, he is just a guy." But the more I explained in detail, the more she looked at Liu Feng with suspicion. "What? Not even Namen is spared? That won't do." Standing next to Tam Feng, those powerful soldiers were buzzing with chatter. "So adorable, yet he is a guy. Honestly, I think a guy is acceptable too." Those words struck you so hard, your fists clenched tight. What is this chaos? With a swirling wind and 3 blazing flames above, you charged straight at the storm, blaming the kid. "First you threw a tantrum, now you blame me. Let us see how I strip you down." He was held back by the hand of a fake soldier, screaming desperately, "Beloved Master dear, I truly handed over the mission scroll just now. Was not it kept inside my chest?" Furious, he slipped his hand into his inner jacket pocket, frowning at the hidden sword, dying yet still daring to lie. Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes shifted from anger to astonishment in mere seconds. Just as he said, The mission scroll was indeed in his hands. How could a third-rate kid like him actually have it? Identify exactly who holds the scroll. The king and those soldiers from earlier are all in chaos. Fine. You two team up against us. The hen warrior leaps high. Fists clenched, charging straight at his opponent. Die for me. The commander saw the situation worsening beyond expectations and shouted, "Wait, I was joking. It is not Han." Meanwhile, on this side, Wang Dang's fist had thoroughly subdued Liu Feng, who silently responded with a single finger. That reckless move only deepened my confusion. What? Just one finger was enough to block it. Above, two fearless men wielding weapons aimed straight at him with lifeless eyes. Liu Feng lowered his voice and gave the order. Get lost. As the command left his lips, a surge of purple spiritual energy surrounded him, forcing the nearby men to stagger back, blood spurting from their mouths. The commander was terrified by the scene before him, his mind racing. This is bad. Really bad. I have just deceived a powerful saint-level killer right in front of me. If I would known Henzhou was this tough, I would have knelt and called him father long ago. Now I just hope he does not kill me later. Those three bruised guys finally got the terrifying record from Lu Feng, Kong, and Kong Jia tried him. He did not hide anything. Stood tall, defiantly staring at the ones crawling on the ground. And continued, I told you so. Whether a saint or a supreme intellect, all must follow the rules. Understand? Clear, clear, clear. The master is right. Standing behind, he gazed after Liu Feng's retreating figure in awe. A supreme powerhouse, as the closest to a demigod. If only I could call him master. No. Impossible. How could he value me? It is all over. You look at them, an idea sparks in your mind. A holy apprentice. Right, work here for free for 3 years. And this matter is settled. How about that? Upon hearing that demand, Wang Dang could not hide his reaction. But before he could speak, a soldier nearby cut him off and replied, All right. All right. To Fi's delight, he suddenly had free laborers, and with a grin, he said, Feng, find me 3 more market guards. She was deeply grateful to Liu Feng. Ran over, grabbed his hand, and told the others, All right, you can disperse now. Seeing an opportunity flicker before her eyes, Tam Feng Muki smiled smugly. Good, now that they are not paying attention, let us slip away quickly. He bent slightly, moving on all fours, blending into the nearby group of strong fighters unseen. Unnoticed, after a while, struggling with the shadows close to the ground, Tam Fenghe lightly shielded his eyes from the sun and slipped away, but he was still one step slower than Liu Feng. You and Defy have been standing outside for a long time. Dear OD, where are you headed? At this moment, Tam Feng's face showed no trace of blood or spirit, his body trembling uncontrollably. He risked everything. Running close, clutching Tafi's leg, begging her, Mistress, save me. Tafi heard the call from Tam Feng, eyes wide open. Asking again, What did you just call me? Timifong clutched her leg tightly, tears welling up as he stammered. Mistress, no, is not that right? Hearing this, Tufi leaned on his hip, his gaze tender as he called out again, and Temifong obediently repeated, Mistress. So, the two bantered back and forth. Tafi, flustered by the teasing, blushed deeply and called out again, Miss. Standing before him, she looked toward Li Feng and asked loudly, Feng, what is your disciple's name? Tam Feng chimed in lightly, Who is the wind seeker? Tufi immediately waved his hand, signaling, a wind-seeking disciple like you understands, so let him go. Hearing her words, he lowered his head, his face showing clear embarrassment, unable to argue with Tufi, who was obviously not my disciple. Is that acceptable? Seeing this, he pressed close behind her, gritting his teeth. Mistress, take charge for me, my master is denying everything. Lu Feng, anger rising, lunged at Tam Feng, keep talking nonsense. Luckily, Tafai stopped him just in time. All right, stay calm, Lu Feng asked loudly with a serious tone and gaze. Kid, how did you hide the scroll on you? Tam Feng listened, smirking proudly, and recounted his past as a master thief, saying, This talent has been with me since I was young. I can erase all traces of my existence for a short time, but where is that huge forest of mine? Wasn't it just right before my eyes? Facing him, you see his talent is fierce. Can those whispers sneak into the bathroom unnoticed? All right, you can teach me, but I was met with a cold, indifferent glare. No way. Tukofi, caught in their mysterious conversation, snapped angrily. What are you two talking about? Liu Feng stepped aside, lightly stroking his chin and thought so many scars. Turns out it is a bloodline talent. I thought I could learn it. Forget it. Let us go. Fine. From behind, Tam Feng, with a sad expression, voiced his wish. Wait, sir, could you accept me as your disciple? Liu Feng walked ahead, clearly hearing his purpose, glanced back with a slight smile. I do not even know what I cultivate, let alone have the ability to teach others. Tafai appeared from nowhere, walking beside him, sharing her thoughts. What family does Feng belong to? Their eye colors are different. Perhaps it is the next life of the ancient wind god. Truly without hesitation, Liu Feng remained steadfast in his own decisions. But I really do not know how to teach others. Seeing your expression, she seemed to recall something. Smiling, she suggested, "All right. Come with me on a trip. I have a gift I want to give you." Seeing both of them slowly leave, Tam Feng immediately raised his arm and rushed over. "Master." But something unexpected happened. He was completely motionless, unable to move. No, not even a twitch. "Don't chase after them." Tafai's villa. Bathed in the morning sunlight that illuminates the entire grand white building, Tafai and Liu Feng step into a room. She places her hand gently on the table and confides, "Feng, since you entered VE, you have not looked at me anymore." You listen, full of confusion, clenching your hands, clearing your throat a few times to ease the embarrassment. Isn't this lately the concern of the Forbidden Forest? She did not waste words, folding her arms and closing her eyes firmly, saying, "I have not seen anyone in the Forbidden Forest these past few days." Seeing Liao Feng remain silent, Su Fei put his hands down on the table, letting go of the past. "Let us drop it for now. Rest here for a bit. I will handle the guild matters and come back when I am done." She quickly moved the seated person into the support chair, not far from him, handing the fruit over. Liu Feng listened silently, now happily responding to Defy. All right. All eyes were fixed on her, engrossed in work. Unexpectedly, this brave, confident girl was captivating even when serious. His gaze was full of affection, never leaving Tafai's side. As time flew by, 2 hours later, she finally finished sorting through all that paperwork, stretching her body. Tafai sighed in relief, with eyes full of pleading. She said, "Liao Feng, I am so tired. Can you carry me to bed to rest?" You were amused by Tafai's expression. Standing up from your chair, he is already a saint of endurance. Yet even handling some documents tires you out. Hearing Liao's teasing scold, you were ready to mess up the papers on the desk. So is this an endurance issue, or just straightforward stubbornness? Not wanting to waste time, Tufi spread his arms wide, urging him to face it quickly. Liu Feng, seeing her attitude and expression, suddenly hesitated. But in the end, he could not resist that beauty, so he had no choice but to carry Tafai into the bedroom. Her request left Liao Feng stunned for a few seconds, but he silently complied. Carried gently by Yu, Tafai finally reached his room. Tay rubbed his head softly. Liu Feng's eyes widened. Cheeks flushed. He could not stop wondering why the atmosphere felt so off. Liao Feng hesitated not, laid her on the bed, and Yi kept reminding, "Rest well, I will go first." But then, a dramatic moment unfolded. Sufi's hands grabbed his waist, pulling him close, face to face. Before Liao Feng could react, "Your face is flushed red, heart pounding fast, Finai. What are you trying to do?" She smiled slyly beneath Liao Feng, her voice full of hidden intent. "Feng, do you remember I said I would give you a gift just now?" Liao Feng, once again bewildered and pale, froze. Without any extra movement, Su Fei pulled him close, whispering, "It is me." Before he could react, she gently pressed her ripe lips to his a kiss. A gift revealed from Su Fei. They quickly pulled away from that kiss, their soft lips parting. "Did Fini just kiss me?" Still dizzy, Liu Feng blushed deeply. "So soft. Is now really the time to think about this?" An unexpected moment struck. Tafai gently exhaled into his palm, releasing his grip. But that was not all. She suddenly raised her leg, pressing Liu Feng down. "Fini. People. In the blink of an eye, your whole body was completely beneath the bed, pinned down by Tafai." But she did not stop there. Slowly, she moved her face closer to Liu Feng's, making him flustered. Do not come any closer, or I am afraid I won't be able to hold back." What Tafai did next caught Liu Feng off guard. She pressed her face close and lay against his chest, saying, "Feng, let me lean on you like this for a moment, okay?" Reassuring herself, yet her eyes still showed a hint of surprise. He replied, "Okay," pressing his face close against the pulse opposite Liu Feng's racing heart. Tafai confided, "The eclipse is near. I just want a moment alone with you before I leave." Hearing this, he gently embraced her, a silent promise. "I will be back soon." With a playful hand, Tufai gently stroked Liu Feng's palm, whispering, "Even if you come back quickly, how long can we truly be alone together?" Suddenly recalling something, she straightened up and looked at him, announcing, "Feng, recently my mother has been urging me to get married again." The shocking news startled Liu Feng, who could not contain his emotions and jumped up, saying, "Marrying anyone is out of the question." Tafai, seeing his strange reaction, immediately approached and asked loudly, "Why not?" Liu Feng, flustered by her question, stammered an explanation. Because you belong to me." Without hesitation, Tufai gently took his shoulder, heart pounding fast. Once again, the two lay on the bed, but in a completely different position. Her chest pressed against his heart as he realized he had overstepped. Tufai smiled softly, reassuring Liu Feng. "All right, no more pushing," proving once again that men are never straightforward, hiding their true intentions without giving a clear answer. Though your face flushed red, eyes fixed on that round taut waist, your lips still denied it. I do not." Seeing this, she gently placed her hand over your racing heart, smiling softly. "Your heart is about to leap out. Words betray the heart." Caught in words, They both gazed toward the window where the full moon stood at its peak. At that moment, Tafai, with a solemn gaze, lifted his head and asked unconsciously, "Tell me, is there no chance for my life to ever find an end?" Liu Feng, saddened by her words, pondered silently. "Fine, have I been too greedy, facing a girl who stirs my heart? I propose we wait until I return from the lost god chamber." But Tafi gently pressed a finger to her lips. "Warning, don't promise a girl so easily." She bowed her head slightly, leaned close to Liu Feng, took a deep breath, and said, "Let the future be the future. Tonight, I want you here with me." Both of them drifted into sleep together, as the wind howled endlessly outside the window in the dead of night. The next day, Liu Feng and Su Fei stood side by side within the estate grounds. She raised her hands, gently adjusting his collar as she warned, "Remember, before leaving Tin Lam City, you must tell me." Liu Feng agreed immediately. Understood. With everything settled, the two stepped out the front door of the villa, only to see Tam Feng sitting there, motionless. Seeing he would not leave, you grew furious. "How did this kid even find this place? And cut his hair too." Tafei was moved by Tam Feng's spirit, while Liu Feng sighed deeply. "This disciple of yours has real grit. Maybe reconsider." You quickly use your foot to gently nudge him, as if trying to wake Tam Feng up this way. Sure enough, it works perfectly. He wakes up and looks around wide-eyed. Across from them, the two stood silently watching, with heart-shaped eyes. Tam Feng rushed over, arms wide to embrace him, but Liu Feng quickly slipped away. "Master, whatever you call it, you are like glue on a mouse once stuck. You do not want to let go." He showed no fear, immediately banging his head against the hard tile roof, pleading desperately, "Please, Master, grant me one chance." You saw the scene unfolding from Tam Feng, his eyes filled with disdain. "Tell me, what does a man rushing to become my disciple truly want?" To find a master to lean on. He stopped pounding the ground, lifted his head, and said, "No, I want to become stronger." Then, Tam Feng's expression suddenly changed, his eyes wide open and teeth clenched tightly. "Killer God." His words made both opponents fall silent, startled for a few seconds. "Killer God." Suddenly, from Liu Feng's side, Hatsat appeared, crossing his arms and speaking up, "I really can't keep up with the times anymore. Or has everyone gone mad, opening their mouths just to kill me?" Struggling to stay calm, he bowed his head slightly and asked once more, "Did I hear wrong? Or did you speak wrongly?" Tam Feng's demeanor remained unchanged, his hand slamming hard on the ground as he recounted with less hatred, "I want to kill the man who killed my mother, who even wanted to devour me, calling himself a god but truly a despicable man." Suddenly, his expression shifted from anger to sorrow. "He was my father." Tufi was shaken by the news straight from his own mouth, gently shielding his smooth face as he spoke bluntly. "His father is a god. I thought you were just a descendant of the ancient gods. Why would he want to eat people?" The wind carries a sorrowful glow as I struggle to swallow the pain and continue. "My mother is the next generation of the ancient wind gods." I follow her line. Hisset listens closely to the story, his mind racing, quickly grasping the truth. "I understand now. This one's father is a being who awakened just over a decade ago during the pig god battle. After meeting his mother, he intended to absorb the divine energy of both her and his future child for healing." Seeing this, Liu Feng questioned him immediately. "Does the tiger not eat its cub? After ascending to the divine realm, have you lost all humanity?" Singing softly with arms crossed, a gentle smile crossing his face as he replies, "Humanity? Yes. For those who live too long, it no longer holds meaning." As he receives the answer, confusion overwhelms him, with Taffy urging him beside. "Feng," Liu Feng said little, rushing forward to help Tan Feng, still kneeling on the ground. "Stand up first. I am just a disciple. If you want to worship me as your master to slay gods, you truly value me." He opened his eyes wide, filled with confidence, and declared clearly, "No. You will surely become the strongest one in the future." Heard that, immediately slapped Tam Feng hard across the face, then gently reminded him, "Tell the truth." He raised his hand to stroke his face. "Just hit," and honestly admitted, "I think you are a good person. If I miss this chance, I may never find a supreme master to call teacher again in my life." Team of Feng, like a horse returning to its old path, eyes full of schemes, rushed to embrace Liu Feng. "And truly, I find my master incredibly handsome and charming." Min moved swiftly, "But you blocked him with your hand, pushing him away. Stay away from me. I told you, I really do not know how to teach others." Yet after some thought, Liu Feng spoke, "Out of respect for your sincerity, I have a better choice for your master." Your words just ended, instantly startling Tam Feng, freezing him for a few seconds. Liu Feng looked at Tafai still at the villa door and said farewell. "Fine, I am heading back to the academy first. See you." She did not forget to remind him of the promise they once made, never forget the one who stood by you. Nodding firmly at Tafai, Liu Feng grabbed Tam Feng's robe and soared into the sky, saying, "I'm off." After a while, both arrived at the destination, the Academy of Love. Walking forward, Liu Feng was greeted with respectful bows from all the students. "Hail Lord Liu Feng, Lord Liu Feng." Seeing everyone's respect for Liu Feng, Tam Feng admired deeply. "Master Yi Feng, it is nothing Unexpectedly, Vina crossed her arms and asked loudly, "Do you even know the way back? You, once respected by the students, have now become a desperate hound before her. Viney, why have you come here?" Liu Feng's expression startled Tim Feng, freezing for a moment. Who is she? She barely cared, immediately pointing straight at him and questioning Liu Feng. "A day apart and you already have new joys. Were you with her last night?" He knew right away Wei He was misunderstanding, gently touching his nose as he suggested, "Vinai, Han is a man. Consider Nguyen Kong as my newly accepted disciple." Tam Feng's gender shocked her deeply. Mouth agape, such a delicate child. "Feng, even your own son is extraordinary." Liao Feng, with a face full of maturity, traced a circle on the ground. "So this is how you all see him." Ignoring your feelings for now, Vinai approached Tam Feng to introduce herself. "Hello, I am Feng's girlfriend. What is your name?" He politely extended his hand to shake hers but asked instead, "Greetings, second miss. What is my name?" Tam Feng. Hearing Tam Feng Song call out to himself, Vina's expression instantly changed as he looked toward Liu Feng. And Noong. Once again, he fell into confusion, his face pale. Stammering, Vinai, please listen to me. It is a misunderstanding. No, listen to my explanation." With the sword in her hand, she unleashed sharp ice shards flying towards Liu Feng. Go to hell. Watching him leap high, he was truly an no wonder he is the master. That jump was incredible. After a while, his body battered and broken, he tried to calm the beautiful Vinai, but she barely cared, throwing down the frozen sword with a crack, and he went to find her Grandmaster Nang. Without a second thought, she turned her back coldly and walked away. Vinai, you, with your face still marked by the wounds Vinai inflicted earlier, could only comfort yourself, hoping she had vented her anger. Liu Feng carried a storm of anger, his whole body aching as thunder roared, blaming others next time. "If you can't speak properly, just stay silent. Once your problems are solved, I will come back for you." Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the greedy academy, sunlight pierced through the towering spires. Not far away, inside the garden full of flowers and grass, Lam Ditch was relaxing, comfortably reading a book. From afar, Tri and his companion appeared, opening their mouths wide to ask him. Master Lam Ditch, seeing Liu Feng's presence, Lam Ditch instantly became agitated, knocking the tea table aside. "Damn it. How dare you show up before me?" Unable to control his emotions upon seeing him, he swung his sword to attack while running and shouting, Master Lam Ditch, I have something to tell you." Lam Dai, still angry about the past, refused to listen and pulled him along, saying, "Do you know how many days I was locked up? Do you know what I went through those days?" And so, one kept hitting while the other dodged, repeating endlessly, "Do you know how miserable it is to go days without washing? Damn it. You have no idea." Tem Feng still does not understand what is happening, just blindly copying the deadly moves they use. Too dangerous, completely missing their true intentions. After fleeing for a while, Liu Feng stands still this time, ignoring the sharp sword blade nearby, and asks Lam Lich, "Master Lam Li, I need to join the Great Continental Assembly." Gripping the banana-shaped sword tightly, Lam Ditch raised his head and warned Liu Feng of a certain truth. He was very likely to die, yet. Without hesitation, he gently stroked the sharp blade. Resolute to heal Vinai's damaged soul, "I must enter the Divine Consciousness Garden to find a way." Lambda laughed at Liu Feng's attitude, withdrawing his sword, as if he had a conscience. He squinted his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, and ordered the boy, "All right, you can leave now, out of sight, out of mind." Liu Feng suddenly had an idea, pulling Tam Feng close to introduce him before leaving. "I want to introduce you to a student whose goal is to kill a god." Lam Ditch was stunned by the chaos and his target, eyes wide open. Godlike killer with different colored eyes. This kid is no ordinary foe. Tam Feng tried to say something but was immediately silenced by Liu Feng's raised hand. "Master," he said. Hearing both of them, the master's face changed instantly, turning angry. "Just now, he called you master. You let my enemy become your student." You smile softly, lean in gently to teach him the breath technique. "From now on, we will go our separate ways. You call me master, I call you old rival." No sooner said than done. The old rival can't hold back and kicks, sending master and disciple flying. Old rival or not, just scram. Seeing ourselves overwhelmed like this won't do. The two began to act out a deeply emotional play. Grudges aside, there is no other way, for our old rival's heart is hardened. With tear-filled eyes, Tam Feng bowed slightly, saying, "I am not worthy." Though the old enemy turned his back and left, a trace of compassion lingered as he spoke. "Food will come on its own tomorrow. Today, do not disturb me." A flawless performance, both raising their hands in joyous celebration. "It is done." "How about that?" one of the masters said. "Enough? Right. All right, Master Liu Feng, you are the best." He moved, sat beside the tea table, and offered him a chance to live again. Liu Feng received the order, raised his hand and placed it on his forehead as a sign of commitment. Understood. After resolving one issue, the two immediately went to Vinai's place to gauge her emotions. Even now, I dare not step through the main door. I only know to press the button beside the observation window. Master, I feel we are so cowardly now. Hold still. Do you remember what I just told you? As I finished speaking, a cup of tea flew straight out from inside. Luckily, we both dodged in time. Let us go in. With her permission, they both stepped inside. Liu Feng scratched his head sheepishly. Vinai, it was all just a misunderstanding earlier. He bowed deeply once more, his face full of regret. Greetings, Master. Vinai seems like a relentless leader, folding her arms as she brings up old matters. Are not you the second mistress? If you have the guts, go find his main mistress. Seeing this unfold, Liu Feng immediately feigns a cough and moves on to the next plan. Seeing that, he immediately ran over, clutching her leg tightly. Master, I never lie. If you are angry, take it out on me, not the master. With a hesitant smile, he pleaded, please forgive the child. Master VM. No matter how much he struggled, his body clung like glue. Whispering, I have lost my mother since childhood, and my father wants to kill me. Thankfully, my master gave me hope. He is the greatest, the kindest, the bravest in the world. My master. After a while, Vinai tried everything, but the Feng person clung tightly like a leech. She could only sigh in frustration. It was no use. Seeing the two master and disciple standing in a straight line, she no longer felt anger and spoke up. Feng Kaka, you want to go to the Lost God Chamber, right? Caught off guard by Vinai's sudden question, Liu Feng was startled. She knew now. With sorrowful eyes, she lowered her head in self-reproach. He wanted to risk danger for her, so how could she not understand? But luckily, you quickly ran over, grasped her hand tightly to reassure her. Vinai, I am sorry. Why say sorry? Liu Feng's expression suddenly changed, his gaze turning serious. I can't take you with me. It is too dangerous there. Seeing your expression, Vinai could only say sadly, I know, I am not knave, but Feng Kaka should not hide things from me. Liu Feng, to comfort the beauty beside him, immediately pulled her into his arms. Thinking, I just got back with you a few days ago, and now I have to go out again. I do not even know how to say it. Hearing that, Vinai stopped feeling sad, looked up with a gentle smile and said, it is okay. Feng Kaka, we are the closest to each other. Promise me, no matter what happens, you will always tell me. Liu Feng did not hesitate, hugged her tightly, gently stroked her head, and agreed. All right. Despite everything, Vinai still held a grudge, stopping her proud gaze on him as she demanded, to punish you, I want you to agree to one condition. She quickly proposed a bold idea for Liu Feng to carry out. This time, I want you not to say goodbye to Defy. You froze for a few seconds when you heard Vinai's request. Here, she saw your expression, immediately guessed the problem, and gently pinched Liu Feng's belly. So, no more. Overwhelmed and clutching his etching stomach, he nodded in agreement. No, he would complete the mission, but how could he explain this to Defy? Seeing this, Vinai approached, comforting him with a kiss, knowing Feng Kaka was the best for her. The next morning, sunlight flooded the entrance of Fap VM's building as Liu Feng, filled with excitement, swung the door wide open and stepped inside. A surprise unfolds. Beside him appears the Silver Emperor Tin Lam, holding a cup, tapping his fingers on the chair. Liu Feng Huan-di arrives. Sitting nearby, seeing the elder's presence, he widens his eyes in astonishment and asks, two venerable seniors, what brings you here today? Seeing Liu Feng arrive, Emperor Tin Lam raised his hands, clapped loudly, signaling, Liu Feng is here. Everyone come out. A parade of stunning beauties with endless legs and seductive curves appeared. Little Kaka, come play. Kaka chooses you. Handsome. They are like a swarm of spiders, circling you with no escape route. Where did they come from? What do you want? Let me go. Seeing Liu Feng's reaction to the beauty of the woman, Emperor Tin Lam sighed. Liu Feng, my mysterious brother, is still young, just a little bit like this and already unable to respond. Beside him, the fiery law masks his face, confused by the old man's methods, truly reckless and improper. You over there, Scout, use all your strength to escape those deadly beautiful demonesses. Emperor Tin Lam, quickly tell them to get out. Seeing Liu Feng's stance, Emperor Tin Lam did not force him, clapped his hands and ordered. All right, everyone step outside first. Liu Feng, do you accept my sincere apology this time? Tay wiped the sweat from his face, while Liu Feng angrily cursed. Damn it. You are shameless. You quickly sit at the table and start a conversation with the two seniors before you. Get to the point. I will be leaving Tin Lam City in a few days to join the heroes gathering. The Tin Lam Emperor, with a serious and inscrutable expression, looks toward Liu Feng. The heroes gathering. I have heard many die each time. Why go just for fun? See, gently rubbing my head, a hint of shyness shows on my face. You all may see me as reckless youth, but if you wish to challenge me, go ahead. Liu Feng takes a deep breath, clasps his hands, eyes filled with respect for both of you. Today, I come to ask you both to look after my friend after I leave. Wait for my return. I will surely repay you. Emperor Tin Lam listened carefully to every word, then smiled softly, stroking his silver beard, saying, repay. What for? Let the young ones take on our countless debts and favors. This deal is worth it. Liu Feng seems to understand the old man's nature. Lightly tapping his shoulder, whispering close, wait for me to return. I will invite all the girls in the city to serve you. The Emperor Tin Lam's eyes gleamed brightly as he slammed his hand onto Liu Feng's, sealing their pact. Now it is time to unleash more flame magic, the only true threat clenching his fist. He gritted his teeth. I truly thank you all. Back at the Tin Lam Academy courtyard, Liu Feng clapped his hands near the imprisoned singer and said, Old Singer, I hope this time you can stay to protect Vien Hai and the others. He appeared, his face full of anger and irritation, saying, Hey, kid, you just finished grinding those 2 juniors. And now you want me to be your beast of burden. Have you forgotten I only followed you because I was forced? Do you really trust me that much? Without hesitation, Liu Feng met Hat Sat's gaze seriously and replied, Hat, Senior, the time we have spent together, you surely know by now I have truly come to see you as a friend. Hearing this, his heart stirred slightly. He bowed his head in thought, never expecting that even after 10,000 years, someone would be willing to befriend him. Liu Feng, moved by the close bond, continued, Moreover, now we live and die together. You do not want to turn against me, do you? He immediately changed his expression, shouting angrily, Will you die if you do not say the next sentence? To calm his unstable mood, Liu Feng opened his arms wide, embracing him gently. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. By then, I will retrieve some spirit essence to help you restore your strength, then break the contract. Let us hope for the best. Suddenly, in the distance, Tayet and Lona are approaching, seemingly about to spot you. The silhouettes of 2 people startled Liu Feng, who nervously searched for a hiding spot. Why was she here? If she saw her, it would be death for sure. He quickly dove into the roadside bushes, a hard-to-spot refuge. Grateful for his swift move, Lona walked beside her, curious and loud. That is right. Sister Tayet, how are you and the T's instructor doing now? Hearing the title, Liu Feng squinted from the bushes. Instructor? Are you talking about me? A sudden question. Tayet blushed deeply, stammering nervously. So, what is going on? On this side, she kept firing questions rapidly. Standing there. Don't you like him? Has there been any progress lately? Do you understand? She hides her feelings, closes her eyes, lowers her voice to emphasize each word. Who likes him? Lona does not hesitate. She recalls the past, when Tayet was furious at a soldier in the academy, but he denied it. A few days ago, I heard you mention him in the rain, and last time, someone touched the stone you brought back from the Beast Empire. You almost killed him. Caught off guard, she looked up, eyes filled with sorrow. Tayet decided not to hide her feelings, her sad gaze speaking out. Even if I like him, what can I do? We can never be. Hidden behind the bushes, Liu Feng was stunned to hear the heartfelt words from her Tayet. Did she really like him? How could that be? Seeing the sadness clear on Tayet's face, Liu Feng quickly stepped forward and offered, but Tayet moved away, as if saying, how could there be so many impossibilities? They moved in perfect sync, each gripping one of Liu Feng's arms tightly. He could hardly break free. Hearing the loud noise, Tayet lifted her head and stared toward the bush filled with malice. They met by chance, eyes locked in a tense standoff. Liu Feng, cheeks flushed, smiled awkwardly and said, well, if I say it was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Struggling to suppress the burning fire within, Tayet lowered her voice and demanded. Liu Feng, so, did you wipe the lipstick off Mare's face? Seeing this, he immediately pushed the 2 vixens away and wiped his face repeatedly as they withdrew their hands. The scene before her eyes filled them with sorrow. She stood silently, watching. Without hesitation, she turned and left, with Lona following closely, while Tayet declared, I will tell Vien Hai the truth. Liu Feng heard what Tayet was about to do next, his eyes wide with confusion. He quickly chased after her, grabbing her wrist firmly, pulling her to a halt, an unexpected move that left her stunned and speechless. You try to stay calm, facing Tayet who is holding you back, and explain the situation. These women came because the Dark Emperor sought them out. I was trapped by him. Truly I would not dare act on desire even if I had the heart. Her face flushed red. She should avoid Liu Feng's gaze. Hurriedly pleading, let go, let go. I trust you now. But he stepped closer, gripping Tayet's hand tightly, refusing to release it. Tayet, listen to me. This action froze her in place, her heart waiting for something. He wanted to say something. Lona watched from behind, excitedly whispering, it is coming, with a serious gaze. Liu Feng spoke to Tayet, don't tell Vien Hai about this, okay? I do not want her to be upset. As the words were spoken, Tayet's spirit faltered, plunging her into deep thought. Hiding her emotions, she asked once more, seeking certainty this was truly what he wanted to say. Liu Feng remained calm, casually responding, that is right, otherwise why not? Only Luni was fuming in defense of her, while this guy was clueless, not wanting to hide her feelings. Tayet mustered all her courage and spoke her heart to Liu Feng. Teacher. Liu Feng, did you hear what I just said to Luna? It is true. You were stunned. witnessing with your own eyes and hands what you just heard. Before you could react, Taiet rushed over, embracing Liu Feng tightly, whispering, "It is truly a pleasure to know you." As she held the one she loved, Taiet sadly thought, "Jiao Quan, I truly like you, but it is a pity that embrace was their only one." She turned away and whispered her final goodbye. Lona saw Taiet leave and quickly ran after her, not forgetting to scold him from behind, calling him a fool. Liu Feng stood frozen, motionless, silently watching her figure fade away. The assassin appeared uninvited. Henkai sneered arrogantly, arms crossed. "Aren't you just a woman? Why so scared, kid?" Liu Feng quickly corrected the assassin. "This is not fear, it is responsibility. I do not think I can bear it." "Forget it. Talking to you is useless. You do not want love to be a barrier, set it aside. Turn away. Those meant to meet have met. It is time to move on." 3 days later, at the Tun Lam Academy, inside the residence of the leaders, a gathering takes place. Liu Feng looked at the elders before him and spoke his final words. "It is time to say goodbye. Master Lam Ditch, please tell Dai Hak for me." Having said his farewell, Liu Feng glanced at his beloved and whispered, "Vinai, I am leaving now." She could not hide her sadness, her arms held gently as she asked, "En Feng, promise you will come back early." Knowing Vinai was worried, Liu Feng reassured her with a tender kiss on her forehead. "I will." Liu Feng reminded Vinai to take care of her health, to look after herself well. Everything was settled, his legs etching as he soared high, bowing his head for one last look before vanishing everyone. "Take care." Not far away, though he did not come to see Liu Feng off, the snow clung to the tree root, quietly bidding him farewell. Elsewhere, atop the villa, Tafai stood with the assassin, watching Liu Feng depart, and crossed his arms. Nugia reproached, "That little word was too much." Ingia said, "Consider me a friend." But in the end, he handed the contract to someone else. I spat on it. The woman beside me smiled softly, singing, "Senior, only then will the new day stay." In the dead of night, Liu Feng handed the assassin over to Tafai, saying, "Fine, we must depart tomorrow. I entrust the assassin to you, take care of her in the house." Holding him, her eyes full of affection, she looked up and declared, "Feng, wait for me to return. I will settle everything between Fai Hai and me, so you won't be troubled." 1 week later, in a land of towering mountains and thick, biting snow, Liu Feng finally arrived, landing safely after days of travel. The city was bustling, its people wrapped in heavy clothes to fend off the cold. He and little Kim glanced around, scratching his head lightly after 2 days, finally seeing someone. But is not that just a lost soul? The one beside him kept complaining, "I am starving. I want grilled chicken and beer." Little Kim struggled like a child, but Liu Feng held him tight. "No roast chicken. No beer." He gently stroked his hair, eyes still scanning the surroundings, unsure which fortress this was, not knowing how far the lost path to the Hung Army's gathering place was. Cao Jin suddenly saw something ahead and rushed over. It was a huge wing. It turned out to be a giant guardian statue at the city gate, its wings resembling chicken wings as he had described. Liu Feng counted the wings on the statue, eyes whining in awe. 12 wings. While even the Archangel had only 4. What rank was that guy? His gaze broadened. Self-mocking, for once boasting about his breakthrough to supreme wisdom, now realizing how naive he had been. Liu Feng kept staring at the statue, hands gripping the sword hilt, with 12 wings. Suddenly, a thought struck him, eyes wide open. Wait. An angel? So this place must be the holy city of the light sect. Suddenly, Liu Feng could not hide his emotions, running his hands through his hair, wondering why he came here. Truly, 2 lost souls should not travel together. If the newcomer followed my lead, we might have arrived long ago. Suddenly, beside the two, a group dressed in white robes with covered heads marched in. The Holy Maiden's succession is about to begin. Hurry. Hurry. I heard this time the Holy Maiden has the support of the mighty Archangel. Hearing those guys whisper about the Saintess, memory stirred, and he realized immediately they called her Saint Lotus. Little Kim was also quite surprised, drooling as if craving, could she be that special elder sister? Liu Feng immediately embraced Xiao gently tapping his head a few times with affection. Then said, "If someone we know is here, let us go find him." Brother Huang's eyes looked toward the snow-covered buildings in the city. Though the Pope in this cathedral is one of the continent's supreme sages, we should still approach with humility. A sudden idea sparked in Liu Feng's mind. Like a flash, he slipped through the crowd, snatching clothes from one of them to borrow a disguise. With his masterful skill in disguise, Liu Feng successfully blended into their ranks, his eyes shifting subtly as he glanced at something nearby. Liu Feng could not hide his excitement, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Inside here was the spirit aura that Guangming's sect hated most. Could it be aimed at Lian Yi? Interesting. Without hesitation, Hu Ming joined the white-hooded crowd and stepped into the tall building ahead. Not being religious only made Liu Feng more startled, his eyes burning with disbelief. Truly the largest faith on the continent, even more imposing than the Blood God sect. seeing their deep reverence. He hesitated for a long moment. If he did not want to be exposed, he had no choice but to kneel with them. But unwilling to kneel like them, Liu Feng chose another way, waiting for the right moment to leap aside. Hiding behind a pillar in the grand hall, he let out a long breath, relieved that everyone had arrived in the main hall, otherwise his trail would have been exposed. Seeing the vast, undefined space, Liu Feng hesitates. Heavens, is it really this complex inside the paper? The little gold piece on his shoulder suggests. Old rule, throw the shoe, go wherever it lands. Before taking action, not far away, 2 pairs of footsteps approached. Kehu and Xiao Diezi were preparing. Upon hearing the question from Master Ku, Kehu assured him, rest easy. Master Ku, the young lady has arranged everything. Those heretics won't infiltrate. Like a sixth sense, just as Liu Feng moved past the wall to hide, he saw clearly who was beside him. When they both turned to look, the person had vanished completely, leaving only a white shirt on the ground escaped. DC barely cares, a sly smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, it is just a little rat. Sticking to the plan, he steps forward, then glances back to order his men. You all split up and search. Kiehi and I will check on the young lady first. Fortunately, Liu Feng reacted quickly earlier, escaping danger by leaping high, truly a master of the spear, encountering a top expert by chance. And luckily, they did not detect me. You swiftly flew out of the temple hall and landed outside the city. A few minutes later, a strange world unfolds, a house surrounded by fragrant blooms. Unlike the icy air before, Aunt say, this little garden must cost a fortune in magic crystals each year to maintain. Liu Feng relied on his senses, lightly nodding as he sensed the other's arrival. So fast already here, better hide first. Without hesitation, he swiftly leapt through the window. Seeking cover, stepping inside, the mystical atmosphere unsettled him slightly. Where was this place? Something felt off. Hearing that familiar voice, Liu Feng's eyes lit up brightly. He was certain it was Lian Diep's voice. Without hesitation, Liu Feng stepped forward, parted the curtain, and greeted them. Deep Tu and Tiu Kim followed, greeting their elder sister, who sat by the hot tub, freezing as she held the water scoop. Lian Diep's face was filled with sheer terror as she opened her mouth to scream. Instantly, Liu Feng anticipated her move and kicked high into the air. You cover her mouth tightly, still trying to reassure her. Dep Tu, it is me. Liu Feng, hearing Liu Feng introduce himself clearly, Lian Dep's face flushes red as she keeps trembling. Fearing she could not breathe, he quickly let go and stepped back. You must not speak. Lian Yip was freed, like a fish diving straight into the lake, the hot water echoing throughout the room. Standing below, shrinking in the hot water, she begged Liu Feng, please, do not look anymore. He fell silent and acted, holding a white cloth with cucumber slices. Liu Feng wrapped a cloth around his eyes a few times, then said to Lian Diep, sorry, I did not mean to barge in, I was lost too. Hearing this, she no longer doubted him, reaching for her clothes. I know, wait a moment, I will get dressed. Liu Feng's face flushed red, even with the white cloth covering her eyes. She politely turned her head away. Suddenly, a voice called out from the bathroom ahead. Little Daisy, are you inside? Hearing Lian Diep's voice, I was startled. I am inside. What is wrong? The voice came from outside. It is me, Kehu. The succession ritual is about to begin. I sent a maid to bring the clothes in for you to try on. Hearing Kehu speak, Lian Diep quickly urged, wait. But before she could finish, the doors burst open, and a young lady declared, Your Highness, may I come in? Lian Diep was naturally very worried, fearing Liu Feng would be discovered. She cried out in panic, don't. But the moment she stood up, Lian Diep swiftly dealt with the person again. She glanced at Liu Feng, who still wore the eye patch. She sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had not noticed. Now, the maid stepped forward, holding Lian Diep's clothes in her hands. She whispered fearfully to Liu Feng, someone's coming, hide in the tub. Without waiting for his response, Lian Yi swiftly used her inner strength to pull Liu Feng over. Despite his struggles, Lian Diep pressed Liu Feng's head down firmly. Though uncomfortable, he had no choice in this urgent situation. But with his eyes covered, Liu Feng accidentally reached out and grabbed her full round hips. Feeling the man's hand touch her, Lian Diep blushed and gasped in surprise. Up here, the servant has already brought the items inside. Looking respectfully at Lian Diep, the noble lady, dressed in worn clothes, Lian Diep tries to stay calm and says, all right, leave it there. You may go out first. I want to soak for a while. Obedient to the young lady's command, the maid respectfully replied, yes, then quickly set the items down. Watching the imposing figure fade away, Lian Diep silently groaned, hurry, get out of here fast. At the same moment, a shocking sound echoed beneath the water, startling Lian Diep. Liu Feng surfaced, gasping for air, holding his breath for far too long. Now, Lian Diep swiftly emerged from the water, pausing briefly before stepping outside. Then, she quickly shed her thin wet clothes and dressed properly once again. With limited sight, his hearing sharpened, Liu Feng told himself, this sound. At that moment, he gasped involuntarily. Diep was changing clothes, and little Kim could not help but peek, saying, let me see. The swelling curves beneath the robe only made Lian Deep's allure more enchanting. Sitting closer to him, she gently said, "Brother Liu Feng, you can take off the cloth now." Quickly removing the fabric, he grinned slyly. "Deep, sorry. I did not see anything at all." Hearing this, she quickly blushed and scolded, "You might as well not have said anything." In the days that followed, Lian Lai became very curious and asked, "Why did Brother Liu Feng go to the Guangming sect's summit?" "You answer honestly. I want to join the Hung army this time, to compete for a spot in the lost divine artifact." Hearing this, Lian Deep hesitates and says, "But, is not that against the principles of the Guangmin sect?" Lai Feng hesitated, and Xiao Jin was instantly furious he got lost. And that damn Lai Feng had something beautiful but would not let him see it. Hearing this, Lian Yi was left speechless, blushing deeply as she sighed. Once again, Liu Feng's face showed a bitter smile. "Don't mind the childish words." To ease the awkwardness, he changed the subject. "This room is really special." Lian Lai quickly agreed. "Ease? Yes, big brother Liu Feng. Do not stay in the den. Come sit here." And then, a plate of fresh, delicious fruit was served, waiting to treat Jijin and Liu Feng. The boy Xiao Jin's eyes lit up the moment he saw the tasty food. At the same time, Lian Deep continued, "That is right. Brother Liu Feng just said he wants to go to the Divine Consciousness Garden. With inner strength rising." He responded, "That is correct." She hesitated, then asked, "So, Brother Liu Feng, can you stand in the Divine Consciousness Garden?" Hearing Lian Deep ask like that, he could not help but wonder. Liu Feng immediately asked back, "Why?" Lian Deep answered honestly, "Because the Guangming sect has always been under the rule of the Guangming god." Not long before, Guangmin then descended with divine authority, commanding the church to capture a black-haired man. Then she added, "That man is the very one who startled Liu Feng even more." Immediately shouted, "What? Guangmin then wants to capture me?" Liu Feng's heart screamed silently. This kid is way too narrow-minded. Want to wipe me out completely. Then he asked Lian Deep, "So when does your cult plan to make their move?" "To your question," she quickly replied, "we will not take action," which surprised Liu Feng. Lian Deep added, "Although Guangmin then has ties with the church, our relationship is more like a merchant's transaction. The hen only need a bit of strength and respect. But the church demands the souls of 1,000 worlds, too high a price to pay for capturing people. With these gods, we only show face, not loyalty." Your eyes reveal your dilemma. Do you really see yourself as just paying lip service? Lian Deep teased with a mischievous grin. She reluctantly replied, "Just speaking frankly." But Liu Feng still wondered. "No, if you did not plan to capture me, then why did you warn me not to go to the Lost God Garden just now?" Lian Deep continued, Because in the lost realm of divine wisdom, there are still lingering souls of celestial beings who obey the prophecy. If someone goes there, they will surely be hunted down." You cheerfully reassure, "Do not worry, I have fought celestial beings twice already. As long as they are not gods, I can handle them." Lian Deep quickly retorted, "No, those heavenly beasts we encountered before were just illusions crafted by data using the souls of heavenly beasts. Nothing like the real ones." Suddenly recalling this, Liu Feng lunged toward her and asked, "You said crafting?" Lian Deep's team awkwardly edged closer to her, shy and hesitant, but quickly agreed, "Yes, that is right." Liu Feng scratched his head. "If you do not kneel to worship the Guangming god at the Guangming sect, then forget it," but still practicing heavenly techniques. Lian Deep then said, "Why kneel and worship him? The so-called light god is just a powerful man. In essence, we are no different, and they say the gods left over 10,000 years ago, never to return." Liu Feng could not help but reply, surprised that a maiden of the Guangming sect would have such an attitude. Lian Yip said arrogantly, "Grandma once said, people worship gods ultimately to gain benefits from them. If gods truly protected humans, they would deserve respect, but in reality, the radiant god rules humans only to gain a bit of power, while treating them like insects. What kind of god is worth relying on?" Liu Feng pondered silently. If the followers knew the Pope thought this way of the radiant god, they would surely go mad. Lian Yip replied, "That is why no one can leave this room." At the same moment, sensing a strange aura outside, Liu Feng immediately shouted, "Who is there?" Quickly, he felt a murderous intent and swiftly threw Lian Yi down to the ground. Just as you predicted, that power struck straight inside, right into Liu Feng's back, and Lian Deep's door could not withstand it either. It all exploded. Liu Feng's hand still held Lian Deep tightly, his voice filled with grievance as he looked at her. "You wretched brat, let her go now, or face the consequences." Clutching Lian Deep, Liu Feng drew his weapon. Eyes locked on the stranger who had just tried to kill Deep, he angrily pointed at you, as if saying, how could the pinnacle of wisdom want to harm his own granddaughter? It was all a ploy to seize an advantage. Liu Feng was startled. "Granddaughter," you cried out in distress. And then, right there in the bath with Jia, you faced the blame. Immediately, he pushed Lian Deep away with a hearty laugh. Sorry. It was a misunderstanding." Falling to the ground, Lian Yip sat up, rubbing her behind, her face flushed with pain. But just as he was about to give him a beating, Lian Deep quickly stopped him, saying, Jia, Liu Feng is my friend. Please do not hurt him." Though angry, he deeply loved his granddaughter. saying, "This white radish took me so much effort to raise, and now it is being handed over to a stranger." Lian Deep looked at him with concern and asked, "Brother Liu Feng, are you okay?" He held his body to reassure her. "I'm fine." Then Lian Deep scolded her grandfather. "Jia. How could you not tell right from wrong before taking action? The Holy Khan's pain is so deep his heart feels like it will shatter. My dear granddaughter actually scolds me." At that moment, a loud noise erupts outside. "Rise, the sacred pillar. Begin the radiant saintess." Hearing such a loud commotion, everyone quickly rushed outside to assess the situation. What was once order had turned into chaos. Den. The leader sat atop the fierce beast and shouted, "Our target is the shattered soul of the celestial and the radiant saintess. No delays, just seize the saintess and leave right now." The holy Kai Nuuk Dak swiftly stands before his granddaughter, quickly conjuring a circle of power. It is infuriating to witness this brat, grown up and reckless, dares to defy our clan like this. The holy camp. If you dare cause trouble in the sex peak, you wish to die. Above, the one who arrives is Duniat. He raises his staff and shouts, unleashing the domain of the genius soul. Right after that, from the ground, the dry mist quickly rose, looking utterly sinister. The Holy Khan is usually calm. "But I thought you had been lying in wait so long for just these tricks." After speaking, he swiftly unleashed a powerful strike straight at the enemy's vital point, Judgment Light. Watching what unfolded before him, Lu Feng could not help but marvel at the terrifying strength of the radiant power. If the front takes this hit, it won't die but will be crippled. Xiao Jin replied, "Looks like ice cream. Must be delicious." But at the same time, something is rising from the ground, powerful and incredibly fast. The terrifying part is, those things were not just one. They targeted Lion Dip, attacking so suddenly she could not react. In moments, her entire body was tightly wrapped by those dark creatures. No matter how hard she struggled, it was all in vain. The moment those dark ropes pulled her, Lian Dip, startled, looked at the attacker, and shouted for help. Lu Feng, seeing his comrade in danger, he quickly swung his sword and shouted anxiously, "Lian Deep, those trees, when wounded, bleed fresh blood just like humans." Holding Liu Feng, she asked, "Are you alright?" Lian Yi hesitated, but before she could finish, another attack erupted from behind. Startling her, she shouted a warning. "Watch out." Reacting swiftly, he spun around, raising his sword with agile skill to counterattack. As the voice echoed, "Supreme second rank," with a cold, broad gaze, he assessed, "Supreme, not yet 20. But today, your fate is to die by my hand." Suddenly, he struck swiftly towards Liu Feng. Startled, the boy quickly released Lian Deep. Seeing his niece cornered, Than Han Hung shouted in alarm, "Little Deep." The kid laughed brightly. Then the man looked at him and said, "Lord General, you should worry about yourself instead." With that, he cupped his hands around his mouth and made a beckoning gesture. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke billowed out. Then Nuung Dak stared in shock and shouted, "What?" As snowflakes fell relentlessly toward them, everyone screamed in terror, "Oh my god!" An avalanche. After these words, the entire city seemed to be swallowed by a blizzard. Even the tallest buildings began to vanish. The people and soldiers alike were gripped by fear. Chaos erupted. "Run. Save your lives." Seeing the situation was unstable, an elder quickly reassured, "Everyone, do not panic. With the great teacher here, nothing will go wrong." But Neat, eyes narrowed, said, "Great teacher, no matter how powerful you are, once you are done with us, the faith of the church and all the mountain fortresses will soon be buried in smoke and ruin." He asked Than Henayisi to choose, either his granddaughter or the sect and its followers. "You decide." At that moment, Lian Dip Lin immediately interrupted, Jia, do not worry about me, go save them quickly." Immediately after, he sighed and said, "Sorry. Dep 2. Jia must take responsibility for the mistakes." Then, with a faint smile, he told Liu Feng, "Kid, protect Dip 2. I owe you a favor." The water tribe sneered loudly. "Even the mightiest pope of the continent is nothing. The shattered soul of the heavenly realm belongs to me." Watching those miserable beasts, Xiao Jin could not help but grow angry. How dare they enslave the dragon clan's bones? I will not forgive them. After speaking, the boy suddenly gathered his inner strength and blew fiercely towards the ghost beast. "Quiet now, tribesman." Instantly, the ghost beast was engulfed in the flames of the little golden fire. The water user gasped, "What the hell is that?" Ignoring that guy, the kid kept shouting loudly, wielding the deadly sword with fierce intensity. At that moment, the black-clad figure suddenly flew over, startling Du Nuuk. "Impossible. Hun Li, why have you returned?" The teacher seemed unsettled, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng with a look of surprise. As he stepped forward, his foot crushed the terrifying purple head beneath him. "Are you looking for him? Too bad. All that is left is this face." Then, Lu Feng swiftly slammed the crying man's head toward him. Striking back, as the head flew past, the waterman's face was cut, blood streaming down in a long line. The furious man charged ahead. Damn. Who would have thought the plan had been in motion so long, only to be shattered by a sudden kid's attack? and at that moment, a giant serpent-like creature sprang up from nowhere, baring its sharp teeth toward Dunua. Very quickly, it bit down hard on the man's stomach, then burrowed deep into the ground. Lu Feng watched this scene, his eyes blazing with astonishment. This was inner fire. While everyone was distracted, tail coated with deadly poison appeared behind Lian Diep Lian. It lunged fiercely toward her, and just as Lu Feng turned around in shock, it was already too late. Extinction. After completing its mission, the beast spirit swiftly retreated back into the earth. Lu Feng seethed silently. Damn it. It was trying to ambush Lian Deep by creating a fake internal battle to confuse me. Channeling his anger at the beast, he thrust his sword down with all his might. As it pierced the ground, the beast spat blood. Raising his sword, the wind howled with defiance. Let us see where you run, brat. Dragged back just like that, beaten relentlessly. He now wounds himself like a ragged groom trampling on others, though stabbed grievously. The fool remained smug. Perhaps you should first see your saint. On this side, little Kim screamed in fear. Lu Feng, DZ, her. Startled, you looked at Ko. What? Leaving the kid there? Worried, you rushed over to her, DZ. What is wrong with you? But just as he reached out, a surge of internal energy from around Lian Dip's body erupted, sending him flying back. Little Kim said fearfully, I already tried. It is impossible to get close to her. At that moment, Lian Deep was lifted up by the other, her body seemingly controlled. The little demon revolted. Even in death, her soul belonged to us. Fall into chaos. From Lian Deep's body, black and white wings began to sprout in a grotesque way. Perhaps that poison had turned her into a monster. Her entire body now looked utterly bizarre. Liao Feng angrily stomped on the kid's back and demanded to know what he really wanted to do with her. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and said it was just about pouring corrupting power into her body, quickly destroying the angelic soul within her, turning her into a fallen angel. Just as the fool said, now even Lian Deep's eyes have a black spot like wings. Lian Deep seems to have another persona within, saying, I am still the blazing celestial realm. No, I am the fallen celestial realm. Two forces of thought and power clash, unintentionally creating a fierce aura that even the smallest metal resonates with. Cut to the holy Kan Rud, who, unable to abandon his people, swiftly arrives at the site of the avalanche. He tamed the blizzard to protect the people. Silently worrying. Little Leaf, you must hold on until we return. His heart burned like fire as he gathered his inner strength. Commanding, seal the spell. Let the light guard us. Immediately after, a fierce golden light carrying intense heat slowly cleared the path and drove away the thick snow. Yet, this blizzard barrier remained terrifying, relentlessly pounding back. Grasping the sacred weapon with both hands, the Holy Emperor reluctantly invoked the forbidden spell, the radiant light reprimand. After a fierce struggle, peace was finally restored to the city, and the blizzard had passed. Over here, Liam still watches Liu Feng cautiously, her eyes now flashing with a cold edge. Seeing the situation, Liu Feng anxiously calls out, Diep, Diep, can you hear me? Diep. But it seems the angel Sangha has invaded Lian Dip's mind. She becomes someone else. Almost lifeless. Here is he collapsing. Death. Without hesitation, Lian Dip unleashes a dark power towards Liu Feng. But luckily, he swiftly dodges. Looking back at where he just stood, two deep burn holes had formed. Liu Feng was startled. Sang's effect really did corrode. Not giving up, Liu Feng tried to explain, but just as he spoke, Lian Deep attacked again, forcing him to dodge in shock. Each strike erodes the earth and stone. He clenches his teeth in shock. The destructive force is terrifying. Now, Liu Feng dodges and calculates. Completely unreachable, yet wielding the T-Tin sword's power is overwhelming. Little Jin, beaten to frustration, the boy's eyes flashed fiercely. Liu Feng quickly embraced his sister, ready to wipe them out. Meanwhile, Lion still would not stop. Seeing her long-range attacks fail, she swiftly switched tactics. That fierce hand gripped Liu Feng's neck with sudden force, startling him. Then Lion Diep shoved him backwards so powerfully his whole body pierced through the mountain. Now that you are no match for her, Liu Feng is immediately on the defensive. Glancing toward Liu Feng, Lian Deep widens her stance, ready to strike. Immediately after, she mustered her strength to strike back with a single blow. With no other choice but to fight, he gritted his teeth, taking the sword's hit. Right now, fresh blood is spurting out simultaneously. The situation between the two is extremely critical. It turns out all the blood belongs to Liao Feng. He has been beaten so badly that his entire body is gravely injured, and Lian Lai has not even finished attacking yet. She was puzzled, bewildered. Your sword strike could have killed the body I risked my life for, so why did you stop? Liao Feng gave a faint smile but said nothing. Lian Yi then asked again, or was it mercy that held you back? Immediately after, she plunged the knife into him several more times. Foolish. Then die. Not stopping there, now Lian Diep gathers her strength, ready to deliver the final blow. Seeing this scene, little Kim was startled. The boy was scared yet suddenly brave. Liao Feng. But just when it seemed Liao Feng was in danger, he unexpectedly rose up. Who knows who will die first? Immediately after, he gripped Lian Diep's shoulders tightly, gathering his strength to start the heartbreak chamber, not letting Liu Feng revel for long. The black cord suddenly shifted toward him at the same moment. It swiftly wrapped around, startling both Liu Feng and Lian Diep as they found themselves bound tightly together, their faces pressed close. Lian Diep glared angrily, shouting, "Heretic scum! What are you doing?" Liu Feng's face twisted in anger as he shouted, "I want to know too." Suddenly, a burst of light enveloped them both, and Liu Feng's eyes began to fade. Blurry once again, he felt as if he were in an endless space, his entire body as bare as a silkworm. Then he instantly realized this was his own consciousness pausing. Liu Feng blushed and covered his crossroads, wondering why he was so exposed as the words left his mouth. Before him, two swirling forces, one black, one white, whirled fiercely. Liu Feng saw them and immediately thought of Lian Diep, for these were the radiant and fallen powers within the Saint Lian Diep's body. At the same moment, in that lake, a head slowly emerged in sheer terror, none other than Lian Diep herself. Liu Feng stared in shock. "Diep, why are you appearing in my consciousness?" Unable to resist curiosity, he quickly soared up to the central mound to look around once more, only to be blinded by that intense energy. Somehow, Lian Diep flew straight towards him, and Liu Feng followed without hesitation. Fear and panic surged within him. "Oh damn, stop right now." Once again, the two were struck by that powerful force, just like in the outside world moments ago. Seeing her eyes still tightly shut, Liu Feng urgently shook her. "Diep, Diep, wake up quickly." Answering your call, Lian Diep finally opened her eyes, but they still had not returned to normal. Silent, her cherry lips trembled, her face growing pensive. I do not understand what she was thinking, but suddenly Lian Diep turned to him and planted a kiss on his lips, leaving Liu Feng stunned. At the same time, the source of inner power still could not be released, and the two hesitated, clinging tightly to each other without letting go. Outside, little Kim could not help but worry. The boy channeled his inner strength, searching frantically while shouting, "Liu Feng." Suddenly, the dark shadow reacted and lunged toward little Kim, startling him. Oh my god. Consumed by anger over being unable to save Liu Feng, Xiao Jin scanned around for a target to vent his rage. Without hesitation, he stomped hard on the kid's head, making him spit out a mouthful of blood and curse. "Damn it. What have you done to us?" The kid lies on the ground. The Avenger seems on the verge of tears, his voice faltering as he cries out, I did not." Of course, little Kim does not believe him and keeps hitting, venting his anger. "I won't let you get away with this." At the same moment, Thanhen Nuok also rushed back. "Dime too. What happened there? The auras of Hinli and those assassins have vanished." "You fools. Over here." You fools lie sprawled on the ground, with Tiu Kim relentlessly stomping and shouting, "I will silence you. I will silence you." He stared in stunned disbelief, a mere child causing such devastation. Even when beaten to the brink of death, the brat still struggled frankly. "I do not understand it." Little Kim shrugged it off, feigning ignorance, speaking too slowly. At the same moment, Thanhen Nuok hurriedly asked, "Kid, where are Tiu Diet and the others?" Pointing to the endless black hole, Tiu Kim said bluntly, "They went to give birth." Of course, the elderly cannot understand the language of children. The faint sound of scratching heads signals confusion. As the words fade, the dark shadow suddenly sprouts countless water-like marks, as if a chicken egg is about to hatch, and quickly, countless water stains appeared, as if both would soon escape. Just as the dark shadow shattered completely, Liu Feng and Lian Diep below embraced, both dressed in formal attire. Seeing his niece being embraced by a young man, Thanhen, weak with rage, shouted, "You brat, I will kill you." Grabbing his body with both hands, Lian Diep quickly explained, No, it is not what you think. That is big brother Liu Feng who just saved her." Then Nugo blushed with embarrassment and said, Maybe we can change clothes first. If anyone has questions, ask later." He said nothing, just fumed angrily and dragged Xiaojin away. The boy, unwilling, shouted loudly, "Let me go. I want to watch." Over here, after changing clothes, the two quickly returned home. Like lovers caught by family, everyone silent, not daring to utter a word. At the same moment, Lian Diep finally broke the silence. "Brother Liu Feng, are you alright?" He scratched his head shyly. It is okay. My wounds from earlier have all healed." Are you alright?" But now, Liu Feng's inner self began to scream what just happened in the realm of consciousness. That wondrous feeling, even more intense, more ecstatic. Seeing him so flustered, Lian Diep could not help but blush and look away. Right after hearing that question, she momentarily lowered her head and whispered, I've lied. But inside, she was panicking. Oh no, did I just merge with his soul?" Lian Diep whispered to herself that merging body and soul means nothing, just a springtime dream. Her two fingers could not help but touch, as she wondered, what am I thinking? After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Liu Feng, big brother. Just now, everything that happened in the dream path was revealed to a third party." "Okay," he immediately replied. At the same moment, Saint Khan Nuok Dak entered with great momentum, holding a small golden book like a cherished pet. As soon as he saw Liu Feng, he quickly threw a small gold piece at him. The boy cried out in fear and rushed into Lu Feng's arms. Without waiting for him to speak, he cut him off. No more words. I know everything that happened. I keep my promises. I owe you a favor. Now, get out of here immediately. Suddenly exposed like that, Lu Feng was momentarily speechless, staring intently at Han Nuok Dak in silence. Lin Lian immediately spoke up. Just now, big brother Lu Feng saved you. So why are you treating him like that? Didn't you say you owed him a favor? Now the church is in chaos. Are they holding him just to mock him? Lian Yi is being spoiled by his grandfather. So this is it. Big brother Liu Feng wants to go to the Lost Divine Chamber. Hey, can someone give him a part of the map marking the Lost Divine Chamber of the Fragmented Soul Celestial Historian? She smiled brightly and explained. He saved me several times, so I told him under the Emperor's orders, hunt him down. Searching for the man felt like being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Even secrets like this were shared with others afterward. The eldest daughter should not keep such things to herself. The saintly weekly shouts loudly, then reminds me, the faithful head saint, that the weekly obeys my master's order to purge heretical rebels and die. His intention is clear, but this young girl keeps clinging and fussing nearby. Right then, the gentle Ken finally could not resist her charm and said, All right, come with me. Lion Dip. Hearing this, knew her grandfather had finally agreed, and she was overjoyed, and just like that, after a short while, the two were brought by him to his study, the atmosphere now utterly silent. As he waited, he pondered silently, never expecting that a random mistake had just caused him to absorb the powers of darkness and light within the annihilation vessel. Dansha now holds both yin and yang energies. Before, absorbing the death energy of the demon horse granted me the life and death sword, but it was only the power of death. Only after adding the power of light, possessing both light and death energies, can it truly be called the life and death sword. At that moment, the shy face and pale body flashed in his mind just then. No, do not look. Can't think about it anymore. Unable to resist, Liu Feng secretly stole a glance at Lian Dip, who was quietly watching him too. The awkward silence returned, making Liu Feng uneasy. He scratched his head and said, Well, about the map. Thank you. Dai Ti. She nodded, avoiding his gaze. No need to say thank you between us. Realizing she had spoken too much, she shyly corrected herself. Are not we good friends? Once again, silence fell between them, both blushing and unsure of what to say. Seeing the two kids constantly exchanging flirtatious glances, Then and Nongdi pretended to clear his throat a few times. Startled, Lian Dip quickly sat up straight, her face now burning even redder. Then and reluctantly looked at Liu Feng, the kid surely wanting to go there. In the lost chamber, his strength was just a stepping stone. Now, after hearing the words, his gaze turned serious. There is something I must do. I can't not go. Immediately after, Kanini Nithye threw the scroll in his hand and said, This is a map drawn by the church centuries ago. It marks the possible location of the celestial remnants. To be clear, no one from the church has dared to verify it until now. Still holding that thing in your hand, you wonder about those words. Lu Feng immediately asks. Why? He quickly explains. Do you think that on the site we came to, losing the pill and searching for those divine souls from the heavenly realm is for nothing? If we truly find the divine souls, so in the future, on the continent, anyone can speak, but this world has only just returned to human hands after great hardship. I will never allow those lofty gods to rule over mankind. If one day they dare to return to the continent, I will stop them with all my might, even at the cost of my life. Hearing his words, Lu Feng was so excited he sat up and said, By then, count me in too. Then and glanced at him disdainfully and said, Do you think we are that close? I have already handed him over. Now get lost. Just as the excitement sparked, it was abruptly extinguished. Displeased, you clearly felt the tension. Soon after, Lu Feng did not stay long either. So, I must take my leave now. You glanced toward Lian Lai Dai. I am leaving. But at that moment, a pale hand quickly reached out and grasped his hand tightly. Lu Feng startled, then looked back with a bewildered gaze. Li Nip sighed. Brother Lu Feng, please stay and witness my succession ceremony. It is late tonight, so you will stay here and set off early tomorrow. After talking with his grandfather, they returned together. Lin Dip spoke up. Brother Lu Feng, thank you for agreeing to stay and witness my succession ceremony. Uncle Li Tiu Kim, asleep in his arms, replied, No need for formalities. Whatever we say, we are friends. At that moment, their eyes suddenly met, and Lian Diep's face flushed again. Inside, Lu Feng silently groaned, wondering how to face her after that dream, but Lian Diep was so shy she covered her face, urging, Say something, say anything to break this awkward silence. She tried to distract. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Yet looking up, she did not know where to hide her face. Why was there no moon tonight? Suddenly, a cold night wind blew through. Lian Diep hugged herself, shivering from the chill. Liu Feng noticed immediately, quickly gathering his inner strength and pulling a jacket from within his robes. Immediately after, Liu Feng draped his arm over Lian Diep's shoulder. The young girl felt as if a spring breeze surrounded her. He looked at her kindly and asked, Is this warmer? It is so cold here. Why are you dressed so lightly, even showing your thighs? In response to this attention, Lian Diep replied frankly, with a slight childish pout, Beautiful indeed. Hearing this, Li Yufeng sighed helplessly. Sure enough, women are the same in every world. Hearing the words woman, Lian Dip's mind wandered, and she turned away in silent irritation. Ignoring him. Then, looking at the fur coat she wore, she thought to herself, but his scent lingers on this garment, bringing a strange comfort. If only it could last. Lost in thought, Liu spoke up. Dip, thank you for the map. Rest assured, I will return safely. Hearing this, her face flushed once more. I trust you. Then, they continued forward. She pointed to the large room ahead and said, this is where you will stay. Rest well. The succession ceremony is postponed until tomorrow afternoon. Don't oversleep. He watched her retreating figure and replied. Livin Deep turned away, filled with countless emotions, and said, good night. Tu Kim, standing beside him, reminded. Li Yufeng, your smile is too awkward. At last, the day had come. Now, before all the people, a radiant golden light suddenly appeared. Everyone looked ahead, and a young man could not contain his excitement. Shouting, Her Highness has arrived. As the words ended, a figure in a flowing white dress gracefully stepped forward, followed by 2 attendants bowing respectfully, while Lian Diep stood with solemn dignity. Unlike her usual innocent look when watching Li Yufeng, now she exudes a commanding aura, her eyes blazing with fire. Li Yufeng is, of course, there, now. The little golden one clings to him, unable to resist, shouting, Sister Lian Deep, you are so beautiful. Just as she stepped onto the platform, Bala quickly reached out to steady her, his expression full of determination, but Lian Deep ignored him completely, walking straight ahead, which only fueled Bala's frustration. But in the cathedral, many volunteer to be the god's dogs, eager to capture someone and earn glory. He quickly realizes that boy is the saint the Pope warned him about yesterday. Saint Bala. The Sen family is not united. Earlier, Lian Diep said the family would not act likely the Pope's directive. Meanwhile, Saint Gan swiftly prays, the radiant master, Lord Gadep. As he spoke, he placed the crown upon Lian Lip's head, beseeching the Lord to inspire his prayer, to bless his descendants with the Holy Spirit's grace. Just as the Holy Khan withdrew his words, a beam of light began to emanate from the statue. At the same moment, 8 pure white wings appeared on Lian Deep, making her look incredibly beautiful. Her graceful figure, combined with the golden crown, elevated her aura tenfold. Below, Li Yufeng could not help but stare intently at the girl before him, praising her beauty. Yet at this moment, the image of Lian Diep without clothes, her pure white body, flashed through his mind once again. Liu Feng immediately blushed and held his head, thinking, I can't stay here any longer or I will start imagining things. At the same time, he glanced at Lian Leap and silently mouthed, Lian Leap, the ritual is almost over, we should leave now. Right after, Lian Deep caught on, smiling softly and nodding quickly in understanding. And just like that, Liu Feng blended into the crowd, raising his hand in farewell before leaving. Lian Deep whispered to herself, Little Devil, we will meet again soon. Bala clenched his teeth in anger. It is all about inheritance. He was granted a 6-winged iron envoy, but Deptu got 8 wings, so unfair. At that moment, one of his subordinates quickly approached and whispered, Your Highness, the Holy Prince. Right after hearing that, Bala's eyes filled with suspicion as he asked, are you serious? 2 hours later, Li Yufeng finally left Lian Didep's place and stepped out onto the street. Little Kim left you stunned. After buying food, this village store was small with limited variety. Everyone in the holy city attended the inheritance ritual. No shops were open, starving to death. Liu Feng looked at the kid and said, I told you, we won't get lost this time. Do you really need to like so much food? Little Kim, joyful as spring's arrival, replied, Yes, we must buy. At the same moment, a group of soldiers appeared out of nowhere, marching straight toward him. Seeing them, Liu Feng immediately grew alert and said, What is going on? Are they targeting me? Just as Liu Feng predicted, the soldiers quickly surrounded him, and the situation became extremely dangerous. Bali emerged from the crowd. The heretics attacked Liu Feng, the one who stopped the young woman from returning to our sect, and even infiltrated our sect's succession ritual. 2 soldiers followed him, their faces radiating a sharp, fierce aura. Drawing closer, his voice rang out, Today is the day the commander's order to hunt you down comes to an end. The moment he appeared, the crowd roared in unison. The Angel of Wisdom, Thafailan, descended. He soared, spreading his great wings, ready to confront his foe, yet Liu Feng was genuinely taken aback. Without hesitation, he unleashed his inner power, striking directly at him the punishment of light. Now, where Liu Feng stood, an explosion shattered the earth and rocks, throwing the chaotic crowd into panic. Watching his ruthless attack, Liu Feng sneered. This guy did not care if he harmed innocent civilians. But you can easily dodge, while ordinary people can't. Amid the chaos, a woman suddenly screams, Help! You swiftly fly over, shielding the little girl with your body without hesitation. At that moment, Bala saw his opponent's weakness and struck precisely there. Another loud explosion rang out. This time, it seemed Liu Feng survived, but not unscathed. Little Kim panicked, quickly throwing the fruit bag in his hand aside, shouting, Liu Feng. Seeing him, just an ordinary kid, fearless in danger, I sneered with contempt, calling him foolish. Amidst the rubble, Liu Feng rises with inner strength, his face growing darker. That hand still clutches the earth thanks to him. The girl is still alive, though his face was a bit flushed. Liu Feng still comforted the little girl. It is okay now. Be good. Then he handed Xiaojin the money and said, Xiaojin, take her home to her family. Then he looked at Ba La, who could not help but scold. You are crazy. Do not you see people around? Yet Han remained calm, offering himself to the divine light his honor. Heresy falls. But you should still take care of yourself. I can't comprehend the mindset that treats human lives like grass. Liu Feng's whole body flushed with rage. A man worthy of death. No sooner had he spoken than he drew his sword and struck at his opponent with 4 times the force. The sharp energy from the sword condensed into a piercing force. Striking fiercely, Bala was hit unexpectedly. But at that moment, Han quickly crushed it, the heresy collapsing into death. Though Han committed such evil deeds, the common people kept kneeling. God, please have mercy on us. But at that moment, a golden pear struck straight from the central hill hit Bala's face, making Han spit blood. Little Kim transformed into a thunderstorm, striking straight at Hanta's face. What is he pretending? No one can fool me. Blood on Hanta's lips. He curses in frustration. I must completely purify him. Here, Liu Feng channels his inner strength into the sword, his eyes sharp and fierce. Instantly, he strikes a powerful blow, fully unleashing his energy, the sword gleaming with deadly confidence. The letter he sent quickly spread. Bala could not believe Han's opponent was this strong, filling him with fear. The pain surged through him. Bala felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Han refused to accept defeat. It was impossible. Seeing his soul brutally attacked before his eyes, Bala panicked. Guangming Knights. Trale, come save me. But now everyone was fleeing. Han was shocked. What are you all doing? Run away. Over here. Liu Feng continues to enforce justice, striking fiercely at Bao La, causing him to spit blood. Now, he is like a war god, staring at Bao La with a piercing gaze. Only after the battle ended did you feel a sharp pain in your shoulder. Hit hard. It really hurt. At the same time, Little Jin happily walked by. Liu Feng caught another fallen celestial soul, and he replied with satisfaction. Liu Feng cheerfully said, help that old pope deal with an opponent. He probably won't notice. At the same moment, Nam Nam suddenly ran over shouting, Big brother. Mom and baby were startled. Hey, do not go. The girl gently looked at him with a smile. Thank you. Liu Feng ruffled her hair. No need to thank me. After their chat, he stood up and said, let us go. Little Jin. The little dong also did not forget to say goodbye to the girl. Cut to the Kan Shanyu's side, standing pensively by the window. At that moment, a subordinate enters respectfully. Your Holiness, Saint Bala has passed away. He could not help but be surprised. That kid's moves were really fast. A true assassin to him. He fell into deep thought last time. The chief judge trapped the assassin. This time I eliminate the sacred treasure to support him, but he must have contacted the higher-ups already. Kid, I hope you make it back alive to the Lost Garden. Right after dealing with Bala, Liu Feng did not stay long. He set off for another land. Now soaring through the sky, the two figures raced faster than any bird. Upon landing, Liu Feng, exhausted from the long run, breathed heavily. You look ahead. This is Van Lac City, the largest city in the southern continent. Truly majestic. Little Kim shows disdain, dark as ink. Utterly hideous. Seeing the boy, Liu Feng lowers his voice and says, come, let us go inside. At that moment, a voice echoed, if you do not want to die, it is best not to move forward. Hearing this, he quickly turned around to look. The dark-skinned man before him stepped closer and continued, this is your first time here. Not knowing who he was, he still replied respectfully, neither right nor wrong. Just uncertain. Hearing this, he quickly exhaled, seeming to realize that Liu Feng did not make others feel threatened. Then he quickly introduced himself at a Quathu. Khasan tribe members are guides for those entering Van Lac City. Hearing this, Liu Feng asked, can't the guides enter directly? At the same moment in the sky, a group of cheerful people leapt down below, their faces full of excitement. As soon as they saw Liu Feng, they spoke up. Little thief, this Van Lac City is protected by an ancient formation. No one can enter without a guide. Either you are transported far away or torn to pieces no one even knows, and yet you dare show up here. Quatha went ahead, then told Liu Feng, they speak harshly, but it is the truth. Then he told him to watch carefully where he placed his feet. Even a slight mistake would cause immediate displacement. With that, Quathu's foot quickly used inner strength, stamping the ground to pave the way. At the same moment, a fierce storm suddenly rose, wind swirling everywhere in a mystical haze. Behind them, Quathu's comrades began channeling their inner strength, each now cautious in every move. Liu Feng watched in dismay, feeling like he was seeing some old ladies dancing in the square. What the hell was this? But at the same moment, glowing stars appeared before him, startling Liu Feng. This was it. The formation had begun to activate. From what you understand, you began to believe that the formation is meant to break all spells. Formations and seals. Could it be that the ancient formation here can be broken too? Watching the energies emerging from his body, Li Yufeng hesitated, yet he could still absorb the energy within. Now, as Li Yufeng slowly steps forward, everyone is shocked. The two others quickly block him, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing, you country boy looking for death?" At that moment, right after the young man was cut off, he startled, staring blankly at him, and just like that, Li Yufeng walked straight past, leaving the crowd stunned. You did not even turn to taunt them. How disappointing. Kuothu could not help but wonder, how is it possible that he remains unaffected? Wait, the ancient formation's teleportation effect has completely failed. But Li Yufeng did not want to explain further. He waved without looking back, leaving only the words, "Goodbye." After a while, he finally entered inside, where the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy, yet the people still went about their lives just like outside. Liu Feng glanced at the surrounding infrastructure and muttered, "Amazing. Is that floating architecture some kind of illusion?" At the same moment, Xiaojin startled him, saying, "Liu Feng, quickly look at that stone tablet. On that stele are the names of 3 people. Taiet Ho, born during wartime. Bang Van, born in Dong's era. And Haigiet, also born in Dong's era. The sudden appearance of the beast beside us explains that this is the victory stele of Van Lac City. Whether joining the Heroes Guild or entering the Lost Chamber, danger is ever present. Before entering the arena, everyone must leave their mark there, proving their existence." Suddenly appearing, then he leaned close to your ear and whispered, "Brother, the old rules outside are all broken now. Anyone can get in," Li Feng said bluntly. "No cursing allowed." At the same moment, a red flower burst into bloom, its scent irresistible, drawing everyone to inhale deeply. Li Yufeng wondered curiously, "What is this fragrance?" Just as the man emerged from the smoke, two smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Where's the certificate of merit? Let your name be engraved on the victory monument." Little Kim was scared by him, whispering into his ear, "Liu Feng, this guy is terrifying." The moment Li Yufeng appeared, Athene immediately commanded, "You brat, have you fought the old Saint Hen yet?" Li Yufeng, hearing this name, was briefly startled. Only 2 people in the entire continent dared to call the Pope's given name like that. This old man must be one of the 3 great sages of the continent, the secret master. Athene. Shortly after, I was honest too. Yes, Junior pays respects to Senior Athene. Here is my certificate. Immediately after, he swiftly entered amidst the murmuring crowd, another soul who no longer wished to live. With an unknown certificate of status, what achievements could he possibly have? Then, Liu Feng quickly reached out to write on the tablet, moving his hand with meticulous care. Just like the predecessors, you clearly inscribed your information on top. The Li Yufeng of the demon martial era. Seeing your name appear on the stone tablet, Kuothu was stunned. Could it be that you are Li Yufeng, the youngest prodigy of the continent? Immediately after, he quickly grabbed the paper. "Come, sign it for me. Bring it back to my Gaosung clan. We can surely sell it for a good price." Little Kim swiftly passed in front of Athene. "Old Ji, this is mine. Long Hong Ji also helped me and my old friend get a certificate of status." Liu Feng looked at the 2 of them, speechless, and muttered to himself, "These 2 targets of Song Hong are just too obvious." Then, Xiaojin hurried over. "It is my turn to write now. What should I write?" "Oh." After reading, the boy's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. "I know already." After hesitating for a moment, Little Kim quickly finished and happily exclaimed, "Done." Now the kid looked at Liu Feng with delight. "See, I joined the fight with you all. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. I am really helpful too." 2 fighters are competing here, their power truly extraordinary. Watching them, you tell Xiaojin they have started battling for a spot in the lost session. Through the dude's explanation, "No. Later there will be a selection fight in the arena. These 2 must have some grudge from before and could not hold back from fighting." Then he whispered to the boy, "Venerable Li Yufeng, overseeing Vinlik City, does not restrict combat, but if a fight damages the city's structures, that great man will intervene. Luckily, you might just be expelled. Unlucky, you will be killed on the spot." Across the way, the 2 fought fiercely. The young man, glowing with blue energy, unleashed a powerful punch, then froze, realizing he would hit too hard as his opponent was sent flying. At the same moment, an old man flicked his hand, throwing the 2 young men aside. By way of introduction, he was the referee presiding over the hung assembly. The 2 troublemakers were barely brushed off, but now a thunderous force descended, leaving them struggling to keep up. Liu Feng pondered, unable to hold back praise for the terrifying thunderous power. At that moment, the judge announced, "No more registrations. If not, step into the arena." The moment he finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Hearing that name, Liu Feng was startled. "What? In the sky?" The scar-faced man radiates deadly intent toward the young Dragon Clan member. Meanwhile, Liu Feng swiftly rises to rescue his comrades, his frustration boiling over. As the breath shot out, both old men quickly startled and stepped back several paces. Liu Feng teased, Really? Always this pathetic when facing someone. He was annoyed. I am just here to help the little girlfriend you were just chasing. At the same moment, Liu Feng saw the two chasing his friend, two gentlemen he had not seen in a long time. The moment they saw him, they immediately recognized him. Satluck gasped, "It is him." You quickly gather your inner strength. Last time you escaped, but this time, we can settle the score properly. Second Prince clenched his teeth as he sensed something was wrong, dangerous. He had just grasped the domain old assassin. "Let us go." Watching the two run like the wind, Liu Feng smirked. "Let us go. It is late." Saying that, he swiftly drew his sword. Entering the sword realm, the deadly star sword blew. Immediately after, the sixth and second tin were blinded by Liu Feng's power, while two sharp swords flew past their backs. Within 3 seconds, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. Liu Feng remained unscathed, his steps even more resolute, standing among the shattered souls of the two, like a grim reaper come to claim lives. Everyone was shocked by this scene, killing the second tin just like that. Then he looked at the little boy beside him and said tenderly, "Little Kim, I have avenged you from last time." The boy was thrilled. Liu Feng stepped aside, but after a long fight, a dak suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body staggering. Immediately after, Lin transformed back into a black dragon, then suddenly collapsed powerless. Liu Feng, startled, urgently shouted, "Adak, what is wrong with you?" Over here, it turns out someone attacked him. Liu Feng panics. Elder Ukthian strikes with a lingering blow. As soon as he attacked Adak, explosions erupted everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. Liu Feng swiftly raised his sword to shield Adak. The elder, understanding that the destruction was caused by a loss of consciousness, not intent to kill, "Please go easy." Ukthian looked at him with admiration. Truly a worthy opponent for the Pope. Indeed quite intriguing. Immediately, he gathered his inner strength and shouted loudly once more, "If you want me to go easy, you must first defeat me." Liu Feng, wary of this reaction, realized that even a mere wave of his hand carried immense power. This old man was truly terrifying. "No matter what, I can't let Adak be in danger." Liu Feng gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. Now, he is mentally prepared, wielding the sword with unwavering resolve. On this side, Yu Thin swiftly channeled his inner power. Striking fiercely at Liu Feng without holding back, he dashed forward, sword raised high, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Of course, although Yu Thin is the elder, if Liu Feng hesitates or lets his guard down, both his and Da's lives will be at risk. Now, their powers quickly merge as they clash relentlessly. And naturally, Liu Feng can no longer hold back and spits blood. The crowd looked at him in fear. This earth-shattering power is terrifying. Do we really have to compete with monsters like this? If we get caught up with him, we will be dust. Ukthin could not help but praise. Young yet so capable. Truly talented, but you are still far behind the best minds. Yet when he slipped, Liu Feng struck swiftly, forgot to mention, "My domain is all about offense." But of course, Thin was not just talk. He quickly sensed something was off and immediately turned back. Liu Feng's attacks came fast, but he was several times faster. The master remained unscathed. Yet you pressed on, attacking 8 times harder. In that moment, Thin swiftly countered. As an elder, he would never yield. And now, the two have engaged in close combat. Neither willing to yield, Liu Feng's sword slashes fiercely at Ukthian, blood spurting wildly from his body. Seeing the wound, my heart tightens. Ukthian, one of the 3 supreme geniuses, is injured, yet, like a miracle, his arm quickly cools down. Ukthian smiles with satisfaction. Good. Very good. Cooling down, Liu Feng is humble. Though this novice is a bit inexperienced, it is still considered a win. Once again, Ukthian's inner strength rises. The outcome remains uncertain. How can we call it a victory? Win, kid. If this truly is your full strength, then let us end it here. Liu Feng never thought you would be so determined to win at all costs. He exclaimed in shock. Senior. At that moment, a swift red light appeared, followed by the silhouette of a beautiful young woman. She just arrived, her gaze cold and steady as she looked at Thin and spoke. "If you include me too." He glanced at her, then inwardly wondered. "Cardinal, why is she here?" Thin raised his brow silently. This girl just broke through the spiritual barrier, yet she carries such a heavy aura. Then, she swiftly struck toward Thin and shouted, "No one can bully Yan Feng in front of me." Now, standing before her aura, he was momentarily frozen, unable to move. Of course, Thin quickly countered the attack and was now aiming straight at the cardinal. "You just saw him attack the girl. Naturally, you could not stand still." Liu Feng clenched his teeth and surged forward, drawing his sword to block the strike while respectfully pleading, "Senior, please go easy." He boldly gathered his inner strength and faced him, repeating the same words. "Defeat me. Then comes the next realm, the domain of thunder judgment." Now, he looked no less than a god of thunder, with dense energy swirling around his body. At that moment, a familiar figure approached, and upon seeing the scene, she immediately panicked. Lingip dashed over, glanced at Ukthian, then shouted loudly, "Ukthian, come out, raise your hands." Seeing the person in front of Liu Feng humming, he quickly asked, "Why is she here too?" Meanwhile, Ukthian shared the same question and asked, "Lion Yi, Is not the sect uninterested in the lost disciple? Why have you come here? Lian Dip's voice faltered as she replied, well, brother Liu Feng is my cousin, so I hope Thean will show some respect and stop quarreling with him. He grinned with delight and said boldly, this kid is the grandson-in-law of the holy Gun Nuoc Dak, so I must fight him all the more. Hearing this, Lian blushed shyly and replied, no, it is not that. I am the nephew. Liu Feng felt like he was in a dream. Confused, what are they talking about? How did I become the nephew-in-law? Those words made the cardinal standing beside so furious he ground his teeth. She then unleashed her inner power, her fierce intent glaring at Du Sithin as she cursed. If you want to fight, then fight, stop jumping around. Seeing Cardinal Sithin displeased, he said, where did this youngster come from? Not knowing proper manners. At the same time, Lin Deep intervened. Oh Sithin, wait, this is a crystal sound transmitter that Rara said her grandson gave you, saying he has something important to tell you. Seeing her relent like that, he quickly withdrew his anger and left, sparing Lian Deep out of respect, without holding a grudge. With everything settled, Liu Feng exhaled deeply, finally at peace. Immediately after, Ong Yi's curiosity got the better of her as she quickly stepped forward. Feng Yi, who is she? Hearing this, Liu Feng was momentarily flustered. Stammering, she is. At the same time, Lian Dip took the initiative to greet. Hello, little Mui, I am the Holy Maiden of the Light Sect. Lian Deep, pleased to meet you. Liu Feng also introduced, this is my Mui. Ong Ye. Seeing Lian Deep, the girl quickly grew wary was not Feng Kaka allied with the Guangming sect. How could he be connected to the sect's saintess? After Feng Kaka left, he never stopped. At that moment, the girl's murderous intent surged, and Hong Yi aimed his attack at Lian Deep. Liu Feng stood right beside him, alarmed to see his men attacking each other. Hong Yi, what are you doing? He shot a frustrated glance at him, surprised that Hong Yi said nothing. Right after, the girl retracted her claws, but Hong Yi bit down hard on his arm, making Liu Feng scream in pain. Hong Yi released him. Xiao Jin, who had been beside her friend, rushed over in panic, shouting, Liu Feng! Liu Feng! Come quickly, Adi. Something's wrong with him. Liu Feng caught the urgency in the boy's voice. Lian startled and looked over. Without hesitation, Liu Feng quickly ran with Xiao Jin to Adi's place to assess the situation, singing with pain, eyes tightly shut, unable to hold back, continuously coughing up blood. Adi, what is wrong? Lion jerked, said no more, reaching out as she unleashed her inner power, the light of liberation. Adak just opened his eyes and scolded Liu Feng. I thought you had forgotten me. You bastard. Forgetting friends like nothing. But now, Lin was a bit confused and could not help but wonder why it did not work. Adak kept vomiting blood, saying, don't waste your strength, my soul is about to shatter. No medicine can save me. Liu Feng was stunned and asked, how did it come to this? Cardinal, that poor girl, and Brother Adi all blamed me when I was about to break through, targeted by the sixth elder. If not for that, things would be different. Adi did not want me to feel awkward, so he reassured me the sixth elder could only wound me within limits. It is my soul that is the real problem, he recounted. Half a month ago, my soul was flat, as if something irresistibly pulled it out of my body. Pausing briefly, he continued, after Long Hong helped me stabilize my soul, I left Long Island to find the source that attracted my soul. 3 days ago, Long Hong's energy ran out. My soul. The more I speak, the more blood you vomit. I do not think I can make it. Liu Feng panicked. Looking at Adak on the brink of death, he cried out in fear. Adak, now you suddenly remember, yes, Long Hong can help him stabilize his soul. Thean Sr. is also the supreme of Dun Feng. But at this moment, another elder speaks up. His soul has already detached from his body. Even the divine realm can do nothing. Liu Feng knew his friend was beyond saving. He sang softly, how did it come to this? Now, Adi used the mirror to speak his final words. Liu Feng. My brother, answer me at once, speak. Then he cheerfully said, Liu Feng. Fellow disciple, meeting someone from the same hometown in another world is truly wonderful. Old Kata, go to Earth and meet your wife below. Yes. Brother. With that, his soul and entire form began to dissolve into the void, a radiant light enveloping his massive body. Liu Feng, filled with regret, could not accept it and quickly shouted out, Adi. Meanwhile, even the cardinal could not help but mourn. Big brother Adi. The little gold cried out loud, Adi. A beam of light continuously shines straight down from the sky, carrying a dense golden aura. At the same time, that light directly illuminates Adi's motionless body. Liu Feng is stunned. Liu Feng is the one who stopped the evil, because suddenly that power reacted to him. What is going on? Seeing the sword on his back glowing, Liu Feng was stunned. The dragon aura appeared on its own. Beyond control. Now, from the sword emerges a pure divine energy swirling like a great river. Liu Feng is amazed. This illusion of the divine dragon flower is the soul of Adat, separated from its body, not a human soul crossing over later. Jealousy flares, and little Kim is also impressed. He truly resembles me. Immediately after, the soul of that lineage swiftly merged with Liu Feng's sword. He then reached out to grasp the blade, feeling as if it now held even more spirit than before. Little Kim worriedly asked the boy quickly. Liu Feng, what about a D? Liu Feng hesitated. I am not sure. Right after, Thean said, this weapon of yours is fascinating, able to absorb his soul. Liu Feng was surprised but asked about the main point. What happens after absorption? The old man pondered, saying with bad luck, the soul scatters. With good luck, it becomes the sword spirit of this blade. Surviving in another form though for a short time, it is harmless. You hesitate. Then Thean interrupts. Do not ask me how I became a sword spirit. This is something you encounter, not wish for. Immediately after, he channels his inner power to summon. The space completes. Very quickly, Adak's entire body was enveloped by a layer of inner strength. Then he told Liu Feng to take the body of the enlightened one and leave. He reached out, grasping Nick's fading soul tightly, and spoke. Thank you, Senior. Then, he turned to the Cardinal and Lian Diep, saying, You two, confirm their identities. At that moment, they both looked straight at each other without warning, but the Cardinal's gaze was far from friendly. Yet quickly, they both presented their tokens to Athean to verify their identities. Right after that, Athean stood firm. All right, it is time. We must fight for our school. Let us go. Everyone. Looking at the Sword City, Liu Feng made a vow. A D. I will find a way to help you. Tiu Kim also spoke up. I will. The Cardinal shakes your hand. Brother Feng, Brother Adak will definitely be fine. Lian also speaks up. Apologizing, Brother Liu Feng, you cannot abandon your comrades. You then add, even Junior Elder at Thean can't do anything. No need to apologize. That is right. Why have you come here? Isn't this your church? Lian quickly grasped his hand tightly. Brother Liu Feng, this time I have extremely important news to tell you. Seeing her urgent reaction, Liu Feng asked. What news? And what made her dislike the other was that the Cardinal secretly thought this woman was stealing Feng Kaka's attention. Meanwhile, Lian quickly said the chief judge of the Gongming Church wanted to harm him. Liu Feng was surprised. Who was the chief judge? She explained. He belonged to a different sect of the church, always seeking to seize the authority to communicate with the gods held by Jia, aiming to bring the gods back. She explained that he contacted a master from the Heroes' Assembly, saying that after entering the Lost Chamber, he awakened the slumbering angelic spirit to hunt down his target. Hearing this, Liu Feng clenched his teeth in anger. Does this restless spirit know who the chief judge is connected to? Lu Niep looked sad and said, I do not know. Last time after using someone to kill the saint's son, the hand and eye of Jia hidden on the chief judge were exposed. Liu Feng's eyes showed determination as he told her, then we can only take it one step at a time. Liu Feng paused thoughtfully, then said, let us head to the arena first. Ong Ye. Seeing no response, he looked around curiously. The girl stood silently, watching him from afar. Startled, Liu Feng thought, damn. I was so focused on talking to Diep 2 that I neglected Hongwei. She would not even look at me. The girl cursed silently. Wicked. Damned. Foolish. She endured hardship to break through to the pinnacle just to find him. Yet, at the same moment, Liu Feng quickly ran to her side, fully aware that Hong Yi was angry with him now. The moment he saw you act like that, Cardinal Hong stared at you intently. Liu Feng looked at her again and said, what are you dazed for? Let us go. Cardinal's face showed hesitation. Her heart kept whispering, don't pay attention to him. Do not pay attention to him. But in the end, her will lost to her heart, and she could not help but embrace him tightly. Trembling, her voice carried a mix of sulking and love. Ong Yu could not help but be honest. I miss you so much. Liu Feng cherished her too, showing no sign of annoyance. Instead, wrapping his arms tightly around the little girl, everyone nearby witnessed this tender moment. She then slapped her own face, asking why she should be jealous of a girl who is just Liu Feng's little sister. Calm down at most. It is just a stronger urge to possess. Her strength is not weak. Maybe she can pull her into the action. After a moment, he gently rubbed the girl's head, soothing her. All right. Someone's watching. Then Hong Yi glanced around, puzzled. Didn't you have a deal with the Gongming sect? What is going on with this woman? Little Kim Doi quickly interrupted. I know. Last time Liu Feng and she. Liu Feng hastily silenced, then hesitated before explaining. Deep 2 is a good friend of mine. She helped me many times before. You have to get along well with her. The Cardinal's gaze still carried a sharp edge as she silently pondered. Beside Feng Kaka stood another woman she wished her gone completely. Seeing her silent and lost in thought, Liu Feng stepped forward and said, Ong Ye, you must behave. After settling his little sister, Liu Feng looked over at Lian Diep. Diep, do not just stand there, come here quickly. Seeing she was not forgotten, she smiled brightly and hurried over. Since Cardinal appeared, Lian no longer kept her distance from him. She immediately rushed over and grabbed Liu Feng's hand, saying, let us go. Ong Yi stared fiercely at the opponent, her gaze deadly as the girl silently told her, let go. At the same moment, Liu Indip caught those murderous eyes and was secretly startled such a terrifying gaze. But quickly, she crouched down to the girl's level and said, that Scarlet. Let us get acquainted. I am Saint Lian Deep. Though Cardinal seemed unfriendly, Lian smiled brightly, hoping they could become good friends. Without hesitation, Cardinal sharply brushed Lian off, showing no interest. Liu Feng clasped the two girls' hands together and cheerfully said, "Good friends. We are all good friends." He stared at the light shining ahead, mouth agape, murmuring, "This is it. The heroic assembly has begun." At the same time, Si Thin Tian announced, "Now is the preparation time. If you are even a bit late, you will automatically lose your chance to participate." Hearing this, Liu Feng raised his hand with an awkward smile and said, "Sorry, senior. It is all my fault." He cheerfully told him, "The rule to enter the Lost Chamber is simple. No restrictions on methods, no life or death battles, and only the last survivors, 8 wisdom lords and 4 long saints can enter." Upon hearing this, Ongyai immediately asked, "Why are the final entrants divided into 8 wisdom lords and 4 long saints?" Thien recounted that years ago, it was rumored the passage to the Lost Chamber could only contain 1 energy within limits, so only 9 sages were allowed in. Later, the Saint Elder proposed giving the Saint Elder a chance to explore the Lost Chamber, but the sages united to veto it. Later, the disgruntled saint joined forces to attack the energy within the passage after the sages had entered, causing the passage to break and the sages to die. Thus, the sages reluctantly decided to give up 1 sage seat, hence the place of the 4 saints. Alright, the story ends here. The wise one to the left, the saint to the right. Hurry inside. But now, Liu Feng smiles at his uncle and says, "They do not need to go in. The lost pill is too dangerous. I will go in for them." Ong Yu worriedly said, "Brother Feng, I will go with you." He gently ruffled her hair and explained, "Ong Ye, nothing in the Lost Chamber is predictable. I can't let you take the risk." Knowing Liu Feng did not want her to follow, the little girl hesitated as if to say more, but Liu Feng quickly warned her, "Ong Ye, I do not want you to fall into danger. If you do not listen, I will." Sad, Ong Ye tightly held his hand and obediently said, "Brother Feng, I understand." Seeing the girl reluctant, Liu Feng comforted her gently, waiting obediently for him to leave. Then, he quickly turned his back and began a new adventure. "Xiao Jin, let us go." Lian Yip stood beside her, smiling brightly in support. "Big brother Liu Feng, I wish you victory." Immediately after, both of them brimming with spirit. Prepared, Xiao Jin excitedly shouted, "Liu Feng, I want to fight 10 men." Over here, 5 young men, fired up and ready to fight, suddenly freeze as you appear. With just one glance, you stop their aggression and ask, "Who are you? What is going on? Afraid I will beat you down." But now, one among them spoke with reverence. "Venerable Liu Feng, we have seen clearly how you struck down the 2 elders. We admit we are no match for you." He spoke honestly. "You considered joining forces, but we cannot fully trust each other." So, with a triumphant grin, he conceded defeat. Elder Liu Feng waited on the side for us to finish. Liu Feng was so surprised he stammered, "Is that even possible?" Little Kim was left speechless, refusing to fight any longer. Over here, Ong Yai still stood there quietly observing, not speaking to Lian Dip due to her own reservations. At the same time, Lian Deep approached, and Hong Yi, who truly intended to behave, chose not to follow brother Liu Feng into the chaotic room. She immediately stepped back, alert but still gathering strength. "What is he up to? I have already agreed with brother Feng. He is trying to provoke a rift between us." Lian Dip hesitated, then said, "No, what I meant was, on the day of the eclipse, we also slipped in quietly." Cardinal Gomez flatly refused. "Uninterested. I have already agreed with brother Feng and will keep my promise." Lian Yi lowered her voice and said, "Do you know, normally, after entering the Lost Realm, one only seeks opportunities near the passage entrance and must return within 5 days before it closes." Remembering Liu Feng's words, "You insisted we had a reason to leave, but I suspect big brother Liu Feng plans to delve deep into the lost chapter. Once the time is missed, he will have to stay there until the eclipse opens the passage again 100 years from now." Hearing this, Ong Yi was truly shaken. The knave girl then asked, "What?" She turned to Lian Yi and asked, "So how do we get in, after opening the passage? Do we pull out the 2 elders, or force our way in?" Lian Dip stepped forward and whispered, "The energy flow has its limits. Forcing it is impossible. You can only seize it from others." Inside, Saijin felt bored and empty. Why was the long-awaited heroes gathering so dull? Liu Feng said to the kid, "Isn't this good? No need for calloused hands to get the spot." Saojin replied, "But they fight so lightly, no strength at all." Hearing this, a sinister look appeared on his face. Even his body language gave him away. These people really know how to put on a show. Those words spoken, 4 young men swiftly surrounded Liu Feng. Now, he faced them alone. Immediately, they all cracked their knuckles in unison, their resolve clear, and just like that, Liu Feng was trapped by those energy sources in their cage, now no different from a bird. Immediately after, the orange-haired youth reached out, biting fiercely as he tried to strike Liu Feng. He glared at them and asked, "What do you mean by this?" The young man replied, "Sorry, Venerable Liu Feng, we must give up 2 of our 8 spots to you. We have no choice but to accept this last resort." That hairy man said, Our old master is interested in the continent's youngest supreme, a youth who has already slain the second supreme. He must be hiding secrets. Little one, speak your secrets, and I will spare your life. Liu Feng felt a flicker of interest and said, you all surely think this can trap me. But then, his figure began to fade. The old man covered in fur gasped in shock. Something's wrong. Han, from atop that fur, Liu Feng suddenly grew stronger, his domain expanding. Confidence soaring, with a powerful strike. His inner strength unleashed, leaving the entire group severely wounded, each unable to hold back blood. The young man only managed to shout once. No! He showed delight, finding this intriguing, claiming it as his own, while Xiujin also raged on. A group of treacherous scoundrels hiding behind a human facade. The old man is finally afraid now. Venerable Liu Feng, we only want to trap him. Nothing more. But before he could finish, little Kim swiftly flew past the boy, unleashing a fierce burst of fire at the enemy. The kid was scornful, wanting to do bad but crave a good reputation. Feeling Jin's scolding hit a nerve, Liu Feng suddenly struck the kid hard on the head, silencing him. I do not understand why Xiaojin got beaten. His eyes were full of anger. He has always been the worst. If we were not smart, we would have been kicked out already. Liu Feng pinched his cheek hard, saying, I want you to stop speaking filthy words. Then he looked at the others and asked, do any of you want to step up? Seeing no one spoke, Lian, excited, said, if that is the case, I won't waste time. I will ask Senior Ukthian if this counts as getting 2 spots. Good luck, everyone. Finally. After finishing, Liu Feng quickly came out, while Lian Diep and Hongya were still standing there. Lian Diep quickly stepped forward, worriedly asking, Big brother Liu Feng, are you okay? He reassured her, it is fine, they can't hurt us. Then Liu Feng said to Hongya, I got something not bad. The girl happily replied, thanks. Brother Feng, I will refine it. Then he turned to Senior V Thin and asked, if we all admit defeat, does that mean I have secured my spot, or do we still need a fool to stay until the end? But he quickly replied, no need to enter anymore, just wait for the eclipse in 3 days. Liu Feng and Xiaojin bowed deeply together, expressing their gratitude to the senior. Then, he glanced at the 2 girls walking beside him. Puzzled strangely, their relationship seemed to have softened. Lian Diep smiled brightly, hugging Hongyi's shoulder. It is just how sisters are, right Hongya? Hongyi immediately pushed her away, saying, stay away from me. Seeing this, Liu Feng immediately went over, are you okay? But right after, the little girl could not hold back and mustered her inner strength to shove Lian Diep. Letting go of her brother, Liu Feng anxiously stepped forward to grasp her hand. Step 2. Are you alright? Lian Diep stammered. I'm fine. Then, noticing her displeasure, he questioned the girl. Hongye, how could you push someone else? Little girl clings to him again, pouting in frustration, while Feng Kaka and Lian Diep watch from the side. Smiling wryly, she looks up with teary eyes, apologizing, saying Feng Kaka never pays attention to her, and she gets upset easily. But she did not mean it and won't do it again. Liu Feng once again doted on the little girl. It is also his fault. Hongye, do not be upset, but from now on, you must be kind to everyone. Understand. Lian Yi silently wondered if it was an illusion. Why did Hongyi's attitude toward big brother Liu Feng seem more than just a sister's affection? On this side, Othian sighed deeply at the scene. Young man, he pointed at him and said, Liu Feng, the water energy from the past century is rare to find. If you want to strengthen your power, do not miss this chance. Liu Feng, surprised, asked back, what is tidal energy? Lian Yi explained. Tidal energy is the lunar eclipse when the passage opens, where time and space intersect to create a special phenomenon. Once, tidal energy rivaled the entire continent's power. Liu Feng was surprised, then respectfully thanked his senior for the reminder. Othian was pleased and said, no need to thank me. I just want to know if those favored by both the emperor and the pope can go further than imposters like us. Watching people fight to the death, he felt powerless. This continent would soon lose its peace. Time slowly passes. Now night falls, stars fill the sky, and a gloomy night wind blows. Liu Feng sits alone on the rooftop, deep in thought. The scenery here both strange and fascinating. Holding that item in his hand, Liu Feng could not help but smile. Thinking, like Tafai, I will surely return soon. Yet his face showed a hint of worry. Alone, stepping into the unknown, was he truly ready? At the same moment, a figure swiftly approached from afar, startling Liu Feng. Seeing the little girl, he quickly asked, Hongye, why are you here? She sat down beside him and replied, I could not sleep. With a worried face, the little girl asked, Brother Feng, do you know that if we enter the lost chamber and can't return before the passage closes, we will be trapped there for 150 years? The cardinal could not hide his feelings either. Brother Feng, I do not want 150 to meet you. Gently patting her head, he replied, don't worry. I have already scouted Long Hong's place. There is more than one way back through the eclipse passage. Just then, Lian appeared and said, Brother Liu Feng, the other way you mentioned, do you mean returning through the lost divine Chai exit? The cardinal immediately grew wary. It is so late. Why are you still looking for brother Liu Feng? Lian Deep replied plainly. I could not sleep either. Then Lian Deep added. Jia once said the Lost Zone's exit connects both the Divine Continent and the Dark Continent, but she also said there is a guard at the exit who can kill the Divine Day. Hearing this, the cardinal quickly grasped the boy's small, broad arm. Feng Yi. Without hesitation, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and said coldly, then I will eliminate the gatekeeper. Time swiftly passes. Now, 3 days later, the red moon slowly rises in the sky. Everyone has gathered, their eyes fixed upward, watching the moon. Liu Feng, surprised, glanced around the crowd, then asked the beast, weren't there supposed to be 20 entries in total? Why them? He quickly explained, there are indeed 20 entries, but after the surge of tidal energy, the city became the best place to cultivate on the continent. I wanted this too, so I became the guide. You quickly realize and warn the 2 girls, so that is it, Scarlet and Leaf, you 2 will seize the chance soon. Then, Urusithan swiftly tells them, it is about to start, everyone activate your protective aura. No sooner had he spoken than darkness completely swallowed the moon, watching the smoke drift toward Urusithan. He explained, this mist is the energy of the tidal star, powerful elemental force. Continuing the translation, the energy of the evening water has 3 stages. The first is mist, suitable for saint cultivators, the second is rain, fit for ordinary supreme minds, and the third is the true evening water energy, which even the Emperor's shield cannot fully withstand. Hearing this, Sajin was surprised. Why did this evening water energy make him feel incredibly comfortable? In the sky above, thunder and lightning rage relentlessly, fierce storms rolling in with terrifying force. Liu Feng watches in awe. This is the second stage, and the energy intensity is indeed several times stronger. Thean stepped towards him. Liu Feng, kid, the Pope says I am giving this to you. It looked just like a small compass. Liu Feng stared intently at the item for a long moment, holding it in his hand. He was still full of questions and quickly asked, what is this? Thean replied, this is an ancient artifact. A compass, which helps people find their way in the lost realm. Working together with the papal map, one can avoid many complications. Many thanks to Senior Ethi, and also to Senior Pope. He cut off Liu Feng's words, saying, no need to thank me, that old Pope said. If one can return from the lost realm, one can ascend to godhood. Forced to smile when you heard this. So, Senior, you really believe it? You truly value me that much? Then, Halong stroked his mustache and said to you, are you ready? Dawn is breaking. At that moment, a mystical light emerged, startling Liu Feng. It was a rainbow. Pausing, he whispered to himself, no, it is truly the energy of the water dimension, the great gateway to the lost realm. The sea wind howled, waves rolling beneath the fiery red sunset. With determined eyes, Rusithan warned, to absorb the tidal energy at its fullest, one must dive deep, but remember, if it is too much, return immediately. A flicker of worry stirred within him. A mysterious purple light spread through the air like a magical veil, as Liu Feng prepared to face a new challenge. He thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Ildaruk Thean. The old man nodded gently. Go quickly. Behind him, Hong Yi suddenly stiffened, her body sagging as blood trickled from her lips. Immediately, Liu Feng, eyes filled with confusion, sat down beside her, holding the little girl tightly, his voice full of worry. Ong Yi, what is wrong? Ong Yi whispered softly, unable to hide the exhaustion seeping through every breath. Lian Deep is right beside me, her eyes full of worry as she hurriedly speaks. She just learned how to forcibly break through. To get you to agree to let her enter the lost chamber with me. Immediately, Hong Yu hurriedly cut off Lian Deep, as if she was hiding something, not wanting Liu Feng to hear. She was not allowed to speak. Liu Feng choked up, placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, as if trying to hold on to something slipping away. He whispered softly, Ong Vai, did not you already agree with me? The girl turned away, avoiding my gaze, gently replying like a plea. En Feng, I want to go with you. He gently placed his hand on Hong Yi's shoulder, his warm voice soothing her worries. I know you want to help me, but I am strong like this. Nothing will happen. Trust me. Okay. The girl clenched her fists, eyes burning with an unquenchable fire. Ong Yi declared firmly, no, I must go. Liu Feng hesitated, his gaze wavering, then blurted out, you, silently urging himself to stand firm. If not, the cardinal won't give up. You shouted and hit the girl. Did you listen? Her eyes welled with tears. The cardinal looked at Liu Feng with a trembling voice. He hit her not out of pain but out of hurt. He spoke harshly, eyes unwavering. If you misbehave, a spanking is needed. The little girl closed her eyes, tears falling like autumn leaves, a deep hurt inside. Instantly, Liu Feng was stunned, his gaze filled with confusion seeing his sister like this. He blurted out, you are crying. I never meant to hurt you so much. He held the little girl tightly, as if trying to swallow the pain he caused. She quietly shed tears, her eyes full of hurt. Panicked. He stammered, Scarlet. Scarlet, do not cry. It is my fault. I should not have hit you. I'm sorry. Repeating apologies, not seeking forgiveness, because he truly regretted it. Liu Feng looked at the girl with a tormented gaze, his quiet voice breaking the silence between them. I do not want to leave you, but I would rather be apart than see you in danger. He looked straight into the girl's eyes, his gaze firm yet filled with sorrow, his voice ringing out like a vow. You are the family I want to protect. I swear, even if I die 1,000 times, I will never let you face danger, he urged her. Do you agree with me?
Ong Ye.
Ong Yu glanced down, her red-rimmed eyes flickering with hesitation. Trembling, she struggled between staying and the fear of leaving. Then, Lian Yi stepped forward and said, All right, brother Liao Feng, you go train in prison. I will take care of Hong Yu. He nodded softly, eyes full of trust. Right after, Liu Feng hesitated, but Thian suddenly shouted. All right, the tide's energy is fading. Hurry. His call urged everyone to act before it was too late. The pounding footsteps echoed as he ran, eyes full of worry. Shouting, wait for me, little Kim trailed behind. Panting. Slow down, please. On the shore, Lin Deep placed her hand on Hong Yu's shoulder, her voice calm yet heavy. Ong Wai, maybe you have tried everything. It is time to decide. The girl squeezed her hand tightly, eyes filled with hesitation more than anyone. She knew the moment of choice had come. Meanwhile, Liu Feng struggled with the tidal energy, a swirling light enveloping his body as he screamed. No one told me it would hurt this much. At this moment, he could not anticipate the unforeseen pain of the tidal force. Liu Feng forced himself to look around, sweat beading on his forehead not from fear, but from a newly revealed truth. No one here was at ease. In that space, only Uncle Thian remained calm. Standing silently, barely moving, he thought to himself. Only Senior Thian seemed a bit more at peace. Suddenly turning to the side, Liu Feng was shocked to see his companion, Tu Kim, unharmed and even refreshed. Mumbling. Too good. Eyes wide. Mouth agape. He could not believe what he saw, exclaiming in astonishment and a hint of envy. Oh, Tu Kim is really fine, even enjoying himself. A sharp cry from Thian echoed like thunder across the clear sky. Kid, his voice powerful, cutting through the rising floodwaters. Focus your will, this river's energy is only just beginning. He warned and instilled in him a fierce belief, a strength to stand firm, one that would haunt the mind and force the body to surrender. Torn apart by the flood, amidst the energy core, Liu Feng's tense gaze and cautious, slightly worried voice whispered, Oh, the energy even blends with external forces. I have already borrowed the tidal energy to ignite the fourth spirit gem in the northern star formation. Though exhausted, his eyes shut tight, his mind roars from deep within. Not enough. Not enough, still not enough, pushing himself beyond the limit. The energy surges stronger, swirling, engulfing his struggling comrades. Here it comes, the biggest wave of energy, swirling like the eye of a storm. Thian's cold gaze roars like a battle cry, awakening everyone's fighting spirit. The strongest tidal energy has arrived, get ready. Always be prepared to retreat. These words carry no fear, only the calm resolve of a seasoned warrior. Amidst that surge of energy, some could not endure but still held on. Liu Feng now clenched his fists tightly. Breath ragged, sweat streaming down his forehead, voice nearly faltering yet filled with silent hope. His eyes lit up with hope. We are close to the goal, just one more gem to ignite. Breaking through to the second supreme realm. He gathered all his strength, shouting into the life or death air, fighting to hold on, his gaze blazing with fierce determination. The shattered light fell like a meteor shower, swirling through the stormy path amidst the roaring energy. His eyes lifted not from suffocation, but from yearning. Light spiraled around his body as he opened his eyes, wild with confusion. Speaking in shock and doubt. Aren't I cultivating the water energy during the lunar eclipse? You blurted out anxiously. Why are you here? Your mind spins as if thrown into a strange world. Wait. What is a lunar eclipse? What is water energy? Questions burst forth because he truly did not understand what was happening. Cultivation. What was that? His voice trembled like a child lost in a dream. He listened, trying to find out who was real, who was calling him. He was confused, doubtful. That moment froze in time. Liu Feng's eyes widened, stunned by the scene before him. The space shifted to a beach, waves crashing softly, golden sunlight stretching over the sand. He lay back on a chair, eyes half closed, a fleeting peace amid life's chaos. Suddenly, Viney appeared, wearing a red swimsuit that revealed every seductive curve. She leaned close and asked, Liu Feng, what is wrong with you? Liu Feng's eyes widened, his gaze drawn to something unbelievable. He stammered, You are Viney. Viney smiled brightly and said, That is right, do not daze off. The sisters are still waiting outside. She took his hand and pulled him up beneath the golden sunlight and gentle waves. Viney in her red and white swimsuit grabbed my hand and ran toward the sea. I tilted my head, eyes sparkling with surprise. Sisters around us. The scene was peaceful. The blazing sun stretched over the golden sand. Viney raised her hand high with excitement, looking into the distance as if calling someone. We have arrived before you. 5 girls bathed together in the clear water, laughter echoing. Then suddenly, a voice rings out, excited and unexpected. Liu Feng. You freeze. Face blank, hand raised instinctively. Eyes wide, mouth agape. What the hell is this? Before he could think, Viney quickly grabbed his hand. urging, "Let us go." Li Yufeng, puzzled, turned to her and asked, "Wait, Vinai, you are Anai's girlfriend." She smiled and replied, "That is right." He pointed toward the group, voice tinged with confusion. "So it is a girl. Shouldn't you explain what happened to them?" He added, eyes suspicious. "Didn't you notice?" Vina placed her hand on his face, her gaze steady, voice both surprised and reassuring. "Notice what? We are sisters." After all, Liao Feng's eyes widened, face full of confusion. Stammering nonsense. Viney stared at him in utter surprise. Her gaze filled with questions. No one understood what was happening. She urged, "Liao Feng, why are you still dazed?" Liao Feng covered his hands, eyes tightly shut, refusing to accept anything more too harsh a reality. He whispered, "Enough." Vinai, her golden hair flowing in the wind, crowded by people, stood silent for a few moments. Stand there, eyes filled with doubt and turmoil. Telling yourself, Vinai, Tafai, only those I know could never coexist in harmony like this. More importantly, you can't believe what you are seeing. His eyes wild with panic, face twisted with rage. He screamed as if to tear apart the fake masks suffocating him. Modern society. Pure nonsense. Li Yufeng turned toward the shore, eyes heavy with helplessness, realizing what he saw was unreal. This is the illusion even the Dragon Kings cannot resist. You breathe deeply. So insignificant. Li Yufeng fell silent, his voice barely a whisper, as if someone was peeling away the facade he had long maintained. Have you ever considered this is the true desire within your soul? With fiery eyes, you stay calm to let go of those dark thoughts. You shout like a slash through the air, then silence yourself. Suddenly, the beach fades away, and a strange force pulls you into a forest before a mysterious door. Liao Feng also felt a pang of regret for the dreamlike scene he had just been in. He whispered softly, "Don't." Instantly, the images of Vinai and her girlfriends vanished into the waking world. You finally explode with emotion. Rolling in excitement after enduring and training so long, you cry out, "It is finally broken free." Everything around seems drawn into the eye of the storm, flames swirling deep into the air. At this moment, Wu Sithin stared intently into the heart of the storm. Pondering, the tidal energy has collapsed, yet it has not emerged. Has it failed? He whispered softly. Then, with a sigh, he admitted, "No matter how great a genius you are, facing this infinitely magnified desire, death is inevitable." Now, the cardinal clenched his fist, eyes blazing with unwavering faith, her voice steady and full of trust. Feng Kaka will not die. Beside her, Lin Dep silently prayed for a miracle to save him, whispering to herself, "Brother Lu Feng. Feng Kaka, you must come back safe." Athene spoke slowly, his eyes deep as if seeing through it all, because he had never faced the terror of the collapsing tidal energy. A prolonged silence followed. Then he sighed softly. Regrettably, while everyone was still confused, Lu Feng appeared like a slash through the dark night, energy swirling around him, beautiful like a painting. Unexpectedly, Athene's eyes sparkled with confidence as he said, "At least I have no regrets." A vow and a truth. He lived true to his ideals. Ong wiped her teary eyes, Junjun's voice trembling, and Feng Kaka and Athene immediately turned, embracing the girl tightly. You dared to smile as if to dispel everything. "Do not worry, Ivan." Your voice gentle yet enough to steady Hongya's racing heart. Meanwhile, Athene held the person, eyes full of doubt and frenzy. How could anyone resist the collapse of tidal energy before losing consciousness? But then a thought flickered, confusing him. What if the person never truly fell into despair? Lu Feng paused, his gaze deepening as if searching his own soul, muttering to himself before finally admitting the truth. Though I was unaffected by the chaos, I could withstand the collapse because, even if you left it unsaid, your eyes already held the answer. You recalled that when the turmoil raged, you were protected by a giant dragon glowing with golden light. You heard Xiao Jin call out, you are awake, and you realized you had been helped by him." You whispered, "Xiao Jin helped me." Athene staggered, eyes wide as if hearing the unbelievable. He muttered with hesitant disbelief, "Little Kim, is that really the little Kwai demon beast sage?" The truth is, Little Kim is not a beast demon, but a divine dragon in harmony. Lu Feng recalls the moment he returned to his true form, a shimmering golden dragon weaving through a torrent of water energy. Such a devastating force was entirely absorbed by Little Kim, who exclaimed in awe, "How can I swallow all this collapsing water energy into my belly?" Here, how could this be? A question echoes, yet no one can answer. The air was suffocating, with Tu Kim's aura soaring high, but then a sigh broke his proud stance, too full to eat anymore. Behind Liu Feng stood Yi Sithin and Lian Dape. Everyone felt both frustrated and helpless. He stretched out, then glanced at Little Kim beside him, rubbing his small belly with a calm face almost like a BBQ now. Yet he was already full. Suddenly, Little Kim spotted a familiar figure, instantly calling out sharply and darting forward like an arrow. Sister Lin Ip froze, eyes wide with a question mark forming in her mind. Before she could react, she saw a small blue creature resting its head backward on her. Her face flushed as a gentle smile blossomed. At that moment, Xiao Kim's face lit up with undeniable joy as he excitedly said, Liao Feng, I am stronger now, he continued with fierce determination. I feel like I can take on that old man now. Liao Feng, confused, immediately turned to the man Senior Ukthian not Xiao Jin, his voice trembling with worry and doubt. The man closed his eyes slightly, his hand raised as if pondering deeply, speaking with the calm of one who has endured. I am who I am now, truly no match for it. Of course, but he did not falter before the challenge. I am not afraid to fight at once. At this moment, Lian gently lifted Xiao Jin in her hands, her eyes serious yet eager. It is time to open the path to the lost chamber, she said with determination. He nodded slightly, eyes stern. A swirling purple energy spiraled around his outstretched hand. Come on, everyone. Channel your energy with me. Pull out the lost orb. His voice rang out sharp and commanding. At that moment, Liu Feng led the way, standing tall like an unyielding pillar, his hand raised high as a surge of power tore through the air. Behind him, everyone followed in unison. A thunderous explosion echoed through the suffocating space, path gradually widening. Look, the passage is open. Cheers of triumph ringing out loud. Liu Feng fell silent for a moment, his face hardening with worry and doubt. He wondered, could the Tong Dao truly be another world? Just then, a small hand timidly touched his. Cardinal clutched his hand tightly, eyes glistening with tears, her trembling voice desperate to hold on to something slipping away. Feng Kaka. Do you have to leave? She fell silent, sadness lingering in her gaze, while Liu Feng bowed his head deeply, full of regret. Don't worry, I will be back soon. That was Feng Kaka just now. It was wrong, please forgive me. Okay. Ong Yi said nothing, just nodded softly, a gentle breeze. At that moment, the girl embraced him tightly, resting her head against his, hearing the heartbeat like a silent promise. He spoke warmly yet firmly. I agree. Feng Kaka, wait for me no matter where I go. I will bring you along. She held him tighter, whispering to herself. Feng Kaka, wait for me. This moment, Liu Feng held a small piece of glass in his hand, offering it to Lin Diep with a silent gaze, his voice gentle yet each word heavy with meaning. Can you help me deliver this glass message to Vinay of Lam Tin Academy? Stay safe. She nodded with a steady gaze but could not hide her worry. A crimson light tore through the space, opening a gateway. Hu Fin spoke firmly, yet the gravity in his voice was clear. The lost chamber's path has opened. Those chosen may enter now. He gave strict orders. Remember the mark you have only this year. The space is bathed in violet-pink light as he stands before you. Eyes resolute, with a voice like a vow carried on the wind. Hu Fin speaks. Young Liu Feng, I wait for your return. No need for many words, just a slight nod and a firm okay. With that, Liu Feng dashed in the passageway. While below, Ong Yi reached out, eyes filled with worry and urgency, calling out from the depths of his heart. Brother Feng, you did not forget to glance back and say goodbye to the little girl. You held her hand, waiting for him to return a single phrase enough to shatter trust. The space shattered in dazzling light, engulfing everything in a chaotic whirl of color and energy. Two small figures stand in the vast corridor, caught in an unpredictable challenge. Before them, a wide-open gate where the unknown awaits, the wind whispering both a dare and an encouragement. Little Kim was ready to face the new world filled with countless geniuses everywhere. He clenched his fists with determination to surpass them all. After his brother disappeared from sight, the crimson-clad girl looked away, her eyes distant, hands clenched tightly. Feng Kaka. I'm sorry. This time I have to break my promise. Her voice choked not from fear but from guilt. Hoping he would not blame her, the sky blazed bright, the gate narrowing swiftly. Everyone surged upward, leaving trails of whistling wind behind. In the silent space below, Lian Dip tilted her head slightly, her voice soft and full of meaning. Ong Ye, are you ready? The girl fell silent for a few seconds, her deep, sorrowful eyes shining with determination as if she had been ready all along. No words, just a nod and then, go. Instantly, Lingip returned to her true form, the glittering crown on her hair, wings behind her back half white, symbolizing pure light, half black, embodying deep darkness. The entrance to the corridor was dim yet brightly lit. Lindip led the cardinal soaring in, beginning a journey into a whole new world. The wind howled fiercely, blending with the sounds of clashing strikes echoing through the space, as she and the girl attacked the two slowest flyers, allowing Jiang to slip through the passage. The two were caught off guard and could not react, only managing to utter a word before Lion Diep and the cardinal swiftly flew forward. Though in flight, she did not forget to hand over the glass communication shard, saying with trust and solemnity, Thean, this is for you. The passageway narrowed, shadows vanishing into the void. Everything grew hazy. Rusithan barely caught the shard of glass, but he did not understand what was happening. He only managed to speak. At that moment, the two were knocked down by two girls. Protesting unfairly, Lord Thi, they blatantly broke the rules, won't you intervene? He stood silently, hand on his forehead, eyes hazy, exclaiming in surprise, what has happened? Then he muttered as if blaming himself, I'm old, my eyesight is failing. Thean suddenly fell into deep thought, telling himself the Pope has found a way to destroy the remnants of the celestial soul. A confirmation, he continued pondering, The man was right when the continent is no longer peaceful. A powerful figure must rise. The space now swirls with blotches of color, chaotic and beautiful yet terrifying, as Liu Feng struggles against the energy engulfing him. Soon, he and Xiaojin can no longer hold on. Both retching violently, he gasped, "No! The grilled meat I just ate." Liu Feng stood still, eyes spinning in disbelief and confusion. This was the lost star, he whispered, unable to believe what he saw. The sky was dark and stormy. Wind swept through the ruined land, the ground scarred by shattered mirrors and broken armor. He murmured, eyes tracing the fragments of the past. What battle had this place endured to become like this? The air suddenly grew cold and still. Liu Feng stiffened, realizing there was only one other person besides himself. He spoke quickly, full of confusion. "Where is everyone else?" To Quan replied seriously, his face still showing signs of fatigue. "I do not know, Elder Liu. When everyone enters the lost chamber, they are randomly relocated to different places. Some close, like us, others thousands of miles away." Purple hues envelop the surroundings, casting a mysterious aura. Liu Feng nods slightly, his voice soft. "So that is how it is? Thank you. Looks like leaving here will take some time." A statement acknowledging the unclear path ahead. Immediately, he spoke up, his voice filled with surprise and a hint of confusion. "Ready to leave but 5 days later." Wait, was he planning to return? His left eye briefly showed defiance. "No wonder you reached such a realm. Your knowledge and courage, I truly admire." The wind gently tousled his hair as Liu Feng spoke with unwavering eyes. "I too must take risks for some important matters." Beside him, Xiaojin, his half-human, half-animal friend with mischievous eyes, teased. "Liu Feng, this time you won't get lost again, right?" The tense atmosphere instantly shifts to a humorous moment as Liu Feng repeatedly pats his head. "The one who jumps the most." Xiaojin still weakly resists, saying in a pout, "If you keep hitting me, you will just look foolish." Then, Liu Feng immediately took out an ancient map, his eyes shining with confidence as he said, "Don't worry, this time we have a guide." Amid the hazy space of the old map, a tiny spirit with sparkling blue light fluttered, golden wings spread wide, the guiding spirit ready to serve you. Tilting its head, it asked, "May I ask where you wish to go?" His eyes gleamed with resolve as he spoke calmly yet determinedly, carrying the weight of hope and duty. This time, to Thet left Vian to find a cure for Vi Hai or to recover the remnants of Senior Liu Kim. Then he sighed softly, his gaze turned cautious. But first, he needed to find the natives to learn about the lost garden. The spirit immediately fluttered over the ancient map. Eyes focused, translucent blue wings trembling softly, speaking gently yet passionately as it charted the route for him. The sky, deep purple like chilly dye, the breeze smiles gently. Eyes soft, a long journey ahead. We will meet again someday. Let us go first. Tako nods softly. Farewell. The wind howls through the cliffs. You rush forward. Eyes sharp, every line on your face showing unshakable resolve. Tukon's cold gaze flickered behind a half-smile, as if everything was already part of his plan, just as the chief judge intended. With it, I can awaken the fallen celestial soul and gain the power of the gods' ambitious words. Kid, but you will be the stepping stone for me. Dense purple mist cloaks the forest glass. Night slowly falling. Amidst the damp earth lies a silent skull, the air so still it presses in. Suddenly, piercing scream shreds the silence as giant, razor-toothed carnivorous plants, glowing deadly crimson, lash out with tongues entwining a creature mid-flight. In the grim depths of the forest, Liu Feng and team journey on. After many hardships, he sat on a thorn and spoke. "Are you sure we won't get lost this time?" "Where is this place?" he asked with a mocking tone. Liu Kim snapped back, angry and helpless. "You are the one who is hopelessly lost." Now with your face blazing with anger and a sharp tone. "Can you really blame me? It seems Liu Feng is so mad he has lost it. And you keep nagging. How was I supposed to know?" A fixed domain popped up halfway through. A delicate spirit recounts the incident. A fixed domain forms only after the divine warrior's death, the weakened soul unable to move, creating an unchanging realm. A deep voice narrates an ancient law: the stronger the soul, the wider the domain. After countless steps through the mysterious land called Lost Garden, they finally stand before a new milestone. Liu Feng's eyes flickered with caution and curiosity as he said, "Now, let us go meet the master of this domain. This is the first spirit we have encountered since entering the Lost Chamber." Suddenly, crimson fangs appeared, ready to devour everything. He swiftly wiped them away like a flash, gripping his weapon tightly. Roars echoed through the violet sky as two colossal beasts charged, claws sharp and teeth deadly. Amidst the fury, he stood firm, eyes unwavering. Liu Feng suddenly spotted, in the distance, a figure seated motionless on a throne of frost and thorns, waves of energy radiating from him, shaking the ground and suffocating the air. From the misty haze, a grotesque figure emerged, its face a dry skull with glowing green eyes that pierced every soul. It was Badakni, and softly whispered, "I can smell it now, the scent of human flesh." So hauntingly nostalgic, Dakni steps down from the throne, his voice echoing like an ancient curse. "Humanity is doomed. Offer your body and soul to the great god back high, And I shall grant you eternity. This is no mere promise, but a decree. Now, Liu Feng's eyes sharp as a blade, a half-smile revealing disdain, for before him stands only a shadow of the past, that smile once godlike now reduced to a mere speck. A word spoken by the strong, amidst the surge of energy and the space compressed by a clenched fist. Liu Feng remained calm, declaring loudly, "You are already abandoned by the times," his words a cold, absolute verdict. The air trembled, the ground sweating under immense pressure, as Liu Feng struck his weapon with thunderous blows, each attack like a lightning strike, overwhelming his enemy with a fourfold assault. The air seemed torn apart by a dense aura, but Dacne screamed in fury, "Die!" Liu Feng frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping the grim scene, his voice calm yet resolute. "The death energy is too intense. No wonder you are so tough, unshaken, unyielding, speaking out just as I test your limits." Light bursts forth like the sun in the night. Your whole body glows with dazzling white gold energy, eyes blazing as you unleash your move. The Death Wish Sword. The Wish Sword, the golden beam shot straight through Dakhai, devouring everything in its path, and stopped singing, his face filled with panic. Liu Feng stepped closer, his voice sharp and commanding, each word cutting into Dakhai's mind like a blade. "From now on, I ask, you answer. If not, you die. This is no threat, but a decree." Daisy roared like thunder in clear skies. And I, a Han, felt my pride pierced to the core. "Filthy scum, you dare insult the great Desi." My eyes burn with fury. In the thick darkness, the sharp-toothed beast snarled, claws dry and cracked, flames spewing from the little metal mouth. Instantly, Leo soared above, weapons light piercing the gloom as the beast roared in fury. "But all were overwhelmed by your presence," you shouted. "Stop yelling, just answer my questions honestly." In a moment of seeming desperation, Tinai screamed, her voice fierce and defiant. Duong Hong. Liu Feng gripped his sword tightly, gathering all his strength as his body was enveloped in a radiant energy. He thrust it fiercely into the center of the bandit's head, golden sparks flaring like sacred fire. The air thickened, silence choking the breath, his eyes sharp as blades, voice low but commanding, sending shivers through the bandit whether to speak or not. The question hung heavy in the dead of night, where silence seeps through every corner. He stands tall atop the peak, his gaze icy cold. His voice rings out like a command. "Report the situation in the lost chamber. What forces are there? What treasures lie within?" The Han stirs slightly. Startled, his eyes flickered with surprise and disbelief. This was the battlefield of the gods. Wait, he came from the place the gods had forsaken. Thinking this, Lu Feng's gaze sharpened with cunning. He silently vowed, full of fury and contempt, that these gods were truly shameless. "You think those once revered now turn their backs irresponsibly, clearly fleeing as boundless energy vanishes, not gods abandoning us." Lel Du foam, furious, slashes his weapon again at the Han, light flaring from his hand like a warning. "Answer me now, no more words." Unlike Deng Chun's hesitation as secrets unfold, the three special agents speak solemnly, their voices heavy with gravity. "The gods' battlefield is ruled by three great powers: the Demon King terrorizing Uf-2, the fallen angel Fap Langak, and the Lion King at Thuat Fap." Daking recalls the past moment, a giant figure with fierce green eyes and towering horns that seem to tear the sky apart. The hand speaks of old grudges. "I endure the terror of the Demon King's commands, entrusting Uk-2 to guard this place." A chase is about to begin. Special Agent Niz, eyes sharp as knives, voice cold and echoing. "Prepare well to endure the relentless pursuit of the master." Meanwhile, Liu Feng stands proudly atop the Han, shouting with a thunderous voice, gripping his mouth. "Isn't it just a dog at the door, Dad? Calm down. All right, let us talk about the division ranks of the GD God." With a serious face like teaching a lesson, Liu Feng shouted, "You do not even know the division ranks of the Guy God." He concluded with a time-saving remark, "Don't waste words. The Thorn Gods are divided into 4 ranks. The lowest is the ordinary Thorn God, followed by the King, the Emperor, and the Sovereign. Each rank wields immense power, and above the Thorn Gods stand the mighty sorcerers known as the Divine Lords." In the silent space, he stood still, eyes gazing into the distance, whispering to himself, realizing he had yet to reach the door of the strong. Those words carried a hint of disappointment. At first, Lu Jingkambo and the Lao fought against such beings, and behind him appeared the figure of Apollo, the radiant god. In that moment, with eyes full of trust, Xiao Jin's voice rang out strong. "Lu Feng, I believe you can do it." Hearing this, with determined eyes, he nodded yes. Pressure fuels the drive to grow stronger, sealing an unbreakable bond like a promise. "You keep talking, we grow stronger together." A simple phrase filled with trust, camaraderie, and the desire to rise. Suddenly, a sharp step echoes from behind. "Damn it. Even when you two are soaked in blood, you should consider my feelings too." That is Dakingia's voice, unable to hide his frustration. Lu Feng furrowed her brow, eyes deep with hidden worry, and asked, "Where can one find herbs or treasures to heal a wounded soul?" Dakini sneered, "Everywhere on the battlefield are wounded souls. Who would believe such a thing exists? Is it still about strength? You said it is not anger, but a bitter truth mixed with harsh reality. Only the strong have the right to choose." Immediately, Lu Feng stabbed him in the head. He shouted in fury, I was just talking. Do not be so damn rude to me, he confessed, not out of fear, but because he was forced to reveal information. I speak. His voice echoed in panic, as if a single delay meant being crushed. The soul's remedy was either to seek the city of the three great powers or to risk fortune in a deadly trap. Bodaknai pointed toward the jagged mountains, his voice low. That is right, the dark great mountain has erupted with intense energy outside the 300th layer. One may go see it, words that hint yet warn. Lu Feng's eyes sharpened instantly, voice ringing with fury. Do you take me for a fool? I am not easily deceived or underestimated. Immediately, he gripped the sword tightly and struck the special ear's head again, the golden energy flaring fiercely. The golden energy burst forth. Lu Feng shouted, "Farewell," his words echoing like a final farewell to the great Shenbei special ear. Amidst the blazing inferno, he screams in pure rage. The flames consume not just his flesh but his very soul, each roar echoing with haunting fury. Defeated utterly, his body is engulfed and incinerated by the fire in an instant. His form dissipated. The divine soul energy of the special ear lingered in the air. Lu Feng reached out to grasp it. Surprised by the sheer amount of energy absorbing this would strengthen my realm. Little Kim swallowed hard, eyes fixed without blinking. Suddenly, the sound startled the boy, but little Kim, having just advanced 2 levels, needed this more. The boy waved his hand. No need. I have not even digested the tidal energy I absorbed earlier. A scream tore through the space, forcing them both to recoil, saving their lives. A beautiful girl appears, clothes torn, rushing in with panicked eyes and heavy breaths. Moments later, she collapses, utterly drained, falling to the ground. The beautiful girl with a seductive figure looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. My lord, I beg you to save me. Little Kim was completely captivated. Big sister. Lu Feng. Help her. He hesitated, but from afar, the horse charged like a storm, eyes sharp and fierce. Let us see where you can run now. His eyes flickered with surprise. A human, here of all places, a human indeed. The code intrigues me. Good, I will consume him first, then devour this man's flesh to forge a new spirit. The girl trembles in fear. Save me. At this moment, Lu Feng shouts 100, his left eye flashing like a struck bell, immediately stepping forward to shield her. Rest assured. Beauty, with me here, you will be safe. The beautiful girl clutches his arm. Master. Be careful, this guy is hiding his true strength. Han is not just the smartest in the clan. Lu Feng asks again. What? Jack raged. Wretch, you ruined my plans, I will devour you. Lu Feng rubbed his hand calmly as a sword flashed into existence in his palm. The other stepped back, feigning retreat. Then, without hesitation, they charged at each other, unleashing a storm of relentless blows, neither willing to yield. The beautiful girl suddenly shed her innocent facade, silently attacking Lu Feng from behind. Kim's panic echoed loudly, voice filled with urgent worry. Lu Feng, get out of the way. Lu Feng was thrown like a sling, flying far before crashing hard onto the ground. He struggled to stand, each heavy step threatening to collapse. The beautiful girl vanished into thin smoke, leaving behind a space filled with mystery. Like 2 rivers merging, the girl became one with the engraving in the blinding light, and smiled softly. It has been a long time since fresh blood met. I have taken your flesh and blood now. Unexpectedly, Ma was carved. Who would have thought someone could awaken from my enchantment? This body is truly perfect this time. Kim's furious. Damn it. How dare this guy charm us? Lu Feng feels sick. I was just seduced by a male demon using his looks, and he even said such provocative things. Han smiled faintly. On the battlefield of gods, feigning weakness to lure a fatal strike is the most basic tactic. In an instant, Lu Feng and Axiogen seemed sucked into the void, going mad without a sound. Cold. Ruthless code. Damn it. Kala. That guy always shows up. I have to act fast. The hen raised his sharp hand, focusing all his magic power into his fingertips, controlling the space. At that moment, the entire space suddenly cracked and shattered like fragile glass. Breaking apart. Lu Feng stared intently at the swirling vortex before him. This was the power to control space. Lu Feng is trapped in an invisible space, unable to take even a single step. Space controlled and condensed. Mucka laughs coldly, eyes sharp, before unleashing a deadly move. Space controlled. Explosion. The explosion roared, tearing through the air and unleashing chaos. He laughed smugly. No one can withstand my triple spatial restraints. This time, I can finally condense my body and strike the god. From the thick smoke, Lu Feng dashed out at lightning speed, slashing with the Camstar sword. The blade sliced across Macac's body so fast he could not even react. Before vanishing, his eyes still held calm and disbelief. What is this? Then, the swift footsteps landed decisively, producing a soft, crisp sound. You breathe heavily, sweat pouring down after expending a great deal of magical energy. Xiaojin rushes over immediately, worry in his voice. Lu Feng, are you alright? Lu Feng laughed and replied, just a minor injury, but gaining these divine energies is not a loss, though it is a bit disgusting. Before being burned, it was clearly golden yellow. The boy suddenly sensed something: swift winds and many powerful foes approaching. He wiped the blood from his mouth, Realizing all the spirits in this lost realm bear the dog as spirit, relentlessly closing in an instant, they vanished at lightning speed, leaving the ground shattered beneath their powerful step. Without a word, Lado appeared with his henchmen, turning the atmosphere cold and suffocating. He sniffed lightly the fresh scent of humans. "We are late. That code name has stirred up trouble this time." They Dio spoke. "The man he used is also injured. Finding him means not only gaining his body and beauty but also obtaining 2 portions of spirit fluid. His escape route leads to the dark great mountain, conveniently on the way to the forbidden palace we want to reach. Shall we travel together?" He refused. "Companions turn into deadly poisons in your pocket. I won't follow that path." Instantly, he dashed forward at a dizzying speed. Leading the way, the wind howled. Liu Feng's breath echoed in the silent air, his sword slicing through like lightning. "Ninth bounty down." Xiao Jin laughed. "If it were not for their divine endurance, I would have devoured them all by now." Suddenly, a dizzy spell made his legs falter. Losing all control, Liu Feng collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of dark red blood. Little Kim rushed over, his voice filled with worry as he called out nonstop. "Liu Feng," he thought. "It has been a long time since I have seen someone stronger than me like this, truly overwhelming others." Little Kim worries. The person's injuries won't hold much longer. Quickly find a place to use spiritual energy to heal. Liu Feng suddenly realizes those guys seem to have deliberately led us into the dark great mountain. The commander ordered, "Ahead lies the forbidden zone, no chance for healing." Suddenly, a fierce, unexpected strike tore through the wind, carrying immense force. Liu Feng swiftly leaps aside to dodge the strike, so fast yet still catching up. Xiaojin realizes they are all one-horned divine beasts. Thus, Leda leads, pulling his men to chase Liu Feng. Shouting, "Hurry up," his subordinate wondered. "Boss, why do we keep chasing that brat? Isn't the treasure in the forbidden zone more urgent?" Leda is too naive. That kid comes from the divine realm and must know how to enter and exit the battlefield of the gods. A slight flick of his hand, and dark magic instantly swirled around him like eerie mist. The energy transformed into a powerful blast, hurtling straight toward the boy. "Come here, kid." A sudden massive explosion erupts, flames and thick black smoke rising, shaking the entire surrounding space. His eyes flash with a deadly light, filled with an unhidden killing intent. A subordinate asks, "Surely he won't die like that." "It is D-Dap, he can't die." Liu Feng immediately dashed out of the flames, continuing, "At worst, it will only leave me severely wounded." Ahead lay the forbidden mist valley. Unless he could break through the barrier, death was the only path. Little Kim held him tight, as if shielding the boy from all danger. Liu Feng felt waves of exhaustion spreading, his body weakening, unable to resist any longer. Damn it. He could not hold on. Ahead lies a dark, suffocating forbidden zone filled with deadly mysteries. Liu Feng wonders, if that is the forbidden area, why are those spirit guardians stationed outside the barrier? Could it be they can't enter? The spirits sensed it, the scent of flesh and blood. A chance to rebuild a body had come. He is mine. Mine alone. Without hesitation, they rushed toward him like starving wolves. Leda shouted a warning. "Whoever dares touch him, Leda, we'll devour them alive." Hearing this, they all huddled together, eyes filled with utter panic. He clutched the little gold tightly, thoughts racing. Such a small gang, scared so easily. Pulling the little gold close, he ran with all his might, risking everything to escape. Leda sneers wickedly. "Kid, ahead lies the forbidden barrier. Accept your fate." Together, they touch the barrier. A mystical light envelops them, and they vanish instantly. Leda stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. What? He could not believe it. This barrier was once unbreakable, even by the Demon King himself. How could he have done it? The spirits rushed over to check. The barrier had vanished. Suddenly, it erupted in a powerful wave of energy, sweeping them all away. Lada reached out to feel he had not disappeared. That kid really was trouble. Clenching his jaw tight, he let out a tense, grating sound filled with hatred. "Damn brat." Lada unleashes terrifying power, shaking the very air around. "Damn it. Damn it." In the silent void, a strange door appears, like a bridge between distant worlds. Liu Feng held Xiao Jin tight, piercing through the space ahead and then rushing out. His whole body trembled violently as he fell to the ground, eyes closed in unconsciousness. Little Kim's tears fell as she anxiously called out, "Liu Feng. Liu Feng, please wake up." The boy slowly turned his face away, his worried eyes searching for something to save Liu Feng. Little Kim stared intently at the strange space unfolding before him. Where was this? Liu Feng struggled to rise, opened his eyes, and a radiant joy shone in the boy's gaze. "Liu Feng, you raised your hand to rub your head. This place is," Xiao Jin replied. "We are inside the forbidden zone. You fell unconscious as soon as you entered." Liu Feng hugged his arm, eyes darting around. "Have we really gone inside?" "You hesitated. Could it be because the formation array had not been activated from start to finish?" Liu Jin asked Liu Feng. "Are you okay?" He patted the boy's head. "It is all right. We are probably safe for now." "Don't worry," Liu Feng reassured himself, at least before the barrier vanished. It was fine. Xiao reached out to absorb the healing energy. "Quick. Use these to heal the wounds." Meditative stance. He quietly regained his power, step by step restoring his energy. Small, round specks of light appeared before Liu Feng, radiating a gentle, Warm glow. Liu Feng cuffed for a moment, then suddenly spat out thick fresh blood. He pondered deeply. Having restored half of his meridians but already used half of his spiritual energy, even if his wounds cooled, once the barrier opened, death would still be hard to avoid. From Liu Feng's steadfast perspective, Liu Thoi, only by igniting the sixth spirit breakthrough in the dual realm can there be a chance to survive. Eyes closed, he gathers all his inner magical power. With the grinding of teeth echoing, Liu Feng pleaded, "Light up for me. Shine brighter." Summoning all his strength, Liu Feng clenched his teeth, as if ready to break every limit. He pushed himself to the limit, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the metallic scent filling the air. He stared into the distance, defeated, still far from ready, unable to take another step forward. Liu Feng cursed helplessly. Damn it. Could it be that all he could do was wait to die? He was unwilling. Hands trembling. Truly unwilling. In the echoing call, Xiao Jin softly called his name. Liu Feng. He turned around. What is wrong? The boy pointed ahead. The air suddenly grew tense as everyone stared inside. The space before you is shrouded in a gloomy mist, dim light painting a haunting, surreal scene. There lies a purple coffin, an out-of-place relic in this dark landscape. Little Kim's golden eyes widened. There was someone inside. Liu Feng recognized the body. The boy was scared but hesitant. Should we get closer? He asked. I feel a chill inside. If something's really wrong, there is nowhere left to run. Better to face it head on, came the reply. Both swiftly moved forward, the distance to the coffin's neck shrinking in an instant. Elise, with gentle beauty, lay their eyes closed as if in deep sleep. Little Kim sighed. Sister, you are so beautiful. Liu Feng clenched his fists, deep in thought. This was the relic of an ancient deity. Within this forbidden dark mountain, it was truly a god's tomb, and the figure in the coffin seemed strangely familiar. Little Kim worried. Liu Feng, are you really trying to flirt with a dead person using this move? He turned pale. Are you kidding? I am serious. Suddenly, the coffin was engulfed in purple spiritual energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin clung to each other tightly, their bodies trembling with fear. What is happening? Xiao Jin spun around, screaming in panic. Liu Feng, look over there, he whispered urgently. The barrier is collapsing. Brothers, get ready. Liu Feng's heart burned like fire, each beat threatening to explode with worry, forcing him to strike it down immediately. He slowly reached out, and the sword instantly rested in his palm. Liu Feng drew the sword, focused his strength into his legs, his whole body tensed, then leapt forward. The purple aura swirls and merges, yet it does not emit a single sound. Useless. He quietly shifts his gaze, eyes resting on the coffin's neck. So, that is the only way. Liu Feng swiftly raised his sword high, the blade flashing in the air as he launched a fierce attack. Suddenly, Alice opened her eyes, her gaze cold and sharp as a blade, igniting the air with a fierce anger. Liu Feng saw this, his face pale as he staggered in the courtyard. Oh no! His sword then struck down hard, smashing against the ancient coffin door, causing it to start leaking. The coffin shattered into pieces, Alice gently floating in midair. Liu Feng's eyes widened, filled with chaos and astonishment. Alice's body was strong yet soft like the new moon's light. She gently shielded herself with her hands, gritting her teeth in discomfort. Her body tensed, ready to unleash its power. She swept her hand cleanly, unleashing a brilliant purple magic force that made Liu Feng and the little golden claw stagger. He suddenly realized, this was a divine power, an absolute divine power, far more terrifying than the one outside. Suddenly, Alice coldly glanced at Liu Feng, her eyes icy as snow. She gently extended her hand forward, as swirling purple magic began to coil around her fingers. Before he could react, Liu Feng's clothes were sucked away in an instant, instantly transforming into garments for Alice, shielding her pure white body. Liu Feng, flustered, stammered, in our space, there are clothes. Her cold gaze swept through, cutting across the silent void. He immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth, silent and speechless. He took out his clothes and began to dress. Luckily he had spare clothes in his space. Suddenly, Lada and her followers appeared. Little one, this time let us see where you run. Han, surprised, asked with a voice full of astonishment. Who are you? Alice feigns indifference, fueling Lada's fury. Where did this girl come from? I am talking to you, but you won't listen. Coldly, Alice raises her hand, unleashing a fierce burst of violet magic sword before her. Lada was so stunned she stood frozen, eyes wide with shock and confusion. What was happening? Each sword stroke swept past me like a cold wind slicing through my skin. She remained calm, gently extending her hand as four swirling spirals of magical energy spun fiercely. Liu Feng witnessed this, his face filled with utter astonishment, killing the god of poison in an instant. He recalls Alice's confident, cold stance. Wait. This move, a sudden thought flashes in Liu Feng's mind. Confirming it, it is her. Liu Feng's eyes locked on Alice, his voice low and steady as he called her name, the haunting echo of a goddess. Alice met his gaze calmly, then he whispered, did he just try to kill me? Liu Feng immediately waved his hand to refuse. No, it is a misunderstanding. I do not have it. Alice suddenly lunged at him, moving so fast her figure almost dissolved into the air. Alice grabbed Liu Feng's collar tightly. Why do you carry my aura within you? Liu Feng looked confused. Goddess Minha, it is me. Don't you remember? We share a bond beyond understanding. Why does not she recognize me anymore? Could she have forgotten? With a determined gaze, Alice turned away, reaching out to grasp in a swift motion. She squeezed Xiaojin so hard he could not bear it, screaming in pain. Let me go! Let me go! With both hands gripping Liu Feng and Xiaojin tightly, Alice's cold gaze pierced through as she asked, "Do you know me?" Your face is turning pale. Of course. We have met many times before. Alice tries to focus, searching for memories, but they remain faint. Why can't I remember anything? Bead of sweat trickled down Liu Feng's face indeed. But she was not supposed to be on the continent of the gods. Why was she here, lying in a coffin? She slowly withdrew her hand, questioning, why can't I remember anything? Who am I? And why am I here? Alice's eyes slowly fade, reflecting the loneliness and doubt within her soul. Who am I? She clutches her head, pain etched across her face. Who am I? Who am I? Alice screams, as if tearing through space in desperate search for the answer. Who am I? A surge of power radiates from her, shattering the earth and rocks around into falling shards. She unleashed a burst of purple magic from Alice, spreading a powerful energy all around her. Liu Feng gripped Xiaojin tightly. His pressure alone was terrifying. If this kept up, I would surely be crushed to death. She screamed, Goddess. Goddess. Do you hear me? I have a way to help you regain your memory. Meanwhile, Alice kept unleashing her power, completely ignoring Liu Feng. You gritted your teeth and cursed. Just now she had recovered over half her injuries. But now they are worse again. You must find a way to wake her up. No matter what. Liu Feng slowly raised his hand, his eyes growing clear and filled with unwavering determination. You shout the command. The sword instantly slashes through, cutting through the realm and the deadly sword energy. A swirling magical force rushes toward Alice, tearing apart the space before her. With an unchanging cold expression, she swiftly caught the blow. He truly wants to kill me. Magic power surged around Alice, and she dashed toward Liu Feng like a whirlwind. Then, Alice unleashed a blazing purple spell and shouted, Die. Fearful and desperate, I said, I have a way to help you recover your memories. Just as she was about to reach Liu Feng, the purple magic force suddenly halted, lingering gently in the air. The long-suppressed worry overwhelmed her, shattering her calm. How could she find a way? With one hand holding the little gold, and the other pulling out a jade statue, he asked, Does this look familiar to you? Alice squinted, staring intently at the statue, trying to recall something, but no impression came to mind. Liu Feng pondered deeply, unsure if she had forgotten or if it truly was not the same person. If so, he could only activate the stone statue to test it. As the statue left his hand, he began gathering his magic power, a shadowy killing intent flashing in his smile. The stone statue floats midair, trembling as if coming back to life, pauses motionless for a few seconds, then falls freely. Seeing the shattered statue in the ground, Liu Feng stood up, his face pale. How could this happen? Alice lowered her gaze coldly, her eyes sharp as a blade. People. Fire. Us? He fumbled with his hands, trying to ease the tension. No. Let me start over. Suddenly, she coughed harshly, dark red blood spurting with each hack. The tip of Alice's tongue stained crimson. At last. Exhausted, Alice's body went limp as she fell into Liu Feng's arms. He hurriedly caught her, eyes filled with panic. What is wrong with her? Little Kim pushed Alice away. Liu Feng, let us run quickly. If she wakes up, we are doomed. Without hesitation, Little Kim got up and dashed away from there. All right. She lay on the ground, gentle tremors spreading through her body. Alice gasped, her frame shaking in waves, begging, Please. No. Sunlight filters through stained glass, casting a glow on Floria's hair as she kneels in the church, her prayers whispered with deep reverence. Suddenly, from behind, soft but steady footsteps echoed, breaking the silence. Roman called his daughter. Floria, our God's followers have arrived. Come quickly with us. She still clasps her hands in prayer. Father, you have answered my prayers. You will save us, he shouts in despair. Kwang Min has abandoned us. Let us go. Floria won't believe it. No way. You can't abandon your most loyal follower. Suddenly, shards of colored glass shatter, fragments scattering wildly through the air. Kai Kwang appears slowly, his cold gaze paired with a haunting smile. Hanta chuckles softly, master of poetry. Kwang Min's spirit. To deal with Long then. He has made a deal with my master. You all are merely pawns in this game. Hearing Ki Kwang say that, Floria's face froze in shock, suddenly stopping mid-step. In her heart, the truth was still too heavy. No, it could not be. Roman carefully places Floria into Celia's arms and seriously instructs, Celia, take Floria away. Without hesitation, she hurriedly embraces her and runs off, her eyes filled with worry. Floria slowly turns back, her eyes filled with worry as she looks behind. Despite the painful blows from Kai Kwang, Roman shouts with determination and runs forward, pain weighing heavy in her heart. Celia clutched Floria tightly and ran in despair. Without hesitation, she swiftly opened the church door. As if every second was precious, the scene before them froze them in place, eyes wide with shock and hearts overwhelmed by panic. No, no! Kai Kwang's men had gathered in full force, waiting for the two of them for a long time, ready to strike at any moment. Floria's eyes reflected the image of his men rushing towards her, and she screamed, "No!" waking in a hazy daze. Floria barely realizes she is in a bath. A soft breath escapes her lips as her hand gently brushes the water's surface. Floria clutched her head, the sharpest pain weakening her voice. Why dream of this after over 10,000 years? Strange purple vortex suddenly spiraled before her, twisting the very space around. Her eyes widened in confusion as she softly asked, "Hey, is someone calling me?" When she realized it was that brat, Floria reached out, her fingers trembling with boredom, and said, "Let us go check it out." A strange force suddenly pulls her body, dragging Floria into the purple vortex ahead. The mysterious power yanks her fiercely toward the whirlpool. Floria screams in panic. "What is this?" She furrowed her brow slightly, her face a mix of worry and hesitation. He had gone to the gods' battlefield again, a place even the gods could not set foot. Floria stepped into the silent space, whispering softly, "Leave him be. If he can survive, he will come here. When that time comes, I must treat him well." In the dark space, a small flickering flame struggles to dissolve the shadows. Alice's eyes snap open. As if awakening from a long trance, she jolts awake, while Liu Feng remains stunned. "She is awake," you frowned, speaking cautiously with a hesitant tone. "Goddess Minha, it was truly a misunderstanding before. I had no intention of causing you harm." She silently glanced at the item Liu Feng was clutching tightly, then asked, "So, what are you holding in your hand?" "You explain." "This is the sealing scroll the elder gave. Said it could seal gods." Alice retorted irritably. "It is useless to me." Liu Feng smiled awkwardly, stammering, "I guess it is the same. Now you have calmed down." She cut him off and asked if people could really retrieve lost memories. Then Liao Feng quickly replied, saying someone looked exactly like a friend of his. If only he could find her. Maybe we can withdraw her, but she is in the divine continent. Wait, you probably do not remember. You pointed to the ground and said, "Look, this is the plane we are on." The divine continent exists on another plane, and to get there, we must pass through the portal connecting the two planes. Liao Feng looked up, his voice tinged with doubt, asking, "Can you understand what I am saying?" Alice focused on the little Jin, who was holding a drumstick, and said, "One more drumstick, please." You looked at her with confusion and softly asked, "Are you hungry?" Liu Feng stopped his dark thoughts. Even the soul knows hunger. Alice glanced at Xiao Jin holding a chicken leg. Her calm voice echoed, "I do not know what hunger is. I just simply feel my body needs it." He frowned, scrutinizing the chicken drumstick with a fierce tone. "This is mine." But when he turned around, the little golden lion was startled to find the drumstick gone. Liu Feng smiled warmly, offering the chicken drumstick to Alice. "Little Kim is not hungry. You eat it." The drumstick fit perfectly in her hand. Alice's eyes filled with surprise and confusion. She lifted the chicken thigh, took a small bite, and the flavor slowly spread in her mouth. The moment she bit into it, Alice's eyes lit up, surprised by the delicious taste. Unable to contain his anger, Xiao Jin shouted in frustration, "She stole my food." "Liu Feng, why do not you do anything?" Liu Feng gently squeezed his cheek, calmly explaining, "She has not eaten in years. You should let her have it." Then he turned, eyes sharp, saying, "To reach the divine continent, one must pass through all the lost realms and defeat the gatekeeper, who can kill gods in an instant." But if someone can kill gods in an instant, probably is not such a big problem. With a chicken drumstick in her mouth, Alice kept speaking, "I can feel that every time I strike, I cause irreparable damage to myself, weakening my strength." Then Liu Feng asked in surprise, "You mean you are weaker than before?" She bit her lip and said, "But I can still kill people effortlessly." Inside you, anger rises, making Li Feng lose control. With nothing left to say, you speak up, "Here's the deal: if you were not constantly weakened, I could go with you. But now, Alice holds a drumstick, and I will follow you until I regain my memories." "That is right. From now on, I need this every day." Liu Feng looked at Xiao Jin with no other choice, helplessly nodding in agreement. All right. All right." As she enjoyed her chicken drumstick, Xiao Jin sat aside, tears streaming down. Feeling so unfair, he breathes a sigh of relief. Things seem calm for now, unsure if Cardinal Lin Liu has sent a letter to Vidhai and the others. Cut to a desolate, silent space. Birdsong echoes, breaking the stillness. In the silent space, Lin Diep and the Cardinal stood side by side, each in a vigilant stance. The mysterious figure smiled faintly, surprised to find the aura of a fallen iron envoy on a man abandoned by the gods. Interesting. This trip won't be in vain. 3 days later, in a haunted castle looming like a ghost in the dead of night, Liu Feng and Alice stood close together, their eyes fixed on the vast domain before them. He wondered, how terrifying must the master of this realm be? Liu Feng asks Alice, the crowned goddess, who suddenly wants me to change course and come here. You watch her. Seeing Alice's eyes lift, deep in thought, has she just remembered something? Xiao Jin is worried. Liu Feng, do we really have to enter such a powerful domain? It is very dangerous, is not it? You respond, according to the map, this area is a fortress where spirit souls reside. Suddenly, a brilliant light bursts forth, illuminating the entire surrounding space. Bay below appears. Hech La City is a domain forged by Lord Hech La from the corpse of an ancient beast, where not only dense energy flows, but one can also gain the protection of the Great Lord, and stared straight at Liu Fang, jaw-dropping, and asked, "So, are you coming in or not?" Both Yu and Xiaojin nodded calmly, then answered in unison, "Whoa, whoa." Xiaojin rushed to Babelo, handing the jaw back to Hantan, saying, "Are you alright?" Babelo quickly fitted on. The person had just awakened, no wonder they looked like a kind but naive soul. Hurry and take the soul elixir, then enter the tome. Liu Fang pondered deeply, with her help, yet this spirit truly seemed unaware that he was just an ordinary human. By the way, Babelo, may I ask, what exactly is the death spirit plague? The hen were surprised. Even the T-Lin potion was unknown. How foolish. The T-Lin potion is... Suddenly, the Izu appeared, interrupting Babelo's words. He scolds and bullies newcomers here. Fine. Since it is enhanced city, I will help and settle the score. Liu Fang clasped his hands, eyes full of sincere gratitude, thanking this elder. Without a word, Alice coldly turned her back and walked away, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing her leave like that, he panicked, apologizing. "Wait, please." Seeing all three walk away, Babelo was stunned, about to say something. "Hey, newcomers, you all," though I immediately stopped him, saying, "Mind your own business and do not interfere where you are not needed." I pity that guy, so pitiful, just waking up and already facing the French secret agents, still believing there are good people here. Just like when I first woke up, Liu Fang quickly followed Alice, saying as he walked, "Don't be so impatient." Alice then looked around. The energy here felt strangely familiar. She was a bit surprised. The primal energy in this place was so intense. No wonder one must gather the spirit essence. At the same time, Tai Diu appeared and spoke. Outside the city, things remain fragile. The cultivation tower in Hachkula City is truly a sacred place for training. Naturally, it must gather a great deal of soul essence. Liu Fang respectfully bows, thanking the senior for the timely rescue. By the way, may I ask, what exactly is soul essence? And how can one obtain it? They continued. The soul energy is the condensed energy left after the spirit completely perishes. This energy is extremely pure. Once refined, it can enhance strength, but how to obtain it? Stop for a moment. The man immediately channels his inner strength towards Liu Fang and shouts, "It is like this. This technique is called Bago Wei, the bone binding." Suddenly, a swarm of frost bones traps Liu Fang, who is startled. What is this? But immediately, the mist spread to his face. Liu Fang closed his eyes, enduring the force of the attack. Little Kim, feeling them cling to him, cried out in disgust. The rotten bone mist is so full. In just a moment, all three lay nestled within the mist. Now no different from a giant cocoon, Thou extended both hands before him, then chanted a spell, transforming into the purest spirit elixir white bone guard. Soul refinement. Now, those malevolent energies from the three dew cocoons continuously emit dark power. At the same moment, Liu Fang's sword suddenly pierces through the mist, shattering it like thawed ice. The moment I saw this scene, he was stunned and horrified. What? Right beneath the ground, a pale, bloodied hand was slowly emerging onto the surface. Furious, Liu Fang swung his sword at the man, shouting, "Are all these demons so treacherous?" But of course, they refused to back down, slamming his hand into the ground as he channeled his inner power, the dream charm wrapping around him. In the sky, those colored smoke bombs surged like vines aiming straight at Liu Fang. But of course, he would not just stand there. He channeled his inner strength through his body and shouted, unleashing a quadruple attack. But the moment Liu Fang's strike passed through, those rope-like forms quickly dissolved, not because Liu Fang's attack destroyed them, but because this was their new way of defending and attacking. The black wine swiftly gathered into restless spirits, clinging to Liu Fang, wailing, "Die, die, die." Now, before his eyes, darkness fell, and Liu Fang felt them grow faint and unreal. You are feeling like you are about to pass out. It is not good. Dizzy. Can't move. Just then, a loud voice warns you. Liu Fang, watch out behind you. Liu Fang quickly regained his composure, but in the end, it was too late. The massive shadow had already surrounded him. Above, They stood beside his mount and shouted a command. Devour him. No sooner had the words left than the demon bird opened its mouth wide, glaring at Liu Fang with a threatening growl. In an instant, it spat out and successfully swallowed Liu Fang whole. But luckily, with his formidable skill, Liu Fang swiftly blocked the creature's mouth with his sword. A drop of sweat trickled down his face as he gasped, his body on the verge of losing all sensation. The moment he let his guard down, a shadow darted behind him, startling Liu Fang. Suddenly, a sharp cut slashed across his shoulder, blood spurting out fast. The Diu on this side has lost an arm, yet he seems delighted to lick Liu Fang's blood. Fresh flesh blood is truly the tastiest. Not wanting to get involved with such a vile man, Liu Fang immediately shouted out, "Tu Kim." As Liu Fang finished speaking, the boy quickly unleashed a fierce burst of flames. The fiery heat seared the demon's fur, causing it to roar and paint a sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. But thanks to that, Liu Fang could break free from its grip. As he fell, the small golden dragon transformed and swooped in to catch him. Liu Fang, wake up quickly. Seeing the situation before him, They Diu showed a satisfied smile and said coldly, "It is over now." He swiftly delivers a finishing blow, the Death Reaper's scythe, while Liu Feng hangs by a thread. Though gravely wounded, he refuses to falter and seizes the moment without hesitation. Gripping the sword tightly, Liu Feng solemnly unleashed his move, the domain of the sword. Looking at his opponent, he could not help but shout loudly once more. Tuzin sword. Immediately after, wielding a fierce breath of wind, Liu Feng lunged straight at the Grim Reaper that Tai Diu had just struck back. And then, the Grim Reaper was pierced through. Standing in the middle, gravely wounded to the point of blood loss, a massive explosion roars. Smoke and dust billowing. Liu Feng seems to have harnessed his power, tipping the scales in his favor. But right after the blast, Liu Feng is blasted away by that energy, with Tu Kim flying along beside him. Both of them tumbled to the ground, Liu Feng quickly reaching out to shield little Jin in his arms. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, groaning in pain. If it were not for the remnants of his spiritual energy, this would have been the end for him. Right after he spoke, a sharp pain struck his chest, fresh blood spurting into his mouth once again. Remembering the boy lying in his arms, Liu Feng immediately asked, "Xiao Jin, are you okay? Are you okay?" At the same moment, Alice boldly stepped in front of Liu Feng, her white dress catching him off guard. Liu Feng looked at Alice and said, "Big C's. Even though I said before I would not intervene, can you really watch someone die without helping?" She replied boldly, "I can feel the immense energy within your body." Then Alice presented a black jade piece and said, "You won't die. Take this." Sula Nianti reached out to accept it, saying, "Thank you. So the so-called Death Spirit Elixir in the Lost Chamber is actually soul energy. I thought it was something new." At that moment, a cold voice rang out, "I have seen it all. Liu Feng. Stay alert." Who? Luna transformed into a small flower on the bare ground. "I saw everything that just happened." Liu Feng continued, "That is why." Lona quickly revealed herself, saying, "So you need me." Then she handed over a piece of paper and introduced herself. "I am Lona, a professional errand runner. On this god's battlefield, killing and looting run rampant. You need a safe haven, and I just might be able to help. Just say the word, and the soul transfer is done." Liu Feng refused immediately upon hearing the price. "No need." Startled, Luna pleaded, "Sir, please do not be like this." Despite bandaging his own wound, she stood beside Lian Thian, saying, "I am the most professional errand runner in Hachkola City. Above is Lord Hachkolathan. Below, all matters of living and moving can be resolved." At the same time, Xiao Jin happily exclaimed with excitement, "I am ready to eat." Seeing my kid keep babbling, I gently pressed his head down. "Spirits need to eat too." Lona kept explaining, "Of course they do. Most spirits just need energy food, like immortals who regenerate their bodies and enjoy gourmet food. For example, this young lady, is not she an immortal who can reconstruct her body?" Then he glanced secretly at Alice, thinking to himself, "She truly is no ordinary spirit." On this side, Lona is sweet and delicate, and I can even find you a special double room, fully equipped to ensure everyone has a great time. But at the same moment, Liu Feng immediately feigns ignorance, saying he does not understand what I am talking about. The boy asked suspiciously, "What golden rule?" Lona smiled, then listed each item one by one: a bouncy mattress, nurse's clothes. At the same moment, a fierce hand quickly clamped down on Lona's neck. She was rising but slipped in shock. Alice's cold, sharp gaze, though I do not understand her words. I dislike the look in her eyes. Lona scowled at this expression. "Why are you capturing me? Even the ancient singer could not catch me so easily." After watching for a while, Lona exclaimed with delight, "This spicy sister is the real important one. I was mistaken." Then she glanced over at Jin and Liao Feng, the beloved pet and servant of the star. The boy was annoyed. "I am the real pet. I am the divine dragon," Liao Feng thought, trying to hold him back calmly. Lona immediately approached Alice. "Holding back? Sister, just tell me what to do." Then Alice glanced at the tall, dark tower and said, "Take me there." Following Lona's lead, everyone quickly gathered before the dark entrance, watching Lona speak with that dry fog soldier. He was amazed. If a dead thing could send chills down your spine, imagine how terrifying it was when alive. Quickly, Lona swiftly passed the good news announcement. "All right, let us go in." Before everyone enters, Lona reminds once more, "Remember to sign in. Once inside Hachkola City, no solo fighting is allowed. Anyone caught will be executed immediately." Liao Feng, surprised, asked again, "Is not this about protecting the weak? Is Hachkola really that good?" Luna then explained further, "Good. This so-called protection must be exchanged with the elixir of death, which means seizing and killing." According to her story, Hachkola City built a soul arena inside the city solely for slaughter. Half of the soul energy that the living obtain must be surrendered, the other half used to enter the tower for cultivation, repeating the cycle. From what Lona knows, in the end, everyone will be devoured by Hachkola. After she thoroughly briefed Ro, everyone quickly went inside. After a moment, Lona excitedly pointed ahead. "We are here. This is the cultivation tower of Hachkola City." Liu Feng looked on in awe. Even before entering, the energy here was several times more intense. How was this possible? Lona now unintentionally acted like a tour guide. Hachkola was built upon the corpse of an ancient giant beast, with the cultivation tower at its very center. Then she pointed in another direction, and seeing Hechshila's kindness, his palace stood in the best spot of Hechsila city. Meanwhile, Ulla suddenly moved closer to that place, reaching out to touch it just as a surge of energy swiftly appeared. Her face held a trace of sadness. Familiar yet forgotten, she could not recall a thing. Seeing her confusion, Lu Feng stepped forward quickly. "Don't worry, I promise to help you." Alice said nothing, silently staring at Lu Feng, making him awkward. "What is wrong?" Then, she boldly lifted Lu Feng's hand. Startling him, Alice showed no emotion, her cold and distant gaze mirrored by those around her. Below, the boy's face flushed red. While inside, Lu Feng silently suffered, feeling mocked and humiliated. Lona then sucked onto little Kim's shoulder, saying, "Hey, little gun, what exactly is your relationship?" The boy growled, "I told you, I am not a gun. Anyway, no woman who meets Li Feng can escape his charm." Lona quickly pushed his head away. Alright, I get it." Then she told everyone, "Stop spacing out. I will lead you in to see." Following her advice, everyone quickly fell silent and moved forward together. After a while, Lu Feng finally stood before an immense place. But the door ahead was covered with countless locks. Xiaojin could not help but gape in amazement. So many rooms. Luna explained, "Those who enter the tower to cultivate do so in their rooms. The size or decoration of the room does not matter at all. Of course, there are special cases, whirlwinds spinning wildly." "Damn it. Spinning so fast it is dizzying." Lona said the energy in the cultivation tower varies by height, but most prefer higher floors to avoid disturbance. "If you are here, only the lower rooms remain." Lu Feng then asked her about his question. "What about the price?" At that moment, Lona immediately set the price: 5 drops of the Supreme Wisdom Elixir, enough for 1 month of cultivation. Then he pulled out that black object again and asked her blankly, "Is this considered a single drop?" Lona immediately grabbed the vial. "This is a complete drop of the essence of Spirit Elixir, capable of producing 10 drops of Spirit Elixir. No waste allowed, 1 room per month." Understood. After speaking, Lona leaned close to Lu Feng's hand and whispered, "Since we are in the same room, take care of them well, serve them attentively." Lu Feng smiled wryly. "Wait, did not you say only 5 drops per room?" Lona snapped back. "Hey, leading the way was exhausting, and you told them not to charge a fee. Truly heartless." Realizing he has been tricked, Lu Feng angrily chases after her, shouting, "I am not paying anyone, I never hired you." Lona flies away laughing triumphantly. "Can't catch me." Already frustrated, Lu Feng's anger only fuels the kids' cheers. "Lu Feng, teach her a lesson." At the same moment, a sharp hand struck fiercely toward Lu Feng. "Move aside. Do not get in my way." Seeing the kid thrown aside, Wu Vang stepped forward to catch him. "Lu Feng." The kid glared and gritted his teeth. "You bastard. I will kill you." "Lu Feng, let me go." Lu Feng lightly tapped Xiao Jin's forehead, scolding him. "It is just the forehead. Why such harshness?" The young man then coldly asked. "Knife?" Claw still not convinced, Lona quickly approached her and said, "Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth." But Xiao Jin refused to reconcile, unwilling to accept defeat. "If you have the guts, then fight." Lona whispered into Liu Feng's ear. "This guy is Gusi, a powerful divine warrior. The ancient singer plans to recruit him and his bodyguard team, the Hidden Dragon, so it is not wise to get involved." "You were surprised?" Then continued, "So the rule against one-on-one duels in the city is really just aimed at the weak, right?" Lona replied, "That is one way to understand it." Lu Feng ignored Gusi and said to his men, "Let us go." He walked up to Alice, teasing her. "Little beauty, following a scoundrel like me won't get you anywhere. Why not stick with a rich man instead?" Her eyes turned cold. Alice looked at him, frustration clear on her face. Kotu raised his hand, then hesitated to touch her face, saying, "Eat well." But Alice could not hold back and slapped him hard across the face. "It seems no one has ever done this to me before." Kotu glared at his throbbing cheek, gritting his teeth in anger. Then, he clenched his fist tightly and charged forward. "This woman. I will kill her." But then, Lu Feng swiftly flew through the punch meant for Alice. Instantly, fresh blood spilled from his mouth uncontrollably. CT grinned, relentlessly punching toward Lu Yufeng, forcing him to retreat helplessly. He looked at the weakened opponent with delight, thinking, he plays the hero saving the beauty, but I will crush him. Lona stood beside him, quickly warning, "Hey, Kotu, in the Forbidden Duel City, I warn you." As Lona finished speaking, he swiftly threw a few drops of poison to silence her. "This method really works." She immediately stopped resisting. "That thing, do not risk anyone's life." Then, Lona left as if nothing happened. "That thing I will go register for you." Liao Feng, disgusted by her reaction, lit up at the sight of money. As soon as he was allowed, Gusi immediately took out a large black pane. He tightened his grip on the weapon, then charged forward. Die. Liu Feng struggled to stand. His inner strength remained. "If you want to perish together, then try." Seeing this scene, Kotu was pale with shock. "What?" Liu Feng stared at him and said, Are you not afraid of being executed after a private duel? Wait a moment. You said, but what if a solo fight destroys Hachikola's command? Liu Feng asked coldly. Can you kill me before I strike? Liu Feng and Si looked surprised and asked. Who is threatening me? You coldly smiled slyly, and Liu Feng replied. You tell me. After speaking, both now glare fiercely at each other, like beasts ready to devour their prey. But Kotu seems wiser, quickly withdrawing the power from his hand. Turning away, he said without forgetting, then let the person live 2 more days. Think carefully. I will come for you again. Alice said nothing, quickly withdrawing the energy from her hands as she stared intently at him. As Kotu just left, Liu Feng collapsed to the ground, exhausted and pale. Little Kim immediately helped him up, saying, Liu Feng, my strength is too weak now. I can't pull him out. Liu Feng soothes the kid. If I were not like this, we would not be here. Let us keep trying together. At the same moment, Alice silently approaches Liu Feng, who quickly turns back. She was not moved. Instead, she blamed him, a flicker of worry crossing her face. Clearly, she knew that guy could not beat me, so why did you block my way? Liu Feng smiled brightly and replied, didn't you once say that every time you strike, you end up hurting yourself? This has led to a continuous decline in strength. It is not worth losing your power over this. At the same time, Lona spoke up, saying the fee has been paid. Here's the token to enter, with your room numbers on it. Right after she betrayed Liu Feng for money, he looked at Lona with little favor. Once they got the room card, they did not hesitate and went inside together. Lona, seeing no one cared, shouted louder. I have not finished speaking yet. Frustrated that Liu Feng ignored her, she thought bitterly, after all I have done to secure the best room for you, this is how you repay me. Damn it. After walking for a while, Liu Feng finally found his room number 105. Without hesitation, he reached out to open the door, exhausted from a long day of travel. But the moment Liu Feng stepped inside, it was like a slap to the face. He gasped loudly. Oh! The room was designed like a den of sin, with a large red forest in the center, and the walls covered in fiery, provocative paintings. Seeing you just standing there frozen, Alice quickly approached and said, why do not you come in? But as soon as Liu Feng heard that, he was terrified and immediately blocked the door, saying, wait. Alice did not understand why he acted that way. Her face briefly showed confusion. He did not know how to explain, so he hesitated. Then, at that moment, Xiao Jin shouted, Liu Feng, look at this. The boy handed over a fake tail with a bow attached, then innocently praised it, saying it was just like the tail of the fox maid we saw on Long Island. Liu Feng blushed deeply, snatched the tail back, and sternly warned, children must not touch Ning King or the belongings. Little Kim noticed you acting strange, then asked, what is wrong? Liu Feng turned pale, stammering, this room. Alice picked up a stick and asked, you seem really tense. Why is that? The same moment, Liu Feng suddenly remembered, right, she has no memories, and Xiao Jin does not understand either. Why was I so tense? Then, about 10 minutes later, a completely new room was set up, and that flushed, embarrassed feeling began to fade. You wiped the sweat from your brow, then breathed out deeply, feeling more at ease. Pausing, you turned to Alice, as if about to say something. Hey, you. Yet she had closed her eyes without him noticing. Liu Feng was surprised, already asleep. Alice slept soundly, her face now serene and gentle. Liu Feng looked at her with a hint of pity, unsure of who she truly was, recalling how Alice once was a relentless killing machine with unwavering eyes. His face briefly showed a hint of thought. There was no way to connect with her before. At the same time, Alice seemed caught off guard by the gaze. She opened her eyes and then said, what are you looking at? Liu Feng hesitated, forcing a smile as he scratched his head. I want to ask you to teach me. I plan to stay here for a while, using the cultivation tower to strengthen myself. At the same time, Xiao Jin whispered, but we can only train here for 1 month. What then? Liu Feng replied, when that time comes, we will have to try the Soul Arena. At the same time, Alice raised her brow. If you go to the Soul Arena, that person might take the chance to kill openly. Liu Feng replied cheerfully. Don't worry. Alice interrupted. Then no one will help me recover my memories. Hearing these words, all he wanted was to bang his head against the wall and repeat the scolding 3 times, lost in his own romantic thoughts. Meanwhile, Kotu had entered a lavish, splendid room, with someone sitting right in the center. He glared and said, Kotu, the orders have been passed down. Once that brat dies, join the Yu-Men Long Guard. He is Feet, the Thorn God Strongman, Hachikola's personal guard and captain of the Yu-Men Long Guard. Kotu showed his gratitude, raising his hand respectfully. Thank you, sir. Then a sly smile crept across his face unexpectedly. He had encountered a woman with severed energy within her body. Thinking of Alice again, he calculated that with her as the furnace for cultivation, he could advance another step. 1 day later, Liu Feng focused his inner strength, completely concentrated this time. At the same moment, Xiao Jin said, Liu Feng, just now I sense a familiar aura from afar. A few days ago, I thought it was an illusion, but now it is becoming clearer. Surprised, he then asked, familiar aura, Could it be the spirit of Senior Liu Qian? Can you determine the direction? Little Kim asked in surprise. South. Right. Lia Feng smiled wryly. That is east. You are really lost. At the same time, Alice confidently told them. That is north. They argued back and forth, neither proving right. Li Yufeng smiled awkwardly at her final answer. Then the door opened, and Li Yufeng stared in surprise, asking, Who are you? The man was cold, carrying out Lord Hachkola's orders, demanding you participate in tomorrow's Seoul Arena. If you do not show, no questions asked. After saying this, he turned and left. Li Yufeng stared in surprise and shouted, Hey, your caution comes from that old schemer directly forcing me to join the Seoul Arena in Hachkola's name. He wants me dead. Truly bold. Then Kim, worried, asks, Liu Feng, should we run? You reassure? Don't worry, I have the Black Tortoise Wind God Charm, my secret weapon. Pausing for a moment, you silently think, if Gudu truly has the mighty Hachkola as her backing, then things are about to get intense. Could it be that she can only rely on her? Meanwhile, the crowd stirs, eyes fixed on the arena head, buzzing like fans watching their idol perform. Liu Feng arrived. Surprise is expected. The Dongam never strays from gambling. If this Hachkola were in our place, he would surely be a capitalist. The old capitalist here sneered upon seeing him. Why did not he choose to run? I might have to find someone to ambush him outside the city. Looking into the distance, Liu Feng seemed bewildered and asked, Who was that just now over there? Lona stood amidst the crowd, her voice firm. No more shouting, no more big talk. One by one, open the door and place your bets. Right after that, she told everyone. What? Someone wants to bet on the champion investor. That is not an option. Betting is only about how much money he can make. Little Kim pointed into the distance. Liu Feng. Look, let us go that way. You seem annoyed. Why do you run into her everywhere? At the same time, Lona quickly passed by, tossing it up. Her clients were those women. Seeing Liu Feng trying to avoid her, Lona said, Don't go. Dear customer, want to place a bet? The odds are 1 to 35. You are too bland. No fun. Right after, she planted the flag on the seat and said, I can even help save the spot. Then the little girl kept babbling that aside from the VIP shouting spot, any seat is fine. Then Lona asked again, So, were you satisfied with the room last night? Stay alert. Tell me what exactly must one do to keep new people away from me? Achieving her goal, Lona broke into a satisfied smile. Liu Feng said, Wait a moment. Once I get the Soul Essence Elixir from the Soul Arena, I will give it to you. Luna replied, Then you must understand the rules of that Soul Arena. The reward is 1 drop of the Soul Essence Elixir. She explained, the Soul Arena is held every 2 days. No registration needed, no limit on participants or methods. Entering the arena means you are in. According to Lona, each match lasts 30 minutes. When time's up, everyone must stop, and the survivors carry the victorious essence away. She smiled brightly, saying strength is the true rule. Then she looked at Alice and asked, TD, or should you take action? He will definitely be punished. Alice replied coldly, Maybe. Immediately after, Lona, unable to hide her excitement, said, Then I will start a new high-stakes game. Little Kim reminded you to stir so the water stays clear. Liu Feng replied, It is probably about to start. Find yourselves good spots. At that moment, a loud voice rang out. All participants immediately entered the exam hall. The space for spectators was about to close. Immediately, the opponents all flew forward simultaneously to prepare. Liu Feng stood up and said, I am going too. Alice warned, Be careful. After speaking, Liu Feng let out a faint sigh, then soared swiftly into the distance. Ahead, he saw a crowd locked in fierce competition. This must be the most authentic lost divine artifact. Over here, your true opponent has finally appeared. From afar, she charges with her sword. Swiftly, Liu Feng channels his inner strength and draws his sword. CT was struck, and blood immediately spilled from his mouth as the sky around them darkened into a sinister black. Then, Liu Feng struck fiercely at the opponent with that dark aura. But once again, the powerful hand brushed past, and Liu Feng's inner strength faded away. Startled, you grit your teeth, a flicker of caution crossing your face. Holding the aura in his hand, Kotu's expression is full of pride. After crushing that source of power, he turns to Liu Feng and says, Kid, we meet again. Cut to a dark place, where the man sitting above the territory is Hachkola, master of the Hachkola domain. He looks at his subordinate, Fiita, the very person forced to join the soul battle. Hearing his question, the man scratched his head helplessly, saying his subordinates only assisted Kotu. Kola then said, Kotu, a traitor under Fap Lankak, with the power of the 3 great poisons, seeks intelligence from him. Come to me to claim the credit. VT and K Gape serve the master. We dare not claim credit. Silo's cold voice, serving the master. We dare not claim credit. Watch the show. Over here, Liu Feng and Kotu continue their fierce duel, locked in a deadly chase through the skies. Of course, he won't let Liu Feng keep running forever. Now, Kotu strikes with a powerful slash. Liu Feng refuses to back down, his inner strength surging as he strikes forward with confidence and control. At the same moment, fierce wind rises, heading straight toward Goose's dragon hook. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted. Goose was thrown into the air, yet he escaped unscathed. Liu Feng was counterattacked right after. Unable to hold back, he was thrown back and spat fresh blood. This shocked him. What? Looking up, he glared fiercely, his sword shattered by him. Kotu smirked, then looked at Liu Feng and said, "Kid, is that all the skill you have?" He coughed up blood again. Thinking silently, "In just a few minutes, I have been put in danger several times. Using those tricks is no match. The power of Li Zitong and Shen Dai is still too great." Then, Goose lunged toward Liu Feng arrogantly, ready to set off. Seeing the opponent so powerful, Liu Feng had no choice but to do this. At the same time, he took out a blue book, channeling his inner strength into it. As he quickly opened the book, powerful energy radiated from Kotu. Suddenly, a fierce green turtle appeared in the sky, lunging toward Kotu with a vicious bite. He stared at it. Sweating profusely, Kotu wondered, "What is this?" Liu Feng replied, "It is just a sealing fist technique. You can try killing me first, or I will seal you first." Kotu glared and shouted. Twice already, twice threatened by that worm of a man. Then he went mad, drew his weapon, and slaughtered the innocent damnable. At the same moment, Kotu grew wary, channeling his inner strength once more. Now, Kotu swallowed something and grimaced. This was his final threat. Liu Feng thought silently, hoping this would be the last time he had to use this method to save his life. Then, a patch of earth and stones appeared, merging together into a small mountain. Liu Feng startled. Damn. Goosey just stopped, then hastily struck again. Damn. Looking down, a demon beast with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth awaited Liu Feng's fall. At the same time, the horned men on the other side obeyed Kotu's order and looked at him. Ready to kill, Liu Feng flew up and shouted, "If you can't beat the god, how can you deal with us?" Quadruple attack. Just as he withdrew his words, a loud explosion echoed. Shaking the ground beneath, Liu Feng stood atop the demon beast. Remaining on high alert, his opponent was no ordinary foe. Looked at the magical energy in his hand and said, "This should last us a long time." At that moment, Kotu suddenly appeared behind Liu Feng and struck unexpectedly, startling him. Falling hard to the ground, Liu Feng was in pain, unable to resist at all. Not stopping there, Kotu drew his sword and swung it straight at Liu Feng's head. After a long while, bodies lay scattered everywhere. And at that moment, a voice echoed, "The soul duel time is over." The sword in Kotu's hand also stopped. Of course, he wanted to kill him with one strike, but dared not defy the order. Now Liu Feng is completely immobilized, as if Kotu is truly a formidable opponent. Stomping fiercely towards him, he is furious for not being able to finish him off. That lucky bastard. Never humiliated like this before. Liu Feng's face darkened with anger. Kotu smugly said, "Fool. Do you really think I can be easily intimidated?" Then he turned his back, granting the living 2 more days. "Once the dead have passed, I will surely take good care of your woman." Rising, he wiped the blood from Liu Feng's mouth. Thinking silently, no time to use the sword's tempest. It is already over. Clench your fist tight. Break through. Only by breaking through again can I gain the power to kill him with my own hands. At the same time, Liu Feng's energy suddenly surged without stop. His arm lifted involuntarily, and this sudden movement startled Liu Feng. What was happening? It turned out the power was trying to escape his grasp, leaving Liu Feng confused as the soul energy drifted away. The furious crowd roared in outrage, using the death spirit's power to win, yet having to surrender half the spoils. Damn NDC, the blood-sucking demon. Liu Feng refused to accept it. He did not want his power to be taken away just like that, so he hurriedly flew after it. At the same time, he saw someone in the distance riding atop a demon beast, staring directly at him. Liu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as he gazed thoughtfully at the person before him. Above, Gula looked toward him, casting a contemptuous, piercing glance. Now, Liu Feng's heart faltered. He told himself, "That is, singing Gula." At this moment, the streams of power within his body kept flowing out, almost as if being sucked dry, and all the energy drawn from those people surged at once toward the dragon before them. Liu Feng could not help but sweat. Stunned, this was the aura of the Star King God. No wonder he had always watched from above. No surprise his hands were so skilled. Liu Feng's eyes grew hazy as Luna passed by, touching him and exclaiming, "Hey!" Suddenly, his body went limp like a withered tree in the wind. Collapsing, he groaned in pain. Utterly drained, after a moment, he realized he had fallen onto something soft and startled. What is this?" A small hand quickly reached out. Liu Feng winced in pain accordingly. Luna crawled out angrily, scolding, "You gave birth on someone else. Damn it." On this side, Alice and little Kim quickly move over to check on Liu Feng. Seeing him lying there unable to stand, Alice reaches out. "Aren't you getting up?" His gaze towards her is somewhat strange. Liu Feng suddenly grows pensive, but in the end, Liu Feng reached out his hand, and Alice grasped it firmly, pulling him to his feet. He looked intently at the girl before him, then said, "Thank you." Alice, furious, turned away sharply. "You go back to your sister to practice. I will go kill that guy." But at that moment, Liu Feng quickly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Leaving Alice surprised and confused, she turned her head back, Eyes filled with confusion, Alice said nothing but waited for his answer. Then, Liu Feng's gaze hardened as he made his proposal. Let me deal with him myself. Alright, it seems Alice does not want to. She turns away. Expression unchanged. And does not answer him. Liu Feng takes her hand, then leads her forward, saying, let us go home. After returning, bring him down to where everyone is eating in the dining hall. Lone approaches to flatter them, saying, the taste is not bad. If it were not for my face, you would not even get a bite. Liu Feng glanced sideways. Don't think I did not see the shopkeeper and the owner just now. They must have received quite a few bribes. Then, with a hungry look, Lona reached for the large piece of meat on the table and said, I do not know what you are talking about, but you did not let her benefit. Liu Feng snatched Luna away, then spoke up, saying, tell me, why did you call us here? Luna quickly replied, with 50 drops of supreme tenacity elixir, I will help you deal with Gusi. You know, Gusi won't let this go, and will surely find a way to make participants fight in the Soul Arena 2 days later. By then, death is certain. Liu Feng showed displeasure. I just earned 30 drops after dying half the time in the Soul Arena, and half were taken away. Everyone demands 50. Luna remains shameless, saying, this is my proposal. But strangely, why won't you let your sister help you? Liu Feng raised his brow, looking at her. I am curious too. It seems you have always wanted her to step in. Hearing this, Lona flinched slightly, unable to hold back a startled cry. The angry boy jumped up, thinking carefully about how to act it out. Then, Liu Feng left the words behind. Let us go order more food. Luna was startled, silently asking herself, could it be that I have really shown it so clearly? At the same moment, a server approached. Miss Lona, your meal is ready. 8 drops of the soul elixir. Lona startled. What? I did not invite anyone. Who is it? Lona had to scream in frustration. Damn it. The damn person still has not paid up. After eating her fill, on the way back, Liu Feng quickly sat silently to recharge his energy. You tended your wound while silently lamenting half your life nearly lost to get this, holding the T Lin elixir. You thought, if I were not lacking strength, how could I have stood by and watched that tyrant snatch it away? Then, Liu Feng clenched it tightly in his hand. Resolute, deciding to use the first half. With that, he closed his eyes, focusing intensely to sense everything around him. Soon after, Liu Feng felt trapped in a predicament of his own making, surrounded by layers of unleashed power. Looking up at the sky, he said, last time, 4 drops of the deadly elixir could not break through. I do not believe 15 drops won't do it this time. You continue to gather energy. Liu Feng gives his all. Victory or defeat depends on this moment. With that, his inner power surges, and a massive force swiftly appears in the sky. Just as Liu Feng planned, a tear uncontrollably streams down as you wonder why the pain is far worse than before. Clenching your eyes shut, you endure the agony in silence. Your body feels like it is about to explode. Finally, perhaps overwhelmed, he suddenly screamed, no, no, no. Then, wide-eyed with shock, he saw a giant hand reaching out as if to devour him. Inside his spiritual power, Liu Feng felt his soul split in two, pain twisting his face. Then he could not hold back and spat blood into reality, a sight that startled Alice with fear. At that very moment, as soon as he opened his eyes, Liu Feng felt stunned. What was she trying to do? Now, Alice's face was dangerously close, making Liu Feng blush deeply with embarrassment. Staring intently at him, Alice asked without hesitation, sensing his tension, why are you so nervous? Seeing her like that, he hesitated and asked, what do you want to do? Alice said nothing, walked over to Liu Feng, then gave a sharp order, look at me. Inside, he silently groaned once again. Alice's actions made him blush to the point of fainting. Their faces were now inches apart. Alice remained carefree, but Liu Feng seemed overwhelmed, feeling like he might explode from embarrassment. Then, she breathed energy into his body through her mouth, his breath growing rapid. Looking at the energy Alice transferred to him, Liu Feng was silently amazed. This was untangled energy. Within his spiritual force, Liu Feng felt as if he was free falling downward. Now, Alice calmly instructed, focusing her attention, Liu Feng was brought back inside once more. Not wanting to waste her power, Liu Feng immediately concentrated his inner strength and began to cultivate. Liu's body radiated power fiercely, stronger than ever before. At the same moment, he shielded his eyes as a beam of light shone directly into his face. In the sky above, the shining stars align in a mystical pattern. Liu Feng's eyes widen as he hesitates. Then says, I have broken through the pinnacle of supreme wisdom. Now, in Liu Feng's eyes filled with countless words, he stared in disbelief. Liu Feng soared into the air, telling himself these news were about the sword realm, the dual realm. After speaking, he quickly gathered his inner strength and activated his latent power, beginning to unleash the divine spirit formation. Liu Feng's eyes sharpened. He resolved that if he faced that ancient figure again, he would surely kill him. Then, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes, vaguely looking at the person before him. For a moment, his heart raced. He wanted to kiss me. Just as he closed his eyes, he asked himself whether he should accept it or not. But at that moment, Liu Feng immediately sensed the familiar aura and quickly opened his eyes. Now, the one whose lips Li Yufeng is touching is Tu Kim. Not Alice. And this startles him. They quickly pull apart, spitting saliva onto the wound repeatedly. Little Kim cried and scolded. Why did you kiss me? I am no longer pure. Li Yufeng hesitated. I was just so happy about my breakthrough. I could not control myself. Little Kim snapped. Happy. Your sister got hurt helping you. At first glance, Alice could not help but smirk, having underestimated the energy needed for the breakthrough. Then, she coldly said to Liao Feng, as if giving him a warning strike. Startled, you then said person, but Cao Jing quickly interrupted. Now you know to be scared. Pausing, Liao Feng looked at her with deep gratitude and lowered his voice. Thank you, Alice replied bluntly. Everyone just takes what they want. Come on, I want to eat something. Hearing her say that, Liu Feng stared intently at Alice. Then asked, is recovering memories really that important to you? Her eyes grew hazy, her voice tinged with sorrow as she whispered, I want to know my own name. As night fell, Lona walked alone into the silent forest, where no one passed by. She then said, I think I was too hasty and got suspected. Should we continue? At that moment, from the shadows, a black cat named Little White coldly said to Lona, Go, go. Little White seemed a bit sad, whispering to Lona, I have been searching for her for so long. Cut to a bustling street, where the crowd is buzzing. Come and see. The mighty silver dragon, the golden mail, all in one place. The great tonic Huankizi is back. Buy one get one free. Gifts until supplies last. The female attendant solemnly introduces real silk underwear, cool for summer. Liao Feng is surprised. He never expected the night here to be so different from the day. If he were not looking closely, he would think he was on the mainland at night. At the same moment, a man approached and shouted, Two lords, come taste the freshly dug milk meat. When alive, this one was a powerful king-level god. There might still be a lot of energy left in the flesh. Immediately after, the two young men simultaneously felt nauseous at the sight. Li Yufeng covered his face, retracting his words. There would absolutely be no nightfall on the continent. Meanwhile, Alice spoke thoughtfully. Indeed, there is quite a bit of energy here. Someone must have consumed it. Right after, fearing she would force him to eat that disgusting thing, Li Yufeng quickly pulled Alice away. Stop talking. Before him, a horned man walking suddenly fell, his head rolling off, startling Li Yufeng. Kind-hearted little Kim quickly picked up the head of that man, yet he was angry. Glaring fiercely, demanding, give me back my head. Upon seeing you, Pablo quickly recognized you and said, you guys are still alive. Little Kim cheerfully added, he is the guard over there. He introduced himself irritably. Guard what? I'm Pablo Diego Santiago Francisco Paula. Li Yufeng hurriedly interrupted. Rung. No one has a name like that. Pablo continued, because my body comes from many people. My head is Pablo's, my neck is Diego's, my left hand is Joe's, my right hand. Liao Feng looked gloomy, saying, no need to admire me, but you were right, she wanted to know my name. Then, an idea struck him, and he said, how about I help you choose a name? After much thought, we meet at Black Mountain, so, what should I call you? Little Black, fine. I know. Then you quickly cover it up, saying just kidding. Just kidding. Or maybe, call you Alice D, the name I once loved most. F7, never to be forgotten. Then, her eyes sad but answering him, Alice said, all right, before I regain my memories, my name is Alice D. With that, she turned away. Let us go. Li Yufeng hurriedly followed. Okay. Bye-bye. Pablo, born in Bosom, he watched the three walk away, murmuring to himself, trying to recall memories, except for the rare few like me who rely on the Liao race's innate talent to retrieve memories. For others, it is easier said than done. Pablo then felt regret never expecting to meet such an interesting guy, only to find he is the one the master hunts. Must I obey the master's orders and kill him? Over here, the candle flickers in the night, casting its shimmering light across the room. Li Yufeng sits solemnly, gathering his inner strength before focusing intensely. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, pain striking once more. Opening his eyes again, he found himself lost in a mysterious place. Surprised was not he supposed to be in the stable realm. How did he end up here? Where is this? At that moment, a voice echoed, asking why she carried her aura. Startled, he thought, who is this person? Inside, Liao Feng silently lamented, I am doomed. I must have been hit by someone's attack during cultivation. At the same moment, the little white cat snarled, claws slashing wide, saying, Liao Feng silently groaned. Oh beauty, unable to move. Simultaneously, Gula charged fiercely toward the little white cat. He stared intently at the cat, then said, long time no see. Old friend. On this side, the black cat, upon seeing him, swiftly lunged forward. Claws raised, both powerful forces collided, unleashing a terrifying explosion. Li Yufeng was shaken, then hesitated before speaking. At the same moment, after the accident in the secret realm, he suddenly snapped his eyes open. Touching his body, he sighed softly. I've lied. Just a blur earlier. Li Yufeng recalled wrongly what kind of guardian was that giant monster. What did that person's words truly mean? And why were they fighting? If they could so easily enter my dreams, does that mean they can strike me down just as easily? Then he anxiously looked at her and asked, Elise. The person. But now, the girl was fast asleep, still mumbling in her dreams. My big chicken feet. All mine, Liu Feng happily, and yet she had fallen asleep. So next time, we will say that, the next day, by the arena, the crowd buzzed as I bet him to kill 10 enemies. Lona stood in the center, shouting, start the match, start the match. Once the bet is placed, no backing out. Today, the star player will ascend the stage once more 20 enemies. At the same moment, a voice rang out. I placed my neck, die. Lona was shocked. What? Liu Feng stood firm, staring at Lona, and asked, do you dare to accept or not? Miss Daki said again, how could I not dare to accept? The extreme ratio for people is 1 to 1. Luna them sneered. Didn't you hear that Kotu was forcing him to join? Yet she took the initiative to come such faith, watching Alice's retreating figure. Lona could not help but wonder if it was really her who made the move. Then Liu Feng quickly recounted the events. What happened in the dream was like that. I suspected her from what that man said. Maybe it was someone. At that moment, a powerful force swept toward Liu Feng, and he furrowed his brows, dodging the attack. The ancient scholar mocked arrogantly, claiming supreme wisdom and power. But to me, he is just a bug. Only after I crush him will the essence of his soul fluid be mine to savor, Liu Feng told him. After killing, I can enjoy the divine energy of the soul fluid. CT laughed loudly, then turned away. Well, you try it. Nearby, a black flag was hoisted high, fluttering in the air, as the referee's voice echoed. Arena spirit. Begin. Immediately, the crowd lunged at each other. Liu Feng stood aside, alert. The metallic scent of blood from the last fight still lingered. Didn't these men care about their own lives? After a moment, he swiftly joined the battle, quickly channeling his inner strength. Your opponent is CT. Glaring at him, Liu Feng grits his teeth and strikes a powerful, decisive blow. He stands there unfazed, one hand effortlessly crushing Liu Feng's sword aura. Seeing that I still hold the upper hand, now CT quickly channels his inner strength while shouting, you brat, die. Liu Feng is determined this time. I absolutely won't be as miserable as last time. At that moment, he suddenly felt the space around him stretch out. Now, he was alone. The ancient city vanished, and this startled him. Liu Feng's gaze turning serious, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What was happening? At the same moment, the little white tiger raised its claws toward him and said, we meet again. He dodged its attack and challenged, if you have the guts, say it clearly. Why keep invading my dreams? Pause for a moment. You jerk awake. In a dream this is bad. I am sparring with Gusi, but now my consciousness is entering the dream. So what about my body? Just as Liu Feng was distracted, the black cat's tail swiftly flicked past. The grip tightens, making him furious. Damn it. He can't use any strength. The little white rabbit is close. Let her come to me. Liu Feng, naturally attacked like this, is enraged and shouts, tell me clearly, who is she? At the same moment, a familiar figure entered Liu Feng's dream collab, who had helped him fight the black cat before. The two clashed again, their inner strength shattering everything around them. Liu Feng gasped in astonishment as his body began to fade once more. His consciousness finally returned to his body, and overwhelmed with joy, he could not help but cry out, I am back. But at that moment, C fiercely charged forward, eyes filled with deadly intent. Die. As he spoke, he swiftly slashed toward Liu Feng, who quickly raised his sword to block the strike. Both kept attacking each other relentlessly. The arena now seemed reserved for just the two of them. Or rather, no one dared challenge CT, and no one wanted to get entangled with him. CT moves with such grace, Liu Feng can barely keep up just by watching. He marvels. Too fast. No sooner has Liu Feng finished his thought than a CT strikes from behind with a deadly blow, forcing him to spit blood. Liu Feng was once again caught off guard, thrown far away unconscious. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, reminding him that despite breaking through to the peak of the supreme realm, he was still no match for the divine Dai in physical strength. CT looked at you, intrigued, almost able to keep up with my moves, if given a little more time. Suddenly, he was startled. Your bloodline. You are not a spirit. You are. On this side, Liu Feng's inner strength surges. He begins to use different techniques to challenge this powerful opponent. Suddenly, Liu Feng gazes intently at his adversary, his voice rising as he enters the sword's domain. CT stared in awe at this power. What is this energy? No. If struck, he would surely die. Then he told himself, run. As long as he could escape, he would definitely find out from that kid. Thank you for watching this video. Please subscribe to support the channel and catch the latest videos. You pamper the little golden face so much. Indeed. No one even looks at who I am, Liu Fengshan thought. The only regret now is that I can only use it once a day. Then he turned to look at Alice, making sure the injured person was not ignored. After a moment, Liu Feng asked, right? Where's Luna? I have fixed the neck brace. She owes me the elixir, at 100 to 1 odds. Little Jin smiled. Exactly. On this side, Luna hurriedly hides in the crowd. Terrified. Just run away. But the moment Luni clutches a bundle of cursed souls and tries to escape, Liu Feng finds her. Lona, afraid her hard-earned love would be taken by him, ran screaming for help. Liu Feng chased after but stopped. Meanwhile, in a magnificent underground palace, Fai Tang entered solemnly. He looked up at Kola sitting above, then said, "Sir, you were looking for me," he ordered firmly. Ko 2, good or bad, is a reserve member of the U-Mine Dragon Squad. He is dead now. Someone else can lead the squad, but they can't wield the same influence. Right after this, Kola glanced at him and said, "Kill them." Hearing this, Fiat immediately bowed respectfully, ready to carry out the order. Kola silently delighted, having searched for the person's true form for thousands of years. This time it should end. Meanwhile, Lia Feng finally caught the owner of the gambling den, happily reaching out his hand. Here, though reluctant, Lona had no choice but to hand over all the life essence to him, sighing in frustration as she asked, "Can I pay you back in installments later?" Liu Feng counted again, then said, "No, my soul elixir." Lona wants to cry. "My soul elixir." Alice then spoke up, "Just now in the arena, you seemed dazed for a moment, your consciousness pulled into a dreamscape. Is that the person you mentioned?" Liu Feng Gome. No mistake if that man had not intervened again in time. Even in dreams I would not be hurt, but in reality, I would be defeated by Ko 2. Luna spoke while eating. Good people do not live long. Villains live for thousands of years. That man meddles too much. Liu Feng asked irritably, "What did you say?" She quickly startled and replied, "You are a good person, an extremely good person." At that moment, a loud noise echoed as someone charged in with fierce momentum. Seeing the crowd panic and scatter, "Danger is coming, let us go quickly. Who knows what else might be chasing us?" Lona sighed. Annoyed by the trouble, Liu Feng was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" She explained, the commander of HC Les Royal Guards was invited by him to join the Min Long Legion. Then Lena seized the chance to make money. "I will help you deal with him, and once it is done, you pay me half, a third is enough." Liu Feng, on the other hand, worries for her. So many soldiers coming like this, there must be someone who can handle it. Meanwhile, Fideling Rong, the one who killed under Lord Hatch Kola's command, is being taken away. Liu Feng replied calmly, "According to the rules, once you enter the soul arena, it is a fight to the death. Identity does not matter. I can't just let him kill me without fighting back. Don't waste time arguing. In Hatchcola City, Lord Hatchcola is the law." Immediately, he shouted orders to his men to capture them. The soldiers charged forward. Liu Feng did not hesitate and clashed, swiftly drawing his sword to stand protectively before Alice. Right after, Luna stepped forward to stop them, saying, "Hold on. Big guy, it is a small matter. Can't you show some respect for me? Let us eat and talk, or I can have someone bring some tooling elixir." Then Feta replied, "Miss Looney, you are the one Lord Hatchgola ordered us to respect, so of course we must. Let us proceed like this." He knew her weakness and immediately made an offer. 3 spirit stones. "Miss Looney, do not get involved in this anymore." Looney's eyes lit up at once. Right after, she ultimately chose money over everything, clutching the pile of spirit stones and backing away. Feeling embarrassed, "I am extremely satisfied with this." The man silently waits for Luna to leave, seeing himself betrayed again. Liu Feng warns Xiaojin now. "Prepare. Risk everything." But at that moment, Luna suddenly grew serious and said, "Hakola, he is here." Hearing this, I was shocked and quickly looked back. "My lord." But now, he uses the Lorna Soul Stone to create an explosion. "Hurry and prepare." The blast shakes the ground, and the outside is affected as well. As the dust settled, Fi swiftly searched for those around him. But now, all had vanished, leaving a large hole in the ground. Soldiers, officials, their very presence gone. Right after that, the stakes were high, handing over the token. Finding them, life or death, rewarded with the full spirit elixir. And that very night, everyone was searching for his trail. The captain was reported to have searched long ago, but found no trace. Across the arena, dragons toil fiercely, ready to strike at the sight of him. Meanwhile, on this side, Lune is flourishing, gaining fortune after fortune with 3 perfect elixirs of the spirit liquid pill. Liu Feng looked around and asked again, "Is this place really safe?" She said plainly, "Safe, safe. This is my divine life map. Even Hat Cola would not be able to find us." At the same time, Alice said coldly to him, "Can you let go of me?" Liu Feng startled. Feeling shy, Alice spoke honestly, "You wanted to protect me just now. But clearly, you are weaker than I am." Liu Feng blushed. That was just an unconscious reaction. She was surprised. An unconscious reaction. He shyly cleared his throat, then asked, "Why are you helping us?" Lone replied, "If I want to help, I will. Everything else can wait until we are truly free. The outsiders are about to disperse. So Lona, everything is under control, which is strange. Outside, soldiers are on strict guard, searching every corner. At the same time, Luna appears. "Did you spot anything?" One soldier asks. "No." The other replies, "No, it is not a person." Right after, Luna clapped her hands, and both of them fell to the ground in chaos. She happily looked at her lute and smiled brightly. 2 vials of soul elixir. Liu Feng quickly left, pulling all nail long. "Let us go." Mida Lin Deech. Instantly, all four departed swiftly, Li Yufeng leading with incredible speed. But the moment he reached the heady out, a deafening explosion erupted. The man atop the dragon laughed triumphantly. Knowing they had not gone far, his name was Vidong. Quickly sensing Vidong's power, Liu Feng groaned. This is troublesome. The moment he saw him, he eagerly channeled his inner strength. Those 10 Suling elixirs belong to me now. Liu Feng quickly raised his sword to block the strike. Though his opponent was stronger, he refused to wait for death. Widong gritted his teeth, then fiercely counterattacked, merging space and sacrificing his spirit. Liu Feng, startled, unable to use his second domain, stands no chance against Shendai and Dongji. Cornered, he glares fiercely and then shouts, "Then let us settle this once and for all." After speaking, Li Yufeng skillfully evades the attacks while fixating his gaze on the opponent. Instantly, he channels his inner strength into his strike Divine Death Sword. Divine Sword? Vidong was momentarily startled, staring blankly as you struck without resistance. What? Seeing him now at a disadvantage, Liu Feng smiled and said, "It is done. Unbelievable that Liu Feng defeated me." Vidong, dazed, cursed and shoved the little one. "How dare you harm me?" Speaking of bullets, he grabbed the hammer again and charged, "Die for me." But at that very moment, a slender hand swiftly reached out and effortlessly caught the sword. Vidong was startled. He never expected his attack to be blocked, leaving him utterly shocked. What? So Alice could not stand still. She caught the sword with her hand, staring intently at her opponent, much to Liu Feng's astonishment. Meanwhile, Luna watched eagerly, thrilled that her sister finally made a move so cool. Immediately after, Alice said coldly, "I told you, before I recover my memories. No one can kill me." Vidong glared, then shouted, "You are tired of living, huh?" But the moment he withdrew his words, Alice gently snapped the mace like a toy and she was not done. Channeling her inner strength as if intent on silencing him forever, Vidong spat a mouthful of fresh blood, fear flickering in his eyes as he stammered, "This is, no, my lord." And so, the clash echoed across the sky, unleashing a fierce explosion. Fila just passed by, and seeing that source of inner strength, he was satisfied it was here. Immediately, he shouted to signal the soldiers behind him. "Chase them. Do not let them escape again." And over here, the Liu Feng clan keeps fleeing, trying to blend into the shadows so the enemy can't find them. While running, Liu Feng asks, "How much farther?" Lona points ahead, "Right up ahead, but right now." Feeling anxious, he quickly turned around. "They are here," Alice replied calmly. Finally, they all ran toward a deadly cliff, and Loni immediately signaled to the two others. "Jump." According to her, both Liu Feng and Alice swiftly soared up at the same time, then plunged down the cliffside. But those creatures clung on like leeches, determined to catch Liu Feng no matter what. The moment Fila saw Liu Feng, he was instantly pleased and excited he had found him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful surge of inner energy directly at Liu Feng, incredibly precise. That force struck straight into Liu Feng's back. But strangely, right before us, Liu Feng seemed off, his body dissolved into the air like water the moment he was hit. Seeing this scene, Fila was startled but quickly realized this was a clone. Damn it. Meanwhile, the Liu Feng group kept fleeing. Fila wasted time on the clone, giving them a chance to escape faster. Loni gathered her strength. A beam of light appeared, and she said, "Let us go." Suddenly transported to a new land, Liu Feng looked around in surprise, curiosity stirring as he wondered, "Where is this?" Quickly guessing, he then thought, "It feels strangely familiar." But suddenly, Alyssa's legs gave way and she nearly fell. Liu Feng, worried, quickly caught her. "Elise, are you okay?" Alice hurriedly said, "It is okay." At the same moment, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up brightly. Liu Feng, he said. Surprised, "What is going on?" The black cat appeared again and spoke to Liu Feng. "We meet again." At the same moment, the ground trembled violently. And instinctively, Liu Feng held Alice and took flight. Liu Feng looked back, Luna startled. "No. It is not what you think." The little white growled, yet it kept stomping, shaking the ground beneath. Liu Feng instructed, "Xiao Jin, we will block him later." Leading Alice ahead, the boy quickly replied, "Got it." Following Liu Feng's glare, he shouted the family name loudly for everyone. "Let us go." But at the same time, the little white's tail swiftly lashes out at Liu Feng. Terrified, he immediately shouts, "Elise, get out of the way." At the same moment, Alice stared intently at the cat, her expression turning puzzled. Seeing it pounce toward Alice, Liu Feng instantly grew fearful and alert, while Alice remained cautious. Now, the fierce black cat suddenly turned into a small white cat, its face on the verge of tears as it ran toward Alice. Quickly leaping to her, the little white cat joyfully cried out, as if it had missed its owner for a long time. Liu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Akaxio Jin was also startled. "Master. Owner." Alice was stunned too, gently stroking Xiaobai in her arms, repeating the words, "Master. Owner." At the same moment, a flood of memories rushes back. Every day, the little white follows her side. "Master. Master." But one day, it anxiously asks its master, "Master, Where do you wish to go? Alice gently stroked its head. I have something very important to do. You stay here and wait for me, Little White sadly reminded. Master, you must come back. I will always be here waiting for you. Seeing you silent, it worried and shook you. Master, what is wrong? Alice lowered her voice. You are. I obey. Were those just memories I once had? But why do I only remember fragments? Immediately after, Liu Feng anxiously approached and asked, Are you okay? Seeing him, the little white dog growled, scratched Liu Feng, then hid behind Alice. Seeing her pet so fierce, she quickly grabbed it by the scruff. Then she ordered Xiaobai not to lay a hand on him. Little White cried silently, saddened her master has changed, no longer loves her. Liu Feng asked Luna again, What really happened? She hesitated. Well, it is complicated. At the same time, she stepped out, hoping not to disturb anyone finally meeting someone. That beast. You were startled. Wait. A person. Little Jin was surprised. Liu Feng, who is he? Lona was surprised too. Singing cola. Wondering why, only now realizing. Singing cola. Singing strange. Singing cola. Then, she stared intently at him and said, How did you get in? Immediately after, he pointed towards Lona. Luckily, thanks to him, I was startled. What? Then Cola said. Ancestor beast, for 1,000 years you have cooperated with me, allowing Lona to periodically take the soul elixir from my place. He never had any dealings with outsiders before, so it was clear he was hiding in a small corner of the city, yet we never found him. He explained that when the man took an interest in a young boy, he knew his moment had finally come. Cola kept rambling, 2 dreamlike moments enough to leave my mark on him. Then, seizing the chance, I hunted him and Lona had no choice but to lead him to me. Now Lona finally understood. Her fear and confusion were because of me. I am sorry, it seems Cola added. Of course, what I am unsure about in this plan is just how important this kid really is to you. That is why both times you dragged him into the dreamscape, I made sure to wake him up immediately, cutting off your connection with him through the dream. So, no matter who makes the move or what their purpose is, they must meet and speak face to face. He was very pleased, asking, The plan is simple but highly effective, is not it? Cola set the terms, 2 choices: either surrender and be devoured, or face death. He swiftly donned his mask, reverted to his true form, and charged forward, ready to strike with full force. Now, Lu Feng and Gula are locked in close combat. From this perspective, it seems you are still a bit weaker than him. You are a little surprised. Wait, why do I have such terrifying power inside me? Little Bai narrowed his eyes. I lent him strength because Little Bai sensed his master's unstable state. Now, with inner power surging, he is ready to strike with divine might. Here, Lu Feng and Little Bai quickly coordinate their battle moves in perfect harmony. With Little Bai's support, Lu Feng fights like a tiger with wings, no longer overwhelmed by Gula. Deception radiated from both of them simultaneously. Little Kim and Lona could not help but shield their faces. Their fierce struggle sent tension soaring, the pressure around them so immense that the ground and rocks kept shattering. Lona watched in terror, startled, and cried out, Damn, Little Wei's defense is about to give way. All the soldiers present were shocked. What is happening? The training tower is about to collapse. How is that possible? The violent impact sent them both flying in opposite directions, each clearly injured. Moments later, Lu Feng's body slammed hard against the rocks, pain surging through him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seeing you like this, Alice was terrified, her voice trembling with worry. Amidst the rubble, dust billowed up, your entire body weighed down by the debris. At that moment, a hand with overwhelming strength emerged from beneath the rock. Concerned, Dine asked, Are you okay? Lu Feng calmly replied, I've now. Your demeanor has changed. Lu Feng smiles brightly. Never been this strong before. Cola sees you like this and laughs calmly, lending power to a crocodile bug to challenge me. How foolish. Now, Lu Feng swiftly lunges forward, while Cola stands firm, waiting for his move. Once again, the two engage in a fierce showdown, their energy and footsteps filling the air. With every strike Cola launched, Lu Feng could swiftly and easily block it. Now, he was able to completely counter that guy's moves, as Cola got hit hard in the face. But he was no pushover either. With a powerful punch, he struck Liu Feng's face. Who countered? The force sent Li Feng flying back, leaving him a bit dazed, but not letting himself stay weak for long. Lu Feng stood up once more, gritting his teeth, borrowing the strength of others to temporarily reach the level of a god king truly far beyond his own power. He began to unleash the divine star sword formation. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared in the sky like a raging storm. Sela glanced and guessed, could it kill CT in the blink of an eye? After regaining his composure, Cola summoned his inner strength and charged head-on at Lu Feng's immense power. Another burst of light exploded, accompanied by a thunderous sound that shattered everything around them. Lona grinned. Got him. Is he dead? Alice replied coldly. No, he is still alive. Amid the tense atmosphere, Cola's eyes gleamed with hidden excitement as he said, This is the moment the God Slayer awakens. Fascinating, not fear. But Thrill, clad in black armor, his cold gaze swept over his opponent, his voice rising with regret and disdain. Too bad. You are not truly a king level. Die for me. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden surge of blue energy tore through the space, piercing his chest. His eyes widened in shock, unable to react in time. Below, Alice was casting a spell, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Lu Feng, though wary, maintained his confident demeanor, white hair flowing wildly, cold eyes ready to charge into battle with unstoppable spirit. The two fought skillfully in perfect sync, lightning flashing around Kola's body as he shouted, his roar shaking the entire space. Damn it. Gasping for breath, he still writhed after the deadly strike, his voice filled with gratitude and astonishment. If it were not for the divine insight granted by the master, I would have truly died this time. Well done. Well done. Raising his hand high, he summoned a swirling black storm, his fiery gaze screaming a declaration of war. I will crush you to dust. At that moment, Liu Feng hesitated not, his determined gaze fixed on his comrades behind, including Xiao Jin. I will hold him back. You seize the chance. His words ringing out like a vow of absolute trust. Suddenly, Liu Feng lost his balance, staggering as if the world around him spun wildly. At this moment, the little white cat emerged from Liao Feng, a stench spreading across his face. He struggled, determined not to collapse. Alice quickly reached out to catch it. The trembling white cat opened its eyes wide in panic as she held it tightly. Fleeting look of worry, impossible to hide. It said, "Master, his body can't take it anymore." Now his body trembles. Breath heavy, yet he refuses to yield. He follows the herbs. No, I can still go on. Alice stepped up beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. No need for words. Just a glance was enough to understand. Miss Jian and Liao Feng agreed. He stood there, eyes still fierce though his body was spent. She was gentle, her gaze calm yet resolute. He could never be a match for him. You have already seriously wounded him. No need to keep resisting. These words are not blame, but understanding. From here on, leave it to me. Though exhausted, your eyes still shine with care. Your words are soft but enough to make Alice pause. Your body's tense. Your gazes meet, one resolute, the other filled with longing. She quietly nods, staring into the distance. Her ancient song meant for the little silver. You have done enough. Now it is the master's turn. But lacking the strength to protect it, a self-reproach mixed with helpless resolve, Alice spoke softly but deeply. Thank you, as if the void fighting memory itself, and even the silent space, paused to hear these final words. This is my last gift to you. She smiled, a peaceful letting go. I have found the memories I longed for and what I want to protect. In the end, she gave her last energy to Liu Feng. In the dim light, she gently embraced Tu back and whispered, Tu back, I am sorry for making you wait all these years. It lifted its head, eyes shimmering with understanding. A soft call echoed, Master. Gently brushing back her long hair, Alice looked ahead where Kola gathered strength. No hesitation, no distance, she softly said. This time, let me go with you. Old memories haunt, but this time it is different, she vows like a blazing oath in the dark. This time, I will protect you. I will never lose you. Without hesitation, Kola unleashes a fierce black energy toward Alice. At that moment, Little Silver sat on my shoulder, fearless, shouting, Master, grant me your strength. I gently clasped my hands, feeling the surge of energy flowing into my body. In that instant, the two of us became one. Right after, Alice fearlessly plunged into the heart of the dark energy. The clash sparked an explosion that shattered the space, flames erupting as if to burn everything to ashes. Liao Feng, startled, called out loudly, Elise. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, but as the smoke cleared, Liao Feng suddenly saw Alice appear vividly, her white hair shimmering like dew. Right now, Kola, with cold eyes untouched by emotion, shouted, If you want me dead, you are dreaming. He continued, declaring fate itself. I will show you the true power between peak king level and first-tier king level. Without a word, she swiftly moved toward him, her white hair flowing, cold eyes locked on the target ahead. Alyssa's strike came like thunder in a clear sky, leaving no time to defend. His eyes widened not in pain, but in shock. He had underestimated his opponent. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, each breath heavy and broken. Facing him, her icy gaze spoke loudly. It is over. With fierce purple eyes, Alice focused completely. Her breath ragged. She said, Got him. The words were not just a declaration of victory but a release of all the tension. Alice fiercely swings the violet weapon, her white hair flowing through the surge of energy. In that moment, time seems to freeze. She suddenly drives the sword through her own chest, her eyes shining with unshakable resolve. As the world holds its breath, in that moment, time seemed to stand still, a wave of indescribable emotion as he saw Alice open her eyes for the first time. In those gentle arms, he felt warmth not from the sun, but from someone else. Her gentle gaze seemed to embrace the whole world. Later, she called me Little White. My tiny heart trembled. She named me. Little White blinked, eyes shut tight, as if wanting to protest. I do not want such a silly name. Alice cradles the white cat, her eyes sparkling with joy as if she has found something precious. She clearly loves this name. Her voice, soft and gentle, sounds like she is speaking to a close friend. From now on, this place is your home. Amidst the green grass, she and he share food and laughter, a peaceful scene. He whispers of a home, a meal shared, a gentle touch on her cheek startles Alice. Without hesitation, the little white one climbs up, resting on her face like the softest pillow in the world, curling up to sleep together. In the silent cave, little white lay beside her, feeling the warmth of the fire and the presence of the only one who made it feel at peace. I thought I would always be with her like this. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, stretching along the path where Alice walked, and there it sat, silently watching her fading silhouette vanish into the forest. Until the day she left, she said she would wait for her return. Time passed slowly, year by year, decade by decade, millennium by millennium, layers of memories piling up. Endless longing, promises unfulfilled. 1 year. 2 years. 10 years, 1,000 years. Amidst the scorching sands where time seems frozen, the little white sits a silent soul upon its own dry skull. Beside it, a small flower struggles to rise from the barren earth, reminding it of hope that once lived, until die. Yet the master never returns. No matter how much time passes, no matter how the world changes, it remains here, waiting amid loneliness and doubt. Its faith has never wavered, for I believe its master will surely return back to reality. The moment Alice plunged the purple sword through her inverted cage, unspoken memories flooded her mind, blood spilling not just from the wound but from her shattered heart. At that instant, Liu Feng, Tu Kim, and Luna all stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Now, with eyes that pierce through every defense, his voice rings out not to ask, but to warn, planning to end it himself, unwilling to let me devour him. A cold, contemptuous smile tugs at his lips, detached and indifferent. At this moment, Alice unleashes the soul-capturing photography technique, a sacrifice beyond a mere move, her eyes unwavering, leaving only a chilling stillness. Immediately, a freezing sensation spread through her body. Tiger. My body, unable to move. He asked. Wait, she just said. Photographer. In that moment he faced helplessness. Right then, he was hovering, but a sudden chill ran down his spine. He turned his head with a panicked gaze. Damn it. I am clearly in midair, how can there be a shadow? He shouted, both shocked and furious. A long scar ran down her cheek, her eyes cold and sharp. He suddenly recalled their recent clash with Alice, clenching his fists. He tensed, worried she had made a move first. At that moment, Lu Fang stood below, seeing her surrounded. Without hesitation, he shouted with resolute determination, "You are restrained. Elise, I will help you." Immediately, her voice rang out not just a command, but a plea. A sacrifice. Go quickly. Lu Fang looked up in horror, seeing Alice face the wolf head-on, shouting and running with all her might. The wolf's eyes burned with fury, muscles tensed with rage. No way back. The wolf howled like thunder. Break me. Elise, with a sword plunged deep into her chest, musters her last ounce of strength, her eyes burning with determination as she whispers his name. Fong. The air crackles with violet energy. Two figures poised to collide, wielding power enough to annihilate everything. Below you, standing beside little Kim, who is also clutching your sleeve, you seem about to step forward to help Alice. But little Kim stops you, poking your side. Nia shouts urgently. Lu Feng, let us go quickly. In his final moment, Lu Feng saw Alice's gentle smile and vowed to seal himself away for 10 years to protect those under the deity's care. A promise to return. Meeting again after a decade, his last words filled with hope. The space trembles after the collision, a colossal dark purple energy pillar. Everything around is drawn into its vortex. Alice and Kola's bodies fall from above, the wind like unstoppable arrows. Then halfway through, both vanished. Lu Feng stood frozen, eyes wide, his gaze locked on the shifting void. The air seemed to freeze as all eyes turned to him, now petrified. Motionless on the battlefield, a gasp of astonishment escaped. Has Hechsila already been defeated? How is that possible? Another voice thundered out. He is a Peking-level powerhouse. That guy clearly only has supreme intellect. How is that possible? The shout echoed through the crowd like a spark to gunpowder, and Hachkola was exposed as a fraud, signaling the start of chaos. Hurry to Hachkola's palace to steal the sacred elixir. The glint in their eyes is not sorrow, but greed awakening. In that moment, a sword flashes across the body of a greedy marauder, blood spraying through the air. I charged forward, slashing wildly, the clash of steel echoing through the air. He shouted in rage and disbelief. Damn it. Hachkola seized the moment, while his men behind him stood confused, waiting for a decision. I have struck. Now what do we do? Amidst the chaos spreading like wildfire, his piercing voice cuts through the confusion, his cold gaze sweeping the panicked crowd. Calm down. My lord is only temporarily sealed. Half must stay to maintain order. The other half follow me to capture the criminals. At this moment, Liu Feng is deep in a dense forest, with Lona by his side. He exhales softly, eyes scanning the space before him, whispering, "This place should be safe for now." In the silent woods, she trembles in pain and regret, her fragile wings quivering with each sob. Sorry. Everyone blames me. Sob. She clenches her hand, eyes filled with determination and despair. I must try harder to find the soul elixir. To make my lord stronger, I must be smarter, so I won't fall for Hachikola's trap. Leo Feng comforts Lona, his gaze fixed on the misty horizon. Carrying an unshakable resolve, there is no room for fear anymore. It has come to this, blaming ourselves is pointless now. What matters is how we escape Hachikola's domain. Grow stronger, and return to fight. Her voice softly lulls, eyes shining with pain and helplessness. Yet even the Lord and the Master Sisters Alliance could only sacrifice themselves to guard the Hachikola seal. How could we? You continue explaining what Lona just said. Alice's power diminished against the god Jisuke because she intervened too many times. Liao Feng, are you alright? The gentle voice of Xiao Jin echoed like a cool breeze on a gloomy day. Sensing your emotions seem unsettled, he looked at Liao Feng with concern. Are you very sad now? He approached calmly, without haste or pressure. Don't keep it all inside. You answered sharply like a cold blade, slicing through the heavy air. No sadness. We have only been lost for less than a month. With my supreme intellect and strength, I have already defeated the mighty king-level warrior Jisuke. Your eyes gleam with pride and self-belief. What is there to be sad about? Liao Feng's calm voice was not a complaint but a bitter acknowledgement. His gaze fixed on the distant place where his friend was imprisoned, trapped in such a fate. Saying it was not strong enough, he clenched his fists tightly, each word spoken like a vow carved deep into his heart. Rest assured, we will return here soon. Kill Hachikola, and save Alice. Quickly regaining his composure, his voice steady but eyes filled with worry, he knew the urgent task was to escape the territory swiftly. Then he, Xiao Jin, and Lona set out. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, eyes fierce. Hachikola was sealed. The territory must be in chaos now. Why so fast? All the exits and entrances of the territory are sealed, his voice trembling with growing confusion and unease. Liao Feng spoke tensely, his cold gaze piercing through the layers of mist like unraveling a web of conspiracy. Someone took control of the scene right then. Beside you. Lona softly used her wings to mirror her unease now. The slower we move, the worse it is for us. She turned to you, mixing worry with resolve, asking if we could break through the weakest point in the area. Her gaze grew serious. This is the power Hachikola personally unleashed. This is no mere challenge, but a life or death judgment. You respond with a deep, confident tone. The three have just undergone a trial, not a complete success, but enough to prove the ability. The cultivation method I practice effectively breaks seals and barriers. I tested it just now. The speed is relatively slow. Your eyes flashed with mountain-like anger but no despair, which is why I let you lead us to the weakest point. Little Kim asked anxiously, his eyes darting forward into the darkness hiding unknown dangers. But, are there many centaurs guarding that place? Rest assured, Lu Feng replied softly but firmly. Hachikola and his men have no idea about these things. There will be no one. Suddenly, a shout thundered across the battlefield, shattering the tense silence. Target spotted. Send the signal. Lona panicked, her words like a curse worsening the situation. Suddenly, Lu Feng rose up, and Ixo Jin instantly transformed into a colossal golden dragon, while Li Feng unleashed the deadly sword of light. Now, Lu Feng tightly grips the sword in his hand, his fiery gaze fixed ahead. Beside him, Xiao Jin stands with eyes full of trust. Suddenly, Luna shouts loudly, freezing the moment. Hey, you two, do not just stand there. Her eyes wide with surprise and anger, her voice echoed with despair, hands trembling as she clutched the black orb pulsing with energy. I am about to lose control. Please. Help me. Lu Feng dashed forward swiftly, snatching the dark sphere from her grasp. Then shouted, done. But unlike Liu Feng's calm, Lona screamed in panic, an instinctive reaction to imminent danger. How could someone like that not cause it to explode right away? Then she shouted in terror, run fast. And with her fragile wings, Lona darted away swiftly, as three escaped swiftly, vanishing into the sky. Only the roaring giant dragons remained. Riding one. Fite's commanding voice echoed through the dark purple air. They have fled. Can you track their direction? Aveen quickly replied with certainty. That is the direction. He tightened his grip and spoke solemnly. Before the Lord lift the seal, we must capture them. No ifs or buts. No sooner had he spoken than his voice thundered through the dark sky. Chasing after, shadows darting like claws, leaving a swirling storm of deadly energy. Liu Feng led two tiny silhouettes soaring through the rolling black clouds. Heading straight across, your foot kicks into the void, the swirling power clearly visible. Liu Feng halts midair, listening as Luni explains that this is the very space ahead. Starting when Hachikola boosted the sector's strength, Little White Sister deliberately left a back door just in case. She sighed softly, while Liao Feng reached out to feel around. Unfortunately, it was not a real door, or Hachikola would have discovered it long ago. After a long search, Liu Feng touched an invisible wall and said, indeed, it is much weaker here than elsewhere. That is enough. A strange chain of lights glowed within him as his eyes widened, staring intently ahead. You make a move, and Tiu Kim and Line each grab one of Liu Feng's arms. Breaking through. The invisible wall of the realm there is thinner and weaker than elsewhere, but Li Yufeng's strength is still not enough to break it in one strike. You turn your head toward the gathering black clouds behind, wondering if this is the power of the realm that Kola shouted about. Suddenly, the giant face of Kolo appears above you, his eyes blood red, mouth snarling harsh words. Lowly pests, you won't escape. Before he could finish, Kola used his head to strike Li Yufeng, but Li Yufeng dodged. No more. Li Yufeng drew his sword, staring at Kola's head. I won't fight you, but I can easily defeat even a shadow of you. A sword flashed by, its deep purple light slicing through the wind, striking straight at the remnant's face. The sword domain, from the sword's aura, in an instant, the remnants of Sela twisted and bent, then screamed in agony. Damn it. The fading remnants of the ancient spear were swiftly vanquished by Liao Feng's sword energy. He stood watching it spiral into a shrinking vortex in the air. Yet, Liao Feng bore wounds from the battle, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Cut to the outside of the Ningaiga palace shrouded in mysterious darkness, the palace of Hse La. His stone statue stands there, thin smoke swirling around it as the stone cracks and crumbles into tiny fragments. He burst out of the petrification, but Liao Feng's strike shattered a lingering thought. Wounding him, just waking up, bleeding, damn it, yet he keeps falling into that bastard's traps, ending up badly hurt like this. He sprang up, kneeled on one knee, and slammed his hand on the floor, shattering all the petrified parts of his body. In the end, he still sealed it away in the small dimensional space. His throat burned red with rage as he looked up and shouted bitterly to himself. Then, I will find them. Slowly, he stood up, slowly wiping the blood from his mouth, muttering, if not sacrificing myself, I must seize the time to deal with those pests. Then, with a leap, he soared straight into the sky, shouting, I will exterminate them. Over here. Li Yufeng is still struggling to focus and break through the weakest point of the domain. Next, it might just shatter. Li Yufeng, how could you possibly handle the remnant domain while singing the ancient song Unbelievable? You ignore her praise, your hand pressing harder against that invisible wall, gritting your teeth, your whole face tenses up, straining even more. Listen. Li Yufeng, I have good news and bad news for you. Lona kept talking nonstop while Li Yufeng tried to break through the barrier. The good news is, the barrier shattered. The bad news is, right behind them, the army led by Fida had caught up. They were here. Liao Feng did not let go, his eyes glancing back at the group chasing them relentlessly. Damn. It was a close call. Xiao Jin suddenly flew over, grabbing Liao Feng's arm and pressing it hard against the wall. Then Little Kim flew up to Liao Feng's eye level. He looked at him puzzled. Little Kim. Liao Feng, let me go. Before he could agree, Little Kim darted straight toward the black dragons. I just need to find a way to hold them off. In his mind, the image of the red-robed superhero appeared, standing firm against the giant velociraptors in the sky. Little Kim, determined to crush the Hakola territory and shatter its fortress. He stood in sleek armor, gripping his mace with pride, replying, if one goes back, then one goes back. Then he pushed off the void, speeding himself upward into flight. Moments later, Little Kim transformed back to his original form, his youthful voice still resolute. When a Stitch reappeared, the dark beasts, startled by his transformation, glanced back nervously. Then the whole group panicked. None obeyed orders, all scattered wildly to flee. Little Golden Kim stood still, eyes wide and sparkling, wondering, hey, what is going on? I clenched my anger, struggling to control my abyssal dragon, and loudly demanded, who can tell me, what is going on here? Sir, the abyssal dragon trembled in fear before the yellow ghost beast, an instinctive dread of the lower dragon clan toward the higher. Upon hearing the answer, he looked toward the radiant Little Kim shining through the misty space, a higher-ranked demon beast of the dragon clan than the dark nether dragon. No time for words, he stomped on the head of the dark nether dragon he was riding, rushing forward to capture it. First handle the dark nether dragon. After Little Kim saw him approach and reacted swiftly, unleashing a fiery blast straight at his opponent. A massive fireball shot forward, but despite facing it head-on, the man showed no sign of dodging. A single punch extended, swiftly shattering Little Kim's fireball into nothingness in an instant like a grasshopper kicking a cartwheel. Liao Feng, trying to break the gate, froze in shock, realizing the danger, but before you could even turn back to help Tu Kim, a shadow swooped in, saying, leave it to me, just as I was about to punch Tu Kim right in the face. I shouted, get lost, this is my territory. Then Pablo appeared, using his two bony arms to block the punch. He stared in shock as his fist hit the skeleton before him, eyes wide with disbelief. What? Little Kim saw Pablo approaching and happily flew over to greet him. Mister with a heart of steel. Pablo turned his head 180 degrees with a crack of his neck, laughed, squinted his eyes, pointed a finger to the sky, and asked, young man, have you seen the dawn break from the heavens yet? With that, he clasped his hands, crossed them in front, then spun through the air, landing squarely on my back, striking me before I could react, falling freely from the sky. Little Kim saw the scene and smiled like a blooming flower, flying over to praise him, making Pablo laugh endlessly. Too impressive. But before his laughter lasted long, he noticed someone flying towards them. Danger, he shouted out loud as he stepped closer. A black orb was hurled straight at them deadly. With his bony arm, he grabbed little Kim, dodged aside, and shouted, "Run, now!" The black orb of the ancient bell burst swiftly, black smoke engulfing a vast expanse. Amidst the dense swirling smoke, dark purple energy fairy twisted and soared upward. Cola swiftly soared in to assess the scene. Through the thinning smoke, a breach appeared in the realm's wall. He stood, eyes fixed on the gap and the fading energy of Liu Feng. Damn it, already lost so fast. Damn it. Cola turned around, looking at the army behind him, and ordered, "All of you, form the dragon formation, break through the outer perimeter, and capture them." The scene shifted to a more colorful place, where Liu Feng's group escaped, lying relaxed on the cool green grass, joyfully watching birds fly across the sky, finally safe at last. Liu Feng pushed himself up. Little Kim eagerly looked around with him, thinking the god's battlefield was a dark place. Turns out there is still a normal place like this. I almost forgot. Thank you, sir, Sibonsei. Henta softly gazed upon the picturesque landscape and said to the Liu Feng, "This place was once our home. Not all spirits favor that fearsome death king." Kim laughed joyfully, eyes shining with admiration as he looked at Pablo, amazed by his prowess, and sat up without a trace of courtesy, smug and self-assured, muttering, "Not even enough to wedge between my teeth. Not even enough to wedge between my teeth." Remembering back then, he shouted like a madman, "Fit only to be my shoe cleaner," and glanced at Liu Feng, who was watching intently, and introduced himself naturally. "That is right. Allow me to introduce myself. Under the radiant light of the divine, the third iron envoy, Pablo." Han's frostbitten face stared intently toward Liu Feng, obeying my master's orders. Especially so, Pablo's eyes shifted from gentle joy to ruthless cruelty in an instant, uttering two words. "Kill him." The trio Liu Feng heard the strange words. None could grasp their meaning. Pablo smiled, stood up, humorously reminding Liu Feng of old times. "Little brother, did you forget the time you sent someone to awaken the Iron Envoy? And it was me who killed him. You stay alert, and with Xiao Jin and Luna, seriously question that man. Then why did he just help me?" Pablo folds his arms, honestly answering your question. People are clear about grudges. If they kill, they will definitely kill. And Ta's demeanor kept shifting from hostile and ready to fight, to calm and reasonable, considering that we had helped them twice before. So I planned to help or spare them twice more before taking action. Xiao Jin grabbed his shoulder, eyes wide at Hant. Lona crossed her arms, hovering nearby, and Liu Feng reacted quickly, looking at Hanta and asking again, "So, when Pablo heard you ask about the debt he owed us, he acted strangely. He snapped off a rib bone, pointed its sharp end forward, and thrust it swiftly toward Liu Feng. But the strike only grazed his armor, leaving him puzzled as he looked down. Pablo had not even lowered his hand when the other raised two fingers to count with Liu Feng twice. Little Kim on his shoulder could not stand it and raised a hand to protest. "You playing dirty." "Exactly that. Who would have thought?" Pablo opened his snotty mouth wide and laughed out loud. "Amused, very amused. It has been years since I have met fools as lovable as you." Then, he turned his back, waved goodbye to all three, leaving them puzzled, and walked away. After taking a few steps, Pablo turned his head sharply, looked at Liu Feng, and declared, "When we meet again, I will truly kill you." Liu Feng stood there watching Pablo leave, silently harboring his own suspicion. "This guy's strength far surpasses the previous gods we have killed. Han, what exactly do you want?" Han is really gone. "So, what is our next move?" You turn around, looking straight at Xiao Jin, who is a bit worried beside you. "Xiao Jin, earlier you said you sensed something. To the north of the ancient guest territory, there is a familiar aura. You said it might be Liu." My father. With his confirmation, Liu Feng decisively chose a direction to move. Then northward it is. Along the way, you quickly set everything straight to uncover the full story. "Lona, just as you spoke of fate's consequences to us, many, many years ago, I was a wildflower growing before the sea bones of Lord Xiao Bei. Perhaps it was the loneliness of 1,000 years of waiting. Master Xiao Bei granted me the will, and since then, I have stayed by her side for millennia." She quickly recalled the figure who once cradled Xiao Bei's precious feet, and the familiar words spoken when she transformed. "From today on, this is your home," just as she had once been its master. In a flash, time passes. On the journey of Liu Feng, Xiao Jin, and Luna, conflict erupts again. A blast shakes the entire region. All three are thrown from the epicenter. In Luna's hand is a large blue-green stone nearly her size. Little Kim keeled over and screamed, "Why did you make it angry? Haven't the 10 days of being hunted been enough?" Pointing at the mess, the two launched into a heated debate. "Look, it clearly wants to eat people. I saved someone, and you are obviously trying to trap it." Liu Feng could not bear it anymore. Grabbing both of them and covering their mouths in anger, he quickly leapt high, stepping over the heads of the hungry beast tribe below, surrounded and drawn in. If he did not move fast, escape was impossible. But just as they jumped from that danger, all three slammed straight into a large circle, which looked like an invisible barrier. Somehow, Liu Feng slipped through the shield and entered inside, causing him to pause for a moment. All three passed through the barrier, falling into another land that seemed lush and bright. Standing up, you gaze at the towering fortress ahead, guarded at the gate whispering, a mercenary city, yet also a territorial stronghold. The gatekeeper saw you three and turned around, his voice booming through the thick armor. Welcome to the most passionate city, the capital of the mortal sand people, the city of slaughter. Liu Feng and Jin simultaneously glanced toward Lana, silently repeating the gatekeeper's last words. Hunting mortal fairies. Even the battlefield of gods has mortal fairy hunts. I have never left Hachkula City before. As the three hesitated, a large group marched in, their formation vast and imposing. Leading the group was a blonde girl clutching a scroll, who shouted loudly. Where did the newcomers arrive? But the person in front of her ignored the question, unrolled the scroll to examine its contents, leaving Liu Feng puzzled by her actions. Then she rushed over, grabbed Liu Feng's shoulder, making him jump back against the wall. Where inside the scroll was a drawing that looked quite like him. He stood there, unsure what to do with the face staring so closely at his own, scrutinizing every detail. After staring long enough, she stepped back, turned to the side, spat out a sound no. Not that. Then, without a word, she led the group away, leaving Liu Feng bewildered. What kind of trap is this? A grudge match? But just as she passed by Liu Feng, she suddenly turned back. Smirking slyly, seizing the moment when he was not paying attention, she squeezed his butt hard, making Liu Feng jump in shock. Oh my god! Then she turned and walked away, but before leaving, she reminded him, Kid, if you are interested, come find me. I guarantee it will be fun. Liu Feng was stunned, rubbing the spot she had squeezed earlier. Muttering, this really is a passionate city. Right now, Pablo is strolling alone, hands behind his head, sighing in boredom. No sooner had he sighed than a red figure dashed toward him at lightning speed. The red orb landed right before Pablo, shattering earth, rock, and water in chaos. He halted, glaring fiercely at the apparition before him. Then, a group of strangers descended from the sky, charging straight toward his position. Pablo's surprise had not faded when a small hand reached up from the pit, clutching the edge through the fading dust and smoke. The cardinal dangled from the hole, her body marked by the scars of a fierce battle. A small streak of blood stains her lip, yet her eyes remain resolute, refusing to yield. Quickly, the pursuers land, immediately ordering the group to continue the attack on the cardinal and the young master. Tracking their escape, Pablo flexed his frail arm, eyes squinting with delight. Was not this the hero's chance to save the beauty right at her doorstep? Behind the cardinal, he tried to show off a little, but the girl was quicker, slamming down a schoolyard, releasing that little thorn bloodthirsty. Immediately, a series of blood-red light coins flew up at the cardinal's command, scattering the pursuing crowd. Pablo, still trying to act, froze mid-sentence, unable to utter the next line. Let me. The cardinal turned around, launching an immediate attack. Without a word, he wanted to kill me too. Hearing the girl, Pablo realized and raised his hands in surrender, saying, No, I was just passing by. I was just thinking. Before his excuse could finish, a blazing red arrow sliced through, severing his neck joint, splitting Pablo's head from his body. His brittle bones shattered and fell to the ground, while the cardinal trembled, clutching his arm in dizziness. Next, the tiny, battered body twitched. The little girl's eyes squeezed shut as she collapsed forward. Pablo picked up his head, carefully reattaching it to his neck vertebrae. He looked toward the cardinal, who had fainted from exhaustion, collapsing to the ground with a sigh. Young people these days, truly no respect for their elders. Tell me, how do you expect me to use you? The scene then shifted to Liu Feng, who entered the assassin city with Xiao Jin and Luna. All three observed the chaotic scene inside, watching passersby argue and silently noting, this place is more chaotic than the old city walls. Full of blame, Liu Feng looked down at Xiao Jin clinging to his shoulder and quietly asked him, Xiao Jin, are you sure the aura of Senior Liu Jian is deep within that mountain? But Liu Feng, I feel that place is very dangerous. Seeing the worry in little Kim's eyes, he gently patted his head and reassured him. Don't worry, I have faced the dangers of the 10,000 mountains before. I won't venture in unprepared. Three figures stood on the chaotic main street littered with debris, eyes fixed on the road's end. Liu Feng spotted a house still intact amidst the ruin, perhaps a mercenary guild, maybe a place to find some aid. Thinking that, you pushed the door open and stepped inside a lavish banquet with a group feasting and drinking heartily. Your arrival caught the eyes of those seated near the entrance. Luna saw their worried gazes. Outside the city, the chaos was indeed dangerous. Everyone here seemed incredibly strong. Liu Feng, let us go. It is rare for outsiders to come here. Unfortunately, it is just a small supreme, but a supreme who can survive and flee to the 10,000 mountains is no ordinary supreme. Amid the chaotic laughter, a beer mug full of foam slammed onto the table. Maybe there is some benefit in this. The blonde girl the Liu Feng group met at the city gate sat with one leg on the table, her face full of arrogance, turning and pointing a thumb at herself, saying, all of you shut up, he is mine. The men around buzzed with chatter, and Liu Feng never expected to see her here again. Based on what? If Filak wants a man, she should come to me. No doubt, I live well and will surely satisfy her. She stood up, gracefully stepping closer to Liu Feng's group amid the jeers of others. This brat makes a fuss. What is the use? He is handsome. Spit on him. Filak boldly wrapped her arms around Liu Feng's neck, looking straight into his face and seductively asked, "Are you here to find a concubine? Come on, I will take you somewhere more exciting." But he pushed her hand away, stepped back to avoid her, and said, "That is, you misunderstood. I am not here for that. I am here to hire someone." "Hire someone? Are you sure you got it wrong? We are bounty hunters, not mercenaries." Liu Feng held the soul elixir in his palm, fully confident as he began the deal. After all, was not this all for obtaining the soul elixir? Escort me safely to the depths of the 10,000 mountains, then tell me who truly owns this divine-grade soul elixir. At the end, she looked at the item in his hand with a mix of surprise and confusion, a drop of elite spirit essence. After examining it thoroughly, she slapped her hip, tilted her head back, and laughed heartily with the men in the tavern. "Hiring me with a divine elite spirit essence." You do not understand their reaction. Bowing your head, you stare at the T-Lin elixir in your hand, wondering what is going on. This divine-grade line elixir is extremely rare in ancient La City. Right then, Filak flaunted several drops of the elixir before you, and Luna's eyes immediately turned into hearts. Utterly captivated, Filak stepped forward, spying on Liu Feng, then proposed a deal. "Follow me for a month, and 10 drops of this divine elixir will be yours." The cunning Luna quickly whispered in Liu Feng's ear, urging, "Agree with her." Liu Feng, "Agree, 10 drops is no small thing, and she is so powerful here." "But you have not answered yet," when a force spun Liu Feng around mid-air. Quickly, Filak caught him like a princess in her arms. Smiling softly, "Let us go." Liu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to believe a man like him was lifted so effortlessly. "Let us go. We are in trouble. This woman has great strength. Surely a powerful divine expert. She probably does not really want to take me away. So, should I run or not?" As Liu Feng struggled in vain, a pale-faced man suddenly stood up from behind, raising his voice sharply. "Wait, I recognize him. Was not he the one harassed by the tyrant at Lathan?" "Filak, you want a private button?" Liu Feng tilted his head, glancing at the special token in his hand. Confused, has the decree from Hachkola City really arrived here? But Filak said nothing more, turning swiftly to kick the wooden table toward the pale-faced man, still gripping Liu Feng, even pressing his face against her. She declared, "I do not care who he used to be with, he is mine now. Anyone who objects, come at me. No, I am about to suffocate." The furious blue-faced man slammed the wooden table, rallying his men. "Who dares lay a hand? Brothers, restrain this wench and me." Filak's 2 companions took up battle stances, standing against the crowd across from them. Just as the fight was about to break out, a hand slammed the tavern door open, shattering the tense silence. A tall man with a helmet and finely crafted armor enters silently, slowly stepping into the tavern. Those wielding bows and swords startle and worry. Why now? This place is Gala, the kingless city ruled by slaughter, a terrifying existence willing to risk it all against a supreme emperor-level powerhouse. Was not he hunting a peak king-level beast? So why return all of a sudden? Hearing the whispered words, Liu Feng pursed his lips, his face deep in thought. A strong warrior daring to challenge a divine emperor-level, peak king-level foe. The man pulled his hood down, revealing a handsome face marked with a red flame-shaped seal on his palm. "What is going on? Who is causing trouble?" The man with the green face quickly spoke up, accusing first. Filak, furious, loudly argued back, "Gala brother is Filak. She does not follow the rules. Want to target the prey alone. Huh. So many eyes are watching. Clearly, I raised him with my own hands. Who dares to lay a finger on him? Just try." Liu Feng heard the girls talking and blushed even more, too embarrassed to face them, covering his face with his hands, saying, "Thank you all for raising me." Little Kim worries about Liu Feng's safety, while Luna sells her jade for a bit of the deadly elixir Filak gave her. It is tragic Liu Feng's been captured by demons, yet he is lucky, getting the elixir without lifting a finger. Gala stepped into the bar, grabbed a beer at the counter, then calmly declared, "All right, if you are not satisfied, let us settle this with a fight. The winner takes the prize." Everyone around immediately stepped back and cheered. "Fight. Fight." At this moment, Liu Feng, still in Filak's weak grasp, raised a hand to speak. "That, may I interrupt? Where do I belong? Can I decide for myself?" Then, worried, he looked at Filak and pleaded, "Could you let me go? I will handle it myself." Filak was very pleased to see you had your own convictions, smiling and giving a playful smack on the butt. "Handling things herself, what a spirited Liao girl." Finally, your feet touched the ground. Liu Feng rubbed her abused butt, thinking she had to make a move strong enough to threaten, or she would face Hachkola's special order if you get beaten to tears later. "Remember to call your sister for help." 2E, confident in your cultivation, quickly intimidates with energy on his arm. Just a young prodigy, truly fearless of death. Liu Feng, without a smirk, eyes glowing with the Northern Dipper constellation, softly commands, "Cold sword." Northern Dipper, behind, in the town sky, a swirling vortex with an inverted star appeared. Liu Feng gripped his sword, seeing Tuni's panic across from him, ready to strike the 7-star formation. Why can't my body move anymore? No, just as you were about to strike him, a hand reached out, stopping Liu Feng's sword enough. Without a sound, Gullo appeared beside you, raising his hand to hold Liu Feng back. He has proven his strength. Building a killer's house is troublesome. Do not scare him. How could you? He walked past Tuni's men with a beer in hand, a single word silencing their earlier aggression. The Hachgola bounty ends here. Agreed. Liu Feng watched the other's retreating figure, gritting his teeth as he measured his strength. This guy was far stronger than Hachgola, forcibly breaking through his 7-star formation without a trace of energy leaking out. Just as you were deep in thought, Phi-Lak came over, slapped your shoulder hard, and laughed. Impressive, but could you not slap me? You are embarrassing me. He leaned back, eyes twinkling with amusement, sizing you up. If you are that formidable, forcing someone to bed won't work. Fine. I will accept renting you out. Phi-Lak stepped closer, gripping Li Feng's hand as he began to negotiate. I do not need the Xiling elixir. I want you, and I will even give you 20 more vials of the divine Xiling elixir. Lu Neng, hearing this, was already dazed, his eyes betraying his greed as he shouted, "Deal." On the other side, Gala approached another drinking table where 2 people were waiting. One looked up and said, "You are late." Gala sat down with a beer in hand, briefly explaining he was delayed by a royal beast on the way. That brat just tried to kill the chicken to scare the monkey in the massacre city. If no one spoke up, he would only be attacked by the crowd, which does not suit his character. Gala raised his beer, saying one thing but thinking another. Maybe. I find him agreeable. He carries a familiar aura. Alright. We should still talk about the hunt at the great mountain of 100,000 peaks. Tua led his men out of the tavern, his face still showing fear. He glared back in frustration, unwilling to accept defeat. He was almost crushed. That woman was just bad luck. Tunu turned and ordered his men, if you can't win, then play dirty. The Hachgola gang probably has not gone far. Pursue them immediately. He turned around, seeing Liu Feng and Phi-Lak approaching the entrance. The people you seek have ventured deep into the vast mountains. Time silently passed. Day later, the space here was calm, birds competing to soar in the clear blue sky, sunlight flooding the land. Phi-Lak smiled softly, her gaze sweeping over the trees in the forest. She whispered, "This vast mountain range feels like sister's backyard garden, so familiar," her voice fading with a warm hint of memory. She suddenly turned to Me, Trumlaji Liu Feng, and said, with the eyes of someone experienced, "As long as you avoid the territory of the 3 great beast clans, your safety is guaranteed." Then, pushing Phi-Lak aside, he asked with curious eyes, "What exactly are these 3 great beast clans you mentioned?" Luna continued. Her voice carried a heavy weight as I heard the young master say they initially fought over territory, in the shadows of the 10,000 great mountains, where every branch whispered ancient secrets. She began to speak in a low tone. It was the 3 royal frost beasts of the 10,000 great mountains, the Flame Lord Huoyan, the Blood Regulator Wei Qian, and the Ice-Bone King Paimeng. Phi-Lak's eyes seemed to gaze upon a bloody past, where 3 royal beast clans once spread terror. Their power rivaled the 3 great forces, having destroyed the Slaughterer's city multiple times. Liu Feng faced Phi-Lak, worry in his eyes, his voice betraying fear. 3 great forces, truly terrifying, but she remained calm and experienced. Faint smile, her voice soft as if soothing the wine. Don't worry, the 3 great beast clans' overlord usually retreats. If nothing serious happens, he sleeps in his lair for decades. You have a mysterious existence. The air thickens as she continues, revealing a long-buried secret. Your power surpasses even the 3 great overlords. But in all those years, no one has ever seen his true form. They say when he fights, he emits golden energy. Wide-eyed with astonishment, he stepped back, his voice trembling with excitement. Golden energy. In Tu Kim's hand, a yellow energy glowed. He asked, confirming, "Is this yellow energy?" Phi Lucky Bing Hong's voice rang out, filled with confusion and doubt. "I have never seen this before. How could I have it?" Her words betrayed the deep worry etched across her face. A sudden suspicion flashed in the fairy's mind. She asked as if seeking to confirm the impossible. "Wait, do not tell me you came because of this mysterious existence." Liu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating to speak, while beside him, Xiaojin jumped excitedly, nodding eagerly. Yes, that is right." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. One in the group glanced around, voice trembling. "What is happening?" The ground shook as dust rose from the horizon, wild beasts charging with cold eyes and raised claws. It is a beast attack. Everyone rushed through the forest, the wind whispering through the leaves as if urging their steps faster. Phi-Lak gritted his teeth, muttering, "Impossible." By my experience, doubt crept in, turning to confusion and anger. She paused a moment, then shouted, "Could my reasoning be wrong?" At this moment, Liu Feng hesitated, his gaze filled with worry. He raised his hand as if to stop something, then whispered softly, "That thing, it seems they are targeting us." Beside him, Loni and Tu Kim could not hide their panic either. Hearing this, Phi Lak's eyes widened in shock. A scream escaped her lips uncontrollably. What? All clearly written on her face. Behind Liu Feng, the roar of a giant beast pack tore through the air. He dashed forward. Breath ragged as he ran. You were gasping for breath and screaming. A few days ago, when we reached the 10,000 Great Mountains, after mistakenly entering the beast tribe's star path, we were hunted down. The roars grew louder and closer, each step of the beasts shaking the ground. You kept running headlong. Face pale, heart pounding wildly, with Xiao Jin and Luna no better off beside you. Two small wings flapped wildly as he ran, shouting in panic. Along the way, he kept warning other tribes, inadvertently stirring conflict. Realizing the cause, Lia Feng scratched his head and said, I never expected these tribes to hold such grudges. She suddenly exclaimed, trust shining in her eyes. You truly are the man I believed you to be, Phi Lak continued. Repeating, you truly are the man I believed you to be. Liu Feng took a step back, confused but trying to stay calm. She told herself, the more she wants to sleep with him. She lifted her head, eyes cold and unwavering, shouting fiercely with determination and spirit. I will first face the fierce storm and the wild eagle in the sky, blinding the beast's eyes this evening. No sooner had the words left her lips than Phi Lak soared into the sky like a streak of red lightning, striking fiercely at the beast's wing as its anguished roar echoed across the heavens. In the chaos, she seized its head. Blood sprang as its bloodshot eyes blazed with desperate fury. Phi Lak's cold eyes gripped the blood-stained weapon tightly. Before her lay the fallen giant beast. She curled her lip, then suddenly spotted something intriguing in the sky. Surprised, she exclaimed, is that the stronghold set up by the Kang tribe? Immediately, Phi Lak landed, her voice urgent, eyes flashing with hope. There is a fortress ahead with a protective barrier. Inside are many powerful divine warriors. Beasts won't dare come near. She urged, let us hurry through it. Right now, at the camp, the guards are whispering about their recent victory, this time led by Gala. We are sure to reap great rewards. I heard they usually operate in groups of 4, so why is the guardian of the Sky Devourer alone this time? They spotted Liu Feng's group trying to enter the camp. As someone approached, they demanded a price. Each must pay a divine beast seed to enter. He froze, sweat breaking on his brow, eyes wide with panic, and hurriedly reported that there are beast guardians. They brazenly blocked the way and issued a warning, insisting everyone must surrender their spirit beasts. Whether fierce or gentle, the spirit beast cores are crucial. Not a single one can be missing. Oh heavens! One of them exclaimed. Full of fear, have you provoked the beast clan's den? Ignoring their words, Phi Laklo dashed into the camp. Voice urgent. All right, stop jumping around. Quickly hide inside. They froze, unable to react. Amid the tense camp, a hand waved sharply. Cutting through the chaos, it was too nigh, cold as a blade. Don't block the entrance. The camp's full. You should go elsewhere. Immediately, Phi Lak charged forward with cold, sharp eyes and a clenched fist. Too nigh, desperate and fierce, threatened with a voice like thunder. Then Tuni stomped powerfully, shaking the ground and rocks, sending Phi Lak reeling backward. Just in time, Lu Feng rushed forward to catch her. Panicked, he shouted, someone. In the tense moment, Phi suddenly appeared, his voice filled with fury. I have finally found you all. With eyes blazing determination, he declared this time no one would escape. Phi Lak awoke, shouting fiercely, how dare you ambush me? The disciples rallied, their cries answered swiftly by Xiao Jin behind. The thunderous footsteps echoed as she darted forward like an arrow, fueled by unshakable resolve, with her teammates urgently chasing behind. The ground trembled, then suddenly erupted, spewing sharp shards of ice that blocked their path, causing Phi and Phi Lak to halt in shock. A cold voice echoed as the man in a black cloak, skull emblazoned strap, gripped his staff tightly. This is sacred ground, 'cause trouble and either leave or die, he warned, while across from him, she clenched her teeth in fury, clearly the first to strike old hag. Right now, a loud noise behind startled Lu Feng. A giant boar charges through the thick smoke, eyes blazing with fury. Right behind it, the beast tribe follows, their heavy footsteps echoing through the silent forest. The old man raised his hand, absorbing the cold, powerful purple energy. Sang swirled around him like imprisoned souls screaming into the void. Instantly, a shield-activated Sang's deep blue aura enveloped the entire camp like a colossal dome, separating the inner world from the outside danger. The beast tribe stubbornly charged the shield, instantly repelled with blood splattering everywhere. The old skeleton's calm yet cryptic voice echoed. The thorny beast cores you all submitted were used to form the barrier. He continued, you gained no advantage at all. Yet after a few seconds, he gently asked again, that is right. Phi Lak, what did you want to say earlier? Now Phi Lak looked clearly embarrassed, smiling as she said, nothing, I just meant. Old skeleton, your barrier is really well set up, she shouted harshly. What are you staring at? Have you submitted the beast core yet? The air suddenly tensed like a drawn bowstring, surrounded by curious, disdainful glances. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice trembled with a mix of embarrassment and awakening. It seems we have a beast core in our hands. Right, a reproachful voice rang out. I already told you back then, kill a few more beast tribe members. You still won't listen to me, Little Jin replied, trying to salvage the situation. You tell me, if we go outside now, can we freely obtain beast cores? Amidst the confusion, you hear a sharp, urging shout. What are you waiting for? Get inside. Phelak signals from across. You are confused, but before we could retract our words, Phelak spoke up, saying they have already submitted it. Now it is time to stay with me for 2 more days. Lona whispered, 2 days with a divine beast core pill is tough, and at that time, Phyto was far from comfortable. His terrifying gaze made escape impossible. The atmosphere in the camp returned to normal. A confident voice rang out. All right, with the old bones stepping in, taming the beasts is nothing to fear. The old bones appeared like a sturdy shield, and everyone resumed their discussion about the hunt. Let us continue talking about the goal of this hunt. Another invitation sounded softly but with hidden meaning. Those who enter here temporarily, whether with beast sense or not, can join. Feng Tin's voice, filled with reverence, recounted a living legend. His eyes cautious. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Guardian, a royal beast clan, had never been defeated even in battle against the angels severing land law. So on ordinary days, no one dared to get involved. Like half a month ago, it was wounded by the mysterious tribe in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Its power dropped to the peak of the king level. He continued to propose, eyes blazing. Ready for battle. Now is the perfect chance to hunt it down, Feng Tin continued, his words a challenge stirring pride and the fierce desire to win. This time, we fight with skill. Whoever kills the Heavenly Hawk claims half the prize. The rest is shared equally. A resounding chorus of agreed. 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 A code powerfully. Over here, Liu Feng whispered to Phylac, his eyes flickering with a hint of emotion, curiosity lacing his voice. No matter what they say, these people are powerful immortals. Why are they so easily shaken? She spoke with full confidence, saying Gala's team of 4 was highly reputable. If they said they could do it, they definitely could. Then, with determined eyes, Phylac proposed to you, Liu, a match that might yield benefits unseen for centuries. Half joking, half serious. Her sharp gaze left him unsure how to react. No matter the gain, you still need your life to claim it. What could be better than following someone on a trip, then sleeping beside them? He froze, face flushed, eyes wandering why this bold woman wanted to sleep with him. Phylac hurriedly stepped forward, draping his arm over Liu Feng's shoulder, his voice laden with hidden meaning. That is right. Those people just now are your enemies. If we leave the camp, they will strike. A surge of vigilance stirred within him. She pressed on. So, what do you say? Shall we take the initiative and wipe them out? He repeated slowly, his gaze shifting from hesitation to determination. Wipe them out. She continued explaining the rules. Their group had 13 powerful gods, led by a weakling just half a step from king level. A direct confrontation would surely be unwinnable. His eyes tensed. Then Phylac's voice turned resolute. Yet in this vast mountain range, capturing them was not too hard. The key was not the frontline leader, but the clever strategist behind. Then she turned to her subordinates, declaring firmly, yes, this is my personal grudge. Do not get involved. Too many people only cause trouble. Everyone responded in unison. On the other side, Lu Feng shouted with full spirit, let us go. He clenched his fist, eyes fixed ahead where the challenge awaited. He was ready. Phylac's eyes blazed fiercely toward the distant ship and her subordinates. She shouts with unhidden fury, dare to ambush me. You won't get away with this. The call to retreat echoes through the fiery sunset, as beast corpses litter the ground, fur and blood mingling with the dust. At this moment, Tunai hurriedly reported, his voice urgent, Sir Phi. They just left the camp. Phi-Re's eyes flickered slightly, but his face remained calm. Don't wake him, he ordered firmly, his cold gaze commanding obedience. Tunai then stammered, Sir Phi. The reward, it is confirmed, Fieta replied calmly and confidently, as if everything was under control. Once the target is caught, your share will naturally be secured. Tunai frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Of course I believe you. But still, Tuno continued anxiously, the one you seek, though only a genius, seems to possess terrifying midday power, and he appears deeply fearful. Entru's face reddened as he stared coldly toward the mountain's base. The man chuckled. Of course I know, many divine beings have died by his hand. You just need to find him. No need to worry, Tuna replied with a fierce gleam in his eyes. My lord, I know these 100,000 great mountains well. With me here, that schemer Phylac won't escape. A voice rose from the crowd. Who is it? Whose space pouch is making that noise? Tuna quickly turned and answered without hesitation. The space pouch is mine. The mysterious man in the black robe immediately retorted, unable to hide his suspicion and ambition. Surely, you must share at least half, or a third with me. Tuna shouted back, I risked my life to get this. Sharing a third with you. Get lost. Face me if you dare. The mysterious figure, face hidden behind layers, spoke softly like the night mist. Truly, his greed remained unchanged. He roared. What? Suddenly, from behind, a powerful force surged forward. Phylac struck decisively, slicing across Tuni's neck in a swift, Precise move, the sky was torn apart by a blinding flash, energy bursting forth and spreading across the space. Fita and his men stood frozen, caught off guard, amidst the spreading colors on the ground. Phylac, clad in striking red and black armor, stood with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at where Tunai had fallen, her voice cold and dripping with disdain. Tuni may be a greedy fool, but I can't deny he knows the 10,000 great oceans as well as I do. How could I not be on guard? With that, she slashed at the orange-yellow sky. Challenging, you damn fatso. If you have the guts, come and catch me. Below, Fita looked up with angry and helpless eyes. Her shadow was gone, but her voice still echoed. The matron was there. Fida glared toward Phylac as he left and shouted, I must kill him. Ongkan leaps over the barrier, then turns back to taunt him. Come here. Come on. Seeing his hesitation, he jumps out again, hands on hips, flicking a finger provocatively at Fia. Not brave enough. I am stepping out now. Come on over. Fiida, enraged by the mockery. Blood boiling, his face redder and fiercer, growls. I will kill those guys first, then slowly deal with you. Speaking of bullets, he turned around, leading his group away in anger. Go ahead. Do not even look at yourself like that, acting tough with me, fool. The three of them followed Phylac's trail deep into the forest, searching in vain. When that woman's scent vanished, they split up to find her for me, a subordinate. Upon hearing his order, immediately clasped his hands and earnestly voiced his opinion. Sir Phi, why split up and give them the chance to attack us one by one? This puts us at a disadvantage. Fiida flew into a rage, grabbing the man's collar and dragging him before her. Snarling, do you think I want this? Before she could shout, the lord who had secluded himself to heal had already issued a death order. If they failed to capture the culprit before his return, their fate would be far worse than death. Then he threw his subordinate aside, clenched his fist, and ordered once again, split up to flush them out. Only then will we have a chance to catch them. His men obeyed, each rushing in a different direction to pursue. Behind me, a red spark appeared, splitting into fine threads. Behind those people, they hiss if you have got the guts. Just keep hissing. Not long after, 2 days passed, and Phi's group continued their relentless hunt for the wandering band. 2 men flying in the sky were suddenly ambushed. One was pierced through, leaving the game, while the other was struck and fell. Phylac saw the other crash to the ground, dug a large hole, and rushed over with a sigh. Not dead yet. Tomorrow will be tough. She strikes fiercely from above, hitting the subordinate with the faded clothes directly. Let me see if his head is just as tough. The man immediately takes a breath, swelling his body like a giant balloon to fight back. No matter if I die, I won't let him be. Those who harm me will be avenged. Just as he threatened, Lu Feng struck with a sword, pushing him back towards his elders. Damn it. Lone appeared, swiftly snatching the T-Lin potion from the man amid Tu Kim's curses. Another spirit elixir user has appeared. I was at least baiting, but you just stood watching the show, yet still took the spirit elixir. Phylac stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Lu Feng's waist, and whispered, rubbing his cheek with a finger, this is the 8th one already. What is going on? She looked at you, voicing her doubts to Lu Feng. Even if the beast tribe lacks high intelligence, it should not be this easy. At least they must understand to seek benefit and avoid harm. Lu Feng grew worried as he listened to her. Tell me, how do they divide their tasks? Phylac Sokam pondered briefly, then quickly shared his guess. I believe they split up intentionally to lure me into action, then strike back at me. But every time, we blindly attack to kill, never fleeing. What is the point of this? I just do not get it. Setting traps feels useless. Lu Feng listens intently, yet his mood is far from good. Analysts analyze. Maybe, startled, you glance at your innocent face and mischievous hand fidgeting. Stop fidgeting. Will you? Suddenly, Xiaojin stumbles, losing control and falling, forcing Lu Nai to grab his jacket and pull him up. Hey, what is wrong with you? Lu Feng caught Xiaojin, watching him frown in discomfort and worry. Xiaojin. Lu Feng, I feel like something's trapping my body. Phylac, hearing Xiaojin's condition, finally paid attention, touching her arm as she spoke. He said that, I have also felt my body growing uneasy these past 2 days, thinking I was hallucinating. Me too. Me too. Only now does Liu Feng look down at his hand, carefully sensing it again. Seems like I do not have that feeling. Fi laughed joyfully again, lavishly praising her little Liu Feng, for that special person was truly the man she liked. After joking, she grew serious, reaching up to pull a dark red thread from Cao Jin's head, the deadly net, as the ultimate skill of the fearsome demon lord's subordinate. Anyone who kills and gets caught in the web of vengeance will have their soul shattered by it. Phylac seriously warned everyone about the terror of this web. It tightens and shatters the soul more and more. In the end, even if she is not strangled to death by the deadly net, she will lose her will to fight and fall prey to others. She looks down at the fiery red threads wrapped around her. Indifferent. Now I understand what that damn fat man intends. Lu Feng hesitated at Phylac's words, lost in thought, when Luna suddenly flew over and whispered something indecent in his ear. It seemed this deadly trap was a kind of seal. If I can't repay her, maybe I should follow her. Someone as knowledgeable as her here could save me a lot of trouble. When Phi-Lak heard her speak well of him, he happily took out a few more Zealing pills to bribe her. I feel she makes a lot of sense. I am a loyal fan of sister. After speaking, Phi-Lak snapped his fingers. A cup appeared, his eyes gleaming with delight at the game I set up. Alright, now I know what that damn fat guy is up to. It is much simpler now. If he wants us to kill, then we will kill with all our might, until that damn fat guy traps himself. Elsewhere, Phi-Ida, the protagonist in Phi-Lak's words, keeps singing passionately despite being slandered. He looked at his supporting hand, fully confident in the plan he arranged. With the deadly net granted by the Lord, this time it must work, so why does my heart feel uneasy? Just then, two figures appeared in the dark cave. A tall, thin man and a little girl, the one who always wanted to follow me. Hey, no matter good or bad, I never refuse to save someone. No need to be so heartless to the one who saved your life. Hearing the voice, Phi was startled and quickly turned around, eyes filled with caution. Pablo and Hong Yu walked and talked. They suddenly ran into that guy. Pablo, surprised, pointed at Phi and asked why he wanted to go to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Oh no, why is he here? Seeing Pablo, the guy immediately launched an attack, shouting, "It is you, the one who helped those scoundrels escape. I will kill you." Pablo hesitated to flee, glancing at Cardinal Hong Yu standing with arms crossed. "Indifferent, help me out quickly. I am just a humble sorcerer, not here to interfere in your battle." Pablo humorously raised his hand above his head, arching his trembling little butt as he ran away, while Phi chased after him, shouting miserably, "I surrender." But the man would not let it go, lunging forward to strike his gun hard on his head. He just wanted him dead. Just as the sword was about to strike down, a beam of red light shot out, directly hitting the blade, dropping it in pain. Phi looked in surprise at the girl, who had just come to help. Then it was over. Pablo seized the chance while Phi was distracted, spinning around to deliver a bloodied kick right to his face. Payback for betrayal still stings like this. This man, he took the hit, stood up wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, fury rising. I have got to kill him. Just as Phi was about to kill that person, a loud noise echoed, causing everyone to clutch their ears in pain. Just the sheer force was terrifying. What is this? As the roar faded, rocks tumbled down the mountain. Pablo urged the cardinal to flee. This was a high-level beast tribe. The mountain was collapsing. "Get out, now." The three called a temporary truce, each swiftly fleeing the hostile scene. Phi watched Pablo and the cardinal dash deep into the forest, then paused, hoping for a word. Damn it, every one of them is born under the rabbit sign. As his curses faded, a white-feathered blood hawk appeared in the sky, its wings stirring panic among the four-legged beasts below. Yet none could escape its overwhelming power, as it effortlessly drained countless souls with a mere touch. Phi stood there, muttering to himself as he watched the terrifying scene. Could this be the devouring heavenly eagle that once battled the Demon King? So fearsome, its ferocity forced dozens of mighty warriors to band together just to defend passively, yet it behaved like ordinary livestock, eating and fleeing at will. He hurriedly turned and fled beneath the wings of the blood cauldron, determined to leave this place. I must escape the 10,000 Great Mountains immediately. Nearby, Liufeng sat cross-legged on the ground cultivating, but his mouth kept asking about the situation. When will it be? Are you sure he can find us? I deliberately left some unresolved grudges. He will surely track us down. As they talked, Lona returned with intelligence, whispering to Liu Feng, "The fat guy's here. You better lie low." Unable to act or absorb, "If anyone shows up now, we are as good as dead, please." "Not the fat guy. Not now." On our side, someone hurriedly ran over their heads. He glanced back but had no intention to stop. Lona has not noticed yet and keeps spinning deeper into the act. My body can't take it anymore. I am about to faint. I am about to faint, and I feel like I am fading away. Phi was the first in their group to sense something wrong. She cursed in panic. "This is not normal. Why is Feech and Diao here? Stop pretending and let us run." The whole group quickly launched themselves, clinging to the side of the cliff, fleeing at top speed. Fihida turned his head left and right, then shouted in frustration, "You people." Phi carried Luna on his shoulder, chasing down that guy, eagerly calling out, "You damn fat man. Hello." Though fleeing, the three seized the moment, launching attacks toward me, saying, "You damn fat man. Goodbye, all of you." Phi watched the man fall into the forest below and laughed, saying, "Where the great eagle flies, no grass grows. That damn fat man has surely become a ferocious beast this time. Damn it. Let us head back to the 6th stronghold city. Once the 100,000 Great Mountains are safe, I will lead the team deeper inside." Lu Feng ran forward without hesitation, replying briefly, "All right," but Cao Jin on his shoulder seemed troubled, saying, "Lu Feng, I feel like my body is being locked by someone." Hearing this, Phi turned back worriedly. Lu Feng glanced towards Xiao Jin's pointed direction and asked, "Who?" "It seems it is him," promising to attack from behind. "Sense Xi Jin's aura, its target clear. The golden light beast, the one who wounded me, so I will kill your descendants." Hearing this adorable whisper, Fei Lu clenched his teeth and sped up even faster. Damn it. Falling to the ground, Phi saw the scene and quickly rejoiced. looking up at the sky with a mocking laugh. You mixed breeds. Let us see how you die this time. At that moment, the blood cauldron's attack swept through, striking Liu Feng directly. He painfully struggled to resist and said, "Is this the royal level beast tribe? Just a brush from its attack and I am already wounded." Filak saw the danger and turned back to save him, pushing Liu Feng out of the attack, then quickly explained, "No, now it is not just a king-level power. Otherwise, after that strike, you probably would not be able to talk anymore. We are facing a demon. Why does it keep targeting us?" You glance at Xiaojin, who seems to be struggling with something terrible on his shoulder, recalling that just now, Fei Chendu mentioned the Golden Light Man beast. Could it be that mentioning Senior Liu Jin caused it harm? It recognized Xiaojin's identity and sought revenge, so it is very likely to chase us to the death. You quickly came up with an idea. Liu Feng turned to ask Filak, who was supporting him, at your fastest speed. How long would it take to reach the mysterious place, deep within the 100,000 great mountains, where the Golden Light Beast tribe appears? We are already deep inside, but it would still take at least half an hour. What do you want to do? Upon receiving the answer, he immediately unleashed his blade. Turned around, no longer fleeing. Half an hour later, Liu unleashed a battle, the realm of metal, beginning the meteor storm. Liu Feng clashed with the blood cauldron, fiercely slashing a metal blade straight at its body. Then you switched to a series of metal domains, launching continuous strikes to block its path. Metal domains, deadly metal arrows. 16-fold attacks. Deadly metal. Deadly metal. Deadly metal. Metal again, and once more. Metal domains, deadly metal arrows. The blood pan was finally struck by Liu Feng, who roared in anger. "How could you break through my defense? You damn little genius." Filak grabbed Liu Feng by the waist and fled quickly, while he rummaged through the space pouch, tossing out all sorts of things. "What else is there? Let us go." Defensive weapons. Armor, pots and pans. Suddenly, Liu Feng pulled out a scroll. As he unfurled it, a two-layered formation swiftly appeared above the paper, reaching out in a blink and amidst Filak's astonished words. It was the Black Tortoise Wind spell. A series of chains shot toward the blood pit, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. What kind of twisted trick is this? It desperately lunged forward, but the iron chains only tightened. Damn it. Liu Feng joyfully looked up at the sky with Xiaojin, silently praising his miscellaneous tools. They were useful, but very quickly, the blood pan spread its wings wide, shattering the chains binding it with a single strike. It charged straight at Liu Feng and Tiu Kim the moment it broke free, the blood cauldron roaring. "Kill it for me," Tiu Kim shouted to Liu Feng on his shoulder. "Liu Feng, it is targeting me. You guys go quickly." You just stepped back to dodge its claws and joked with little Kim, saying, "If things get more dangerous, we will face it together as brothers." You turned around, reaching toward Filak and Lona behind you, saying, "Both of you, hurry and get out of here." Liu Feng. Xiaojin. "You fools. If you do not die this time, I will definitely take you back." After sending them out of danger, Liu Feng turned to face the blood pit, ready to fight. Seeing you in danger, Feta gleefully slammed the door and mocked Liu Feng. "Kid, this time you are surely dead." The entire blood cauldron above suddenly blazed brightly as it surged forward at incredible speed. But before Feta could rejoice, he was stunned in disbelief. No, how could this be? The blood-stained blade should have pierced Liu Feng, but Gal appeared out of nowhere, catching it barehanded. Liu Feng stood beside him, equally pale, watching the man tremble as he faced the beast. And thought, why him? The blood cauldron recognized who was confronting it, stared hard, and changed tone. The hunter from the massage parlor. "The Gala, are you tired of living?" With a shout, he surged with more force. But unexpectedly, Gala was equally fierce, bracing himself until the entire blood pan trembled fiercely, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and pushed back. "Get lost." Gala struck hard, bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely to one side. Liu Feng and Tiu Kim stood there stunned, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them. One strike that sent the royal beast clan flying. Now it must be the peak king level to knock it away. This guy is the real culprit. Liu Feng had not even thanked Gala properly before he lunged forward, grabbing his collar. "Wait, where did you get that mysterious martial beast power just now?" He stared blankly at his hurried face, his mind racing. How did he know about the Xuan Vo Feng then? "Tell me, where does the Xuan Vo Feng then beast come from?" Little Kim clung to his shoulder, quick and eager, raising his hand to answer first. "It is from Hak Lao." Gala shifted his focus to him, tossing Liu Feng aside with one hand. A rogue through and through. Just as I was about to ask for more info, he received a telepathic message from his team, narrowed his eyes, and motioned everyone to leave. Gala. What the hell is he? Why ruin the plan by suddenly saving this kid? It was hard enough to separate Wei Chen Diao from his men, leading Ru to the Fire Flame Lord's territory. If they both get wounded, we lose our chance. Wei Chen is coming back. Let us leave first and talk later. Hyatt quickly returned to the battlefield, unleashing a series of energy forms resembling himself towards them. Storm Ring. Heavenly Poison Sovereign. The old skeleton Song-Guy immediately stepped forward, activating magic to assist. Their teammates also eased up a bit, and a circle immediately formed around them, shielding against the incoming wind and lightning. The wind barrier around their sleeves grew larger, while the companion beside them lifted a huge rock into the battle. Gala grabbed Liu Feng's shoulder with one hand, holding the small golden blade in the other, swiftly retreating. Go. Leave. The blood cauldron focused on the old bone shield, ignoring Gala's escape with the others. He pulled them along but, seeing Liu Feng hesitate, simply said, "Don't worry." Blood Pan, furious and unwilling to accept defeat, spread its wings wide and shouted at them, "You cunning bastards! If I were not injured, how could this be?" Suddenly, while it was distracted, a flame shot out from nowhere, striking it directly. Underground, a giant wrapped in flames looked up and laughed heartily. Blood Pan. Who would have thought you would see this day? It leaps high, aiming straight for the blood pool struck by its blow. This time, I will surely devour you. One step closer. Prepare to fall. In an instant, they entwined in the sky, fire and thunder exploding across the space. Gala's elite squad finally reunited. As soon as they landed, Feng Tin demanded, "Gala, what exactly happened?" Gala did not answer but countered, "You just used the Feng Then Chi Dasho martial art. It is not the first time I have seen it lost by its master in the great battle." Gala's deep blue eyes locked tightly, even his lashes furrowed. Yet I could sense the creation time of the Feng Then charm was less than 10 years. The three from the Feng Tin group looked at him suspiciously, each face showing a hint of shock. "So, what do you mean?" Liu Feng held little Jin tightly to his chest. Trembling, with a worried look, he asked Gala, "Master, is Black Swan still alive?" Gala met his sincere gaze and replied, "Black Swan, if you mean Old Black, he is indeed still alive, watched closely by 4 beasts of the royal tribe who dared to attack the master. The pressure is immense." All 4 heard him and immediately spoke in unison, stepping right up to Liu Feng. "Where is he now?" Surprised by their intense reaction, Liu Feng paused and asked, "You just called Black Elder Master, who are you then?" Feng, losing patience, snapped harshly at Liu Feng, "If you know, then answer. Why jump so much?" "Let me tell you. Little brother, the Black Elder you mentioned truly is our master." Gala then began recounting the tale of the 4 of them fighting alongside the Black Elder during the Boar God's battle. "We fight alongside our fallen master, whose soul was preserved by his magic. After 1,000 years, we have finally awakened." The old skeleton quickly urged Liu Feng to reveal their master's location. "In recent years, we have been searching for news of the master. If anyone knows, they must tell us. We will reward them." "I feel the same, though you are still a bit confused." Seeing their sincerity, Liu Feng decided to respond. "Old Black, just as you were about to reveal the black mystery to them, Phi-Lak and Looney appeared to stop you. Wait, prove that what you say is true. I could claim I have done great deeds for the God King, even blood for him. No, that is not wrong." Feng Tin shot her an annoyed glance, his tone sharp as he warned, "Phi-Lak, causing trouble over some guy you just met, not worth it." Phi-Lak crossed her arms, unfazed, smiling brightly, because, well, he was handsome. The other 4 were instantly speechless. Even Liu Feng had not expected her to say that. His heart screamed, "I admit I am not ugly. But have not you met many men?" At that moment, the 4 from the old bone group silently revealed identical seals to Liu Feng. Old Cop pulled his hood back over his head, stepping behind Gala, waiting for your answer. "This is the soul oath document. It carries the master's aura. Only someone who can discern it. Hurry, tell us the master's news." In the aerial battlefield, the flame giant rides atop the blood cauldron, fiercely striking at Flame Fiend. "You wretched god of the temple." The blood cauldron, hurt but swift, counters, its thunderous blows freezing the Flame Fiend in place. Fire Flame was knocked to the ground by Blood Pan, knowing he could not defeat Blood Pan alone. He shouted, "Bing Shuang, if you won't act, our alliance ends here." With that, a giant beast resembling a chimpanzee immediately launched an attack. Bing Shuang's fierce defense. It strikes with an icy blow, freezing part of the right wing of the blood cauldron. 2 enemies like fire and water, yet the guards rise to defend. Fire and ice unite, charging together to attack the blood cauldron. "Take you down first, then I will seize your core with the flames." "That is right, you can die now." Blood cauldron, cleverly, Hayat Kao swiftly reminds them of their common enemy. "Wait, have not you all been wounded by the golden light savage beast? Don't you want revenge? I have discovered his bloodline descendants. Over here." Liu Feng quickly recounted everything he knew to the 4 members of the Gala group. The situation was roughly like this. In short, Lo is living well now, but because of the seal, he has lost his freedom. Uncle Hug joyfully wraps his arms around Feng Tin's waist, then reminds him to stay alert. Meanwhile, Lokot quickly grasps another crucial piece of information. "Good. Just now you said the master was sealed on the wild continent by someone else." Gala bowed his head, eyes darting as he silently calculated his next move to reach that place. He must leave the god's battlefield and enter the mainland where no god resides. This, he feared, would be difficult. Liu Feng was startled by his words, barely able to believe them, and asked again. The one he meant was the gatekeeper at the exit. "Could it be that even you are no match for him?" Gala frowned at him, honestly sharing the information with Liu Feng. The four of us once tried to leave the gods' battlefield, but each time, a mysterious white shadow pushed us back. The old skeleton hid his face beneath a sealed hat, looking at Liu Feng and said, "It seems we need a long-term plan for this." "That is right. Liu Feng, my mysterious brother, who left the great continent, what is he after? I seek a cure." Before you finish speaking, from the void comes a relentless barrage, as if tearing the heavens apart. The old skeleton stared at the traces left on the ground. Bewildered, Wei Shen Eagle has arrived. No, there is more. The Fire Flame Scholar and the King of the Dark Abyss. He hurriedly cast a magical barrier to protect everyone. Impossible. How could the three great overlords unite? All three great overlords he mentioned appeared swiftly. Blood Cauldron spoke first, but Fire Flame quickly corrected him. As for the descendants of the Golden Light Savage Beast, I will spare you. Spare? No. Kill them all and be done with it. Liao Feng looked up at the sky without turning back and said to Feng Tin, urging them to leave quickly. Seniors, please go. They are after Xiao Jin. I can't leave him behind. What? The third great overlord is targeting him. Are you kidding? Little Kim does not want you to be in danger because of me. Leaving the role of Liao Feng, I resolutely drive you away from here. Liao Feng, you should go too. Rather than staying and dying with me, it is better to live on and avenge me later. But he did not give Liu Feng a chance to finish speaking before transforming and flying swiftly in another direction. Little Kim looked back at Liu Feng one last time, her voice filled with regret. Liu Feng. Goodbye. Liu Feng wanted to chase after him but was held tightly by Phi Lak, unable to break free. Xiao Jin. The smartest move now is to quickly delve into his father's feelings. Xiao Jin twisted his body, stopping mid-air to face the three remaining beasts. Fire Flame and Frost, seeing your appearance, paused and asked again, your blood pot. Surely this guy is just a later generation of the beast. But why does he look no different? At this moment, the Feng clan group was astonished and looked up at the sky together. Now I believe it, the three great overlords are targeting him. Wait, could he be the original dragon god's descendant? Bloodbin stared intently at little Kim, cursing those two big, wingless fools, idiots who could not see his true power was supreme. Yes, this tiny one was his successor. The Frost Ice struck first, flying straight at little Kim to take him down. But little Kim quickly breathed fire back. I want to eat you, you damn bastards. But his power could not match the Frost Ice. Very quickly, Xiao Jin was struck and injured by an icy punch. His massive body fell from the sky, shattering the ground beneath him under the heavy impact. Liu Feng, heart aching, rushed desperately towards Tiu Kim's side, shouting her name. Just as he was about to reach her, a powerful force stopped him in his tracks. Oya, covered in frost, launched another attack. This time, Liu Feng was the target. Liu Feng quickly blocked the punch with his sword but, lacking rank, was still knocked flying backward. The body takes damage, and you instantly learn blood because sudden pain strikes. The blood pan flies right behind the frost, mocking when it sees its bloody hand. Frost, how could you let a supreme being get hurt? The frost shatters under the weight of its words, fury unleashed with growing force. Damn bastard. It lunges, icy fist aimed at Jin and Liao Feng below, turning them into minced meat. A devastating punch with immense force descended, Sang's brilliance blinding everyone from seeing inside. Yet Gala managed to rescue both Liu Feng and Tiu Kim from danger. The three great overlords remained unscathed, truly far more terrifying than ordinary kings. He handed the unconscious Tiu Kim to Liu Feng, and seeing his cold expression, he spoke up, why would I not worry? One of you is like a disciple to the master, the other a descendant of the dragon god himself. Before they could catch their breath, the frost band roared, startling them both. Just then, the blood cauldron flew from behind Gala, asking, have you forgotten me? It only wanted to snatch Gala, but luckily the ram arrived just in time to stop it. Now, Fire Flame joins the battle, gleefully unleashing its fire to scorch the world. The flames of fire blaze engulf the entire Liao Wind group, trapping them with no escape. Blood Cauldron quickly rises, turning to argue with Fire Blaze over the recent actions. Fire Blaze. Damn it. Even I am treated this way by you. That is right. Too bad you ran too fast. Flames burst forth, clinging to Liu Feng's clothes as he clenched little Kim tightly, gritting his teeth to find a way out. It is over. No escape. Wait, what if this fire can harm the great sky eagle? You draw your sword, one hand still protecting the little gold. The other swings the blade to cut through the flames of fire blaze, the sword ring deflecting the violent storm. The fierce wind gains strength, whipping the fire into scattered ashes. Then your sword path spiraled into a whirlwind, engulfing the great flames of fire blaze, charging straight at the three overlords. Within the vortex Liu Feng created, sharp sword intense shot out. What kind of technique is this? Swinging across with this sword, Liu Feng had to rely on the old bone shield. The century-old plan is no more. Blood blade. Fire flame. And ice frost carelessly let your attack wound them, and the three angrily turned to blame Liu Feng insidious pests, yet borrowing Fire Flame's power to harm us. Damn it. In a rush, Feng Tin stretched out both hands, connecting with Gallo and Chu Huck, shouting, transfer all your energy to me. I must unleash the blood shield. Outside, Bang Song relentlessly hammered the old skeleton's shield, long cracks quickly spreading across its surface. It strikes again, shattering the shield completely. The old bones and Liu Feng stand stunned, while Feng Xin's blood shield is still unfinished. Bing Shuang forms a massive ice sphere in his hand, raises it high above his head, and looks down at the bugs in his eyes, saying, "It is over, let us die together." Lona and Phylac did not join the battle. Both stood below, anxiously looking up at them. Should I really run? If so, what meaning is there in dying? Better to find a way to become a golden armored warrior then. At least, I can fight back. Then Phylac and Loina set out to find reinforcements. Anxious but with no other choice, let us go. Liu Feng, Tu Kim. At that moment, the three blood beasts appeared. Bang Song and Ho Viem froze. They have arrived. A golden dragonfly from the void approached Liu Feng's group, opening its mouth to gather energy into a radiant sphere of light. Liu Feng shielded Xiao Jin at his chest, silently guessing, could it be the lingering soul of Senior Liu Jin? No, it was not. This is the spirit sword within the divine sword of the dragon god. After 10,000 years by the dragon god's side, it has been assimilated by him. The golden dragon is about to strike blood salute and fire flame flee swiftly, but Ice Frost, too close and unprepared, must run now. He took a direct hit from Kim Long, his whole body tensed to resist with a loud roar. Ho Viem, Hayat Kao, come help me. If I neither of you will survive his hands. Hayat Kao and Ho Viem, planning to flee into the forest, glanced at each other and made a decision. Let us go. Together, they turned back, united in their attack on the golden dragon before them, but the golden dragon's power seemed superior, effortlessly dodging every strike they made. Kim Long dodges the ambush of the two attackers and immediately strikes the remaining target, the Ice Frost gang that has not joined the fight yet. With just one blow, its core is exposed, and its body transforms into a ring-shaped form. No! Kim Long pierced through the Frost gang's body, biting the beast core and flying away swiftly. Lu Feng watched the whole process in disbelief, his voice tinged with excitement. Could a royal-level beast clan be killed right before his eyes like that? Kim Long dealt with the two weakest foes, then turned back to the fierce battle against the blood cauldron and fire flame on this side. It coiled and let out a roar. Lu Feng, disturbed by the roar and its fierce aura, bent down to protect little Kim, the terrifying presence overwhelming. But why do I feel something is off about its state? The old skeleton beside him sensed the situation and immediately answered Lu Feng's question. Originally, the dragon god died, and the sword spirit of the broken sword dissipated with its consciousness. So now, this guy only has the form of the dragon god but no consciousness. In other words, to us, he is no different from the third overlord. Gala suddenly withdrew, turning to look at Liu Feng and little Kim with a completely vacant stare. It could not distinguish friend from foe, attacking anything that appeared within its sight. Dust and smoke shroud the battlefield, where screams and clashing weapons still echo in the air. Gala's voice rings out like a bell amid the storm. Brothers, seize the chance to escape and save Lo Feng. The sky blazed as if torn apart by a giant golden dragon wreathed in flames, its tail sweeping down foes, while Liu Feng and his team struggled to hold their ground against the swirling inferno. Now, Lu Feng clutches little Kim tightly, his eyes filled with desperate fury. Damn it, just that alone paralyzes me. I can't summon any resistance. I do not want to wait to die like this. Even if I must die, I will fight. His eyes blaze with unspoken will, fierce determination to survive. The roar echoed like thunder, tossing everyone like leaves in a storm. Lu Feng faced a dak, small yet fierce, its roar tearing through the air as if to rend the soul of its foe. The wind howls, carrying dust and the chill of death. He struggles to stand, clutching the small blade with one hand, the other gripping his burning weapon. Eyes unwavering, he vows to fight to the death. Amidst the scene, a sudden flash of light blazed blue mingling with fiery gold, like two opposing energies merging. Staring in shock, he stepped back, panic clear in his eyes. What is happening? The dragon aura is rising. Suddenly, that energy surged like lightning towards Adak. Time seemed to freeze as he roared, body twisting under the overwhelming force. Flashing lights spin wildly, revealing the confused faces of Liu Feng, Gala, and Foam Tin. What is happening? All eyes turn to Aixif. Han, what is wrong? Lu Feng, brother, what did you just do? The question echoed, seeking an explanation for what lay before them. Lu Feng stood staring at the sword bathed in a radiant golden light, his voice trembling with fear. Just now, the dragon aura flared up, like that time in the city of Chachuk. My memories carried the image of blood. Adak roared through the air, whirlwinds swirling around him, creating a chaotic scene. What is happening? Where am I now? He shouted in confusion and anger, his wary eyes darting around, desperately searching for answers. Who am I? Wasn't I already dead? A deep, haunting fear. Each lightning bolt tears through the sky, mirroring the fury raging within Adak, his deep blue eyes searching for a long-lost fragment of memory. Who am I? Long god of the willow sword, dragon embracing the sword spirit, or just a lost soul's challenge? Flames roared high, ready to strike. It urged Bloodpin to join forces for a final blow. Bloodpin replied in panic and despair. Join forces? Haven't you seen Bing Shuang fall? Run. Without finishing, it dashed into the blinding light. When Fire Flame saw Bloodpan fleeing, it declared boldly, "Coward. If that is the case, so be it. Just then, as Bloodpan turned back, Fire Flame whispered, "I understand now." Bloodpan spoke with fear. "Think carefully. Open your dog's eyes and see who is behind me." The space behind shifted. The giant golden dragon was right there. A fierce roar echoed, eyes blazing ready to burn everything. Fire Flame screamed in despair. "Oh no, he is restored. Run." They have no time to think, no chance to resist, only the instinct to survive. Adak roared. "Have I told you yet?" Sharp teeth bared in fury, waves of hot air radiating from his body as if tearing through space. Flames and blood boiling, his whole body convulsing as he fled. Swift as a blade, Adi chased them down. Havavim, caught off guard, could only scream one word, "Man." Amidst the sky ablaze with blinding energy, Adi descended like a god, radiating overwhelming power and solemnity. Below, Bloodpan and Fire Flame hover in the air, eyes filled with dread, as words ring out, soft yet defiant. "Hello." First meeting, just a brief encounter. Nothing significant. Suddenly claws strike down fiercely. The ground shakes violently, huge chunks are thrown into the air. Stranger, after that attack, the dragon suddenly transformed into a shadowy figure, a scene like the rebirth of a god. It was sharp as a warrior with horns, his long hair tied back, dressed in white and gold, swirling in the vortex of battle. Adak's eyes gleamed cold as a sword freshly drawn. One hand glowed with icy blue-white energy, the other burned with blazing gold. Suddenly, he looked up, his golden eyes shining like the sun in the night, and spoke softly. "Hello." Liao Feng, overwhelmed with surprise, unable to believe his own eyes, words escaped his mouth. "Stranger," he spoke with a warm yet commanding voice. "Ha." "Liao Feng, my mysterious brother, long time no see." He sparkled as if carrying the whole starry sky. Across from him, Liu's milky skin and wide eyes showed pure astonishment. Before he could finish hearing, he dashed forward at lightning speed. The boy, overwhelmed, could not hide his surprise. This expression was not just shock but deep emotion. Adi embraced him tightly, his face reflecting joy. "Thank you, Liao Feng, brother. Without you, I would have been lost long ago." His words echoed like a heartfelt acknowledgement. Amid the soft light spreading through the bloodied battlefield, Liao Feng held Adi close, his gentle voice filled with a lifetime of emotion. "Welcome back, Adi." At that moment, Phelak suddenly shouted, shattering the atmosphere. "Oh damn, I ask, why are not you interested in me? It turns out you prefer men." She wore a flustered, dazed expression. Eyes wide, mouth agape. Immediately, they pushed each other away, faces flushed with embarrassment over the gender misunderstanding. Liu Fong and Adak spoke in unison. I do not have." "You are mistaken." Phelak frowned, her words full of frustration, their rebuttals mirrored perfectly, still denying it. Truly unexpected, an old woman was defeated by a man, a muscular man at that, frozen in shock and bitterness. A punch to a woman's pride. Adea, furious, wanted to teach Phelak a lesson, but Liao Feng grabbed her wrist to stop her. "Li Feng Hu and I, can I deal with her? She is a dark-minded person. Do not pay attention to her words." Right now, the old skeleton, holding the gala axe, stepped forward solemnly and asked, "Are you the sword spirit of the dragon god's lord?" "No." Compared to the sword spirit assimilated by the dragon god's aura, this figure resembles him even more. Ata laughed loudly. Thumbs pointed at himself with joyous pride. "I speak only one-third truth. I am Liu Sword, the sword spirit, and the one and only Ati." Just as everyone debated Ati's identity, Fi suddenly burst into thunderous laughter and leapt from a massive stone. Was not this just a skirmish among the golden-level beast clans? He had not even clearly seen who was here, still arrogantly talking to himself. So what? Did not I still escape? I was startled when Liao Feng and Adi appeared before me. The last words barely left my mouth properly, as his sworn brother had not even fully chosen him before being struck down by a swift hand slamming his head into the ground. Fi suddenly ambushed and sat on him, mocking, "You damn fatso, you still fall into my hands. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Weakly, Fi glanced at her, blood still trickling from his mouth as he whispered, "I want to fake death." Phelak is a strong-willed girl who can't stand this lame joke from the guy, so she kicks him away. "Who dares joke with me?" Meanwhile, Adi ignores Fite's business and pulls out 2 mini recordings of the blood greeting along with the fire flame. He held them in his hands, looked towards Lu Feng, and happily shared the spoils. "Lu Feng Huandi, choose one of these 2. These miniature versions are not as fierce as the originals. They obediently rest in Adak's hands. This is their sole seal, having the power to control their life and death at will. With your current strength, you can only handle one, so choose wisely." Azizi let them down gently, still looking adorable, but as soon as he opened his mouth, only harsh words came out. "Little brat, if you dare choose me, I will make your life worse than death. I want to kill and devour you." Avici, cunning, glanced at the 2 little creatures, a slight smirk playing on his lips, then said, "Whoever you choose will live, the rest will be crushed without mercy." Hearing his words, both immediately changed 180 degrees, simultaneously appearing weak and begging. "Choose me." That pitiful image left Liao Feng speechless. He did not know what to say in this situation. Where was the dignity of a strong warrior? Liu Feng stared seriously at Lo Kat, seeking the elder's counsel. These supreme warriors could easily overwhelm the weak, but when facing a stronger foe, speed is key. Fei Dao holds the advantage. Hu Yan has destroyed centuries of my efforts. I won't accept this without retaliation. Hava VM, enraged by your advice to Liu Feng, spun around and pointed at Luo Kat, the cursed necromancer. Lu Kat, I want to devour you. Devour you. AVC, understanding Liu Feng's choice, swiftly settled the matter. If you hate Luo Kat so much, then let him seal your soul. The flame ember fell into Old Bone's hands. He stroked his brow, smiling mysteriously. From now on, we will live well together. Meanwhile, Liu Feng reached out to catch the blood seal flying toward him. Just like the trick he used to fix the black assassin god before, Liu Feng smiled warmly at the plump little bird, greeting it. I look forward to learning more from you. Heavenly Eagle. Blood Claw. As the pact was sealed, little Jin and Liu Feng's hand slowly stirred awake. Seeing this, Liu Feng carefully lifted him up, gently soothing him to calm his panic. It is okay now. Xiao Jin. Everything's alright. Xiao Jin had regained his composure. Just as he stood upright, Adi also greeted him. Kid, you are awake. Little Kim hesitated, his big eyes fixed on the person before him, his father. Upon hearing this, Adak burst out laughing, spitting water from his mouth. He held Tu Kim in one arm, the other hand gently touching his cheek, and spoke loudly. Tu Kim, I am Yit. AVC, then pointed to his head and explained seriously. But I can clearly sense the aura within people. I truly am the reincarnation of a fragment of Lu Kim's soul. Enough, do not stay here, come to my territory and speak. At that moment, Phelak casually kicked away the left-wing thug, crossed his arms, and said to him, I am not going anywhere. The brothers are still waiting for me to return. Having said that, she stepped forward, grasped Liu Feng's hand, and warned once more. Liu Feng, even if you like men, I do not mind, just do not forget to wash up before coming to me. Then, she waved goodbye to him and turned away amid Luna's sobs. Farewell. Phelak, I will miss you dearly. Adak waited until the two finished their hand game, and then gently nudged Liu Feng. No teasing yet. This girl is not bad, true to her ideals, always flirting wherever she goes. Does she want to win me over? Waiting for things to settle here. 6 of them fly off together, leaving me beaten and lying on the ground. Let us go. We are entering my territory. Why not kill that fat guy? Don't worry, Azizi has already taken his soul seal. Keeping him might still be useful. The scene shifts to Phelak, who sits alone by a fire in the forest, deep in thought, never expecting the man she likes to be surrounded by such a herd of fools, making it much harder to be with him. She clenched a dry blade of grass between her teeth, defiant as she made her decision. No, I must sleep with him. Just as Phelak was lost in thought, a rough hand shattered the drifting stone from deep within the earth. Pablo and Cardinal emerge from underground. While Cardinal seriously brushes dust off his clothes, Pablo clutches his small head, lamenting, oh no, this is dangerous, my little heart. Phelak suddenly glanced at someone as a mist appeared, so surprised the dry grass in his mouth nearly fell out. Hongyi stepped in front of Pablo, summoning blood magic with a wary gaze. Muttering, you have drained all my marrow, shame on my very being. Phelak sat calmly by her fire, noticing Hongyi's wary attitude. Don't be so tense in this vast mountain range. Except for the beast tribe, we are all friends. Come, let us eat some grilled meat together. The cardinal looked up at the empty wooden staff resting on the roaring fire, about to ask her, is it over there? Before the girl could finish her question, Phelak sprang up and stomped on the tree. In an instant, a winged beast descended, startling them both. It is here. Scarlet looked up at Phelak, landing slowly, admiration in his eyes, killing a divine beast in a flash. Impressive. Do you like it spicy? Or not? The backpack behind the girl did not hesitate to raise his arm and quickly replied, I want it so spicy it drives me crazy. The cardinal glanced at him with a frown, wondering silently, can a guy really eat that stuff? Cut to a beautiful waterfall, where someone is gathered, talking. It all began when Senior Liu Kim died. A shard of soul entered the chaotic time, returning to the Flower Summer legacy as a person. And you, sensing Senior Liu Kim's suffering, were transported here. Liu Feng and Gala slowly pass through the waterfall's veil and enter within. Adak recounted everything to Liu Feng, his expression saying this is no big deal, but it is truly complicated. Now I am Adak, like Kikiho and Kagome and Inuyasha. By the way, has Inuyasha finished? Setsumer Naraku has been sealed. Tell me, a deity, the energy here rivals even the fearsome Demon King's domain. My wounds are beginning to heal. The sword spirit, though lacking a soul, was driven by a thirst for energy to establish itself here. Feng Ting and Old Bone took a stroll through the chambers, exploring every hidden path. This place truly resembles the original site where our master first led us to train. Adak looked at the tattoo, his voice carrying the deep sorrow of the late owner here, a fragile sign of his longing for home. Then he turned to Liu Feng, shifting back to the main issue of your presence here. This time you came to the god's battlefield aiming for Liu Kem's soul. If any part of his soul remains, it must be hidden in the Gamlong Kem. Liu Feng raised a finger, watching it he turn around, suddenly realizing that since he knew where the dragon pool was, he inherited all its sword spirits of course. He knew its location well, he knew the dragon pool's exact spot and could remind Liao Feng. But now, it was simply impossible to retrieve it. But when it comes to the sword aura surrounding Yanlong, it is weak. Even just a Beast King level, not below Yanlong, is enough to deal with you. Liao Feng was shocked by his words, eyes wide as he asked again. Uncertain. Just a Beast King level. Not you guys, except for the one who wields the dragon sheath sword of the inferior dragon. Even I, the sword spirit, cannot approach that place. That beast's survival was just a stroke of luck. He gently patted his shoulder and offered a piece of valuable advice. You should focus on strengthening yourself first. Liao Feng understood Adi's meaning. He did not press about the location of the submerged dragon, but frowned and asked another question. I still need help. My lover's soul is incomplete due to injury. How can it be restored? The old bone nearby heard this, took out a soul-restoring elixir, and quickly gave him the answer. Restoring the soul is simple, just swallow the elixir. Got a simple answer beyond your expectations. So you were quite surprised. What? Old Kot stroked his beard seriously and explained. The divine soul consumes the spirit elixir because they are remnants of the soul and need to replenish themselves. The divine soul is the same, and so is the human soul. Liao Feng was still a bit dazed, but he finally understood the problem. It had been tangled for so long, yet the solution was this simple. At first, the 3 special ears had deceived me. Adak rushed over, draping an arm around him to close the distance, warning him to be careful, especially with Vinai's Tu Vi. If you absorb the Tsuling elixir recklessly, serious problems will arise. You must find the purest Tsuling elixir. Hearing this, Liu Feng fell into confusion again, furrowing his brows as he asked Adak and the others, isn't the soul plague residue the leftover energy after the divine soul perishes? This is not pure enough. He crossed his arms behind his back, eyes closed, beginning his brief lecture. In the battlefield of gods, every divine soul has devoured others. Willingly or not, how could they remain pure? Except for what? Adak imagined a figure standing atop a pile of corpses, wearing a blazing red round shirt, except for that terrifying gatekeeper. Hearing this, his face turned colder, eyes resolute as he asked Adak again. The gatekeeper. Vinai, I will definitely cure you. Wait for me. The scene shifts to a radio station building at night, the second floor room still lit. Inside, Vinai relaxes in a bubble-filled bathtub. She soaked herself in relaxation, blushing as she imagined wearing a sexy white silk nightgown, lying on the bed waiting for Liu Feng to come home. Feng, you are back. In her imagination, Liu Feng gently squeezed her hand, quickly moving closer to her. Vinai, let me love you. He pressed down on her, his hand touching her slender waist, whispering words that made her blush. It has been so long. Vinai has become even more graceful. Vinai tilted her head slightly, avoiding Liu Feng's gaze, then whispered words of longing. And Feng, I miss you so much. Liu Feng lifted her face, both closing their eyes as they slowly leaned closer together. Just as she dreamed of the crucial moment, Vinai suddenly woke up in reality, sitting up and reaching out into empty space. And Feng, realizing she was dreaming, blushed even more, rubbing her burning cheeks in silent frustration. Vinai, you have no shame, dreaming such nonsense. She gently touched the edge of the bathtub, her eyes filled with sadness as she wondered what she was longing for, not knowing how Feng was now, or when he would return. Meanwhile, outside the door, a strange shadow suddenly flickered by, unnoticed by Vi at first. But quickly, she sensed something was wrong, her gaze sharpening. Vinai quickly wraps the towel and jumps out of the bathtub, her movements swift and light. At the same moment, the dark figure bursts through Vinai's bathroom door and rushes in. She swiftly drew her sword, launching a surprise attack at the intruding girl, none other than Tun Ni, who countered with a water spear to block Vinai's blade. Seeing that the newcomer had some skill, she quickly widened the distance, retreating with her sword. Tun Ni paused the fight, hands on hips, frowning as she looked at Vinai. She was Vinai herself. Vinai clutched the towel, still wary as she eyed the girl before her, before asking others, should not she introduce herself first? With a haughty glance, Tenno looked at her and began, I am Hanem, the third princess of the East Sea Merfolk, here to deliver a message. Without a word, she tossed a small blue piece into Vinai's hand. Surprised, Vinai asked, what is this? Taine, still unyielding, replied, I thought the person who left a letter before leaving was someone special. Turns out. Just like this, Vinai caught the hidden anger in her words and immediately retorted, her own fury rising just as expected. She was the girl he teased outside. Tenny ignored the quarrel and quickly summarized everything for her. This time, I come only to warn those on the mainland. A month ago, the Four Seas Beast clan rebelled, and the mainland's demon beast tribe show similar signs. She still bore the regal air of a princess. Casting a glance before continuing, Long Huang has decided to let Lu Feng investigate the cause after this chaos. Yet he lost the pill again. It is his woman's matter, so leave it to her. After delivering the crucial news, Tenny immediately turned and left, leaving Vihai alone in the room. Farewell. The princess vanished from the mansion, leaving behind a warning, Soon, this world will descend into chaos. The scene shifts to a clear stream, where a small squirrel calmly drinks by the shore. Startled by the explosion, he quickly dove into the nearby bushes to hide. Liu Feng was the one who caused the shockwave, now seriously cultivating as energy gathered around his hands. Liu Feng closed his eyes, tilted his face to the sky, and slowly absorbed the gathered energy into his body. Everything around him seemed caught in a fierce storm. Even the leaves clung tightly to the branches. Groaning, I am about to be blown away. Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes snapped open. He shouted loudly, then let out a long breath. The energy around him seemed to surge significantly, the air shimmering with a strange light. Hearing a loud noise, Gala stepped closer to investigate, feeling uneasy as he went things were getting out of hand. At the same moment, Liu Feng's foot touched the ground, stirring up dust that scraped harshly. Lona rushed to his side at dawn, urgently asking about his condition before Liu Feng could even rest. So, any breakthrough yet? The fat bloodhawk flew closer to the two, answering for Liu Feng as he adjusted his breathing. You really think anyone can cheaply attain divine power? I have used it for 500 years. Liu Feng ignored it, wiped his sweat, then looked up at Lona and said, that is right, 3 days of effort. And I have only just touched the edge of divine power. The fat bird in the blood pan is still being kicked aside with contempt. Stiff as ever, I told you, you are too inexperienced. What, 3 days to reach the edge of divine endurance? He stood straight, arms crossed, looking at it calmly and replied, it is not a breakthrough in divine endurance. No need to be so amazed. Blood pan started to ramble about himself again, but Liu Feng could not stand his noise and shoved him aside. I think calling it bragging would be more accurate. Gala approached you anxiously, reminding you, Liu Feng, who just advanced to the peak of wisdom sovereign 2 months ago. It is nearly impossible to break through divine stage so soon unless one has boundless power. I know, you understood your haste and worriedly reconsidered. Before leaving, Alice had left me boundless power, but it was fundamentally insufficient to break through to divine stage. Liu Feng glanced left and right, searching for the other's figure, but only found Gala beside him, looking displeased. What now? Maybe he could ask a Dak. Xiao Jin, and a Dak. Lona flew up to Liu Feng and quickly reported, a Dak was teaching Xiao Jin cultivation. Practicing what? The carp leaps over the dragon gate technique. Carp. Liu Feng stopped cultivating and walked with Lona up the stone steps to find a Ding Xiao Jin. Meanwhile, Ada leisurely chewed an apple while ordering Xiao Jin to train. Xiao Jin, crawl up yourself. If you want to help Liu Feng in the future, you must become stronger. Just as Liu Feng stepped forward and heard those words, he quickly spoke up. Adak, Tiu Kim is still young. You do not need to. Huh, where's Tiu Kim? Adak pointed at the fish with 2 big puffed cheeks wriggling on the ground. Here, right here on the ground. Liu Feng, seeing his foolish appearance, was shocked beyond words. Oh no, do not tell me that is Tiu Kim. Wait. You must have done something. Azizi told him that Tiu Kim grew up completely wild, without any cultivation method or techniques, unable to unleash much power, so I found a cultivation method inherited in memories to teach him. Hearing this, Liu Feng was surprised. Carp, dragon leaping over the mouth. Adak quickly corrected him. No, it is divine dragon leaping over fish mouth. Annoyed, Liu Feng grabbed his collar and shook him. Adak, are you crazy? There is no such thing as divine dragon leaping over fish mouth. That is backwards cultivation. Do you understand? The expert said. You underestimate the fish. Backmine has a fish named Khan, whose ancestors are just as mighty as the dragons. Besides, energy has never been about ranking, it is about suitability and knowing how to use it. He cheerfully said, let little Kim practice this, so he can learn to control his own power. Liu Feng was surprised. Energy has no hierarchy, so why does breaking through the divine realm require limitless energy? Azizi looked at his brother and asked, so, if you spend your whole life in the world of Huaxia, is it impossible to break through to the divine realm? If not here, then where else can one find it? Even the living can hold their breath until they die. Hearing this, Liu Feng showed surprise indeed. Though the energy of the void realm in the lost pill was scarce, the void realm itself held much more. As he spoke, he stepped forward, saying, if last time I could open the void realm by chance, then this time, quickly raise your hand to the sky to gather energy, using the void realm's energy as a conduit. Who knows what might happen? Pause for a moment. You unleashed that power, but you can open the limit again. After the twin streams of Liao wind slowly descended, his face showed no emotion, but at the same moment, 2 large streaks of blood suddenly flowed from his chest. Liu Feng gritted his teeth in pain. Gala asked in surprise, what are you doing? Even with unlimited energy absorption, you still can't break the divine barrier. On the contrary, he will just explode from within. The old skeleton warned, and Feng Xing was startled. This could be deadly. Seeing the danger, the old skeleton immediately ordered, no, we must sever his cultivation. Everyone, act now. But Liu Feng did not stop. He tightly grasped the energy in his hand, then said, trustworthy people, no limits. With that, he struck hard to the other side and shouted, "Open it for me." At the same moment in the sky, a vortex rapidly appeared, swirling fiercely at the center where Liao Feng stood. Gala watched this unfold, momentarily stunned. This was boundless energy. On this side, the white bird gazes in awe. "Oh my goodness, this time I follow that brute. No. Which god is this?" The fire spirit beside him adds, "Promise the pan. Or shall we chase them away?" While everyone is still distracted, Liao Feng swiftly steps inside the vortex. In just a moment, his entire body mysteriously passed through it. Looking again, he was nowhere to be seen. Gala was startled. Where did Liao Feng go? This is bad. How could he vanish like this during cultivation? Adak quickly responded, saying this was the fate of the Liao brothers. No big problem. He praised him, worthy of a Vietnamese, able to shout like that. Meanwhile, inside, dim light surrounded Liao Feng's body. Liao Feng looked around in amazement. Truly, it had arrived without warning. At the same moment, as all the forces struck him simultaneously, he secretly marveled, feeling like unlocking experience cards in a game. Inside your belly, tiny stars swiftly aligned into a perfect shape. At the same time, someone was flying from afar, making Liu Feng wonder how are there still people left. Pause for a moment. Liu Feng's gaze falters, then sharpens as he looks intently toward that person. The girl stops, bewildered, glancing around. Where is this? It is rare to sense someone's aura here. But at the same time, Liu Feng rushed over and hugged the girl tightly, leaving her stunned, seeing him act so familiar. She snapped, "Are you crazy or what?" Liao Feng held the other tightly, his mind screaming, "Elise, always so caring," unaware she was channeling inner energy to attack him. Then she simply pushed him away, leaving him utterly stunned. Looking at her own expression, Elise was stunned. She clearly wanted to kill him, so why did she only push him slightly? Immediately after, Liao Feng asked in surprise, "Elise, what is wrong with you? Weren't you the one who sealed yourself away, so why are you here?" She stared at him in surprise. "Elise or whatever, kid, what nonsense was that just now?" Hearing this argument, Liu Feng looked at her and forced a smile. You are. So this girl is Floria. Hearing you act so foolish annoys her. Wasn't it not long ago that she agreed to switch places? So soon and you still do not recognize her?" Liao Feng gasped in shock, the goddess before him. The girl gave a wry smile. "Apologizing, I thought you were someone else. Someone who looks like you." Floria was surprised. "Someone who looks like me? That must be the person from the god's battlefield." The god's battlefield? Wait, she stopped wondering just now. She clearly wanted to kill him, but was strangely stopped, as if her eyes lost control over her body. Suddenly, Floria seemed to remember something. Startling her, it was like me. It was her. She was still alive. Liao Feng urgently shakes her. The goddess below. The one who knows Alice. The one who looks like her. Who is she? Are they related? Twins? Floria panics. She is alive. She is back. No, I have to run. Run as far as I can. Speaking her last words, Floria quickly vanished, leaving Liu Feng stunned and speechless. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Goddess, please, can someone tell me what on earth is going on?" Then Liu Feng quickly regained his composure and left, determined to absorb energy without interruption. Once again, he felt the surging energy overflowing within his body, feeling the tendons throughout his body stiffen. He shut his eyes tight, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, his focus shattered. Once again, the stars in his dantian shifted direction. It is as if every time he harnesses his power, the stars shift their positions. At the same moment, Liao Feng grits his teeth, unleashing a strange force from within, his voice rising as he begins the 7-star formation. Laughing, in the sky, a massive storm cloud twists and spins around its center, like a tempest relentlessly surging forward, carrying a powerful current of fierce energy. Liao Feng focuses on regulating his breath, and once again, he breaks through. Another wave of pain hits. Liao Feng cries out, then closes his eyes tightly and breaks through. The stars shining above represent the sky itself, now emitting powerful beams of light that slowly orbit and communicate the very power of those stars before shooting straight toward Liu Feng standing at the center. Now, he feels a surge of newfound strength, while Liao Feng's eyes reveal a hint of surprise. Outside, everyone sits in silence, anxiously awaiting the outcome, worried about his disappearance. But now, only Adak remains silently within your storm, hoping to absorb more and more. Never retreating. Just as he spoke, Liu Feng shot straight out from the swirling vortex. He looked at everyone, then confidently announced, "Gentlemen, I have mutated." Feng Tin stepped forward excitedly. "Liao Feng, brother, this time we all benefit from you, even if we have not broken through yet. But the energy absorbed by the black hole in these 2 days rivals our 100 years of cultivation." Gala quickly ran over, hugging him and spinning him around, making Liao Feng feel dizzy. "Thank you." "No, guest." "Hey." Then he calmed down and said, "At the pace of human cultivation, combined with the boundless energy of the mysterious space, it would take at most 30 years to break through to the king level. By then, one could enter the sword dance of the immortal dragon, eliminate the beast king level, and successfully obtain the divine sword." But right after these words, Liu Feng, with determined eyes, said, "No, I will leave in 3 days. Cut to another place, where a sword-shaped beam of light continuously shines in the sky. At the same moment, a dragon soared nearby, seemingly ready to defy that immense power. But unlike its expectation, the moment it approached, the light sharpened like a star. With relentless strikes, the beast's flesh was torn, its screams echoing in agony. Liu Feng and everyone here witnessed the bloody scene, and he could not help but feel a grim satisfaction. Seeing this scene, the elder beside him fell silent. The mighty beast tribe cut down in an instant without resistance. The blood cauldron quickly added, "Kid, no, big shot, my life is in your hands. If you want to die, do not take me with you." To continue, that man with the willow sword is a lordly rank, and the hidden dragon sword is Han's life treasure. Such power is naturally terrifying, so does Liao Feng Swan D still have the confidence to tame it? At the same time, Lone approached him and said, "Liao Feng, maybe take it slow. This is too scary." Liao Feng immediately reassured everyone. "Don't worry, I have too long. These sword energies won't harm me." By your words, you are considered the inheritor of the soul shard of the elder Liu sword, but the one who tames the Yanlong sword is not. Adi respond. "No, I mean, Han is Han. If I truly obtain the Yanlong sword and merge it with the soul shard of the Liu sword, then who will I really be?" Then he quickly said to him, "Liao Feng, I want to create a completely independent, a special, not a fragment of Liu sword's soul. If one day him wants to reclaim my soul, I would rather die than submit." Liao Feng's eyes sharpened instantly. How was determined? "I guarantee that day will never come." Immediately after, Liu Feng swiftly headed straight, bidding everyone farewell. "I am off now." The Blood Bowl shouted loudly, "No, do not go. I do not want to die." Damn it. As he stepped inside, Liu Feng was surprised, muttering to himself, "Is it really that easy?" The yellow light from before drew closer, always making him wonder it was the dragon sword spirit. Without letting Liao Feng ponder for long, something strange suddenly emerged from the water, striking straight at him. Beneath the water, the monster swiftly rose, opening its massive jaws to threaten Liu Feng. He was suddenly attacked, those razor-sharp teeth ready to tear him apart at any moment. In an instant, those sharp, powerful teeth lunged fiercely at him. But Liu Feng did not stand still. He gathered his inner strength and struck back first. Now, he unleashes a quadruple strike, a powerful slash that makes the monster bleed profusely. Staring at the sea beast, Liao Feng is somewhat amazed. Could it be this easy to defeat? Of course not, just as you spoke. Those things floated up from the water. Turns out it was a white demon. Liao Feng was caught by its grip on his leg. Startled, "Damn. I knew it was not that simple." Escape it. Liao Feng was dragged underwater, and he gasped in shock. Beneath the surface, he fought desperately, slashing wildly at the white tentacles, but avoiding the frying pan only to fall into the fire. A school of man-eating fish swam by, eyeing Liu Feng with ravenous hunger. Gripping his sword, he channeled his inner strength once more and shouted, launching a counterattack. Immediately, Liu Feng slashed through, countless fish dying by his hand. Now, as his body sank deeper, he panicked, forgetting he was underwater, hurriedly covering his mouth. He wondered how he had been breathing underwater before. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Liu Feng reached up to touch his head. Suddenly, "You remember Tin, she once told you, it feels good to breathe freely." Liu Feng feels a fleeting sadness, wondering how that mermaid is doing now. But now, those white tentacles cling to you again, tenacious as leeches that never let go. Annoyed by the interruption, Liu Feng grabs his sword and shouts at this ugly thing. After speaking, he swiftly charged straight at the massive white tusk. Liu Feng's attack power now immense. Every tentacle that stretched out was swiftly severed by him, like he was butchering a living white tusk. The moment the strike aimed at the white demon's face, he immediately targeted its eyes to counterattack. Just as Liu Feng was about to strike again, a gentle voice called out, "Brother Feng." Quickly turning around to see who called him, he was quite surprised and said loudly, "Vinai." She looked at him with sad eyes. "En Feng, why have not you come home yet? I miss you so much." He reached out, holding her hand tightly. Liu Feng then spoke loudly, "I miss you too." But at that moment, Vinai's face crumbled, her eyes showing something was wrong. So it was all just an illusion created by that white rabbit. Now it speaks loudly, "Then come, play with me." Soon fresh blood flows, staining the water red, and Liao Feng is startled. Immediately, another figure identical to Liu Feng quickly pushed him aside just as he dodged the sharp teeth. Startled, Liu Feng shouted, "There is something wrong in the water." The moment he realized, Liu Feng immediately slashed forward and shouted, "Damn it." Fresh blood spilled out as he quickly scanned his surroundings. "I do not know what kind of spell this is, but all your loved ones have appeared at once." Liao Feng. "Ah, Feng. Feng, we meet again." Liao Feng, when someone messes with his closest friends, he grits his teeth in fury, then glares fiercely. He has been truly provoked. As Liu Feng withdrew his words, he immediately unleashed his inner power, shouting, "Divine Abyss Sword, Silver Star Sword, ready." The sword slashed fiercely at the opponent, tearing its body apart. blood droplets shimmering like crystals as they fell into the water. The water's surface quickly returned to a calm stillness, but Liu Feng soon grew suspicious, wondering if it was already dead. Suddenly, he jolted, staring ahead and shouting, "What is going on here? Before you now." The white beasts have gathered into a pack, staring intently at Liu Feng. Liu Feng looks over in despair. Impossible. Was not it said there was only one beast? Here, there must be at least a few hundred, but even if you are unwilling, you have to keep fighting relentlessly, and the harder part is that now Liu Feng is all alone. The more he fights, the more he wonders there is no way. Even if the special agents were mistaken, a few more is one thing, but hundreds swarming the entire lake, that is just not normal. Dodging left and right, your fresh blood can't help but spill onto the water's surface. Now, Liu Feng begins to ponder, could escape to the wilderness be the only option? For a moment, he began to reconsider the matter. Something's off. Speak plainly. There is something wrong. Suddenly, the expression of Vi and the others changed. As he pondered, Liu Feng swiftly dodged, as hundreds of beast clan creatures appeared out of nowhere. They won't let you go. Liu Feng, no matter which way you dodge, they are right on your tail. Now, you tell yourself, trust your gut when something feels off. Then, Liu Feng stayed still to let himself be attacked, and to his surprise, the white tentacles could not pierce him. He realized it was all an illusion. Instantly, he calculated to block his senses, replacing sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch with pure consciousness. Then, Liu Feng calmed himself, closed his eyes, and followed his instincts. The flowing water around him matched each breath he took, now felt with vivid clarity. Then, the water surged against Liu Feng's back, and he felt it deeply in every cell. Now, he grew calmer, for at last, Liu Feng understood its rule. A smile spread across his face as he was mocked and blamed for only playing this game. It turned out you have not truly broken through to the king level. With that thought, Liu Feng still gathered his inner strength, then stared intently ahead, gripping his sword bag tightly. The water now rages with fury, a demonic face forming as it turns toward Liu Feng. Liu Feng smiles, saying, "He is locked in now. Eradicate the grass to the roots." You speak loudly again. If you were a king level, I might not have handled you today. But Allahs, the forest trembles once more as you shout. The cold sword space of the northern battle star formation collapses. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Liu Feng struck fiercely underwater toward his opponent. The force of the blow made the creature roar violently as it surfaced, but it quickly returned to the water, and you silently watched its every move for quite a while. Just as Liu Feng won, it suddenly started raining from the sky, an incredibly strange occurrence. He looks up at the sky. Finally, Liu Feng's efforts have been rewarded. His gaze drifts afar as he exhales softly. It is finally fixed. Then, his feet swiftly touch the ground. Gazing at that beam of light, Liu Feng spoke again. Next, it is the person. Now, feeling a bit hesitant, he stepped into the small island's range, thinking, the too long has no effect anymore. Then I will rely on my protective energy to hold on. Before facing it, Liu Feng chose to test the sword aura first. Is the external sword energy really this terrifying? A D once warned him. Remember, the closer you get to the Dragon Roar sword, the fiercer the sword aura becomes. One misstep, and you will be utterly defeated. Be cautious. Now, setting aside those warnings, Liu Feng stepped in swiftly. No matter what, he had to see for himself. As he passed through, before him stretched a place like a desert, with hardly any sign of life around. Liu Feng, surprised, wondered to himself, where am I? How did I suddenly appear here? He continued forward cautiously, while several powerful forces of inner energy target him from different directions. Holding his hands up before his face, Liu Feng muttered, could all this gold in the sky really be poisonous gas? If that is the case, then I have no way out at all. Though the path ahead is perilous, Liu Feng steels himself to move forward into the swirling sands that feel like the eye of a storm. One more step, then another, and now, amidst the swirling sandstorm, Liu Feng presses on relentlessly, fully aware of the dangers ahead. Strangely, just as he is about to take another step, a powerful force suddenly bursts forth, throwing him back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood from the oppressive aura, struggling to tell himself, no, at my current level, I can't get any closer. But when he touched his body, he was surprised after being engulfed by the sandstorm of sword energy. Why was there only internal injury and no external wound at all? At the same moment, Gala and the others quickly rushed towards him. Li Fengqian said, you are out already. Seems you are quite wise not to recklessly face the Beast Clan King. Hyatt Cow immediately added, kid, I told you not to go in. Sure enough, you chickened out and ran away. You are young. Train harder, stop showing off. Or else. It kept rambling on, and if it did not die, no one would know how. But Liu Feng quickly spoke up, saying the beast was already killed by me. Hearing this, Hyatt Cow was startled, staring blankly at Liu Feng before asking, what did you say? Seeing everyone eagerly awaiting his answer, he shouted once more, I say, that beast has already been killed by me. Yet inside, he schemed, I won't tell them that beast was not even a king level. Lona steps forward cheerfully. Nothing strange when Liu Feng set the supreme boundary. The ancient guest Lavong Peak was already fixed. Liu Feng coughs hurriedly. That ancient guest was mainly handled by Alice. Where is a D? Lona pointed far into the distance, then continued teaching Xiaojin cultivation. Suddenly, everyone turned to Xiaojin and Adi, who stood across the salt-drying yard, chatting animatedly. Over here, as he is furious. Tu Kim, Long Nguyen's demon-breaking power focuses on transforming true energy into Long Nguyen, attacking with Long Nguyen's strength, yet you still rely on physical power. The little dragon, once wild, now obeys him completely. Tu Kim musters all his inner strength to strike fiercely at the mountain ahead. At the same moment, it seemed as he sensed a familiar murderous aura and immediately glanced behind him. Seeing Liu Feng, Enlid could not help but tease. It has only been a day, and you are already out. Dealing with that beast of the clan king level is not so easy. Huh. Lanan sat on Liu Feng's shoulder, proudly showing off. Liu Feng had tamed that beast with ease. Now, returning to his humble demeanor, he said, just luck. That beast is strong, but aside from its powerful illusion ability, its offense and defense are nothing special. Now I understand why the beast tribe fearlessly crossed into the sword realm. It was lured by an illusion. Just as Xiaojin received news that Liao Feng had returned, the boy lost all focus on training, quickly shifting back to human form, joyfully rushing over to Liao Feng. The boy tearfully confessed, Liao Feng and Adi tormented me when you were not here. Then Liao Feng anxiously asked, Adi, how is Xiaojin's training going? He quickly replied, you see, he has transformed into a divine dragon. Consider at the beginning of his cultivation. Seeing Tu Kim's strange form, he asked curiously, what about those horns on its body? But the boy just cried, I do not want to train anymore. It is too exhausting. As he explained, it still has to endure one final thunder tribulation to truly become a divine dragon flower. I taught it the heart origin demon-breaking fist, so it can face the thunder tribulation when the time comes. Hearing this, Liu Feng grew worried. Are we in danger? Eddie patted Xiaojin's head and explained, as the dragon god of the flower river, I must endure this trial. I will do everything to protect him from death. At that moment, Luna spoke up, Phi Lac is right. You three are like a family. Xiaojin is the son, Liu Feng the father, and Adi the mother. Phi Lac is not distressed. You are misunderstanding the issue. Cut to a small tavern, where inside, fierce brawl erupts amid relentless loud noises. Suddenly, all the soldiers were blasted away, spitting blood and lying flat on the ground, unable to rise. One of them pointed inside and said, Phi Lac, we will definitely avenge the boss. Wait for us. The girl named Phi Dug embraced the cardinal and said, if you have the guts, come at me, but next time, I won't go easy. Then she smiled at the child before her. Little sister, thank you for your help just now. If not, I would have truly fallen into the trap. Why would a little girl run to the great 10,000 mountains? Faced with Phi Lac's friendliness, Ong Yi quickly ignored it and bluntly replied, it has nothing to do with me. She laughed heartily, still not trusting me. But from your expression, I could tell you came looking for your boyfriend. Then Phi Lac started to sulk and left, wishing you luck in finding your boyfriend first, and hoping my own wishes come true too. Now the cardinal silently vowed to find him, while Phi Lac harbored his own thoughts, determined to stay above him, in a desolate forest. The air was so still that the birdsong could be heard clearly. Liu Feng walked with a sullen face. Feng Tin could not help but tease. Liu Feng, your body has a new wound again. Liu Feng said nothing, just looked at Gala, who was heating up 2 bowls of wine and adding a plate of snacks. Phi Tin guessed with amusement. Did you get hung up and beaten again in the Sword Valley? But these taunts angered Liu Feng. How could one mock someone's purity without proof? Feng Tin still would not give up. Purity. Yesterday, I saw you fly out of the sword abyss, falling like a sick dog. Your fiery spirit fiercely insists on arguing to the end. But if you fly out, you will be hung and beaten. Martial artists trained to compete with heaven and earth. Falling once in a while is nothing. Brave warriors, whether in Hadong or Hatay, are no different. After a while of chatting, the 3 of them laughed joyfully, filling the courtyard with a burst of happiness. And of course, Liu Feng had not given up. He returned to the sandy island once more to challenge himself. Facing the relentless wind and sand blasting his face, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The dust grew thicker by the moment, but unlike yesterday, he vowed to himself, no giving up. At that moment, out of nowhere, sharp metal bars carrying hidden weapons flew straight at him. In a moment of carelessness, Liu Feng was pierced in the abdomen, fresh blood quickly flowing, causing him sudden pain. Taking his wound as a burden, Liu Feng pressed forward, now standing atop a blazing inferno, surrounded on all sides by fire. It felt like he had been burned to a lump of coal, yet Liu Feng pressed on, pushing himself to run faster, knowing that if he could just complete this challenge, those wounds would mean nothing, and the challenges did not end there. Now, sharp thorny vines emerged from the ground, relentlessly piercing Liu Feng's body, blood flowing endlessly. Unable to endure any longer, still human after all, Liu Feng collapsed to the ground, fresh blood from his abdomen uncontrollably bubbling up. Unable to move, he used his hands to crawl forward, his heart resolute today. Paused for a moment, then he shouted loudly to muster courage and lunged forward, declaring, "I must succeed." At that moment, a golden light appeared before Liao Feng's eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. Liao Feng felt as if he were flying through the air, wondering if he had succeeded. At that moment, a golden figure appeared and asked him why he wanted to take the immortal dragon sword. Liao Feng looked at the person before him, quickly realized, then said, Senior Li wants me to take the sword." The other person snorted sharply at Liao Feng, disdainfully adding, "If Li wants it, let him take it himself. Get lost." Now, he was thrown far away, as all these challenges simultaneously attacked Liao Feng. After being hurled out, he crashed to the ground, his injuries severe. Frustrated, he clutched his wound. Damn it. This injury was 10 times worse than before. That bastard sword thief. Liu Feng was annoyed, then smug. What did they mean? Let Liu come get it. If he could, he would have been here long ago in this broken place. Even with hands as clumsy as yours, you never give up. Liu Feng's eyes showed unwavering determination. But after being kicked out 749 times, the other still showed him no mercy. Get lost. Still risking it all, unable to hold back a shout. Moments later, "I have told you, it is the Liu sword, but this time, you must decide to break through." Liu Feng channels his inner strength, weapon drawn toward the enemy. Right after that, he could not help but curse once more, then struck hard. "I will crush you to death." Just like before, Liu Feng was repeatedly knocked back, feeling no different than a punching bag, as if both were testing each other's endurance. He clenched his teeth, wiped the blood in his mouth, then continued, "I am risking it with you." At that moment, suddenly, Little Kim appeared, his aura radiating a terrifying inner strength. Seeing Little Kim, Liu Feng was surprised, supporting himself as he intently watched Little Kim's reaction. After a moment, Liu Feng suddenly realized something and said to himself, "This is Little Kim's thunder tribulation." Now, Little Kim soars into the sky, his body enveloped in a massive layer of crackling thunder, leaving everyone, especially Liu Feng and Adi, silently watching his condition in awe. Blood runs cold. Why can't I control my own fear? The fire burns silently. Yes, it feels just like when I was a child targeted by natural enemies. At the same moment, Luna whispers to him, "Liu Feng, will Xiaojin be alright?" Liu Feng reassures her, "Don't worry, we must trust Xiaojin." Immediately after, Liu Feng looked at him anxiously and asked, "Adak, what is the situation now?" Adak explained, "The fate of Little Kim is far more terrifying than our data suggests. The divine dragon is a heavenly omen, a sacred creature appearing in the world. Naturally, heaven and earth will not forsake it. According to you, if he survives this tribulation, the divine dragon bloodline within Xiaojin will truly awaken. If not, his soul will scatter." Hearing this, Liu Feng flinched slightly. "Adi, you are the one who can help Xiaojin, right?" He gladly accepted, and now Adak is cracking his knuckles to get started. Of course. Then, Adak powers up, though his face remains calm. As you just heard, he stands in the center, surrounded by supporters, now commanding and halting the moment. With a sharp word, the power of Adak bursts forth, carrying a pale yellow light swiftly shooting straight into the sky, instantly forming a circle of the Bagua symbol. The pain surged swiftly, but now Tiu Kim was shielded by the mystical palm leaf he had just crafted. The boy twisted through the sky, as if this awakening had cost him half his life. Lona could not bear to look any longer, turning her face into Liao Feng's chest. He clenched his teeth in worry as the thunder struck fiercely against Xiao Jin's body, feeling as if his soul was being torn apart. The boy could not help but scream out loud, unable to just stand by. Liu Feng swiftly took flight, calling out anxiously, "Tiu Kim," but as he moved closer, a sudden surge of power shot straight at him, forcing Liu Feng to urgently dodge. You wonder, Adak, what is he doing? He quickly explains, "Liu Feng, this is Xiao Jin's ordeal, one he cannot escape." Adak's eyes show determination. "I assure you, no matter how fierce the situation, I can at least trade one life for one." Liu Feng knew he would not harm Xiao Jin, yet powerless to help, he clenched his teeth below, silently praying, "Xiao Jin, stay strong." Above, beams of light relentlessly struck Xiao Jin, his skin marked with red burns as if scorched. Liu Feng shouted from below, "Xiao Jin, you must get through. I am still counting on you to protect us." Xiao Jin. Now, dark clouds thickened in the sky, and Adi quickly warned, "The greatest thunder is coming." No sooner had he spoken than a deafening thunderclap tore through the clouds, striking straight at Little Kim, plunging him into grave danger. Blood spat from his lips, his eyes growing dim. Liao Feng was gripped by terror. After a while, Little Kim could no longer endure, his whole body spinning in the air, while the Adi people below were injured as well. Seeing Little Kim flying away unconscious, he quickly warned, "Liao Feng, hurry and find Little Kim." According to Adi, Liao Feng now soars toward where Xiao Jin just left. Adi watches them anxiously. Walking in Liao Feng's heart is uneasy. Xiao Jin. Something must have happened. It must have. At the mountain, he saw Xiao Jin knock me down. My body once golden, now burned with angry red scars. Seeing me, Liu Feng grew worried, gathering his inner strength as he rushed over to Xiao Jin. At the same moment, figure clad in black sword and Lord Phoenix, I have discovered a mystical beast, perfect to capture as your pet. But now, little Kim's body was utterly exhausted. The boy lay motionless on the ground. Hearing those words from the stranger, Liu Feng clenched his teeth and shouted, "Damn it. You bastard." Then, swiftly drawing his weapon, he aimed at the man and yelled, "Divine Abyss." With a fierce strike, your sword clashes against the spear of the man trying to take Xiao Jin away. The girl watches silently, then coldly asks, "Who are you? Do you want to die?" No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly shoved Liu Feng, a formidable opponent who now seemed to have the upper hand. He glared at the girl before him, annoyed she was a king-level powerhouse. "Trouble indeed. I looked at you," she babbled nonsense. "Did not understand my words. Then you might as well die." Liu Feng was not one to back down either. "You could not just stand there and let the enemy strike." The moment I swung my sword, Liu Feng's entire body vanished in an instant. Her speed was astonishing. Just as she rushed towards Xiaojin, the boy was already chained by another man. Feng turned away, coldly ordering her soldiers, "Kill him." The moment she gave the command, numerous black-clad swordsmen fiercely charged at Liu Feng. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed a surge of inner power, striking with relentless precision. Liu Feng swiftly advanced toward his enemy, his blade leaving streaks of blood on every foe he passed. Finally, the chain-binding little Jin was cut through, and the rope snapped completely, hurriedly embracing the boy Liu Feng with worry. "Little Jin, can you hear me? Little Jin, watching my men get slaughtered like this, I can't help but despise them. What a useless bunch," Liu Feng thought to himself. "Just now, I used up more than half my energy in the sword realm. Injured internally, can't take risks anymore. Damn it, if only I tamed the Nyam long sword earlier." Seeing you ignore me again, am I still insignificant? Are you looking down on me? Without hesitation, Fuang hurled my trident toward Liu Feng, its blades dripping with dark, potent energy. In an instant, his entire body and the ground beneath him were engulfed by a swirling black smoke. But of course, to protect little Kim, Liu Feng quickly placed his hand down, channeling his inner strength into it. The moment you let your guard down, Fuang swiftly slipped behind Liu Feng. Not stopping there, I struck again from the shadows before Liu Feng could even react. He was already on the defensive. But tomorrow, finally, little Kim returns to his petite form, easily slipping past me. The Phoenix, who takes him away. I watch with secret delight the fading shadow clone. No. Intriguing. Yet, a newcomer who attains divine powers only like this, in the end, still determined to capture little Kim for the antidote. I swiftly soared into the fray. At that moment, a black phoenix appeared, aiming at Liu Feng, singing loudly, urging the fire phoenix to retreat. Following my command, Fuang, the black bird, immediately swooped fiercely towards Liu Feng. Clutching Liu Kim tightly, Liu Feng felt a flicker of fear, wondering how it was so fast. But of course, he would not easily admit defeat. Liu Feng kept fighting back, despite the vast difference in their powers, his protective energy striking back fiercely. At that moment, the black phoenix let out a thunderous cry and leapt forward. And so, the two clashed with their powers, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire stage. I thought my demon beast could defeat Liu Feng, but I underestimated him. It was meaningless. But at that very moment, a stronger aura suddenly appeared, startling me, and instinctively I turned my head to look back. Within the black smoke stood a towering figure, majestic and imposing, now taking the shape of a human form. A young man clad in gleaming iron armor stands before Liu Feng, his cold face blocking the way. Seeing him, he hesitates but quickly realizes Liu Feng, the fierce Singer. Xiao Jin. Seems this reincarnation was a success. Now, Xiao Jin appears as a tall, mature young man, once again radiating inner strength as shimmering lights and aura envelop him. The distinctive yellow eyes now gleam brightly. After being beaten, he seems transformed. He looks toward the evil Taiyu Kim, forbidding anyone from bullying Liu Feng. Right after withdrawing his words, he swiftly struck towards his opponent with the original demon-breaking fist. Although Xiao Jin had been upgraded, the evil phoenix seemed to be no ordinary character, and I quickly raised my weapon to block in front. Little Kim, frustrated, strikes a massive flame and challenges his opponent. Taste my fire. At that moment, he swiftly transforms into a great dragon and asks, Liu Feng, can you still use your ultimate move? He quickly awaits the reply. I might reluctantly use the Star Silver Sword, but in my current state, I probably can't defeat them or her. Hearing this, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up with excitement, and he shouted, Isn't there still me? Now, Xiao Jin's body spins fiercely in the air, unleashing a new, strange move in his domain, the playground of Xiao Jin. The Phantom Shift. Feng stands there, once again restoring her dark power to confront Xiao Jin. But after a moment, I became confused. Looking around, wondering why I could not move, Then, another loud voice echoed, forcing me to stand still and stop singing, as the Divine Star Sword intervened. Just as she could not understand what was happening to her, that power unleashed a shockwave so fierce that Fuang had to dodge to avoid being blinded. Now, little Kim's body burned with the fierce strength of fire as he pushed his inner energy throughout his entire being. Liu Feng quickly stepped forward to catch the boy. Xiao Jin anxiously asked if it was successful. Seeing Xiao Jin injured, Liu Feng swiftly gathered his inner strength and dashed off, saying, "Don't worry about it, let us go quickly." But of course, the enemy would not let you escape so easily. Now a black orb swiftly blocks Liu Feng's path. Fuang sneers at the two behind and says, "Not bad. I really did underestimate you." No sooner had she spoken than she thrust out her hand, unleashing that dark power forward with a fierce cry. Die. At that moment, another force, unknown in origin, suddenly blocked her path, startling her. So it turns out the one who arrived was none other than Hayat Chao. Now fiercely kicking towards Fuang, she quickly deduced, "Fithin Diu." Annoyed, Hayat kept cursing, "I have got your head if you want to die today. Fine. But why drag me into this? Do it poorly and it is 2 lives lost." Carrying anger, it comes relentlessly. Even those who wish to die must return their soul seal to me. Liu Feng explained his grievance. "You think I want this? I am the one scared stiff by the little golden calamity. Don't waste words, help me deal with this rotten woman quickly." At the same time, Fuang spoke up, "Blood Cauldron Lord, as one of the overlords of the 10,000 Great Mountains, you would not really obey this brat, would you?" He looked at Fuang and cursed again. "You freak, get that pot off, can't you hear me? My soul seal is in his hands. Today, I still have to obey him. Come on." Suddenly scolded like that, Fuang clenched her teeth, her face unable to hide her anger. Deep down, she was furious. Why fear death when standing firm? Yet this kid somehow possessed the soul seal of the great heavenly eagle. What a mystery! Immediately after, Hayaka spoke loudly again. "You little brat of the Thiat Dusadone clan. I never wanted to get involved with the other Faplan. Just unlucky. If you have any grievances, come find that wretched kid later." Fuang startled. "Wait, he ain't here. I bear your seal. If you kill me, you will instantly appear through the seal." The furious blood cauldron still grows stronger. "I just do not want to get involved with another Faplan. If he thinks I can't handle him, let him come, I will deal with him too." Fuang quickly added, "Do you know that the other Faplan master has already broken through the final gate of the royal level?" Then, it glanced toward Liu Feng and said, "I do not see any major charges here. Maybe we should just drop it. You are not willing to give in, clearly showing your stance." But she interrupted again. Bloodpan quickly whispered to Liu Feng, "If Faplan has truly broken through to the emperor level, then a Dak might not be his match." Then he waved towards Fuang, urging, "Hurry. Go quickly." At the same time, Ata quickly gathers his inner strength, ready to leave as commanded by the blood cauldron. Singing, fierce, sudden. Before departing, Fuang unwillingly leaves a final message. "Little two, today's dead, I will definitely settle with you. Just wait." The blood pan swiftly returned to its massive form, warning that the black smoke was poisonous, a high-level escape technique of the heavenly powered degenerate clan. Liu Feng looked at it with disdain. He had never seen a strong warrior fear death like a human. Bloodpan replied calmly, wandering the frost-covered plains without fear of death, but his grave grass now grows meters high, living longer only deepens his fear. Meanwhile, Fuang finally managed to escape swiftly, as a village of black smoke erupted where she appeared. "I won't accept this, you damn brat. I will make you regret provoking me." At the same time, 2 soldiers quickly appeared, reporting to Lord Fuang that the cardinal was escaping, and Shanghai was determined to stop him. "Fuang Kao, am furious those bandits harm me from afar, forcing me to flee to the great mountains, risking my life. Arrest them immediately." Cut to Felak's tavern, where laughter and lively voices fill the room. She sat before the drunken youths and said, "I tell you, the moment that scoundrel saw me, he wet his pants, crawling and rolling away to escape, raising a cup full of wine to Felak." She continued, "I could have spared him, but I took the lead, grabbed his neck tight, and struck him hard. Guess what happened next? He probably shit himself right then." Then she raised the crimson cup again, teasing the old lady. At the tavern, one must seek joy, but the others were not so friendly. Felak extended his hand. The crimson figure replied coldly, "My wounds are nearly healed. Tomorrow, I plan to leave." Felak said again, "I told you, your family clearly has urgent matters. Yet you won't let me help. Sister, am I not worthy of your trust?" At that moment, she heard a loud noise outside, quickly regained her composure, and shouted, "Who is it?" From outside, the phoenix immediately soared and rose at once, the rotten head, helping her find someone too. Ong Yi was disgusted. She could not help but scold fiercely. The woman glared fiercely. Right after those words, both Felak and Fuang were startled at the same time. "Who did you say that was?" Cut to Liu Feng's side. "Finally, he has safely brought Tiu Kim back." As Lona saw them, she anxiously ran over. "Liu Feng. Tiu Kim," and Adak glanced and smiled. "Tiu Kim. Congratulations." You succeeded, Hiek cheerfully reported. Boss, if I had not arrived just in time, those two would have handed the soul seal to Fap Lam Kak's men long ago. Out of gratitude for saving my life, could you return the soul seal to me? Adak was stunned to hear this. He never expected that the hand of that Frenchman Lam Kak had already reached the great 10,000 mountains. Are you both alright? You should lie down in the rain, Lia Feng said coldly. I'm just feeling even weaker, so I must quickly gain the favor of the sword immersion. Hearing this, Izaf quickly asked if there was a way to tame it. Liu Feng replied. Roughly. Yes. There is. Meanwhile, Tu Kim excitedly showed off to the little girl. Luvi. Look quickly. Are not Big Brother's muscles cool? But just as Luna struck his muscles a few times, Xiao Jin suddenly returned to his small form, startling her into quickly explaining. I did not break it. You know, Liu Feng raised his hand. Puzzled. Didn't Sujin successfully break through? Why can't he mature? He quickly explained. A divine dragon usually needs at least 300 years. Xiao Jin is less than 2 years old, so how could he be fully grown? Now he appears as a teenager because he has activated the energy within his body, not because he has truly matured. Liu Feng continued, saying that the stronger Cheng Ran becomes, the more he maintains his childlike form. He said happily. That is right. Little Kim lay on the ground, tears streaming, crying out. Oh heavens, give me back my handsome face and strong body. Right after that, Liu Feng returned once more to the place where he had been thrown out over 100 times. Now, the streets were like home to him, as if returning to his own house. The moment he arrived, Liu Feng called out loudly, I am back. As always, the other asked why, seeking favor with a sword poem. Now, Liu Feng no longer answered as before. He drew his sword and said, I simply want stronger now. Just as he retracted his words, Liu Feng swiftly lunged at the fading figure, but the moment he touched it, the man vanished completely. Unlike any time before, witnessing this drastic change, Liu Feng's eyes grew wide with astonishment. Finally, after a long ordeal, he was no longer trapped in that secret realm, but transported to a strange place, overgrown with wild trees. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Liu Feng could not help but wonder to himself, where is this place? Then, looking far ahead, he took a determined step forward. Someone was there. Yet here, it is so peaceful, even you must be surprised by this silence. Lost in thought, Liu Feng finally reached that room. At the same moment, a well-dressed man stepped out to look at him, then boldly asked, You are here. You are Liu Jin. Then he looked at Liu Feng and said, You have been chosen by my lingering soul. Liu Feng respectfully greeted. Young Master Liu Feng pays respects to Senior Liu Jin. This time, the young master has arrived. At the same moment, Liu Kim spoke up. Let us put this aside for now. Do you know that the person targeted by the gatekeeper is in danger? Hearing this, Liu Feng was surprised. What? I have nothing to do with him, so why is he targeting me? Liu Jin explained. This is the mission given to Van Nam before, the space god Coxie, when creating him, to eliminate all unstable elements on the god's battlefield. He paused for a moment, then said, You are clearly the most unstable element right now. Liu Feng scratched his head in confusion, but it was clear he was targeting me. Still, I hesitated. Liu Jin replied sternly, Though I guard Van Nam, I would never fail to recognize the aura of a gatekeeper like Kayuk Tu on you. Then he stepped back, pointed to his chair, and said, All right, sit down and let us talk. Finally, Liu Feng heard stories he had never known after the initial great battle. The power of the gods who fled to the divine realm has drastically diminished. Beings of supreme status cannot accept this. Thus, most train diligently, while a few choose to take shortcuts. At this point, Liu Kim grew a bit sorrowful. Regrettably, I only knew their plan involved the battlefield of the gods, but the details eluded me, for I was already dead then, naturally unaware. He honestly recounted this to you. Yet whether it was to prevent divine souls from reaching the divine realm or to erase all incidents, it was all part of the space god's plan. Liu Feng slammed the table in anger, unable to hold back. I wanted to find that man, and if he dares come, I will kill him. Liu Kim said bluntly. Even a gatekeeper's finger could crush you. I helped you hide your aura, so he won't find you anytime soon. Life is hard enough as it is. He asked again. That lingering soul of mine must have mentioned the guiding space to you. Right? What do you think? Liu Feng, with a determined frown, said, I will definitely obtain that guiding space and return to Hoha. Pausing for a moment, Liu Feng carried a resolute gaze, for that was truly my homeland, where loved ones with black hair and black eyes like mine reside. That land gave me life and nurtured me. Liu Kim laughed heartily. Pleased. Not bad at all. This is truly one of us from Hoaxia. Welcome. Words withdrawn, they both take tea, lean on each other, clink glasses, and shout aloud, for our homeland. Then, he quickly tilts his head back and drains his cup. As the water seeped into his body, Liu Feng felt a powerful energy surging in his dantian. He stared at his hand in surprise. This is, Liu Kim then said, from now on, the yin sword belongs to you. He quickly explained that once someone has broken free from their destined path, there is no longer any guidance for them. But the hidden sword technique might still help, especially its skills, which possess miraculous effects. Liu Feng overjoyed, quickly stood up and respectfully bowed, thanking the elder. Meanwhile, Liu Jian's face turned cold and stern. His sharp eyes scrutinizing strong emperor-level gods in this world showed no sign of arrogance. Whenever one touches the law, that mysterious power becomes a terror that strikes fear into others. And for outsiders like us, reaching the existence of the law is nearly impossible unless... At first, I had not met the maiden. Feeling he had spoken too much, Liu Qim immediately dismissed him, saying, "Enough, you may leave." Liu Feng did not linger, bowing once more with respect. He said, "I take my leave." Outside in the real world, Luna sat on a small rock, deep in thought. It had been days why had not Liao Feng returned. Xiao Jin, training nearby, spoke to her. This time, Liao Feng will surely succeed. Just as they finished speaking, a familiar figure swiftly rushed toward them. Seeing him, Luna joyfully flew over. Liao Feng is back, but the one who arrived was not Liu Feng, but Phi Lak's subordinate, coming to save him. Phi Lak's elder sister in danger. Hearing this, Xiao Jin was startled and flew up, asking, "What happened to Phi Lak's elder sister?" Tronglam was besieged by a massive army aiming to capture Phi Lak. If not for Lady Hong Yi's timely intervention, the elder sister would have been gravely harmed. Hearing this, Little Kim was furious and quickly vowed, "I will seek help." Just a moment, Xiao Jin seemed to realize something and immediately asked, "Wait, did you just say?" At the same time, a voice echoed from afar, "Are you saying Hong Yi is the woman in the red dress?" At the sound of that familiar voice, everyone fell silent in sudden fear. Finally, Liu Feng had returned after claiming the sword. Seeing he was like reaching for a lifeline, both Liu Kim and Luna could not hide their joy. "Liu Feng," then Liu Feng said again, "Let me ask you once more, is Hong Yi the girl in the red dress?" Truntong Lam, "That is right, she is the one big sister befriended not long ago. The one who likes wearing red." Liu Feng felt uneasy hearing this. How could Hong Yi, her, appear here? Could it be just a namesake? But they dressed the same. Damn it. Then he immediately turned around and ordered, "You all quickly go inform IC Gala and the others. Return to the city as assassins at once." Liu Kim swiftly followed Liu Feng. "I will go help Li. You go call Xi and the others." As Liu Feng walked, he silently prayed, "Hong Yi, please stay safe." At the Phi Lak temple, everything below was a heap of ruins. Bodies sprawled lifeless on the ground, fresh blood staining the area crimson. Up here, the ghost beasts relentlessly surround us, their terrifying cries echoing. And it does not stop there. The dragons keep attacking the last red protective barrier. Inside here, Hong Yi can barely hold on. The girl, badly injured, spits out a mouthful of blood, but she refuses to give up, channeling her inner strength once more. The power between them is overwhelming. If the protective barrier outside the tavern breaks, escape will be impossible. Phi Lak remains calm. "Don't worry, I have sent someone to find reinforcements. When they arrive, the enemy outside will be in chaos." Hong Yi looks uneasy, hoping we can hold out until then. Right after that, the girl turned and said, "I truly did not expect you to risk injury to save me." To Fuang calmly replied, "If I was ordered to bring you back, I certainly would not let you die." She wiped the blood from her mouth, then stood firm, saying, "If I survive this time, I will still bring you back." Hong Yi was no fool. She quickly replied, "No matter what, consider yourself indebted to me for a life." At the same moment, a massive explosion echoed, and a figure helplessly fell from the sky. Batlo roared in anger, "You all keep chatting. I am about to lose my defense." The cardinal sneers, "How can someone not a king-level powerhouse be so weak?" He hurriedly explains, "It has been years since I absorbed any soul essence or beast core. Having rank without energy is useless." Phi Lak could not help but scratch his leg, saying, "I am not the one who wants to absorb it. I just gave you a bunch of soul essence." Batlo continued, "Isn't that for your own good? If I recklessly absorb the soul essence, something serious will happen." Hearing this, everyone knew he was just making excuses for his cowardice. Phi Lak was annoyed and restless. Pausing briefly, she continued, "The barrier is about to fail. I will handle the ceiling. You all focus on escaping. They are targeting me. I must not die." The cardinal also frankly told her, "All right, if you die, I will definitely help you preserve your body." Hearing the girl say that, Phi Lak could not help but smile and ruffle her hair, thinking, "She really has the same spirit I had back then." At the same moment, the demonic beast above shouted loudly, "Master, the barrier has been broken." Si Lus immediately yelled, "Bring that woman out. Kill them all without mercy." No sooner had the words left his mouth than everyone launched a simultaneous attack. As Phi Lak said, the final protective barrier could no longer hold. Immediately after, Kolak's soldiers swiftly stormed into Phi Lak's shop, but at that moment, punch flew, making everyone stare at each other. Phi Lak charged forward, leading the way. The moment he saw Kolak, Phi Lak's fury boiled over like scalding water. The moment she saw the leader's name, Kolak immediately soared forward like flying. Without saying much, she instantly unleashed her inner strength and struck towards Kolak, combining wisdom and power. At that moment, a sneering voice startled her, "Someone's looking for me." Just as Phi Lak turned around, Kolak aggressively clamped her throat, making it hard for Phi Lak to breathe. He used more force. Kolak, impatient, asked where that kid was. At the same time, the Scarlet Crow's men swiftly launched a fierce attack. Kolak was annoyed, staring at the enemy, a bunch of useless trash. Not even worth killing. Phelak refused to lose. The moment the enemy let their guard down, she swiftly unleashed her inner power. A powerful, domineering aura enveloped Phelak's entire body, her expression now brimming with confidence. At last, her right fist swiftly charged straight at Kolak. He certainly refused to back down. And now, both were rising, ready to die. A swift duel ensued, their combined strength from above forcing the soldiers to shield their faces. Unexpectedly, Kolak was so strong. Phelak gritted her teeth and pushed even harder. Sensing the danger, she gathered her inner strength and plunged straight to the ground, hiding from her opponent. In the end, that body barely held its disguise. Phelak frowned in frustration half the time. It exposes me. Kolak could not contain his anger and roared. All because of that treacherous woman who ambushed us. Let them all die. Phelak stared at her opponent, startled, then grew wary this time. They were playing for keeps. As soon as the bait was taken, Kolak struck hard toward her, leaving chaos and ruin everywhere. Seeing this, Fee silently lamented. She is dead now. When that boy returns, I will surely follow. At that moment, Tafong suddenly stood in the circle, using his inner strength to protect everyone. Astonishing all, seeing them safe and sound, Fee was stunned. Are they really not dead? It seems the last time drained all her strength, and the dark phoenix collapsed helplessly. Cardinal quickly stepped forward to catch her. Now the evil phoenix seemed utterly drained. Phelak looked at those protecting him, bewildered. Why are you all? Ongi quickly splashed a bucket of cold water. Stop being sentimental. There are reinforcements on the other side. We have to retreat. At the same time, Liufeng finally arrived, charging straight towards Go Lu. Staring coldly at the opponent, Liufeng sings, Gu Lu, your rival is me. Seeing you arrive, Fi Lu smiled, and Hung Ai excitedly calls out, Brother Feng, right now. Both shouted simultaneously. The woman found her man. Bap Lotham delighted. Two women fighting over one husband. This time there is a good show to watch. But at the same moment, both Hong Yai and Phelak struck his head and shouted. Covering his mouth, Liufeng looked at the little girl helplessly, pouting. Hong Ye, tell me, how should I talk to you? I know you are worried about me, but I am a bit confused too. Brother Feng, Kolak stood here, angrily shouting, ignore me, but start with your kin. Capture him for me. I must use him to break the ancestral beast's seal. Immediately, the dragons transformed into soldiers, obeying orders and attacking him at once. Liufeng raised his sword, instantly gathering his inner strength, ready to fight the villain. Looking at his opponent, he smiled with delight. All right, let us see what you have got. Dragon Roar sword. With a single strike of the Veen Long Ru, all those dragons were sliced into quarters, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this bloody scene before him, Si Luffy could not help but cry out, how is this possible? Liufeng strikes fiercely at him again. Not someone seeking my favor. Now that I have seen it, is it time to die? Not stopping there, he unleashes his secret move, counter-attacking with a vengeance. The slash just passed. Kolak could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was finally wounded. Of course, Liufeng did not stop. He soared up again and struck hard into his back with a deadly sword move. A large burn scarred the back of Kolak, and now he can't stop coughing up blood. You appear before him again, and Liu Feng strikes a decisive blow, unleashing the realm of the demon god. But of course, not letting you stay on top forever. Kolak landed a powerful punch that made Liu Feng spit blood. At the same time, he wanted to end it quickly. Ignite the Legion's dark heart and blow it up for me. Immediately, the giant dragons embedded with bombs inside began to explode, and Liao Feng standing nearby was not spared and got caught in the blast. Watching Liao Feng being blown apart like that, Go Lu was delighted, thinking, Anupes just gained divine power. I do not believe anyone can resist multiple divine bombs detonating. Like fleeting joy, I move swiftly. Liu Feng emerges from the mist. Standing tall, gazing at the triumphant Kolak, Liu Feng smiles with satisfaction, leaving others in despair. Just as he retracted his words, Liu Feng swiftly slashed through, attacking 16 times over. Kolak's entire body was cut deeply. Yet he stood there stunned, like a statue. But from within, a sinister energy surged forth swiftly. Kolak's entire body seemed to reconnect. He nearly roared, I am the demon god incarnate. I am immortal. Then, deadly strike aimed straight at Liu Feng came crashing down. Though his speed was incredible, the blow still grazed his face. Drawing blood, he realized this would not be easy to overcome. At the same moment, he quickly signals his teammate, Little Kim, who swiftly flies up. Coming here. Immediately after, Little Kim opens his mouth wide. Long Yuan's demon-breaking fist strikes, while Liao Feng simultaneously attacks, and the Ice Sword Sect star-devouring formation begins to collapse. Just like that, Kolak was completely wounded once again. Unable to hold back, he spat out fresh blood. Stammering and confused, Kolak thought, how is this possible? How can this be? I am the Demon King incarnate. I am immortal. Now he is finally scared. Damn it. I won Titum. The Demon King will come to save me. You all can go to hell. Saying that, Kolak immediately clenched his hand, ready to crush the cursed talisman, but at that very moment, it suddenly vanished mysteriously, startling Kolak. Quickly turning around, Kolak was taken aback, stammering in shock. Vita clenched his fists and said, I had no other choice before, but now I want to be a good man. C. Left still could not believe it and growled, You, Vt, how dare you betray me? Feeling his body start to fail, C. Less was shocked, thinking, even if I die, I won't let them live easy. But at that moment, Li Yufeng swiftly struck, severing C. Lek's head. He was stunned, unable to believe it. At the same moment, Cao Jin quickly used his fire from behind to burn the enemy. Phi Lak looked on in bewilderment. How did he become so strong? How can I still be the overlord like this? Ngai Thuongkung asked. Baplo replied, why did this guy suddenly become so much stronger? I see. So now, I can no longer obey orders. Do not blame me. Cardinal is proud. My phone Kaka remains strong. The soldiers panic like headless snakes. Lord Hexi Lich is dead. He is dead. Run. Liao Feng quickly told Xiao Jin, the plague must be eradicated at its root, and immediately after, the two began their massacre. Liao Feng satisfied as this place soaked in the blood of the last enemy. In such a dire moment, little Kim still joked, saying, I can kill more than one man. Then, I respectfully presented the token and said, My lord, this is a command token that can subdue the Demon King of Fear. Once broken, the Demon King will appear immediately. Liao Feng was surprised, the Demon King fearful. They said his power was mid-royal level if he really came. Who would kill whom? Fela quickly said, that is right, secretly telling himself, just take the turn. At that moment, Liu Feng wanted to say something. But from within the token, a sinister, mystical aura began to emanate. Black smoke swirled relentlessly around him, leaving him utterly stunned. In an instant, Liu Feng felt as if he were in another world, with no one around him below. His gaze was heavy and serious as he wondered to himself, what is this situation? At that moment, massive black figure swiftly appeared and asked him, did you just say you want to kill me? Liu Feng was startled. Demon King. Fearful. Didn't the fat guy say he would only appear if the token was crushed? Damn. I have been tricked. No word from Liu Feng. Otis roared once more, speaking. Moments later, he spat blood just from his aura alone. It was terrifying. He was not just royal rank, he was emperor rank. At that moment, a hand swiftly grabbed Liu Feng's shoulder. Startling him, Adi hurriedly asked, are you okay? Liu Feng, he quickly replied, Adi. What just happened? Liu Feng defeated Otis and left a trap in the token. Luckily, I arrived just in time. Luna continued, good thing I was timely in finding Adi. Then Liu Feng said coldly, in this lost chamber, we truly cannot afford to be careless. For a moment, you glanced at that bastard, my lord. I truly did not know what would happen. At the same time, the cardinal could not hold back his emotions. The little girl hurriedly ran toward you, shouting, Feng Yi. Liu Feng's face flickered with confusion as he stared blankly at the girl. After a moment, she still held him tightly. Lowering his voice, Liu Feng said, Cardinal, Adi, take Xiaojin away. All right, let them be alone for a moment, Xiaojin exclaimed. Clearly the Scarlet Lady has not seen me in a long time. Why not let me hold her? Her eyes glistened with tears, softly whispering, finally, I have found you. Liu Feng scolded but could not bear it. I told you 100,000 times not to come, yet you still sneak after me. The cardinal shakes Feng's arm gently. I just want to be stronger, to pull you out. Sorry. Slowpoke Feng. From this side, Phi Lak sees everything. She cries out in distress. Truly unexpected, those two. This time it is trouble. Cut to a massive fortress, surrounded entirely by darkness. In the grand hall, Otis sat on the throne, surrounded by his henchmen. His eyes showed fatigue as he spoke. Dead already. Then Otis said, Heavenly Disaster Guard. Investigate immediately. Within 3 days, I need to know the cause of death of Hatch Kola and the Jia man. That cold-blooded villain dared to kill under my watch. If it is Fap Lam marked on that skull, no matter who it is, they must die. Cut to Liu Feng's side. After talking with the Scarlet Lady, the girl is no longer irritable. Lo Kuok is also deep in thought. Never expecting the assassin turned to stone for thousands of years to face this day, she says,